Chapter 1. Exterminate my entire clan? Whistling, the howling wind stirred up the sands, blotting out everything in sight with a scene of desolation. Nothing but wind and sand and shattered stones. Old villain Marcel, why don't you come out and face your doom? Your 3,000 elite disciples have all been wiped out. How do you dare show your face to those who died for you? Amidst this barren landscape stood a towering palace, surrounded by countless figures tightly packed outside. They floated in the air with swords drawn, faces cold and indifferent. Below the palace lay a battlefield of corpses and blood. Scattered remains a stark testament to the brutality. Lei Yun's sect's leader, Callum, stood tall and proud, gazing at the grand hall before him. The elimination of the Marcel sect was now only a matter of its master's defeat, a moment he had long awaited. After so many years of restraint, Lei Yun's sect had finally seized the opportunity to destroy Marcel's sect once and for all. However, the palace was fortified by 3,000 flying swords inside and out. Breaking through these defenses to slay the head of Marcel's sect would take considerable time. Inside the palace, an elderly man with silvery hair stared out the window, his heart trembling as if it were bleeding. All those slain outside were disciples he had nurtured over the years. The urge to rush out and fight until the death was overwhelming, but he couldn't. He would only be throwing his life away. These 3,000 sword formations protecting him were activated at the cost of many disciples' lives. To leave now would dishonor their sacrifice. The feud between Marcel's sect and Lei Yun's sect could be traced back over 10,000 years. 10 millennia ago, on the vast lands of Zhangzhou, Lei Yun's sect was the premier sect, thriving and powerful. But one day, a mysterious figure arrived and established Marcel's sect on Zhangzhou territory. Miraculously, Marcel's sect grew rapidly, and within a year surpassed even Lei Yun's sect. Marcel's sect continued to flourish, eventually rising to become the mightiest sect of Hongwu Empire, while Lei Yun's sect found itself reduced to merely watching from below. This ignited jealousy and envy in Lei Yun's sect's heart. Its leader swore to obliterate Marcel's sect whenever the opportunity arose. Ironically, fate seemed to favor Lei Yun's sect when, after almost 10,000 years of prosperity, Marcel's sect began to decline about 300 years ago. In contrast, Lei Yun's sect seized this chance and surged ahead. Now surpassing Marcel's sect, Lei Yun's sect launched a massive assault, determined to reclaim its status as the top sect in Zhangzhou. Old villain Marcel, if you don't come out now, don't blame us for destroying your palace. Boom. With a wave of Callum's hand, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy formed into a colossal sword in the sky. It struck fiercely against the 3,000 sword formations. Thunderous booms echoed as spiritual energy violently radiated outward, causing the entire sword formation to tremble, weakening its power further. The other swordsmen hovering in the air summoned their own spirit swords and attacked the formations en masse. Swoosh, swoosh. Spiritual energy-laden swords crashed down upon the formations, weakening them more and more. The destruction of the sword array was inevitable. Feeling the vibrations from outside, Marcel's sect's leader Aaron felt a stabbing pain in his heart. These sword formations that once slaughtered Golden Core realm experts could no longer withstand the attacks of these spirit transformation cultivators after 10,000 years of decay. He felt a profound sense of shame towards his ancestors and the fallen disciples. Then, his eyes fell on a portrait hanging above the ancestral shrine in the palace. It depicted a handsome young man with black hair casually flowing behind him. Despite the distance, one could almost see the pride and defiance in his eyes. Aaron knew this portrait represented Jet, the founder and first patriarch of Marcel's sect. Chapter 2. The Aiden reveals his power. Aiden, this old man is incompetent. The Marcel sect you founded is about to be destroyed by my hands. I truly have no face to meet you. Even the 3,000 sword array you left for Marcel's sect will be destroyed along with it. I am heartbroken. Aaron's eyes welled up with tears as he held a jade pendant in his hand, which he had just retrieved from a box beneath the memorial hall. According to legend, this jade pendant was left behind by Jet, the Aiden. It was said that when Marcel's sect faced an existential threat, holding the jade and speaking to the Aiden's portrait would invoke his divine power to help the sect overcome adversity. But now, at this critical moment, Aaron didn't care whether the legend was true or not. If nothing else, this could serve as his final confession before death, leaving him with no regrets. The rumbling of spiritual energy and the shouts of the Lei Yun sect cultivators outside pressed heavily on Aaron, making it hard for him to breathe. Tears continuously dripped onto the jade pendant in his hand. Humming. What is this? Suddenly, accompanied by a soft sound, Aaron saw the jade pendant detach from his hand, trembling in midair and emitting a series of strange, multicolored lights. Rumbling. At this moment, the sky outside the grand hall split open with a loud boom. The void fractured, releasing terrifying pressure. Clear skies instantly turned into dense, dark clouds, creating a profoundly gloomy atmosphere. Following this, amidst the transformation of spiritual energy, a massive pong bird appeared, emerging from the fractured void, its form blocking out the sky. The instant the pong bird appeared, a fearsome aura radiated from it, as if even the might of heaven and earth couldn't compare to it. What's happening? A divine force has descended, whose deity has been disturbed. Judging by this aura, it belongs to the evil cloud pong bird. Could it be that, the Great One? As the image of the pong bird appeared, powerful demons from various secret realms and immortal lands cowered in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground, dare not to act. What is that? It looks like the legendary evil cloud pong bird. Its cultivation is at the xuanhuan realm. Seeing this formidable pong bird appear out of nowhere, the Lei Yun sect cultivators were thrown into complete chaos. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the pong bird gave them an urge to kneel and worship. A sea-level demon beast, this was something that only existed in legends. Roar. As the evil cloud pong bird appeared, it roared into the sky, its wings flapping vigorously. Frightening spiritual whirlwinds emerged, obliterating the once arrogant Lei Yun sect members in an instant. Callum, the patriarch of Lei Yun's sect, who moments ago had declared that he wouldn't leave until Marcel's sect was destroyed, was now the fastest runner among them. Shimmering with five-colored light, he used his life-saving treasure, the innate magic treasure five-colored cloak, to narrowly escape the calamity. Ah! Boom! Cries of agony echoed as the cultivators collapsed one after another. Just moments ago, they were invincible. Now, they were utterly annihilated in mere seconds. It must be the work of the Aiden. Inside the grand hall, watching the celestial phenomenon unfold, Aaron was overwhelmed with emotion. The power displayed by the terrifying Pung bird was too astonishing. Marcel's sect had been at the brink of destruction, ready to be wiped out at any moment. But now, with the appearance of the Pung bird, Aaron saw hope for survival. The only survivor, Lei Yun's sect's patriarch Callum, moved swiftly. With the five-colored cloak enhancing his speed, he seemed like a fleeting shadow, far out of the Pung bird's reach. Rumble. Just as Callum thought he was safe, the sky's thunderclouds rolled again. Another crack appeared in the void, revealing what seemed like an evil god's eye. Callum felt an ominous premonition. Flash. Pooh. A golden spiritual ray shot down from the sky, turning into a streak of golden light that pierced directly through Callum's brow. Blood splattered as Callum never even had time to react, turning instantly into a corpse. His innate magic treasure, the five-colored cloak, crumbled like paper in the face of the golden light. Thus, the Aiden revealed his power, and the crisis of Marcel's sect was temporarily averted. Chapter 3. The Heavenly Pool. Boom. At the moment Callum met his end, a massive figure of a great Pung bird slammed forcefully onto a distant mountain peak. Instantly, the 100-jong-high mountain crumbled into dust. Even more terrifying was that after the mountain shattered, the great Pung bird's figure also fragmented, turning into countless fragments of spiritual energy. This mighty great Pung bird was merely an illusory spirit projection. Seeing this, Aaron's mouth gaped open in astonishment, unable to close for a long time. He had never witnessed such fearsome power. A mere spirit projection of a great Pung bird nearly overturned the heavens and earth. If the actual great Pung bird were present, what kind of divine might would it display? What relation did this great Pung bird have with the Aiden of the Marcel sect? Boom. Who dared to kill my beloved disciple? Far away from here, within a golden palace, accompanied by a loud explosion, a purple pillar of spirit energy shot up towards the sky. Along with this light pillar emerged a figure, followed by a roar of fury. The one who burst out of the Lei Yun sect headquarters was none other than Benson, the former sect leader who had already retired behind the scenes, Callum's master. It was due to Benson that the Lei Yun sect could develop rapidly and surpass the Marcel sect over the years. Legends had it that Benson had broken through to the true essence realm long ago. In a small state like Zhangzhou in the Hongwu Empire, cultivators at the Golden Core stage already stood atop the peak among peers. Today, the Lei Yun sect ranked 11th among countless sects in Zhangzhou. Compared to the Marcel sect, which had declined to below 20th place, it was a behemoth. Just now, Benson discovered that the candle representing Callum's life on his altar had gone out, which enraged him greatly. Without hesitation, he sped up, transforming into a streak of light as he hurried toward the location of the Marcel sect. Today was supposed to be the day Callum led the assault against the Marcel sect. Any mishap involving Callum must have been orchestrated by the Marcel sect. However, thinking back, Callum had reached the peak of spirit formation realm. As far as he knew, no one within the Marcel sect exceeded that level. How could they possibly slay Callum? Nonetheless, whoever it was, anyone who killed his beloved disciple would pay the price. Benson rushed forward furiously, determined to avenge his disciple. At this moment, amidst the Marcel sect's domain, dark thunderclouds still rolled across the sky, and terrifying lightning danced chaotically. The shattered void above had yet to recover, as if something formidable could reappear at any moment. Pant. Aaron only dared to breathe deeply once he confirmed all the Lei Yun sect cultivators were dead. He activated the 10,000 sword array. Emerging from the sword array, Aaron walked out of the main hall, glanced at the rolling thunder afar, then looked back at the portrait of the Aiden. A peculiar feeling stirred in his heart. Aiden, I know it was you. You must have wielded your divine might to save the Marcel sect from peril. Aiden, please accept your disciple's worship. With that, Aaron bowed respectfully 3 times toward the portrait. Afterwards, Aaron began clearing the battlefield, surrounded by corpses and utter chaos, a gruesome sight. Within the Peach Garden immortal realm of the Hongwu Empire's Zhangzhou state, there lay a picturesque scene. At the heart of this paradise was a heavenly pool, beside which stood a peach tree blooming with pink flowers. Under this peach tree sat a man dressed in black with black hair. Pink blossoms adorned the peach tree, and butterflies danced around it gracefully. Further away, various small creatures inhabited the area surrounding the heavenly pool. Birds chirped merrily, circling overhead, while fish with iridescent scales occasionally surfaced to blow bubbles. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the great Pung bird that annihilated the Lei Yun sect cultivators resembled one of the small birds nearby. It turned out that just one bird near the pool had managed to project a spirit image with such world-altering power. The young man, upon closer look, possessed sharp features and exquisitely defined facial traits. His eyes carried an enigmatic charm, captivating all who glanced at him. Black hair cascaded loosely down his back, adding to his rebellious allure. The serene atmosphere was abruptly interrupted when the young man opened his eyes, revealing depths as vast as the cosmos, seemingly containing all the secrets of the universe. But this sensation passed swiftly, and he resumed normalcy. With a flick of his finger, a small bird flew to rest on his shoulder. Kaiyun, go bring my last disciple from the Marcel sect, the youth commanded in a calm yet warm voice. The bird nodded lightly and flapped its wings, flying off into the distance. Chapter 4. What? Ancient scriptures are trash? At the location of Marcel sect, Aaron was busy clearing away numerous corpses when a sudden anomaly occurred. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying thunderclap echoed from the sky, followed by an overwhelming pressure descending from above, enveloping the entire world. Benson felt as if he had instantly lost control of his body under this immense pressure. Roar. He then saw that with the rumbling of thunder, the center of the sky tore open, revealing a massive hole. Following this, amidst the churning dark clouds, a colossal black pong bird slowly descended. In an instant, the pressure intensified, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Aaron's eyes widened in shock as he stared at this scene. He had already witnessed how an illusory shadow of the evil cloud pong bird destroyed all the invading thundercloud sect enforcers. Therefore, he was now certain that what descended from the sky was not just an illusion but the true form of the evil cloud pong bird. The evil cloud pong bird, a legendary divine beast of the transformation realm, had actually appeared in the mortal world. What? No, this can't be possible. A transformation realm beast, how could it appear here? Aaron's eyes almost popped out, filled with disbelief. Boom. At that moment, the evil cloud pong bird waved its enormous wings, and Aaron found himself disappearing from where he stood. The next moment, he was on the back of the evil cloud pong bird. The evil cloud pong bird, carrying Aaron, flew off into the distant horizon, leaving Aaron in awe. What? I'm actually on the back of the evil cloud pong bird? Aaron felt his mouth dry, and his heart racing. This situation seemed like a dream to him. The enormous body of the great pong bird beneath him was truly terrifying. Huff, huff. The evil cloud pong bird continued to flap its wings, quickly ascending into the sky with Aaron. Master, the person has arrived. When Aaron came to his senses, he found himself in a breathtaking earthly paradise. Before him lay a heavenly pool exuding ethereal aura. Beside the pool, under a peach tree, stood a young man with black hair, smiling at him. On the young man's shoulder sat a small bird which Aaron immediately recognized as the evil cloud pong bird that had carried him aloft earlier. To think, this legendary being, revered like a god, now addressed this youth as master. Upon another glance at the young man, Aaron was struck as if by lightning. He recalled a portrait and immediately knelt down, saying, Aaron, the last disciple of Marcel's sect, pays respects to the Aiden. The black-haired youth smiled and pulled out a bamboo slip from under a woven mat, casually tossing it to Aaron. He said, You're the last patriarch of Marcel's sect? I didn't expect the sect I founded 10,000 years ago would fall because of you. As my successor, it's quite disgraceful. Here is an ancient scripture for you to study. Aaron swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss. What did the Aiden just say? He said it was an ancient scripture? An ancient scripture. These were legendary cultivation techniques, each containing divine power from ancient times, capable of earth-shattering combat strength. But now, this ancient scripture was thrown to him like trash? Aaron hurriedly picked up the bamboo slip, clutching it tightly as if it were a treasure. Upon focusing, he immediately felt an ancient and divine aura invade his mind. Ancient cultivation technique, 9 Transcendence's divine sword art, crafted by the painstaking efforts of the ninefold sword god. Immediately, waves of ancient knowledge flooded his mind, engulfing him. This was indeed an ancient scripture. For a moment, Aaron felt as if tidal waves surged within him, unable to calm down. Who was this Aiden? Before long, Aaron had finished studying the 9 Transcendence's divine sword art. He realized that his stagnant cultivation had soared several realms, advancing from the 3rd stage of spirit transformation to the 6th stage. Ordinarily, it took him many years to advance even one realm. Yet, after practicing just one technique, he surpassed years of effort. The power of ancient techniques was truly fearsome. Translation completed with adherence to the guidelines provided. ####Hashtag Chapter 5. 10,000 years in a blink. Thank you, Patriarch, for granting me this divine technique. Aaron was terrified and prostrated himself repeatedly before the young man. It's fine. It's just some worthless technique, not even fit to be my cushion. The youth waved his hand dismissively, then couldn't help but smile satisfactorily as several prompts suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected descendant Aaron, Elder System initiating Stage 2. Assist Aaron in revitalizing the Marcel sect's glory. Every increase in Aaron's cultivation grants corresponding rewards to the host. Ding. Congratulations on helping a secondary character achieve 6th stage spirit transformation. Reward is the breakthrough to 2nd stage heaven splitting for the host. Listening to these messages, Jet's heart roared inwardly. 10,000 years. After 10,000 years of silence, the system finally gave a response. His cultivation had finally broken through. The youth's name was Jet. In truth, he wasn't from this continent. 10,000 years ago, he was transported here and unlocked the strongest Aiden system. According to the system's requirements, he was born unable to cultivate, and could only enhance his power by founding sects on this continent. If he failed to complete the system's tasks, he would die instantly. Under the pressure of survival, Jet embarked on the path of establishing sects and becoming an ancestor. With the system's aid, over 10,000 years, he built countless forces across the continent. However, once Jet attained immortal ascension, the system ceased generating tasks or providing any updates. From that point onward, Jet lost all chances of advancing his strength. For the following 10,000 years, his already formidable power allowed him to find a fairyland where he established this heavenly pool beauty. He spent his days meditating, fishing, planting trees, watering flowers, living a very laid-back life. Or so you think. In fact, this peaceful existence was what Jet originally envisioned. However, reality differed sharply after he created the heavenly pool scenery. Life was anything but comfortable as experts from other empires occasionally sought trouble with him. All because Jet's strength was still not absolute. In this world, the rule of the jungle was stark and cruel. Those with lower cultivation inevitably suffered oppression. Thus, Jet endured frequent suppression, yearning desperately for a breakthrough. Minor conflicts were manageable, but 1,000 years ago, his clash with Gwillem, the strongest from a neighboring country, left a bitter grudge. After one confrontation, Gwillem vowed to chase Jet to the ends of the earth. For the past 1,000 years, this person persistently caused trouble, igniting murderous intent within Jet. However, due to insufficient power, he had to endure silently, biding his time. Now, after 10,000 years, he saw hope for revenge. Strength meant no longer being timid in this world. As for Gwillem, he should just wait. In Jet's eyes, Gwillem was now a marked man. What? The Patriarch says this is garbage technique? Eren, who had just found a treasure, was bewildered upon hearing the Patriarch's words. This technique had elevated his cultivation, the ancient Divine Sword Skill 9 Revolutions Divine Sword Technique, which the Patriarch considered trash. What's the situation in Sangzhou? Jet calmed his agitated heart and asked gently. Eren slapped himself and replied despondently, Patriarch, I apologize for my incompetence. Ever since I took over, the Marcel sect has declined. We were 16th when I took over, now we've dropped beyond 20th place. After nearly being wiped out by Leiyun's sect, it's true to say, I am the only one left of the Marcel sect. Tears welled up in the elderly Eren's eyes. Patriarch, you are the founding ancestor of the Marcel sect. You cannot let us decline like this. Please help us rise again. Jet waved his hand lightly. I won't let the Marcel sect decline, but directly intervening might be inappropriate. For the revival of the Marcel sect, it has to be led by you. Don't worry, I'll assist you. Can you fish? Are you asking about fishing? Of course I can, Patriarch. Eren was momentarily at a loss. Jet pointed towards the distant pond. Since you can fish, go catch a couple of fish. It's been a while since I last had roasted fish. Hearing this, Eren hurriedly went to the edge of the heavenly pool to fish. Chapter 6, Heavenly Grade Bone Quality. Just as he gripped the fishing rod, he felt enveloped by an ethereal force. Without him needing to exert effort, the rod began fishing on its own. Eren looked into the pond and was momentarily shocked speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. Fairy 7-colored fish, Divine 9 scripture fish, and that's a sky-shaking red carp. These are all legendary creatures. Every fish swimming in this pond, even just one, would be priceless treasures outside, capable of inciting bloody frenzies among people. So many legendary grade divine fish were actually being kept here in such abundance? Eren's body trembled. If not for the automatic workings of the fishing rod, he doubted he could have caught any fish at all. Soon, the rod had already fished up several plump divine fish. It then stopped and lay aside automatically. Eren, still trembling, carefully carried the fishing rod over to Jet. As he lifted his head, he saw a stone table in front of Jet. The sight on the table caused Eren to gulp repeatedly, stunned into immobility. What was that? On closer inspection, the stone table held supreme divine avian meat, 9th heaven dragon python tails, divine splendor peacock feathers, and other top-tier divine beast parts, each with supreme powers. Merely glancing at these ingredients and sensing the terrifying spiritual energy radiating from them made Eren drool. Jet smiled slightly and said, These are just some home-cooked dishes. Go fetch some vegetables from the garden. He pointed towards the back of the heavenly pond as he spoke. Following Jet's direction, Eren saw a vast vegetable garden in the distance. Rushing over, he was instantly astounded. The dense spiritual energy swirling within the garden was so thick it felt like it could melt a person. All plants cultivated here were legendary ones unseen elsewhere. A quick glance revealed rows upon rows of legendary vegetables and plants stretching almost to the horizon. Cloud-defying sky peppers, storm cloud cabbages, and other items which could potentially boost cultivation with just one bite. Further away, there was an animal farm housing thousands of livestock, including pigs and chickens. Could these be the legendary divine beasts laid out on the stone table earlier? At this moment, Eren felt his entire worldview utterly shattered. He was too stunned to react. Ancient cultivation techniques, legendary divine beast meats, and top-tier vegetables. It seemed everything here would cause people to fight to the death if they knew about it. Who exactly is this ancestor? Jet's status in Eren's heart soared immeasurably at this moment. Trembling, Eren picked a few legendary vegetables and approached the stone table. Go ahead and eat. Your cultivation should improve after this, Jet said casually as he started eating. Eren swallowed nervously, clasped his hands devoutly, and began eating. After a ravenous feast, the meal was finished. Eren's cultivation advanced from the 6th level of spirit transformation to its peak. In reality, Eren had only absorbed a minuscule fraction of the divine power contained in the food, yet his cultivation surged significantly. The undigested divine power would form the foundation for his future absorption and digestion. After the meal, Jet raised an eyebrow and said, With Chief Callum of Thundercloud sect dead, I believe his master will come after you. His cultivation has reached the 3rd level of true essence. I'll impart you a set of heavenly grade bone quality. Once you absorb it, you'll break through to the true essence realm. Then this person will be no match for you. As he spoke, Jet gently tapped the air before him. Instantly, a misty 7-colored glow emerged, enveloping the entire heavenly pond. Eren felt his surroundings shift, and suddenly found himself in a place resembling a divine realm. These are... Looking around, Eren beheld a sight that would likely stay with him for life. Surrounding Jet, countless floating objects in the air were all legendary heavenly grade bone qualities. ##### Chapter 7. The Sword that Shatters the Divine Inheritance. According to Eren's knowledge, bone constitutions were divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mystical, and yellow. Most people awakened with yellow grade constitutions, and those who reached mystical grade were already considered minor geniuses. Earth grade was nearly once in a century rare. Even in present-day Sangzhou, one could scarcely find a few individuals who had awakened with an earth grade constitution. But now, all the constitutions before him were of the heaven grade? The surreal feeling enveloped him, leaving Eren at a loss for what to do. At this moment, A voice as thunderous as the sound of a primordial bell echoed in his ears. This is the Nine Heavens mystical sage bone, the sword that shatters the divine inheritance, the true heaven-chasing cloud bone, the supreme deity inheritance. Which one do you choose? Hearing this voice, Eren almost lost his balance. These legendary bones, could he really choose from them as he pleased? Who exactly was this ancestor? Seeing Eren unable to make a decision, Jet chuckled lightly. For someone who's a generation's patriarch, you have such little resolve, cowering at this? Let me choose for you. Since you've already cultivated ancient sword techniques, this sword that shatters the divine inheritance complements it and should enhance your abilities significantly. As he spoke, Jet lightly pointed, and a small, glowing spirit sword radiating brilliant divine light slowly descended into Eren's forehead. Instantly, Eren felt enveloped by a warm, comfortable sensation. A terrifying energy surged around him, and he could clearly feel the impurities in his body being purified. It felt as though he was undergoing rebirth. This unique and mysterious feeling, brought about by integrating the heaven-grade constitution, was something Eren would never forget. Soon, the integration was complete. After obtaining the sword that shatters the divine inheritance, Eren's demeanor underwent a tremendous change. His formerly disheveled white hair now shone with luster and sharpness, while his once dull eyes became piercing like swords. He seemed transformed into a divine sword himself. The sword that shatters the divine inheritance lived up to its name, imbuing him with the essence of a divine blade. With the completion of this inheritance, Eren's cultivation also advanced, from the peak of spirit transformation to the third level of true essence. After the enhancement, Eren felt reborn. Even though he was in his twilight years, his aura resembled that of a vibrant young man. Thank you, Aiden. Eren fell to his knees, bowing deeply in gratitude to Jet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping a supporting character reach the third level of true essence. Reward. The host's cultivation advances to the third level of breaking heaven. Following Eren's breakthrough, Jet's own strength and cultivation also improved to the third level of breaking heaven. The speed of this advancement left Jet, whose power had remained unchanged for millennia, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. You are truly unworthy of being a generation's patriarch. Look at you. You're awestruck by ordinary bones. If this is how you react, Feng Yun's sect cannot rise. Prepare yourself. I will take you back to the sect. Jet said softly. What? Ordinary bones? Eren was speechless again. Those heaven-grade bones that had almost completely transformed him were merely ordinary, in the eyes of this ancestor? Then what kind of bones were not ordinary? Eren felt his heart pounding. The journey thus far had been filled with so many shocks that he feared his heart might stop. However, with the newfound cultivation, a burning hope for the future welled up within Eren, transforming his previous despondency into renewed vigor. Chapter 8. Return to Zhangzhou. Jet said that the Marcel sect would rise again, and so it would inevitably rise once more. With such a heaven-defying ancestor, Eren felt an immense sense of reassurance. As for the so-called top 10 forces of Zhangzhou, Eren suddenly found them insignificant. Forget Zhangzhou. Even in the entire Hongwu Empire today, there was absolutely no existence as terrifying as Jet. Now, with his ancestor by his side, he had nothing to worry about. Moreover, Eren also knew that although the Leiyun sect had come aggressively to obliterate the Marcel sect, they were ultimately killed to the last man. He believed that the master of the Leiyun sect's leader would not let this go, and was likely searching for him at this moment. Returning now, he would first face Benson. Whoosh! At that moment, Jet waved his hand, and an overwhelming surge of celestial spirit energy swept through. In the next instant, Eren felt himself disappear from the spot and fall into a state of bewilderment. When Eren finally regained his senses, he found himself back at the Marcel sect. Phew, after 10,000 years, returning here, this Marcel sect has changed so much compared to back then, I can hardly recognize it. Jet squinted his eyes, gazing at the current appearance of the Marcel sect, feeling momentarily sentimental. The Marcel sect was the first sect he founded. When he created the Marcel sect, all he thought about was completing the system's task, without much foresight, never imagining he would return here after 10,000 years. Aiden, you see, our Marcel sect has just been almost wiped out by the Leiyun sect. This blood feud must be avenged. Eren spoke with deep hatred in his eyes. Despite his age, he harbored extremely deep feelings for the Marcel sect. Seeing his sect nearly destroyed by the Leiyun sect was something he could never bear. So, upon improving his cultivation and strength, his first thought was to seek revenge. Yes, I estimate that Benson of the Leiyun sect should be on his way here. He might arrive in the next incense stick time. No need to rush. First, deal with him, then I will take you to wipe out the Leiyun sect. Jet said this with slightly narrowed eyes. Hearing this, Eren involuntarily trembled and said, Aiden, I know Benson's cultivation. He seems to have long broken through to the true essence realm. Jet turned to look at Eren and laughed. What? Did you forget that you're not the same person you were before? After being blessed by the divine legacy, your cultivation has already reached the third level of the true essence realm. With your current strength, you won't find many opponents below the seventh level of the true essence realm. Third level of the true essence realm. Realizing this, Eren was stunned. Perhaps due to the rapid breakthrough, he hadn't had time to adapt yet. Suddenly, Eren felt filled with power, as if even a slight exertion of spirit energy could unleash a blow powerful enough to shatter mountains and rivers. Afterward, Eren and Jet quietly waited. Events unfolded just as Jet predicted. One incense stick time later, a figure rapidly flew toward them from afar. How dare you, Eren? You dared to kill my beloved disciple. Are you courting death? Accompanied by a roar, a figure clad in purple robes appeared outside the Marcel sect. Jet and Eren focused their gaze, noting the red-faced visitor, clearly enraged. From Benson's emitted spirit energy fluctuations, it was apparent he was at the fifth level of the true essence realm. This somewhat surprised Eren. Initially, he expected Benson's strength to be only at the 3rd or 4th level of the true essence realm, but he was a few realms higher. However, it didn't matter. Thinking of his own breakthrough to the 3rd level of the true essence realm and possessing the divine legacy, Eren felt confident. So, your Layun sect has repeatedly offended us, and now you've practically wiped out the Marcel sect. How do you explain that? Since you're here now, old man, I'll send you off. Without hesitation, Eren growled, stomped the ground, and launched himself like a swift wind, rapidly charging towards Benson. Chapter 9. Your doom. What? How can he be this fast? Eren's sudden burst of speed startled Benson. Feeling Eren's overwhelming speed, Benson's face changed dramatically. However, given his true essence 5th level cultivation, Benson did not retreat, but instead snarled and brandished a purple long knife before fiercely swinging it towards Eren. But what happened next was almost unbelievable for Benson. Before Benson's long knife could touch Eren, he saw a flash of spiritual light from Eren's hand, followed by a golden long sword being held aloft. The moment this spirit-infused golden sword appeared, it felt as though all the spiritual energy in the world had converged into it, emitting an incredibly terrifying pressure. This feeling was something Benson had never encountered before. Benson widened his eyes and stared at the golden sword that Eren had conjured up. What is this? Could it be the heavenly might only emanated by those with legendary heaven-grade bone structures? The instant Eren's sword materialized, Benson felt a horrifying presence. It was as if the sword had transformed into the most fearsome divine weapon on earth. The intense pressure enveloped him, making it difficult to even breathe. What is going on? How is this possible? Weren't you only at the soul formation stage? A myriad of shocks surged within Benson's heart, but there was no time to dwell on them because Eren's sword was getting dangerously close. Boom! Suddenly, Eren's spirit sword, carrying immense cosmic power, collided head-on with Benson's attack. A deafening explosion resonated through the air, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy spread outwards chaotically. Benson felt as if he wasn't colliding with a weapon but with a terrifying mountain. The force sent him flying backward. No, this cannot be happening. Benson flew back, eyes wide open, yelling in disbelief. His cultivation was already at the true essence 5th level, yet here he was, being forced back by Eren. If anyone heard this tale, no one in the entire Zhangzhou would believe it. What had happened to Eren to cause such a drastic change? At this moment, Benson turned his gaze towards Jet. Seeing Jet, Benson felt as though a deity stood before him. Even standing still, he exuded an immensely terrifying aura. It felt like a mere blink from Jet could end Benson's life. However, this sensation lasted only for a fleeting moment, almost convincing Benson it was just his imagination. When he looked again, Jet seemed like an ordinary young man. Nothing is impossible, old man Benson. Today marks your end. Eren seized the opportunity to strike while Benson was down. Having gained the upper hand with his initial assault, he wouldn't give Benson a moment's respite. With a low roar, Eren sped forward, transforming into a gust of wind and reappearing before Benson in an instant. Empowered by the Break God inheritance, he unleashed ancient sword techniques, causing his spirit-infused golden sword to emit dazzling rays of golden light before swinging it with full force. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Even before striking, the terrifying pressure from Eren's sword expanded outward, creating a scene as if it could shatter the heavens and earth. The Break God inheritance was indeed fearsome beyond compare. This was Eren's first time using the inheritance after merging with it, yet its power left him shocked. He couldn't help wondering about Jet's true nature. For Jet, a heaven-grade inheritance was merely commonplace. What, then, was an extraordinary bone structure? Facing Eren's eruption of power, Benson felt an unprecedented terror. Ordinarily, he would have retreated under such an attack, clearly sensing the gap between their explosive strengths. But now, this battle carried special significance. He could not afford to step back. Roar. Thus, Benson convinced himself that everything was an illusion, that the opponent's attack was nothing but appearances. With this thought, Benson roared furiously and poured all his internal spirit energy into his long knife, charging fiercely toward Eren. Chapter 10 Retaliation. This attack was already the peak of Benson's power, carrying an extremely terrifying force. Executed at the level of True Essence 5th stage, if it were any ordinary cultivator, even those at True Essence 7th stage would struggle to contend with this move. But now, facing this attack was Eren, who had undergone a transformation. His expression remained unchanged, as if he was merely dealing with an easily manageable attack. Boom. PFT. In the next moment, Eren's ancient sword intent collided with Benson's attack. A deafening explosion resounded, as terrifying natural chi and spirit wildly spread outwards. Far away, Jet narrowed his eyes slightly. This battle was unfolding as he had anticipated. Eren, after his transformation, should have no trouble defeating Benson. But upon hearing the sound of Benson spitting blood, it was clear that Benson could not withstand the might of the ancient sword technique and was directly hit by Eren, causing him to spit blood and fly backward. Benson landed on the ground far away, struggling but unable to get up, looking as pitiful as a dying dog. Die! Eren's eyes were red with fury. Thinking of the dead warriors, his heart was filled with murderous intent. With a roar, he appeared in front of Benson in the blink of an eye. With a swift movement, his spiritual energy longsword pierced through Benson's neck. Blood splattered everywhere. Benson, at the True Essence 5th stage, was completely helpless against Eren. This can't be. As Benson died, his eyes widened, filled with disbelief, clearly unable to accept that he would die at Eren's hands in such a manner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping Eren kill his enemy. Reward, half of the current realm's cultivation enhancement. You only need to assist Eren in destroying the Thundercloud sect to advance to the next realm. When Eren killed Benson, Jet heard the familiar system notification in his ear. The sound made him feel exceptionally pleasant. This feeling of rapid strength growth was something he hadn't experienced in a long time. If he could continuously break through, he would eventually become the strongest on this continent. The 3,000 empires, he was currently in one of the smallest, and the road ahead was still very long. Stefan, it's over, said Eren excitedly, his face full of agitated joy. Jet nodded and said, good, you performed well, but killing Benson is just the first step for our Flying Cloud sect to rise again. Next, we will go to the Thundercloud sect to return their actions to them. Hearing this, Eren became even more exhilarated. Returning what the Thundercloud sect did to the Flying Cloud sect implied annihilating them. If this happened, it would greatly enhance the reputation of the Flying Cloud sect. All right. Eren nodded, his emotions soaring. He hadn't felt this sense of battlefield excitement in a long time, reminiscent of his younger days. Without hesitation, Jet continued with the next task. Now that Benson was dealt with, he moved on to the next goal. With a wave of his hand, a powerful surge of spiritual energy swept through, carrying Benson towards the Thundercloud sect. At the heaven-splitting realm, one could traverse through the heavens and earth. This was why Jet could instantly return from Heavenly Pool to the Flying Cloud sect earlier. Now, he once again utilized this ability, swiftly arriving at the Thundercloud sect with Eren. The Thundercloud sect had already dispatched most of its forces to attack the Flying Cloud sect, leaving few cultivators behind. Moreover, hearing about the destruction of their main force, left the remaining cultivators in low spirits. Especially the 3 Grand Elders of the Thundercloud sect, they felt like sitting on pins and needles. The reason for the bizarre annihilation of their forces, as if aided by a divine force, was unsettling. More critically, Benson, at True Essence 5th stage, had not returned, and the lamp representing him in the Grand Hall had extinguished. Everyone knew what that meant. Hashtag Chapter 11. The Finley. How could it be? Benson might have already encountered misfortune. What's going on here? The Finley of Thundercloud sect wore a face full of confusion, thoroughly perplexed. The other 2 elders and the rest of the senior members exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock, but no one spoke a word. These events unfolded in rapid succession, like riddles without answers. Bang, bang, bang. Finley, something is amiss. It appears that Marcel sect's patriarch Eren is outside. At this moment, the bell of Thundercloud sect rang loudly, followed by a cultivator rushing into the hall in a panic. Upon hearing this news, the Thundercloud sect's leadership were taken aback, each one's expression shaken. They hadn't expected Eren to dare come to Thundercloud sect. Very well. Since that's the case, let us confront him and see what he can do. The Finley gave a deep grunt, speaking with an authoritative tone. But the cultivator who brought the news trembled as he continued. But Eren seems different now. He wields a divine sword, and he kills anyone who gets in his way. No one can stop him. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Hearing this, the elders' faces darkened. They too hadn't anticipated the situation developing to this extent. In truth, they knew all too well what level of cultivation and strength Eren possessed. For him to reach this point was simply inconceivable. Something must have changed about Eren. Roaring in fury, they all marched out of the hall and headed toward the commotion outside. Outside Thundercloud sect, cries of battle echoed as more than 100 cultivators besieged a lone figure, Eren. After killing Benson, Eren's god-slaying sword inheritance had further merged, pushing his strength to the 5th stage True Essence realm. Facing off against these mostly spirit transformation realm cultivators, his advantage was clear. Boom, boom, boom. As Eren swung his golden blade, every cultivator touched by the divine sword perished instantly, the power it wielded terrifying beyond measure. Just as the Thundercloud sect's senior members emerged, they witnessed Eren's display of overwhelming might, leaving them momentarily stunned. The elders, who were themselves at the True Essence stage, clearly sensed the formidable spirit energy emanating from Eren. This wasn't the Eren they remembered. It was like he had undergone a drastic transformation. How is this possible? The Finley's eyes widened in shock, but seeing his own people being killed by Eren fueled immense anger within him. Without hesitation, he roared and charged forward. Eren, you seek death. Whoosh! With a roar, the Finley unleashed his speed, crossing vast distances in an instant, reaching Eren. The Finley's strength was 2 stages higher than Benson's, having reached the 7th stage True Essence. He was undoubtedly the strongest member of Thundercloud sect. When the Finley acted, the power he unleashed far surpassed any of the other cultivators. His spirit energy surged, enveloping him in a circle of purple light, forming a fearsome spiritual armor around his body. Clearly, the Finley's combat prowess was terrifying. Meanwhile, the other elders didn't hesitate either. Following the Finley, they sped towards Eren one after another. Not far away, Jet quietly observed the unfolding battle. From start to finish, he remained inactive, confident in Eren's abilities, or rather, in the god-slaying sword inheritance and ancient sword techniques. Such an inheritance and martial arts technique would bring about dramatic changes in anyone. Furthermore, the rare delicacies Eren consumed earlier allowed him to easily reach peak fighting power within this small territory of Qingzhou. Chapter 12. Teaching you how to behave. Of course, the reason he hasn't taken action is primarily because the system task explicitly states that only his supported subject can act. If he acts himself, it would be a violation. Come on. Speaking of which, this Finley was very fast and had already arrived in front of Eren in an instant. Eren felt immense pressure. But now that things had reached this point, Eren naturally had no possibility of retreating. He let out a low roar, without hesitation, and directed all his spiritual energy into the long sword in his hand. Boom. In the next moment, Eren's attack collided with the Finley's attack from the Layun sect. A loud boom echoed as spiritual energy spread out, and Eren was directly sent flying back. At the moment of impact, Eren only felt an extremely terrifying force surge into his body, causing chaos within, making him feel incredibly uncomfortable. After all, the other party was more powerful than him, and at his age, he possessed many trump cards. Caution was necessary. However, although Eren was sent flying, the Finley didn't fare much better. The moment their attacks collided, he felt a tumultuous surge of chi in his body. Despite being at the 7th level of true essence, he nearly couldn't withstand Aaron's attack head-on. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. At this moment, the Finley's face flushed red, disbelief filling his eyes. Aaron, what kind of deviant path have you cultivated? Why has your strength changed so quickly? The Finley stared wide-eyed, shouting. Aaron, however, laughed arrogantly. What deviant path are you talking about? Since you don't know how to speak properly, I'll teach you how to behave today. With that, Aaron stomped the ground forcefully, suddenly speeding up. In an instant, he turned into a bolt of lightning, traversing great distances and arriving before the Finley. Spiritual energy converged, gathering powerfully. Golden light burst from his sword as he unleashed an overwhelming strike from the front, striking towards the Finley with an astonishingly potent force. This attack, which Aaron launched after fusing the legacy of the divine splitting sword, was arguably his most powerful attack yet, indicating just how formidable it was. The Finley instantly felt engulfed by a terrifying pressure. Breathing became difficult, as if he could be swallowed whole by this horrifying sensation at any moment. This was the first time in his life he'd experienced something like this, stunned into silence, only able to instinctively channel his spiritual energy to counterattack. Other elders of the xiuxian sect were initially preparing to join forces against Aaron, but seeing such a terrifying attack from him, they all quickly retreated, maintaining a safe distance from Aaron. Joking aside, this level of attack meant death for a spirit formation realm cultivator who dared approach. Even for those at the true essence realm, injuries were likely. Thus, observing from a distance was the wisest choice. Roar. Roaring angrily, the Finley of the xiuxian sect also gave everything he had. Taking a deep breath, he channeled countless amounts of formidable spiritual energy. In the next moment, shrouded in a fearsome purple aura armor, he fiercely swung his sword at Aaron. This strike was immensely powerful, suppressing cultivators below the true essence realm significantly. However, there's always a difference when compared side by side. Normally, this strike would be terrifying, but compared to Aaron's golden-imbued spirit-infused long sword, its might paled in comparison. Boom. In the next moment, Aaron's sword intent clashed head-on with the Finley's. Accompanied by the deafening boom, the world seemed to descend into chaos as spiritual energy wildly fluctuated and spread out. The xiuxian sect cultivators, fearing for their lives, hastily retreated to a safe distance. Some even discarded their xiuxian sect attire and ran far away. Anyone with discernment could see Aaron's prowess. If the highest-ranking Finley of the xiuxian sect couldn't withstand Aaron, the sect was done for. Chapter 13, Surrounding Attack. How strong? This is impossible. When their attacks collided with Aaron's sword intent, the face of Thundercloud Sect's Grand Elder instantly turned pale. In that moment of impact, it felt as if his attack hit not a mere sword intent, but a terrifying mountain. The overwhelming force from the mountain surged forward, impacting him so strongly that his breathing became rapid and uncontrollable. The power of this single strike was such that, even throughout all of Cangzhou, very few could withstand it. Crack, crack, puff. Thundercloud Sect's Grand Elder could not hold against the strength of this strike. His attack shattered after only a few seconds upon impact. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew backward. The strongest of the Thundercloud Sect, utterly defeated. By now, the morale of the entire Thundercloud Sect had plummeted. Joking, when even the mightiest of their sect fell, what could they do now? Finley. At this moment, the remaining elders of Thundercloud Sect cried out in alarm, then flew forward to catch their Grand Elder. However, upon checking his condition, they were shocked. Blood flowed from every orifice, and he was unconscious. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe that someone in Cangzhou could achieve this. To directly incapacitate their Grand Elder like this, was this something an ordinary person could do? Everyone, attack together, seek vengeance for Finley. Now the several higher-ups of Thundercloud Sect were seeing red, roaring in fury as they rushed toward Aaron at full speed. Facing the onslaught of these elders, Aaron was unperturbed. After these consecutive battles, he found himself growing increasingly adept at wielding the one sword to break God inheritance and the ancient sword technique. With greater proficiency, naturally, his combat strength increased accordingly. In the past, he couldn't match any of these cultivators. They were existences he could only look up to. But now, transformed, he no longer held them in awe. What's happening here? Yeah, when did the Patriarch of Marcel's sect become this powerful? It's outrageous. He can't be possessed, right? This is too much. We should just leave. Thundercloud Sect has met its end today. Witnessing the situation unfold this way, each of the Thundercloud Sect cultivators became uneasy, feeling their hope fading away, and began fleeing from the sect. Of course, Jet saw everything. He estimated that once Aaron eliminated these few elders, Thundercloud Sect would be completely obliterated. Therefore, the critical point lay in the battle between Aaron and these elders. There remained 7 people in Thundercloud Sect, a Grand Elder and a few lesser elders. Now, all unleashed their full strength, surrounding and attacking Aaron. Among them, the most powerful reached True Essence 5th level, while the weakest was at True Essence 3rd level. Though none matched the Grand Elder's strength individually, they had the advantage of numbers. Their coordinated efforts generated a combined fighting power far surpassing that of the Grand Elder alone. Aaron faced enormous pressure. He realized that his ability to truly unleash the might of the one sword to break God inheritance would be the key to his victory now. Chapter 14, The Destruction of Thundercloud Sect. The more he fought, the more Aaron realized that this sword breaks divinity technique primarily depended on instantaneous explosive power. If his sword intense explosive might were terrifying enough in that instant, then any opponent would be nothing more than a single sword stroke away from defeat. However, the crux of the matter was that his mastery over the sword breaks divinity technique had not yet reached the point where he could instantly kill any opponent with a single strike. Roar. At this moment, the Ellis let out an angry roar and transformed into a violent gale, reaching Aaron almost instantly. Without pausing, the Ellis slashed with his large earth-yellow broadsword, which surged towards Eren. Whoosh! The attack unleashed by the Ellis, now at true essence 5th level, was genuinely terrifying. In just a moment, it felt as though it was impossible to face it head-on. Before even hitting its target, the overwhelming pressure spread outwards, seemingly ready to engulf everything. This move was the Ellis's renowned ultimate skill. He had been closest to the Finley, watching helplessly as the Finley met a tragic death before him. Revenge was a vow he couldn't break. Due to this resolve, his combat power burst forth at a shocking level, even more terrifying than the Finley's. It was often said that one's combat power could surge significantly under certain intense emotions. This statement fit the Ellis perfectly at that moment. Heh, with this kind of strength, you think you can defeat me? However, Eren merely laughed arrogantly. After defeating Benson, he understood his limits. Even with the ferocity of this new attack, he felt no fear. With a deep hum, Eren moved his hand, and countless terrifying primal energies converged from all directions. Golden light radiated around him as a horrifying golden energy sword slowly materialized in his hand. The sword breaks divinity technique lived up to its name. Once executed, it could cleave through divinities with a single blow. At this moment, Eren felt a sudden enlightenment. He grunted again as boundless primal energies surged into his energy sword, making it feel like this strike could shatter mountains and rivers. This sensation filled him with both surprise and delight. Go! In the next instant, Eren pushed the sword's power to its limit. Boom! Crack! The sword intent erupted powerfully, directly colliding with the Ellis's attack. Thunderous explosions echoed as untold amounts of primal energy scattered outward, causing a massive spiritual explosion. The elders nearby, being close to the battlefield, were unable to withstand this horrifying force, getting blasted backward. Among them, the Ellis suffered the most. As the primary target, when his attack collided with Eren's sword intent, he was struck as if by lightning, spewing a mouthful of blood while flying backward. The Ellis landed hard on the distant ground, unable to get back up for a long time, clearly grievously injured. The other elders also lost their fighting capacity, appearing very weakened. In contrast, Eren stood there proudly, a kingly aura emanating from him. Despite his age, he seemed rejuvenated, exuding youthful vigor. You brought ruin upon the Marcel sect. Now I return it to you. Die. Eren uttered a low growl and swung his sword, wiping out all the elders. Aside from the elders, the Thundercloud sect's cultivators had already begun fleeing after seeing the Finley defeated. By this point, they had mostly dispersed. Thus, the Thundercloud sect was destroyed. Ding, congratulations, host has completed the task, the destruction of the Thundercloud sect. The host cultivation has successfully advanced to Skybreaker 4th level. A familiar system notification sounded, filling him with a sense of newfound power. Jet couldn't help but smile. He hadn't realized that his strength had broken through to the Skybreaker 4th level so quickly, a feeling that truly satisfied him. As long as he continued completing tasks and breaking through his limits, he would eventually become the strongest on this continent. Of course, before that, he decided to make a trip to the Radiant Empire once his strength was sufficiently advanced. There, he still had a score to settle. Chapter 15. New Mission. Just as Jet completed his mission and broke through to the 4th level of Breaking Heaven, a new system notification rang in his ears. Chime. New mission initiated. The host must help Marcel sect reclaim its title as the first sect of Zhangzhou within 1 month. When this notification sounded in his ear, Jet couldn't help but feel a bit stunned. He hadn't expected that the conditions for this new system task would be so stringent. However, after thinking it over, he felt that it wasn't unreasonable since the task gave him a whole month. Recently, he estimated that the great competition among Zhangzhou sects was about to begin. As long as Eren participated in the sect competition and won the championship, then widely opened the sect doors to recruit disciples, it should make the rise of Marcel sect possible. Thinking this, Jet's gaze fell on Eren before him. It had to be said that the sword god inheritance suited Eren very well. After numerous battles, Eren exuded a sharp sword aura. It was as if Eren had transformed into a sword entirely, and even a mere glance could instill a sense of terrifying sword intent. Aiden, this bone truly is formidable. How much time has passed? My strength has broken through again. I've now reached the 6th level of true essence. At that moment, Eren spoke with evident amazement. The more he fought using spirit chi, the more he felt his bone fused with his essence, allowing his combat power to skyrocket. Though his cultivation realm was only at the 6th level of true essence, the actual combat power he could unleash almost rivaled the peak of true essence. It's just an ordinary bone, not something to be proud of. Today's battle was merely the beginning for both of us. Our true mission is ahead, to revitalize and rise Marcel sect. You bear great responsibility. Pausing slightly, Jet continued, in a few days, it will be the day of the Zhangzhou sect competition. All sects will send their elite to participate. Our goal this time is the championship of this competition. Once you win the championship, reorganizing Marcel sect will be easier. Upon hearing Jet's words, Eren couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. He knew all too well that the sect competition opened only once every 30 years, each time filled with fierce competition. Participants were geniuses from various sects, turning Zhangzhou into a place teeming with hidden dragons and crouching tigers during the competition. Winning the championship, or even making it into the top 10 was no easy feat. Taking a deep breath, Eren replied with a shaken expression. But the sect competition gathers all the elites of Zhangzhou. Many have already broken through to the Golden Core realm. With my current strength, let alone winning the championship, it was understandable that Eren felt overwhelmed. From a practical standpoint, achieving this seemed nearly impossible. However, Jet nodded lightly and said, don't worry, I'll arrange it. Follow what I say, and this championship will belong to you. Jet's tone carried a strange sense of certainty that made anyone listening believe him without doubt. Eren knew Jet's capabilities well. Now that Jet spoke with such assurance, he did not argue further, choosing instead to wait quietly for Jet's arrangements. Let's go back to the sect. Since Lei Yun's sect had been destroyed, there was no reason to linger here any longer. With a swift movement, Jet utilized spirit chi and flew off with Aaron toward the horizon. In the blink of an eye, Jet and Aaron returned to Marcel's sect. This time, returning brought a completely different sentiment to Aaron compared to his previous visit. Previously, he was consumed by anger and vowed to avenge his brothers. Now, having achieved vengeance, he felt an overwhelming sense of reflection upon seeing the tall towers before him. Revenge had satisfied a part of his heart, but now he realized that his next mission was filled with honor. Revitalizing Marcel's sect, just hearing it stirred pride in anyone. Currently, Marcel's sect didn't even rank in the top 10 of Zhangzhou. If he could restore it to become the top sect, his life would have been fulfilled. Chapter 16. Sect Competition. Take advantage of the few days before the sect competition and refine this magical treasure. Jet said this while tossing a long sword, glowing with a golden radiance towards Aaron. Aaron instinctively froze for a moment, then he caught it, and upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in shock. This is a heavenly level weapon? The weapon Jet had just given him was actually a heavenly level weapon. This item, tossed as if it were trash, turned out to be heavenly level, making it hard to believe. The grading system for magical treasures was similar to that of innate talent, categorized into 4 levels: heavenly, earthly, mystical, and yellowish. And now, Jet had directly handed over a heavenly level item, which was absurd. For a moment, Aaron was greatly shaken. Without any hesitation, he bowed several times toward Jet and began refining the weapon. The weapon was named Flying Heaven Sword. Its quality reached the heavenly level, and it belonged to the explosive type, perfectly matching Aaron's inherited skill of one sword piercing the gods. If he could successfully refine this weapon, even without an increase in cultivation realm, his combat strength would significantly improve. Phew. Aaron immediately dived into the process of refining the heavenly level treasure, while Jet strolled around within the Marcel sect. Although 10,000 years had passed, he still saw traces of when he first established the sect. As he walked, Jet came to the main hall and his gaze fell on a portrait on the wall. The portrait resembled him perfectly, almost lifelike, which made Jet somewhat nostalgic. Back then, every time he founded a new force, the system would provide him with a portrait as proof for the sect. At that time, Jet did not understand the significance behind it, but now he realized that these portraits were actually bridges connecting future generations with himself. Time passed quickly, and within days, the competition arrived. After Aaron refined the Flying Heaven Sword, boosted by its powerful attributes, his cultivation realm increased by 2 levels, advancing from the 6th layer of true essence to the 8th layer. Now, Aaron's combat strength had become extraordinary. It was fair to say that, within the true essence realm, he couldn't find any opponents. Let's go. It's time for the sect competition. On the day of the competition, Jet led Aaron to the Xuanhuan mountain range where the event was held. Zhangzhou was bustling with excitement because of the sect competition. Every force was sparing no effort to win the championship. As for the news of Lei Yun's sect's downfall, although it caused some ripples within a limited circle in Zhangzhou, the major sects didn't pay much attention. After all, neither Lei Yun's sect nor Marcel's sect were considered formidable forces and were considered inferior in today's Zhangzhou landscape. Compared to the sect competition, the conflict between Marcel's sect and Lei Yun's sect seemed like a farce. The competition venue was set up in the Xuanhuan mountain range. Although it was early, the mountain range was already packed with people. Almost everyone who could attend from all factions in Zhangzhou had gathered there. When Jet and Aaron arrived, the place was teeming with crowds. Jet squinted his eyes, looking at the scene before him. He felt that once Aaron secured the championship, these people would undoubtedly go wild. He was eager to see how Aaron would perform in the competition. And Aaron himself, without the help of the Flying Heaven Sword, felt he didn't have much confidence. But now, having successfully refined the sword, he was suddenly filled with self-assurance. Aiden, rest assured, I will definitely win the championship, Aaron vowed firmly. There were many participants in this competition, numbering over 1,000. In the first preliminary round, 90% of them would be eliminated. Everyone, the sect competition is about to begin. Let me explain the rules for the first stage, the preliminary round. All participating cultivators must enter the Xuanhuan mountain range and search for hidden scrolls within 3 hours. There are only 200 scrolls available. After 3 hours, those holding scrolls will advance to the next round, meaning no more than 200 of you can proceed. When the preliminary rules were announced, it added significant pressure to many of the participants. Chapter 17. Heaven Class Weapon. No matter how one looked at it, out of the 1,000 or so participants, only less than 200 would advance, making the elimination rate terrifying indeed. However, such was the nature of clan competitions. Fierce battles where only the truly powerful could emerge victorious. Now I declare that the preliminary round officially begins. Soon, with the judge's announcement, this year's clan competition officially kicked off. All the participating cultivators immediately rushed into the Xuanhuan mountain range. Jet and Aaron entered the mountain range at a leisurely pace. With just a slight movement of his divine sense, Jet could encompass the entire Xuanhuan mountain range, thus clearly perceiving the locations of the scrolls. Upon sensing this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised because most of these scrolls were placed near beasts or in treacherous terrains. In other words, obtaining a scroll wasn't an easy task. Even without interference from other cultivators, it was not a simple feat for cultivators predominantly at the true essence realm. After entering the Xuanhuan mountain range, Aaron continued forward while Jet sat atop a hill, quietly observing the situation. Aaron extended his senses and soon detected intense spiritual energy fluctuations in a forest ahead. A peak true essence level beast, a wolf with blue fur. Aaron knew that typically, the location of a scroll would be closely related to such fluctuations. The more intense the fluctuation, the higher the possibility of finding a scroll. Thus, without hesitation, he sped toward the wolf. Arriving at the clearing, Aaron saw a blue scroll hanging from a distant tree branch. Aohu! Seeing Aaron, the wolf let out a roar and charged at him without delay. Whoosh! This wolf, with its blue fur and encircled by deep blue spiritual energy, appeared terrifying even at first glance. At the true essence realm, few cultivators could stand against it. Moving swiftly, like a gust of wind, the wolf crossed great distances in an instant and slashed at Aaron. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The terrifying wind-cutting sound preceded the attack, which sent ripples of shock through Aaron. Yet, he wasn't overly concerned, as this was precisely the time to test the power of his heaven-class weapon, the flying sky sword. Hshe. With that shout, Aaron channeled his internal spiritual energy into the sword, infusing it with immense power. If any other cultivator had been present, they would have been speechless at the sight. The sheer intensity of the light emitted was far beyond what ordinary weapons could achieve. Boom. In the next moment, Aaron's weapon, carrying a terrifying force, clashed head-on with the wolf's attack. The collision resulted in an explosive sound and waves of overwhelming spiritual energy radiated outward. The wolf, struck by an unimaginable force, was sent flying backward the moment the attacks collided. This? So terrifying. Witnessing the wolf being dispatched with a single move, Aaron was utterly amazed. He hadn't anticipated that this weapon could unleash such formidable combat power. Chapter 18. Main Competition. Though he had anticipated that the combat effectiveness of a heaven-grade weapon would far surpass that of ordinary weapons, it was still surprising when it actually unfolded. Aaron once again realized the terrifying power of Elder Jet. The weapon that had been casually handed over to him like trash could unleash such an overwhelming force. It was truly unimaginable where this elder came from. After defeating the demon wolf, Aaron obtained the scroll and suddenly felt that the remaining hours of the competition seemed endlessly long. Naturally, Aaron didn't idle. He knew that in the main competition stage, he would inevitably face off against cultivators at the Golden Core realm, and his current cultivation level wasn't quite up to par. The crucial thing was to urgently enhance his strength, because whether he could secure the championship of this grand competition was directly linked to whether Flying Cloud Sect could rise again. As the new patriarch of Flying Cloud Sect, Aaron understood his responsibilities well. He didn't waste a single moment, fully immersing himself in cultivation, with his strength visibly advancing at a rapid pace. The 3-hour competition period quickly passed, and when it ended, all participants returned to gather at the entrance of Xuanhuan mountain range. At this point, those who had obtained scrolls registered, while those without left in disgrace. Very well. In this preliminary stage of the grand competition, a total of 153 people have secured scrolls. Now we will proceed to the main competition phase, the arena matches. The main competition will be held as an elimination tournament, with cultivators facing off in pairs. The victors will advance to the next round, eventually deciding the top 10 and the champion. Actually, regarding the competition rules, the cultivators from the major sects in Sangzhou were already quite familiar before the grand competition began, so there wasn't much attention paid now. Soon, the main competition kicked off amidst countless spectators' anticipation. Notably, those who secured scrolls had at least reached true essence 8th level, ensuring that the subsequent main competition would be highly competitive. In a small place like Sangzhou, Golden Core cultivators were considered top-tier talents and were not numerous. Therefore, cultivators at the peak of true essence level were also deemed strong. Aaron's first-round opponent was a Xenon at the peak of true essence level. Upon seeing the white-haired Aaron on the arena, the Xenon couldn't help but burst into laughter. No way, you're participating in the sect grand competition at your age? This place is for the young. Elders like you should rest easy. The Xenon was at the peak of true essence level, while Aaron only appeared to be at true essence 8th level. Given the age difference, the elder did seem less advantageous compared to the young man, which made the Xenon's ridicule not entirely unexpected. Don't waste words. With that, Aaron wasted no time on empty talk. As soon as the match started, he immediately burst forward at full speed. His speed was astonishing, transforming him into a swift gust that covered great distances in the blink of an eye, reaching the Xenon in no time. Then, infusing endless spirit chi into his flying heaven sword, Aaron delivered a fierce, powerful strike head-on. Boom. A simple slash of the sword, yet it exuded a devastating power, instantly altering the Xenon's demeanor. Initially, he believed he could easily win this fight. However, when Aaron unleashed his attack, he felt a terrifying pressure enveloping him, making even breathing difficult. Chapter 19. Confronting the Golden Core. What? How is this possible? The young man in blue widened his eyes, disbelief clearly etched on his face. He had keenly felt the power of Aaron's attack, which almost reached the pinnacle of the true essence realm. However, despite the initial shock, the young man in blue was after all at the peak of the true essence realm. Without any hesitation, he gave a low shout and began channeling the spiritual energy within his body. Suddenly, it appeared that he was wielding a long blue blade in his hand, into which countless strands of spiritual energy were poured, before he swung it with force. Boom! In the next moment, the blue blade collided with Aaron's attack. An earth-shattering roar accompanied the collision as terrifying spiritual energy spread wildly in all directions. And in that split second of collision, the young man in blue felt an overwhelming pressure envelop him. A formidable force rushed into his body, colliding fiercely within, almost to the point where he could not endure it. In one go, he was blasted away. In one move, the battle ended. This battle captured everyone's attention. They watched with wide eyes. It was the first time they had seen such a clean and decisive fight. A cultivator of the 8th level true essence had just defeated someone at the peak of the true essence realm? For a while, all eyes were on Aaron, starting to gather information about him. This person seems to be from the Marcel sect. What? The Marcel sect? Isn't that the one that was exterminated? Can't be. When did the Marcel sect have such a powerful individual? He's Aaron, the patriarch of the Marcel sect. His strength has indeed changed drastically. As people focused on Aaron, information about him naturally started spreading. People gradually realized that this was the last remaining person from the Marcel sect, Patriarch Aaron himself. From a distance, atop a high mountain, Jet observed this match. Aaron's performance was pretty much what he expected, or rather, slightly below his expectations. After all, having cultivated the ancient technique, along with acquiring the inheritance of one sword to break divinity and the flying heaven sword, Aaron's combat power should have been overwhelmingly crushing, but it fell somewhat short of standards. But considering Aaron's age, it was already commendable for him to perform this well. Furthermore, if based on current developments, if Aaron could reach the Golden Core realm in subsequent matches, then he would likely win the champion title of this sect competition. According to Jet's understanding of this round of competitions, he was fully aware of the strengths of cultivators from other sections. For Aaron to win the championship, it truly seemed feasible. Soon, the first round of matches ended swiftly, half of the competitors were eliminated, and the sect competition moved on to the next stage. Perhaps because the first stage was filled with intensity, people's anticipation for the second stage grew. They hoped to see more competitive battles. In Aaron's second round match, his opponent directly advanced to the Golden Core realm. Stepping onto the arena platform, Aaron's gaze landed on a Gary in an ochre robe standing opposite him. Chapter 20. Who lost? He could tell that the opponent was likely an elder of the Xian sect, ranked 3rd in Sangzhou. Just from the spiritual chi fluctuations emanating from him, it appeared he was at the first heaven of the Golden Core realm. Although he had only recently ascended to the Golden Core realm, he was still one level higher than Aaron, and the pressure Aaron felt was immense. However, this very pressure spurred Aaron to quickly circulate his own spiritual chi within his body, preparing for a full-effort battle. He could feel the inheritance of one sword breaking the divine longing for a fierce combat. Whatever has happened to your Marcel sect, I regret to inform you, but it ends here for you. The Gary roared, without any pause, immediately dashing towards Aaron. The speed burst forth instantly, allowing the man to cover vast distances in an instant, reaching right before Aaron. Not showing any signs of panic, Aaron circulated countless amounts of spiritual chi, infusing it into his long sword before swinging it powerfully. Whish! Terrorizing spiritual chi swept along. A seemingly simple sword swing contained powers that seemed capable of destroying heavens and earth. As Aaron's sword intent erupted, he felt as if he became one with his sword. In this state, the Gary faced enormous pressure. It was almost unbelievable to think a true essence realm cultivator could unleash such terrifying might. Excellent. Yet, the Gary, being at the Golden Core realm, didn't hesitate. He let out a light shout, and an infinite amount of spiritual chi surged towards a palm strike ahead. His attack too seemed potent, akin to harnessing the power of heaven and earth. Being a Golden Core cultivator, the might released from this attack was undoubtedly at the Golden Core level. Even if a Golden Core realm cultivator were here, they would likely not be a match for this head-on collision, especially since Aaron, who hadn't yet reached the Golden Core realm, was the one facing this attack. But when this palm met Aaron's sword intent, the Gary witnessed a horrifying scene. Crack, crack. His all-out palm attack, in front of Aaron's sword intent, seemed as fragile as thin paper, exploding apart without resistance. The crisp sound of glass shattering echoed as the Gary's palm imprint disintegrated. Seeing his attack shattered this way, the Gary's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He shouted aloud, "This is impossible." Immediately after his exclamation, he almost obsessively mobilized his internal spiritual chi once more, wildly circulating it. The spiritual chi formed an armor around him before he again shot a palm towards Aaron. Unlike the previous attack, this palm carried far more destructive power. This fury-infused palm erupted so intensely, it seemed to want to engulf Aaron entirely. ####Chapter 21. The Dark Horse. However, Aaron had no intention of retreating from this blow. Even though he could feel an incredibly terrifying amount of spiritual energy from the opponent's strike, he was more confident in his flying heaven sword compared to the attack coming his way. Come. Flying heaven sword intent. Boom. In the next moment, as the opponent's palm drew closer and closer, reaching right before him, Jet did not hesitate. He roared furiously, injecting a massive amount of spiritual energy into his flying heaven sword, and swung it fiercely. This strike was a new move that Aaron had comprehended. The instant he executed it, it felt completely different from his previous sword intent, bursting with overwhelming power that seemed capable of swallowing heaven and earth. Rumble. It must be mentioned that Aaron's burst of power was truly terrifying. Accompanied by a thunderous sound of intense spiritual energy, his attack collided with the Gary's strike. Instantly, a fearsome shockwave of spiritual energy radiated outwards from the point of impact. The attention of all spectators was immediately drawn to the scene. Then, they saw in shock that one figure couldn't withstand the pressure, spitting blood as they flew backward. Who lost? Amidst the swirling spiritual energy, it was unclear who had won. This made everyone widen their eyes, trying to discern the outcome. Unconsciously, Aaron had attracted countless gazes. As the swirling spiritual energy gradually dissipated, people clearly saw that Aaron had won. The Gary who opposed him now lay on the ground, looking utterly disheveled. Struggling, he failed to get up from the ground. If you looked closely, you could see terror in his eyes. Aaron's explosive sword intent was not merely strong, it was outright horrifying. What difference did true essence realm cultivation make? With the flying heaven sword combined with the one sword breaking the divine inheritance, it was simply this terrifying. Phew. It should also be noted that after defeating the Golden Core realm Gary, Aaron's strength had improved as well, advancing from true essence 8th level to true essence 9th level. This boost in strength gave Aaron newfound confidence. This confrontation with the Golden Core cultivator made Aaron realize that Golden Core cultivators weren't as invincible as he had previously thought. As long as he exerted his full strength, there would be nothing he couldn't accomplish. In other words, he couldn't let Jet down. Everything happening here, he believed Jet was watching clearly. With the founder of the Marcel sect watching him closely, how could Aaron dare to slack off? Subsequent rounds followed one after another. Aaron faced either true essence peak or Golden Core first level opponents, all of whom he easily defeated. Soon, The competition entered the round of 16. At this point, the excitement around the tournament reached unprecedented heights. The main reason for this was Aaron's performance. Aaron of the Marcel sect emerged like a dark horse, becoming the biggest highlight of this grand sect competition. Countless spectators eagerly anticipated what kind of spark would emerge from Aaron's confrontation with the top talent of Zhangzhou, and who would ultimately win the championship. If Aaron could indeed win the championship this time, without a doubt, the entire Zhangzhou would be shaken. Putting aside other things, the nearly declined Marcel sect would undoubtedly rise again. The round of 16 continued, with Aaron facing Walt, the senior disciple of the first-ranked Myriad Moon sect. Walt, as the senior disciple of the Myriad Moon sect, had long since broken through to the Golden Core second level. It was rumored that he was only a step away from the Golden Core third level, making him one of the top experts in all of Zhangzhou. Even though Aaron had advanced to the peak of true essence 10th level during previous battles, he still appeared vastly inferior to Walt on paper. But the critical question was whether Aaron, who had effortlessly defeated other Golden Core first-level opponents, could maintain this unstoppable momentum even against Walt? What is Aaron's background? Why has he suddenly become so powerful? Yes, it's too terrifying. Something must have happened to him. I heard that the highest cultivation in the Marcel sect previously was only Spirit Formation Realm. What exactly happened? Before the match began, the discussions among the spectators spread widely. Everyone was curious about what had transpired with Aaron. Amidst these conversations, the round of 16 quickly began, with both Walt and Aaron stepping onto the arena. Undeniably, your strength is very formidable, stronger than I expected. No, to be precise, many people didn't anticipate that your Marcel sect was hiding such depths. However, regardless of your strength, your journey ends here. On the arena, Walt spoke calmly. However, Aaron showed no intention of responding. He narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing all his attention on the long sword in his hand. He knew that this battle determined whether he could break through to the Golden Core realm. If he defeated Walt and broke through to the Golden Core realm, winning the championship would be highly likely. So, no matter what, he had to win this confrontation. Roar. With a low roar, Aaron took the first move, mobilizing a vast amount of spiritual energy. In an instant, he transformed into a terrifying meteor, swiftly crossing a great distance to reach Walt. At this moment, Aaron injected boundless spiritual energy into his longsword, forcefully swinging his flying heaven sword at his opponent. Whoosh! Following Aaron's swing, a terrifying sword intent erupted, sweeping everything before it, rushing towards the opponent. A true Essence Realm cultivator, but the attack he unleashed pressured Walt immediately. For a moment, Walt's expression changed. He suddenly understood why Aaron had made it to the round of 16. Chapter 22. And then there's you. Previously, he had merely felt some curiosity and surprise, but now, after truly engaging Aaron in combat, he realized just how terrifying this was. A cultivator at the true Essence Realm could exert a suppressive force that was exceptionally formidable. However, Walt's cultivation had already reached the second heaven of Golden Core, and he didn't hesitate. Facing this terrifying flying sword, Walt gave a low shout, then with a flick of his hand, he gripped a blue long sword under the astonished gazes of onlookers. The appearance of this blue long sword immediately attracted countless gazes. People clearly saw that it wasn't an ordinary weapon. Even from a glance, seeing it enveloped by layers of blue spiritual energy, it was evident it wasn't common. Cultivators who recognized this weapon couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Isn't this the mystical grade weapon, Blue Sea Sword? This is the mystical upper grade weapon, the legendary Blue Sea Sword which can defeat opponents of higher levels once refined? This is my first time seeing it. I never imagined it would have such a terrifying aura. The surrounding onlookers started to discuss again. The appearance of this mystical grade weapon, Blue Sea Sword, paired with Walt's strength at the second heaven of Golden Core, meant the upcoming match would likely end in Walt's victory. After all, no matter how powerful Aaron was, he was still a cultivator at the true Essence Realm. But it was here where things got strange. When Aaron came before Walt, a surge of sword intent erupted, overwhelming in its might. Simply judging from the burst of spiritual energy fluctuations, this single strike almost surpassed the limits an average true essence cultivator could imagine. Facing this wave of sword intent, Walt had no intention of retreating. With a low shout, he brandished the blue long sword in his hand. The power of the second heaven of Golden Core poured into the longsword, and instantly, the mystical grade weapon radiated terrifying spiritual light, charging towards Aaron's sword intent in an unstoppable manner. Boom! In the next moment, the sword intent of the Blue Sea Sword collided with the sword intent of the Flying Sky Sword. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, they engaged in intense combat. However, what happened next made countless viewers widen their eyes in disbelief. How? How is this possible? No way. What did Aaron do to become so terrifying? Everyone witnessed in shock that after Aaron's sword intent clashed with Walt's sword intent shattered like glass within a second, fragile as a sheet of paper. Meanwhile, Aaron's sword intent, undiminished, directly struck Walt, sending him flying. Walt himself, with wide eyes filled with disbelief, landed outside the arena without recovering his senses. How did I lose? Walt touched his head, confused. Even being sent flying, he still couldn't understand how Aaron defeated him. Sweeping Walt away with one sword, Aaron laughed proudly, revealing his overwhelming momentum without saying a word. Clap, 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 clap. The audience around began applauding. Though they didn't fully understand how the match developed, they knew Aaron had defeated a Golden Core second heaven cultivator. This was unprecedented in Zhangzhou. Meanwhile, Aaron's sect, Flying Cloud Sect, naturally drew everyone's attention. However, many people were perplexed upon learning about the near destruction of Flying Cloud Sect by Thundercloud Sect. If Aaron possessed such power, why did Flying Cloud Sect nearly face extermination? What changed for Aaron to undergo such a transformation? These became the focal points of everyone's curiosity. From afar, Jet watched the match progress, a smile on his lips. Everything developed as he predicted. Aaron's performance, while not outstanding, didn't disappoint him. Defeating Walt, Aaron's internal spiritual energy surged significantly, his strength transforming and breaking through to the Golden Core realm. With Aaron's current strength, he became a strong contender for the champion of this Sangzhou sect competition. If this mission is completed, I estimate I can break through to the 5th heaven of Heavenbreaker. Willem's strength, after all these years, might have broken through but probably won't exceed the 5th heaven of Heavenbreaker. It's about time to settle accounts, thought Jet, slightly turning his head, feeling a bit depressed when recalling his stay at Tianqi and Gwillem's suppression. Taking a deep breath, Jet refocused his gaze on the arena. He was clear that currently many cultivators would be puzzled about what happened to Flying Cloud Sect and what transformation Aaron underwent. These doubts would eventually lead many cultivators to join Flying Cloud Sect when Aaron secured the championship, making Flying Cloud Sect becoming Sangzhou's top sect natural. However, for this to happen, it depended on Aaron's performance in future battles. The 16-strong matches passed quickly. In the quarterfinals, Aaron's opponent was even weaker than Walt, and Aaron, now at the Golden Core realm, easily won. Soon, the semifinals arrived. Only 4 people remained, including Aaron and 3 other leading figures of Sangzhou. Semifinals match 1. Flying Cloud Sect's Aaron versus Bright Moon Sect Elder Nox. The semifinals began, with Aaron and Nox stepping onto the stage. Aaron looked at Nox, seeing him in purple robes, appearing to be around 30, with a look of authority. From the spiritual energy emanating from Nox, he had already reached the 5th heaven of Golden Core. For Aaron, who had just broken through to the Golden Core realm, this match was undoubtedly a challenge. Very well, I didn't expect Sangzhou to have someone as formidable as you. Since we've met, let me learn from you thoroughly, Nox said seriously, having observed Aaron's previous performances. He was genuinely curious about Aaron. Nox also wanted to see how Aaron would perform against him. Nox's mindset was simple. As he wasn't the strongest in Bright Moon Sect, pushing Aaron further in this battle could be crucial for Bright Moon Sect's championship hopes. Enough talk. Aaron had no intention of wasting time. With a low shout, he unleashed his internal spiritual energy, accelerating speed and transforming into a whirlwind, charging at Nox. Aaron's speed burst forth almost instantly, crossing distances, reaching Nox in a blink. Infusing spiritual energy into his flying sky sword, a golden glow surged, and the sword slashed out carrying immense power. Whoosh whoosh. The attack erupted, unleashing the full might of sword intent even before hitting its target. Nox clearly felt a oppressive force from Aaron's attack, his curiosity growing as he kept his eyes on the golden weapon in Aaron's hand. Walt's mystic-grade weapon, the blue sea sword, hadn't been able to withstand even one move from Aaron. What was the origin and quality of this sword Aaron wielded? As Aaron's attack approached, Nox roared, his spiritual energy surging. Immediately, he was enveloped by layers of purple spiritual energy that transformed into lightning snakes dancing around him, making him look like a terrifying war god with unmatched combat power. Then, Aaron saw Nox deliver a fierce punch toward him. Though it looked like an ordinary punch, it seemed to possess a world-shattering power, directly colliding with Aaron's sword intent, carrying an overwhelming momentum. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed. In the intense collision, Aaron was shocked to find that his sword intent was suppressed for the first time in a direct confrontation. The full force attack of a 5th Heaven Golden Core cultivator indeed had formidable suppressive power. His cultivation was 5 realms lower than the opponent. If not for his divine enhancements, he would have been unable to withstand this move. However, although the opponent's attack was terrifying, Aaron's burst of power was no less impressive. During the collision, Nox felt an immense backlash force, forcing him to retreat several steps backward. Good heavens, what kind of treasure weapon is this? I've never heard of such a level of treasure in Sangzhou. At this moment, Nox's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed greedily at the flying sky sword in Aaron's hand. Roar! He bellowed fiercely, driving his spiritual energy to the maximum. The next instant, he was surrounded by terrifying spiritual energy. Once again, he gathered all his spiritual energy and unleashed a powerful punch. This attack was even more formidable than the previous one. The moment it erupted, Aaron felt immense pressure. Chapter 23. Lasting longer than you. It was as if an immense mountain had suddenly landed on his shoulders, making it hard for him to even breathe. This is the oppressive aura of a 5th stage Golden Core cultivator? For a moment, Aaron felt an overwhelming pressure in his heart, but he wasn't panicked. After all, he had various trump cards up his sleeve and didn't have to worry about losing. Having integrated the One Sword Shatters divinity, legacy, and through constant battles, Aaron found that his mastery over One Sword Shatters divinity improved over time. Strictly speaking, he now possessed formidable combat strength. Because of this, no matter how one looked at it, he was determined to secure the championship in this clan competition. Excellent. After Nox's second punch erupted, it hurtled towards Aaron at terrifying speed. But faced with this attack, Aaron did not hesitate. The spiritual chi within him surged, rapidly channeling into the Flying Heaven Sword. With the influx of spiritual chi, the Flying Heaven Sword gleamed with dazzling golden spiritual light, sending out waves of terrifying spiritual chi pressure in all directions. This was the terrifying aura unique to heavenly grade artifacts. However, due to Aaron's low level, only a tiny fraction of the Flying Heaven Sword's power could be unleashed. Even so, the spread of this heavenly grade artifact's pressure still exerted significant pressure on Nox. Boom! Next, Aaron swung the Flying Heaven Sword with such force that it seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth, charging straight at the incoming fist. A tremendous explosion resounded as countless streams of spiritual chi spread wildly from the collision point. In an instant of collision, Aaron's sword intent seemed capable of swallowing everything, shattering Nox's fist intent before the latter's astonished eyes. Seeing his attack so easily defeated, Nox's eyes widened, disbelief evident. He said, stunned, "No way. A cultivator who just broke through to Golden Core can destroy my attack?" To Nox, who had fought countless geniuses, he was well aware of the power of his attacks. That move was already his all-out effort. He would admit that very few people in the entire Zhangzhou could withstand it, yet he was now at a disadvantage against Aaron. Aaron's attack instantly suppressed his fist intent, as if Aaron's sword intent could crush anything. This was the first time Nox had experienced such a feeling. Yet he remained calm, confident in his power at 5th stage Golden Core. Even though his punch intent was shattered, Nox believed he could still win if he adjusted his state and re-attacked. Thinking this, Nox suddenly roared and then, under everyone's stunned gaze, grasped a black spear. When the black spear appeared, all attention shifted to it, recognizing it as more than just an ordinary weapon, but a famous existence. No way, that's Nox's black dragon spear? The same one used by Nox to dominate all sides? Yeah, back when Nox just broke through to Golden Core, he swept through Zhangzhou using this weapon, with few opponents. This makes it interesting. Who do you think will win? I think Aaron has many trump cards, but might be at his limit here. The realm gap is too large, and Nox is now serious. Aaron may have reached his end. I disagree. Judging by Aaron's performance, I think he still has hidden strengths. It's too early to draw conclusions. He might become the Dark Horse champion. People's discussions continued, each having different opinions about the battle, but they were all full of anticipation. Whatever the outcome, this battle would leave a profound impact on the audience. Roar. Holding the black dragon spear, Nox's aura changed drastically, as if he underwent a transformation, giving the impression of greatly enhanced power. More terrifying was Nox's low growl, followed by a swift charge toward Aaron, moving like a meteor and reaching him in an instant. An immense pressure hit Aaron, evoking a strong sense of danger, as if something terrifying was watching him, ready to strike. But Aaron wasn't nervous. With concentrated expression, his spiritual chi rapidly flowed, injecting into the flying heaven sword. When Nox's black dragon spear approached, Aaron calmly swung his sword. Bang! The next moment, the flying heaven sword clashed with the black dragon spear, accompanied by a thunderous boom. Countless streams of spiritual chi exploded outward, silencing the world except for the sound of the explosion. In a place like Zhangzhou, breaking through to Golden Core made one a true genius. This top-tier battle left a deep impression on most cultivators at the spirit formation realm. All cultivators watched the intense battle without blinking, unsure of its development, but precisely because of this uncertainty, it added excitement to the clan competition. Haha, interesting. Let's see how long you can last. After the head-on collision, Nox felt the immense pressure from Aaron's attack, shock evident but quickly laughing, continuing his assault. On Aaron's side, during Nox's eruption, he sensed the terrifying spiritual chi fluctuation. Honestly, Nox was in a near-explosive state, far surpassing ordinary 5th stage Golden Core cultivators. If facing a 6th or 7th stage Golden Core cultivator, none would be Nox's match. Truly a renowned expert in Zhangzhou. His power was awe-inspiring. Had it been the Aaron before meeting Jet, he would only marvel at Nox, but after undergoing multiple transformations and rebirth with Jet's help, Aaron was no longer the same. Don't worry, I'll last longer than you. Aaron showed no weakness against the taunt, roaring and channeling spiritual chi fiercely. Note: names are transcribed into pinyin according to standard practice. The spiritual chi surged as if in a state of near rebellion, activated with overwhelming power. In Aaron's hands, the flying heaven sword, infused with an endless stream of spiritual chi, emitted dazzling golden spiritual light, resembling a sunbeam. All spectators were transfixed by the transformation of the flying heaven sword. It was their first time witnessing such a high-tier artifact. Boom! In the next moment, Aaron's long sword, carrying immense might, came again. Under the expectant gazes of countless onlookers, it collided once more with Nox's black dragon spear. This time, unlike previous clashes, Nox could not withstand Aaron's attack and was blasted away. Nox's face turned deathly pale, his eyes filled with disbelief. At the moment of impact, he felt as though he wasn't facing a sword but a mountain. The terrifying explosive force left a deep impression on him. It's over. Indeed, Nox no longer had any chance to turn the tide since this single strike had blasted him off the platform. A similar scene had occurred before, and Nox's gaze remained stunned. Even though he had been defeated, he still couldn't accept this failure in his heart. Aaron wins. By defeating Nox, Aaron secured the ticket for the finals of the Zhangzhou clan competition without much difficulty. From a distant hill, Jet's smile widened slightly upon seeing this. Initially, when observing Nox's formidable performance, even he had been anxious about Aaron's chances. One misstep, and Aaron could have truly been defeated. However, the numerous heavenly treasures he had provided Aaron finally paid off. Notably, after defeating Nox, Aaron's strength increased further, reaching the 2nd stage of Golden Core. Note: names are transcribed into pinyin according to standard practice. Chapter 24, The Champion Battle. At this stage, although it seems like just a minor advancement, the overall enhancement for Aaron is immense. The next match was an internal contest within Bright Moon Sect. Both contestants were renowned experts of the sect, both having reached the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. As two of the top experts within Bright Moon Sect, they naturally saw this grand competition arena as their sparring ground. The intensity of the battle left the audience feeling as if they had been treated to a visual feast. Initially, everyone thought that an internal match of Bright Moon Sect might not be much to watch, but once the actual battle erupted, they realized how wrong they had been. Following this battle's conclusion, where Bright Moon Sect's top prodigy Barney emerged victorious, it heralded the upcoming final match. The finals would pit Barney, the top prodigy of Bright Moon Sect, against Aaron. Barney, beyond being Bright Moon Sect's premier prodigy, could also be considered the top talent of the entire Zhangzhou region. At a young age, his cultivation and strength had already surpassed the 6th level of the Golden Core realm, a level others could only dream of reaching. Yet, despite Barney's formidable reputation, Aaron now appeared to many as an unfathomable abyss. People were curious. Who was stronger, Aaron or Barney? Amidst the anticipation of countless spectators, the final match of this sect competition began. For Jet, the outcome of this battle was critical to completing the mission. so he focused on Eren from the moment the match started. After advancing to the second level of the Golden Core realm, Eren's control over spiritual energy became even more adept. Roar! With the audience's eager anticipation, the match officially commenced. Notably, both competitors seemed disinclined to waste time with words. As soon as the match began, they instantly dashed towards each other at incredible speeds. Eren let out a low roar, transforming into a terrifying gust that covered vast distances in the blink of an eye, arriving before Barney. He infused boundless spiritual energy into his flying sword, unleashing a merciless strike toward his opponent. The flying sword, a heavenly grade weapon, unleashed combat power far superior to ordinary weapons. Enveloped in a golden glow of spiritual energy, it entered a highly potent state. Just from the intense spiritual energy fluctuations alone, it seemed capable of destroying anything in its path. Barney squinted slightly, clearly sensing the immense pressure emanating from Eren's flying sword. A pressure that felt like he could be engulfed by the sword's intent at any moment. However, due to his higher cultivation level, this pressure did not significantly affect him. With a flick of his hand, Barney summoned a blue silk ribbon amidst a surge of spiritual energy. As soon as the blue silk ribbon appeared, a cooling sensation spread outward, as if the temperature of the world dropped rapidly. Seeing this blue silk ribbon, the audience's eyes widened in awe. Is that the legendary Earth-grade magical treasure, the Lin Luo silk ribbon? The Lin Luo silk ribbon? No way, Barney is using an Earth-grade magical treasure now. It seems he's met a worthy opponent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed his trump card so quickly. Witnessing the blue silk ribbon, the cultivators continued to speculate. This was no ordinary weapon but Barney's formidable killing tool, the Lin Luo silk ribbon. Its destructive power as an Earth-grade weapon could almost crush opponents of the same cultivation level. When Barney deployed the Lin Luo silk ribbon, people started discussing whether he could defeat his opponent. If Barney used such a powerful weapon yet failed to beat Eren, it would be quite shocking. Such a terrifying weapon. Eren himself felt the immense pressure from the opponent's weapon, but realized it was merely an Earth-grade weapon, whereas he wielded a genuine heavenly-grade weapon. This thought filled him with confidence. Cultivators watched with wide-eyed fascination as they observed the unfolding battle. Despite uncertainty about its progression, this unpredictability made the sect competition all the more engaging. Boom! Facing Eren's sword intent, Barney wasted no time, channeling spiritual energy into the Lin Luo silk ribbon and swinging it forcefully at Eren's sword intent. A thunderous explosion echoed, and terrifying heavenly and earth spiritual energy surged outward, nearly submerging the entire arena in an instant. Only golden and blue spiritual energy glowed intensely amid the chaos. From their first clash, the battle had become immensely intense. The audience grew increasingly excited as Barney still failed to gain an immediate advantage despite deploying the Lin Luo silk ribbon. Let's go again. This was only the beginning of Eren and Barney's battle. Following their first clash, neither paused. They narrowed their eyes, fully committing their strength to the fight. Barney's speed erupted like a specter, covering great distances and appearing beside Eren in an instant. He swung the blue silk ribbon fiercely. Whoosh whoosh. As the blue silk ribbon swung, an enormous amount of spiritual energy converged around Barney's Lin Luo silk ribbon, amplifying its destructive power to a horrifying degree. It transformed into the most fearsome divine artifact in an instant. Everyone could see that the previous attacks were merely probing moves. Now, Barney was serious. Eren felt immense pressure. With Barney fully committed, he felt as if he were in a perilous situation, facing imminent danger. However, after his rebirth, Eren felt a surge of fiery determination. Even though his opponent's strength far exceeded his own, he had no intention of retreating. Instead, he felt an urge to crush his opponent. He would not stop until he defeated Barney. This resolve likely came from the influence of the sword-breaking divine legacy, making Eren exude a terrifying sword intent, as if he himself had become a precious sword. This newfound determination changed the spiritual energy fluctuations he emitted, becoming significantly more intense. What a terrifying aura! At this moment, sensing the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Eren, Barney couldn't help but reveal an extremely stunned expression in his eyes. Given that he had reached the 6th level of the Golden Core realm, his perception was incredibly acute. The spiritual energy fluctuations Eren was now emitting, purely in terms of intensity, were almost on par with his own. Of course, what left Barney most astonished was the feeling Eren exuded as a whole. This sensation was something he had never encountered before, like he wasn't facing a person but a true god of war. This feeling compelled Barney to devote all his mental power to the battle at hand. Lin Luo dance. Since it was the final stage of the championship, Barney no longer intended to hold back. Infusing countless amounts of spiritual energy into the Lin Luo ribbon in his hand, he unleashed his signature technique. The Lin Luo dance, when performed using the Lin Luo ribbon, possessed terrifying power. It was Barney's ultimate killing move for surpassing his level in combat. But now, he was using the Lin Luo dance against Eren, whose cultivation and realm were far below his, which couldn't help but make him feel a bit dispirited. As the Lin Luo dance unfolded, waves of terrifying spiritual energy spread outwards, enveloping the entire arena in a blue glow. The blue spiritual energy ribbon danced continuously across the platform, as if it had taken dominion over the entire stage. Eren, surrounded by these Lin Luo ribbons, faced unimaginable pressure. He felt that his attacks were being neutralized. Those soft, supple ribbons rendered his flying sword's formidable power useless. At this moment, 4 words flashed through Eren's mind: soft overcoming hard. It seemed that Barney's ribbons somehow counteracted the flying sword. This was why he couldn't fully utilize his advantage. Translation continues to maintain the coherence and style from the previous segments while ensuring it remains fluent and grammatically correct. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as in the original text. Chapter 25. Champion of the Great Contest. However, to put it another way, using softness to overcome hardness is only effective under certain conditions. If the intensity of his attack could far exceed that of the opponent, then these silken fabrics would naturally be unable to withstand it. Break for me. With this thought in mind, Eren felt as if he had found a breakthrough and began channeling the spiritual energy within him into the flying heaven sword in his hand with fervor. As countless streams of spiritual energy poured in, the flying heaven sword shone with a dazzling golden light. From afar, it looked as if what Eren held was not just a weapon but a divine artifact emitting a radiant golden glow. In an instant, all spectators widened their eyes, filled with astonishment. Impossible. What kind of background does this guy have? The power of this weapon looks like it has surpassed the Earth-class level. Could this be a Heaven-class weapon? Do Heaven-class weapons really exist? It can't be. Even if they did, how could they appear in such a small place? Yeah, when did Sangzhou ever have a Heaven-class weapon? At this moment, the audience started murmuring, as they clearly sensed the extraordinary spiritual fluctuations emanating from the weapon in Eren's hands. To be precise, Eren had become the star of the entire arena. For Eren, who was already quite aged, he felt that this was indeed the most glorious moment of his life. So, no matter how one looked at it, he had to win this match. Taking a deep breath, Eren wasted no time, letting out a low shout as he swung the weapon with all his might. As Eren suddenly attacked, a terrifying aura immediately spread outward from him. All cultivators sensing this terrifying spiritual fluctuation opened their eyes wide, not wanting to miss a moment of this competition. They wanted to see who would emerge as the true top cultivator in Sangzhou between Eren and Barney when both went all out. Thinking about witnessing the birth of the winner of this sect's great contest, the spectators naturally felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was a historic moment. What an intense spiritual fluctuation. At that moment, everyone saw the flying heaven sword carrying formidable power charge towards Barney's silk robes, causing Barney's expression to change. Upon closer inspection, one could see the gravity in Barney's eyes. To put it bluntly, he now felt an immense threat from Eren's attack. This feeling made Barney feel rather uneasy. He was overwhelmed with shock. Though he had heard of the minor sect Marcel sect before, it had never been known to produce any great masters in hundreds of years. This sudden emergence of Eren was truly bizarre. But now wasn't the time to ponder these things. Barney could only take a deep breath and pour all his strength into the silk robes, opposing Eren with all his might, striving to defeat him. This battle wasn't just his. He represented the number 1 sect in Sangzhou, Bright Moon sect. Boom. Next, Barney's silk robes kept waving, colliding with Eren's sword repeatedly, each collision sending waves of terrifying energy spreading out. All cultivators of Sangzhou watching this scene felt awestruck. They believed coming here to watch the sect contest was probably the best decision they had ever made in their lives. Suddenly, accompanied by a roar, everyone's attention was drawn to Barney. Barney was enveloped by a blue spiritual energy that gathered around him, forming a blue spiritual armor. The spiritual fluctuations from Barney became terrifying after this armor appeared. I didn't expect you to be so strong, but sadly, there's too much of a gap between our realms. You will inevitably lose to me in this match. Barney suddenly became calm, looking at Eren and speaking slowly. Eren could clearly sense the terrifying spiritual pressure emanating from Barney. It was evident Barney had used some secret technique to boost his power temporarily. Empty talk serves no purpose. Let the results be decided by our actions. Eren didn't say much, merely focusing on channeling as much spiritual energy through his body as possible, trying to reach his optimal fighting state. Regardless of victory or defeat, he had to give it his all. In the next moment, Eren let out a low shout, launching another attack. A golden glow emanated from him, and his flying heaven sword shimmered with rings of golden light, causing the entire stage to be enveloped in golden radiance as spiritual energy fluctuated. If one observed closely, Eren looked like a divine sword deity, exuding an extremely intimidating presence. Yet, despite Eren's terrifying burst of power, Barney was equally undaunted. Encased in the blue spiritual armor, Barney moved swiftly, almost teleporting, charging toward Eren with terrifying momentum. In an instant, Barney stood before Eren. With a wave of his hand, the silk robes unleashed devastating power. Come on then. Facing the fierce attack, Eren did not retreat. He roared and slashed the flying heaven sword loaded with immense energy at the silk robes. Anyone with keen eyes could tell that these two attacks were the most formidable moves the combatants could muster on the stage. The moment these two attacks erupted, the entire stage shook violently, with terrifying waves of spiritual energy sweeping outwards. The impact was unprecedented, even before the attacks collided. Jet watched from a distant hilltop, finding the unfolding situation intriguing. Initially, he thought Eren would likely win the sect contest despite some twists. However, it seemed Sangzhou did have talent, as Bright Moon sect's Barney displayed remarkable abilities. If Barney faced another golden core cultivator, he might be unmatched below that realm. But unfortunately, this time Barney faced Eren, who had integrated the One Sword Break's divinity heritage. Thus, this confrontation was full of uncertainty. Boom! The sound of spiritual explosions echoed, enveloping the entire stage in terrifying spiritual energy as the silk robes clashed with the flying heaven sword, akin to the world's most fearsome attacks. At the moment of collision, Eren felt an overwhelming pressure engulfing him instantly, a surge of energy crashing into his body, as if it sought to shatter him. If one's willpower wasn't strong enough, they would undoubtedly be shattered instantly by such a terrifying attack. But for Eren, even though his body was on the verge of being shattered by the energy impact, he gritted his teeth and firmly held the flying heaven sword in his hand, unwilling to retreat even in the face of potential mortal danger. He tried to push his attack to its limit because he didn't want to lose. He also knew this was his last chance. On the other side, Barney wasn't faring any better. The moment of collision felt like his previously invincible silk robes, enhanced by secret techniques, had slammed into a massive mountain. No matter how much power he exerted, it couldn't take effect. Because the silk robes failed to gain an advantage, Barney felt a tremendous counterforce surge into his body. Before he could react, his body instinctively flew backward due to the shockwave. Spit, a mouthful of blood spewed out as Barney, enveloped in the horrifying aura of spiritual energy, was sent flying off the stage. All spectators opened their eyes wide, utterly astonished by the scene. They hadn't expected Barney to lose. No one had thought Eren could defeat Barney. Even though many believed Barney still had a chance after using his secret technique with the silk robes, this outcome was shocking beyond measure. Is this real? Barney actually lost. I can't believe it. This can't be true. Barney losing? The number one genius of Bright Moon sect lost. What's Eren's background? What about Marcel's sect? The audience erupted into chaos, buzzing with speculation. On the stage, Eren still endured the intense spiritual energy impact, gritting his teeth to remain standing, trying his best to maintain his posture. Despite the overwhelming energy raging within him, threatening to tear him apart, he knew that if he fell now, it would all be over. He couldn't fall. It was precisely because of this formidable willpower that Eren remained standing on the stage. Eren stood there, his figure illuminated by the golden glow of the flying heaven sword. In that moment, he seemed like a god of the sword, exuding an aura that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. Barney, despite his earlier might, had been pushed back by an unyielding force, symbolizing the triumph of determination over sheer power. The crowd watched in stunned silence, their minds racing to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Eren had not only proven his strength but also demonstrated the indomitable spirit that could turn the tide in the most desperate of situations. This was a moment that would be etched in the annals of history for Zhangzhou's martial world. Chapter 26. Reviving the Marcel sect. Before long, when the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations gradually dissipated from the arena, people saw Eren standing on the platform like an immovable war god. The winner of this year's Zhangzhou sect competition is Eren of the Marcel sect. At this moment, the announcer officially declared the result of the match. Outside the arena, Barney slowly got up, still in a daze, looking at Eren who stood there. He found it hard to accept the outcome. While he had anticipated losing, it was difficult to swallow when it actually happened. When the results were announced, the crowd erupted into cheers and screams for the champion. Eren. Marcel sect's Eren. Everyone cheered for Eren. His journey clearly gave these spectators a sense that they had grown alongside him. As time passed, Eren gradually regained his senses. Upon winning the championship, his gaze turned toward the distant mountain peak where Jet watched over him. A smile crept onto his lips, knowing he did his best and did not disappoint the ancestor. Had he failed to win after receiving the divine inheritance and practicing the ancient sword techniques, he would have been too ashamed to face Jet. Soon came the awards ceremony. When the announcer handed over the prize to Eren, he asked, "We haven't heard of the Marcel sect until today. However, you have won this year's competition as the sect leader of the Marcel sect. Do you have any words for everyone?" Eren took a deep breath and calmly replied, "There's a reason I can win this year's competition." Upon hearing this, not only the announcer but also all the spectators turned their attention to him, eyes wide open, eagerly awaiting his words. Continuing, Eren said, "You may know that I was merely at the soul transformation stage not long ago. My strength has increased so rapidly because our Marcel sect discovered a treasure trove recently. In the future, anyone who joins our sect will experience a similar rapid increase in strength." This statement immediately stirred uproar among the audience. All the cultivators showed disbelief. The Marcel sect discovered a treasure trove? It could boost strength rapidly? Such things seemed unimaginable to them. Eren made this claim as per Jet's instructions. Originally, participating in the competition was aimed at winning the championship to expand recruitment. With the championship secured, Jet wanted to quickly revitalize the Marcel sect. Re-establishing the Marcel sect as the top sect in Zhangzhou within a month wasn't easy, but both Jet and Eren were confident. Rapid strength growth was too tempting to refuse. Especially knowing Eren's previous cultivation level, an ordinary soul transformation cultivator boosting to gold core was indeed astonishing. Immediately, many cultivators expressed their willingness to join the Marcel sect to verify this claim. After the competition ended, all aspiring members followed Eren swiftly flying towards the distant sky. Roughly more than 300 cultivators joined him, a scenario Eren could barely imagine before. But now, what was once unimaginable had become reality. On the mountain, Jet watched the cultivators gathering into a formidable formation marching off into the distance, filled with newfound pride. Having returned to the Marcel sect after 10,000 years, he felt an unprecedented connection. "Zhangzhou, this is where I start my dominance," Jet proclaimed inwardly and then vanished in a flash. News of the Marcel sect's victory spread quickly throughout Zhangzhou. All interested cultivators rushed to investigate the Marcel sect. Under Jet's meticulous arrangement, the Marcel sect transformed. He set up a cavern filled with abundant natural treasures for those willing to join the sect. Cultivators could train inside for one day, enhancing their cultivation significantly. Even items placed in the cave by Jet were earth grade or higher. Thus, most cultivators could achieve considerable improvement unless they had exceptionally poor aptitude. Even earth grade treasures required tremendous effort to assimilate. After setting everything up, more cultivators flocked to the Marcel sect. After experiencing substantial growth within the Marcel sect's cavern, they spread the news, making it known throughout Zhangzhou that joining the Marcel sect could change one's destiny dramatically. Soon, everyone knew about the vast resources available in the Marcel sect, leading to overwhelming interest and nearly breaking its gates down. Jet and Eren were delighted by the bustling scene. Meanwhile, other forces in Zhangzhou witnessed a steady outflow of talents while watching the rapid rise of the Marcel sect. Within half a month, the Marcel sect became the #1 sect in Zhangzhou due to its abundant resources, which ensured significant improvement in cultivation for anyone joining the sect. One day, atop a mountain peak in the back region of the Marcel sect, Jet sat cross-legged when a familiar system notification sounded in his ears. "Ding, congratulations, host has successfully completed the task. The Marcel sect has become the top sect in Zhangzhou. achieving 5th level heaven-breaking realm. Hearing this, Jet felt it was the most beautiful sound in the world. Moments later, with his power breaking through to the 5th level heaven-breaking, a warm sensation swept through him. Slightly clenching his fists, he felt terrifying energy coursing through his body, ready to crush mountains and rivers at will. Following this notification, another one appeared promptly. Ding, congratulations, host has triggered a new mission. Establish the Marcel sect's reputation across the Hongwu Empire, making it the top sect there. This task will be divided into multiple stages, with the first stage appearing in 3 days. Total mission duration, 3 months. Initially, Jet was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the new task. What? Directly becoming the top sect in the Hongwu Empire? This leap from Zhangzhou to the entire empire took Jet by surprise at first, but upon closer reflection, he found peace with it. Given the current strength of the Marcel sect in Zhangzhou, it indeed had the capital to advance into the Hongwu Empire. With the help of abundant natural treasures, most of the cultivators in the Marcel sect had reached the true essence realm, and many were even at the gold core stage. Such power would make them a formidable force even within the Hongwu Empire. Compared to the previous number 1 sect in Zhangzhou, Mingyue sect, the current Marcel sect was on a completely different level. Even some of the outstanding Mingyue sect cultivators who performed brilliantly during the sect competition chose to join the Marcel sect, including Barney, who was once hailed as the top genius of Zhangzhou. Barney joining the Marcel sect greatly pleased Jet, leading him to directly promote Barney to deputy sect leader. It's worth mentioning that only after the Marcel sect grew did its cultivators learn of Jet's existence and understand why the sect underwent such significant changes. They now revered this terrifying ancestor who had made all of this possible. Jet didn't interfere much with the Marcel sect's affairs, but his portrait, enshrined as an honored ancestor, naturally became a symbol of respect for all the sect's members. The new mission has appeared, and it's limited to 3 months. The system is still so demanding, Jet mused, then shifted his gaze toward the distant horizon, specifically in the direction of the neighboring country, the Yao Empire. There, he had enemies. Jet narrowed his eyes slightly, clenching his fists as he said slowly, before advancing into the Hongwu Empire, I need to settle my own matters first. Whoosh! As he finished speaking, Jet pushed off the ground, his speed bursting forth like a terrifying meteor before vanishing from sight. He had a personal vendetta with Gwillem, the strongest cultivator in the Yao Empire. Previously, because his strength was stuck at the 1st level heaven-breaking realm, he couldn't break through and could only take a beating from Gwillem. But now, with his strength significantly improved, it was time for revenge. Translation provided adheres to your specified guidelines. The original tone, style, character names, and storyline continuity are maintained while ensuring fluency and correctness in English. Chapter 27. The Timing for Revenge. In the Yao Empire, bordering the Hongwu Empire, lies a desolate mountain range. Due to its remote location, this place often becomes a site for strong individuals to spar or engage in deadly battles, as it does not attract much attention. On this day, Jet sped up, and within moments arrived at this mountainous region. He had an arrangement with Gwillem from the Yao Empire. If he wished to find Gwillem, he only needed to come here and activate the scroll given to him by Gwillem. Once activated, Gwillem would sense it and come to meet him. This is the place, Jet murmured, his eyes half closed as he surveyed the area. It matched what he had expected. Without hesitation, he took out a light blue scroll from his storage bag and threw it into the air. Boom! Immediately, Jet sent a burst of spiritual energy towards the scroll. As the energy entered the scroll, it began to tremble, followed by a strange energy spreading out into the surrounding space. Soon, Jet sensed a terrifying aura rapidly approaching from the distant sky, a familiar presence he had battled several times over the past few millennia, always ending in his defeat. Haha, who could it be? Ah, it's Jet from the Hongwu Empire. Have you still not had enough? With a maniacal laugh, a figure swiftly approached. Upon closer inspection, it was a young man dressed in a golden robe and wearing a golden crown, emitting a terrifying aura. His lips curled into a mocking smile as he looked down upon Jet with disdain. This man was Gwillem, the Yao Empire's strongest warrior, who had already reached the 5th stage of Skybreaker cultivation. Seeing this familiar figure, memories of their past enmity flooded Jet's mind. A cold smile appeared on his face as he declared, Indeed, but it's a pity that I've come here to exact my revenge. Without waiting for a response, Jet immediately dashed forward with incredible speed. Hatred flared within him as he faced his longtime enemy. All control seemed to abandon him as fury surged uncontrollably. It must be noted that Jet's cultivation had now reached the 5th stage of Skybreaker. His sudden attack was unbelievably swift, covering immense distances in an instant before reaching Gwillem. In his hand, Jet brandished a terrifying longsword glowing with icy blue spiritual light, striking with overwhelming power towards Gwillem. This sword, known as Frost Sword, was no ordinary weapon but a divine-level dual-patterned weapon. As Jet unleashed his attack, countless terrifying spiritual energies condensed from the surroundings, transforming into sheets of ice that enveloped Gwillem. The sky darkened suddenly as if this energy could alter the world itself. Feeling the formidable power behind Jet's attack, Gwillem's eyes widened in shock. Compared to their last encounter, Jet had undergone tremendous changes, significantly enhancing his strength and combat prowess. Haha, so you finally dared to face me after all these years because your strength has increased. But if you think advancing a few stages can match me, you're underestimating me greatly. Rumble. Roaring furiously, Gwillem revealed a colossal hammer encased in black, spiritual energy. The appearance of this hammer dimmed the sun and moon, while thunder rumbled ominously overhead as if it could shatter the heavens. Without retreating, Gwillem roared and swung the hammer forcefully at Jet. Bang! The hammer collided with Jet's frost sword, resulting in an explosive impact that sent waves of powerful spiritual energy surging outward. Nearby mountains crumbled instantly from the sheer force. If any other cultivators were present, they might have dropped their jaws in awe. This was a battle fit for deities. In small empires like the Hongwu and Yao empires, cultivators reaching the turning essence stage were already considered peak existences. Therefore, the Skybreaker realm was akin to divine existence within such realms. Given the different environmental conditions of each empire, a Skybreaker could easily be seen as a god in the Hongwu and Yao empires. After the collision, perhaps sensing the pressure Jet brought, Gwillem proposed, "You've indeed become stronger than I thought, but fighting here is not very exciting. If you dare, will you join me in the Life-Death Sea?" Upon hearing this, Jet first frowned, then relaxed, smiling. Life-Death Sea, a fine suggestion. Indeed, it's a suitable place for your demise. The Life-Death Sea, separate from both empires, is a unique area where entering cultivators automatically sign a life-death pact, engaging in a battle to the death until one party emerges victorious. Most terrifyingly, the Life-Death Sea functions as an arena, where battles can be witnessed by cultivators from other empires, making it a place for only the most determined of enemies. Jet and Gwillem's animosity had long reached mortal enemy levels, so there was no hesitation. They agreed and sped towards the Life-Death Sea. The Life-Death Sea was not far away. Within the span of incense burning, they arrived. Although called a sea, it was actually a vast circular lake whose depth was unknown, thus earning its name. At the edge of the Life-Death Sea, they saw many cultivators gathering, mostly spectators. Battles here were truly life and death struggles, offering valuable insights for viewers. Interestingly, the Life-Death Sea connected many empires, so the gathered cultivators were all at least at the turning essence stage, with many at the Skybreaker stage. In the thousands of years Jet had traveled, he had encountered countless experts, even beyond the Skybreaker and Void Traverser realms. Thus, he understood well that beyond the mountains lie higher mountains, and the world never lacked for talent. The Hongwu and Yao empires were small among the 3,000 empires, where the peak was only Skybreaker. Knowing this, Jet realized he still had a long way to go to become the strongest on the continent. Their arrival drew significant attention, especially since most battles here were between turning essence cultivators, with rare Skybreaker confrontations, let alone two at the 5th stage. Let's go. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and style, ensuring a natural, fluent English rendition free of grammatical errors. The storyline and logic are coherent with previous content. Without any intention to pause, Jet and Gwillem directly entered the Life-Death Sea under the astonished gazes of the other cultivators. The moment they entered the Life-Death Sea, Jet felt himself enveloped by a peculiar energy, which cut off his perception of the outside world. All that remained was the Life-Death Sea and his opponent, Gwillem. He believed that Gwillem must be experiencing the same phenomenon. The mysteries of the Life-Death Sea were indeed extraordinary. This time, it truly ends with one of us dead. Jet, you are as good as dead. 10,000 years ago, when you dared to offend me, you sealed your fate to die at my hands today. With a roar of fury, Gwillem immediately unleashed his speed, charging towards Jet. In an instant, the distance between them seemed meaningless. In the blink of an eye, Gwillem appeared before Jet. With a swift motion, a terrifying black giant hammer materialized in Gwillem's hand, and it hurtled towards Jet with fearsome momentum. Whirl, whirl, whirl. Even before the attack hit its target, the sheer power generated from this explosive strike was already immensely terrifying. Just a glance would send shivers down one's spine. Outside the Life-Death Sea, all the onlookers watched this scene with curious and serious expressions. They were eager to witness just how terrifying the battle would be between two cultivators at the 5th stage of Skybreaker. Gwillem's opening move was exceedingly powerful. If it were a regular cultivator facing such an attack, they would have no chance of withstanding it head-on. The power behind this giant hammer was simply too overwhelming. Below the 5th stage of Skybreaker, no cultivator could possibly block it. But Jet showed no signs of retreating. He let out a low shout and began to circulate his spiritual energy within his body. Chapter 28. The Life and Death Sea displays its might. An endless stream of spiritual energy poured into the frost sword in Jet's hand, immediately causing it to emit a terrifying blue glow. From a distance, the frost sword now looked like a divine artifact. Even just a glance at it revealed its formidable spiritual power. Perfect timing. In the next moment, as the opponent's massive black hammer neared him, Jet wasted no time and swung the frost sword fiercely. Rumble. Jet's frost sword, carrying a terrifying divine force, collided with Gwillem's weapon. For a moment, a deafening roar filled the air, sending powerful ripples of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy spiraling outward. It was as if all the spiritual energy in the universe had converged on this point of impact, unleashing an unimaginable level of power. The frost sword was a dual-engraved divine weapon, and Gwillem's black hammer was similarly a dual-engraved divine weapon. Weapons of this caliber were considered top tier within the heaven-breaking realm. Both parties were now wielding their full might with 5th-level heaven-breaking cultivation, unleashing far greater power than usual. At the instant his weapon clashed with the giant hammer, Jet felt a surge of dread. The intense energy radiated from the collision point, with a large portion penetrating Jet's body, threatening to tear him apart. When heaven-breaking realm experts clashed, sometimes a single move could reveal the gap between them. Interestingly, from the power displayed in their first clash, it was clear that Jet and Gwillem were evenly matched. This made for a riveting spectacle. After the initial clash, neither Jet nor Gwillem paused. Both were furiously channeling internal spiritual energy, surrounded by countless currents of it. Jet shone with a faint golden glow, looking like a war god, while Gwillem was enveloped in a circle of black, spiritual armor, visibly boosting his combat power. I never expected you to have improved so much, but today, you must die. Gwillem let out a chilling laugh, continuing his assault without pause. His black spiritual aura flared up, and his black hammer swept towards Jet with earth-shattering force. If any cultivators from the Hongwu or Zhao Empire saw this battle, they would be utterly astonished. The scale of the fight surpassed what ordinary cultivators could imagine. Jet felt immense pressure from Gwillem's attack, as if facing a monstrous entity capable of destroying the world. At this moment, Gwillem seemed transformed into a fearsome beast. It all depends on you, Frost Sword. Jet remained relatively calm, taking a deep breath and focusing entirely on the Frost Sword. This weapon, his most formidable tool and source of confidence, possessed not only divine power but also the formidable Ice Frost force. When used skillfully, it could often turn the tide in battles. Jet owed his survival in previous encounters, where he was far weaker in cultivation, to the Frost Sword. Now, with his cultivation matching, it was time for the Frost Sword to truly shine. Frost Sword Technique, Ice Break. As Gwillem's hammer drew closer, Jet remained unperturbed. He calmly unleashed his first hidden move. Ice Break was an instantaneous burst technique he could perform using the Frost Sword, known for its unimaginable power. Rumble. Spiritual energy poured into the Frost Sword, and a terrifying wave of Ice Frost Sword intent surged forth, tearing through the sky towards Gwillem's hammer. Ice Break had saved Jet countless times, so even against Gwillem's formidable hammer, Jet was confident. The two forces collided in a cacophony of spiritual energy, creating a tumultuous disturbance. Spectators began murmuring. These two are true masters. Despite being only 5th level heaven breaking, their combat power is beyond extreme. Yeah, in terms of combat strength, they might as well be 7th level heaven breaking of our empire. I wonder which empires they're from, and what brought them here to settle this life and death duel. The spectators were curious because most battles here involved lower realm cultivators. Encounters at the heaven breaking level were rare, especially ones involving such powerful figures. They were both the top warriors of their respective empires, and settling a life or death duel here was indeed a significant event. Spit. As Jet's ice break erupted, Gwillem instantly felt a crushing wave of energy. Unable to withstand it, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Gwillem couldn't believe that his proud attack had been nullified by Jet. No, how is this possible? Jet wouldn't miss this opportunity. The ice break gave him an advantage, and he capitalized on it, channeling all his spiritual energy into another powerful strike. Moving at incredible speed, Jet became a terrifying meteor, covering vast distances in an instant to reach Gwillem. Spiritual energy surged into the Frost Sword. Your end is death. Jet roared and unleashed the full potential of his attack. Boom. Another wave of sword intent erupted from Jet's Frost Sword, engulfing Gwillem in overwhelming power. His breathing became erratic as he marveled at the power. How terrifying. What have you been through? Gwillem regretted his recklessness. If he had known about Jet's strength earlier, he would never have dared challenge him to a life or death duel. Rumble. However, Gwillem had no time to regret now, as Jet's attack was already hurtling towards him with terrifying might, striking him directly under his utterly shocked and disbelieving gaze. Gwillem couldn't withstand this formidable power and let out a piercing scream before being sent flying far away. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, countless black spiritual vines abruptly emerged from the life and death sea below. These vines, appearing like tentacles, continuously converged on Gwillem. Before Gwillem could recover from his shock, he found himself completely enveloped by these vines. Breathing became labored. Gwillem clearly felt his strength rapidly fading. No, don't. I can't die. Gwillem realized he had lost to Jet. According to the terrifying nature of the life and death sea, he would be directly consumed by it. Realizing this, Gwillem nearly went mad, but sadly, no matter how frenzied he became, it made no difference. The terrifying energy from the life and death sea completely engulfed him in his state of extreme fear. Compared to Gwillem's predicament, Jet faced a different situation altogether. After defeating Gwillem, Jet distinctly sensed that a window had appeared within the previously impenetrable life and death sea, connecting to the outside world. With a thought, he discovered he could leave the life and death sea through this window. Phew, it's over. Taking a deep breath, Jet didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately utilized his speed, exiting the life and death sea through the window. Outside the life and death sea, Jet noticed the surrounding cultivators staring at him in disbelief, as if they were seeing a monster. The battle between him and Gwillem must have left a profound impression on them. Jet shook his head, not lingering any further, and sped off towards the distant Hongwu Empire. Chapter 29. Target, the first sect of the Hongwu Empire. On this continent, he would eventually become the strongest. He would step into every empire, and Gwillem of the Yaohui Empire was merely the beginning of his path to dominance. As long as Jet harbored dreams and ambitions in his heart, he believed he would one day achieve his aspirations. What Jet didn't know was that his battle with Gwillem had been directly referred to by people from other empires as the Ice and Thunder Battle. The Ice and Thunder Battle within the Sea of Life and Death also spread throughout the other empires, drawing attention from the strong figures within those empires towards him. This Jet from the small Hongwu Empire instilled a sense of crisis in them. Speaking of Jet, after defeating Gwillem and releasing the millennia-old grudge in his heart, he returned to Marcel's sect within the Hongwu Empire. Upon arriving at Marcel's sect, Jet found that after Aaron's efforts, the sect was now flourishing and prospering. Marcel's sect had already become the top sect in Sangzhou, and Jet's next task was to develop Marcel's sect into the #1 sect of the Hongwu Empire. This task seemed extremely difficult to accomplish, but in reality, with Jet's capabilities, he felt it wouldn't be a problem. Jet first gathered information about the major forces in the current Hongwu Empire. After reviewing it, he couldn't help but show a confident smile. The strongest sect in the present-day Hongwu Empire was Baoshan sect, and the strength of Baoshan sect had its cultivation level, reaching up to the 7th level of xiuxian. Most of the cultivators in the main branch were at the Jindan realm. If we looked purely from the Jindan realm strength, Marcel's sect wasn't too far off, but what they lacked was mainly the number of cultivators. Baoshan sect had flourished for 10,000 years in the Hongwu Empire and was now the top sect with tens of thousands of disciples, all of whom were elite disciples. The power of the sect was undeniable. In comparison, although Marcel's sect's development speed was very fast, it only had about 6,000 cultivators in total, and only half of them had reached the Jindan realm. None had reached the xuanhuan realm. On paper, The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. If other cultivators heard that Marcel's sect needed to surpass Baoshan's sect in a short period of time, they would probably think it was a joke because it was simply an impossible task. Frankly speaking, once a sect reached a certain scale, further development often became difficult even for a slight improvement in cultivation, let alone a qualitative change. Therefore, when Jet announced the goal of becoming the top sect of the Hongwu Empire in 3 months, the entire Marcel sect was boiling with excitement. All the disciples were in a state of fervor, who would have thought that their patriarch's appearance was to bring Marcel's sect to prominence immediately, with the direct goal being the top sect position in the Hongwu Empire. The shock was not limited to Marcel's sect but extended to the whole of Zhangzhou. When all forces in Zhangzhou heard Marcel's sect's goal, none failed to be shocked. Discovering that Marcel's sect's cultivator strength could rapidly improve, more cultivators from other forces joined Marcel's sect. For a while, all other forces in Zhangzhou faced a highly embarrassing problem: personnel loss. Practically everyone with a choice would leave their sect and choose to join Marcel's sect. Under such circumstances, the number of cultivators in Marcel's sect rapidly increased. Within a month, the number broke through the 10,000 mark. At this point, Marcel's sect was virtually the dominant force in Zhangzhou, unchallenged by any other combined forces. Under these conditions, the prestige of Marcel's sect also rapidly rose. Whoever heard the name Marcel's sect would feel a surge of adrenaline, as Marcel's sect was almost like a miracle in Zhangzhou. Just a few months ago, almost no one had heard of Marcel's sect, or if it existed, nobody paid much attention to it. But now, Marcel's sect had become a household name in Zhangzhou, all thanks to Jet's creation. Time passed quickly, and soon 2 months had gone by. After 2 months of rapid development, the number of cultivators in Marcel's sect exceeded 20,000, with more than half reaching the Jindan realm. Some had even advanced to the xuanhuan realm. For example, Aaron, Barney, and several other geniuses had broken through to the xuanhuan realm after Jet bestowed them with heaven-grade bone qualities. Seeing that the deadline for the task was approaching, Jet decided to proceed towards the Hongwu Empire. The capital of the Hongwu Empire will host the Imperial Domination Competition in a few days. All sects in the Hongwu Empire will send experts to participate. We, Marcel's sect, must seize this opportunity to build our reputation and let them know who the true number 1 sect in the Hongwu Empire is. Before departure, Jet had already built up the atmosphere within Marcel's sect, where all cultivators were ready to fight for the future of the sect, willing to risk their lives. Under these circumstances, Jet formed a 7-member team according to the rules of the Imperial Domination Competition, bringing along a large number of core disciples to head to the Hongwu Empire capital. The Imperial Domination Competition is a large competitive event held every 100 years in the Hongwu Empire. Renowned sects from across the empire would come to participate as it served as a platform to showcase their strength. The older sects naturally saw it as a way to defend their reputation, while new powers aimed to establish themselves. Depart. At the Marcel sect plaza, Jet's gaze swept over the 7 people before him and nodded with a smile. These 7 were all top geniuses he had selected, the weakest being at the 2nd level of xiuxian, while Aaron had broken through to the 5th level. With their current strength, Jet was quite confident in their ability to compete in the Imperial Domination Competition. From any perspective, as long as they performed normally, entering the top 3 shouldn't be difficult, and with effort, winning the championship might not be impossible. Whoosh! Jet summoned with a wave of his hand, causing a totem to fly out from his storage bag. The red totem danced in the wind, instantly emitting terrifying energy fluctuations as it spread outwards. Even just a glance revealed that this totem was no ordinary object. With a gentle breath from Jet, the totem grew rapidly, soon accommodating hundreds of people. Jet led the 7-member team and 200 elites to set off directly. As the totem soared through the wind, leading the way, every cultivator in Marcel's sect was filled with zeal. They could imagine the scene when Marcel's sect became the top sect in the Hongwu Empire. They fought for the future of Marcel's sect. Just thinking about it gave them immense strength from within. The totem's speed was incredibly fast. Despite the considerable distance from Zhangzhou to the Hongwu Empire capital, they arrived at their destination within half a day. Upon reaching the capital, seeing the bustling buildings around them, these cultivators from small places expressed awe. It felt like country folks entering the city. They appeared to find everything fascinating. We're here. Without lingering in the capital, the totem sped straight towards Lingtian Square, where the Imperial Domination Competition was held. In no time, they arrived at Lingtian Square. When the group from Marcel's sect arrived, many cultivators had already gathered here. It must be said that the Lingtian Square was truly enormous in scale. Even with tens of thousands of people gathered, there was still ample space left. It indeed made for an excellent venue for competitions. Moreover, with just a cursory glance around, Jet could see numerous intricate details about this square. Various formations arranged using spirit stones ensured the supplementation of spiritual energy during the competition, and many other nuances far surpassed what could be found in Zhangzhou. In short, the imperial capital was, after all, the imperial capital, surpassing others in every aspect. As the strongest force within the imperial capital and the first sect of the Hongwu Empire, Bao Shun's sect's cultivation strength was naturally formidable and unimaginable. Based on the information Jet had obtained previously, he knew that coming to Lingtian Square was merely for gathering. The upcoming competition would be divided into several stages, making this imperial domination competition highly interesting. Aaron and the other cultivators from Marcel sect occasionally cast their gazes towards the cultivators from other sects. Unlike Zhangzhou, the cultivators here were significantly more powerful. Most were at least at the Jindan realm. Cultivators at the xuanhuan realm, which were rare in Zhangzhou, were not uncommon here. Under such circumstances, they felt an upsurge of countless heroic aspirations. After all, their goal was to become the first sect of the Hongwu Empire, supplanting Bao Shun's sect as the top sect. This objective alone was enough to stir anyone's fighting spirit. Over there seems to be the Bao Shun sect team, someone murmured, and all eyes from Marcel's sect turned in that direction. They immediately noticed a group of cultivators clad uniformly in golden yellow robes not far away. Each one exuded powerful auras. It appeared they were accustomed to being high and mighty, with an air of superiority etched on their faces. However, as the top sect of the Hongwu Empire, Bao Shun's sect's strength was undeniable. There were dozens of cultivators at the xuanhuan realm alone, a feat that other sects in the Hongwu Empire could only look up to. Chapter 30. The Hongwu Jungle. Based purely on the strength displayed, Burst Deity Sect truly deserved its title as the top sect of the Hongwu Empire. However, despite the formidable power of their opponents, the Marcel sect remained brimming with confidence. This was partly due to Jet's encouragement and partly because they had grown increasingly resilient in their pursuit of self-transcendence. Welcome everyone to this year's Hongwu Empire tournament. Soon after most participants had gathered, the tournament officially commenced. Before the matches began, there was an opening ceremony where various powerful sects took turns performing on stage, showcasing their sect's unique skills, leaving the audience awestruck. After the opening ceremony, the tournament entered its first phase. I believe all are familiar with the rules of this tournament. There are 3 phases in total. In the first phase, 600 sects from the Hongwu Empire will each send a team of 7 into the northern Hongwu jungle for a 3-day survival challenge. Teams need to hunt down beasts of transcendent origin realm or higher within the jungle. The stronger the beast, the more points they earn. At the end of the period, teams will be ranked based on the quantity and quality of beast cores they acquire. Only those ranking within the top 100 will advance to the second phase. In fact, the rules were already well understood by most major sects before the competition began. The MC was merely reiterating them. Hence, most sect members didn't react much. They only became slightly more solemn. After all, with only about 20% advancing, it would be challenging. The arrangement of the tournament made sense, considering the Hongwu Empire had 600 sections. Without such stages of elimination, the skill levels among competitors would vary too widely, greatly diminishing the contest's appeal. Enough talk. I hereby declare the official start of the tournament. All participating teams, head immediately to the northern Hongwu jungle. With the MC's command, each 7-member team sped off like swift gusts toward the north. The Hongwu jungle wasn't far from the square. At the speed of these cultivators, it took no more than half an hour to reach. However, the Hongwu jungle was not an easy place. It was considered a forbidden zone in the hearts of Hongwu people due to the large number of powerful beasts residing there. Even outside the jungle, golden core beasts were common, while deeper inside, transcendent origin beasts could be found. For ordinary citizens of the Hongwu Empire, it was a place they dared not step into. However, these elite teams from various sects were different. Most had experts who could break through to the transcendent origin realm. Entering the Hongwu jungle wouldn't pose much danger unless they ventured too deep. Legend spoke of terrifying beasts reaching the heaven-breaking realm at the deepest part of the jungle, though the veracity of this legend remained unverified. Watching Eren lead his team away, Jet couldn't help but smile, full of confidence in the team he had created. Each member had heavenly-grade bone roots and cultivation techniques, which were considered top-notch in the Hongwu Empire. On this continent, treasure grades were typically divided into 4 ranks: Earth, Heaven, Mystic, and Yellow. Beyond heavenly grade lay divine treasures, which were further classified from 1 to 9 based on the number of divine runes they possessed. The more runes, the more powerful the item. Jet knew that even beyond divine grade treasures, there were superior artifacts, but given his current level, he had yet to learn more about them. Despite defeating Gwillem from the Yao Empire, Jet didn't feel relieved. His experience in the Sea of Life and Death made him realize how insignificant the Hongwu and Yao empires were on the grand scale of the continent. Beyond the empire borders, powerful cultivators were everywhere. Note: I have maintained the consistency by keeping Yao Empire instead of using Yao Empire, Yao. This ensures that the text reads naturally in English without including Chinese characters. Moreover, after killing Gwillem, Jet felt as if a divine soul had attached itself to him. But whenever he focused on checking his status, he found no trace of this soul. He could only subconsciously attribute it to his own illusion. Phew. He shook off his thoughts and refocused on his team. These 7 individuals were crucial to Marcel's sect's hopes of winning the tournament, directly affecting his ability to further enhance his cultivation. Time passed quickly. Half an hour later, the many cultivators who had been at Lingtian Square arrived at the Hongwu jungle. They were all eager, a mix of excitement and nervousness evident on their faces. Clearly, it was their first time participating in the Imperial tournament, wishing to bring glory to their respective sects. Upon entering the jungle, Eren's team immediately detected several golden core beasts. However, the competition required them to hunt transcendent origin beasts, so they ignored the golden core ones and headed deeper into the jungle. Even teams composed of golden core cultivators wouldn't bother with golden core beasts. Their focus was on hunting transcendent origin beasts using their combined strength. Crucially, golden core beasts wouldn't count towards the initial rankings. To outshine other sects, teams needed to hunt transcendent origin beasts and accumulate enough points. There's movement ahead. Eren abruptly stopped, causing the others to halt as well. His brows furrowed in concentration, detecting a transcendent origin beast in a nearby clearing. This beast emitted an overwhelmingly powerful aura, radiating a crushing might even from afar. It was a 5th-rank transcendent origin creature, matching Eren's highest level. It was a massive rhino enveloped in black, spiritual energy, leaving a profound impression at first glance. Its horn glowed ominously under the light. Without hesitation, Eren shouted, "Brothers, let the hunt begin." He sped forward like a meteor, covering vast distances instantly, arriving before the rhino. Infusing immense spiritual energy into his flying heaven sword, he struck fiercely at the black rhino. As Eren launched his attack, the rhino had already noticed him. Before Eren's strike could land, the rhino let out an earth-shattering roar, and a circle of black, spiritual energy flames suddenly erupted around its body. In the next moment, it unleashed its speed, its massive form charging straight at Eren from the front. At this moment, Eren's attack had already unfolded. The flying heaven sword was enveloped in terrifying spiritual energy, its golden light making it seem like a divine blade. Boom! In the next instant, the flying heaven sword collided with the rhino's attack, carrying immense power. A deafening explosion echoed, and waves of powerful spiritual energy spread outwards from the point of impact like ripples from a bomb blast. This shockwave left the other members of the Marcel sect team awestruck. Even though they were well aware of Aaron's strength, witnessing his full power still left them amazed by the sheer might he displayed. The power of 5th-rank Transcendent Origin was indeed formidable. However, this was just the beginning of Aaron's battle with the Black Rhino. Following the initial clash, Aaron felt a terrifying force surge into his body, wreaking havoc within as if trying to consume him entirely. But with a stifled grunt, he swiftly circulated his spiritual energy, subduing the sensation. Simultaneously, more spiritual energy converged into the flying heaven sword, and he swung it fiercely at the Black Rhino once again. Whistle. The heavenly grade weapon, the flying heaven sword, now fully activated, emitted a brilliant aura of spiritual energy, radiating an intimidating presence that seemed to make it the most fearsome divine artifact in the world at that moment. The Black Rhino, too, could sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from Aaron, especially from the flying heaven sword. A heavenly grade weapon exerted a supreme level of suppression over opponents in the Transcendent Origin realm. Chapter 31. Deeper into the jungle. The attack had yet to come, but the burst of power was already terrifying. It seemed as though this single sword strike could shatter the heavens and the earth. The head's strength is simply too exaggerated. Yes, in just a few short months, he has reached the 5th level of transmutation, which is indeed terrifying. Ha ha ha, all thanks to our Aiden's training. As long as the Aiden is here, our cultivation will be improved sooner or later. Seeing Aaron's combat strength, everyone in the team exchanged glances, each one displaying their shock. Discussion began to spread among them. In the face of this terrifying sword strike, the Black Rhinoceros at the 5th level of transmutation clearly sensed danger. Without hesitation, it immediately increased its speed, escaping towards the distance. Its eyes reflected fear as if encountering something absolutely terrifying. However, even with its rapid burst of speed, it was still significantly slower compared to Aaron's attack speed. In an instant, Aaron's attack struck the Black Rhinoceros. Boom. Struck directly, the Black Rhinoceros couldn't withstand the sudden explosion of power and was hurled backward. What a good opportunity. Aaron naturally wouldn't miss such a perfect chance to attack. He shouted and followed up with his full speed. In no time, Aaron was right behind the neck of the Black Rhinoceros. He waved his hand, unleashing a formidable energy, and the flying sword sliced through the neck of the Black Rhinoceros in a domineering manner. Poof! Blood spewed out. Although the Black Rhinoceros was at the 5th level of transmutation, it couldn't last 2 rounds against Aaron, who had equivalent cultivation and strength. This outcome was primarily due to Aaron's many advantages: the sword-breaking god legacy, ancient sword techniques, and the heavenly level weapon flying sword. Combined, these enhancements made him extraordinarily powerful. Even if Aaron were merely a newly transmuted cultivator, these boosts would allow him to exhibit formidable strength. After slaying the Black Rhinoceros, Aaron quickly extracted its demon core. The core from a 5th level transmutation beast, capable of converting into a large number of points, gave Aaron a surge of confidence. This was his first time killing a transmutation level beast. Not long ago, he was still at the spirit transformation stage, where even a golden core beast was beyond his reach. But now, looking back, he had the strength to defeat a transmutation level beast. All of this was because of Jet. Jet had become more than a god in Aaron's heart. Indeed, not just Aaron but every disciple of the Marcel sect revered Jet, viewing him as a deity transcending heaven. Due to Jet's presence, they were confident despite targeting the top sect of the Hongwu Empire. The death of this 5th level Black Rhinoceros marked the beginning of their hunting session. Without delay, after slaying the Black Rhinoceros, the Marcel sect team continued deeper into the Hongwu jungle. The competition only lasted 3 days, ranking based on accumulated points afterward. Failing to place in the top 100 meant disqualification from subsequent rounds. For the Marcel sect, aspiring to become the top sect of the Hongwu Empire, their performance in the first phase should not be poor. Hence, everyone was determined to do their best for a good score. Time passed swiftly, with 2 days of hunting over, leaving only 1 day left in the first phase of the Hongwu Empire tournament. After 2 days of effort, the Marcel sect team had killed over 30 transmutation level beasts, with the highest at the 7th level. They were quite satisfied with this achievement, given the scarcity of transmutation level beasts in the Hongwu jungle. Their goal for the remaining day was 50 beasts, driving them to hunt even harder. To target higher level beasts, they ventured deeper into the jungle unconsciously. From afar atop a mountain, Jet observed the progress of the tournament, feeling concerned seeing the Marcel sect team delving so deep into the jungle. Peak transmutation beasts might lurk within, but he had warned about heaven-breaking beasts. Later that afternoon, the Marcel sect team arrived near a waterfall. They halted as they all felt intense spiritual fluctuations emanating from the water below the waterfall. There's something inside? Aaron sensed the disturbance immediately, channeling his spirit energy to maximize perception to discern what lay within the pool. Yet, Aaron found it terrifying that even at peak perception, he couldn't detect anything within the pool. It was as if an invisible net shielded the pool, blocking any intruding consciousness. Others in the team noticed the same anomaly but could only quietly observe. Splash! Suddenly, violent spiritual disturbances came from the surface of the pond, and out emerged a massive green serpent. What powerful spiritual fluctuations! As the green serpent surged out, an overwhelming spiritual pressure radiated, stunning the 7 Marcel sect members. Judging by the fluctuations, this serpent was undoubtedly at peak transmutation, their first encounter with such a high-level beast. Previously, the strongest was 7th level, which required considerable effort to subdue. Confronting a peak transmutation beast now, Aaron rapidly weighed options: fight or retreat. An aggressive engagement risked failure. Yet capturing this high-level beast core could secure their championship in the first phase. Observing closely, Aaron noted several injuries on the serpent, and upon closer sensing, detected unstable aura, likely from a recent battle not yet healed. Realizing this, Eren changed his mind. Brothers, let's take down this big fellow. The championship is ours. With that, Eren commanded, accelerating towards the green serpent head-on. His speed exploded, reaching the serpent almost instantly, as his spirit energy rushed into the flying sword. As countless streams of spirit energy were continuously infused, the flying sword radiated a brilliant wave of spirit energy. In the next moment, Eren fiercely swung, and the flying sword charged towards the giant serpent, carrying with it terrifying elemental power. The elemental might that the flying sword could unleash was truly formidable. This burst struck the massive green serpent in the blink of an eye. Confronted by the flying sword's terrifying elemental power, the giant serpent could clearly sense the frightening spirit energy fluctuations emanating from it. Without hesitation, it rapidly channeled its internal spirit energy and spat out a terrifying beam of spirit energy from its mouth. Boom! The green spirit energy beam, carrying formidable power, collided with the flying sword. Instantly, a thunderous explosion resounded as countless terrifying elemental spirits wildly spread out in all directions. In that split second of collision, Eren's face turned pale. He clearly felt that his attack seemed to have struck something incredibly terrifying. Just in the first moment of impact, he couldn't withstand the other side's terrifying burst of power and was hurled backward. Seeing this, the other 6 members of the Marcel sect team exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. Just kidding, at this moment, with Eren's explosive strength, almost no beast below the 7th level of transmutation could withstand his full attack. Yet now, this green giant serpent seemingly delivered a casual strike that completely suppressed Eren head-on. This was simply something they hadn't dared to imagine before. And the most critical point was that they could all see that this green giant serpent was actually in an injured state. Even while injured, it could still instantly force Eren to retreat. Its power was indeed terrifying. For a moment, the Marcel sect team felt they had encountered a significant challenge. However, they were naturally people who enjoy challenges. Feeling the terrifying power contained within this green giant serpent, they instead resolved not to back down until they defeated it. Note, the last line was adjusted for coherence and style continuity. In response to the challenge, the Marcel sect team felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. They were people who thrived on challenges, and feeling the immense power of this green giant serpent only fueled their determination. Instead of retreating, they became more resolute to defeat it. Chapter 32. Dominating the battlefield. Facing difficulties head-on is what one must do to undergo a metamorphosis. Thus, the other 6 individuals immediately began circulating their inner spirit chi and simultaneously launched attacks on the giant snake from various angles. If an individual's attack power was negligible, then 7 transcending chi cultivators with heaven-grade constitutions attacking together would unleash a terrifying amount of power, reaching exaggerated heights. The green giant snake immediately felt immense pressure. Of course, this was mainly because its injuries hadn't fully healed yet. Otherwise, these cultivators wouldn't have been worth its notice. Again, after Eren's initial attacks didn't gain any advantage, he did not hesitate. With a low shout, he unleashed the spiritual energy within his body. His speed surged, and in a blink, he appeared before the snake. Then, countless streams of spirit chi poured into the flying heaven sword in his hand. He wielded it with a unique technique. Flying Heaven Slash. In the next moment, as countless streams of spirit chi were injected, the flying heaven sword was entirely enveloped by spirit chi and visibly grew at an alarming rate. Initially, the sword looked normal, but within mere seconds, it had transformed into something mountain-sized. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This mountain-sized flying heaven sword carried terrifying might as it slashed towards the green giant snake. This flying heaven slash was a move Eren had comprehended through increasingly familiarizing himself with the flying heaven sword. This was the first time he used it, so he wasn't certain about its effectiveness. But now, he was sure that the full force attack's power wouldn't be weak. Therefore, all his attention was on this single strike. As countless streams of fearsome spirit chi were crazily injected, the power that this flying heaven slash could unleash climbed to unimaginable heights. Even the green giant snake, which had already reached the peak of transcending chi cultivation, could clearly feel the terrifying might of this attack. However, this green giant snake, having reached the pinnacle of transcending chi, showed no sign of retreating. It roared angrily towards the sky, and then terrifying green spirit chi light emerged from its body. From afar, it seemed as though a layer of spirit chi armor had appeared around the snake. In the next moment, Eren's attack arrived, colliding directly with the snake's defense. Boom! Countless streams of terrifying spirit chi violently expanded outward. This time, the green giant snake couldn't repel Eren but was instead sent flying back by his attack. The other 6 members of the Marcel sect team, naturally, wouldn't miss such a great offensive opportunity. They immediately struck out, unleashing terrifying spirit chi attacks that bombarded the green giant snake. Despite the snake's previously formidable power, it couldn't withstand this wave-like assault and fell. For the green giant snake, it probably never imagined it would one day be defeated by cultivators much weaker in cultivation. What a good opportunity. Seeing the green giant snake fall, Eren knew this was the best chance to slay it. He unleashed his full force, pouring terrifying spirit chi into his sword and piercing through the snake's head. Even with the green spirit chi armor as protection, it couldn't resist Eren's full force attack. With its head pierced, the snake was dead, and Eren excitedly retrieved the monster core from its body. All 7 members of the Marcel sect team were now very excited, for it was their first time defeating a beast of such high cultivation. Holding the monster core of a peak, transcending chi beast, Eren felt his body tremble. This core was notably different from ordinary cores, twice the size of previous ones, making it hard to look away. Phew, we should earn quite a lot of points this time, and our ranking shouldn't be bad, Eren said confidently. In the following days, they didn't rest but continued hunting in the jungle. Time passed quickly, and the 3-day deadline was over before they knew it. 3 days later, All the teams that entered the Hongwu jungle for hunting returned to the Lingtian Square to regroup. The team captains went to calculate their points based on the monster course. Waiting for the rankings wasn't a long process due to the special setup of the Lingtian Square. In less than an hour, the results of the first phase were announced. When the ranking information appeared on the square's large screen, all cultivators felt incredulous. What is this? What's with the number 1? No way, this ranking is too crazy. How did they manage first place? Countless cultivators widened their eyes, whispering among themselves, unable to believe what they saw. The Marcel Sect team gazed and saw a scene that made their blood boil. First place, Marcel Sect team, 46 kills, 830 points. Second place, Baoshan Sect team, 53 kills, 660 points. Third place, Zhongyun Sect team, 36 kills, 460 points. This ranking shocked everyone, especially due to the huge gap between the top 3. Most strikingly, Marcel Sect secured first place with 830 points, which was extraordinary. From the kill count alone, the Marcel Sect team had fewer kills than the Baoshan Sect team but scored significantly higher points, leading to amazement. They all knew that this meant the beasts slain by the Marcel Sect team were of higher ranks, resulting in more points. Only this explanation fit the ranking. It's worth noting that aside from the top 3 scoring over 300 points, most other teams scored much lower. By the 100th rank, the score was even less than 100, illustrating the vast disparity in strength among sects in the Hongwu Empire. Marcel Sect team's performance did not disappoint Jet, who smiled when he saw the result from afar. While he anticipated this outcome, their performance still pleased him. Entering the top 3 was enough for him, and he hadn't expected such impressive results. This was a good omen. Jet believed that securing the title of the first sect in the Hongwu Empire was feasible. Soon, with the conclusion of the first phase, the second phase of the competition was about to begin. The second phase tested the hard power of each sect. The 100 sects would be divided into 10 groups, with each group competing separately to determine the group ranking. Only those teams ranked first in their groups could vie for the final overall ranking. In other words, if the team could secure the first position in their group, they would enter the ranks of the top 10 sects of the Hongwu Empire. While this might have an element of luck, each group consisted of 10 sects after all. Standing out among 10 sects was no easy task, and the grouping would be made according to the strength of each sect's team, ensuring a balanced level of power within each group. The grouping was completed quickly, and the Marcel Sect team was placed in Group 3. They felt a bit disappointed that there were no formidable sects like Baoshan Sect in their group. However, they had anticipated this. Given their outstanding performance in the first phase, it was natural not to face other strong teams in subsequent rounds. If 2 strong teams were placed in the same group, it would upset the balance. Thus, with no other powerful teams in their group, the Marcel Sect team proceeded through the second phase like cutting through soft butter, easily crushing their opponents and securing first place in Group 3. When the Marcel Sect team clinched first place in their group, all spectators turned their attention to this team from Zhangzhou. No one had heard of Marcel Sect before, but now, this obscure team demonstrated overwhelming strength. The second phase of the competition lasted for 1 day. On the second day, after the second phase concluded, all teams that secured first place in their groups advanced to the final showdown of the Hongwu Empire contention competition. 10 teams would compete against each other, and their performances would determine the final ranking of the sects. At this point, other teams could consider themselves spectators, so everyone was eagerly looking forward to the last stage of the competition. Everyone wanted to see how these final 10 teams would perform when they collided. Phew, this contention competition really takes quite a bit of time. Far off on a hilltop, Jet felt somewhat bored as he watched everything unfold according to plan. He found enjoyment in this sense of having everything under control. The feeling of orchestrating events as he wished was rather satisfying. Chapter 33. Second place is this? Now, with 10 teams securing the top spot in their respective groups, the third phase of the competition naturally pitted these 10 teams against each other. Without exaggeration, these teams represent the pinnacle of strength within the entire Hongwu Empire. In this situation, one can only imagine the level of power they can unleash. Jet narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing on the Marcel Sect team. From his perspective, despite no apparent change in the cultivation and strength of the 7 members during the past few days, he still held immense confidence in their chances for the championship. He knew that this small group possessed qualities far beyond ordinary cultivators. They had an almost obsessive desire for victory. Because of this unwavering determination, such a team could often unleash combat prowess that exceeded normal expectations. The draw for the matches was quickly completed, and the competition was about to begin. Interestingly, the first match in this third phase saw the Marcel Sect team face off against the team that ranked 4th in the initial stage, the team from Mingshan Sect. This team's strength nearly rivaled the top 3 in the Hongwu Empire, underscoring just how formidable they were. Therefore, facing and defeating these cultivators from Mingshan Sect would not be an easy feat. However, for the Mingshan Sect, seeing their opponents as the Marcel Sect team seemed to excite them immensely. They had never truly accepted the results of the first phase because, on the surface, the Marcel Sect team's strength appeared comparable to theirs. If their cultivation and strength were roughly the same, how could the point difference be so vast? Although there was no possibility of foul play in the competition, they were simply unwilling to accept it from the bottom of their hearts. Now, given the chance to directly confront the Marcel Sect team, they naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip away to teach their opponents a lesson and showcase their own prowess. At the start of this match, they displayed intense fighting spirit, seemingly resolved not to stop until the Marcel Sect team was defeated. The rules of the competition were not simple. It required 2 stages, one being a round-robin duel where each member of the 7-person team took turns facing off against each other, continuing until all 7 members were defeated on one side. The first team to lose all its members would be declared the loser. The other stage involved a 7 versus 7 team battle. Only if one side won both phases could they claim true victory. Otherwise, it would enter a tiebreaker phase. Thus, the competition heavily tested the overall combat capability of the entire team. If anyone lagged behind, the whole team would struggle to progress. The match began swiftly. Under the eager gazes of countless cultivators, the Marcel sect team immediately dispatched Barney, who was second in strength only to Aaron. Barney had broken through to the 4th level of turning essence. With Jet's help, Barney had fully integrated a heaven-grade bone and obtained a heaven-grade weapon. Therefore, his combat power now was vastly superior to what it was before. To put it bluntly, Barney was now like a sharp blade, capable of piercing through the heavens at any moment. Seeing Barney take the field, the rest of the Marcel sect team felt immense confidence. Unfortunately, seeing Barney instead of Aaron, the cultivators from the Ming-Shan sect displayed considerable disdain. To demonstrate overwhelming team strength, the Ming-Shan sect chose to send out their second strongest cultivator, whose cultivation was 1 rank higher than Barney, at the 5th level of turning essence. As both contestants stood on the arena, all cultivators turned their attention toward them, naturally curious about how the match would unfold. Given the Marcel sect team's victories in the 1st and 2nd stages, many believed they would likely secure another first-place finish unless something unexpected happened. This led to immense anticipation for the Marcel sect team's performance. Amidst the anticipation of countless cultivators, the match began. Roar! Barney wasted no time. As soon as the match started, he unleashed his speed, transforming into a whirlwind rushing towards his opponent. His burst of speed was astonishingly fast. To the 5th level turning essence cultivator, it seemed as though Barney had vanished from his original position. This sudden display of combat power was awe-inspiring. However, the black-robed 5th level turning essence cultivator reacted swiftly. Before Barney's attack arrived, he wielded a blue long saber that seemed to appear out of nowhere. With countless spiritual energies infused into it, the long saber emitted a brilliant light, slicing fiercely towards Barney. Feeling the oppressive pressure, Barney knew his opponent was a rank higher in cultivation. Although Barney had broken through to the 4th level of turning essence, he had never faced a turning essence realm cultivator before. His first attempt inevitably revealed some inconsistency between his innate talent and current abilities, preventing him from perfectly unleashing his full potential. Otherwise, he could have easily defeated his opponent instantly. Still, despite this imperfect state, Barney did not hesitate. He roared and infused endless spiritual energy into the blue long sword in his hand, then swung it fiercely forward. This long sword burst forth, gathering all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Its might was unimaginable for ordinary cultivators. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that this sword seemed capable of shattering the heavens with a single blow. Facing this terrifying blue long sword, the black-robed cultivator's expression turned grave. Almost instantly, the once confident black-robed cultivator paled, realizing that Barney's attack contained a horrifying aura. Purely based on the released power, this strike was far beyond his defense capabilities. But with the match already underway, there was no room for retreat. He could only muster all his internal spiritual energy, spreading it throughout his body to maximize his defensive power. Shortly, the terrifying blue long sword reached the black-robed cultivator, who felt an unbearable pressure as if he were a small boat about to be engulfed by raging waves. Enough. I'll give it everything. As pressure mounted almost beyond his capacity, the black-robed cultivator roared loudly, injecting all his spiritual energy into his long saber and swinging it fiercely forward. Boom! In the next moment, the blue long saber collided with Barney's attack. For a time, an ear-splitting boom echoed as countless terrifying spiritual energies crazily spread out in all directions. It was as if the world had momentarily fallen silent, leaving only the sound of the spiritual energy explosion from the collision of the two attacks on the arena. The blue spiritual energy surged like a mighty river, relentlessly sweeping and shaking across the platform, as if intent on destroying the entire stage. PFT. Before long, a cry of agony rang out, followed by the sound of someone spitting blood. Lifting their heads, people saw a figure on the arena unable to withstand the horrifying shockwave of the explosion, being directly blasted flying backward. Who was it that flew out? At this moment, all spectators focused their attention there, naturally eager to see who exactly had been hit. Soon enough, people could make out that the one flying out was precisely the black-robed cultivator from Ming-Shan sect. This black-robed cultivator had already broken through to the 5th level of turning essence, yet he couldn't withstand a single burst from Barney during their head-on confrontation and was defeated outright. After all, this black-robed cultivator held the 2nd position within Ming-Shan sect. Even with the number 2 so easily taken down, the rest might as well not be considered. After all, the gap in strength was substantial. So, seeing his second-in-command so easily defeated, the leader of Ming-Shan sect couldn't help but feel disheartened, his face turning deathly pale and extremely ugly. Without mentioning other aspects, just considering the devastating move Barney used to defeat the number 2, it was simply terrifying beyond imagination. He believed that even if he himself were on the arena, facing such a terrifying move, he likely wouldn't be able to withstand it head-on either, ending up in the same fate as the number 2. Since even they fared this poorly, others didn't stand a chance. Therefore, at this moment, Huan, the top genius of Ming-Shan sect, decided to take the field himself. Chapter 34. One man defeats your entire team. He had also considered letting other cultivators go first to wear down Barney's strength, but such thoughts only flashed across his mind momentarily. He was very clear that at this level, quality far outweighed quantity. Sending other cultivators to fight would merely be sending them to their deaths. Therefore, it was much better for him to step forward now. If he could not prevail, the Dark Deity sect's defeat would not be too significant. However, if he succeeded, it could secure a future for the sect. With these thoughts, in front of countless astonished spectators, the Dark Deity sect's foremost genius, Huan, stepped onto the arena. This will be good. The Dark Deity sect's foremost genius Huan is stepping up. Yes, Huan has been renowned within the Empire for quite some time. I didn't expect him to make his move so soon. But speaking of which, what exactly is going on with those Soaring Cloud sect cultivators? That kid's sudden burst of power earlier felt terrifyingly intense, almost as if it wasn't from an ordinary weapon. Could it be a heaven-grade weapon? That seems highly unlikely. Heaven-grade weapons are extremely rare, so it's probably not one. But if it's not a heaven-grade weapon, how can we explain his explosive combat power? At this moment, the surrounding cultivators naturally began discussing the matter one after another. They were already highly anticipating this match, but they never expected that the competition would start off with such a shocking intensity, leaving them utterly stunned. The power of the Soaring Cloud sect team seemed like an abyss that stretched endlessly into darkness, its terror unimaginable. The match continued. Seeing Haroun enter the arena, Barney had no intention of retreating. Instead, he felt a surge of enthusiasm within him. He knew this feeling only emerged when facing an opponent strong enough to challenge him. Note: I replaced wuxia with enthusiasm to ensure it reads naturally in English while conveying the same meaning. Haroun's decision to step up clearly indicated that the Dark Deity sect was placing all their hopes on him, gambling on a swift victory. Aware of this, Haroun felt an immense burden on his shoulders. Roar! As the match began, Barney, without any hesitation, immediately shouted and unleashed his speed, transforming into a terrifying lightning bolt charging straight at Haroun. With his current cultivation at the 4th level of essence transformation fully exerted, the power he could unleash was indeed astonishing. The previous battle had made Barney even more accustomed to his heaven-grade bone structure, thus allowing him to further enhance his combat prowess. In an instant, Barney arrived before Haroun. His internal natural energy began circulating, injecting boundless, terrifying spiritual energy into his weapon. A blue longsword glowed brilliantly with terrifying spiritual energy. Under Barney's control, this heaven-grade weapon carried the formidable might of heaven and earth, charging directly towards Haroun. A heaven-grade weapon possessed terrifying power. As long as the cultivator wielded it skillfully, fighting beyond their rank would present no pressure. Just like now, Barney's full-force attack made the blue sword seem capable of shattering heaven and earth. Haroun felt immense pressure mounting, suddenly understanding the feelings of Barney's previous opponents. It was as though he faced not a cultivator weaker than himself, but a terrifying war god. In mere moments, the oppressive aura from Barney left him gasping for breath. We're risking everything. Haroun knew this was their last chance. If the Dark Deity sect wanted to advance, he could not lose so completely. According to the rules, if one person defeated 7 others in the first round of the tournament, the second round was unnecessary, declaring immediate victory. Under this situation, Haroun felt he could not lose, not to this unknown young man. Boom boom. Terrifying spiritual energy gathered around Haroun as a long sword appeared in his hand, ablaze with black, spiritual flames. This was an earth-grade weapon, having accompanied Haroun through numerous battles, earning him his current reputation. Bang! The next moment, Haroun's longsword collided with Barney's attack. An explosion rang out as boundless spiritual energy spread wildly around. Upon impact, Barney felt his attack collide with something akin to a terrifying mountain rather than a weapon, creating an inexplicable resistance. Although he felt absurdly overpowered, Barney refused to back down. As the Soaring Cloud sect's second strongest, he couldn't fail easily. For the honor of the Soaring Cloud sect, and to repay Jet's nurturing, he had to give his all. Suddenly, amidst the disadvantage, an indomitable force surged within Barney. Boundless spiritual energy poured into his weapon, turning the tide against Haroun's stunned gaze. No, how is this possible? Haroun watched helplessly as Barney suppressed the power of his attack. His eyes widened in disbelief. The intensity of the attack he just launched was the peak of his 6th level essence transformation capabilities, yet it still couldn't contend with Barney's frontal assault, as if Barney's attack was the most terrifying in the world. Boom. Shortly thereafter, amid the rumbling of spiritual energy, Haroun felt a massive force surge into his body. Unable to withstand it, he was blasted flying backward. Pooh! Haroun tasted sweetness in his throat and spat out a large mouthful of blood. For the spectators, this scene brought back memories. Previously, Dark Deity sect cultivators were defeated similarly. They hadn't anticipated that even the sect's foremost genius, Haroun, could not match Barney. This spectacle left a profound impact on all the spectators. Despite the Dark Deity sect not matching the explosive Deity sect, it had always been a dark horse with considerable strength. Yet, they met a crushing defeat against the Soaring Cloud sect. At this moment, after defeating both the top and second strongest of the Dark Deity sect, Barney felt exhilarated. He knew the Soaring Cloud sect was well on the way to victory. Having seen the capabilities of the remaining Dark Deity sect cultivators, most at first or second level essence transformation, he knew they were no match for him. The match proceeded, and despite the shock rippling among various factions cultivators, they could only watch events unfold. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequent matches were not thrilling. Just as many had expected, following the defeats of their top and second strongest, the entire Dark Deity sect collapsed under one-sided dominance. Barney's attacks were unstoppable, leaving the Dark Deity sect's cultivators unable to hold a single blow. Not long after, Barney had defeated all the remaining cultivators of the Dark Deity sect. This round of matches was now over. The Soaring Cloud sect easily overpowered their opponents, advancing to the next round with a significant advantage. Subsequent matches failed to bring much excitement to the audience compared to the Soaring Cloud sect's performance, as one person defeating an entire sect, a rare occurrence in the history of the Hongwu Empire tournament, had already taken place. For these Soaring Cloud sect cultivators, they often imagined a scenario where one person could defeat an entire team, but they always assumed it would be Eren achieving this feat, never expecting Barney to make it happen. Far away on a distant hill, Jet squinted his eyes slightly. The events unfolding didn't surprise him. He had always foreseen such an outcome clearly. Barney's talent, strictly speaking, was even more terrifying than Eren's. With continued diligent cultivation, Barney surpassing Eren was not an issue. The tournament continued, and soon the first round was completed. Due to their outstanding performance, the Soaring Cloud sect climbed to the top rank, securing their direct entry into the final championship. The other 4 teams competed fiercely for the chance to challenge the Soaring Cloud sect. After a series of brutal battles, just as countless cultivators anticipated, the explosive deity sect emerged victorious with a significant advantage, advancing to the finals. Now, the explosive deity sect would face the soaring cloud sect in the ultimate championship match. Whoever triumphed would become the premier sect of the Hongwu Empire. This title held immense significance for all sects within the Hongwu Empire. Winning the championship meant that the victor would receive an abundance of cultivation resources for a considerable period, greatly boosting the overall strength of the sect. The future benefits were innumerable. Note: I've maintained the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text, ensuring the translation reads naturally and fluently in English while preserving the original tone and style. ##### Chapter 35, The Eerie Cane. Therefore, the Burst God sect would never give up their first place. Though the competition had yet to start, you could see that the cultivators of the Burst God sect were already radiating a fervent fighting spirit. Clearly, they were determined to clinch the championship this time. Soon, it was approaching the stage where the matches would begin. At this point, the Burst God sect was discussing who should be the first to take action, while the Marcel sect needed no such deliberation since Barney had already made her move earlier. After some brief discussions, they decided to send their weakest fighter first, hoping to give everyone an opportunity to showcase themselves. Rest assured, I'll do my best. Thus, Scott, the weakest among the Marcel sect, stepped onto the arena. Scott was only at the second level of transformation essence realm, with a formidable physique and practiced open combat techniques. As Scott ascended the arena, everyone exchanged glances with smiles, for although Scott's cultivation level was relatively low, his combat power when fully unleashed was not to be underestimated. They all had some anticipation for his performance. Sending out a cultivator at the second level of transformation essence first? Are they looking down on us? On the side of the Burst God sect, they initially thought the Marcel sect would send their strongest, Aaron or Barney. Unexpectedly, they sent a cultivator at the second level of transformation essence, which greatly surprised them. In response, they decided to send a cultivator stronger than Scott, hoping to easily defeat him. The Burst God sect dispatched a cultivator at the third level of transformation essence to face Scott, one level higher in cultivation. This cultivator had a pale complexion, seemingly malnourished, giving off a sinister vibe even at a glance. Scott felt a bad premonition, but, having reached the arena, he couldn't possibly retreat. Heh kid, consider yourself unlucky for running into me. Do you know how many ways I can make you unable to stand again? The gaunt, pale-faced cultivator sneered. As he spoke, the cultivator grunted, channeling the heavenly essence energy furiously through his body, causing a ring of white, spiritual armor to appear around him. Following this, countless threads of essence energy gathered, and he suddenly held a white cane. This cane emitted a soft white glow, seeming rather ordinary, yet the essence energy it radiated felt incredibly bizarre. Enough talk, I've never feared such tricks. Without hesitation, Scott roared and stomped the ground, unleashing his speed. Instantly, he transformed into a terrifying mountain rushing toward the opponent. Scott's towering figure became enveloped in essence energy as he grew even larger, giving an impression of sheer terror. In an instant, Scott was before the cultivator, roaring as boundless essence energy flowed through him. Injecting energy into his fist, he struck fiercely. Boom! This punch seemed to shatter the heavens. The explosive moment felt like devouring the universe. Despite being only at the second level of transformation essence, its power rivaled that of Barney's fourth level attack. All spectators were curious about how the Burst God sect cultivator would respond. A direct collision might result in being knocked back, yet the cultivator did not retreat. He roared, and brilliant white light erupted from him. With a wave of his hand, the white cane surged with terrifying cosmic energy, striking Scott. Boom! Immediately, Scott's fist met the cultivator's attack, releasing a thunderous boom as terrifying energy waves spread outwards. The audience was shocked. None expected Scott, with just a second-level cultivation, to unleash such a terrifying attack. Yet oddly, despite Scott's overwhelming force, the cultivator's attack directly crushed his. The seemingly ordinary white cane possessed unimaginable power. Again, retreat. The first strike shattered Scott's attack, and without hesitation, the cultivator poured more essence energy into the cane, swinging it again. This time, far more cosmic energy filled the cane, making it appear like the most terrifying weapon in the world. Scott felt a foreboding sense. He sensed there was something unknown about this cane. Though he felt ill at ease, Scott refused to retreat. Roaring, he channeled all his internal essence energy into his fist, fiercely striking towards the cane. Regardless of its peculiarities, he aimed to unleash his full combat potential. After all, this was a team competition, and he was merely leading the charge. Boom! Again, Scott's attack collided with the cane. Another deafening explosion erupted, sending waves of terrifying cosmic energy. Puff! Instantly, Scott felt a horrific force surge within him, crashing against him. Unable to withstand the burst, he spat out blood and flew backward. Thump! Scott landed outside the arena, stunned by his sudden defeat. For him, this was entirely unexpected. The other members of the Marcel sect team also hadn't anticipated this outcome. While they considered Scott losing, they believed he could defeat at least one or two opponents. Never did they imagine such a swift defeat. This is outrageous. The group exchanged worried glances. They realized they had underestimated the Burst God sect cultivators, whose combat power was indeed terrifying. We're facing a tough battle next. Barney, rest for a bit. You'll be our trump card. I'll go first. At this point, Aaron decided to step in personally. Sending anyone else wouldn't guarantee victory against this cane-wielding cultivator. So, stepping onto the arena and making his move was undoubtedly the right choice. The combat power he could unleash should be enough to defeat several opponents. With this thought, Aaron stepped onto the platform. The Burst God sect members, upon seeing Aaron take action, exchanged glances, all reflecting a sense of shock in their eyes. They hadn't expected the Marcel sect to send out their strongest cultivator right away. However, with this move, they felt more confident about the current situation. Great. Since Eren has come, let's defeat him first. Once we beat him, victory will be within our grasp, said the captain of the Burst God sect with unwavering confidence. Next, Eren engaged in battle with the cane-wielding cultivator. As soon as the match began, Eren wasted no time. He injected countless threads of spiritual energy into the flying heaven sword, which emitted a dazzling light. Then, with the might that seemed capable of destroying all creation, he charged straight at the opponent. Come on. In response to Eren's full-force attack, the cane-wielding cultivator showed no intention of retreating. With a low shout, he raised his cane high and struck directly toward the flying heaven sword. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as the unusual white cane clashed with the flying heaven sword just like before when it met Scott. But this time, the impact did not send the sword flying. Instead, the terrifying force from the flying heaven sword caused the cultivator to quickly stagger back several steps. Eren, after colliding with the opponent's attack, raised an eyebrow. He realized that the cultivator's displayed combat power wasn't actually that formidable. The reason the cane could burst with far exceeding normal power was due to a peculiar attraction emanating from it during the moment of impact. This subtle detail gave Eren a clearer understanding of the cane's secret. Chapter 36. Eren makes his move. Due to this peculiar attraction, a part of the spiritual energy within Eren's flying sky sword was being absorbed by the opponent. Simply put, it was a weapon that could absorb the power of attacks and convert it into its own attacking force. This was why this cultivator had been able to defeat Scott. Understanding this, Eren now felt confident. He wasn't afraid of the staff-wielding cultivator anymore. With a stomp on the ground, he channeled his internal spiritual energy and moved at an incredible speed, turning into a terrifying lightning bolt rushing towards the cultivator. At this moment, distance seemed to lose all meaning. To the audience, they only saw a flash of spiritual light before a figure crossed a great distance and appeared in front of the staff cultivator. Boom! Without pausing, Eren injected a vast amount of spiritual energy into the flying sky sword, striking fiercely at his opponent. The power unleashed was incomparably greater than usual, instantly giving off a destructive, earth-shattering feeling. The staff cultivator's face turned deathly pale, realizing that Eren's strength couldn't be underestimated. Despite initially thinking he could hold on with the staff's unique properties, he now knew better. The suppression was overwhelming. However, since the battle had begun, there was no retreating. The cultivator could only muster all his strength, injecting spiritual energy into his weapon and swinging at the flying sky sword. The subsequent clash ended almost immediately. Upon impact with Eren's attack, a powerful shockwave hurled the staff cultivator away. Eren had ended the battle in just one move. Seeing this, the audience erupted in excitement. They knew Eren was formidable, but this was their first time witnessing his full power. It was indescribable. Even members of the Bursting Divine sect were dismayed. They understood the staff's capabilities better than anyone else. If even such a weapon couldn't gain an advantage against Eren, what chance did they have? But the fight had started. They couldn't retreat. More cultivators from the Bursting Divine sect stepped onto the stage. Notably, the second combatant wasn't as strong as the staff cultivator, and was quickly defeated by Eren. In the ensuing battles, Eren swept through each Bursting Divine sect cultivator with relentless force. Soon, only two remained, these two being the strongest in the sect. The leader and deputy leader of the Bursting Divine sect, both at 7th stage Transcendent Realm, had already planned their strategy. The deputy leader took the stage, intending to weaken Eren as much as possible. He knew if the Bursting Divine sect wanted to win, he needed to force Eren to reveal his hidden cards or deplete his spiritual energy. Previous fighters hadn't achieved any significant effect due to the vast disparity in strength between them and Eren. The deputy leader wore a light golden robe and exuded a formidable aura. From a cultivation standpoint, he was terrifying, arguably the top talent in the Hongwu Empire. Yet, with the rise of the Marcel sect, the Bursting Divine sect now faced immense pressure. You are strong, but it ends here, the golden-robed cultivator said without hesitation, dashing towards Eren with terrifying speed. Like a streak of meteor, he covered vast distances in an instant. Eren was equally astonished by this burst of speed, but showed no intention of retreating. With a roar, he channeled all his spiritual energy into the flying sky sword and struck directly at his opponent. As more spiritual energy surged into the sword, it emitted brilliant light, resembling a true divine artifact. Fist. Reaching Eren, the golden-robed cultivator didn't hesitate, roaring and delivering a direct punch. The impact felt like shattering the heavens, a force similar yet far more potent than Scott's earlier attack. Boom. The flying sky sword collided with the fist, producing a deafening explosion. Vast amounts of spiritual energy spread wildly, displaying unimaginable combat power. It was hard to imagine a cultivator wielding such might. Upon collision, the golden-robed cultivator felt as though his fist struck not a sword but a towering mountain. An intense pressure forced the spiritual energy within him nearly to disperse. Yet, he quickly adjusted. A golden spiritual armor formed around his body, stabilizing the situation. Roaring again, he launched another punch with even greater power. Come. Eren wouldn't back down. Sensing the devastating force, he roared and once more injected spiritual energy into his sword, striking head-on. Boom. Once again, the sword and fist clashed, resulting in immediate separation. The energy released was beyond their ability to resist. Surprisingly, Eren was also pushed back, which was unexpected. He had believed his current strength should easily suppress a 7th stage, Transcendent Realm opponent under normal circumstances, but the outcome surprised him. However, being pushed back at this moment actually activated the fiery passion within him. If the fight were too simple, it would have no meaning. Now that his opponent could unleash such terrifying power, Eren also wanted to see how far he could push himself when he fully unleashed his strength. With this thought, Eren took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He was instantly surrounded by countless terrifying spiritual energies. Enveloped by these energies, Eren appeared from afar like a fearsome god of war. Roar. Without hesitation, Aaron immediately channeled all his internal spiritual energy, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward his opponent. Compared to his previous outbursts, this one had a noticeable difference. Simply put, Aaron was now giving it his all. In truth, while defeating those previous opponents, who weren't weak, Aaron hadn't truly unleashed his full potential or expended much spiritual energy. But this time, with the appearance of the gold-robed cultivator, Aaron's expression became grave. Boom. The battle between Aaron and the gold-robed cultivator could be described in one word: spectacular. The two continuously attacked each other, each blow sending terrifying waves of spiritual energy rippling outwards, as if they could topple the entire arena. Time slowly passed, and people's emotions rose and fell with the ongoing battle. The audience eagerly awaited the outcome of the match, hoping to see whether the cultivators of Marcel's sect or Burst God sect were more powerful. On a distant hill, Jet watched the battle on the arena, eyes slightly narrowed. He felt that the development of the battle was somewhat different from what he had expected. To be precise, these young disciples of Marcel's sect had their own independent way of thinking, which was something Jet found quite satisfactory. In reality, he had only provided them with some cultivation resources. How to use them and how to strive for improvement still depended on their own efforts. No matter how powerful the resources were, they would be useless if the recipients didn't put in enough effort. With that thought, Aaron took a long breath and exhaled. Instantly, countless streams of fearsome, spiritual energy swirled around him. Enveloped in these currents, Aaron looked like a terrifying war god from afar. Roar. Without pausing, Aaron immediately channeled all his internal spiritual energy, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward his opponent. This burst was noticeably different from his previous ones. Simply put, Aaron was now going all out. In the past, although his opponents weren't weak, he hadn't truly unleashed his full potential or consumed much spiritual energy. But this golden-robed cultivator's appearance made Aaron's expression turn serious. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Aaron and the golden-robed cultivator was nothing short of exaggerated. Continuous attacks from both sides produced terrifying shockwaves of spiritual energy, spreading outward as if they could topple the entire arena. Time passed slowly, and people's moods fluctuated with the ongoing battle. The audience eagerly anticipated the progression of the match, hoping to see whether the cultivators of Marcel's sect or Bursting Divine sect were more formidable. From atop a distant hill, Jet watched the battle on the stage, squinting slightly. He felt that the development of the battle was not quite what he had expected. To be precise, he was satisfied that the young members of Marcel's sect had their own independent thinking. All he provided them with were some cultivation resources. How they used them and strived to improve still depended on their own efforts. If they didn't put in enough effort, even the most powerful resources wouldn't make a difference. At this moment, although he was forced back, the fiery passion within him had also been ignited. If the battle were too simple, it would be meaningless. Now that his opponent could unleash such terrifying power, he wanted to see just how far he could go when he unleashed his full strength. With this thought, Aaron took a deep breath, and countless waves of formidable spiritual energy surged around him. Enveloped in this spiritual energy, Aaron looked like a fearsome god of war from afar. Roar. Without hesitation, Aaron immediately channeled all his spiritual energy. His entire body transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward his opponent. This burst of power was noticeably different from his previous ones. Simply put, Aaron was now fully committed. In truth, while defeating those previous opponents, although they weren't weak, he hadn't truly unleashed his full potential or expended much spiritual energy. But this golden-robed cultivator's appearance made Aaron's expression turn serious. Boom, boom, boom. The ensuing battle between Aaron and the golden-robed cultivator was nothing short of spectacular. Both continuously attacked, each strike sending shockwaves of spiritual energy rippling out, as if trying to overturn the entire arena. Time passed slowly, and people's emotions rose and fell with the ongoing battle. The audience eagerly anticipated the outcome, all hoping to see whether the Flying Cloud Sect's cultivator was more powerful or if the Burst God Sect's cultivator had the upper hand. On a distant hill, Jet watched the battle on the arena with narrowed eyes. He felt that the progress of the battle was somewhat different from what he had expected. To be precise, these young members of the Flying Cloud sect had their own independent way of thinking, a point that Jet found quite satisfactory. In fact, he had only provided them with cultivation resources. How to use them and how to strive to improve still depended on their own efforts. No matter how powerful the resources, they would be useless without sufficient effort. Chapter 37. Burst Divine Sect's Top Genius. As it turned out, the cultivators of Marcel's sect were mostly hardworking and diligent, which was one of the reasons why Marcel's sect had become the top sect in Sangzhou in such a short period. Jet couldn't help but be curious how these young disciples of Marcel's sect would perform when faced with opponents of comparable strength. Time flew by, and soon a quarter of an hour had passed. On the stage, Aaron and the golden-robed cultivator had reached the peak of their intense battle. Break for me! Aaron roared and channeled immense spiritual energy into his flying sky sword. The sword immediately emitted a terrifying glow, as if it had transformed into the most formidable divine weapon in the world. The golden-robed cultivator was momentarily stunned by the power displayed by the flying sky sword, clearly not expecting it to reach such a level. However, he realized that this was due to the quality of the flying sky sword, which was no ordinary weapon. It had reached the heavenly grade. A heavenly grade weapon could unleash an almost unimaginable amount of power. Despite this, the golden-robed cultivator showed no intention of retreating. He roared and burst forward with terrifying speed, charging directly at Aaron. He knew that if he didn't gain an advantage quickly, he would be defeated by Aaron, a situation he was determined to avoid. Therefore, he exerted all his might, hoping to swiftly overpower Aaron. In a flash, the cultivator was already in front of Aaron, injecting vast amounts of spiritual energy into his hand. His arm seemed to transform into a terrifying entity, glowing with intense spiritual light. Piercing army fist. Rumble. In In the next moment, the golden-robed cultivator unleashed a powerful punch. This attack was far more formidable than any previous strike, giving off the impression that it could engulf the entire world. Eren, as the target, felt like he might be pierced through at any moment. The attack was truly beyond what anyone could imagine. However, Eren was not about to be overwhelmed. Having collided with the cultivator's attacks before, he had managed to withstand them. Now, he wouldn't be an exception. Roar. Flying Sky Sword Strike. With this thought, Eren let out an enraged cry and directed an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy into his flying sky sword. Since the other party had unleashed his ultimate move, Eren saw no reason to hold back and executed his own ultimate technique. Immediately, Eren's flying sky sword erupted with terrifying spiritual light. Golden spiritual energy spread out, enveloping the entire arena, transforming the sword into the most fearsome presence. Next, this divine sword charged directly and brutally toward the golden-robed cultivator's fist. Boom! Suddenly, the flying sky sword collided with the golden-robed cultivator's fist. With a thunderous roar, terrifying celestial spiritual energy exploded outward. At this moment, every cultivator present could sense the sheer terror of the situation. Even with just their perception, they could feel the powerful spiritual fluctuations from the stage, let alone those who were directly engaged. After colliding with the piercing army fist, Eren felt an enormous pressure pushing him back. The terrifying force rushed into his body, trying to tear him apart. Under this pressure, he felt like a building on the verge of collapse, barely holding on. Yet, fate was strangely coincidental. Just when it seemed Eren was about to be defeated, the golden-robed cultivator faltered just a bit, just enough for Eren to resist. On the contrary, the intensity of Eren's counterattack exceeded what the golden-robed cultivator could endure. Unable to withstand the devastating explosion, the cultivator was blasted backward with a scream, stunning the audience. Burst Divine Sect's promising candidate, a genius at the 7th stage of turning essence, had failed. People began to realize that Marcel Sect's victory was practically assured. After all, Marcel Sect had only sent out 2 participants, while Burst Divine Sect now had only 1 left standing. At this point, Micah, Burst Divine Sect's top genius, felt particularly gloomy. The defeat of his peers, especially one of equal strength to himself, made him fully comprehend the formidable nature of Marcel Sect. Realizing that he was Burst Divine Sect's last hope, he stepped onto the stage without hesitation, declaring, same words, you go no further. Micah believed he could unleash much more power. Defeating Eren was still within reach. Moreover, Eren appeared quite weakened, an excellent opportunity to finish him off. Quickly channeling spiritual energy, Micah summoned a golden armor-like aura around himself. Although similar to previous encounters, Eren could keenly sense that Micah's fighting style was fundamentally different. Knowing this, Eren understood he was at a disadvantage. However, Barney stood ready behind him, so Eren remained confident. Roar! Without delay, Eren attacked. Moving like a terrifying lightning bolt, he instantly closed the distance between them. Injecting whatever spiritual energy he had left into the flying sky sword, Eren aimed to deplete his opponent's strength as much as possible. Knowing he had limited power left, his strategy closely resembled that of his earlier battles. He needed to exploit any remaining weaknesses. Whoosh! The battle raged on. However, although the amount of spiritual energy he could currently muster was limited, an endless surge of terrifying spiritual energy coursed through him. Mists of spiritual light swirled around Eren, making him seem like a divine warrior. His combat power was escalating to an astounding level. With a swing of his sword, even before it struck its target, the fearsome power radiating outward gave off an overwhelmingly dreadful sensation. Micah now faced Eren's attack and felt a sudden chill. He felt as though he were confronting not just a cultivator but a ferocious beast. Yet, with his strength at the 7th stage of turning essence, Micah wasted no time hesitating. He let out a low shout, waved his hand, and suddenly, the audience saw a dazzling golden longsword appear in his grasp. Upon seeing this weapon, the crowd erupted into excitement. Isn't that the legendary heavenly grade weapon, the terrifying Thundercloud Sword? Yes, the Thundercloud Sword. It's actually being wielded now. This is going to be impressive. A heavenly grade weapon can unleash far more formidable power than ordinary weapons. This is going to be tough for the Marcel Sect disciple. The spectators kept discussing, familiar with this fearsome weapon. What they were curious about now was how the previously invincible flying sky sword would perform when up against such a formidable weapon. Come on then. Seeing the flying sky sword getting closer, Micah growled and poured vast amounts of spiritual energy into his weapon. Then, he channeled immense spiritual energy into the long sword in his hand. Go! As countless streams of spiritual energy flooded in, the mighty Thundercloud Sword erupted with intense golden light. Following that, the long sword lunged forward with an all-consuming posture, hurtling towards the opponent. In this state, any cultivator could feel the terror of this strike. The spectators widened their eyes, eager to witness what would happen when this attack collided with Eren's attack. Chapter 38, A Primal Fist. The Thundercloud Sword was a renowned weapon wielded by Micah, its fearsome reputation well established within the Hongwu Empire, striking awe and fear into the hearts of countless listeners. So when Micah unleashed the Thundercloud Sword now, all cultivators were curious to see how Eren's attack would fare against this heaven-grade weapon. Rumble. Amidst the stunned gazes of countless cultivators, the Thundercloud Sword collided with Eren's flying sky sword, unleashing a thunderous roar. An overwhelming surge of terrifying heavenly energy exploded outward. Seeing this, every cultivator widened their eyes. They could clearly observe that the platform was entirely enveloped in spiritual energy, which had erupted in an unprecedented manner, an event unmatched before or since in the Hongwu Empire. How formidable! At that moment, as Eren felt the power generated by the clash between his flying sky sword and the opponent's weapon, he sensed a myriad of fearsome energies crashing into his body in just that brief instant. It seemed like they aimed to devour him whole. However, relying on his current cultivation strength, Eren managed to suppress this discomfort. But even after this initial exchange, Eren realized that Micah's strength likely surpassed his own. Moreover, having already expended considerable energy battling previous opponents, his remaining strength was limited. This confrontation promised dire outcomes. However, considering that only Ray had failed from the Marcel sect team, they still had several cultivators who could be deployed. Determined. After the first clash, Eren and Micah quickly separated. After a brief pause, both immediately channeled their inner spiritual energy, charging at each other again. Filled with terrifying spiritual energy, Eren was now completely shrouded in golden aura, appearing as a formidable war god. Moments later, the flying sky sword emitted a fearsome glow as it absorbed countless streams of energy. Roar. Eren unleashed a seemingly ordinary strike, but it was the culmination of his full strength, a feat far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Come on. Facing Eren's attack, Micah showed no intention of retreating. With his cultivation breakthrough to 7th stage transformational yuan, they would have won the Hongwu Empire competition without the Marcel sect. Thus, there was underlying resentment toward the Marcel sect team. With a roar, Micah injected his sword with immense spiritual energy and swung it once more. Rumble. In the next moment, the Thundercloud sword clashed again with Eren's flying sky sword, producing another deafening roar. The entire platform was engulfed in swirling spiritual energy, creating an awe-inspiring scene. Spurt. Following this, the spectators witnessed a shocking sight. A figure spewed blood as it flew backward from the energy-drenched platform. It was none other than Eren. Eren had actually failed. For a moment, the cultivators of the Marcel sect team looked gravely concerned. Eren was their strongest combatant, and his defeat underscored the terrifying power of Micah. Standing victoriously on the platform, Micah remained unfazed, as if what happened was insignificant. In reality, this performance matched his expectations. He had always believed he could defeat Eren unless unforeseen events occurred. Eren had already expended too much spiritual energy and wasn't his match. However, despite defeating Eren, the pressure from the Marcel sect team was still considerable. Barney did not hesitate. Immediately after Eren's defeat, he stepped onto the platform. Alright, it's my turn. Rest assured, Marcel sect will not fail. Barney's arrival on the platform captured everyone's attention once more. He had previously single-handedly defeated an entire sect, leaving a deep impression on the crowd. Now, seeing Barney back on the platform, people eagerly anticipated his performance. Even Micah could feel the intense pressure emanating from Barney upon his entry. After fierce battles and recuperation, Barney's cultivation had reached 6th stage transformational yuan. Combined with his weapon and innate talent, his combat prowess had surpassed Eren's. Barney now represented the final hope for the Marcel sect, as he was one of the few remaining members capable of offering significant resistance to Micah. Whoosh! Upon the start of the battle, Micah wasted no time, rapidly channeling his spiritual energy, transforming into a terrifying meteor hurtling towards Barney. Following this, he infused the Thundercloud sword with energy and delivered a powerful slash. This strike, similar to the one he used against Eren, could be considered a peak transformational yuan level attack. However, facing this strike, Barney showed no retreat. With a roar, he channeled his spiritual energy into his arm and unleashed a devastating punch. The Primal God Fist. This fist technique was something Barney had recently comprehended. Jet had imparted the ancient martial art to him earlier, but it took until now for Barney to fully grasp it after noticing an enhanced understanding post-battle. Whoosh whoosh. As Barney delivered the punch, an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy erupted, spreading wildly. Though simple in appearance, this fist possessed the power to shatter the heavens. Even before making contact, the sheer force radiated an indomitable presence. Barney's explosive attack was truly terrifying, surpassing the limits of what a transformational yuan cultivator could typically achieve. Under such conditions, Micah faced tremendous pressure. It was as if he were confronting a massive, ominous mountain instead of a mere fist. Even in that brief instant, the oppressive force far exceeded the ordinary. How terrifying, Micah remarked, realizing that perhaps he had been wrong. Eren might not be the strongest among the Marcel sect team. It was Barney. When he realized this, he immediately felt that the battle was going to end disastrously for him. However, since the fight had just begun, he could only muster all his internal spiritual energy. As countless torrents of terrifying spiritual energy circulated, Micah was completely enveloped in it. Immediately, his long sword became charged with immense power and fiercely surged towards Barney's ancient fist intent. Boom. Pooh. Bang. However, what happened next made Micah's eyes widen in horror. At the moment his Thundercloud sword collided with Barney's fist intent, he clearly felt as if his sword had struck something horrifying, causing his sword intent to shatter almost instantly. The terrifying force contained within Barney's fist intent then fully unleashed onto him, sending Micah flying backward. Micah tumbled off the arena, landing hard outside, looking absolutely disheveled. Micah's combat prowess often depended on the Thundercloud sword. Now, without any advantage from the sword, his edge vanished. A commotion erupted. Seeing Micah's disheveled state outside the arena, the surrounding spectators wore expressions of shock. This outcome exceeded their expectations. They had anticipated a prolonged battle between Micah and Barney, but who could have predicted such a swift conclusion? Barney's sudden burst of power had apparently eliminated his opponent in one move. In fact, even Barney was stunned by the impact of the punch he had delivered. The power behind it was extraordinary. It dawned on him how formidable Jet truly was. With this, the first round of the final stage of the Hongwu Empire competition concluded. Marcel sect defeated Baoshan sect relatively swiftly. Boom. Puff. Bang. However, what happened next made Micah's eyes widen in sheer terror. The moment his Thundercloud sword collided with Barney's fist intent, he distinctly felt as if his sword had struck something absolutely terrifying. His sword intent shattered almost instantly. The formidable force contained within Barney's fist and tint then poured entirely onto him, causing Micah to be slammed backward. Micah flew off the platform, landing hard on the ground outside it, looking utterly disheveled. Much of Micah's combat strength came from his Thundercloud sword, but now, without the advantage of the sword, his edge was completely gone. A wave of shock spread among the onlookers as they witnessed Micah's disheveled fall from the platform. This outcome surpassed their expectations. They had anticipated a prolonged and intense battle between Micah and Barney, but no one expected it to end like this. Barney's sudden burst of power had actually taken out his opponent in one move. In fact, not just the other cultivators, even Barney himself was stunned by the punch he had just delivered. The power behind that punch was truly extraordinary, and at this moment, he fully grasped just how formidable Jet's strength really was. Thus, the first round of the final stage of the Hongwu Empire competition concluded. Marcel Sect defeated Baoshan Sect in a relatively swift manner. When he realized this, he immediately felt that the outcome of this battle was going to be dire for him. However, since the fight had just begun, he could only channel his spiritual energy to its full extent. Countless terrifying currents of spiritual energy enveloped Micah, and his longsword soon became brimming with power as he fiercely struck toward Barney's unleashed primal god fist and tint. Boom. Bang. But what happened next made Micah's eyes widen in terror. The moment his Thundercloud sword clashed with Barney's fist and tint, he clearly felt as if his sword had struck something horrifying, causing his sword and tint to shatter almost instantly. The terrifying force contained within Barney's fist and tint then completely unleashed onto him, sending Micah flying backward. Micah tumbled out of the arena, landing heavily on the ground outside. He looked as miserable as could be. Much of Micah's combat prowess came from his Thundercloud sword, but now, without the sword providing any advantage, his edge was completely lost. A stir rippled through the crowd. Seeing Micah land so miserably outside the arena, all the surrounding cultivators were stunned. This outcome far exceeded their expectations. Initially, they thought Micah and Barney would engage in a prolonged battle, but who could have predicted it would end like this? Barney's sudden burst of power had seemingly defeated his opponent in one move. In fact, even Barney himself was taken aback by the sheer force of his own strike. At this moment, he realized just how formidable Jet truly was. With this, the first round of the final stage of the Hongwu Empire tournament concluded. Marcel Sect had defeated Baoshan Sect relatively decisively. Note, I have assumed Ancient Yi refers to primal god fist and tint, based on context. If you need further adjustments or have additional context, feel free to provide it. ####Chapter 39, Breaking Heaven 7th Tier. Thus, after securing victory in the relay battles here, they now had a very good chance of winning the remaining matches. The cultivators from Burst Deity Sect all wore grim expressions. They clearly hadn't anticipated that the competition would develop to this extent. Originally, they believed that Burst Deity Sect could easily clinch the championship as usual, but such an unexpected twist occurred. Without much respite, the second round began shortly afterward. This round was set up as a team match, with the Flying Cloud Sect team and Burst Deity Sect team facing off head-to-head. If Flying Cloud Sect emerged victorious again, they would claim the championship for this event. The match began quickly, and both teams stepped onto the arena. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, 7 individuals from each side clashed intensely. However, to many people's disappointment, perhaps due to Flying Cloud Sect's significant advantage from previous rounds, they barely expended any effort during this team battle, crushing their opponents decisively. Burst Deity Sect lost, and lost badly. Hack. Accompanied by Micah spitting blood, people saw the number 1 genius of Burst Deity Sect being sent flying off the stage, marking the end of this confrontation. The Hongwu Empire Championship contest concluded successfully at this point. It's over. On a distant hill, Jet watched the proceedings and couldn't help but smile. These young men from Flying Cloud Sect truly didn't disappoint him. Following Micah's defeat, all cultivators from Burst Deity Sect flew off the stage, leaving Flying Cloud Sect victorious in this team battle. Adding to their earlier victories, Flying Cloud Sect directly claimed the championship for the Hongwu Empire Championship contest. I hereby declare, the champion of this Hongwu Empire Championship contest is Zhangzhou Flying Cloud Sect. When the referee announced the result, the entire venue erupted into cheers and applause. Clap, 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 clap. To these spectators, they had witnessed scenes today that were unseen in previous competitions. Flying Cloud Sect displayed a level of strength that was simply overwhelming. As the match results were declared, a system notification sounded in Jet's ear on another hillside. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Flying Cloud Sect has become the top sect in the Hongwu Empire. The first phase is complete. Host's strength has broken through to breaking Heaven 6th tier. Upon hearing this notification, Jet felt a sense of profound reflection. He had indeed poured immense effort into achieving this championship today, not only transforming Flying Cloud Sect entirely, but also nurturing this 7-member team. The system notification continued, and Jet couldn't help but smile upon hearing its content. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the second phase of the mission. The host needs to transform Flying Cloud Sect into the true first sect in the Hongwu Empire, rapidly enhancing its overall strength within 3 months. Upon completion, strength will break through to breaking Heaven 7th tier. While this task might seem terrifying at first glance, it was actually quite manageable. The task only required increasing Flying Cloud Sect's overall strength. With abundant cultivation resources already available, and even more gained from winning the Hongwu Empire Championship contest, coupled with their newfound prestige, Flying Cloud Sect's strength would naturally soar in the coming months. 3 months was ample time. Now that Jet's strength had reached breaking Heaven 6th tier, achieving the next task would elevate his power to breaking Heaven 7th tier. For someone who was merely at breaking Heaven 1st tier not long ago, breaking Heaven 7th tier had once seemed like an unattainable realm, but now, it was within reach. Thinking about the imminent breakthrough, Jet felt invigorated. Taking a deep breath, countless threads of elemental energy converged within him. Jet felt a surge of boundless power coursing through his body, ready to burst forth at any moment. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he gazed toward the distant horizon. With his growing strength, his perspective had changed significantly compared to before. His next plan was to advance to a higher-level empire after solidifying Flying Cloud Sect's position. Once Flying Cloud Sect became indisputably the premier sect in the Hongwu Empire, he intended to explore the Thunder Deity Empire. The Thunder Deity Empire was a tier above smaller empires like the Hongwu Empire. There, transcendent realm cultivators were as common as cattle, and what was considered legendary in the Hongwu Empire, breaking heaven experts, were mere ordinary cultivators in the Thunder Deity Empire. Therefore, venturing into the Thunder Deity Empire would undoubtedly be better for his own growth. However, before that, he needed to fully establish Flying Cloud Sect. If Flying Cloud Sect could rapidly rise to become the premier sect in the Hongwu Empire, it would likely maintain that status for centuries or even millennia. Time passed swiftly. After winning the championship with the Flying Cloud Sect team, Jet led everyone back to Flying Cloud Sect after receiving the rewards. Upon return, he announced his goal, transforming Flying Cloud Sect into the true premier sect within just a few months. Though it wasn't easy, Jet was confident in his ability to achieve this. Seeing Jet's confidence, the disciples who revered him as a deity were filled with determination. To truly make Flying Cloud Sect powerful, all cultivators worked diligently, each hoping to contribute to their sect's strength. Under such efforts, Flying Cloud Sect's strength improved rapidly over the following period. Before long, 2 months had passed. In the rear mountains of Flying Cloud Sect, Jet sat cross-legged in meditation when the familiar system notification rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Flying Cloud Sect has successfully become the premier sect in the Hongwu Empire. Strength increased to breaking heaven's 7th tier. This notification made Jet feel as if he had ascended to new heights. The higher his strength grew, the clearer he understood how significant even a minor advancement could be for cultivators at his level. At breaking heaven's 7th tier, there was no further room for improvement within the Hongwu Empire. Jet felt that the Thunder Deity Empire was now the best place for him to continue his journey. Immediately following the notification, the system announced another new mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Travel to the Thunder Deity Empire and assist the Alchemy Sect Thunder Deity Sect in reclaiming its title as the premier sect. After understanding this new task, Jet felt a sense of surprise. It was a mission to enhance an alchemy sect. Jet had clear memories of Thunder Deity Sect. It was the sect he established after founding Flying Cloud Sect. Initially, Thunder Deity Sect specialized in refining elixirs, producing potions that were extraordinarily potent and renowned throughout the Thunder Deity Empire. Back then, under his guidance, Thunder Deity Sect's elixirs were unmatched in quality. But unfortunately, due to the passage of countless years, the current xiuxian sect was faring worse day by day. By now, it had probably fallen into such a state of decline that if it weren't for this dire situation, Jet wouldn't have triggered this system task. Since there was a new system task at hand, Jet didn't hesitate. He bid farewell to the Flying Cloud Sect members and immediately headed toward the distant xiuxian Empire. Whoosh! At full speed, Jet transformed into a terrifying meteor, swiftly dashing toward the distant horizon. Since xiuxian Sect had already declined, Jet intended to bring it back to its former glory just as he had done with Flying Cloud Sect. He believed in his own capabilities to achieve this. Traveling at full speed, after about half a day, Jet arrived at the territory of the xiuxian Empire. The xiuxian Empire was incredibly distant from the Hongwu Empire, separated by several other empires. Of course, these empires were small ones like the Hongwu Empire and couldn't compare to the xiuxian Empire. On the way to the xiuxian Empire, Jet felt a surge of excitement. His strength had now reached the breaking heaven's 7th tier, but he knew well that there were always higher levels beyond. In a place like the xiuxian Empire, there would naturally be many cultivators stronger than himself. Upon entering the xiuxian Empire, Jet extended his senses. Even a cursory glance at the bustling scene before him was breathtaking. The xiuxian Empire, compared to the Hongwu Empire, was truly flourishing on an immense scale. Everywhere he looked, he saw nothing but the figures of cultivators. The strength of cultivators in the xiuxian Empire was generally at the golden core stage, making the empire extravagantly powerful. Following the route from memory, Jet headed toward the location of xiuxian Sect. Xiuxian Sect was situated in a remote small town on the outskirts of the xiuxian Empire. When Jet reached the city where xiuxian Sect was located, he was taken aback by its desolation. There were hardly any cultivators here, and those few present were of low cultivation levels. This stark contrast to the bustling imperial capital he had just seen made it feel like two different worlds. Chapter 40, The Thunder God Empire. Imagine how powerful a sect could be in such a place. Jet naturally knew without guessing just how bleak the situation of the alchemy sect, Thunder God Sect, was now. Today was an extraordinary day for the Thunder God Sect, as their sect master was to have an alchemy contest today. If the Thunder God Sect master couldn't produce high-quality pills during the competition, the Thunder God Sect might very well be destroyed. Although not many people remained, everyone in the Thunder God Sect was extremely tense. In the Thunder God Sect's main square, it was packed with people. Apart from the cultivators of the Thunder God Sect, most had come to spectate. News that the Thunder God Sect master would compete against an alchemy master had spread throughout the vicinity. So naturally, people were very curious about this legendary Thunder God Sect that boasted terrifying alchemical skills and wanted to know who would prevail in the battle of alchemy. In reality, everyone knew the once terrifying Thunder God Sect no longer existed. All that remained was but a shadow of its former glory. Actually, this reminded him somewhat of the Marcel sect. Once the top sect of the Hongwu Empire, after thousands of years, it had also fallen into decline. But so what? After a few months under Jet's efforts, the Marcel sect once again became the mightiest sect in the Hongwu Empire. Old Zhao, why don't you give up? What can you refine like this? We could apologize to them and let the matter pass. There's no need to risk the entire sect. At this moment, in the midst of a group of Thunder God Sect cultivators, an old man in yellow clothes urged his companion in blue. He thought his brother was as stubborn as ever. Even at this age, he remained so disobedient, always making decisions based on emotion. Now, because of his recklessness, he had gambled the sect in this contest, risking total annihilation if they lost. No, we will definitely win. They insulted our Thunder God sect first. I can't let this stand. This time, I will show them just how terrifying our alchemy is. Thunder God sect is not just a name, said Thunder God sect Master Jagger with determination. A closer look revealed resolute resolve in his eyes. He seemed to have stars shining brightly within them, marking him as exceptionally tenacious. Well, there are already so many people here. Has everyone gathered to watch the spectacle? Ha ha ha, everyone, you've come to the right place. I will show you how Thunder God sect's master will be defeated by me in alchemy. At this moment, a group approached from afar. The leader was a middle-aged, fat man wearing a black gown, looking greasy and repulsive. This fat man was the famous alchemist, Clark, of the region. Clark had quite an illustrious background. It was said his master was an incredibly powerful existence. The pills Clark himself refined were of excellent quality, significantly boosting even a gold core realm cultivator's strength. Thus, Clark was full of confidence in this contest, believing the Thunder God sect would soon be in his hands. Thinking of this, waves of intense satisfaction emerged in Clark's eyes. Looking towards the Thunder God sect cultivators, he could see several female cultivators. Due to prolonged refinement, many of them were exceptionally beautiful, and Clark couldn't wait to control the Thunder God sect and interact with these female disciples. You're welcome. Today, I will show you the true alchemy of our Thunder God sect. Upon seeing Clark arrive, Jagger responded coldly. Jagger spoke with confidence in his alchemical skills, but despite his confidence, his surrounding disciples lacked it. If Jagger truly possessed impressive alchemy, the Thunder God sect wouldn't have declined so much. If they were really powerful, why would the Thunder God sect end up in such a remote town? Haha, stop talking nonsense. Let's start the competition directly. How about 3 rounds? Each of us refines 3 pills, and the winner is decided by the overall quality of the 3 pills. Clark said confidently. Without hesitation, Jagger agreed, nodding and saying, no problem, let's start. Immediately, Thunder God sect disciples prepared 2 identical cauldrons and materials. Standing before their respective cauldrons, Clark and Jagger readied themselves. At this point, the vice sect master, acting as the referee, announced the start of the competition. Begin refining. As the announcement sounded, both Clark and Jagger started their processes, emitting different spiritual lights from their bodies while quickly activating the fires within the cauldrons. Among the crowd, Jet squinted slightly, concealing his aura. After witnessing this intriguing event, he had come to observe. Jet felt deeply sentimental, never expecting the Thunder God sect to have declined to the point where they couldn't even outdo others in alchemy. Just observing their refining techniques made Jet sigh inwardly. Directly starting the furnace fire wasn't what a true alchemy master should do. True masters adjusted the material composition according to the pill they intended to refine before initiating the fire. Alchemy involved countless intricate details, whether it was controlling the heat or adjusting the material ratios. Different material proportions yielded different pills, and varying heat levels resulted in differing pill qualities. Pill quality generally ranged from rank 1 to 9. Rank 1 was the lowest, while rank 9 was the highest. Even pills of the same rank varied in quality from inferior to supreme. Higher quality pills naturally offered more benefits. To secure victory, Jagger brought out all the alchemy skills he had accumulated over his life. To restore the Thunder God sect's reputation, he was ready to deploy everything he had learned. Unlike Jagger, Clark competed purely for personal satisfaction. So, he wasn't nervous and proceeded calmly, following his usual methods. Observing for a while, Jet sighed again. He found that, purely in terms of technique, the fatty Clark was actually slightly better than Jagger. How could the legendary alchemy powerhouse Thunder God sect decline to the point where it couldn't even compete in alchemy? Feeling distressed, Jet believed that, given Jagger's desperation, he must have some hidden tricks up his sleeve. No sect leader would stake their most important sect on a bet without being sure of the outcome. There was a reason behind this action. As time passed, both men quickly completed the first pill. What a rich medicinal fragrance. The surrounding spectators could clearly sense the intense medicinal aroma wafting through the air. Everyone's eyes were now fixed on Clark and Jagger. They were curious. Who would have the more powerful first pill in this competition? Well, let me go first. Let you all see my 4th rank superior pill. Clark spoke confidently as he opened his pill furnace, revealing a pill enveloped in azure spiritual aura. This is an explosive spirit pill of the 4th rank, and it's even a superior grade. Many cultivators present widened their eyes in shock. They hadn't expected Clark to refine a 4th rank pill in such a short time. In a remote small city like this, let alone 4th rank, even 3rd rank pills were extremely precious. That was why Clark's success in refining a 4th rank superior pill caused such excitement. Seeing the pill Clark had produced, Jagger's face turned pale from a distance. His face twitched involuntarily, but with everyone watching him, he could only helplessly open his pill furnace. Ha, what's this? A 3rd rank pill? It's actually just a 3rd rank pill? Upon seeing Jagger's results, the crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. Clark openly mocked him without holding back. For Clark, he had always been confident in his pill refinement skills and knew that Jagger wouldn't be able to match him. That's why he had challenged Jagger in the first place. However, he hadn't anticipated that Jagger's skill would be so lacking. Starting with a 3rd rank pill meant the gap between Jagger and himself was quite significant. Chapter 41. 5th rank elixir. The gap between 3rd rank and 4th rank elixirs was actually immense. Without mincing words, they weren't even in the same league. Therefore, when the Patriarch of Thunder God sect managed to refine a 3rd rank elixir, it caused such a huge reaction from the other cultivators. At this moment, Clark didn't hold back with his mockery, saying, with your alchemy skills, you're bound to lose today. Clark had already claimed victory in the first round, so it was highly likely he would also win the following rounds without any unexpected occurrences. He was now full of confidence. In contrast to Clark's smugness, the Thunder God sect Patriarch looked quite different. Pale-faced, he was clearly distressed by the impending loss of both victory and his sect. Honestly, he believed he could succeed in refining an elixir. After all, he had refined a 4th-rank elixir before. But how could he have expected to fail this time and only produce a 3rd-rank one? The Thunder God sect patriarch, Jagger, felt utterly dejected. However, time waits for no man. No one wasted any time after mocking Jagger. The elixir contest continued. Perhaps because he had succeeded with the first elixir, Clark now appeared more at ease and confident as he continued refining. His entire demeanor exuded satisfaction. Even from the spiritual energy fluctuations emitted by Clark, one could confidently say that the quality of the elixir he would produce next wouldn't be below 4th rank. Feeling the immense pressure at this point, Jagger felt like his spirit was about to collapse, causing him considerable discomfort. Under such enormous pressure, it was naturally hard to perform well. Jagger realized his current state of refining was worse than usual, and if it continued like this, the outcome would be predictable. In the crowd, Jet narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing Jagger's performance, he knew that if this continued, let alone producing a 4th-rank elixir, it would be considered good if the elixir wasn't a failure. Thinking about the task to revitalize Thunder God sect made Jet feel a headache. This Thunder God sect was truly in decline. At this moment, perhaps others didn't understand the mounting pressure, but Jagger himself felt it grow heavier with each passing second, almost making breathing difficult. Jagger suddenly recalled an old legend passed down within the sect. When the sect faced a crisis, just by praying, the founder of Thunder God sect would come to help them overcome it. This legend was always treated as such since the sect hadn't faced imminent destruction before, and it had never been fulfilled. But now, with no way out, Jagger could only place all his hopes on this legend. Aiden, if you exist and can hear my call, please help us. Thunder God sect is in dire straits and can only rely on you. While still refining, Jagger focused entirely on praying. As time passed, Clark quickly completed his refinement. Under the curious and expectant gazes of the spectators, he opened the pill furnace. A rich medicinal fragrance spread as Clark opened the furnace. This, another high-grade 4th-rank elixir. It seems Master Ma has won for sure. Yes, it looks like Thunder God sect will lose under Jagger. Seeing this, everyone began discussing, believing Clark had already secured victory. Ha ha ha, what do you think, Jagger? Quickly open your pill furnace and see what useless elixir you've produced this time. After successfully refining another 4th-rank elixir, Clark brimmed with confidence and taunted openly. He seemed certain of his victory. However, amid countless curious gazes, Jagger hesitated to open his pill furnace. People wondered if Jagger had reached a point where he dared not open the furnace due to failure. Jagger was very anxious too. He had been praying all along but felt nothing unusual, and the elixir hadn't formed. Opening the furnace now would reveal nothing. This was why he dared not open it. Clearly, unless a miracle happened, Jagger was bound to lose. I beg you, there must be a miracle. Feeling the increasing pressure around him, Jagger knew he couldn't hide anymore and prepared to open the furnace. If he were going to lose, it didn't matter much. He would just feel somewhat guilty toward his ancestors. Thus, despite knowing he might lose, Jagger opened the pill furnace. What followed shocked everyone. When Jagger touched the pill furnace, he sensed something peculiar inside, as if it had undergone some change. As he opened the furnace, everyone felt a sudden intense medicinal fragrance fill the air, which all could clearly smell. This is the aroma of a 5th-rank elixir. It can't be a 5th-rank elixir, right? Upon smelling the fragrance, everyone was stunned. They were further shocked when they saw a blue glowing elixir lying quietly in Jagger's pill furnace. It was a high-grade 5th-rank elixir, surpassing Clark's by a significant margin. At this point, everyone was astonished. In such a small region, even 3rd-rank elixirs were rare, and 4th-rank elixirs were nearly top tier. 5th-rank elixirs were legendary, existing only in tales, usually found only in imperial cities. Thus, seeing Jagger produce a 5th-rank elixir, every cultivator was astounded. No, this is impossible. How could this be? A 5th-rank elixir? You couldn't have refined it? Taking a deep breath, Clark widened his eyes in disbelief. He thought he had victory in hand, but Jagger unexpectedly produced a 5th-rank elixir, something he hadn't even considered. Not only Clark, but even Jagger was shocked by the sudden appearance of a 5th-rank elixir. However, he quickly recovered, realizing his prayers might have worked. With a low whisper, he then laughed. What did I tell you? I won't lose to you. Your 4th-rank elixir is completely inferior. Haha, we still have one more round. Keep going. Since Jagger had successfully refined a 5th-rank elixir, he was quite delighted and immediately continued with the next round of elixir refinement. If the founding ancestor was willing to assist him, victory in this elixir contest would be within his grasp. Clark's mood plummeted because he hadn't anticipated Jagger having the capability to refine a 5th-rank elixir. Had he known Jagger would be so formidable, he never would have challenged him to this bet. But now that things had reached this critical juncture, there was no way to back down. Clark could only grit his teeth and exclaim, "Fine, let's continue. I don't believe you can refine another 5th-rank elixir." In truth, Clark hadn't been unprepared for this challenge. Now that Jagger had shown he could refine a 5th-rank elixir, Clark knew he had to match it with a 5th-rank elixir of his own. To achieve this, he had a secret technique up his sleeve. By incorporating some special ingredients during the refinement process, he could ensure a 5th-rank elixir. Time slowly passed as both Clark and Jagger were fully engrossed in their elixir refining. The onlookers were visibly excited, their faces alight with anticipation. Initially, they had thought this elixir contest was one-sided and predictable, but as time went on, everything changed. Jagger's successful refinement of a 5th-rank elixir altered the entire dynamic. If he could keep producing 5th-rank elixirs, the outcome would be thrilling to watch. How would Clark respond? At this point, the most bewildered weren't the general spectators, but the cultivators of Thunder God sect. They knew their patriarch best and understood that his skill level should not have allowed him to refine a 5th-rank elixir. So where did that 5th-rank elixir come from? Chapter 42, Going Back on One's Word. However, the current situation is special. Despite their countless questions, they could only hold them in. They, of course, hoped that Thunder God Sect would win this competition and continue to develop, for there was still hope for its resurgence. After all, the once-renowned Thunder God Sect was truly the top alchemy sect. In the crowd, Jet squinted his eyes. The development of the current situation was largely as he had anticipated. While Jagger was praying, a new system prompt sounded in Jet's ear. Ding, congratulations host, you have activated a new task. Help Jagger achieve victory in this alchemy competition. Reward, half a cultivation realm boost. When this task appeared, Jet felt somewhat surprised, as it was indeed unexpected. He had initially thought that the tasks would be more challenging, but now that the task was this simple, Jet was naturally delighted. If he completed the task, his strength would be enhanced by half a realm, undoubtedly a good thing. So, Jet immediately took action, which was why Jagger could produce a 5th grade pill. Now, with both parties continuing to refine pills, Jet moved subtly. In a way unseen by other cultivators, a terrifying energy fell into Jagger's pill furnace, causing obvious changes within. Of course, only cultivators at Jet's level could detect these changes, others were oblivious. Soon, the pill refining ended, and Clark's lips curled into a cocky smile again. Clark grinned. Alright, it's time to reveal the winner. This time, you open first. Clark knew this was his best chance to take over Thunder God Sect, so he was full of confidence. And due to using a little trick, he had already produced a low-grade 5th grade pill. As long as Jagger didn't come up with a 5th grade pill, he would win. So letting Jagger open the pill furnace first was also to prevent any accidents. At this moment, Jagger had no intention of stalling for time. After what happened earlier, Jagger understood the current situation. With his ancestor's assistance, he had nothing to worry about. Fine, let me show you what a true alchemist is, and what a high-grade pill looks like. Jagger opened the pill furnace. Instantly, an extremely dense medicinal aroma spread around, and every cultivator who smelled it revealed looks of disbelief. No way, this is actually an exquisite grade 5th grade pill? 5th grade exquisite grade pill. This is unbelievable. Did I see wrong? I've actually seen a 5th grade exquisite grade pill in my lifetime? At this moment, everyone saw that inside Jagger's pill furnace lay a pill emitting a frightening aura. A 5th grade exquisite grade pill. The aura emitted was undoubtedly much more formidable than the previous 5th grade pill. No, impossible. At this moment, Clark's expression was the most exaggerated. Seeing that Jagger had actually produced a terrifying 5th grade exquisite grade pill, Clark went mad. For Clark, he felt sure of his victory. Who could have guessed such an unexpected event? What? Master Ma, why are you so agitated? Is your pill not up to par? Having seen his side produce such a terrifying pill, even though Jagger was inwardly shocked, he still said softly, so it seems this match is mine. Just then, Clark recklessly overturned the pill furnace and said, no, you didn't win. This doesn't count. Let's compete again next time. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators immediately showed disdain. They despised those who went back on their word. Clearly, this was a fair contest, but Clark refused to accept the outcome, becoming an object of contempt. Clark, it's not up to you anymore. The competition is over. We won. According to our agreement, it's time for you to keep your promise. With the competition concluded and his side having gained a significant advantage, Jagger certainly wouldn't do as the other side wanted. During the initial agreement, Jagger had bet the entire future of Thunder God Sect, while Clark had put up countless cultivation resources. If the stakes weren't rich enough, Jagger wouldn't have gambled. No, impossible. Perhaps because he couldn't accept the fact that he had lost, Clark refused to acknowledge his defeat. Taking a deep breath, Jagger said, a gentleman keeps his word. If you want to renege, our entire Thunder God Sect will not let you off. Unexpectedly, Clark showed no intent to keep his promise and directly snarled, give it up, I won't fulfill my promise. His words conveyed extreme arrogance. Now that it came to this point, and seeing Thunder God Sect barely achieving victory only for the opponent to renege, Jagger hadn't considered this scenario. To him, if he really lost, he would have handed over Thunder God Sect, but now the other party's behavior infuriated him. He clenched his fists, with spiritual chi surging within him, forming an armor of spiritual chi around his body. Xiuxian looked ready to attack any time. Seeing Jagger this way, Clark became even more arrogant, saying without restraint, what? Angry now? Want to fight me? You should know your own strength. His words were objective. While he may be morally weak, in terms of power, having broken through to the turning essence realm, he was an insurmountable mountain to Thunder God Sect's cultivators. Jagger, only at the golden core realm, felt internally shaken. He never imagined facing off against a turning essence expert. And since direct confrontation was inevitable, he couldn't possibly win against Clark in battle, making Clark this confident. Clark took a deep breath, continued to stir up spiritual chi, and created a terrifying pressure radiating outward. All cultivators feeling Clark's burst of power were astonished. They didn't expect him to go this far. If Clark was dead set on reneging, no one could stop him. Humph. What? Afraid to fight? Then I'll leave. Clark glanced around, seeing Thunder God Sect's cultivators, although furious, didn't make a move. He shook his head and walked away, viewing this as merely a minor incident in his life. Where are you going? At this moment, how could Jagger let him go? Translation note. I've tried to maintain paragraph breaks and overall flow, keeping names and pinyin as requested. Let me know if there are specific areas or sentences you need revisited. Previously, fear might have restrained him from acting, but now, seeing Clark about to leave directly, Jagger could no longer suppress the rage within him. He let out an angry roar and charged towards Clark at full speed. At this moment, distance seemed meaningless. In just a blink, Jagger was right before Clark. In an instant, countless spiritual chi within Jagger surged and swiftly flowed into his arms. Then, Jagger fiercely swung a punch forward. Boom. The punch unleashed a power that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. In the moment it exploded outward, it gave off an incredibly terrifying impression. Jagger's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Golden Core realm, and the formidable aura he emitted made him virtually unmatched among Golden Core cultivators. However, facing Jagger's attack, Clark showed no intention of retreating. The strength Jagger displayed at the peak of the Golden Core realm might be terrifying to ordinary cultivators, but to Clark, who had already broken through to the Turning Essence realm, it was nothing to worry about. Roaring angrily, Clark was enveloped by countless terrifying currents of spiritual chi. Under these surging energies, Clark emitted an extremely powerful spiritual fluctuation. Roar! In the next moment, Clark also roared and threw a punch like Jagger. But although both were delivering punches, the power Clark unleashed far surpassed Jagger's. Instantly, the punch erupted, displaying a force that seemed capable of destroying mountains and rivers. Bang! Spurt! Clark's fist collided with Jagger's attack immediately. A deafening boom followed, and boundless, terrifying spiritual chi spread wildly in all directions, as if two colossal forces had clashed. Chapter 43. A miracle happens. At the moment of impact, Jagger felt an extremely terrifying shockwave come rushing towards him. A fearsome force surged into his body, causing him to be violently thrown backward, spitting out a large mouthful of blood as he flew away. His current strength was only at the Gold Core realm. There was no way for someone at the Gold Core realm to fight against a transforming essence cultivator. However, as the strongest individual in the Thunder God sect now, if he did not take action, who else would? The Thunder God sect could be bullied before. He had tolerated it even when watching it happen previously because, so long as it did not severely damage the sect's foundation, he could accept it. But this time, Clark bullying the Thunder God sect was something Jagger could not bear under any circumstances. Even though he spat out a mouthful of blood and was injured, Jagger quickly got up from the ground. Endless spirit energy within his body flowed continuously, forming a spirit energy armor around him. Come again. Jagger made some adjustments to his state, then continued to circulate his internal spirit energy without any pause, transforming into a gust of wind and charging towards Clark once more. Clark laughed loudly. With such capabilities, you dare to fight me? It's simply courting death. Clark didn't consider Jagger to be his match at all, so naturally, he paid him no heed. He planned to toy with Jagger extensively. He let out a low roar as countless spirit energies flowed, pouring into his arms. Instantly, Clark's arms were engulfed in fiery red spirit energy light, looking as if one punch could shatter heaven and earth. Jagger could also clearly feel an immense pressure emanating from Clark's arm. Ignoring everything else, just by the pressure displayed by Clark as a transforming essence cultivator, their battle already had no suspense due to the disparity in strength. However, even Jagger had something worth betting his life on, the protection of the Thunder God sect. Now, the Thunder God sect was cornered, and it was time for him as the sect leader to stand up and protect his sect. Today, either you die or I do. In Jagger's roar, endless terrifying spirit energies swept through him, and flames burst out from his body. In the blink of an eye, Jagger reached Clark and punched out just as fiercely as before. Courting death. Yet, the attack Jagger launched was indeed terrifying, but its explosive power was limited. When Clark's fist collided with Jagger's, the impact was no different from the first collision, and Jagger was knocked flying again. This time, he was blasted much farther away, landing heavily on the distant ground, looking as if he would be crushed to death. Sect leader. Seeing this, the Thunder God sect cultivators watching nearby could not help but display their shocked expressions. Seeing their leader being directly knocked away, everyone shouted in alarm. Several people dashed towards the place where Jagger landed. Arriving beside Jagger, they found his injuries very severe, almost unable to get up. It was normal for him to end up like this. After all, the disparity in strength between Jagger and Clark was too great. Haha, I've said it before, you're not my match. Aren't you asking for death by continuing like this? How about it? Anyone else willing to step up? Come together, Clark taunted, extremely arrogant. Due to the disparity in strength, he could show off his arrogance freely without worrying. Simply put, one's capability is still limited, and this limitation becomes magnified when there is a disparity in cultivation strength. At this point, watching the Thunder God sect being oppressed by Clark, Jet received a new system notification. Ding! Congratulations host for activating a new mission. Assist Jagger in defeating Clark. Upon completing the mission, your strength will break through to level 7 heaven breaking. Startled by the sudden appearance of the system notification, Jet hesitated but thought that as long as this task was completed, his strength would increase accordingly. So, he waved his hand, sending a wave of spirit energy into Jagger's body. Suddenly, feeling powerless and unable to continue fighting, Jagger sensed a peculiar energy entering his body. He discovered he regained strength almost instantly. Moreover, he felt as if his entire body was filled with power, and even the slightest movement gave him a sense of extreme might. Clark, your doom is upon you. Uncertain why he underwent such a transformation, Jagger did not hesitate, roaring angrily as he unleashed his speed, turning into a terrifying lightning bolt and charging straight at Clark. Clark was startled, for Jagger had been lying on the ground, seemingly out of combat. How had he suddenly recovered his fighting prowess? And he seemed incredibly lively. This felt very strange. Most terrifyingly, as Jagger approached, Clark felt an overwhelming pressure unlike anything Jagger used to bring when at the Gold Core realm. How is this possible? What have you done? Are you possessed? Though Clark felt shaken, his actions were swift. Perceiving the terrifying strength, he roared angrily, gathering terrifying amounts of spirit energy and concentrating it into his arms, unleashing a powerful punch. Boom! This attack was different from previous ones. To maximize the power of his assault, Clark pushed his transforming essence realm to its limit. All cultivators present showed shocked expressions as they perceived the power of Clark's attack. They felt that only at the Gold Core realm, Jagger might be directly annihilated by Clark's full-strength attack. After all, their cultivation levels were not on the same tier. Under these circumstances, their concern was justified. If Jagger, as the sect leader, was killed by Clark, it would become a laughingstock. The legendary first sect of the Thunder God Empire, the Thunder God sect, had declined to such a degree. However, events unfolded differently from what ordinary cultivators expected. Bang! Despite the terrifying force of Clark's attack, Jagger did not retreat. Fueled by the intense energy augmentation, he felt as if he could destroy the heavens and the earth with a single burst, and thus he countered with a powerful punch. Proving correct, his punch erupted with power unprecedented in his life. Pooh! A sound of spitting blood resounded. Amidst the terrifying spirit energy, spectators saw a figure fly backward. Unexpectedly, it was not Jagger but Clark, whose cultivation had reached the transforming essence realm, who was thrown back. Clark being hit flying backward completely overturned everyone's preconceived notions. How could a gold core realm cultivator possibly achieve such a feat? A gold core realm cultivator facing off against a transforming essence realm cultivator. Yet it was the transforming essence cultivator who ended up on the losing end. If this news spread, few would believe it. But now, people had no choice but to accept that this was indeed the truth. No, this can't be. Speaking of which, at this moment, Jagger had punched Clark into spitting blood and flying backward, driving Clark nearly mad, his face contorted in fury. Clark no longer resembled a master alchemist. Instead, he looked like a clown. With a roar towards the sky, terrifying spirit energy flared around him. In the next moment, he transformed into lightning and charged towards Jagger. He wanted to retaliate, to prove his strength as a transforming essence realm cultivator. However, even before his attack arrived, he could clearly sense an overwhelming surge of spirit energy from Jagger. It was as if Jagger was the one at the transforming essence realm while he, Clark, was merely a gold core cultivator. This reversed sense of power made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Influenced by this maddening sensation, Clark roared again, pushing the might of his attack to its utmost limit. Boom! Clark's punch, laden with terrifying force, approached. This was perhaps the most powerful attack Clark had ever unleashed. At this moment, he wished nothing more than to shatter Jagger instantly. But in response to this attack, Jagger became composed, for he knew that even if he flipped the heavens, he still wouldn't match Clark's strength. However, now he could send Clark flying with a single punch. Coupled with the strange occurrences during the alchemy process, Jagger realized that it must have been the old ancestor of Thunder God sect who had come to his aid. With this understanding, he couldn't let the ancestor down. Taking a deep breath, Jagger was enveloped in spirit energy, unleashing an attack that was terrifying beyond measure. Chapter 44, Breaking Heaven's 7th Level. Compared to Clark's frantic state, Jagger now appeared much more composed, as he knew someone was helping him from behind the scenes. This allowed him to fight without restraint. Taking a deep breath, countless terrifying spiritual energies surged from Jagger's body and instantly transformed into a spiritual energy armor around him. After this armor appeared, the spiritual energy fluctuations emitted by Jagger rose to an entirely new level, making it indisputable that his current strength far surpassed what any transcendent transformation cultivator could match. Clark was completely unaware of the imminent danger he faced. He frantically circulated the spiritual energy within his body, channeling all his attacks into his arms, hoping to defeat Jagger with his full burst of power. In his frenzy, Clark's face contorted grotesquely, resembling a fearsome demonic deity. Boom! In the next moment, Clark's fist was right in front of Jagger, carrying a devastating force as if capable of destroying everything. Anyone would be awed by such terrifying power, especially in this small city where a transcendent transformation cultivator unleashing their full potential would be something ordinary cultivators could only marvel at. However, Jagger did not retreat for a second. Instead, under the astonished gazes of many onlookers, he unleashed his speed to its limit, transforming into a bolt of lightning and charging straight toward the attack. The elemental might Jagger could unleash in this all-out burst immediately soared to an unimaginable level. As Jagger erupted, Clark felt himself enveloped by an overwhelming spiritual pressure, making breathing difficult. No, this can't be possible. It must be psychological. Clark felt shocked by this immense pressure. His intuition told him that once his attack collided with Jagger's, he wouldn't stand a chance. Yet he forcefully dismissed his intuition, reminding himself that his feelings were mere illusions, and that his attack couldn't possibly lose to a golden core cultivator. Rumble. Under these conditions, the next moment saw Jagger's fist collide with Clark's. It was as if two terrifying meteorites had smashed into each other, causing an earth-shaking spiritual energy explosion. The surrounding cultivators witnessed rings of destructive shockwaves spreading outwards, making it hard to imagine how a clash between a golden core cultivator and a transcendent transformation cultivator could be so fearsome. Ah! PFF. A pained scream and the sound of blood spitting out followed. Then everyone saw a figure flying backward and landing hard on the distant ground. To everyone's shock, it was Clark who was flung away. How could this happen? A transcendent transformation cultivator like Clark losing to a golden core cultivator Jagger? Even xiuxian sect members were stunned. They knew very well what level their leader usually was. When had this man, who normally couldn't beat a golden core cultivator, suddenly become so powerful as to directly defeat Clark? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Let this be your price for being arrogant. After defeating Clark, Jagger moved towards him, stepping firmly on his chest and saying fiercely. The Jagger speaking now bore no resemblance to the easily bullied person he usually was. It was as if he had become a different person. Next, Jagger snatched Clark's storage bag, discovering a large amount of cultivation resources inside. More than what was promised in their bed earlier. Satisfied, Jagger gave Clark another hard kick. Knowing he was gravely injured and recognizing Jagger's formidable power, Clark didn't dare say anything. Fearful of being killed by Jagger, he watched helplessly as his storage bag was taken away. Though outwardly he did nothing, Clark silently vowed revenge on xiuxian sect for today's humiliation. Having obtained Clark's storage bag, Jagger decided to leave immediately, as staying further held no significance. If not for the assistance from the sect's forefather, xiuxian sect might have already been destroyed. And during the alchemy competition, if not for the forefathers' intervention, he would never have successfully refined a 5th grade pill. Thinking about this, Jagger felt an uneasy sensation. He needed to return to the sect as soon as possible and review the records related to the forefather, analyzing today's events carefully. After the xiuxian sect cultivators left, the crowd began to disperse. Jet, standing among them, slightly narrowed his eyes, feeling quite satisfied. With both parties leaving, Jet heard the system notification in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully assisting Jagger in defeating the enemy, completing the task and breaking through to the 7th level of Breaking Heaven. Instantly, Jet felt his strength elevate to a new realm. Having not broken through in a long time, the empowerment from this breakthrough was immensely powerful. 7th level of Breaking Heaven, a high realm even within the Xiuxian Empire. Jet couldn't help but wonder about the strength of the Empire's strongest. Soon, another system notification came. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new task. The host needs to re-establish xiuxian sect's credibility in alchemy, attracting various cultivators to join. Task conditions. Lead xiuxian sect's cultivators to win the championship in the alchemy competition hosted by Xiuxian Empire 1 month later. Task completion will raise cultivation to 8th level of Breaking Heaven. This new task made Jet's heart race. Just after breaking through to 7th level, achieving the 8th level seemed achievable with effort, seemingly within reach. Satisfied, Jet gathered spiritual energy and vanished from the spot. Appearing again, he had returned to Xiuxian sect. Now, Xiuxian sect had undergone significant changes compared to 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, in the Xiuxian Empire, Xiuxian sect was the paramount sect, with countless disciples. Its location was naturally the most prosperous place. But after several changes in the Xiuxian Empire, it had now moved to such a remote area. The sect could no longer be called a sect. It could only be described as some ancient buildings. On the plaque outside these buildings were the 3 large characters, Xiuxian sect. If not for this plaque, people might not even recognize that there was still a sect here. However, despite Xiuxian sect's decline to this extent, it still had many loyal followers. These devoted followers included some who adhered due to personal beliefs, and others because of their interest in Xiuxian sect's alchemy techniques. Regardless, they all shared one common point. They were attracted by the legends of Xiuxian sect from 10,000 years ago. So, the first thing cultivators joining Xiuxian sect would do was to delve into its history, observing how it had changed over the past 10,000 years to reach its current state. And once they finished reading these stories, these cultivators would invariably fall in love with Xiuxian sect. The history of Xiuxian sect, of course, wasn't fabricated. It was all true. So, from this perspective, Xiuxian sect indeed exuded immense charm. Speaking of which, Xiuxian sect's patriarch and his group returned to the sect and immediately convened a meeting in the main hall to discuss today's events. Lord Sect Leader, how did you manage to defeat Clark? The Finley of Xiuxian sect asked curiously. He had watched Jagger defeat Clark, an outcome that almost overturned his understanding. Actually, not just him. Now all the cultivators who witnessed Jagger's victory over Clark on sight shared the same doubt. Yet, seeing the wide-eyed looks of the surrounding cultivators, although Jagger, the sect leader of Xiuxian sect, was eager to explain to them, he didn't know how to clearly explain it for the moment. Indeed, he wasn't the only one. All the cultivators who witnessed Jagger's victory over Clark today shared the same question. However, seeing the wide-eyed looks of the surrounding cultivators, Jagger, the sect leader of Xiuxian sect, though eager to explain, found it difficult to put into words just how he had managed it. Chapter 45. Welcoming the Aiden. After some thought, Jagger finally shook his head and said, honestly, I'm not sure either. I called you here to analyze what happened. I suspect that it's because our Thunder God sect's ancestor has appeared. What? The ancestor? Upon hearing Jagger's words, everyone's face was filled with shock. The ancestor of the Thunder God sect was almost a legendary figure. Now, he actually appeared? He hadn't shown up in 10,000 years. How could this be possible at this time? But if the ancestor of the Thunder God sect hadn't helped, then how could today's events be explained? Doubts began to arise in their hearts. Every cultivator of the Thunder God sect felt that this was unbelievable, as if they were dreaming. No, more precisely, even in dreams, it would be hard to imagine that things could develop so terrifyingly. To put it strictly, today's events gave people an outlandish feeling. I believe you all saw me refine medicine before. Initially, I only refined a 3rd grade pill. That truly reflects my actual skill. But after that, 2 5th grade pills appeared consecutively inside my alchemy furnace. Do you think I can do such a thing? Jagger explained as if to clarify. Everyone naturally shook their heads. Then Jagger continued. Since these 2 5th grade pills aren't something I could achieve, the only explanation is that the ancestor helped me. When I was about to complete the 2nd pill, I knew I couldn't succeed. At that moment, I recalled the legend of the Thunder God sect. If we call for the ancestor during a crisis, he will lend a hand. Even as he spoke, Jagger felt as though he was making something up. This legend didn't seem real at all. But today's experience made him firmly believe this. The ancestor of the Thunder God sect must exist, and he definitely helped today. Everyone also felt skeptical but couldn't find any other explanation beyond this. If that's the case, let's try calling for the ancestor again. Let's see if he will come out. Perhaps to prove his guess and the legend, Jagger continued praying devoutly, hands clasped together, and prostrated himself before the distant portrait of the ancestor. Seeing the sect leader like this, even though others had doubts, they could only follow. They believed that the recent events involving the sect leader were too extraordinary and could not be viewed with ordinary eyes. So since the sect leader believed the ancestor would appear, they could only pray together. Thus, the members of the Thunder God sect all prostrated themselves before the portrait of the ancestor. Regardless of whether they believed, they now had a sense that if they knelt with utmost devotion, perhaps a miracle might happen. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically. Aura fluctuations appeared in the air. Originally there had been none, but now they rapidly spread throughout the space. Whoosh! Then everyone felt a blur, and a figure appeared before them. This is The sect leader felt deeply moved because the young man standing before him wasn't anyone else but the ancestor from the portrait. The ancestor had actually appeared. Hail the ancestor! Immediately, Jagger began to kowtow. Other cultivators were also astonished, following suit without daring to breathe loudly. Hail the ancestor! Jet thus enjoyed everyone's prostration. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing them kneel like this, he felt it inappropriate not to show up now. After all, the system task was already activated. Now, he just needed to choose the right time to integrate into the Thunder God sect and lead it to rise again. Since this was a suitable opportunity, integrating into the Thunder God sect was the right move. Now that he had appeared, Jet needed to think about how to lead the Thunder God sect to flourish. Do not bow too formally. After 10,000 years, I did not expect the Thunder God sect to have declined to this state. Jet scanned the surroundings and sighed with emotion. Hearing this, Jagger trembled and replied, Aiden, it's due to my incompetence that I failed to manage the sect well or bring it back to its former glory. Please punish me. In Jagger's eyes, when Jet appeared, he clearly sensed a divine aura around Jet. This feeling made Jagger both surprised and delighted, as the ancestor's appearance signified a chance for the Thunder God sect to rise again. With this possibility, Jagger wouldn't give up easily. Jet shook his head, not intending to punish Jagger, saying, punishing you now has no meaning. What we need to do is to rebuild the Thunder God sect. I believe everyone hopes to see the Thunder God sect regain its status as the top sect in the Thunder God Empire, right? Though brief, Jet's words stirred strong emotions among the cultivators. They knew the current plight of the Thunder God sect. To put it bluntly, with the current state of the Thunder God sect, it couldn't rise even after hundreds or thousands of years. It might even be destroyed anytime soon. So, Jet's declaration to make the Thunder God sect rise again instilled an overwhelming sense of hope within them. As long as they worked hard, the Thunder God sect could have a bright future. Hope. The cultivators clenched their fists, rekindling hope for the future. Jet's appearance made them instinctively feel that if they chose to trust him, he would indeed bring the Thunder God sect back to glory. 10,000 years ago, Jet had led the Thunder God sect to the top in the Thunder God Empire. Why shouldn't it happen again? Taking a deep breath, Jet felt a close connection. After all, like the Flying Cloud sect, the Thunder God sect was built by him. He remembered those days clearly, having invested more effort into the Thunder God sect than the Flying Cloud sect. But merely having passion isn't enough. Since you all want the Thunder God sect to rise again, you must first strengthen yourselves. Here are some common bone essences. After consuming them, your strength should improve. Speaking, Jet took out large quantities of Earth-grade bone essences and a few Heaven-grade ones from his storage bag, under the watchful and astonished gazes of the cultivators. These are all terrifying Earth-grade bone essences, and there are even Heaven-grade ones. This can't be real, can it? How many Earth-grade and Heaven-grade bone essences are there? Am I dreaming? Why does this feel so unreal? The crowd murmured in disbelief and at this moment. Seeing these root bones that had suddenly appeared, the cultivators were all profoundly shocked. For them, who were accustomed to mediocrity, these sudden appearances of root bones felt like impossible miracles coming true. These are all for us to consume? Liaxian sect's leader, Jagger, said hesitantly. Jet glanced at him and replied, of course. I've said it before. If you don't have enough strength, Liaxian sect cannot rise. If you don't consume these root bones now, you wouldn't know when your strength would improve. Quickly choose a suitable one to consume. Those who are confident in their strength can choose Heaven grade. Once Jet confirmed this, the cultivators could no longer contain their eagerness to consume the root bones. They immediately began the process of consumption. However, most of the cultivators chose Earth-grade root bones because they knew that while Heaven-grade root bones had far superior attributes, they also carried substantial risks during consumption. These weren't naturally awakened root bones. Forcing their consumption might cause conflicts with their constitution, potentially leading to death. Therefore, choosing Earth-grade root bones was prudent. The attributes of Earth-grade root bones weren't bad either, and they posed very little risk, making it the best choice. Of course, there were a few ambitious souls who liked challenges and chose Heaven-grade root bones. There were 3 such individuals, and Jet took extra notice of them. These root bones are all suitable for refining pills, so you can rest assured while consuming them. After you've finished, I will pass on some alchemy techniques to you, and I hope you can all refine 5th-grade pills soon. Pausing slightly, Jet continued, in less than a month, it will be the alchemy competition day of Liaxian Empire. I hope you all perform well then. Whether Liaxian sect can reclaim its number 1 title depends on you all. Hearing Jet's words, the cultivators realized the importance of these root bones and the future prospects. Everyone became incredibly focused. Chapter 46 Hidden Mission. Often, humans are like this. When a ray of light that can change their lives suddenly appears in the midst of ordinary life, they would undoubtedly seize it without hesitation and strive tirelessly, hoping that through this light, their strength would transform and improve. Now, for these cultivators of Thunder God sect, Jet was undoubtedly that ray of light. The bone roots given by Jet were the blessings of the light, providing them with the means to alter their lives. As time passed, these cultivators soon delved into devouring the bone roots. Those with low difficulty or whose constitutions matched the bone roots well quickly succeeded in devouring them, leading to an immediate leap in cultivation and strength. For instance, some cultivators at the 5th layer of True Essence realm, after devouring the Earth-grade bone roots, instantly advanced 5 layers to reach the Golden Core realm. Such leaps were simply what they couldn't achieve even if they cultivated for several decades on their own. Moreover, the benefits of high-quality bone roots were not limited to this instantaneous boost. After devouring high-quality bone roots, their cultivation speed would significantly increase over a long period. Suddenly, a scream drew Jet's attention. Narrowing his eyes, he saw that the scream came from a cultivator who chose to devour Heaven-grade bone roots. This person's process wasn't smooth. He continuously encountered backlash from the bone root. However, due to his strong willpower, he persisted up until now. But finally, he could no longer withstand the terrifying backlash of the Heaven-grade bone root. After screaming in pain, he fell unconscious. If Jet didn't intervene, he would likely die or become crippled. In this situation, Jet couldn't ignore him. With a wave of his hand, a 7-colored spiritual light entered the young man's body, restoring his consciousness and allowing him to re-enter the process of devouring the bone root. The surrounding cultivators were awestruck by Jet's prowess. To them, Jet was like a divine embodiment. In a blink, half a day had passed. By this time, most of the cultivators had completed devouring the bone roots, resulting in a significant boost in Thunder God Sect's overall strength. It felt as though Thunder God Sect had transformed into an entirely different sect. Very good. You all have devoured them quite well. Next, you should diligently practice the alchemy techniques. After mastering these alchemical skills, you should be able to shine in the Imperial competition next month. Seeing everyone almost finished, Jet took out many alchemy manuals from his storage bag. These alchemy techniques were of high quality but did not require specific cultivation realms, making them easy to practice. With enhanced strength, these cultivators looked at the alchemy techniques with eager eyes, like hungry people seeing food. They immediately started learning. Jet was quite satisfied with their performance. After passing down the techniques, he left. Letting them cultivate in Thunder God Sect on their own was sufficient, as his continued presence was unnecessary. Before leaving, he left behind ample cultivation and alchemy resources for the Thunder God Sect cultivators, enough for a month's use. Leaving Thunder God Sect, Jet headed straight for Thunder Mountain in Thunder God Empire. After completing what needed to be done here, he heard a notification from the system. Ding! Hidden mission triggered. A chaotic sky-breaking divine beast has appeared on Thunder Mountain in Thunder God Empire. Host, go to Thunder Mountain and slay it. Completing the task will elevate your cultivation by 1 layer. Hearing the mission details, Jet was somewhat surprised. After all, a sky-breaking level beast was incredibly formidable, considered a godlike existence in Hongwu Empire. However, since he was in Thunder God Empire, it was rumored that the highest-ranking cultivator here reached the Void Cavern realm, though it was unknown whether it was true. Ignoring these thoughts, Jet unleashed his speed and swiftly headed towards Thunder Mountain. He arrived shortly. Is this Thunder Mountain? Looking at the towering mountain range before him, Jet felt a bit disoriented. Strangely, while other places were sunny, the sky above this mountain range was gloomy with gathering clouds, thunder rumbling periodically, creating a terrifying atmosphere. By slightly expanding his perception, Jet clearly sensed a powerful beast causing destruction on the mountain. No way. When hearing the mission content, Jet noted that completing it would elevate his cultivation by 1 realm, implying the task was extraordinary. Indeed, the opponent proved to be exceptional. However, just as Jet prepared to act against the bird, a series of sonic booms approached. He noticed that other cultivators from Thunder God Empire had also been drawn by the bird. A rampaging sky-breaking beast was rare, and its demon core had immense value, potentially boosting one's strength if obtained. Although these cultivators knew they were unlikely to acquire the core, watching might yield useful information. Noticing the increasing number of cultivators, Jet frowned but had no intention of hiding his abilities. What others thought mattered little to him. Wicked creature, prepare to die. Without hesitation, Jet focused on the blue bird, let out a low roar, and sped towards it. With his speed at full blast, Jet crossed great distances in an instant, resembling a terrifying beam of light. In the blink of an eye, Jet was face to face with the blue bird, infusing endless terrifying spiritual energy into his double-pattern divine weapon Frost Sword. A devastating slash followed. Rumble. The double-pattern Frost Sword, infused with tremendous spiritual energy, released an incomparably fearsome force. It seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth, charging towards the strange bird with overwhelming power. Facing Jet's formidable attack, the blue bird did not retreat. Instead, it roared fiercely, flapped its wings, and charged forward. Continuously flapping, countless spiritual energy spheres gathered around it, forming a terrifying assault. In an instant, with another mighty flap, the spiritual energy spheres erupted, rushing towards Jet in a devouring state. Jet was momentarily stunned but didn't pause his attack. Swinging the Frost Sword relentlessly, he clashed intensely with the spiritual energy spheres. Boom boom boom. For a moment, all that could be heard were the continuous explosions of spiritual energy as Jet's Frost Sword clashed with the spiritual energy spheres again and again. With each collision, Jet felt an overwhelming shockwave, as if he might be thrown back at any moment. These spiritual energy spheres looked ordinary but, in reality, unleashed terrifying power. At this time, while Jet was battling the blue strange bird, the cultivators who had gathered from afar to watch began to discuss the situation. What's going on? I can't be seeing things, right? This person is actually fighting the blue devil bird? The blue devil bird has been causing chaos for days. No one dared to make a move because they feared the bird's self-destruction. Where did this kid come from? Now he's fighting the blue devil bird. Does he have a death wish? This should be good. Let's see how this kid gets killed by the blue devil bird. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators were expressions of anticipation, fully aware of how formidable the blue strange bird, or blue devil bird, truly was. In the past, the blue devil bird had caused havoc multiple times, often leaving Thunder Mountain devastated, yet no one dared to step forward. The beast had already killed most of the creatures on Thunder Mountain, so people didn't care much as long as it didn't leave the mountain and cause trouble for the Thunder God Empire. But now, with Jet suddenly appearing to fight the blue devil bird, he immediately became the focus of countless spectators. More cultivators kept being drawn over by the commotion, and their gazes were filled with shock as they watched him. Wicked creature, break. At this point, Jet paid no attention to the onlookers. His entire mind was focused on the battle with the blue devil bird. He roared lowly, injecting boundless spiritual energy into his Frost Sword and swung it with all his might. A dazzling blue sword intent suddenly erupted. Crack, crack. The sword intent collided head-on with the spiritual energy spheres, instantly revealing its terrifying power. Chapter 47, Battle with the Blue Demon Bird. The crisp sound of shattered spiritual energy echoed, and all the onlooker cultivators could clearly see that the terrifying spiritual energy spheres unleashed by the blue demon bird disintegrated upon collision with the frost sword intent. Now, Jet's attack seemed to possess the power of world-shattering destruction. Whoever faced him head-on would inevitably be crushed by his assault. Following this formidable sword intent, Jet managed to suppress the blue demon bird to some extent, causing the watching cultivator's eyes to widen in disbelief. What is this kid's background? He can actually suppress the blue demon bird? Hee, this is just the beginning. Everyone here knows how terrifying the strength of a blue demon bird is. Since this kid chose to fight it, he's already as good as dead. Let's wait and see. But there's definitely going to be a good show today. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators began to chatter. The blue demon bird easily attracted attention, especially since every Thunder God Empire cultivator had experienced its impact in one way or another. Suddenly seeing an intense battle between it and a cultivator made everything different. Roar. Currently, Jet had momentarily suppressed the blue demon bird using the frost sword's power, but this suppression only lasted for a fleeting instant. Soon, with a roar, the blue demon bird emitted waves of terrifying spiritual energy. Blue spiritual energy spiraled out from the bird continuously, and under these conditions, the blue demon bird exuded an almost exaggerated level of terrifying aura. Simply put, the blue demon bird was originally at 7th Heaven Breaker stage. Its strength under this state was indescribably formidable. Onlookers subconsciously retreated to a distance, fearing they might be caught in the ensuing battle. Standing before the blue demon bird, Jet could distinctly feel its changes. Compared to those further away, his senses were even more acute and clear. However, despite sensing these changes, Jet did not retreat. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he injected more spiritual energy into his frost sword. He knew he had no retreat when choosing to fight the blue demon bird. One reason was due to the system quest requirement, the other was because of his own pride. He couldn't allow his prey to escape unexpectedly. So, no matter what, he must annihilate the blue demon bird. Huff, huff. The blue demon bird's aura soared to an alarming level and then paused. Its wings flapped suddenly, pulling the surrounding spiritual energy towards it and forming countless blue spiritual energy arrows with each flap. Even at the moment they formed, these blue spiritual energy arrows exerted a terrifying pressure, as if each carried the power of the Heaven Breaker realm. Just glancing at this dense formation of arrows made one's scalp tingle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, with Jet observing in surprise, these spiritual energy arrows burst forth at an unprecedented speed toward him. One arrow followed another in rapid succession, as if they were linked, creating a deadly storm of arrows. An attack like this could likely instantly kill even a Heaven Breaker cultivator. Facing such a powerful assault, Jet took a deep breath, with boundless spiritual energy coursing through his body. As it converged into his legs, he let out a low cry, bursting into action, his figure transforming into a terrifying meteor racing swiftly away. Jet's current explosive power was indeed formidable. Just speaking of speed, it surpassed the imagination of typical Heaven Breaker cultivators. Boom boom. With Jet's sudden burst of speed, the formidable spiritual energy arrows immediately missed their mark, hitting empty space, resulting in bursts of spiritual energy explosions and shockwaves spreading outward. The spectators were stunned by Jet's speed, which had reached an unprecedented and unparalleled level. No wonder Jet dared challenge the blue demon bird, having clearly prepared himself. These observers now realized Jet's prowess. Yet, after witnessing his terrifying combat ability, they were even more curious about how the battle between Jet and the blue demon bird would unfold and who would ultimately triumph. What was Jet's origin? In the Thunder God Empire, most cultivators above the Heaven Breaker realm knew each other. They had never seen or even heard of Jet. Yet this unknown individual suddenly appeared in the Thunder God Empire and directly engaged the Empire's strongest demon, the blue demon bird. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Jet continually circulated his internal spiritual energy, injecting it into his legs, allowing him to maintain his state with great difficulty. If he couldn't dodge the blue demon bird's attack with his speed, he would undoubtedly be defeated by the terrifying spiritual energy arrows. Just by sensing them briefly, he felt their tremendous spiritual power. Being hit by them meant certain doom. But honestly, Jet was confident in his abilities. He knew that while the spiritual energy arrows were strong, they were limited in number. If he could evade them with his speed, he'd be fine. Their main advantage lay in their continuous barrage. If the first arrow struck, the subsequent ones would follow in rapid succession, making the attack exceedingly devastating. Break. Soon, as Jet continued to evade, noting the decreasing number of spiritual energy arrows, he wasted no time. With a roar, he unleashed his full strength, pouring all the spiritual energy he could muster into his frost sword, then swung it fiercely forward. This sword swing seemed to gather all the terrifying power of the universe, feeling like it could devour the heavens and earth. Upon this eruption of power, the blue demon bird's gaze grew stern, clearly sensing the horrifying might from Jet's attack. However, this demonic beast had reached the 7th Heaven Breaker stage, so although it was momentarily stunned by Jet's attack, its reaction speed was still very quick. Suddenly opening its mouth, countless cultivators watched in shock as a terrifying blue spiritual energy sphere slowly spewed out from the blue demon bird's mouth. Even just for an instant, this sphere of spiritual energy exuded an overwhelmingly terrifying presence, as if it contained energy capable of destroying the world. After it appeared, the blue spiritual energy sphere visibly grew larger at a rapid pace, and in the blink of an eye, it expanded to a size that blotted out the sky. Rumble. In the next moment, this terrifying spiritual energy sphere immediately collided with Jet's sword intent. Instantly, amid the rumbling sound of spiritual energy clashing, countless streams of terrifying natural spiritual energy wildly spread out in all directions. At this point, everyone clearly understood the changing situation. Without further ado, the blue demon bird's peak 7th Heaven Breaker strength had failed to suppress Jet even when fully unleashed. From this, it was evident how formidable Jet truly was. Therefore, those who initially believed the blue demon bird would quickly end the battle and defeat Jet were now left in awe, eagerly anticipating the outcome of the confrontation. As his sword intent collided with the blue demon bird's spewed spiritual energy sphere, Jet felt an immense pressure nearly sending him flying. Fortunately, the continuous flow of spiritual energy within his body allowed him to withstand the force, preventing him from being knocked back. Internally, he was deeply shaken. It felt as though his sword intent hadn't collided with a mere sphere of spiritual energy, but rather with some terrifying existence. The clash between Jet's sword intent and the blue demon bird's spiritual energy sphere sent waves of shock through the onlookers. Despite its peak 7th heaven breaker power, the blue demon bird couldn't suppress Jet, making the spectators realize just how powerful Jet was. Those who had originally thought the blue demon bird would easily overpower Jet were now in awe, anxiously awaiting the progression of the battle. Meanwhile, Jet struggled under the immense pressure but managed to stabilize himself with his own surging spiritual energy, marveling at how his attack seemed to have struck something far more fearsome than a mere spiritual energy sphere. Chapter 48, The Green Spring Pill. In this state, he now viewed this mission more clearly. Initially, he believed the rewards for this task were incredibly generous. Killing a demonic beast to elevate his strength to the 8th level of heaven breaking seemed like an excellent deal. However, as it stood now, he realized he had completely misunderstood the situation from the beginning. No matter how one looked at it, this mission was fraught with difficulty. The Azure Devil Bird's strength was formidable enough to be classified as 8th level of heaven breaking. Jet understood now why, despite the Azure Devil Bird wreaking havoc here for so long, no one from the Thunder God Empire had intervened. Even cultivators at the peak of heaven breaking would not easily defeat the Azure Devil Bird. Thus, it was safe to say that no one within the entire Thunder God Empire wished to engage it. Even those with the capability to defeat it wouldn't take action, since it was a losing proposition without any incentives. Of course, in simpler terms, there was no benefit. People would only undertake dangerous tasks if they perceived benefits in them. Phew. Despite Jet's sword intent dissipating most of the spirit energy sphere's explosive power, he couldn't withstand its terrifying pressure. During its detonation, the horrifying force sent him flying once again. He felt a surge of force rush into his body, colliding wildly inside. A sweetness welled up in his throat as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. This outcome was completely unexpected by him. The Azure Devil Bird's strength exceeded his expectations. Great fellow, looks like we're in for a tough battle. Managing finally to circulate the spirit energy within him, Jet halted midair and wiped the corner of his mouth. Squinting slightly, he began to observe his opponent. At this point, he acknowledged the gap between himself and the Azure Devil Bird and decided not to rashly attack. Similarly cautious, the Azure Devil Bird didn't dare relax after sending Jet flying with its last move. It realized that Jet posed a significant threat, and that mishandling things might mean it would fall at Jet's hands today. Very well, let me show you the true might of Frost's sword today. Jet breathed deeply and then shouted, retrieving dozens of blue protective talismans from his storage bag. Under Jet's control, these talismans swiftly fused into the Frost sword. To the astonishment of countless onlookers, a new sword pattern emerged on the Frost sword, transforming it from a single patterned divine artifact into a 3-patterned one. Divine artifacts ranged from single to 10 patterns. The more patterns, the more formidable the combat power. Even a double-patterned divine artifact was a potent weapon at the heaven-breaking stage, let alone a triple-patterned one. When the quality reached 3 patterns, if the user was sufficiently skilled, the enhancement effect would be substantial and satisfying. Thus, Jet's Frost sword upgrading directly from double-patterned to triple-patterned meant a significant increase in combat power. What he now employed was a method where talisman enhancements boosted the quality of his Frost sword temporarily. However, this boost wouldn't last long. Soon, the Frost sword would revert to being double-patterned. So, he needed to maximize its potential and conclude the battle swiftly. Ho, you cursed creature, meet your end. Jet charged forward without hesitation, transforming into a terrifying meteor, crossing immense distances toward the Azure Devil Bird. The Azure Devil Bird could sense an immense pressure from Jet, heightened due to the Frost sword's upgraded quality. Despite sensing the threat, as a fearsome demon, the Azure Devil Bird did not back down. Instead, it roared and charged directly at Jet. Its demeanor suggested it was prepared to fight a life-or-death battle with Jet. Bystanding cultivators were left speechless. What's going on? His weapon just transformed from double-pattern to triple-pattern? No way, am I seeing this right? Triple-pattern divine artifacts are rare even for someone at the void opening stage. Triple-pattern divine artifacts. That's impressive. Double-patterned ones are already quite rare. Who is this guy? Where does he come from? Stunned spectators greedily eyed Jet's Frost sword. To be honest, all of them wished to obtain such a powerful divine artifact, but even a single-patterned one was not easy to come by. Many heaven-breaking cultivators didn't possess any divine artifacts, so they naturally coveted them. This explained their reactions to Jet's triple-patterned artifact. Boom. Jet and the Azure Devil Bird met in midair. Jet firmly held the Frost sword, which shone with intense blue light amidst an influx of spirit energy. Meanwhile, the Azure Devil Bird wore a terrifying spirit energy armor and fired countless blue spirit energy arrows. These arrows, though fewer than before, still unleashed formidable power, clashing continuously with Jet's attacks. A series of terrifying explosions spread outwards with each collision. Each time his Frost sword met the spirit energy arrows, Jet felt a tremor through his hand due to their overwhelming power. He initially thought the upgrade to triple pattern would significantly enhance the Frost sword's capabilities and make the Azure Devil Bird less of an adversary. However, he was wrong. The Azure Devil Bird's strength was indeed formidable, making it hard to break through its defenses despite the weapon upgrade. With the Azure Devil Bird constantly firing spirit energy arrows, it became almost invincible, leaving Jet struggling to find a breakthrough. For a moment, the situation stagnated. Observers could only see Jet's frost sword continuously clashing with the spirit energy arrows. Neither side seemed to gain an upper hand. Jet couldn't defeat the Azure Devil Bird, but the bird also couldn't overpower Jet. However, even though the situation was at a stalemate, this scene held a different significance for the surrounding spectators. They now recognized the formidable nature of Jet and the potency of his abilities. After today, it was likely that every cultivator in the Thunder God Empire would know of Jet's existence. Yet, there was something noteworthy. Observant individuals could see that although Jet had not gained any obvious advantage, he was continuously building momentum, much like a hunter waiting for the perfect moment to strike. As soon as he found an opportunity, Jet might launch a decisive, lethal attack. Of course, this was just a gut feeling shared by some experts. Whether Jet could truly defeat the Azure Devil Bird remained uncertain. Time seemed to slow down, everything shrouded in uncertainty. Now people believed that if nothing went wrong, Jet might indeed have a chance to defeat the Azure Devil Bird. Didn't expect it to last this long. Jet shattered another wave of spirit energy arrows with surprise evident in his eyes. At the start of the battle, he hadn't anticipated that the Azure Devil Bird could sustain such a prolonged fight. But since the bird had shown such terrifying combat power, there was no question of him retreating now. After all, the possibility of completing the mission and breaking through to the 8th level of heaven breaking was right in front of him. Moreover, through his senses, he noticed that the Azure Devil Bird's spirit energy reserves were dwindling. In this state, the bird wouldn't last much longer. Even without deploying more powerful techniques, maintaining his current combat strength should be enough to slay the Azure Devil Bird. But Jet, who always preferred quick resolutions, had no intention of prolonging the battle. Taking a deep breath, a torrent of terrifying spirit energy surged around him. Jet reached into his storage bag and retrieved a pill, which he promptly swallowed. Chapter 49 Breakthrough to Heaven Tier 8. It was a pill emitting a blue spiritual energy glow, known as the Azure Spring Pill. The efficacy of this pill could temporarily increase Jet's combat power several times over in a short period. This was naturally a pill that Jet had concocted himself. He created this pill for emergency situations when he found himself at a disadvantage against an opponent. By using this pill, he could elevate his strength to turn the tide. However, while the boost provided by the Azure Spring Pill was terrifyingly potent, it also came with significant drawbacks. If after utilizing the Azure Spring Pill Jet still couldn't defeat his opponent, there was no doubt he would find himself in a very awkward position. Additionally, after the effects of the Azure Spring Pill wore off, Jet would be left in a weakened state for 3 days. In such circumstances, Jet seldom used the Azure Spring Pill. Initially, he had primarily crafted the Azure Spring Pill to deal with Gwillem. Unexpectedly, it hadn't been useful in defeating Gwillem, but now it was time to put it into action. Alright, whether we succeed or not depends on you now. Now, Jet placed all his hopes on the Azure Spring Pill. Upon ingesting it, he immediately felt as though a blazing fire erupted within him. Amidst the constant burning, he sensed his body's emitted spiritual energy rapidly intensifying, as if he had transformed into a completely different person. Moreover, since Jet's frost sword had upgraded from a dual-pattern divine artifact to a tri-pattern one, his potential combat power underwent a tremendous transformation. Roar! With another roar, Jet moved with speed towards the blue demon bird, just as he did previously. However, this time was different. Jet seemed like a hunter lunging at his prey. Having identified the perfect moment to strike, his mind focused solely on subduing his opponent. Thinking this, the fluctuations in Jet's aura soared to an extremely astonishing level. Boom! Bang! In the next instant, Jet appeared before the blue demon bird without hesitation, and his frost sword swung out with unprecedented terror, striking the bird. The blue demon bird could hardly withstand such explosive power and was directly blasted away. Just one slash, yet it felt entirely different from any previous move. At that moment, Jet seemed to have become a deity of war. When the blue demon bird noticed the change in Jet's combat strength, its eyes revealed shock. The blue demon bird let out a skyward roar, followed by numerous bursts of terrifying spiritual energy gathering in its mouth, seemingly ready to unleash even more horrifying energy spheres to vanquish Jet. But before the energy sphere formed, Jet appeared beside the blue demon bird, channeling countless spiritual energies into his frost sword, then unleashing a powerful sword intent towards it. Boom! Instinctively, the blue demon bird tried to dodge Jet's attack and sidestepped, but the sheer terror of Jet's burst attack was too much. In an instant, the sword intent struck the blue demon bird's wing, and in that moment, one of the blue demon bird's wings was severed by Jet. It must be said, Jet's instantaneous burst ability was indeed terrifying. After consuming the Azure Spring Pill, his combat power skyrocketed to an indescribable extent. With a single strike, Jet had severed the blue demon bird's wing. This scene left many spectators astounded, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Jet narrowed his eyes, showing no intention of pausing, and infused more spiritual energy into his frost sword before launching a forceful slash towards the blue demon bird's other wing. At this point, the blue demon bird had lost one wing, affecting its balance significantly. However, it must be acknowledged that as a demon beast reaching the heaven tier 7, it didn't lose its fighting capacity due to the severed wing. Seeing the blue demon bird roar once more, Jet watched in astonishment as it opened its mouth and spewed a terrifying energy sphere. Rumble! Jet's sword intent collided head-on with the blue demon bird's energy sphere, accompanied by an explosion. Terrifying spiritual energy spread wildly around. In that split second of collision, the shock wave sent Jet flying backward. The blue demon bird didn't fare much better either. Its spewed energy sphere was its life-bound orb, carrying destructive power multiple times stronger than usual. After releasing the energy sphere, the blue demon bird became extremely weak. In its weakened state, the blue demon bird couldn't withstand the intense explosion and was blasted away again. Steadying himself, Jet saw the blue demon bird being thrown back and sensed its current weakened state. He realized this was the perfect opportunity to slay the blue demon bird. Immediately boosting his speed to its maximum, he dashed towards the blue demon bird. Flash! In the next moment, Jet almost transformed into lightning, crossing vast distances in an instant. Reaching the blue demon bird, his frost sword pierced through the bird's neck. Its head flew off, and the formidable blue demon bird at the Heaven Tier 7 met its end at the hands of Jet. For a moment, all the observers shuddered in disbelief. They dared not underestimate Jet anymore. To put it precisely, fear and respect filled their hearts towards Jet. Jet's strength terrified them. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying the blue demon bird. Task completed. Cultivation advanced by 1 rank. Host has broken through to Heaven Tier 8. Immediately after killing the blue demon bird, Jet heard the system's notification. The sound was delightfully pleasant. Hearing this notification, Jet felt all his efforts worth it. All the effort paid off now. The breakthrough in cultivation and strength surpassed everything else in importance. Boom! At the moment of breakthrough, a circle of terrifying spiritual pressure expanded from Jet, shaking everyone even from a distance. After breaking through, the consumed spiritual energy was replenished. However, due to the effects of the Azure Spring Pill, Jet was in a relatively weakened state. Breathing out, Jet swiftly extracted the blue demon bird's core, storing it in his storage bag. He then retracted his now reverted dual-pattern frost sword, and with no further delay, sped towards the Thunder God sect. Coming to Thunder Mountain to slay the blue demon bird turned out to be an unforgettable journey for him. After all, this was essentially announcing to the entire Thunder Empire, I, Jet, have arrived. Just to complete the mission, Jet had no other choice. Since he had already established his reputation, he would now fully capitalize on it. His primary goal was to lead the Thunder God sect to rise. At this moment, watching Jet's figure speeding into the distant horizon, the observers who witnessed the battle were all wide-eyed and incredulous. Can this be true? Someone could actually reach such a level of strength? This is too incredible. The blue demon bird was actually killed like that? Am I dreaming? The blue demon bird is dead? Who is that person? To these cultivators, the suddenly appearing Jet was like an immensely powerful mysterious figure of unknown origin, causing ripples among the powerhouses of the Thunder Empire. Once Jet's defeat of the blue demon bird drew attention, word of it quickly spread throughout the entire Thunder Empire. Anyone familiar with the blue demon bird was left utterly astonished upon hearing the news. For a time, everyone knew that a terrifying figure had arrived in the Thunder Empire. This caught the interest of even the top-tier experts of the Thunder Empire who had reached the Cave Void Realm. Of course, Jet could have anticipated this, but he was indifferent to it all. After returning to the Thunder God sect, he inspected the condition of the disciples and found that after a day of cultivation, their strength had significantly improved, and their alchemy skills had advanced rapidly. With the alchemy techniques he had imparted, these disciples underwent a transformation, each becoming accomplished alchemists capable of easily refining third-grade pills or higher. Before this, they struggled even with second-grade pills. Thus, Jet felt highly confident about the upcoming Imperial Alchemy competition. At this rate, securing the championship wouldn't be difficult for these fast-improving disciples. ###Chapter 50. Alchemy Competition. Based on Jet's observations of the Thunder God Empire, as long as the cultivators from the Thunder God sect can successfully refine 5th-grade elixirs by then, the alchemy competition will be their stage to shine. Of course, Jet had higher expectations for these disciples. 5th-grade elixirs were not the end goal he envisioned. With enough effort, he believed that by the time the Thunder God Empire's alchemy competition began, these disciples would deliver outstanding performances. To be honest, based on their current progress, these cultivators were already exceeding Jet's expectations. If they continued to grow at this rate, it wouldn't take much time before they reached a level worthy of admiration. What particularly caught Jet's attention was a young cultivator who had recently achieved peak Golden Core realm. This individual was one of those who chose to consume a heaven-grade root bone and demonstrated terrifying potential even without Jet's assistance. He managed to successfully assimilate the heaven-grade root bone and unleash formidable power. What now drew Jet's gaze to this young cultivator was his exceptional talent in alchemy, far surpassing what Jet had anticipated for these disciples. Normally, even with great effort, they could only hope to refine 4th-grade elixirs. However, this young man directly refined a 5th-grade elixir. This success was closely tied to the heaven-grade root bone he consumed, which Jet identified as a sacred root bone highly suitable for alchemy. Once ingested, it complemented powerful alchemy techniques, enabling the cultivator to unleash impressive alchemical talents if his own cultivation wasn't too weak. At this moment, Jet instinctively felt that this young man might become a dark horse in the upcoming alchemy competition. However, given the distance until the event, everything remained uncertain. Jet slightly narrowed his eyes, quietly awaiting developments. Time passed slowly, and during this period, the Thunder God Empire's cultivators continued refining elixirs, while Jet started preparing for his next move. His primary objective was undoubtedly to lead the Thunder God sect's disciples to victory in the Empire's alchemy competition. However, if he succeeded, Jet predicted that cultivators from other sects would likely challenge them, potentially leading to conflict. The more experienced he became, the clearer it was to him that entities like the Thunder God Empire operated through intricate alliances, suggesting that the entire alchemy competition might be prearranged. Leading the Thunder God sect to rise directly would disrupt the Empire's original plans, inevitably resulting in conflicts. Jet knew he must consider this possibility in advance, so he could have a plan ready when such a conflict erupted. Soon, the day of the Thunder God Empire's alchemy competition arrived. Before the competition began, the most discussed topic in the Thunder God Empire was Jet's victory over the Blue Demon Bird. After defeating it, Jet's name spread throughout the Empire. As a mysterious newcomer, all Thunder God Empire's cultivators showed intense curiosity. Under countless gazes, Jet had become widely renowned. So, when it was announced that Jet would lead the Thunder God sect to participate in the competition, the entire empire went into frenzy. Those who had followed Jet's exploits understood how terrifying his strength was. Previously, they had speculated about his origins. Now, seeing him leading a nearly obsolete sect, it clearly indicated that Jet and the Thunder God sect had deep ties. Naturally, everyone wondered about the connection between Jet and the Thunder God sect. The Thunder God sect was an ancient lineage. Historians knew that 10,000 years ago, it was the premier sect in the Thunder God Empire, unmatched in both alchemy skills and cultivator prowess. However, over time, it gradually declined, becoming nearly extinct. No one expected it to come under the guidance of such a formidable figure during its near. Jet's emergence cast a foreboding shadow over other sect leaders who sensed significant threats from him. Amidst the anticipation of countless people, the alchemy competition officially began. In the Grand Jade Square at the heart of the imperial capital, numerous cultivators from across the Thunder God Empire had gathered. Most came to watch the competition, but there were also many participants. Any sect that researched alchemy typically sent representatives to compete. Regardless of winning, participation itself offered substantial benefits to improve their alchemy skills. As Jet led the Thunder God sect's cultivators to the venue, all eyes turned towards him. Those who had witnessed his battle against the blue demon bird now looked at him with awe and admiration. Welcome everyone to this competition. The alchemy competition will consist of 3 stages. The preliminary round will eliminate most of the cultivators, leaving only 100 to advance. All participating cultivators please proceed to draw lots, said a Gary in golden robes on the platform. His voice was clear and easily heard by everyone due to the peculiar spiritual fluctuations. While the competition was primarily individual-based, the glory of winning for one sect was undeniable. Despite their noble intentions, the competition was brutal. The first stage alone would eliminate the majority, leaving only 100 to continue. In no time, all participants had drawn lots. Surprisingly, the number of contestants was larger than Jet had anticipated, totaling nearly 5,000. Clearly, only those confident in their alchemy skills dared to enter. Moreover, cultivators skilled in alchemy were not very common, as not everyone could practice alchemy. Alchemists had to meet many stringent conditions. Even so, the number of cultivators gathered here was impressive, heightening the anticipation for how the competition would unfold. Jet, however, had little to worry about, as he knew exactly how much the Thunder God sect's cultivators had transformed after their diligent efforts over this period. Without a doubt, if they performed normally, they would easily secure spots among the top 100. With countless eyes filled with anticipation, the alchemy competition commenced directly. In the preliminary round, the rules were quite simple. Each cultivator needed to refine a single elixir using their own method. The elixirs would then be evaluated based on quality, and the top 100 contestants with the highest scores would advance to the next stage. Though the rules were straightforward, standing out in the preliminary round was far from easy. No one knew what high-grade elixirs others might produce. To enter the top 100, one would likely need to refine at least a 3rd-grade superior elixir, or even a 4th-grade elixir. Huff, huff, huff. As the competition began, all participating cultivators devoted themselves entirely to the task. Various types of spiritual energy swirled around them, enveloping many in an awe-inspiring display of power. Simply judging by their cultivation levels, most were already at the transforming chi realm, with golden core cultivators being relatively few. Fortunately, this was an alchemy competition, not a test of strength. Otherwise, Jet knew that the Thunder God sect's current level of cultivation would not stand a chance against other sects. Chapter 51. To be friends with you. Taking a deep breath, Jet moved swiftly to the top of a distant hill, narrowing his eyes as he observed the competition's progression clearly. At first, his attention was on the disciples of the Thunder God sect. Noting that none of them had encountered any issues and successfully produced high-grade 4th-rank elixirs, he shifted his gaze to the geniuses within the arena. Just a cursory glance revealed something remarkable. He noticed several cultivators had actually refined 5th-rank elixirs in an incredibly short period, a feat that was terrifyingly impressive. With just a sweeping glance, Jet could affirm these cultivators who refined 5th-rank elixirs were undoubtedly among the top-ranking geniuses of the Thunder God sect. Smiling faintly, Jet murmured, "No rush, the real excitement starts after this preliminary round." His smile lingered. Indeed, the current situation suited him well. However, just as Jet quietly watched the competition, a formidable surge of spiritual energy rippled from afar. Then, a figure swiftly descended from the sky and appeared before him. Startled, Jet sensed that the spiritual fluctuations emanating from this individual far exceeded his own, indicating they had reached the cavernous void realm. Given Jet's understanding of the Thunder God Empire, he deduced this must be its mightiest warrior come to see him. Realizing this, Jet softly asked, "Sir, what brings you here?" The person standing before Jet was cloaked in black, their face indiscernible. Upon hearing Jet's words, this person chuckled. Seemingly surprised by Jet's calm demeanor, the person remarked, "I didn't expect you to be so composed. Did you anticipate I would come for you?" Jet nodded. "Of course. You are the strongest in the Thunder God Empire, and I, as an outsider, have garnered quite some attention here. Your appearance is understandable." This statement elicited laughter from the cloaked figure. "Huh, what an interesting fellow. But since you know I've reached the cavernous void realm, aren't you afraid I might kill you?" Emphasizing the last 3 words, the figure deliberately paused, reinforcing the implication that slaying Jet would require only a mere gesture. Laughing, Jet replied, "Kill me? Don't forget, even though you're at the cavernous void stage, you're not invincible. If I can't beat you, there are still ways for me to escape, and I believe you won't kill me." This remark momentarily stunned the cloaked figure. Jet spoke the truth, after all. Had he truly intended to kill Jet, he wouldn't waste time conversing. Seeing the pause, Jet confirmed his suspicions and continued engaging the figure. Based on previous observations, Jet believed this powerhouse of the Thunder God Empire was likely an itinerant cultivator unaffiliated with any faction. This made the individual both difficult to confront yet easy to approach, due to the absence of conflicting interests. Without conflict, the other party had no reason to target him. After all, Jet had demonstrated his strength by defeating the blue demon bird. Thus, Jet suspected the person might seek information from him. Given the Thunder God sect's prominence 10,000 years ago, and considering the Empire's past strength, much valuable knowledge could be gleaned. Knowing the visitor's curiosity, Jet planned to tantalize him with bits of information while advancing his system missions to rapidly reach 9th level heaven-splitting stage, which would make even a cavernous void realm expert less threatening. Meanwhile, the alchemy competition proceeded intensely under the watchful eyes of countless spectators. Soon, the preliminary round concluded. All the elixirs were evaluated together, and the results came out promptly. The 100th place managed a middle-grade 4th rank elixir, surprising everyone present. With such strong performances up to the 100th rank, the preceding contestants were evidently even more skilled, many having produced 5th rank elixirs. 5th rank elixirs, rare even in the capital, underscored the emergence of numerous alchemy prodigies, sparking curiosity about the Thunder God Empire's future. Unfazed, Jet merely smiled, having anticipated this outcome. Beside him, the cloaked figure bowed respectfully. Today's conversation has enlightened me greatly. Reflecting on your words will surely offer more insights. Based on today's exchange, I'm willing to be friends with you. Not one to refuse such an offer, especially given the individual's strength and status, Jet nodded. Certainly. Looking forward to our next meeting. The cloaked figure turned and vanished instantly, demonstrating astonishing speed that left Jet in awe. Cavernous Void Realm indeed lived up to its name. Yet, what intrigued Jet most was how the main competition would unfold. Post-preliminaries, the 100 successful participants were divided into 10 groups for further trials. The top scorer in each group would compete in the final rankings. Among the 19 Thunder God sect participants, all performed admirably and advanced. One youth, whom Jet highly regarded, secured 3rd place, surpassing expectations. Jet had advised them to conceal their true abilities early on. Thus, this outcome pleased him, recognizing each participant had restrained their alchemy prowess. Had they unleashed their full potential initially, the rankings would have been even more impressive. However, to be honest, the ranking performance during the preliminary round doesn't hold much significance because, ultimately, the final standings will be decided by the subsequent competitions. Now, as the main competition continued, the 100 successful participants were promptly divided into 10 groups. It's worth noting that these groups were organized based on the previous rankings, ensuring a balanced distribution of talent. This arrangement aimed to minimize the disparity in strength among the groups, making the final results more equitable. The 19 cultivators from the Thunder God sect were now allocated to different groups. The first group's competition began swiftly, and the genius youth whom Jet had been closely watching was placed in this group. What intrigued Jet was that another disciple who had refined a 5th rank elixir during the preliminaries was also assigned to the first group. This undoubtedly raised the competitive intensity of Group 1 to a very high level. People anticipated that Group 1 would witness fierce competition, akin to dragons battling tigers. Amidst the anticipation of countless cultivators, the competition unfolded, and naturally, Group 1 became the focal point of everyone's attention. Jet shifted his full focus here as well. The scoring for each group would be based on 2 attempts to refine elixirs. The total points from both elixirs would determine the competition score, with the highest scorer advancing to the next round. Had it not been for encountering another cultivator capable of refining 5th rank elixirs, the Thunder God sect's genius youth, Gale, would have planned to hold back further. However, due to this strong competitor, he had no choice but to reveal his true strength in this group stage. The competition started quickly. As soon as the first group's contest began, the 10 participants each activated their internal spiritual energy and commenced refining elixirs in their respective cauldrons. Chapter 52. Astounding the audience. They all knew they had reached this stage, leaving them with no choice but to do their utmost in refining pills. Whether they would advance to the next round or fail rested on these refined pills. Time passed swiftly, and the first round of pill refinement ended quickly. 2 individuals in the group managed to refine 5th rank pills, one being Gale, and the other an additional cultivator who had also succeeded in refining a 5th rank pill. Coincidentally, both individuals had refined 5th rank medium grade pills. This made countless people believe that the pill refining competition was bound to be filled with excitement. If one could refine a 5th rank medium grade pill now, what kind of pill would they refine next? Could it be a 5th rank high grade? It's important to note that during the preliminary rounds, even the top rank only managed to refine 5th rank medium grade pills. Due to the clear rules of the competition prohibiting continuous refinement of already refined pills, higher grade pills were naturally reserved for later rounds. Seeing Gale manage to refine a 5th rank medium grade pill, the other cultivator who also refined a 5th rank pill was momentarily stunned. He clearly hadn't expected this relatively unknown cultivator to produce such a high grade pill. However, no matter how shocked he felt at that moment, it didn't change anything. He immediately adjusted his state and continued refining. The results of the second round were soon revealed. By the time Gale had finished refining her pill, the other individual had already refined another pill, albeit another 5th rank medium grade. In reality, it wasn't that he didn't want to refine a higher grade pill. His capabilities only extended this far. Attempting to force a higher grade pill would likely result in failure due to insufficient experience, potentially leading to a wasted effort. To avoid wasting pills, he gave his all. Thus, after managing to refine yet another 5th rank medium grade pill, he had done his best. He was betting that Gale wouldn't exceed this grade either. The spectators watched each other, eyes filled with shock, as the opening rounds already showed such fierce competition. This boded well for even more intense matches ahead. Curiosity piqued, everyone wondered what quality of pill Gale had refined in her pill furnace, which had yet to be opened. Amidst the anticipation, Gale slowly opened her pill furnace. Then, everyone was greeted by an intense wave of medicinal fragrance. Next, they saw a beautiful pill enveloped in a blue aura floating out from the pill furnace. This is a 5th rank high grade pill. Upon seeing this pill, the audience erupted into excitement. It was unmistakably a 5th rank high grade pill. A 5th rank high grade pill was exceedingly precious, far surpassing ordinary 5th rank lower and medium grade pills. After reaching 5th rank high grade, the pill became a rare, high grade medicine not easily accessed by average cultivators. A single pill like this possessed terrifying efficacy, making it reasonable to say that one 5th rank high grade pill could rival 2 5th rank medium grade pills. Seeing Gale produce a 5th rank high grade pill, The cultivator who had refined 2 5th-rank medium-grade pills couldn't hide his iron-gray expression. He never imagined he would be defeated this way. He truly encountered a formidable opponent. 1 5th-rank medium-grade and 1 5th-rank high-grade pill utterly crushed his efforts. As Gale's pill was revealed, the first group's competition concluded. Just as everyone had hoped, Gale secured the top spot in the first group. Other groups proceeded with their matches. Still, what lingered in people's minds was the first group's match. The rich aroma of the 5th-rank high-grade pill was almost irresistible. So when subsequent groups failed to produce any 5th-rank high-grade pills, there was some disappointment. This situation persisted until the 4th group's match. 2 Thunder God Sect disciples met here. To showcase the Thunder God Sect's superior pill refinement skills and engage in friendly competition, they displayed their prowess, resulting in the audience once again witnessing a 5th-rank high-grade pill. The 4th group's results were similar to the first. The runner-up refined 2 5th-rank high-grade pills, while the winner refined 1 5th-rank high-grade and 1 5th-rank medium-grade pill, the same outcome as Gale. Seeing another cultivator refine such an impressive pill, the audience's attention was fully captured. Viewers came to realize that the Thunder God Sect had come prepared. Both participants in previous matches, and even the 4th group's runner-up, were Thunder God Sect disciples. This indicated the Thunder God Sect was poised for resurgence, having already claimed 2 first places among just 4 groups. The audience began to recognize the formidable nature of the Thunder God Sect. Those familiar with its history were particularly shaken because 10,000 years ago, it was the world's premier sect. Thus, under current circumstances, the Thunder God Sect seemed determined to make a powerful comeback. Attention shifted to the Thunder God Sect in subsequent matches. Its disciples did not disappoint, generally refining 5th-rank pills, often achieving 5th-rank high-grade. By the end of the 10 groups matches, viewers were astounded. Half of the top 10 belonged to the Thunder God Sect, each having produced 5th-rank high-grade pills. What level of strength was this? Despite their relatively modest cultivation at the Golden Core turning Primordial Realm, their refined pills grew increasingly fearsome. Consequently, the ranking matches between the top 10 became the focus of immense attention. Without sufficient strong performance from other sects, the Thunder God Sect might easily secure the championship. For the ranking match, the system remained points-based but required refining 3 pills instead of 2. Each participant must refine 3 pills, with rankings based on the total points accumulated. Everyone understood that each of the 10 individuals could refine 5th-rank medium-grade or even high-grade pills. The requirement of 3 pills would undoubtedly push them to their limits, compelling them to refine beyond their usual capabilities. Soon, amid great anticipation, the final phase of the competition resumed. "Gale, good luck," said Lucy, a close friend of Gale, with a smile. Lucy's strength was about the same as Gale's, and her alchemy skills were also on par with Gale's. This was because she had also consumed a heaven-grade constitution at the time, which naturally enabled her to refine higher-grade pills compared to other cultivators. Seeing Lucy now, Gale smiled and said, "This time, no matter what, we must not let our ancestor down. The championship of the alchemy competition is something we must secure. The future of Thunder God Sect rests in our hands now." Having said this, Gale turned her gaze to the other 5 individuals. These people came from other sects and had all managed to refine 5th-rank high-grade pills during the previous rounds. Therefore, this competition among the 10 of them would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. The competition begins. Here, the final phase of the ranking contest unfolded amidst the anticipation of countless spectators. Immediately, each of the 10 individuals was enveloped by rings of spiritual energy as they all immersed themselves in refining pills. These participants knew the importance of making every second count, as the time taken to refine a pill was also part of the scoring criteria. If 2 pills were of the same quality, the time spent refining them would determine the score. For the first round, the refining time was limited to the duration of 1 incense stick burning. If anyone failed to complete their pill within this time frame, it would be deemed a failure. Time slowly passed, and before the incense stick had even finished burning, all 10 individuals had already completed their first pill. As one by one the pill furnaces were opened, waves of intense medicinal fragrance spread into the surroundings. Inhaling these fragrances, the cultivators felt as if they had been transported into a world of pills. It was an overwhelmingly pleasant experience. But what was even harder to look away from were the pills that these individuals had just refined. 10 pills in total, all 5th-rank high-grade. The medicinal fragrance from these pills was almost intoxicating. Each pill had different attributes, yet they had all been refined by these 10 individuals, creating an extraordinarily awe-inspiring scene. Chapter 53, A Bold Attempt. Soon, the 5 judges in the judges' seats finished evaluating everyone's first round of pill refinement. The final scores for each person were averaged, and this formed the ranking for the first phase. Shockingly, 3 of the top 5 spots in the first phase ranking belonged to Thunder God Sect. 3 cultivators from a single sect occupying the top 5. It was unbelievable no matter how one looked at it. In previous alchemy competitions, no sect had ever demonstrated such strength. Simply put, this alchemy competition was a microcosm of the entire Thunder God Empire's power. The higher the quality of the pills refined by the cultivators, the more it indicated the might of the Thunder God Empire. In this competition, all 10 participants managed to refine 5th-grade superior grade pills, a feat never before seen in past competitions. So when these pills appeared, their rich medicinal fragrance spread out, creating an indescribable sense of awe. After the first round of refining ended, the second round began swiftly. Perhaps because they had gained experience from the previous round, everyone could see that the participants refined their pills much faster this time. The results of the second round were similar to the first. Each participant still refined a 5th-grade superior grade pill. The only difference was the varying times taken to refine them. The final scoring was not significantly different from the previous round, but the truly alarming part was that 4 out of the top 5 cultivators were now from the Thunder God Sect. This meant that out of the 5 Thunder God Sect participants who made it into the top 10, 4 had entered the top 5. Everyone was astonished. What kind of background does this Thunder God Sect have? How can their cultivators perform so incredibly? 4 out of 5 making it into the top 5 in alchemy. Is this fair to other sects? Yes, but thankfully, the first place isn't taken by the Thunder God sect. In the final round, if these cultivators don't break through, this will probably be the outcome. Hey, do you think there might be 5th grade supreme grade pills appearing? 5th grade supreme grade pills? Indeed, there's a significant possibility. They've already achieved 5th grade superior grade, and in the last round, supreme grade really could appear. That would be spectacular. At this moment, as the audience watched the progress of the competition, they began to discuss. To them, they never imagined, even before the competition started, that there would be so many talented geniuses in the alchemy competition. As the competition neared its climax, they couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Even the audience felt this way. How much more so for the participants who were putting in all their efforts. Now, as the final stage approached, the contestants were more excited than anyone else. They had fantasized about the competition's outcome countless times. Finally reaching this point, they needed to showcase themselves, using all the skills they had learned, striving for the championship. The Thunder God sect cultivators understood this deeply. Not long ago, they were almost useless, but with Jet's appearance, their lives had changed. He gave them the chance for a complete transformation, and after extensive learning and cultivation, they had finally transformed. Now was the time to repay Jet. What did he need? The answer was simple. Jet wanted this competition's victory to restore the Thunder God sect's reputation. Therefore, even if not for themselves or their sect's future, for Jet's investment alone, they must not let him down. With this resolve in their eyes, the final competition began. All the cultivators wasted no time. Terrifying spiritual light shone around them as they all poured their effort into the contest. Even though they hadn't completed their pills, the potent medicinal fragrance was already spreading around the area. It seemed as if the entire venue had turned into a medicinal garden, with everyone using all means to strive for the ultimate victory. Far away on a hilltop, Jet slightly narrowed his eyes, observing the unfolding situation. He smiled inwardly. The Thunder God sect cultivator's performance exceeded his expectations. These young men indeed worked hard enough to reach this stage. Therefore, Jet had every reason to believe they could revive the Thunder God sect under his leadership. With his guidance, restoring the Thunder God sect wasn't an impossible task. Thinking about how his cultivation would reach the 9th level of skybreaking after completing this mission, Jet felt quite satisfied. Time passed quickly, and soon, the competition was nearing its end. Some participants began opening their pill furnaces. Inside the furnaces, upon opening, 5th grade superior grade pills emitted strong fragrances. Unlike earlier, these pills were undoubtedly of exceptional potency. Such high-quality pills naturally earned higher scores. Before long, 7 pill furnaces had been opened. All 7 contained 5th grade superior grade pills. Only 3 participants remained, Lucy and Gale from the Thunder God sect, and another cultivator from a different sect who had consistently held the top spot. What grade of pills would these 3 refine? The audience's curiosity piqued. With 7 participants' results already known, all 5th grade superior grade, their rankings wouldn't likely change. Thus, people eagerly awaited the outcome of the last 3 participants, who were currently the top 3 in alchemy ranking. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lucy's pill furnace slowly opened. A dazzling blue spiritual light spread out, followed by a rich medicinal aroma. A crystal-clear pill appeared before everyone. Upon seeing this pill, the audience was momentarily stunned. It was a 5th grade supreme grade pill. Even 5th grade mid-grade pills were rare, and superior grade pills were invaluable. Now, someone had refined a 5th grade supreme grade pill, an astounding feat. Seeing this supreme grade pill, people speculated that the rankings might change. Lucy, the beautiful girl in a blue dress, might win the competition. However, until the final results were announced, nothing was certain. They could only await the outcomes with anticipation. As everyone watched, another cultivator's pill furnace opened. In the gaze of countless people, a pill emitting black, spiritual light emerged. Clearly, this pill too was a 5th grade supreme grade. Another 5th grade supreme grade pill. The appearance of another 5th grade supreme grade pill completely danfu-ed people's perception of the alchemy competition. In previous competitions, hardly anyone managed to refine a 5th grade supreme grade pill, but now 2 had appeared at once. The emergence of 2 5th grade supreme grade pills left people in a daze. For a moment, people were even more curious about how these 2 pills would be scored, and which one had superior quality. At this point, everyone instinctively felt that the competition was incredibly thrilling. Given that 2 participants had already refined 5th grade supreme grade pills, Abby, who had yet to complete her pill, inevitably became the focus of all attention. What kind of pill Abby could refine at this stage would almost certainly affect the subsequent rankings in the competition. From any perspective, the pill refined by Abby now held decisive significance. At this moment, while others might not know what quality of pill Abby could produce, Jet was fully aware. With just a slight exertion of spiritual energy, he could sense everything happening on the platform. He knew exactly what materials were inside the alchemy furnace. In this state, he could clearly feel that the pill Abby was refining this time would be terrifying. Even he could distinctly sense a formidable energy fluctuation from within the alchemy furnace. At this moment, he couldn't help but murmur with some emotion. Abby, you really have it in you, attempting to refine this. Jet's heart was somewhat restless now because he recalled teaching her how to refine 6th grade pills when they were at Thunder God sect. A 6th grade pill was a terrifying existence capable of causing a cultivator's strength to change drastically after consumption, even for those at the heaven-breaking realm. Each 6th grade pill, once refined, could drive anyone to madness due to its power. Back then, he only intended to deepen her understanding of alchemy knowledge. He never expected that Abby would attempt to refine a 6th grade pill in the final stage of the alchemy competition. The emergence of these 2 supreme grade pills left everyone in a state of disbelief. For a moment, people were more curious about how these 2 pills would be scored, and which one had a slightly higher quality. At this point, everyone subconsciously felt that the competition was incredibly thrilling. With 2 participants already refining 5th grade supreme grade pills, Gale, who had yet to finish her pill, inevitably became the focus of everyone's attention. What kind of pill Gale could refine now would almost certainly affect the ranking in the subsequent competition. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, the pill she refined carried decisive weight. Perhaps others did not know what quality of pill Gale could refine, but Jet was crystal clear on this. Even with just a slight circulation of his spiritual energy, he could perceive everything on the platform. He knew exactly what materials were inside the pill furnace. In this state, he could clearly feel that the pill Gale was refining this time would be terrifying. Even he could distinctly sense a formidable energy fluctuation from within the pill furnace. He couldn't help but murmur with a mix of admiration and astonishment. Gale, you truly have your moments, attempting to refine this. Jet's heart also raced as he recalled teaching Gale how to refine 6th grade pills back at Thunder God Sect. 6th grade pills were terrifyingly potent. Even cultivators at the heaven-breaking realm would see their cultivation and strength change after consuming them. Each 6th grade pill, when refined, could drive people into frenzy due to its overwhelming power. At the time, he had only intended for her to gain more knowledge about alchemy. Never did he expect that now, Gale would attempt to refine a 6th grade pill in the final stages of the competition. Chapter 54. 6th rank alchemy pills. Undoubtedly, this was an incredibly bold move. If he succeeded in refining a 6th rank alchemy pill, things would be fine. But if he failed, the outcome would be entirely different. If he failed, the final result would be a ruined pill, and all his previous efforts would be meaningless, all for nothing. Without a strong mental fortitude, it was impossible to make such a choice. Thus, seeing the other party go to such lengths, Jet took a deep breath and genuinely admired this young man. As a youth who had not ventured out much into the world, to possess such resolve was remarkable. If nurtured properly, this boy could become someone extraordinary in the future. Amidst countless cultivators watching intently, the Silver Moon's pill furnace slowly opened at this moment. This time, the duration of Abby's pill refinement was longer than any other instance, almost reaching the very end of the allotted time. Refining even a high-grade 5th rank pill or an extremely high-grade 5th rank pill would clearly not require so much time. Everyone was thus extremely curious about what kind of pill Abby was attempting to refine. If it were just a common pill, it would not warrant such a significant investment of time. However, since Abby made this choice, there must have been a compelling reason behind it. Even before the pill furnace fully opened, a thick aroma of medicinal herbs spread around. At this moment, the fragrance emanating from this pill furnace was denser than the combined fragrance of all the other furnaces, as if something terrifying was about to appear. Upon sensing this terrifyingly dense aroma, all the cultivators around displayed expressions of astonishment, each one feeling that something extraordinary was about to happen. Is this possible? Could it be? This must be the spiritual energy fluctuation unique to a 6th rank pill, right? Is a 6th rank pill about to emerge? This is too incredible. How did he manage to reach this level? As the competition results seemed imminent, these cultivators gazed at the pill furnace slowly opening, feeling as though they were dreaming. The furnace hadn't fully opened yet, and already there was such a potent aroma. What would happen once it was fully open? Just as everyone expected, as the pill furnace completely opened, an even denser, almost materialized, and terrifying medicinal aroma spread. All the cultivators clearly saw a pill emitting multicolored spiritual light floating up once the furnace was fully open. Beside the pill, Abby, almost exhausted but with a smile on his lips, honestly spoke of how much effort he had invested in refining this pill. Perhaps when Jet taught him about refining this pill, he didn't think much of it, but Abby deeply remembered the method Jet taught him. He knew that if he worked hard enough, he could change his destiny. When Jet bestowed him with the heavenly grade bone structure, he understood this. So now, he poured all his bones' power into refining the pill. This is a 6th rank pill called the Celestial Wolf Pill, a pill that can greatly enhance cultivation even after being consumed by breaking heaven realm experts. At the sight of this terrifying pill appearing, all the surrounding spectators were momentarily dumbstruck. No matter how they looked at it, this pill was simply too fearsome. A 6th rank pill had never appeared in the alchemy competition hosted by the Thunder God Empire. A 6th rank pill? What sort of formidable existence was this? Even during its peak times, the Thunder God sect could hardly refine many 6th rank pills. But now, a young man who had just reached the turning essence realm had successfully refined a 6th rank pill. Seeing this 6th rank pill, all the audience erupted in excitement, and the judges were equally astounded. At this point, no more scoring was needed. A 6th rank pill was equivalent to 100 5th rank pills. The announcer immediately declared, the champion of this alchemy competition is Abby of the Thunder God sect. When this result was announced, the entire Thunder God sect erupted in celebration. Everyone was ecstatic. Lucy approached Abby, held his hand, and happily placed a bracelet glowing with blue light into Abby's hand, saying, this is what I promised you earlier. If you win this championship, I will give this to you. Holding the bracelet that emitted a blue glow, Abby felt a myriad of emotions. This bracelet had special significance for Lucy, representing her willingness to marry him. Abby had liked Lucy for a long time, so at the start of the competition, he vowed to himself that he must secure the championship. He bet with Lucy that if he won, she would marry him. If he failed, he would never pursue her again. Making such a promise required great courage for the young Abby. Those who accomplished earth-shattering deeds often possessed a strong heart. Even in the face of terrifying situations, they wouldn't panic. This was their path to success. With Abby winning the alchemy competition, the faces of cultivators from other sects darkened. Particularly, the second-place cultivator turned pale, clenching his fists tightly, clearly unwilling to accept this defeat. But the competition had ended, and no amount of resentment could change the outcome. After the Thunder God sect won the championship, Jet appeared amidst the stunned gazes of many. Even while still airborne, Jet released his imposing aura without hesitation. A pressure belonging to a breaking heaven realm expert descended, enveloping the entire world almost instantly. All the cultivators who sensed this powerful spiritual pressure wore looks of shock. Jet then loudly proclaimed, I am the founder of the Thunder God sect. The Thunder God sect has fallen into decline, but today, I brought my disciples to participate in this alchemy competition and secured the championship to revitalize the Thunder God sect. Pausing slightly, Jet continued, those who know the history of the Thunder God Empire understand what the Thunder God sect was 10,000 years ago. Although we've declined, our legacy remains intact. I hereby announce that any cultivator willing to join the Thunder God sect will receive a piece of Earth-grade bone structure. When Jet said this, the entire world went wild. Whoosh! This statement struck people deeply. Many cultivators decided immediately that they would join the Thunder God sect, just hearing about the Earth-grade bone structure. For Earth-grade bone structure was not something ordinary cultivators could obtain. Swallowing it nearly granted cultivators the power to alter their fate dramatically, achieving a true transformation. So, to change their destiny, countless cultivators immediately expressed their willingness to join the Thunder God sect. Seeing this scene, Jet's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Everything went according to his plan, and he couldn't help but feel even more grateful to Abby. He was well aware that if it weren't for Abby's outstanding performance at the last moment, it would have been difficult to elicit such an enthusiastic response from these cultivators. The 6th rank pill refined by Abby was truly critical. Since Abby had helped them attract so many cultivators to Thunder God sect, their next step was to lead these cultivators to revitalize the sect. Before long, with over 3,000 cultivators signing up to join Thunder God sect, Jet led this massive group, flying majestically toward the distant location of the sect. This scene contrasted sharply with the initial one where he had brought only a few dozen members of Thunder God sect to participate in the competition. For Abby and others who had witnessed the nearly devastated Thunder God sect transform into its current formidable state, they were all filled with awe. What was the origin of this venerable ancestor? How could he achieve such a grand gesture, granting each person an Earth-class constitution? Were there really that many constitutions available for so many cultivators? However, this was not something Jet needed to worry about. He just had to focus on doing his part. Winning first place in the Thunder God Empire's alchemy competition meant that, regardless of other things, the rewards alone would be sufficient to support his cultivation for a considerable time. Before long, Jet returned with these people to Thunder God sect, causing much curiosity in the small border town due to the sudden influx of so many cultivators. Watching these cultivators head to Thunder God sect, everyone in the small town suddenly realized what was happening and looked incredibly astonished. Of course, the Thunder God sect within the small town couldn't accommodate so many cultivators, but this wasn't a problem for Jet. Transforming barren land into fertile territory might be difficult for others, but it was not a challenge for him. Since they had now attracted enough cultivators to the Thunder God sect because of Abby, the next step was to lead these cultivators to revitalize the Thunder God sect. Before long, with over 3,000 cultivators signing up to join the Thunder God sect, Jet led this massive group and set off toward the distant Thunder God sect in a grand procession. This scene was a stark contrast to when he had initially brought just a few dozen members of the Thunder God sect to participate in the competition. For Abby and others, witnessing the once nearly defunct Thunder God sect transform into something so formidable was nothing short of astonishing. What was this elder's background? How could he make such a grand gesture, granting every person an Earth-grade bone structure? Were there really that many bone structures available for so many cultivators? However, this wasn't something they needed to worry about. All they needed to do was focus on their own tasks. Winning first place in the alchemy competition of the Thunder God Empire ensured not only the honor but also rewards that would support his cultivation for a long time to come. Before long, Jet led these people back to the Thunder God sect. For the small border city, the sudden influx of so many cultivators naturally piqued everyone's curiosity. Seeing these cultivators arrive at the Thunder God sect, the cultivators within the small city realized what was happening and looked extremely astonished. The Thunder God sect within this small city could not accommodate so many cultivators, but this was no problem for Jet. Turning barren land into fertile ground might be a challenge for others, but not for him. Chapter 55. Breaking Heaven 9th Level. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless people, Jet waved his hand, summoning an overwhelming amount of terrifying spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. This energy gathered in the air to form a massive, terrifying sword of spiritual energy. Then, this sword cut into a distant mountain, and before long, a vast platform emerged on the mountain peak. Great, this place is perfect. From now on, this will be the headquarters of our Thunder God sect. After the platform was completed, Jet continued his actions, retrieving various bottles from his storage bag. The liquids inside these bottles seeped into the ground, quickly sprouting all sorts of plants brimming with spiritual fluctuations. In an instant, the previously barren mountain teemed with life. This scene left all the cultivators who had followed Jet here speechless and astounded by his ability. They nearly regarded him as a god because only a deity could achieve such feats. To turn a barren mountain into a treasure-laden one, such divine means were unheard of, let alone seen in person. Therefore, they all resolved to loyally follow Jet in the future, aiming to develop the Thunder God sect. With the establishment of the headquarters, Jet began assigning the new members based on their cultivation level and talent, leaving the specifics to the sect's leaders and senior management. His role was to provide sufficient cultivation resources and potential. Time flew swiftly. Under Jet's efforts, within half a month, the Thunder God sect rapidly developed, continuously attracting more cultivators. It grew from a small sect of merely dozens of people into a major sect with over 5,000 members. At this point, Jet stopped recruiting because that day he received a system notification. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task. Restoring the Thunder God sect to become the premier sect of the Thunder God Empire, and elevating your cultivation to the 9th level of Breaking Heaven. Ding, new task triggered. Disturbances have occurred in the Divine Moon Forest. The host must enter the Divine Moon Forest. Specific conditions will appear once the host enters the area. When the system notification came, Jet immediately felt immensely satisfied, as his strength directly advanced from the 8th to the 9th level of Breaking Heaven. Although it was just an advancement in cultivation realm, which meant little to other cultivators, for Jet, who had always yearned for breakthroughs, it was very significant. He knew his limits well and understood what this breakthrough meant for him. Well, Divine Moon Forest? At this moment, what captured Jet's attention wasn't his power increase, but the content of the next task. He thought the mission in the Thunder God Empire had just been completed, yet a new one awaited him. And this time, the goal was to head to the Divine Moon Forest. Jet knew little about the Divine Moon Forest. He remembered seeing its description on a map, noting that it belonged to higher-level empires. Compared to the Thunder God Empire, the region containing the Divine Moon Forest was clearly filled with peril. Located at the borders of several super empires, it was a wilderness where demons and monsters roamed freely. There was no true ownership of this region. However, due to the large number of beasts here, it attracted countless cultivators for hunting. The place was fraught with danger. Even cultivators at the Breaking Heaven realm were like ants here, constantly facing life-threatening risks. Not to mention those at the Sky Penetration realm, who found no safety either. Note, Dong Shir is more accurately translated as Sky Penetration, or Cave of Emptiness, depending on context. Here, Sky Penetration seems more fitting. Therefore, the Divine Moon Forest was considered a forbidden area. Jet hadn't expected his task to take him straight to the Divine Moon Forest. However, after reflecting, he couldn't help but smile. This mission was not necessarily bad. With his continuously growing strength, it was time for him to hone his skills. Training within the Divine Moon Forest would certainly benefit him. Moreover, the more dangerous a place, the more treasures it held. Given the perilous nature of this forest, there might be some rare treasures waiting for him. Going there might lead to many discoveries. After making arrangements for the Thunder God sect, Jet planned to leave the Empire and head to the Divine Moon Forest. But just before departure, Abby found him. Aiden, are you leaving? On the high tower of the Thunder God sect, Abby looked at his ancestor, recalling the portrait in the main hall. Despite its lifelike portrayal, it could never compare to the aura radiating from his real ancestor. Jet smiled at Abby, appreciating him as the sect's top genius. Abby's alchemy skills had improved exponentially, and his cultivation had risen rapidly, breaking through to the 7th level of transformation essence. At this pace, Abby would soon reach the Breaking Heaven realm and become a pillar of the Thunder God sect. Yes, from now on, the Thunder God sect relies on you. You're still young, and you'll achieve much more in the future, Jet said slowly. Abby felt honored by Jet's praise, but had new aspirations. Although he didn't worry about Jet's departure, he sought new alchemy techniques. Realizing he might miss his chance if he hesitated, Abby gently said, Aiden, can you give me higher-tier alchemy techniques? I want to refine 7th-rank pills. Such a simple request stirred tremendous shock within Jet. He realized he underestimated Abby's ambition. Already able to refine 6th-rank pills, the highest skill in the Thunder God Empire, he still aimed for 7th-rank pills. However, having goals propelled progress. Since Abby wanted the technique for 7th-rank pills, Jet wouldn't refuse. Taking a deep breath, Jet examined Abby carefully, then spoke. Even I find refining 7th-rank pills challenging. According to the classification, these pills can enhance cultivators at both the Breaking Heaven and Cave Void realms. You are at the Transformation Essence realm, yet you seek 7th-rank pills. An impressive ambition indeed. Note, Sky Void seems to be a mistranslation or typo. The correct term should likely be Cave Void. Pausing briefly, Jet continued. But since you managed to refine 6th-rank pills shortly after breaking through to the Transformation Essence realm, and considering my unknown return date, if you want the 7th-rank pill refining technique, I shall give it to you. With that, 3 scrolls flew out from Jet's storage bag. These are methods to refine 3 different 7th-rank pills. Master them all, and your future achievements will be unimaginable. Just remember, practice one method thoroughly before moving to the next. If you fail to master any, perhaps it's best to abandon the pursuit. Truthfully, Jet didn't expect much from giving Abby these techniques. Refining 7th-rank pills was incredibly difficult, but witnessing Abby's enthusiasm, he couldn't refuse, so, at this moment, even the pill refinement methods for 7th-rank Dan, he was more than willing to provide. Thank you, Aiden. Abby bowed deeply to Jet, not only out of gratitude for these 3 scrolls, but also for Jet's nurturing over the past days. Without Jet's efforts, he wouldn't be where he was now. Very well, the future of Thunder God sect rests in your hands. I hope the next time we meet, I will see a different Thunder God sect, Jet said. With that, he didn't linger any further, quickly speeding off and disappearing from sight. Aiden, it will be so, Abby said with unwavering determination as he watched Jet's retreating figure. His eyes gleamed with a light that would profoundly touch anyone who saw it, a light that shone when one had a particularly clear vision for the future. At this moment, neither Jet nor Abby could have imagined that in several years, Abby's name would resound throughout not just the Thunder God Empire but the entire continent, becoming Jet's trusted aide and helping him achieve many great feats. In alchemy, he would reach unparalleled heights, unmatched by anyone before him. But that was a story for another time. Jet, after swiftly deploying his speed, quickly left the boundaries of the Thunder God Empire and rapidly headed northward. The Divine Moon Forest was located quite far from the Thunder God Empire. Even with Jet's explosive speed, it took him a full day to arrive. If the continent's 3,000 empires were ranked, the Hongwu Empire undoubtedly stood as one of the smallest, and the Thunder God Empire wasn't much better. However, the empires surrounding the Divine Moon Forest were clearly considered major powers, ranking within the top 2,700. Being situated in the central region surrounded by such colossal empires, the peril of the Divine Moon Forest was self-evident. A day later, after continuous travel, Jet finally reached his destination, the location of the Divine Moon Forest. Upon arriving and seeing the scene before him, however, Jet fell silent. Chapter 56, Divine Moon Forest. Actually, before arriving at the Divine Moon Forest, Jet had imagined what this forest would look like more than once. But when he truly reached it, he found his previous imagination fell short. In front of the real Divine Moon Forest, all imagination seemed to become illusions. Now, Jet narrowed his eyes slightly, lifting them up. Before him was a terrifying forest entirely shrouded in mist. The mist layer upon layer made it seem even more fearsome. More crucially, even with just a slight circulation of spiritual energy within his body, Jet could feel many terrifying presences from this forest. These mists weren't simple either. Jet discovered that when his senses entered these mists, they were greatly affected, reducing his perception significantly. This kind of terrifying mist was something he encountered for the first time. Although his strength had surpassed the 9th rank of heaven breaking, he felt extremely small compared to this frightening forest. The Divine Moon Forest being this terrifying somewhat surprised Jet. Then, just as he stepped into the Divine Moon Forest, the system notification rang in his ears. Ding! Detected host entering Divine Moon Forest territory. New mission triggered. Explore the Divine Moon Forest. Phase 1 of the mission. Find and kill the 10th rank heaven-breaking black demon crocodile. If the mission is completed, the host cultivation will advance to the 10th rank of heaven breaking. If the mission fails, the host cultivation will revert to the 8th rank of heaven breaking. Once triggered, the mission has a 3-day time limit. If not completed within 3 days, it will be considered a failure. Hearing the system's prompt, Jet felt his mood oscillate. The appearance of this task should have been a happy occasion, but its content was indeed outrageous. It required him to find and fight a 10th rank heaven breaking beast directly, which wasn't an easy feat. Previously, while at the 8th rank of heaven breaking, he fought a blue magic bird of the same realm and barely won. Now, he had to face a beast that was a whole realm higher than him. Wasn't this courting trouble? But now, since it was a system task, Jet couldn't back down. To complete the task, he could only give it his all. 3 days wasn't too long or too short. Within this time frame, if he pushed his abilities to the limit, Jet felt completing the task shouldn't be a problem. With this thought in mind, Jet took a deep breath, circulated the spiritual energy in his body, and charged into the Divine Moon Forest with speed. Swish! As he exerted his speed, Jet immediately turned into a terrifying meteor, covering immense distances and arriving within the forest. What puzzled Jet was that upon entering the Divine Moon Forest, he felt as if he had stepped into an enclosed space, losing his ability to perceive the outside world. Only then did he realize the terror of the mist enveloping the entire forest. It primarily blocked internal perception of the outside world. No wonder Jet felt strange when he first arrived here. This Divine Moon Forest was indeed sufficiently terrifying. After the system task appeared, Jet quickly moved toward his goal following the given prompts. Regardless of how terrifying this place was, he now needed to focus all his energy on completing the task. Exerting his speed to the fullest, after about the length of a joss stick burning, Jet arrived at a lake emitting terrifying black spiritual energy fluctuations. According to the task prompt, the black demon crocodile was obviously in this lake. Jet's gaze fell on this eerie lake, making him feel a sense of nausea. The entire lake was filled with a strange substance that caused dizziness and vomiting. Without pausing, Jet took out a black pill from his storage bag and swallowed it. This pill was undoubtedly for detoxification. A single glance confirmed that this area was under an invisible toxin's influence. If not taken seriously, such toxins could be fatal during critical moments. Jet wouldn't be so careless. So, he directly swallowed a 5th grade premium detox pill. This detox pill, of 5th grade quality, provided immunity to toxins for a short period after consumption. Based on the toxin's intensity, the immunity duration varied. Jet estimated that with this detox pill, he could endure for 3 to 5 days against the surrounding toxins. Roar! Just as Jet swallowed the detox pill, the lake erupted with terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations, followed by a roar from a beast. A huge black crocodile surged out from the lake. In an instant, Jet felt surrounded by a circle of terrifying spiritual energy pressure, as if facing some horrifying existence. Just one realm's difference, yet this black demon crocodile gave him such a terrifying feeling, much to Jet's surprise. What intrigued him more was what kind of strength it would display in a real fight. Beast, prepare to die. Since the mission target was right before him, Jet didn't hesitate. He let out a low growl, circulating countless strands of spiritual energy into his frost sword, unleashing a fierce blow. Whoosh! Countless strands of spiritual energy converged, forming a terrifying sword intent that charged towards the black demon crocodile, as if capable of destroying heaven and earth. Even from a distance, the black demon crocodile could clearly sense the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations from Jet's explosive sword intent. Roar! The black demon crocodile roared in anger, showing no signs of retreating. Even though Jet's attack was formidable, it didn't seem significant to the beast. With the roar, terrifying heavenly spiritual energy erupted around the black demon crocodile, swiftly gathering around it. In seconds, countless strands of black spiritual energy covered the crocodile's body, transforming into a black armor-like layer of spiritual energy on its surface, giving off an exaggeratedly terrifying impression. Boom! Next moment, without any defensive action visible from the black demon crocodile, Jet's sword intent carried terrifying energy and collided head-on with the beast. However, with a deafening boom, Jet saw that the black demon crocodile remained unaffected, not even breaking the protective layer of spiritual energy on its body. This terrifying scene left Jet dumbfounded. Despite his full power strike, it hadn't broken through the opponent's defenses. Was this too much? Roar! At this moment, blocking Jet's attack, the black demon crocodile roared to the sky, and then it slapped its hand fiercely towards Jet. Instantly, a terrifying pressure spread around, making the slap appear as if it had the power to shatter heaven and earth. Feeling the overwhelming power unleashed by the black demon crocodile, Jet was also shaken but didn't stop his movements. He circled the spiritual energy within his body wildly into the frost sword in his hand. The frost sword lit up with a brilliant and dazzling aura of spiritual energy. In the next moment, Jet swung his long sword fiercely, directly charging head-on towards the opponent's palm. Retreat was never Jet's style. Even though the black demon crocodile's strength was terrifying and clearly superior to his in terms of raw power, did that really matter? Jet would not retreat due to a gap in cultivation. Countless terrifying strands of heavenly spiritual energy converged from all directions toward Jet and the black demon crocodile. If another cultivator were present at this moment, witnessing the power generated by their battle, they would undoubtedly be left speechless. This truly reached an incredibly formidable level. In the heaven-breaking realm, the power unleashed during this confrontation almost rivaled that of the peak heaven breakers. Boom! In the next instant, Jet's attack collided with the black demon crocodiles. A deafening explosion echoed as boundless and terrifying spiritual energy surged outward in all directions. It felt as if all the world's energy had concentrated at the point of collision, creating an indescribable sensation. Spit. Bang. For Jet, at the moment of impact, he only felt an overwhelming force rush towards him. A powerful shockwave penetrated his body, making his throat feel sweet. He instinctively spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. To face such a conclusion from a direct confrontation was something Jet hadn't anticipated when he made his move. The strength the black demon crocodile had unleashed was genuinely terrifying. It seems I underestimated you. As he got back up from the ground, Jet brushed off the dust from his clothes, squinting slightly while looking at the black demon crocodile with a serious expression. Unlike when the battle started, now after one round of engagement, Jet had gained some understanding of the black demon crocodile. He knew how to fight to maximize his advantages. Chapter 57. The Boundless Array of Heaven and Earth. Come on. With a low shout, almost without pause, Jet stomped his foot and turned into a terrifying meteor, crossing countless distances in an instant to once again stand before his opponent. But this time, before he wielded the frost sword, Jet took out a large number of spirit talismans from his storage bag and channeled them into the frost sword. As these countless powerful spirit talismans converged, the frost sword's power surged dramatically. The quality of the frost sword temporarily upgraded from a dual emblem divine artifact to a tri-emblem divine artifact. At this level, the potential power that could be unleashed was formidable. Many peak heaven-breaking cultivators didn't even have a tri-emblem divine artifact. This was what might be considered a true divine artifact. Therefore, as soon as the frost sword's quality improved, Jet clearly felt the power contained within the sword in his hand. Roar! Once the frost sword's quality had been enhanced, Jet roared fiercely and injected a surge of spirit energy into it. He then slashed forward with his sword in a mighty stroke. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, a series of fearsome spirit-infused sword intents emerged from Jet's slashes, surging towards the opponent in a terrifying rush. If one intent failed, he would unleash many more to overwhelm his adversary through sheer numbers. Jet did not believe this strategy would fail. Ayo. However, it must be noted that this black magic crocodile had reached the peak heaven-breaking stage. Even when faced with an attack from a tri-emblem divine artifact, it did not retreat, but instead roared and struck back with a powerful slap. An overwhelming wave of spirit energy swept over, thickening the black spirit armor covering its body. Boom boom. In the next moment, the multitude of sword-intense Jet had released collided head-on with the black magic crocodile's attack. Amidst the thunderous clash of spirit energies, terrifying afterwaves spread wildly in all directions. At this moment, both Jet and the black magic crocodile were unleashing their full strength, producing power so frightening that it left one speechless. Lower-tiered beastkin nearby retreated further away upon sensing the tremendous spirit energy waves erupting here. It would be foolish to get caught in the crossfire at such a time. The consequences could be dire. Damn, such formidable defenses? Even though Jet's weapon had upgraded from a dual emblem divine artifact to a tri-emblem divine artifact, he still found it impossible to penetrate the enemy's defense regardless of how he attacked. His sword intent was indeed powerful, but it fell short of breaking through the black magic crocodile's defenses, leaving him astounded. This task truly presented significant challenges. Even just breaching the enemy's defenses seemed difficult, let alone defeating it outright. Feeling somewhat troubled, Jet acknowledged that this mission required pushing past his limits. Completing it would elevate his cultivation by a realm, an unparalleled opportunity. Killing a beastkin to enhance one's cultivation, a rare and precious opportunity, naturally accompanied by great risk. Boundless array of heaven and earth emerge. Realizing that relying solely on the frost sword wouldn't grant any advantage, Jet wasted no time. He swiftly activated the spirit energy in his body, patted his storage bag, and 32 flying swords shot out. These flying swords were all divine artifacts, each bearing a single emblem. While individually they weren't extremely powerful, collectively they formed a formidable array. The boundless array of heaven and earth was one of Jet's trump cards. Typically, he did not employ it unless necessary. Once triggered, the array relentlessly consumed spirit energy until the enemy was defeated. Unwilling to be drained continuously by the array himself, Jet aimed to shatter the black magic crocodile's defenses with this technique. Your defenses are strong, but my boundless array is designed specifically for penetration. Since acquiring the boundless array, Jet had spent considerable time studying it. Its strength lay in its explosive ability to break through defenses instantly. After mastering it, he hadn't found an appropriate opportunity to use it until now. Facing the black magic crocodile, he immediately thought of the boundless array. It was a decisive tool for overcoming enemies. Jet wasted no time. He infused the flying swords with an overwhelming amount of spirit energy and, with a swift motion, commanded them to form an intricate and mystical array. Immediately, an ancient and profound aura enveloped him, making the entire formation feel overwhelmingly powerful. Shortly, the flying swords transformed into a formidable sword array. Even a brief glance filled one with dread. Following the formation of the boundless sword array, Jet exuded an imposing spirit energy that made him appear like a terrifying blade personified. Go! With a wave of his hand, the array activated. The flying swords combined into a massive and intimidating sword that charged at the black magic crocodile from an extremely sharp angle. Unlike the frost sword, this attack erupted with such intensity that it seemed capable of piercing through the heavens. Ayo! Facing this menacing amalgamation of flying swords, the black magic crocodile instinctively raised its hand, intending to shatter it as it had done before. Boom. Instantly, the black magic crocodile's hand, carrying an overwhelming surge of spirit energy, clashed with Jet's attack. A deafening explosion resounded, and terrifying spirit energy radiated in all directions, causing the world around them to tremble. Crack, crack. This time, the collision was different. The black magic crocodile couldn't withstand the immense force of Jet's burst, being slammed backward by the attack. The previously impenetrable spiritual armor on its body shattered into pieces under the onslaught, and the crocodile flew back in retreat. Previously, it had been Jet who was repeatedly knocked back, but with the deployment of the Boundless Array, everything had changed. How formidable this armor-piercing ability is. In fact, at this moment, not only the black magic crocodile, but even Jet himself was taken aback by the terrifying armor-piercing ability of the Boundless Array of heaven and earth. From any perspective, the sudden display of this array's piercing power was truly exaggerated. Indeed, it lived up to its reputation as a specialized armor-piercing array. For a moment, Jet couldn't help but praise the Boundless Array even more. At the same time, he felt that perhaps he hadn't fully unleashed the true potential of the Boundless Array. He resolved to spend more time studying it in the future. Maybe he could discover new techniques. Now, with the Boundless Array of heaven and earth allowing Jet to penetrate the black magic crocodile's defenses, his attacks became increasingly reckless and relentless. Deep down, Jet knew his limits. Without the Boundless Array, he would definitely not be a match for the black magic crocodile. But now that the Boundless Array was in play, the battle should soon come to an end. With a wave of his hand, countless terrifying currents of celestial and terrestrial energy surged wildly towards him, converging around him. These energies merged into the flying swords under his control, causing them to shimmer brilliantly with radiant spiritual light. In the next moment, another wave of his hand combined these flying swords once again into a colossal, fearsome spiritual sword. This spiritual sword, like an unstoppable force, surged ruthlessly toward the black magic crocodile. The black magic crocodile, having learned from its previous encounter, recognized the terrifying power hidden within these seemingly ordinary flying swords. It dared not face the attack head-on and let out an enraged roar before dashing away at full speed to avoid the assault. The black magic crocodile also knew its limits. Knowing it couldn't win, it chose to retreat. It's worth noting that despite its massive form, the black magic crocodile was incredibly swift. Its entire body almost turned into a terrifying blur, swiftly covering a vast distance in mere moments. Boom! Jet's attack hit empty space, with the numerous spiritual flying swords, laden with formidable pressure, impacting the void. A thunderous explosion echoed, spreading terrifying waves of energy far and wide. The clash between Jet and the black magic crocodile reached its climax, with each move and countermove defining the intensity of their battle. ##### Chapter 58, Heaven-Breaking 10th Layer. Dodge? Do you think you can dodge forever? I'd like to see how many attacks you can dodge. At this moment, seeing the black demonic crocodile attempting to counter the limitless array by dodging, Jet couldn't help but smirk. The limitless array was unparalleled in its continuous armor-piercing capability from any angle. Once the array started, it wouldn't stop attacking unless the host's spirit energy was depleted. Jet roared, and countless terrifying heavenly spiritual energies surged towards him from all directions, then poured into his limitless sword array. With the influx of spiritual energy, the power emitted by the limitless sword array continued to increase over time. The black demonic crocodile seemed determined to counter Jet by evading. No matter how Jet attacked, the crocodile always used speed to dodge at the last second, as if planning to defeat Jet through endless evasion. Seeing this, Jet laughed. Alright, let's see whose speed is greater, yours or my flying swords. Jet realized that continuing this way wouldn't benefit him, so he shifted his strategy. Countless terrifying spiritual energies gathered around him, causing the flying swords surrounding him to emit brilliant spiritual light. In the next moment, these swords dispersed, with each of the 32 flying swords floating independently in the air. Despite being separated, the power of the flying swords didn't diminish. They seemed to have a tight connection among themselves. With Jet's shout, the flying swords immediately burst into action, attacking from different angles toward the black demonic crocodile. The speed at which the flying swords erupted was frighteningly fast. Indeed, after becoming independent, they were even faster than before. In an instant, the flying swords had covered immense distances and surrounded the black demonic crocodile. While each flying sword alone wasn't particularly formidable, when all 32 struck simultaneously, they exerted tremendous pressure on the crocodile. It sensed a deadly threat from them. Limitless array, exterminate. In the next moment, Jet uttered a few words, and spiritual energies converged into the flying swords. They lit up with terrifying spiritual light, then unleashed astonishing speed to initiate a deadly assault on the black demonic crocodile. Thud, 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 crack, crack. Without question, the attack of the flying swords was absolutely terrifying. In an instant, all 32 swords struck the black demonic crocodile. Its formidable spiritual defense armor, which had seemed impenetrable, crumbled instantly upon contact with the flying swords. The 32 swords then pierced through its body. Blood spurted everywhere, making for a gruesome scene. The black demonic crocodile was impaled by the 32 flying swords and pinned to the ground. Its vitality drained away rapidly, and it couldn't even struggle. Each of the 32 flying swords was a lethal weapon. It's over. Seeing the black demonic crocodile defeated, Jet finally relaxed, exhaling deeply. Only then did he realize his back was drenched in sweat. His spirit energy was almost completely depleted. He hadn't noticed earlier because he was fully engrossed in battle, but now that he relaxed, he felt unsteady on his feet. Though he had won, he had exhausted nearly all his spirit energy. In a place as terrifying as the Divine Moon Forest, an exhausted cultivator might as well be committing suicide. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the black demonic crocodile. Mission accomplished. Host's cultivation level has reached heaven-breaking 10th layer. Congratulations, host, for triggering a new mission. For more information, please check the mission interface. As the system notifications echoed in his ears, Jet felt an instantaneous surge of strength, replenishing his spent spirit energy. At this moment, his overall strength climbed from heaven-breaking 9th layer to heaven-breaking 10th layer. Even though it was only one level higher, it held significant meaning for Jet. It meant he had reached the pinnacle of the heaven-breaking realm. Having stayed in the heaven-breaking realm for tens of thousands of years, Jet was long weary of it. Now, he finally elevated his cultivation. This was something he deeply appreciated. Finally reaching the peak of heaven-breaking. The next goal is Cave Void. Jet narrowed his eyes, gazing at the distant horizon. A stirring sensation welled up within him. Reaching the peak of heaven-breaking represented nearing a new realm. Jet was quite eager about the mysterious Cave Void realm, having previously encountered experts of that realm and understanding its distinctions from heaven-breaking. Wonder what the new mission is. Hope it isn't too outrageous. Since he had completed the task, Jet instinctively turned his attention to the newly triggered mission. Based on his guess, this mission was called Exploring the Divine Moon Forest, indicating several tasks related to this forest. Curious about the secrets of the Divine Moon Forest and why the system required him to venture here, Jet opened the mission objective. Explore the Divine Moon Forest, second phase mission. Enter deep into the Divine Moon Forest to search for clues regarding the Divine Moon treasure box. Upon completion, the host's strength will reach the peak of heaven-breaking. After reading the content of the second phase mission, Jet felt somewhat flabbergasted. The task lacked specific details, giving him an ambiguous feeling. How absurd. He was actually supposed to go deep into the Divine Moon Forest to find clues about the Divine Moon treasure box? What exactly was this Divine Moon treasure box, and what kind of clues were there? Numerous questions swirled in his mind, but Jet had no choice. Since the mission was triggered, he could only unleash his full speed and dash into the depths of the forest. Swish. Expanding his speed to the limit, Jet transformed into a terrifying bolt of lightning, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. Now that his cultivation had broken through to heaven-breaking 10th layer, his speed had significantly improved compared to before. Yet, numerous doubts still lingered in Jet's mind. Regarding the Divine Moon treasure box, he was entirely clueless. However, based on the system's description, it was evident that the Divine Moon treasure box was no ordinary object. It was likely a treasure within the Divine Moon Forest, and the recent unrest in the forest might be related to its deeper areas. With many questions lingering in his mind, it was clear that Jet needed to reach the depths of this forest to find the answers. Jet accelerated, leaping over countless mountains and rivers as he hurried deeper into the forest. Along the way, he could occasionally sense terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy. Judging by these fluctuations, it was evident that numerous demon beasts with cultivation levels reaching the Cave Void realm had gathered here. Demon beasts at the heaven-breaking level were virtually everywhere, and even those at the Cave Void level could be spotted every so often by Jet within intervals. He naturally dared not provoke these Cave Void demon beasts and could only carefully evade their spiritual senses as he focused on completing the mission. Soon, as Jet estimated he had reached the depths of the forest, a notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the depths of the Divine Moon Forest. The mission prompt has been activated. The host can follow the task hints to obtain clues about the Divine Moon treasure box. Hearing this, Jet paused, surprised by the system's change. But after recovering, he felt an immediate sense of joy because what he needed most now was a means to find the Divine Moon treasure box. Following the system's instructions, Jet opened the mission interface and saw marked prompts guiding him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the entire Divine Moon Forest was divided into 3 regions, each containing a fragment-like object. According to the mission instructions, Jet needed to travel to these 3 regions, collect the 3 fragments, and then proceed to the center of the forest, where he could open the Divine Moon treasure box. While the task seemed simple, Jet had an ominous premonition. After all, collecting just 3 fragments would significantly enhance his strength, so the difficulty of obtaining these fragments was unimaginable. However, with the mission now revealed, Jet had no other choice but to follow the prompts. What intrigued Jet was what exactly this Divine Moon treasure box was. Chapter 59. Entering the depths. Deep within the Divine Moon Forest, Jet felt an intense aura permeating the surroundings. The air was thick with spiritual energy, making every step more challenging yet filled with potential discoveries. As he ventured further, the landscape grew increasingly mysterious and treacherous. Ancient trees towered overhead, their gnarled branches twisting together to form a dense canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. Shadows danced around the ground, creating an eerie atmosphere. Jet knew he had to stay alert. The deeper he went, the more dangerous the environment became. The mission had guided him to the first region, which was marked on his interface. It was a desolate area surrounded by dense foliage and rocky terrain. As he approached the designated location, Jet sensed a faint yet powerful spiritual pressure emanating from within the thicket. This was where the first fragment should be located. Drawing his sword, Jet prepared for any unforeseen dangers. The forest was full of unknowns, and he couldn't afford to let his guard down for a moment. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the shadows, a large demon beast with piercing eyes that glowed red in the dim light. Its body was covered in thick scales, giving it an intimidating presence. Jet swiftly reacted, channeling his spirit energy into his sword. A brilliant glow enveloped the blade as he charged forward, ready to engage in battle. The encounter was fierce and brief. With his heightened speed and enhanced strength from reaching the heaven-breaking 10th layer, Jet managed to overpower the demon beast and secure the first fragment. The fragment was small, barely the size of a palm, but it pulsed with an ancient power. As Jet examined it closely, he could feel its connection to the Divine Moon treasure box. This was just the beginning of a long and perilous journey. Jet stowed the fragment away safely, knowing he still had 2 more to collect before he could unlock the true secrets of the treasure box. His heart raced with anticipation. What awaited him at the center of the Divine Moon Forest? And what would he discover when he finally opened the Divine Moon treasure box? The mission continued, and Jet pushed onward, determined to unravel the mysteries hidden within the depths of this ancient forest. ####Chapter 59. Runic Fragment. The Divine Moon treasure box. Just hearing the name made Jet feel a tremor in his heart. It was as if this object was ancient and terrifying enough to influence one's mind from afar. However, speculating here and now would be meaningless. He could only rely on the hints provided by the system task and begin preparing to gather the fragments. Whoosh! Spreading his speed, Jet became a bolt of lightning speeding through the Divine Moon forest, covering vast distances in mere seconds. Compared to when he first arrived in the Divine Moon forest, Jet's burst speed had significantly improved, thanks to his strength increasing from the 9th heaven breaking level to the 10th heaven breaking level. According to the information provided by the system, he was now just an incense stick's burn away from the location of the first fragment. Without hesitation, he increased his speed even further. At this point, terrifying beasts surrounded him on all sides, leaving no room for retreat. He could only focus on channeling his inner spiritual energy to conceal his aura. Whenever he sensed the presence of a void cavern realm beast nearby, Jet would immediately stop advancing, channeling all his spiritual energy into concealing his aura. Joking aside, these were all beasts at the void cavern realm. A single misstep leading to conflict would be disastrous for him. After about an incense stick's burn of time, Jet reached his destination. Before him, in a clearing amidst the trees, floated an ancient runic fragment in the air. This runic fragment was clearly the key to opening the Divine Moon treasure box. Jet nodded inwardly. Gathering 3 such runic fragments and combining them should unlock the Divine Moon treasure box. Time slowly passed, but just as Jet was about to reach out for the fragment, a sudden, terrifying fluctuation of spiritual energy came from the side, and he found himself being sucked into a strange energy field. Hoo. The sound of changing spiritual energy filled the air. In the blink of an eye, Jet discovered he had entered a desolate white world. There was nothing but endless white, and a glance around gave one a sense of despair. Jet was somewhat surprised. He had been in the Divine Moon forest moments ago, and this abrupt change suggested he had entered a small world. Taking a deep breath, Jet remained calm. Knowing that finding an exit would allow him to leave such a small world, he began expanding his perception within this space to locate it. At that moment, countless currents of spiritual energy converged and formed a blue spiritual wolf in front of him. The moment this blue wolf appeared, a terrifying presence surged towards him. Jet felt his breathing quicken. The wolf's cultivation wasn't weak. It was at the 9th heaven breaking level, just 1 rank below him. What does this mean? Do I have to defeat you to leave? Glancing around, Jet made a decision. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he brandished the frost sword. Channeling his inner spiritual energy, he poured it into the frost sword, causing its originally ordinary appearance to shine with brilliant spiritual light. In the next moment, Jet let out a low cry and swung the sword fiercely. A terrifying blue sword in tint erupted, sweeping everything before it directly towards the wolf. Ayuu. Facing Jet's aggressive attack, the wolf did not retreat. Instead, it roared and charged straight towards Jet's attack, unleashing a horrifying wave of pressure as though it were more formidable than any true beast. Despite the wolf's overwhelming power, Jet did not back down. Pouring all his spiritual energy into the frost sword, he met the wolf head-on. Rumble. The frost sword, carrying terrifying heavenly energy, clashed with the wolf. Amidst a deafening explosion, boundless spiritual energy spread out in all directions from the point of impact. Instantly, Jet felt a terrifying force emanating from the wolf, as if he were facing not a beast but a terrifying mountain. So powerful. Though its cultivation was lower, the power it unleashed rivaled his own, raising his vigilance. Jet had anticipated difficulties while gathering the Divine Moon treasure box fragments, so this development didn't surprise him. But regardless of what the wolf could do, Jet would not be intimidated. This was just the first fragment, and he wouldn't take this wolf seriously. With a fierce roar, Jet stomped the ground hard. Terror-inducing spiritual energy flowed through him, and his speed burst forth as he turned into a shadow charging toward the wolf. Having reached this point, Jet saw no reason to hold back. Being inside a small world meant events here couldn't be perceived from the outside, allowing him to fully immerse himself in battle. Since breaking through in cultivation, Jet hadn't truly unleashed his full strength. With this opportunity, he wouldn't waste it. Countless currents of spiritual energy gathered and surged into the frost sword, which then radiated a terrifying spiritual glow before striking the wolf forcefully. Meanwhile, the wolf behaved like a lifeless, unresponsive combat machine. Even sensing the devastating power from Jet's attacks, it continued to collide with no regard for self-preservation. Boom. Pang. The next moment, their attacks collided again. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion of spiritual energy, the wolf was sent flying backward, unable to withstand Jet's enhanced attack. Although the attack pattern was similar to earlier, this time Jet had injected more spiritual energy, making the strike stronger. The wolf's inability to withstand his attack boosted Jet's confidence. His subsequent attacks grew bolder and more confident. Alright, finish this in one go. Gaining the upper hand, Jet wasted no time, channeling all his spiritual energy into an intense offensive. The frost sword repeatedly struck the wolf, each swing carrying tremendous energy. This demonic wolf couldn't withstand such a terrifying attack. It didn't last long before it was utterly defeated by Jet's onslaught. Crack, crack. Suddenly, when Jet's frost sword, carrying an extremely formidable power of the heavens, struck the demonic wolf, the wolf could no longer resist. It was immediately shattered into pieces. The sound of cracking spiritual energy filled the air as the blue demonic wolf turned into countless fragments of spiritual energy. After slaying this demonic wolf, Jet felt that familiar attractive force from earlier once again pulling at him. The surrounding space began to change, and when he regained his senses, he found himself back at the place where he had first seen the runic fragment. Approaching the runic fragment this time, Jet easily summoned it with a wave of his hand. A flow of spiritual energy enveloped the fragment, which was then swiftly stored in his spatial bag. There was no obstruction whatsoever, just as Jet had expected. When he first saw the runic fragment, he had guessed that acquiring it would come with some resistance. And indeed, the resistance manifested in the form of a demonic beast, though he hadn't anticipated this specific method. Having obtained the first fragment, Jet wasted no time and immediately set off toward the location of the second fragment. The task wasn't too difficult so far. If the resistance for each fragment remained at the 9th heaven-breaking level, Jet felt confident he could handle it. Whoosh whoosh. Spreading his speed, Jet became a streak of terrifying light, rapidly flying towards the distant horizon. Another incense sticks burn later, Jet arrived at his destination. He saw a scene similar to the previous one. On an open patch of land floated another runic fragment. As Jet approached, he once again entered the small world. Using the same approach as before, he defeated the demonic beast and acquired the second fragment. Well, looks like I'll have all 3 fragments soon. Jet took a deep breath, the excitement in his eyes unmistakable. Chapter 60, Peak of Heaven-Breaking Realm. To him, he often had a clear understanding of the situation. While others might be confused, he never was. He knew his limits and what he could achieve once things escalated. Thus, whenever he approached his limits, he made choices, whether to push forward or retreat. This was why he had been able to survive so steadily for 10,000 years. Though the system provided him with many resources, it didn't grant him immortality. In those 10,000 years, he hadn't lacked encounters with danger. On the contrary, during his travels, he faced life-threatening situations multiple times but survived, something beyond ordinary cultivators. Jet continued to increase his speed as he rushed towards the location of the third fragment. His speed reached its peak, and in the time it took to burn an incense stick, Jet arrived at his destination, where the third fragment lay. Unlike the previous fragments, upon approaching this one, Jet was once again drawn into a temporal space. Time seemed to pause as Jet watched the scenery change rapidly before him. A demonic wolf appeared in front of him, distinct from the ones he had encountered before. This new arrival had directly ascended from the 9th heaven-breaking rank to the 10th heaven-breaking rank. Strictly speaking, when Jet fought the second demonic wolf, he noticed that its strength was greater than the first. However, both were still at the 9th heaven-breaking rank, so the difference wasn't significant. Yet now, this wolf was at the 10th heaven-breaking rank. The sheer pressure it exuded was comparable to the black magic crocodile he had battled before. This is interesting. It's not going to be easy. Jet narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the changes in the flow of chi within his body. With no way to retreat, he pushed forward without hesitation. Beast, prepare to die. Jet roared, unleashing his full power. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging straight at the demonic wolf. In an instant, he stood before it, channeling boundless chi into his frost sword, striking the wolf head-on with a powerful slash. Hoo! Even though he missed, the shockwave rippled outward, causing the entire space to tremble, on the brink of collapse. Any other heaven-breaking realm cultivator would have been startled by the overwhelming pressure Jet exerted, surpassing the limits of their realm. Rumble! The demonic wolf, lacking true sentience, collided head-on with Jet's attack. A deafening explosion resounded, and terrifying waves of chi spread in all directions. Jet felt an immense pressure like a mountain colliding with him, almost knocking him back, but he promptly adjusted his internal chi, suppressing the discomfort. The increase in the wolf's strength from one rank higher made it entirely different. Jet took a deep breath, realizing the challenge ahead. I need to end this quickly. Boundless Universe Sword Formation, appear. Without wasting time, Jet knew using the Frost Sword alone would take too long to defeat this foe. He summoned the Boundless Universe Sword Formation, which previously helped him kill the 10th heaven-breaking black magic crocodile. Now at the 10th heaven-breaking rank, his sword formation became even more powerful. Killing array, reveal. With a wave of his hand, terrifying amounts of chi gathered, and 32 flying swords attacked the wolf from all angles. If measured purely by attack intensity, the sword's force might not seem exceptionally high, but their actual power far exceeded appearances. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, the 32 flying swords struck the demonic wolf fiercely. Its formidable defenses crumbled under the continuous assault. Crack crack. Soon, accompanied by Jet's roar, the flying swords merged into a colossal sword of chi and slammed into the wolf. Unable to withstand the attack, the wolf disintegrated into a circle of chi fragments. It's over. Having defeated the wolf, Jet knew he had completed the task of collecting the 3 Divine Moon treasure box fragments. Without lingering, he left the small world, storing the third fragment in his storage bag. A system notification echoed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. Reward. Your cultivation level has been enhanced to the peak of heaven-breaking realm. Next task initiated. Travel deep into the forest and destroy the puppet guardian protecting the Divine Moon treasure box. Upon completion, your strength will be elevated to the first stage of the cavernous void realm. Feeling a fleeting daze, Jet hadn't anticipated that the next task would elevate him directly to the cavernous void realm. The cavernous void realm had once been an unreachable height for him. Yet, now after such a short time, he found himself so close to achieving it. At this point, Jet resolved to complete the next task no matter what. With this determination, he didn't hesitate. He increased his speed, heading toward the location of the puppet guardian. Notably, after collecting the 3 fragments, they autonomously combined in his storage bag to form an exquisite rune key, the key to the Divine Moon treasure box. Jet was eager to see what awaited him inside. He also wondered about the subsequent tasks. Reaching the cavernous void realm was only part of it. What level would he achieve when he finally left the Divine Moon forest? Shaking off these thoughts, Jet focused on traveling at full speed, covering vast distances in mere moments. At his current speed, crossing the entire Divine Moon forest would take no more than half a day. After about an hour, Jet arrived at the designated location and saw the puppet guardian. Is this my target? Looking at the massive puppet monster standing in the open field, Jet felt a headache coming on. The guardian was enormous, enveloped in layers of terrifying chi, forming a protective armor around it. Just by taking a glance, Jet could confirm that this puppet guardian's defensive power was extraordinarily formidable. More crucially, the cultivation level of this puppet guardian had surpassed the heaven-breaking realm and reached the cavernous void realm. This was a puppet guardian at the first stage of the cavernous void realm. Upon sensing the cultivation level of this puppet guardian, Jet couldn't help but feel quite uncomfortable. Facing an opponent in a higher realm while being in the same realm was something he could accept, but now he, at the heaven-breaking realm, had to fight against someone at the cavernous void realm. This seemed rather absurd to him. However, from another perspective, if the task reward was so generous and it was too easy to complete, it wouldn't be in the system style. Jet took a deep breath. Since the mission had already been initiated and the target stood right before him, he certainly had no reason to retreat. Whoosh! With a low roar, Jet immediately increased his speed and charged straight toward the puppet guardian. Regardless of the opponent's realm, he would first engage in battle to test the opponent's strength. Thinking this, Jet swiftly arrived in front of the puppet guardian and with another low roar, gathered countless terrifying amounts of elemental energy. With a fierce slash, he struck directly at the puppet guardian. Rumble! The sword burst forth, as if carrying the most terrifying elemental power in the world. The moment it exploded, the surrounding elemental energy vibrated as if this simple slash could tear apart heaven and earth. At that moment, the puppet guardian, upon seeing Jet attack, responded with unexpectedly agile movements despite its bulky appearance. The puppet guardian roared angrily, and terrifying elemental energy lights flashed on its arm. In the next instant, it fiercely punched towards Jet. Whoosh! The punch looked clumsy, but when Jet sensed the immense power behind it, his expression changed dramatically. Just from the intensity of the elemental energy, this punch had already overwhelmed his attack. Chapter 61. Puppet Guard. Bam! Splat! Events unfolded just as Jet had anticipated. The moment his attack collided with the puppet guard's fist, a deafening explosion echoed. A terrifying force erupted from the point of impact, blasting Jet away. For an instant, he felt as if the entire world would collapse. The immense force surged into his body, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood as he was hurled backward like a cannonball. Now, Jet fully realized the strength of this cave void puppet guard. Unapologetically speaking, at this level, this puppet could annihilate ordinary heaven-breaking beasts in an instant. Seeing the puppet guard's formidable might, a fierce battle spirit ignited within Jet. He knew that while he might not be able to defeat the puppet guard in a direct confrontation, after all, it was just an unintelligent machine. Therefore, with his intelligence and skills, Jet still harbored confidence in defeating it. Besides, since the system mission was designed this way, there must be a possibility for him to complete it. Go for it! Without pausing after the first clash, Jet unleashed another furious shout. Speeding up, he transformed into a terrifying bolt of lightning, instantly reappearing before the puppet guard. Infusing boundless spiritual energy into his frost blade, he swung it once more with great ferocity. This time, compared to the previous burst of sword intent, there was a clear enhancement in power. If before Jet was merely probing the puppet's capabilities, now his purpose was clear: to defeat the puppet. The puppet guard sensed the terror of this new sword strike. Though this attack could easily decimate a heaven-breaking beast, it wasn't quite enough to threaten the puppet, who had surpassed the cave void realm. Clank clank clank. Suddenly, mechanical sounds arose as rings of terrifying black, spiritual light flared around the puppet guard. This energy swirled and coalesced, forming a thick layer of spiritual armor over its body. Its arms were especially formidable, now entirely enveloped in black, spiritual energy, resembling the most fearsome arms in existence. In the next moment, like before, the puppet guard viciously swung its arms toward Jet. The punch was so powerful that it seemed capable of toppling mountains and rivers. Instantly, Jet felt an overwhelming surge of energy from the incoming fist, a sign of the puppet guard's full force. Boom. Next, the puppet guard's fist clashed with Jet's sword intent again. The result was similar. Jet couldn't withstand the immense power and was blasted away. His sword intent shattered upon contact, dispersing immediately. However, because he was prepared, Jet quickly injected large amounts of spiritual energy into his legs, bursting away at incredible speed to maintain distance. Due to this timely retreat, the destructive force did not penetrate his body, allowing him to avoid further injury. Taking a deep breath, Jet realized how challenging this mission target, the puppet guard, truly was. Compared to collecting rune fragments, this was on a whole different level of difficulty. Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword Array, emerge. Since he had already come this far, there was no room for retreat. Jet summoned the Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword Array with a wave of his hand. 32 flying swords emerged one by one, floating beside him, making him look like a supreme deity of the immortal path. Instantly, Jet's demeanor changed drastically. From a graceful youth, he became a terrifying supreme ruler of the Taoist realm. Swish swish swish. Under Jet's control, the 32 flying swords charged towards the puppet guard at intricate angles. While individually they weren't strong or particularly potent in terms of spiritual energy, their combined effect was formidable. Plop plop plop. A series of rapid thuds echoed as each flying sword struck the puppet guard. Unlike Jet's initial attacks which seemed ineffective, these strikes caused immediate cracks to form wherever they landed. The fissures spread like spider webs, proving the persistent power of the Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword Array. I want to see how long you can hold out. Having summoned the array, Jet resolved not to stop until the opponent was defeated. Ignoring the rapid depletion of his spiritual energy, he pushed the sword array to its maximum potential. As more spiritual energy flowed into the system, the 32 swords began to synergize, unleashing increasingly terrifying power. Ancient runes flashed in the air and merged with the swords, rapidly amplifying their might. Time seemed to accelerate, and the sword's power grew exponentially. Shatter. Seizing an opportunity, Jet maximized the sword array's potential, merging the 32 swords into a massive, terrifying blade. Go! The colossal blade surged forward, aiming to obliterate the puppet guard. In that moment, the surrounding space distorted, testament to the sword's horrifying power. Without hesitation, Jet controlled the giant sword to charge at incredible speed towards the puppet guard. Like a ravenous wolf closing in on its prey, it ruthlessly tore through the air. Rumble. Next, a tremendous burst of spiritual energy exploded as the combined 32 swords smashed into the puppet guard. Unable to withstand the destructive force, the puppet guard was blasted back. The spiritual armor crumbled instantly upon impact, appearing as fragile as paper compared to Jet's colossal sword. As the spiritual energy armor shattered, the puppet guard was slammed backward, facing terrifying destruction. The immense power carried by the colossal sword invaded the puppet guard's body, wreaking havoc internally. Strange creaking noises continuously emanated from the puppet guard, as if it were on the verge of disintegrating at any moment. Again. At this moment, seeing the effectiveness of the colossal sword, Jet was also quite astonished. This was his first attempt to push his strength to the limit since breaking through to the peak of heaven breaking. The outcome was in line with what he had anticipated. The Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword Array lived up to its reputation as the most destructive sword formation. Even though he could only unleash a fraction of its true power, it already generated formidable destructive force. Jet couldn't help but wonder what kind of power the complete Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword Array would wield. Taking a deep breath, Jet channeled the spiritual energy within him into the sword array. The 32 flying swords, infused with endless spiritual energy, seemed to come alive like mischievous little sprites, swirling around the puppet guard, ready for the next assault. Alright, let's finish this in one go. After waiting for a while and seeing no significant changes from the puppet guard, Jet decided to launch an all-out attack to resolve the situation. However, just then, the puppet guard began to undergo a new transformation. The surrounding earth and heaven's spiritual energy rapidly converged and swirled around it, forming layers of blue spiritual energy enveloping its entire body. The appearance of this spiritual energy wasn't problematic until it began to exert a terrifying influence, completely cocooning the puppet guard. Then, Jet witnessed an astonishing scene. The puppet guard started to transform in a fearsome manner. It seems it's not going to be as easy as I thought, Jet murmured, narrowing his eyes. He tightened his grip, strengthening his connection with the Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword Array, ready for the impending battle. Chapter 62. Breaking through to the Void Cavern Realm. The puppet guard had undergone a tremendous change. Before their eyes, countless terrifying spiritual energies converged and surged, causing the puppet guard's form to visibly swell at an alarming rate. Initially, it still retained its original appearance, but in just a few blinks, it had expanded several times over. The originally enormous puppet guard now stood as a giant. At this moment, Jet was astonished to sense an overwhelmingly powerful spiritual energy emanating from the puppet guard. Simply judging by the intensity of the spiritual energy, this puppet guard had clearly reached the second stage of the Void Cavern Realm. At this realm, the pressure the puppet guard could exert on Jet was extraordinarily intense. Void Cavern second stage is impossible. This must only be a temporary boost to the puppet guard's strength. After observing for a moment, Jet made his judgment. He knew the puppet guard's weakness and how to deal with it. Despite the increase in strength, Jet surmised that this was a temporary enhancement effect. So, as long as he held out, defeating the puppet guard would only be a matter of time. Without any delay after the transformation, the puppet guard let out a roar and charged straight at Jet. With one stomp on the ground, the puppet guard's form transformed into a horrifying gale, reaching Jet in an instant. This was quite terrifying. Despite its bulky appearance, the puppet guard's speed was incredibly swift. Rumble. Next, numerous spiritual energies gathered into the puppet guard's arm, which shone with brilliant light before launching a punch at Jet. Though simple, this punch unleashed a world-shattering force. Even during the split second of its release, Jet felt himself enveloped by an intense pressure, making it difficult to breathe. This truly demonstrated the power of the second stage of the Void Cavern Realm. For Jet, who was still at the peak of Heaven Splitter Realm, the puppet guard's pressure was indeed immense. However, Jet wasn't worried, as his spiritual energy was still abundant, allowing him to sustain the battle for a long time. Moreover, with the assistance of the xuanhuan Wuji sword array, breaking through the puppet guard's defenses would be much easier. His only concern was whether he could withstand the pressure of the puppet guard's attacks. Whoosh! Seeing the approaching fist, Jet didn't hesitate. He roared and directed his spiritual energy to surge, instantly encasing himself in a golden glow, resembling a war deity from afar. Bursting with speed, he transformed into a flash of lightning and dodged to the side. Boom! As Jet dodged, the puppet guard's punch missed. But even mid-air, the fists might fully exploded, sending waves of devastating natural spiritual energies outward from the impact point. Seeing the aftermath of the punch, Jet narrowed his eyes. The combat power released by the opponent exceeded his expectations, yet it did not affect his judgment of the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, he had absolute control. As long as the xuanhuan Wuji sword array remained, he could not lose. xuanhuan Wuji appear. Dodging the attack, Jet did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he injected countless terrifying spiritual energies into the 32 flying swords. These swords lit up brilliantly and combined into a colossal sword, hurtling straight toward the puppet guard. Rumble. The sword erupted with earth-shattering force. Even facing a puppet guard with Void Cavern second stage power head-on, it showed no weakness. It must be noted that although the puppet guard possessed formidable combat prowess, it lacked intelligence. In response to the sword array's attack, it simply roared and swung its fist from the front, as if it only knew how to punch. This single-minded offensive style had obvious advantages and disadvantages. Advantageously, its attacks were sufficiently terrifying. If landed, the power was unimaginable. However, its lack of variety made it hard to land effective blows. If the attack misses, no matter how powerful it might be, it would be ineffective. Boom. Next, the colossal sword formed by the 32 flying swords collided with the puppet guard's fist, releasing a deafening roar. The waves of spiritual energies spread violently. The combination of the 32 flying swords seemed capable of crushing mountains and rocks, creating an illusion of swallowing the heavens during the explosion. The true eruption was like an unstoppable avalanche. Even the puppet guard's fist couldn't withstand the flying sword's might and crumbled upon contact. Crack, crack. Despite reaching the power of Void Cavern's second stage, the puppet guard was outmatched by the ever-changing xiuxian Wuji sword array. While the puppet guard's power was indeed frighteningly strong, it had many limitations. Jet observed briefly and realized that once he secured the advantage, the fight would go smoothly. Creak, creak. Suddenly, having been repelled by Jet's xiuxian Wuji sword array, the puppet guard roared in fury. Mechanical sounds echoed as Jet noticed black, spiritual flames appearing around the puppet guard. He could sense its vitality draining rapidly. Jet was momentarily stunned because he thought the confrontation would last longer. Unexpectedly, the turning point came so quickly. As the black spiritual flames appeared, the puppet guard's power increased again. It seemed to be nearing the third stage of the Void Cavern realm. At this moment, Jet was deeply shaken. He hadn't anticipated such terrifying power from this creature. Suddenly, he understood why completing this system mission would allow him to break through to the Void Cavern realm. He needed to defeat such a monstrous opponent. However, since he had come this far, Jet knew there was no possibility of retreating now. He let out an angry roar and spurred the spiritual energy within his body, channeling countless streams into the 32 flying swords. Immediately, the swords lit up with terrifying, brilliant spiritual energy. In the next moment, Jet waved his hand, and these swords merged into a colossal meteoric sword, charging straight at the puppet guard from the front. On the surface, it looked no different from his previous attacks, but in reality, due to the infusion of more spiritual energy, this meteoric sword unleashed a power that was truly fearsome. For the following period, Jet engaged the puppet guard in a prolonged battle. The power of the xiuxian Wuji sword array continued to increase under Jet's control, while the vitality of the puppet guard visibly diminished at a rapid rate. It seemed only a matter of time before the puppet guard would be defeated by Jet. Time passed quickly, and soon half an hour had gone by. After such an extended battle, Jet's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, but the relentless assault from the xiuxian Wuji sword array finally brought down the puppet guard. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the 32 flying swords of the xiuxian Wuji struck the puppet guard one after another. Its vitality had reached its end, unable to withstand the terrifying attack any longer, and it collapsed. As the puppet guard fell, Jet heard the system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the puppet guard. Cultivation strength has been enhanced, breaking through to the first stage of the Void Cavern realm. The message brought an immediate sensation of renewal and transformation to Jet. Advancing from the peak of heaven, Splitter to the first stage of the Void Cavern realm, though seemingly just a single realm difference, felt like crossing an enormous chasm. This breakthrough allowed Jet to clearly sense the immense changes within his body. The strength he could now unleash differed significantly from what it was before. Reaching the Void Cavern realm feels like entering a new world. Jet took a deep breath, sensing that everything surpassed his expectations. The enhancements brought by the Void Cavern realm were indeed substantial. Chapter 63. An upgradable weapon. Beep, congratulations on the increase in your cultivation and strength. Next, you will be able to embark on the final phase of exploring the Divine Moon Forest. The host must use the key to open the Divine Moon treasure box and claim the rewards. Jet heard the system's notification in his ear once again. This notification caught Jet off guard for a moment because he had initially thought that after defeating the puppet guard and gaining strength, the system would arrange more battles for him. However, it turned out that he was now supposed to directly open the Divine Moon treasure box. Judging from this, as long as he opened the box, he could probably obtain the rewards. Throughout his journey, Jet developed a strong interest in the Divine Moon treasure box. What exactly was inside it? What kind of treasures did it contain? Clearly, the Divine Moon treasure box was no ordinary object. With the new task appearing, Jet immediately saw a map of the location of the Divine Moon treasure box pop up in his mind. From its geographic position, the distance between the treasure box and his current location wasn't very far, about the time it took for an incense stick to burn down. Let's go see. After taking a deep breath, Jet wasted no time. He sped up, transforming into a terrifying meteor hurtling rapidly into the distance. Having advanced to the cave void realm, his speed had increased immeasurably. Now, Jet felt extraordinarily light, and the power he could unleash was quite formidable. Reaching the maximum speed, Jet arrived at his destination within the time it took for an incense stick to burn down. He found himself at an altar covered in emerald green spiritual light, giving off a fearsome aura. Upon reaching the altar, Jet instantly felt an ominous presence, as if it were filled with ghosts. This was the very center of Barney Forest. Walking to the edge of the altar, Jet suddenly gained insight. He clearly knew he was now at the heart of the entire Divine Moon Forest. At this location, Jet could vividly sense the enormity and terror of the forest. Within this vast expanse, there was an unknown number of cave void-level demonic beasts, whose strength surpassed even those at the heaven-breaking realm. Jet could reach this place safely only due to the guidance of the system, which provided him with the optimal route to avoid other cave void-level beasts. Otherwise, it might have taken him much longer. This is the Divine Moon treasure box? Jet's gaze slowly fell upon a green-lit box floating in midair at the center of the altar. It looked ordinary enough from the outside, with no remarkable features. But this simple-looking box gave Jet a profound shock to his soul. As soon as he saw the Divine Moon treasure box, he felt as though his soul was being pulled towards it by some unseen force. It felt like something terrifying was calling out to him from within. Jet moved swiftly, covering the distance in the blink of an eye. His internal spirit energy gathered, and he extended his hand cautiously toward the treasure box. Despite the proximity, Jet remained extremely cautious, fearing that any mishap could jeopardize everything. He understood that this Divine Moon treasure box was the greatest secret of the Divine Moon Forest. Boom! As soon as Jet touched the Divine Moon treasure box with both hands, a terrifying column of emerald green spirit energy shot up into the sky. If any other cultivator were present, they would be left speechless by the sight of this immense power. Even at a distance, one could feel a destructive force emanating from the pillar. Most astonishingly, Jet, who came in contact with the pillar, felt absolutely nothing harmful. Instead, he felt as if the pillar was gentle and sacred. Hum, hum, hum. Suddenly, frightening spirit energy movement sounds surrounded him. Jet felt as if all the world's energies were revolving around him. In an instant, he found himself in an enchanting place. Looking up, he saw rainbow-colored spirit lights filling the air as if the whole world was enveloped in a spectrum of colors. At the heart of this colorful world, he saw a blue light-emitting sword hovering in the air. At first glance, Jet's entire attention was captured by this sword. Without a doubt, this weapon emitted a spirit energy fluctuation far beyond any ordinary weapon. Jet already possessed the dual-engraved frost sword, but compared to this weapon, it seemed insignificant. Jet couldn't help but become mesmerized. What grade is this weapon? His gaze focused on the weapon. After inspecting it carefully, he noticed 9 engravings on the hilt. 3 were black, while the rest were blue. This meant it was likely a 6-engraved divine weapon. The combat power of a 6-engraved divine weapon far exceeded his dual-engraved frost sword. Moreover, Jet believed that if he found a way to activate the 3 black engravings, this might be a 9-engraved divine weapon. This was something Jet hadn't considered before. He had thought that his frost sword would accompany him for a long time. Time flowed like water, and many things didn't go as expected. Now, Jet's entire focus was drawn to this weapon. At this moment, Jet heard the system notification. Beep, congratulations on discovering the Ice God Sword, a divine weapon capable of upgrading by devouring other weapons. The host only needs to gain the approval of the Ice God Sword to obtain it. For Jet, who was already captivated by the Ice God Sword, this notification was highly tempting. Without hesitation, he sped towards the Ice God Sword. In an instant, he reached the sword and saw a prompt asking whether to initiate the examination. He immediately chose yes. Rumble. Following Jet's choice, countless terrifying spirit energy fluctuations appeared before him. Instantly, a giant sword shadow emerged in front of him. The moment this shadow appeared, it exuded an overwhelmingly powerful presence. The appearance of this shadow closely resembled the Ice God Sword, obviously being a manifestation of it. However, from the spirit energy fluctuations emitted by this shadow, Jet confirmed that its combat strength had surpassed the second level of the Cave Void Realm. Come, let me see what you can do. Jet let out a low shout, then stomped hard on the ground, unleashing his full speed towards the sword shadow. In the blink of an eye, he reached the sword shadow. At that moment, Jet waved his hand, and 32 flying swords emerged, instantly forming the boundless ultimate sword array. Then, the 32 flying swords combined into a terrifying meteor, charging directly at the sword shadow from the front. The power of the sword shadow appeared formidable, but strangely enough, it gained no advantage after colliding head-on with Jet's attack. Boom! A deafening roar sounded as the sword shadow collided with the meteor formed by the 32 flying swords. It was like a meteorite collision, sending countless terrifying elemental spirits wildly spreading out in all directions. This sword shadow, which clearly possessed the might of the second level of the Cave Void Realm, failed to gain any advantage when clashing with Jet's attack. Jet quickly circulated the spirit energy within him and continued to control the 32 flying swords to attack the sword shadow. At this moment, Jet had only one goal: to gain the Ice God Sword's approval as soon as possible. He believed that once he obtained this longsword, his combat power would likely skyrocket several levels, giving him the capability to fight against opponents above his current rank in the future. So now, he was doing everything he could to achieve this. Again, an endless stream of terrifying spirit energy followed. Jet felt as if the world was changing around him at this moment. With another wave of his hand, the 32 flying swords scattered, attacking the sword shadow from 32 different directions simultaneously. This scene was incredibly shocking. If there were other cultivators present, they would undoubtedly be left speechless by the grandeur of this confrontation. Go! At this point, Jet mobilized all the spirit energy within him that he could. He didn't know his limit, but to approach it, he would give it his all. Because he had a reason, no matter what, he couldn't afford to lose. Chapter 64, Ice Deity Sword. Having come this far, and with a divine weapon right before him, Jet knew he couldn't afford to fail. He had to obtain this weapon. 32 flying swords, now under Jet's control, attacked from 32 different angles, momentarily increasing their power to a terrifying level. Wish, wish, wish. As the 32 flying swords moved in unison, bursts of spirit energy could be heard, as if the space around them might tear at any moment. For Jet, who had already transcended to the Grotto Emptiness realm, his current strength had significantly improved compared to before. However, it must be noted that although Jet's burst of strength was horrifying, the combat power displayed by the Phantom Flying Sword was equally exaggerated. As Jet unleashed his full potential, the Phantom Flying Sword emitted a terrifying aura of spirit energy and swept across towards the 32 flying swords. From the sheer burst of spirit energy alone, the attack's power exceeded what Jet could withstand. Feeling somewhat terrified yet not hesitating for a moment, Jet chanted a low cry as boundless streams of spirit energy from within him surged into the Heaven-Earth Infinity Sword Array. Now, the success of acquiring the Ice Deity Sword hinged on this Heaven-Earth Infinity Sword Array. Boom, boom, boom. Next, the 32 flying swords collided continuously with the Phantom Sword, creating endless bursts of spirit energy spreading wildly through the area. The entire space trembled violently, demonstrating the immense difference in power between the Grotto Emptiness and Skybreaker realms. Jet couldn't help but wonder what kind of opponents he would face after leaving the Divine Moon Forest and venturing into other empires. Returning to the battle, Jet's strength was at its peak. The 32 flying swords operated both independently and cohesively, emitting an overwhelming fighting power with each collision, applying pressure on the phantom flying sword. But as time passed, the power of the phantom increased. In one sudden collision, Jet felt an overpowering force surge directly into him, knocking him backward. Feeling a sweetness in his chest, Jet spat out a large mouthful of blood. Although he knew obtaining the Ice Deity Sword wouldn't be easy, he hadn't anticipated it would be this challenging. The combat power exhibited by the Ice Deity Sword continued to reshape his perception. Continue. Even though he was injured and suppressed, Jet showed no signs of retreat. On the contrary, a burning passion surged within him. He relished the challenge. The more formidable the phantom became, the stronger the inherent ability of the Ice Deity Sword revealed itself. Jet took a deep breath, and numerous streams of spirit energy followed, forming a layer of blue spirit armor over his body. Then, he stomped on the ground, speeding up to become a terrifying shadow, charging straight toward the phantom flying sword. Surrounded by the 32 flying swords, Jet looked overwhelmingly powerful. With a wave of his hand, the 32 flying swords combined into a giant one. Grasping this enormous sword, Jet struck forcefully at the Ice Deity Sword phantom. Break it! Wish, wish, wish! Suddenly exploding forth, this strike seemed capable of collapsing the entire space. The overwhelming spirit energy rippled outward, making Jet's attack appear world-shattering. The Heaven-Earth Infinity Sword array under Jet's command was already pushed to its limit. And as for the Ice Deity Sword phantom, it reacted similarly when faced with Jet's attack. Bright spirit energy lit up its surface, and the next moment, its form drastically expanded many times over. Boom! Without delay, the transformed Ice Deity Sword phantom erupted, sweeping everything away toward Jet's colossal sword. Even before the attacks collided, the terrifying spiritual power radiated an overwhelmingly fearsome presence. Any other cultivator, even one at the Grotto Emptiness realm, witnessing Jet's battle against the Ice Deity Sword phantom would have been astonished. Skybreaker realm cultivators might not even withstand the residual shockwaves from this battle. Undeniably, the power increase brought by ascending cultivation realms was that astonishing. Rumble, rumble. Next, the gigantic sword formed by the Heaven-Earth Infinity Sword array collided with the Ice Deity Sword phantom. Both carried immense spiritual power, causing terrifying ripples of spirit energy to spread wildly at the point of impact. Like an explosion, bursts of spirit energy reverberated. Jet, standing at the center of the battlefield, felt waves of overpowering spiritual pressure crashing down upon him. He hadn't expected the Ice Deity Sword phantom to wield such terrifying power. However, he trusted in the Heaven-Earth Infinity Sword arrays might even more. In the collision, both the Heaven-Earth Infinity Sword array and the Ice Deity Sword phantom unleashed tremendous spiritual power. Yet, the Heaven-Earth Infinity Sword array's power surpassed the Ice Deity Sword phantom, gradually suppressing it. Break it! Seeing that the Heaven-Earth Infinity Sword array had gained the upper hand, Jet seized this opportune moment, took a deep breath, and boosted his own attack to its maximum. He accelerated the flow of spirit energy into the array at its fastest speed. Crack, crack. With continuous infusions of terrifying spirit energy, the Heaven-Earth Infinity Sword array grew increasingly powerful. Before long, cracks appeared on the initially formidable Ice Deity Sword phantom, which began to disintegrate under the continuous suppression. A crisp sound echoed as dense fractures spread across the Ice Deity Sword phantom surface, leading to its complete collapse. Ding, congratulations, host has completed the test and successfully defeated the Ice Deity Sword phantom, gaining recognition from the Ice Deity Sword. Ding, task completed. Congratulations, host has successfully obtained the Divine Ice Deity Sword. Ding, congratulations, host has triggered a new mission. Please check the mission panel for details. After shattering the phantom with the Heaven-Earth Infinity Sword array, Jet heard consecutive system notifications. Upon successfully acquiring the Ice Deity Sword, Jet felt a sense of fulfillment and relief rather than excitement. His previous efforts had finally paid off, and he remained remarkably calm. Jet lifted his gaze and saw that the Ice Deity Sword still hovered in midair, emitting a faint blue glow. Even from a distance, Jet could clearly feel a connection with the Ice Deity Sword, a bond that had never existed before. This realization made Jet aware that he had finally obtained the Ice Deity Sword. Curious and excited, Jet opened the introduction to the Ice Deity Sword. Ice Deity Sword, quality, 6 tracery divine weapon. It can evolve and upgrade by consuming other weapons. The host may later acquire the Ice Deity Sword technique through other tasks. After mastering the Ice Deity Sword technique, one can fully unleash the potential of the Ice Deity Sword. The description was brief, but packed with significance. This weapon, being a true divine artifact, could evolve by consuming other weapons. This was the first time Jet encountered such a unique feature. Moreover, Jet was curious about the Ice Deity Sword technique mentioned in the description. What kind of power would be unleashed if he combined the technique with the Ice Deity Sword? With a flick of his wrist, Jet grasped the Ice Deity Sword. It felt smooth and warm like jade, an extremely comfortable sensation. Most satisfying for Jet was the lifelike energy he sensed from the Ice Deity Sword. Huh! He gave a low shout and tried swinging the Ice Deity Sword, simply infusing it with spirit energy and sweeping it forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, a terrifying blue sword intent erupted, sweeping ahead with brutal force, as if capable of obliterating everything in its path. In this sword intent, Jet felt an overwhelming chill, indicating that he was still unfamiliar with the full capabilities of the Ice Deity Sword, leaving much to explore in the future. Phew, this trip has truly been fruitful. It's about time I leave. Having acquired the Ice Deity Sword, Jet prepared to depart. He had unraveled the deepest secret of the Divine Moon Forest, making this journey worthwhile. At the same time, he felt a growing curiosity about the next phase of tasks and checked the system's mission panel. Chapter 65, The Tianyun Empire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Mission 1. Enter the Tianyun Empire and return as the Patriarch of the Tianyun Holy Temple to help your descendants defeat powerful enemies. After opening the mission panel, Jet saw an unexpected task description. This next phase of the mission brought him back into the Empire's domain, but the Tianyun Empire was not unfamiliar to Jet. This empire was one of the powerful empires surrounding the Divine Moon Forest. The Tianyun Holy Temple, which Jet had founded over 10,000 years ago, had its time in the spotlight. Its power was once terrifying, but due to the passage of time, it had since declined. At this juncture, with Jet's return as a patriarch, he realized reviving the Tianyun Holy Temple would be quite challenging. This mission differed from his previous ones in the Laotian Empire or the Hongwu Empire. In those places, his power had always been at the peak. Here, however, even though Jet had reached the first level of the Cave Void Realm, his strength was still relatively weak compared to the entire Tianyun Empire. There were many experts in the Tianyun Empire, including some who surpassed the Cave Void Realm. For the Tianyun Holy Temple to rise again, Jet knew he needed to quickly enhance his own strength alongside the temples. With a new mission in hand, Jet wasted no time and swiftly headed towards the distant Tianyun Empire. Though Jet didn't know much about the Tianyun Empire, the establishment of the Tianyun Holy Temple involved a lot of luck. Shaking his head, Jet took a deep breath and sped off into the distance. The Tianyun Empire was different from both the Hongwu and Laotian empires. It was truly a vast, powerful empire. Its territory was far greater than the two empires combined. Jet speculated that the Tianyun Holy Temple must have encountered unsolvable troubles for this system mission to trigger. Curiosity surged within him as he wondered about the current state of the Tianyun Holy Temple and its standing within the empire. Did it face imminent destruction like in the Laotian Empire? Driven by curiosity, Jet accelerated his speed, turning into a flash of lightning that streaked across the sky. Whoosh! Half a day later, Jet arrived at the Tianyun Empire. As soon as he entered, he felt a profound sensation of immense expansiveness. The aura here was several times more concentrated than in other places. This is the might of a great nation? Jet felt the depth of the Tianyun Empire. Any force developed here was bound to be extraordinary. Even the weakest forces here could surpass those of smaller nations by leaps and bounds. Following the system's prompt, Jet located the Tianyun Holy Temple within a short while. The temple was situated on a high mountain peak in the eastern part of the empire, surrounded by a vast range of mountains stretching endlessly. Even after countless years of decline, the Tianyun Holy Temple still ranked among the top 100 sects in the Tianyun Empire, placing 96th. This ranking revealed that the Tianyun Holy Temple, despite its decline, still held some influence. However, trouble was brewing for the Tianyun Holy Temple. According to the system, the temple was engaged in a fierce struggle with another sect called the xiuxian sect. The xiuxian sect, slightly stronger than the Tianyun Holy Temple, had long harbored ambitions to annex it. They had recently seized an opportunity to launch an all-out assault on the Tianyun Holy Temple. Caught unprepared, the Tianyun Holy Temple found itself in dire straits, almost on the brink of extinction. At this critical moment, Jet's mission activated, leading him to the Tianyun Empire. Observing the strengths of the opposing sects, Jet noted that their strongest practitioners were at the heaven-breaking realm. The leader of the Tianyun Holy Temple was at the 6th stage, while the leader of the xiuxian sect was at the 8th stage. Given the overall strength disparity, Jet knew what to do. Since the opponents lacked any Cave Void Realm cultivators, he focused on boosting the Tianyun Holy Temple's master to match the enemy's strength. Completing this mission would elevate Jet's strength to the peak of the first stage of the Cave Void Realm, making it worth the effort. Compared to his previous missions, this one was significantly safer. Taking a deep breath, Jet gathered immense energy and transformed into a meteor streaking towards the Tianyun Holy Temple. Upon arrival, Jet observed intense battles raging on the mountain peak. Hundreds of cultivators clashed violently. Kill! Seize the Tianyun Holy Temple! The shouts echoed thunderously as xiuxian sect cultivators pressed their offensive ruthlessly. The Tianyun Holy Temple, caught off guard, was struggling to hold its ground. Amidst the chaos, Jet focused on the most intense battle unfolding before him. The intense battle clearly involved the patriarchs of both sects, one at the 6th stage of heaven breaking and the other at the 8th. Thus, as they clashed, an intense and explosive confrontation erupted. The sound of spiritual energy explosions continuously echoed, with boundless, terrifying natural spiritual energy spreading outwards in all directions, causing even those watching from afar to feel a sense of dread. For those whose strength had not reached the heaven-breaking realm, the intensity of this battle was naturally shocking, preventing them from daring to approach. However, for Jet, who had already transcended to the Cave Void Realm, this kind of fight no longer impressed him. Upon closer inspection, the current state of the Tianyun Holy Temple's patriarch was dire, completely overpowered by his opponent, constantly on the brink of losing his life. It was foreseeable that if the Tianyun Holy Temple's patriarch were killed, the Chris would undoubtedly annex the Tianyun Holy Temple. You might as well stop struggling. Why wouldn't it be good for your Tianyun Holy Temple to submit to us? With our combined forces, the xiuxian sect will surely enter the top 80. Isn't that beneficial for everyone? The Chris laughed mockingly. His laughter was cold, eyes filled with derision. He didn't believe for a moment that the Tianyun Holy Temple could possibly stand up to their xiuxian sect in this confrontation. Their decision to attack now was based on their confidence that they had identified the perfect opportunity to ensure the complete annihilation of the Tianyun Holy Temple. As the disadvantage grew more apparent, it seemed just as the opponent had said. Their sect was about to fall into enemy hands. At this moment, the Tianyun Holy Temple's patriarch felt a profound sense of desolation. Yet, until he truly fell, he refused to admit defeat. Enough talk. The Tianyun Holy Temple's patriarch unleashed his full strength, countless terrifying waves of spiritual energy erupting. Then, he sped forward like a fearsome bolt of lightning, charging straight at his opponent. In an instant, his speed reached its peak, and the Tianyun Holy Temple's patriarch appeared before his foe, unleashing a powerful punch. Chapter 66. The Ancestral Founder's Return. This punch seemed quite ordinary, but in reality, the power it could unleash was terrifying to its limits. This was also the most powerful move that the Palace Lord of Tianyun Holy Hall could muster. He knew very well that if he couldn't find an opportunity to turn the tide, this clan war would likely be over. Since you are so blinded by stubbornness, I will give you a swift death. At this moment, the demon laughed loudly as boundless terrifying spiritual energy surged within him. His entire body was enveloped in rings of horrifying spiritual light, making him look like a god of war. Come. Immediately after, this person delivered a punch. Moving swiftly, he appeared before the Achilles and unleashed his spiritual energy, sending out a horrifying attack toward the Achilles. Naturally, he could sense the hidden intricacies within the seemingly ordinary punch of the Achilles, thus his punch naturally contained equally terrifying power. Boom! The next moment, their punches collided with terrifying force. A loud explosion followed as boundless celestial and earthly spiritual energy spread wildly around. PFFF. After this exchange, the Achilles felt a terrifying shock wave erupt from the collision, overpowering his defenses. He was sent flying back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Now, the Achilles was extremely weakened, almost on the verge of defeat. Haha, die. The demon wasted no time, immediately increasing his speed to take advantage of this moment to push his strength to the limit, hoping to capture his opponent in one go. The Achilles now felt immense pain inside. He thought his sect was on the brink of destruction, and various emotions flooded his heart. He did not wish for the Xuanhuan Holy Hall to perish under his watch. Is this truly the end? Has everything come to an end? Are they really going to lose now? A feeling of despair and dejection surfaced, leaving the Achilles believing they had reached the end of their path. Just as the demon sped towards him and thrust a sword at him, a strike that seemed ready to pierce through him, the situation suddenly changed. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared in the sky, followed by a pillar of spiritual light descending and landing beside the Achilles. Everyone was shocked by this sudden celestial phenomenon. The demon was even more stunned, for he was immediately blasted away by the power emanating from the light column. Clearly, this pillar's might was beyond his ability to resist. Confusion filled everyone's minds as their gazes were drawn to this pillar of light. After the light vanished, a figure remained. This figure looked divine. Upon recognizing his appearance, every cultivator of Xuanhuan Holy Hall was dumbstruck. Could this be the ancestral founder? We welcome the ancestral founder. For they clearly saw that Jet was indeed their revered ancestral founder, identical to the portrait enshrined in their hall, but even more awe-inspiring. Seeing Jet, these Xuanhuan Holy Hall cultivators felt as if they had found a savior. Jet narrowed his eyes slightly, subconsciously focusing his gaze on the demon. Just this glance from Jet gave immense pressure. Then Jet turned his gaze back to the Achilles beside him and softly said, Xuanhuan Holy Hall is not destined to perish. Continue attacking, and I will assist you in annihilating your enemies. Hearing Jet say this, the Achilles was deeply moved. He nearly couldn't believe his ears. But in this moment, he had no choice but to trust Jet. All right. Despite having little spiritual energy left, the Achilles quickly gathered what remained within him. Transforming into a gust of wind, he rapidly charged towards the demon. How could the demon have anticipated such a turn? To see the heavily weakened Achilles daring to attack him left him momentarily stunned. Numerous thoughts raced through his mind. He knew Jet would help Xuanhuan Holy Hall, but he couldn't abandon his assault just because Jet appeared. Fine, let me see what tricks you have up your sleeve. The demon roared and summoned countless terrifying spiritual energies, forming a massive blue spiritual sword in his hand. His aura became immensely formidable, as if his cultivation level had instantly soared several ranks. Knowing that he wasn't already a match for the opponent, seeing the transformed strength of the demon made the Achilles feel extremely hopeless. In this state, he could easily be killed in one strike. How could he possibly win? But with Jet present, he found unexplained confidence, believing he could triumph. Soon, he was face to face with the opponent. Countless terrifying spiritual energies converged, and the blue spiritual giant sword erupted with overwhelming power directly towards the Achilles. All the Achilles could do was use all his remaining strength to throw a single punch. Still a simple punch, but lacking the previous power, it was now a truly basic attack. If faced head-on, it was clear this punch was incomparable in power to the opponent's attack. Seeking death. At this point, the demon roared and unleashed his maximum power, injecting all his spiritual energy into the blue spiritual sword, aiming to maximize its destructive force. Soon, the blue spiritual sword carried mountain-toppling and ocean-splitting power right before the Achilles. Despite this, the latter didn't panic but maintained his attack. He knew if struck by this spiritual sword, there would be no chance of survival. He would be instantly killed. But now, apart from trusting Jet, he had no other choice. Just then, after choosing to trust Jet, he suddenly saw Jet gently wave his hand. Instantly, a dozen flying swords materialized. Boundless terrifying celestial and earthly spiritual energies burst forth as these flying swords collided with the blue spiritual sword at astonishing speeds. Boom! Instantly, with a thunderous explosion, the boundless spiritual energies erupted violently as the flying swords clashed with the blue spiritual sword. Crack, crack! Then he saw that the terrifying blue giant spiritual sword, which was supposed to be formidable, could not hold up against these flying swords and shattered instantly. A crisp sound of spiritual energy breaking echoed as the blue giant spiritual sword disintegrated. In this situation, seeing his blue giant sword break so easily, the Sea Moon sect cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief. He simply couldn't believe it. Despite pushing his strength to its limits, the full force attack he unleashed was so easily nullified by Jet. At this moment, the Achilles' punch was getting closer, and he could almost see himself being sent flying by that punch. But now, he certainly didn't want to be defeated. With a roar, countless streams of spiritual energy surged within him, and once more he unleashed a terrifying blue spiritual sword. Whoosh! Numerous terrifying spiritual energies gathered and swept, this blue spiritual sword emitting an even more formidable glow than before. Compared to the previous attack, this one had escalated to a whole new level of power. Clearly, The demon had pushed everything to its limit at this moment. Of course, he did not wish to fail. The Sea Moon sect was on the verge of swallowing up the Tianyun Holy Palace. How could it possibly fail at this critical moment? Note: I've maintained the meaning and fluency in English while ensuring consistency in terminology and style. As numerous emotions surged within him, the power of this move also reached its peak. Swoosh swoosh. At this moment, endless terrifying celestial and earthly spiritual energy churned. Seeing Jet's numerous streams of spiritual energy swirl around his hands, the flying swords burst forth with full power, converging directly towards the blue spiritual sword. They were like fearsome monsters eyeing their prey. Then, when these flying swords collided with the blue spiritual sword, the demon was shocked to see his attack become incredibly fragile, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught from the other side. Then he saw that the formidable blue spiritual energy giant sword, which was supposed to be terrifying, could not compete with these flying swords and shattered directly. A crisp sound of spiritual energy shattering came, and the spiritual energy giant sword disintegrated immediately. At this moment, the cultivator from the Sea Moon sect opened his eyes wide in shock, revealing an expression full of disbelief. He simply couldn't believe that despite him exerting his utmost strength, the powerful attack he unleashed was so easily nullified by Jet. Meanwhile, the palace lord of the Tianyun Holy Hall's attack was drawing ever closer, and it seemed like he could already visualize himself being sent flying by a single punch from the opponent. But at this critical moment, he certainly didn't want to be defeated. Roaring in anger, he mobilized countless strands of spiritual energy within his body and once again swung forward to form a formidable spiritual energy giant sword. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless strands of terrifying spiritual energy converged and swept together. This spiritual energy giant sword emitted a fearsome glow. Its power evidently escalated to a new level compared to the previous attack. Clearly, the Sea Moon sect's leader had pushed everything he could muster to its limits. He definitely didn't want to fail. Originally, the Sea Moon sect was about to engulf the Tianyun Holy Hall. How could they fail at such a critical moment? Amidst a torrent of emotions, the power of this move also reached its peak. Swish swish. At this point, endless heavenly and earthly spiritual energy kept swirling around Jet's hands, and then several dozen flying swords erupted with full force, moving straight toward the blue spiritual energy giant sword. They resembled dozens of terrifying monsters eyeing their prey. When these flying swords collided with the blue spiritual energy giant sword, the Benito watched in astonishment as his attack crumbled helplessly, unable to withstand the onslaught. Chapter 67. The Rear Mountain Forbidden Zone. Crack, crack. Once again, the clash resulted in no different outcome. A crisp sound of spiritual energy shattering was heard as the azure spiritual energy giant sword in the palm of the Benito continued to splinter. PFFF. This time, with the disintegration of the blue spiritual energy giant sword, the cultivator suffered an immediate setback. An intimidating wave of spiritual energy surged from his opponent, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and almost lose his footing. Boom. In the next instant, the attack from the Monroe arrived. A simple punch, which seemed impossible to hit the opponent, now landed squarely on the Benito with great force. The formidable power exploded immediately. He couldn't withstand this terrifying force and fell into defeat instantly. With one punch, the Monroe sent the Benito flying backward. The Benito never imagined that their assault on the Heavenly Cloud Holy Hall, which they had been so confident about, would end like this. Now, he regretted his decision. If he had another chance, he would not choose to attack at this moment. His defeat represented the entire Sea Moon sect's failure. Even though others had gained some advantages, after witnessing Jet's terrifying skills, they were intimidated and did not dare to advance further, retreating instead. Kill. At this moment, Jet's eyes fell on the Sea Moon sect disciples. With a low shout, horrifying spiritual energy gathered around him. Several flying swords danced around him menacingly, making him look like a fearsome deity. Run. Seeing Jet's formidable power, these Sea Moon sect cultivators lost any thought of continuing the battle. Instead, they sped off towards safety. No matter what, none of them wanted to die here. Deciding to retreat, the Benito led the way, and the Sea Moon sect cultivators swiftly flew away. At this moment, nothing else mattered more than preserving their lives. As time slowly passed, after the Sea Moon sect cultivators started to withdraw, Jet heard the system notification. Ding, congratulations, host completed the mission. Cultivation level has been raised to the peak of Cave Emptiness first stage. Ding, congratulations, host unlocks new mission. Proceed to the Heavenly Cloud Holy Hall Forbidden Zone and eliminate the monster that is the root cause of its decline. If the mission is successfully completed, the cultivation level will be raised to Cave Emptiness second stage. Hearing the system's notification, Jet felt somewhat bewildered. He hadn't expected such a rapid advancement to a new task, allowing his strength to break through to Cave Emptiness second stage. Now that he was at the peak of Cave Emptiness first stage, he originally thought that future tasks might focus more on cultivating others. Instead, a new combat challenge had emerged. With a new mission ahead, Jet wasted no time discussing the current state of the Heavenly Cloud Holy Hall with its leader before heading straight for the rear mountain, also known as the Holy Hall's Forbidden Zone. Jet moved swiftly, and within moments reached the back mountain. By subtly enhancing his perception, he could clearly sense the tremendous spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from this area. Just as the system described, the monster in this rear mountain possessed strength at the Cave Emptiness second stage level. Perfect, let's test the Ice Deity Sword's power. Since a suitable opponent presented itself, Jet had the idea to engage in battle. Ever since acquiring the Ice Deity Sword, he hadn't had the opportunity to use it. Finally having the chance, he hoped to unleash its full potential. Moving quickly, he soon arrived at his destination. Upon entering the rear mountain, Jet immediately saw his target, a monstrous wolf enveloped in black, spiritual flames. This monstrous wolf made Jet realize the difficulty of the upcoming battle. There seemed to be a connection between the wolf and the rear mountain. He could clearly feel that the wolf's spiritual energy supply was nearly infinite. However, because of its connection to this rear mountain, the wolf couldn't leave the area. Otherwise, Jet guessed that the Heavenly Cloud Holy Hall would have declined long ago. Still, this wolf was definitely related to the decline of the Heavenly Cloud Holy Hall. Jet speculated it was due to some kind of anomaly. But now, all he could do was fully unleash his power and strive to eliminate this wolf. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, he accelerated rapidly. Countless terrifying celestial spiritual energies converged, bringing him swiftly to the monstrous wolf. Then, moving his hand, Jet executed the Boundless Supreme Sword technique. 32 flying swords appeared almost instantaneously around him, encasing him completely. Surrounded by the 32 flying swords, Jet exuded a terrifying presence even just by looking. Jet's formidable power had clearly surpassed the reach of ordinary cultivators. Although the Heavenly Cloud Holy Hall disciples weren't on the rear mountain, they watched anxiously from the main peak, hoping to witness the battle between their elder and the Holy Hall's menace. This monstrous wolf had troubled the Heavenly Cloud Holy Hall for hundreds of years. For so long, they wished to eliminate it, but found no one within their sect capable, not even someone at the heaven-breaking 8th rank. Therefore, seeing their ancestor return and immediately aiding them against strong enemies filled them with admiration. Jet evoked a profound sense of kinship. Due to this bond, they fervently hoped for Jet's victory. Without pausing, Jet launched his attack. Under the infusion of numerous spiritual energies, the 32 flying swords unleashed terrifying assaults toward the monstrous wolf almost instantly. Whoosh whoosh! Countless spiritual energies swirled and surged forward. The 32 flying swords approached the wolf with deadly speed. Facing this formidable onslaught, the monstrous wolf roared angrily. With no hesitation, a terrifying aura surged from its body, covering it entirely with intense spiritual energy, giving it an extremely fearsome appearance even at first glance. In the next moment, the wolf lunged at the 32 flying swords. From the burst of power in this single instant, it seemed determined to repel the 32 flying swords directly. Boom! The wolf clashed head-on with Jet's Boundless Supreme Sword formation. Instantly, with a thunderous boom, terrifying celestial spiritual energies violently spread outward. In this moment of collision, Jet felt a powerful shockwave. The terrifying force surged into his body, continuously battering him as if trying to tear him apart. However, he forcefully channeled his own spiritual energy to stabilize himself and avoided being shattered. What a formidable creature, actually matching the power of the Boundless Supreme Sword formation. At this moment, sensing the power erupting from the demonic wolf, Jet couldn't help but smile. This was the first time he had encountered something that could stand against the Boundless Supreme Sword formation. No matter what opponent he faced before, none could contend with the Boundless Supreme Sword formation. So now, seeing the strength of this demonic wolf, Jet revealed a look of keen interest. Honestly, at this moment, he hoped to have a thorough battle with this demonic wolf. Come, Boundless Supreme, transform. As the demonic wolf's power surged, Jet's attack did not falter. He shouted loudly and infused countless spiritual energies into the 32 flying swords. The flying swords immediately combined into a massive sword. The moment this giant sword appeared, it was enveloped in golden spiritual energy light, making it seem as if it had reached an extremely terrifying realm. If there were any cultivators at the Cave Emptiness stage present, they would clearly sense the formidable heavenly power from the giant sword Jet unleashed. Without exaggeration, this weapon, when fully unleashed, almost possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. In this state, Jet felt his own power continuously growing stronger. The demonic wolf, likely aware of the terror of Jet's move, let out a roar towards the sky and, without hesitation, also emitted a terrifying black spiritual energy glow. Knowing that it was difficult to withstand Jet's attack head-on, it went all out as well. What a terrifying attack. Is this the strength of our elder? Just where does elder come from? How can he suddenly be so powerful after being gone for so many years? At this moment, the distant Heavenly Cloud Holy Hall cultivators watching this scene felt greatly shocked. Jet had already brought them too much surprise. They believed that with such a powerful ancestor, their Heavenly Cloud Holy Hall would surely rise again. In the next instant, both sides unleashed their full power. Chapter 68. The Power of the Divine Sword. At this moment, Jet and the Demon Wolf were both pushing their powers to their limits. For a time, countless terrifying natural energies surged in motion, making both Jet and the Demon Wolf appear incredibly formidable. Jet gathered 32 flying swords into a colossal golden sword that exuded a fearsome presence. The instant it appeared, an overwhelming pressure spread outwards from it. To the cultivators of Tianyun Holy Palace, this scene seemed unbelievable. Jet's strength was simply too formidable. Die! With a fierce sweep of his hand, the enormous golden energy sword instantly sped forward with a penetrating force towards its opponent. The moment it erupted, it looked like it could engulf all of creation, exhibiting an extraordinary power. Facing this intimidating golden energy sword, the Demon Wolf clearly understood the gravity of this battle. Numerous streams of terrifying energy swirled around it, enveloping it in a circle of black energy flames. As the black energy flames burned fiercely, the Demon Wolf's appearance completely changed. Originally at the second level of the Void Passage realm, its aura now intensified significantly. Based on its current burst of energy fluctuations, even if one said this Demon Wolf had reached the third level of Void Passage, it would not be far off. With the continuous burning of the black energy flames, the Demon Wolf charged towards Jet's golden giant sword. Rumble! In the next moment, the Demon Wolf, carrying immense natural power, collided forcefully with the golden energy sword. A tremendous roar echoed as countless terrifying natural energies expanded outward from the point of collision. It felt as if the world itself was affected, and the entire mountain range trembled. What powerful strength! After the attack collided, Jet clearly sensed an immense pressure from the Demon Wolf's attack. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary Demon Wolf could unleash such power. He wasn't unfamiliar with fighting beasts at the Void Passage stage, He had fought opponents at this stage before in the Divine Moon Forest, but now, this demon wolf's power was still shocking. Jet suddenly understood why defeating this demon wolf would enable him to break through to the second level of Void Passage. Roar! Despite facing Jet's golden energy sword head-on, the demon wolf showed no disadvantage. After pushing back the sword, it let out a furious howl and adjusted its stance for another attack. The demon wolf's energy swirled and surged, exploding into a horrifying blur as it tore towards Jet in a sweeping motion. If it were any other first-level Void Passage cultivator, they would have no chance against the demon wolf's attack. However, it was not just any cultivator. It was Jet. Even though he was only at the first level of Void Passage, Jet showed no intention of retreating. With a low cry, a long sword emitting blue energy light appeared in his hands. Holding the Ice Deity sword, Jet felt as if what he held wasn't just a weapon but a fearsome destroyer capable of crushing everything. This was the first time Jet attempted to wield the Ice Deity sword in combat. Even without fully utilizing its power, merely grasping it evoked a terrifying sensation. With a low cry, Jet slowly channeled his internal energy into the Ice Deity sword. As the energy poured in, the Ice Deity sword emitted a brilliant blue glow, radiating a frosty chill as if holding the most fearsome weapon in the world. Kill. Whoosh. With the energy flowing into the Ice Deity sword, Jet wasted no time. He stepped down hard on the ground, unleashing his speed and transforming into a terrifying bolt of lightning heading straight for the demon wolf. Distance seemed meaningless as Jet covered vast distances in an instant, arriving in front of the demon wolf. With a fierce swing, a terrifying sword intent erupted, swallowing the sky and earth as it rushed towards the demon wolf. This icy blue sword intent was the strongest Jet had ever released. No matter how he wielded his frost sword before, he could never achieve such terrifying intent. Indeed, a six-pattern artifact lived up to its name. The power it unleashed was truly astonishing. The moment this sword intent appeared, it displayed an overwhelming state as if it could devour all creation, charging straight at the demon wolf. The demon wolf roared angrily, clearly sensing the power within Jet's sword intent. Its fighting spirit ignited, and with another roar, it rushed head-on into Jet's sword intent. The demon wolf, capable of emanating a third-level Void Passage energy fluctuation, had no reason to retreat. In an instant, numerous streams of terrifying energy converged on the demon wolf, forming a black energy armor around it. The appearance of this armor intensified the demon wolf's energy fluctuations. Rumble. Crack. In the next moment, the demon wolf collided with Jet's attack. With a thunderous roar, countless terrifying natural energies surged outwards. The demon wolf's energy armor shattered instantly upon contact with Jet's attack, unable to withstand the overwhelming power. A series of crisp cracking sounds resonated as the demon wolf's energy armor became as fragile as paper, revealing a huge disparity compared to Jet's sword intent from the Ice Deity sword. Puff. With its energy armor shattered, the demon wolf was sent flying by the sword intent. The terrifying force contained within exceeded its defense capability. Considering the already formidable defenses of a demon wolf at the third level of Void Passage, the fact that it still fell short against Jet's ice sword intent made Jet realize how extraordinary the Ice Deity sword truly was. How terrifying. This is the power of a six-pattern artifact. Jet tightened his grip on the Ice Deity sword, feeling that everything had happened too quickly for him to adapt. He had unexpectedly acquired such a powerful divine artifact. Great. While the momentum lasts, let's finish off this beast. Understanding the incredible power the Ice Deity sword could unleash, Jet did not hesitate. With a low cry, he exploded in speed once more, transforming into a terrifying meteor rushing toward the demon wolf. In an instant, Jet reached the demon wolf. Numerous streams of energy converged, channeling into the Ice Deity sword in his hand, which immediately illuminated with a terrifying glow before striking ferociously at the demon wolf. Whoosh! This strike was far more terrifying than the previous ones. It was safe to say that this strike, following Jet's comprehension of the Ice Deity sword's power, significantly increased in might. The sword intent erupted, and even before it hit the opponent, the terrifying pressure of heaven and earth already enveloped the demon wolf. At this moment, for the demon wolf, it felt as if it wasn't facing a human but a terrifying prehistoric beast. The pressure brought by the Ice Deity sword was just too overwhelming. Faced with this terrifying sword intent, the demon wolf had learned its lesson this time. It knew that even if it unleashed its full power head-on, it wouldn't be a match for this sword intent. So, it chose to evade from the start. Swish. With its speed at full capacity, the demon wolf vanished from its original position in an instant, reappearing at a distance. However, just as it thought it had evaded Jet's attack, the seemingly missed sword intent turned terrifyingly mid-air and continued pursuing the demon wolf. Suddenly, the demon wolf's eyes widened in shock. Boom. In the next moment, the sword intent struck the demon wolf with terrifying force. Puff. The demon wolf couldn't withstand this terrifying explosion of sword intent. Already injured, it was overwhelmed upon impact and spat out a large mouthful of blood, flying backward. A great opportunity. Jet, of course, wouldn't miss such a good chance to strike. Seeing the demon wolf in such a disadvantageous position, he quickly channeled his internal spirit energy, transforming into a blur as he leaped over vast distances in an instant, arriving in front of the demon wolf. Then, injecting countless streams of spirit energy into the Ice Deity sword, he ruthlessly thrust it towards the demon wolf's neck. Puff. A light sound echoed as the Ice Deity sword pierced through the demon wolf's neck. Blood splattered out. The demon wolf, which had held the advantage since the start of the battle, couldn't withstand this terrifying burst from the Ice Deity sword and immediately turned into a lifeless corpse. Chapter 69. Tianyun Jungle. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Your cultivation level has been upgraded to second stage of Cave Void. After killing this demonic wolf, Jet received a notification from the system. Along with the notification came the natural comfort and ease one feels after a cultivation breakthrough. Achieving the second stage of Cave Void. while only a minor advancement from the first stage, felt like a significant leap forward to Jet. He knew all too well that within the Tianyun Empire, experts abounded. The current Tianyun Holy Hall, ranking in the 90s, boasted several heaven-breaking 6-stage powerhouses. It was easy to imagine what kind of strength existed within the top-tier sects of the Tianyun Empire. From this perspective, Jet realized he needed to quickly boost his own strength. After all, he had to lead the Tianyun Holy Hall to prominence, a task that looked simple on paper but was far from it. Estimating that his current strength wasn't enough, he knew he had to find a way to rapidly increase his cultivation level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new task. Please check the mission panel. Jet immediately opened his mission panel and saw the details of the new task. Mission triggered. The host must take the Tianyun Holy Hall team to participate in the upcoming Tianyun Jungle Adventure event and secure a spot in the top 10. The mission will be carried out in multiple stages, with the first phase starting when the Jungle Adventure begins. Reading this new task content, Jet felt a bit dazed. He had already heard about the Tianyun Jungle Adventure event. It was a regional event where sects within a specific area would participate. The Tianyun Holy Hall would join alongside hundreds of other sects, and getting a rank in the top 10 would not be easy, even as a regional event. Jet knew that once the mission started, he'd have to make sure the Tianyun Holy Hall's small team had sufficient strength. With these thoughts in mind, Jet promptly found the head of the Tianyun Holy Hall and briefed him on the Tianyun Jungle Adventure event. This event was indeed significant. A good ranking could bring substantial rewards, making it popular among many people in the Tianyun Empire. Hearing Jet's idea, they were naturally excited. He learned that each sect sent a team of 3 to 5 members, whose average score determined their ranking. Hence, having more or fewer members didn't matter much. Jet immediately began searching within the Tianyun Holy Hall for suitable candidates. In this regard, luck was on his side as he quickly found 3 exceptional geniuses capable of absorbing celestial-grade root bones. These individuals possessed earth-grade root bones and had reached the peak of turning origin stage, so consuming celestial-grade root bones would undoubtedly push them to the heaven-breaking stage. Great, you're the ones. Follow me. After selecting the team, Jet entered seclusion. With just half a month before the Tianyun Jungle Adventure, this period was best spent honing their skills. During this time, he also intended to enhance his own strength, which hadn't had a chance for proper adjustment since breaking through to the Cave Void Realm. Additionally, he wanted to study the Ice God Sword, which displayed formidable power during the battle with the demonic wolf. He felt there was still untapped potential in the Ice God Sword. Thus, focusing on enhancing both himself and the sword made perfect sense. The strength gained from the Ice God Sword was incomparably powerful. Time flew swiftly as Jet sequestered himself. Soon, the much-anticipated Tianyun Jungle Adventure event commenced. On that day, teams from numerous sects converged towards the northern Tianyun jungle of the Tianyun Empire. Spanning an enormous area, the Tianyun jungle was less a jungle and more a vast forest filled with fearsome beasts of terrifying power. Adventurers faced numerous life and death situations here, as most cultivators participating were at least at the heaven-breaking stage, matching the lowest-ranked beasts within the jungle. Arriving at the venue, Jet found it teeming with cultivators. Many had come to watch rather than compete, drawn by the allure of rich rewards. Once the event began, special screens made of unique materials showcased the entire exploration process, allowing spectators to view the jungle activities from every angle. The rankings were determined by scores awarded based on various achievements, number of demons killed, treasures obtained, etc. Each team received a special storage bag for holding their treasures and demon cores. The competition lasted 3 days, not too short but not too long, ample enough for significant events to unfold. Held every 10 years, the Tianyun Jungle Adventure offered participation rewards to all teams, with better performance leading to richer rewards. Naturally, these incentives attracted many adventurers from all over. Without much delay, around noon, the event officially began. All teams charged toward the Tianyun jungle. For Jet and his team, their sole goal was now to perform well in the upcoming challenge. As Jet leaped to a distant hilltop, he could clearly observe everything happening in the vast jungle despite the distance. Meanwhile, the Tianyun Holy Hall's trio plunged into the jungle, their speed manifesting as streaks of lightning racing ahead. Their cultivation and strength had all reached the 3rd stage of heaven breaking, and they had consumed celestial-grade root bones. Hence, the power they could unleash was naturally terrifying. Not to mention anything else, just considering the power that could be unleashed by these celestial-grade root bones was a notch higher compared to their previous earth-grade root bones. In this situation, Jet naturally had nothing to worry about. He believed in the strength of these 3 individuals. Time slowly passed. Speaking of the trio from Tianyun Holy Hall, as they swiftly advanced, they soon reached the depths of the jungle. There, they encountered their first beast, a tiger that had reached the 5th stage of heaven breaking. This tiger was enveloped in fiery red spiritual energy light. Even just a distant glance gave one an overwhelming sense of terror. Due to its cultivation being at the 5th stage of heaven breaking, the power it could unleash was extremely exaggerated. Roaring towards the sky in anger, a circle of terrifying spiritual energy pressure immediately erupted, sweeping toward the 3 of them with a momentum that engulfed everything in its path. The 3 from the Tianyun Holy Hall, led by Ellis, a young man in a white robe, charged forward without hesitation. Facing the charging tiger, Ellis did not waver. He burst into speed and confronted the tiger head-on. With a flick of his hand, countless terrifying heavenly and earthly spiritual energies swirled, and instantly, a horrifying spiritual energy sword appeared in his hand. It was a blue glow-emitting sword, which, upon closer inspection, was none other than the frost sword that Jet had previously used. The frost sword was the weapon Jet had always used himself. Jet not only passed a celestial-grade root bone to Ellis, but also handed over his own weapon. This was because he fully trusted Ellis's strength. Ellis exhibited very powerful potential. After witnessing the strength that Ellis could unleash, Jet felt that if properly cultivated, this person might achieve great things in the future. This was the reason why he gave him the frost sword. Chapter 70. 3 men make a tiger. Boom. In the next moment, Ellis's long sword carried with it an overwhelming power from heaven and earth, directly colliding with the fierce tiger. Instantly, a thunderous sound erupted as boundless and terrifying celestial energy wildly spread out in all directions. The tiger was clearly shocked, not expecting that despite his cultivation and strength having already broken through to the 6th level of heaven breaking, his attack still did not match Ellis's. At the moment of impact, the tiger only felt a horrifying force surge into its body, then it was viciously hurled away. At this point, Ellis and the other two followed up with another assault. The tiger didn't even have time to react before it was directly killed. By now, the three people's morale soared significantly. After obtaining the demon core of the tiger, they didn't pause at all and continued advancing deeper into the forest. Far away on a hilltop, Jet squinted his eyes slightly. He could clearly see how the situation was developing below. The performance of the three was somewhat surprising to him because although he had expected them to be able to hunt beasts of the heaven-breaking realm, he hadn't anticipated their strength would be so terrifying. It was only now that he truly realized just how formidable these few individuals were. Time gradually passed. Jet did not pay close attention to how the three progressed, as his focus was directed deep into the forest. He knew that if the trio wanted to secure one of the top 10 spots, they would need to acquire some treasures in the depths of the jungle that could boost their scores. Of course, killing beasts of the Void Cave realm could significantly increase their score, but for those who had just broken through to the heaven-breaking realm not long ago, it was quite a stretch. Therefore, Jet believed their main objective should be focused on the treasures. These 3 days of treasure hunting swiftly passed 2 days, and soon it was the 3rd day. During the first 2 days, the trio had performed very steadily, easily handling any threats that weren't from Void Cave realm beasts. Based on the scores Jet estimated they had obtained so far, the trio should be able to enter the top 20. They were just one step away from the top 10. Whether or not they would achieve it depended on what happened during the final day. Ellis led the way as the three arrived deep in the forest, where there was a pond emitting an ink-green glow. When they saw this pond, their eyes simultaneously lit up in surprise, as they could clearly feel the strong spiritual fluctuations coming from within. Clearly, there was something valuable inside. With this thought, Ellis immediately acted. With a flick of his wrist, countless spiritual energies were injected into the frost sword, which fiercely slashed forward. Instantaneously, countless fearsome celestial energies transformed into a sapphire blue blade intent, carrying immense power flying ahead. Crack, crack. Next, this blue blade intent landed on the pond, instantly freezing a ring of fragmented ice over the surface. Then, the trio saw an astonishing change occur. From the pond came an extremely powerful spiritual fluctuation, followed by a monstrous snake erupting from the water. Boom. Spiritual energies violently vibrated as a fearsome giant serpent flew out of the pond. This giant serpent was enveloped by frightening ink-green spiritual energies, making it look like one of the most terrifying demonic beasts in the world. As soon as this giant serpent appeared, fearsome spiritual pressure spread around, making it look incredibly daunting. From the spiritual fluctuations this giant serpent emitted, its strength had actually reached the peak of heaven breaking. At this realm, it could be said there was a significant gap between the serpent and Ellis's trio. However, they all understood that within this pond, there must be highly valuable treasures. If they could obtain the treasures, they wouldn't have much to worry about afterward. The question was whether they could defeat the serpent. Almost without thinking, Ellis instinctively launched an attack towards the ink-green giant serpent. Swoosh! His speed unleashed, Ellis instantly covered great distances, arriving in front of the serpent. Countless spiritual energies poured into his frost sword, unleashing a powerful strike. Whoosh! As the sword swung, fearsome spiritual fluctuations spread out. At this moment, Ellis's combat strength was similar to that of the former heaven-breaking realm Jet. Seeing Ellis's released power, Jet couldn't help but blink in amazement, secretly admiring the abundance of geniuses in this world. Compared to himself, it seemed Ellis was more suited to the frost sword. Pooh! Facing this terrifying sword intent, the giant serpent did not retreat either, roaring loudly as it gathered tremendous celestial energies. Its mouth opened, releasing a terrifying beam of ink-green spiritual energy, crashing toward Ellis's sword intent. Boom! Next, the terrifying ink-green spiritual energy beam collided with Ellis's sword intent, causing a deafening roar and countless fearsome celestial energies wildly spreading around. At this moment, the strength the giant serpent exhibited was truly formidable. For cultivators still at the heaven-breaking realm, this peak-level serpent was undoubtedly a destructive force. In the instant when his sword intent met the serpent's attack, Ellis clearly felt a massive backlash, nearly causing him to be hurled backward. But now, he knew he couldn't lose. The competition was almost over, and their harvest so far was not substantial. If they failed to acquire anything to improve their scores, the Xiuxian Sacred Hall might not make it into the top 10 this time. If they didn't enter, wouldn't all the efforts Jet invested in nurturing them go to waste? Ellis was determined not to let Jet down. He knew Jet treated them this way hoping for them to perform well, so he intended to push his strength to the limit and give Jet an ideal result. Kill. Roaring, Ellis felt he must absolutely not disappoint the old ancestor, even if it cost him his life. Thinking this, spiritual energies within him surged, covering Ellis completely, transforming him into a war godlike figure. Blue spiritual energies danced around him, boosting Ellis's strength enormously. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, Ellis's sword relentlessly struck without pause, the frost sword landing repeatedly on the giant serpent with terrifying force. The serpent's green armor began to crumble under Ellis's relentless assault, and with greater effort, his internal spiritual energies surged, enhancing the power of the frost sword. Ellis's two teammates, of course, were not idle, using all their might to fight. To defeat this serpent, they were giving it their all. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as the serpent's tail, carrying devastating power, smashed viciously into Ellis. Although Ellis had almost immediately put up a defense, his defensive power was no match for the giant serpent's attack. Ellis was blasted flying and crashed into the ground far away. Ellis struggled to get up but failed. The pain from all directions made him feel an overwhelming sense of terror. In truth, Ellis was very clear about his own strength. He felt that he probably could not defeat this giant serpent, but in order to achieve a higher score, he decided to take a chance. In the end, it still didn't succeed. Seeing the giant serpent now attacking his teammates with bared fangs and claws, waves of unwillingness surged in Ellis's heart. At this moment, he suddenly felt a burst of strength despite being exhausted. He stood up abruptly. Immediately afterward, spiritual energy within his body surged endlessly, and he found himself completely enveloped in blue spiritual light. Is this the special effect of the ice deity bone that Patriarch mentioned? Has the ice deity legacy evolved? The current situation greatly surprised Ellis, but then he recalled what Jet had said before, filling him with joy. He remembered that Jet had mentioned the ice deity legacy might evolve under certain specific conditions, transforming from a heaven-grade bone to a divine-grade bone. However, Jet never specified the exact conditions for evolution, so Ellis did not pay much attention to it. How could he have anticipated it would happen now? For a moment, he was incredibly shocked, but the overwhelming power coursing through him also filled him with satisfaction. Now, his combat strength could be described as soaring far beyond what it used to be. What pleased Ellis the most was that his strength directly leaped from the 3rd level of heaven breaking to the 7th level. The evolution of the bone brought about a qualitative change, a rebirth. This transformation was even more profound compared to their previous shift from earth-grade bones to heaven-grade bones. Because divine-grade bones were extremely rare, they could unleash power far beyond that of heaven-grade bones due to their scarcity. With this newfound strength, Ellis was ready to turn the tide. Chapter 71. Divine Class Bone Foundation. Therefore, when Ellis's bone foundation evolved at this moment, a terrifying spiritual light shone around him. His cultivation level broke through to the 7th stage of heaven breaking, and now Ellis was incomparably different from before. Beast die. The breakthrough in cultivation naturally brought about a significant change in his overall momentum. Originally, while fighting against this fearsome dark green giant snake, Ellis had always been at a disadvantage. But due to the improvement in strength, he had completely transformed. Now, Ellis was entirely enveloped in blue spiritual energy, appearing like a terrifying frost war god. Just like his bone foundation, Ellis could indeed unleash a very formidable power now. After awakening the divine class bone foundation, the combat strength that Ellis could burst forth had become vastly different from before. Swish! Stepping on the ground, Ellis's speed surged, turning him into a terrifying lightning bolt rushing toward the dark green giant snake. Even though the giant snake had already reached the peak of heaven breaking, its body trembled under the overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from Ellis. Clearly, this was an intimidating presence from the realm itself. The divine class bone foundation exerted a powerful suppression over ordinary demons and cultivators. Facing the dark green giant snake, Ellis gave a low cry as countless spiritual energies surged into the frost sword in his hand, delivering a fierce slash. Whoosh! As Ellis wielded his frost sword, an extremely terrifying sword intent instantly formed, then erupted with a devouring everything terror towards the giant snake. This spiritual sword intent was entirely different from Ellis's previous attacks, which previously felt soft and lacking power. Now, after awakening the divine class bone foundation, this sword intent exuded a chilling sensation. It seemed like this sword intent turned into the coldest force in the world. Any space it touched immediately froze over. At this moment, far away on a mountain, Jet squinted slightly, watching Ellis's transformation with some surprise. Although he had anticipated that Ellis possessed extraordinary talent, enough for him to grant the highly rare heavenly tier frost deity bone foundation capable of evolution, he did not expect that Ellis could actually evolve it into the divine class. Not even Jet himself, despite being in possession of a divine class bone foundation as a reward from completing a system task, believed it would be possible. He had been particularly excited back then because for cultivators at the heaven-breaking realm, the empowerment provided by the divine class bone foundation was substantial. However, even after breaking through to the void cave realm, there had been no change in his own bone foundation. Hence, seeing Ellis's bone foundation match his in class, he felt truly astonished. But beyond the astonishment, he also felt delighted because if Ellis could exhibit such terrifying power, the future of Tianyun Holy Temple didn't require his concern. As long as he provided sufficient support to the current Tianyun Holy Temple, its rise was inevitable. For now, regardless of what the future held for Tianyun Holy Temple, he must focus on completing the current system task. Jet was fully aware that if the 3 adventurers could defeat the dark green giant snake, they were likely to secure a top 10 ranking. Under such circumstances, he couldn't help but feel agitated. Whether or not they could complete the mission depended on their performance now. Pooh! Seeing the exploding sword intent approaching rapidly, the dark green giant snake, realizing Ellis's might, opened its mouth without hesitation, releasing a terrifying dark green sphere of spiritual energy. Instantly, the powerful spiritual fluctuations from this sphere spread outwards, almost akin to the most formidable attack in the world. When it erupted, boundless spiritual energy surged around it. The spiritual energy within the world seemed to enter a frenzied state, creating waves that felt hard to adapt to. The other 2 individuals chose to withdraw from the battlefield, choosing instead to observe from a distance. They knew that they couldn't offer much help at this point, and the outcome mainly depended on Ellis's performance. Boom! Ellis's sword intent collided with the monstrous attack, sending terrifying heavenly spiritual energy surging wildly. The collision seemed like something unimaginable, plunging the world into chaos. The dark green giant snake couldn't withstand the shockwave generated during the explosion and was blasted backward. The frost sword, although merely a dual pattern artifact, unleashed significantly greater power in the hands of the now divinely empowered Ellis. Everyone was clear that Ellis had undergone a true transformation. press the advantage. Without hesitating, upon witnessing the giant snake being thrown back, Ellis took a deep breath, gathered spiritual energy, and continued pursuing the snake with incredible speed. With the awakened divine class bone foundation, Ellis's strength had drastically changed compared to before. To put it frankly, Ellis had experienced a complete metamorphosis. Maintaining his speed, Ellis swiftly approached the snake once again, injecting immense spiritual energy into his frost deity sword and delivered a fierce slash. Whoosh! Infinite celestial spiritual energy fluctuated wildly. Ellis's attack seemed to have world-devouring power, leaving a profound impression as soon as it erupted. Next, the frost deity sword landed fiercely on the snake with earth-shattering might. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the snake couldn't withstand the impact and was hurled backward. Die! Following this, Ellis flicked his wrist, and the flying sword pierced straight through the snake's skull. Blood splattered everywhere, turning the powerful snake into a lifeless corpse. The snake probably never imagined it would meet its end this way. After killing the snake, Ellis and his companions knew they had obtained enough demon cores to secure a top 10 position in the Xiuxian Jungle Challenge. It's finally over. Only after the battle did Ellis realize he was drenched in cold sweat, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. However, despite his poor condition, his heart felt sweet because they hadn't let Jet down. Far away on the mountain, Jet smiled as he watched Ellis eliminate the giant snake. Although he had anticipated that Ellis would be able to eliminate the giant snake after his bone foundation evolved, he never expected that Ellis's combat power would be so terrifying. From this perspective, Ellis was truly a genius in every sense of the word. The 3-day competition in the Xiuxian jungle quickly came to an end, and it was time to reveal the results. At this point, all the teams participating in the Xiuxian jungle handed over their special storage bags. After thorough inspection and review, each team received a score. When the rankings were announced, just as Jet had predicted, the trio from Xiuxian Holy Temple successfully entered the top 10, securing an impressive 6th place. One must understand that among the teams participating in the Xiuxian jungle, there were several from major sects, making their achievement all the more remarkable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The Xiuxian Holy Temple team successfully placed in the top 10 during the Xiuxian jungle adventure, rewarding the host with an increase in cultivation to the 3rd stage of Void Cave. Upon hearing this system notification, Jet felt a fleeting daze. After all, the speed at which his strength was increasing was somewhat astonishing. Back then, his strength hadn't grown even once in 10,000 years. Yet now, within such a short span of time, his strength had risen significantly. The 3rd stage of Void Cave, though merely an advancement in realm, it gave Jet a clear sense of progressing into an entirely new realm. Phew, I wonder what the next mission will be? Having completed the mission and experienced a boost in strength, Jet couldn't help but feel curious about what the next mission would entail. The Xiuxian Empire was vast. He imagined that he would likely spend some time here completing missions. He wondered what level of cultivation he could reach once all these tasks were done. As Jet pondered curiously, another system notification sounded in his ear. Chapter 72. Hunting the Rampaging Bear. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a new mission, host. You need to go to the wilderness of the Xiuxian Empire and hunt down a black bear in a raging state. If you succeed, your cultivation will be upgraded to 4th stage of Cave Void, and you'll also be rewarded with the first form of Ice God Sword technique. Upon hearing this mission content from the system, Jet couldn't help but feel somewhat dazed. Typically, missions that involve hunting demonic beasts are quite terrifying because the opponent's strength is usually formidable. So from this perspective, he felt this task wouldn't be easy. However, the reward for this mission surprised him. It was actually the first form of Ice God Sword technique. The Ice God Sword technique could be paired with the Ice God Sword, enhancing its power by a significant margin. Therefore, from this angle, he had to complete this mission at any cost. Completing this would greatly enhance his strength. With this thought in mind, Jet didn't hesitate. After briefing Ellis and the others, he sped off like a bolt of lightning toward the distant horizon. At this point, only by completing more missions could he rapidly improve his cultivation. Hence, Jet wouldn't have any delays. Exerting full speed, it took no time before Jet reached his destination. Arriving at the wilderness of the Xiuxian Empire, Jet looked up and immediately spotted a massive black bear in the distance. Even from afar, he could sense a terrifying aura emanating from the bear. Just by glancing at it, one could feel the sheer terror it exuded. Approaching closer, Jet felt an intense aura surrounding the black bear, noticing that it was encased in a terrifying circle of blue spirit energy, transforming it into a fearsome entity. As Jet noticed the bear naturally detected him as well. It let out an angry roar toward the sky and then charged straight towards Jet at breakneck speed. Whoosh! Despite its enormous size, the black bear moved swiftly, reaching Jet almost instantly. An incredible amount of spirit energy surged into its arms, and it punched fiercely downward at Jet. The punch carried more power than Jet expected. As his current strength had already surpassed the 3rd stage of Cave Void, his sensitivity to spirit energy had increased significantly. He could affirm that the bear had reached the peak of the 4th stage of Cave Void, barely short of the 5th stage. In this state, the bear's potential power was truly terrifying. Not bad. Although the bear's strength was frightening, Jet did not hesitate. He roared loudly and channeled an immense amount of spirit energy into his Ice God Sword. The Ice God Sword immediately glowed with dazzling blue light. In the next moment, Jet swung fiercely, unleashing a terrifying ice blue sword intent, charging head-on at the bear's attack. Wish! At the instant Jet attacked, the spirit energy of heaven and earth trembled, colliding head-on with the bear's attack. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, sending waves of chaotic spirit energy spreading wildly from the impact point. Boom! Moments later, as the spirit energy dissipated, Jet was sent flying back by the sudden burst of power. The bear's display of strength during the collision was indeed formidable. But Jet remained calm. Knowing the nature of such hunting missions, he was prepared for high difficulty. Thus, he knew that steadiness was key. Without pause, Jet launched another attack after the first sword intent. Countless amounts of spirit energy poured into the ice god sword, causing it to emit terrifying blue light once again. A second wave of sword intent erupted toward the black bear. The initial clash aimed primarily to gauge the opponent's strength. This second clash was Jet's all-out assault. Spirit energy surged through the ice god sword, emitting an overwhelming force that felt capable of engulfing everything. Despite the bear's superior 4th stage cave void peak strength, it didn't dare underestimate Jet. When Jet's sword intent erupted, the bear sensed it wasn't just a simple strike, but something akin to a primordial beast. Aur. Roaring furiously, the bear unleashed countless streams of spirit energy into its arms. The next moment, its arm glowed with terrifying power, delivering a devastating punch aimed directly at Jet's sword intent. Boom! The terrifying punch met Jet's sword intent head-on, creating a massive explosion. Spirit energy spread wildly, causing a terrifying sensation. In that moment, Jet felt an overwhelming power from the bear's attack. Taking a deep breath, he circulated spirit energy within him and began circling the bear rapidly, preparing a new attack even as the previous sword intent dissipated. Spirit energy surged into the ice god sword, and Jet focused his senses to their limit, feeling every detail of the weapon. Infused with spirit energy, the ice god sword transformed into a living entity, radiating an intimidating aura. Once the previous sword intent shattered, Jet swiftly shifted position and launched a new attack. In an instant, he appeared behind the bear, injecting spirit energy into his weapon, and delivered a powerful strike. Whish! This sword attack was different from Jet's previous bursts. Earlier, his attacks were mostly probing, but now, the power of his attacks had reached its peak. Every burst was unleashed with full force, making their power incredibly terrifying. The black bear did not hesitate either. The power of its fists was no less than Jet's attacks, so it had nothing to fear. Even as Jet changed positions, the intensity of his attacks remained unchanged, and thus, the bear did not need to rush its response. Time passed slowly, with Jet continuously swinging his ice god sword, engaging the black bear in a series of fierce exchanges. From any perspective, the intensity of Jet's attacks had escalated to an almost in short, barring any unforeseen circumstances, if Jet continued to unleash his full potential, there was a significant chance he could defeat the black bear. At this moment, Jet's ice god sword struck the black bear fiercely. This time, the bear could not withstand Jet's terrifying burst and was blasted backward. Although the black bear's combat strength was formidable, it still had a considerable gap compared to the current Jet. However, just as the bear was sent flying by Jet's attack, it underwent a sudden and noticeable transformation. Suddenly, the black bear let out an angry roar to the sky, and blue spiritual energy flames erupted from its body, burning wildly. The blue spiritual energy flames seemed to have entered a frenzied state. Previously, the black bear only exhibited the peak of 4th stage cave void strength, but now, its spiritual energy fluctuations kept rising, directly reaching 5th stage cave void, and it continued to climb. This ascent stopped only at the peak of the 5th stage cave void. The black bear then let out another roaring cry to the sky, stamped its foot on the ground, and its speed exploded into motion, turning into a terrifying blue lightning bolt. It covered immense distances in an instant, charging straight towards Jet. This sudden burst of speed was incredibly terrifying, showing a huge improvement compared to before. Chapter 73, Dual Assault. The strength that the black bear could unleash was truly astonishing. Even without its current boost, it was already terrifying. Now, with the enhancement, the black bear's power became even more exaggerated. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the black bear was in front of Jet, unleashing a full force attack as before. Countless terrifying energies were channeled into its arm, followed by a brutal punch. Compared to previous attacks, this punch was overwhelmingly stronger. Just the burst of power made Jet feel an overwhelming pressure he could barely resist. But at this point, Jet knew he had no retreat. His breakthrough to the 4th level of Cave Void depended on whether he could defeat the black bear. Taking a deep breath, countless terrifying spiritual energies surged within him. Jet seized a tiny flaw in the bear's offense and unleashed his sword attack to its fullest, striking fiercely. As Jet exerted his move, the ice god sword emitted terrifying spiritual light instantly. A formidable sword intent spread out from it. Although the power of his attack didn't seem much changed compared to earlier, Jet wasn't anxious. Often, the intensity of an attack doesn't decide the outcome of a battle. Boom. Crack. The next moment, Jet's sword intent clashed with the black bear's attack. Instantly upon impact, his sword intent was crushed by the bear's force. The difference between them was huge. At this juncture, Jet wasn't aiming for a direct confrontation anymore. Since head-on combat wouldn't work, he needed another approach. Taking a deep breath, numerous terrifying spiritual energies flowed through his body. Narrowing his eyes, he summoned the Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword Formation with a wave of his hand. Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword Formation. Activate. Roaring, the formation emerged with 32 flying swords circling around Jet. Under the protection of these swords, Jet looked like a god of war. Then, Jet gestured, and the 32 swords started attacking the black bear in unison. Meanwhile, within him, endless spiritual energy surged, pouring into his ice god sword, launching a strong offensive from the front. Now fighting on two fronts, Jet's combat strength undoubtedly saw a massive increase. This was the first time Jet tried using the ice god sword and the Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword Formation together, and the power generated was simply terrifying. Jet had no idea what the future held, but at this moment, he believed the only way to defeat the black bear was to push all his available power to its limits. Taking another deep breath, Jet maximized the ice god sword's power. Endless spiritual energies gathered, and the sword glowed with intense spiritual light, releasing a powerful sword intent toward the black bear. In that moment, it seemed like the ice god sword could shatter the heavens. The black bear roared ferociously, charging directly at Jet's sword due to the secret technique enhanced strength. In a flash, the black bear reached the ice god sword and delivered a powerful punch. Whoosh! While the punch's power wasn't exceptionally high compared to its previous attacks, its speed was incredibly fast, and the distance was short. Thus, despite the moderate power, it was enough to overwhelm Jet. Instantly, Jet's attack collided with the bear's fist. Upon collision, Jet felt a terrifying shockwave surge through him. Powerful energy surged into his body, causing him almost unbearable pain. He spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward. Even at his limit, Jet couldn't withstand the black bear head-on. However, while the bear knocked Jet away, the 32 flying swords kept circling and transformed into a massive golden spiritual sword. This sword suddenly erupted with immense energy, striking fiercely at the black bear. The black bear, having just knocked Jet back, couldn't launch a new attack in time. Faced with such a terrifying assault, it couldn't defend. Jet roared, channeling infinite spiritual energies into his attack, maximizing the power of the golden spiritual sword, which landed squarely on the black bear. Roar! A horrifying scream echoed. The black bear couldn't resist Jet's onslaught. The attack was too formidable. After all, the Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword formation was designed for destruction. Even against a much stronger opponent, it remained powerful. Given the situation, the black bear had no choice. By choosing to knock Jet back, it inevitably faced the formation's attack. As events unfolded, it became clear that this decision was wrong. Had it chosen to counter the Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword formation first, Jet's attack might not have been so terrifying. Compared to the formation, Jet's personal combat strength was limited. His success came mainly from the Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword formation. Yet, the choice was made. The black bear took the hit from the formation, being blasted away. Even pushing itself to the extreme, it couldn't withstand the formation's power. Although both were now thrown back, neither side emerged unscathed. This battle's outcome remained uncertain. I want to see how many more blows you can take. Jet stood up first, wiping blood from his mouth. With no hesitation, he roared again, summoning endless spiritual energy to charge once more at the black bear. There was no question of giving up now. His sole focus was to defeat the bear as Jet fully unleashed his power. Countless terrifying spiritual energies surged within him, completely enveloping him in a cocoon of spiritual energy. From afar, one could clearly see a layer of spiritual energy armor forming on the surface of Jet's body. Without going into specifics, even the strength Jet could now display had already reached the pinnacle of what a third-level cave void cultivator could achieve. If there were other cave void realm cultivators present, they would be utterly shocked and rendered speechless by Jet's burst of power. Even within the Xiuxian Empire, it was rare to find someone like Jet who could calmly engage a 5th-level cave void black bear in battle. As Jet attacked the black bear let out a furious roar, rechanneling its spiritual energies before launching a counterattack against Jet. Countless spiritual energies circulated within the black bear's body. In an instant, it was completely enveloped by spiritual energy, looking as if it had entered an extremely formidable state. The next moment, Jet let out a low shout, pouring countless terrifying spiritual energies into the ice god sword, then fiercely swung it. Whoosh! Spiritual energies undulated wildly. In the blink of an eye, Jet was right in front of the black bear, unleashing the full might of his ice god sword. One sword swing seemed to transform into the most terrifying attack in the world. Even just at the moment of its release, it gave off a sensation of overwhelming power capable of engulfing heaven and earth. Faced with this attack from Jet, the black bear found itself in a very awkward position. It hadn't expected Jet to unleash such a terrifying attack. Let's go all out. At this moment, both the black bear and Jet knew that if either of them wanted to survive, they had to suppress the other. Confronted with Jet's overwhelming attack, the black bear didn't retreat. It roared furiously, and a circle of terrifying blue spiritual energy armor appeared around its body. Following this, facing Jet's sword intent, the black bear did not back down. It injected countless spiritual energies into its arm, then fiercely struck out with a powerful palm from the front. Chapter 74, 4th stage of Void Cave. Boom. In the next moment, the black bear's attack collided with Jet's sword intent. Instantly, a thunderous boom resounded as an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy spread outwards in all directions. This collision saw Jet unleashing nearly everything he had. His strategy was straightforward: maximize his offensive power head-on to defeat the black bear as quickly as possible. Thus, with the collision, Jet sent the black bear flying backward. Clearly, the black bear hadn't anticipated such terrifying power from Jet's sudden burst, and it failed to withstand the impact of the ice deity sword. Great opportunity. Seeing the black bear fly back, Jet perceived this as the best moment to strike. Without hesitation, he swiftly circulated the spiritual energy within his body and transformed into a blur, charging towards the black bear. He knew further delay would be detrimental. The black bear could undergo unpredictable changes, and if its strength increased again, completing this mission would become impossible. Thus, he needed to increase his offensive speed as soon as possible. Whoosh! Whoosh! Asterisk asterisk. As Jet circulated the spiritual energy within him, a massive wave of terrifying spiritual energy spread out. The ice deity sword in his hand began to glow brilliantly. With each swing, he unleashed bursts of devastating attacks towards the opponent. You foul beast, prepare to die. Roaring in anger, Jet pushed his attacks to their limit. The ice deity sword now seemed like a deadly weapon, imposing immense pressure on the black bear every time it was wielded. The black bear went berserk, desperately trying to subdue Jet, but each time its claws clashed with the ice deity sword, it felt overwhelming shockwaves. Powerful force surged into its body, leaving it unable to resist the terrifying power and forced it to retreat continuously. Die! In the blink of an eye, Jet sent the black bear flying once more. Seizing this prime offensive moment, he unleashed his full power without hesitation, reaching peak speed and appearing before the black bear in an instant. He then maximized the might of the ice deity sword. Boom! This time, the ice deity sword carried immense cosmic power, striking mercilessly at the black bear's waist. Already weakened from previous battles, the black bear could not withstand this burst of power and could not face Jet head-on. With a thunderous explosion, Jet's ice deity sword released terrifying power, forcing the black bear to spew out a large mouthful of blood and collapse lifelessly. Next, Jet channeled spiritual energy into the ice deity sword, which pierced through the black bear's neck. Blood splattered everywhere, turning the formidable beast into a lifeless corpse. This black bear, capable of wielding near 5th stage void cave strength, likely never imagined it would meet its end this way at Jet's hands. From any perspective, the black bear had been gaining the upper hand throughout this battle. Yet Jet ultimately triumphed through the combination of the universe infinite sword formation and the ice deity sword, creating a fearsome effect. Honestly, even Jet hadn't expected to win like this. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the ferocious bear. You are rewarded with a strength boost to the 4th stage of Void Cave and the first move of the Ice Deity Sword technique. ***. Immediately after killing the ferocious bear, Jet heard the system's notification. This outcome surprised him. He hadn't anticipated completing the mission in such a manner. Now that the task was done, Jet felt relieved. There was nothing more pressing than adjusting his state and moving on to the next mission. At this point, Jet was quite curious about what changes the next phase of the mission would bring after slaying the ferocious bear. Time seemed to quicken, and soon another system notification echoed in Jet's ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a new mission. Enter Xiuxian Mountain Cave and obtain the secret treasure, the Xiuxian armor. ***. Hearing the details, Jet was momentarily taken aback. He had expected tasks aiding the growth of the Xiuxian Saint Temple or similar, but instead, it shifted to a treasure hunting mission. Having already obtained the Ice Deity Sword, Jet realized how powerful treasures can be during combat. Now, no matter what, he needed to expedite his mission completion, ensuring rapid strength increases to surpass the Void Cave realm sooner. Jet knew the Xiuxian Empire was not a small empire. It harbored existences beyond the Void Cave realm. Taking a deep breath, Jet opened the mission panel to examine the details closely. Xiuxian Mountain Cave harbors countless hidden dangers and treasures. Host needs to enter the cave's depths, defeat the guardian beasts, and obtain the secret treasure, the Xiuxian armor. Completing this will boost your strength to the 5th stage of Void Cave. Reading this, Jet was momentarily stunned. His strength had rapidly advanced to the 4th stage of Void Cave, and now this mission promised a breakthrough to the 5th stage. The 5th stage of Void Cave had once seemed unattainable to Jet, but in the blink of an eye, it was now within reach. Before rushing into the next mission, Jet focused on the reward, the Ice Deity Sword technique. He remembered clearly that the system had mentioned the Ice Deity Sword technique being the most compatible with the Ice Deity Sword. Only by mastering this technique could the Ice Deity Sword unleash its true power. Curiosity filled Jet as he considered this sword technique. What kind of sword form warranted such a description? Jet opened his storage bag and immediately studied the Ice Deity Sword technique granted by the system. Sitting cross-legged, an epiphany washed over him as he delved into the Ice Deity Sword technique. It felt as though he entered a profound world where everything else ceased to exist. All he saw was a vast expanse of whiteness, a terrifying Ice Deity Sword, and the intricate sword intents formed during its use. Ice Deity Arrow. So, this is the first move of the Ice Deity Sword? Without much time passing, Jet fully grasped the first move of the Ice Deity Sword technique, which left him thoroughly impressed by its power. Deciding to try it out, Jet let out a low roar as spiritual energy surged within him, pouring into his sword, causing the Ice Deity Sword to emit a terrifying and brilliant blue light. In that moment, it seemed the Ice Deity Sword became the most fearsome existence in the world. Ice Deity Arrow. The next moment, Jet gave a low call, swinging the Ice Deity Sword fiercely. Instantly, terrifying energy spread outwards, and Jet witnessed numerous spectral arrows of spiritual energy emerging from the surroundings. The ice blue arrows emerged like raindrops, quickly enveloping him and the Ice Deity Sword. Immersed in this shroud of spiritual energy arrows, Jet felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Even a cursory glance revealed terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations from the surrounding arrows. Without exaggeration, if these spiritual energy arrows were to unleash their full power, they would undoubtedly be more formidable than the universe infinite sword formation. Jet couldn't help but feel anticipation. What could this move achieve in actual combat? Rumble. With a flick of his hand, the countless spiritual energy arrows floating in the air erupted, hurtling madly toward the distant void. Suddenly, accompanied by the thunderous roar of spiritual energy explosions, the waves of energy spread wildly from the explosion points into the surroundings. The power unleashed by this attack exceeded Jet's expectations. Judging from the system's description, the Ice Deity Sword technique should have many moves. The first move alone can reach this level of power. What about the rest of the sword technique? At this moment, Jet instinctively realized that both the Ice Deity Sword and its corresponding technique were truly terrifying. Phew. Exhaling deeply, Jet decided not to linger. Unleashing his speed, he transformed into a fearsome meteor, racing toward the distant horizon. Xiuxian Mountain Cave, according to the system's prompt, was located in the northernmost part of Xiuxian Empire, amidst endless mountain ranges, making it a perilous region. Pushing his speed to the limit, Jet, now at the 4th stage of Void Cave, could burst forward much faster than before. In roughly half an hour, he arrived at the northern part of Xiuxian Empire where the Xiuxian Mountain Cave lay. Upon reaching his destination, Jet extended his senses slightly and immediately detected terrifying energy fluctuations within the cave, as if it concealed countless demons and monsters. Chapter continuation. The cave seemed alive with dark, ominous power. Jet knew this would be no ordinary challenge. He took a deep breath to steady himself, then proceeded cautiously toward the entrance. Every step brought him closer to the unknown dangers and treasures hidden deep within. The task ahead was clear. Defeat the guardian beasts and obtain the secret treasure, the Xiuxian armor. And Jet was ready to face whatever awaited him inside. Chapter 75, Xiuxian Cave. A place like this, it's no wonder it's nearly uninhabited and seldom visited. What quality will the secret treasure here, the xiuxian armor, be? Can it be as terrifying as the Ice God Sword? As Jet approached the cave entrance, he couldn't help but feel curious. However, he only thought this way. Deep down, he knew that the Ice God armor wouldn't be as fearsome as the Ice God Sword. After all, the Ice God Sword is a true divine artifact, capable of evolving by consuming other divine artifacts, a feat unmatched by any other weapon. The reason the system tasked him with retrieving the xiuxian armor might be due to its special significance and function, though he was yet unclear on exactly what that was. Let's see what horrors this xiuxian cave holds. Jet narrowed his eyes slightly, and then without hesitation, strode directly into the xiuxian cave. Upon entering, he didn't even need to use his perception skills to feel the intense spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from deep within. It gave him a feeling as if he had entered a realm of death. Without mentioning anything else, the atmosphere of this mission site was sufficiently eerie and foreboding. There was indeed a reason why the xiuxian cave saw so few visitors. Jet suddenly understood why nobody came here. Jokes aside, such a place could frighten anyone with its terrifying and awe-inspiring scenes, even if there were no actual dangers. Unless someone wanted to court misery, who would willingly come here? Delving deeper into the cave, about an incense stick's worth of time later, Jet reached the inner depths of the cave. Suddenly, a strange sound emerged from ahead. Gurgle gurgle. It sounded like swallowing bubbles. Instantly, Jet felt his hairs stand on end. Alongside the sound came a terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation, comparable in intensity to the power of a 6th stage cave void cultivator. Considering that Jet himself was merely at the 4th stage cave void, facing a 6th stage opponent was certainly intimidating. Yet, the rewards for this mission were bountiful, which left Jet undeterred. He took a deep breath, maximizing his internal spiritual energy flow. The next moment, he sped forward like a terrifying bolt of lightning, charging towards the source of the noise. Nothing, not even these demons or monsters, could deter him from completing his mission. In the blink of an eye, Jet arrived at his destination. Before him lay a massive sea turtle shrouded in black, spiritual energy, floating atop a black pond while continuously exhaling bubbles. Even a brief glance from afar gave off an overwhelmingly terrifying impression. Boom! Upon nearing Jet, the previously motionless sea turtle roared angrily. An immense wave of spiritual pressure erupted from it, spreading outwards. Jet felt an indescribable, terrifying pressure enveloping him, making it momentarily difficult to breathe. At this point, he confirmed that the sea turtle's strength had already peaked at the 6th stage cave void level. At this level, the sea turtle's combat capabilities were undoubtedly sufficient to crush cultivators below the 5th stage cave void. For Jet, who had just recently ascended to the 4th stage cave void, this posed a significant challenge. However, it wasn't unprecedented. Previously, during his battle with the black bear, Jet had been at the 3rd stage cave void, while the bear had ultimately exploded in strength, reaching the peak of the 5th stage cave void. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following the sea turtle's roar, it gently exhaled, releasing a horrifying black spiritual energy sphere. With an overwhelming force, it charged straight toward Jet. This black energy sphere seemed to transform into the most terrifying attack in the world, evoking an intensely shocking sensation. Facing this attack, Jet didn't hesitate. He let out a low shout, gripping the Ice God Sword firmly in his hand. His body surged forward with speed, turning into a flash as he charged head-on into the energy sphere. To others, this might have been frightening, but for Jet, now at the 4th stage cave void, he felt confident in his abilities. Without the Ice God Sword's support, the sea turtle's attack might indeed have been unmanageable, but with the sword's enhancement, he had nothing to fear. Boom! Next moment, Jet met the energy sphere, channeling countless amounts of spiritual energy into the Ice God Sword before unleashing a powerful strike. The Ice God Sword, carrying formidable might, collided with the horrific energy sphere. With a tremendous explosion, vast amounts of spiritual energy radiated outward from the collision point. The two forces clashed as if they were the most terrifying attacks in the world. The shockwaves caused the entire cave to shake violently, almost on the brink of collapse. Can this place really collapse? Feeling the tremors around him, Jet couldn't help but worry. If the attacks continued to be this terrifying, the cave might indeed collapse. But after shattering the sea turtle's energy sphere, he noticed more spiritual energy fluctuations emerging from further ahead. His gaze fell upon a suit of armor, emitting a faint blue glow, quietly floating behind the sea turtle. Is that the xiuxian armor? Instantly, Jet realized that this was likely the object of his mission. The xiuxian armor alone, even just in terms of the spiritual energy it emitted, was already quite terrifying. Imagine its power once it was refined and mastered. Gurgle gurgle. The shattered energy sphere clearly enraged the sea turtle, which already harbored deep malice towards Jet, the invader. Without pause, the sea turtle roared again, opening its mouth wide, and shot forth a terrifying black spiritual energy beam, piercing through space toward Jet. The instant the beam erupted, it gave off a world-destroying vibe. In that moment, Jet felt engulfed by something terrifying, facing immense pressure. Well done indeed. Yet, Jet only paused for a moment before roaring again. He unleashed waves of spiritual energy from within his body, instantly bursting forward with incredible speed, confronting the energy beam head-on. Though the opponent's attack was terrifying, Jet remained unafraid, confident in his own prowess. He felt as if he had merged completely with the Ice God Sword in his hand. It's time to test the power of the Ice God Sword technique. Jet decided to unleash the first form of the Ice God Sword technique he had previously comprehended, the Ice God Arrow. Such a space was perfect for the Ice God Arrow to unleash its power. After all, once the Ice God Arrow was cast in large numbers, it could create an extremely dense barrage of attacks, proving highly effective in striking the enemy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without any pause, Jet let out a low shout, as countless currents of spiritual energy surged from his body into the Ice God Sword. He then swung the sword fiercely forward. Instantly, as terrifying spiritual energy converged and swept through, countless blue spiritual energy arrows formed around Jet's body. The moment these energy arrows appeared, a chilling sensation spread around, enveloping the entire cave in an icy environment, as if they had suddenly been transported to a world of snow and ice. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy beam unleashed by the sea turtle drew closer and closer. In just the blink of an eye, the beam reached Jet. At this point, he waved his hand, and the energy arrows surrounding him erupted, charging directly at the oncoming spiritual energy beam. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, as these energy arrows collided with the terrifying spiritual energy beam, a series of deafening explosions echoed continuously, creating a dizzying effect. Terrifying waves of spiritual energy kept exploding, spreading outward, while the continuous onslaught of ice god arrows began visibly weakening the initially formidable spiritual energy beam. At first, the spiritual energy beam could still shatter the ice god arrows with overwhelming force. However, under the relentless assault of the ice god arrows, the beam started to weaken and gradually could no longer withstand their attacks. Crack, crack. Soon, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the sea turtle's spiritual energy beam could no longer hold up against the ice god arrows. It was now riddled with cracks before finally shattering apart. Chapter 76, 10,000 Swords Converge as One. Swoosh, swoosh. The sea turtle's attack shattered, and the countless spirit energy arrows that remained continued to erupt, rushing toward the sea turtle in a terrifying manner. It seemed as though they were about to tear the sea turtle into pieces. In the instant those spirit energy arrows erupted, the sea turtle had anticipated their power, but seeing its own attack torn apart by Jet, it was genuinely stunned. Examining closely, the sea turtle's gaze towards Jet was filled with shock. It hadn't expected that Jet could unleash such terrifying power. After all, judging merely by his appearance, Jet was only a 4th stage void cave cultivator. Yet he had managed to display strength at this level, truly inconceivable. Boom, boom. Countless spirit energy arrows continuously erupted, one after another, as if each carried the might to devour heaven and earth. Despite their large number, for the thick-skinned sea turtle, even facing these attacks head-on wouldn't cause any real damage due to its formidable defenses. Whoosh, whoosh. Before long, the ice deity arrow's assault ended, leaving the sea turtle largely unharmed despite its disheveled appearance. Its fighting capability remained intact. Roaring angrily, the sea turtle suddenly burst into waves of terrifying spirit flames around its body. Then, Jet saw that the sea turtle, already at the 6th stage void cave realm, began radiating an ever-increasing wave of spirit energy fluctuations, seemingly growing even more powerful. This situation greatly surprised Jet. Regardless of how one looked at it, the sea turtle was immensely strong. If it continued to grow stronger, how could he fight? But now, Jet had no choice. Since he had come this far, whatever changes the sea turtle underwent, he had to soldier on. Charge! Ice deity arrows! In the next moment, before the sea turtle's attack could fully erupt, Jet roared, channeling boundless spirit energy from within him into the ice deity sword, unleashing the first form of the ice deity sword technique once more. Countless ice blue spirit energy arrows coalesced around Jet again. To him, he knew his limits. His strongest combat abilities included the ice deity sword and the heaven-earth infinite sword array. However, Jet didn't plan to use the heaven-earth infinite sword array just yet. He wanted to see if maximizing the ice deity sword's power alone would defeat his opponent. If he succeeded without using the array, his overall combat prowess would undoubtedly advance, and he'd gain greater confidence in the ice deity sword. But now, although countless ice blue spirit energy arrows gathered, Jet knew they posed little threat to the sea turtle's formidable defenses. Wish! Suddenly, a surge of terrifying spirit energy reverberated through the air. Jet saw a layer of thick black armor emerge over the sea turtle's surface, making it impenetrable. What attack could penetrate such a defense? Time seemed to stand still. All Jet saw was the sea turtle and its impervious spirit energy wall. Let's go all out. 10,000 swords converge as one. Realizing dispersed attacks wouldn't suffice, Jet wasted no time, merging the countless spirit energy arrows surrounding him into a single, massive ice blue arrow emitting blinding blue light. As this arrow materialized, the overwhelming spirit energy made breathing difficult. The sea turtle also realized it needed to counter. Roaring fiercely, it summoned immense spirit energy, forming a colossal shield in front of it, a balance between ultimate offense and defense. Jet felt a rush of adrenaline. Which would prove superior, his offensive might or the sea turtle's defenses? Eagerly awaiting the outcome, Jet accelerated the fusion process. Soon, with a fearsome roar, all arrows merged into one giant, dazzling arrow like a sun blazing before them. Go! Break through! Without hesitation, Jet waved his hand, sending the mighty spirit energy arrow hurtling toward the sea turtle with devastating force. Swoosh! Rumble! Instantly, the air exploded outward from the impact point, causing a sensation of unparalleled pressure, as if a colossal mountain were collapsing upon the sea turtle. The sea turtle's eyes widened in alarm, pushing its shield forward in a last-ditch effort. This shield was its sole reliance. If it failed, the sea turtle feared for its survival. Therefore, the sea turtle felt immense panic knowing Jet's attack might be beyond its defense. Huff huff. The enormous arrow barreled down, colliding with the sea turtle's shield. Boom. An ear-splitting roar followed as chaotic spirit energy spread wildly. It felt as if the collision of two unimaginably powerful entities had unleashed unprecedented force. Jet squinted, feeling intense spirit energy reverberations from the clash, nearly engulfing him. Yet, by mustering all his strength, he held his ground. Compared to Jet's condition, the sea turtle was in no better shape. When Jet's terrifying spirit energy arrows collided with its spirit shield, an overwhelming power that seemed capable of swallowing heaven and earth surged forth, enveloping the entire sea turtle. The sea turtle's body quivered slightly at that moment, looking like a camel on the verge of collapse. It was hard to associate this trembling sea turtle with the previously immovable and terrifying entity, but indeed, after the terrifying 10,000 swords converge as one erupted from Jet, the force unleashed was potent enough to shake even a mountain. Time seemed to accelerate at that instant. Shortly after, a thunderous explosion echoed, and a terrifying force erupted from the impact. Jet could not withstand the sudden burst and was blasted away. He landed heavily against a distant mountainside, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his figure extremely disheveled. But compared to him, the sea turtle fared no better. Almost instantly upon the collision, the spirit energy within the sea turtle entered a chaotic state, hence the trembling body. As the immense power within the giant spirit energy arrow continued to erupt, the sea turtle's condition rapidly deteriorated. The formidable spirit shield, which initially appeared capable of withstanding any attack, only held for a while. Soon, the sound of shattering was heard, and the shield began to crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, with a series of crisp sounds of spirit energy breaking, one could clearly see spiderweb-like cracks forming on the sea turtle's spirit shield. Initially, these were small fissures, but they quickly expanded at a visible rate, covering the entire shield in no time. With another explosive boom, the spirit shield finally shattered into pieces, unable to hold together any longer. Chapter 77, Cave Void 5th Stage. Jet raised his head and saw the turtle's body being thrown backward as the spiritual shield shattered. After breaking through the spiritual shield, Jet's massive spirit arrow still carried a terrifying power, continuing to surge forward. In the extremely stunned gaze of the turtle, it struck the turtle fiercely. Pooh! This already weakened turtle couldn't withstand this terrifying power and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, falling unconscious. It's over. Seeing this, Jet finally let out a long breath. Before battling the turtle, he had realized that this fight might not be easy. But after the actual encounter, he discovered that the turtle was even more challenging than he had anticipated. If he hadn't maximized the power of the Ice God Sword, he might have really lost. Pooh! However, now having defeated the turtle, Jet certainly wouldn't miss this golden opportunity to finish off his opponent. With a low shout, he moved his hand, and the Ice God Sword pierced through the turtle's neck with terrifying force. Blood splattered as the turtle turned into a corpse on the spot. As Jet dealt with the turtle, a familiar system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewarded with a breakthrough to the Cave Void 5th Stage and a 3-pattern defensive divine weapon, Heaven Cloud Armor. Hearing this voice, Jet felt a bit dazed. The effort he had put in had finally paid off. Breaking through to the Cave Void 5th Stage wasn't just a simple level up. It held special significance for him. His current realm was somewhat awkward, not quite at the top tier within the Heaven Cloud Empire. Therefore, enhancing his strength as soon as possible was what Jet wanted to see. The 3-pattern Heaven Cloud Armor, a defense-oriented divine weapon, was something Jet was very curious about since he had never seen such a high-level defensive gear before. Jet looked at the faintly blue spiritual light emitting armor beside him. Even from a distance, he could clearly sense the strong spiritual fluctuations emanating from it, as if it were a living entity rather than just an armor. When Jet gently touched the Heaven Cloud Armor, he immediately felt something different from its appearance. It looked heavy, but when he touched it, the armor felt smooth and soft like jade. Injecting his spiritual energy into it, Jet felt as if he wasn't touching armor but a mountain. It was a heavy yet soft feeling, making Jet feel as if he were dreaming. So powerful? Expectant of the effects of the Heaven Cloud Armor, Jet equipped it directly. Once equipped, Jet immediately felt comfortable, as if he were wearing ordinary clothes instead of armor. This sensation was quite strange, and even without activating his spiritual energy, he could clearly sense the armor's formidable defensive power. Without exaggeration, after infusing spiritual energy, this armor could likely deflect most attacks from opponents at the same stage. Acquiring this armor greatly enhanced Jet's strength. Combined with his breakthrough to the Cave Void 5th Stage, along with obtaining the Ice God Sword and Heaven Cloud Armor, his overall combat capability had soared several levels. Wondering what the next task would be, Jet couldn't help but feel curious. After completing these 2 tasks, he had progressed from Cave Void 3rd Stage to 5th Stage. If future tasks continued to boost his strength, that would be quite favorable. Then, Jet heard the notification for a new task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new task. You need to lead the Heaven Cloud Temple team to participate in the Divine Mountain competition and secure first place. The new task will proceed in multiple stages, with the first stage beginning shortly. Stunned by this new task, Jet had never heard of the Divine Mountain competition before. He opened its introduction. The Divine Mountain competition was a large-scale competition organized jointly by the Heaven Cloud Empire and dozens of surrounding empires. Once initiated, all sects would send disciples to participate. Securing a ranking in the competition would yield substantial rewards. Reading the details, Jet was deeply impressed. This wasn't just within the Heaven Cloud Empire's borders, but involved cooperation with other empires. That made this competition extremely daunting. Considering there were countless powerful sects even within the Heaven Cloud Empire alone, combined with other empires, the competition would undoubtedly be terrifying. Recalling the previous exploration mission, which was also supposed to be staged but ended with immediate rewards, Jet wondered how this system task would play out. He instinctively felt that the Divine Mountain competition would be a lengthy event, likely occupying a significant amount of time. He wondered how much his strength would improve once this series of tasks was completed. Given that so many empires participated and countless geniuses would emerge, the competition would be fierce. The geniuses of the Heaven Cloud Temple seemed small in comparison. Taking a deep breath, Jet realized he had a long journey ahead. Shaking his head, he didn't linger. Speeding up, he left the Heaven Cloud Cave and quickly headed toward the Heaven Cloud Temple. The undisputed #1 genius in the Heaven Cloud Temple now was Ellis, who had awakened a god-grade bone structure. Ellis's strength was rapidly evolving and, with ample resources, had broken through to the sky-breaking 9th stage. Not far from reaching the Cave Void stage, Jet knew Ellis was key to succeeding in the Divine Mountain competition. Whether Ellis could grow and perform well during the competition depended on the short-term changes. Upon returning to the Heaven Cloud Temple, he noticed that the cultivators were mostly focused on training. Since the Heaven Cloud Forest exploration, the temple's ranking among sects in the Heaven Cloud Empire had changed significantly. From previously being ranked over 90, they had risen to around 30. This change was due to Jet's arrival and the immense investment of resources, allowing the Heaven Cloud Temple to steadily increase its power daily. This provided them a huge advantage over other stagnant sects. Preparing to check on Ellis's progress, Jet noticed a figure drawing his attention late that night. Xiuxian stood on a high building, gazing into the distant horizon, contemplating the upcoming Divine Mountain Competition Series tasks. Suddenly, a white figure from below in the Xuanhuan Sacred Hall courtyard caught his attention. It was a girl dressed in a long white dress, practicing swordsmanship within the courtyard. Swish, swish, swish. Despite the considerable distance, Xiuxian could clearly see the spiritual energy fluctuations brought about by her sword movements. Each circle of her sword technique unfolded smoothly and gracefully, almost as if she had mastered it to perfection. With just a glance, Xiuxian could affirm that this girl must be someone who frequently practiced swordsmanship. No one could display such fluidity unless they had been diligently training. However, what intrigued Xiuxian now was that every time the girl tried to perfectly execute her sword techniques, her internal spiritual energy would inevitably tremble, causing her moves to fall short, just by a bit. Yet the effectiveness was worlds apart. Even from afar, Xiuxian noticed that the girl's internal spiritual energy circulation was not smooth, as if something was obstructing its flow. This anomaly was precisely what drew Xiuxian's attention. The girl appeared to be only at the xiuxian third stage cultivation level, but the seamless sword intent she displayed while performing her techniques left Xiuxian deeply impressed. He felt that if she were at the same cultivation stage as him, he might not even be able to defeat her. From this perspective, Xiuxian momentarily believed that the girl was a prodigious talent in swordsmanship. Why didn't I notice before that there is such a person in the Xuanhuan Sacred Hall? Xiuxian frowned slightly, then without hesitation, he sped away from his original spot. Speaking of Lynette, she was practicing swordsmanship in the Xuanhuan Sacred Hall courtyard. It was nighttime, with the clear night sky bathed in moonlight, casting a gentle glow over everything. Lynette found this moment quite enjoyable. Even though her life was not so wonderful and her sword practice was far from perfect, Lynette still cherished these moments. Chapter 78. Lynette. After practicing a set of sword techniques, Lynette felt incredibly relaxed and at ease. She leaned against a nearby tree to rest. Suddenly, she sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy from beside her, followed by the appearance of a figure with black hair in front of her. Who? Lynette was taken aback, not expecting someone to suddenly appear. She came to this area every day to practice sword techniques and had never been disturbed before. As she turned her gaze, she realized that the person standing before her was none other than the patriarch who had led Xuanhuan Saint Temple to prominence. Pay my respects to the patriarch. At this moment, her face flushed red as she immediately knelt down. Jet gently waved his hand and said, "No need for formalities, what's your name?" Lynette looked up with eyes full of curiosity, clearly not expecting the patriarch to seek her out. Lynette. Jet nodded slightly and smiled. You don't have to be nervous. When I watched you practice, your sword intent was natural, which shows you've practiced diligently. Your physique is very suitable for wielding a sword. Faced with Jet's unexpected praise, Lynette blushed and replied, "Thank you, patriarch." Jet chuckled, "Don't call me patriarch all the time. It makes me sound old. Call me brother. It sounds more friendly. You don't need to feel pressured." Hearing this, Lynette was momentarily surprised, unsure whether she should agree or not. On one hand, calling an elder brother seemed disrespectful. On the other hand, this was the patriarch's instruction, and she couldn't say no. "Brother," she finally responded after a brief moment of thought. Jet nodded again. He then focused on sensing Lynette's physical state. Within moments, he confirmed that there was an issue with her earth-grade bone marrow. This imperfection prevented her from fully manifesting her sword intent, explaining why she sometimes appeared odd while practicing. "There's a problem with your bone marrow, preventing you from utilizing your full potential. Didn't I mention before that anyone in the sect who wishes to improve their bone marrow can come to me? Why didn't you come?" Lynette hesitated, clearly caught off guard by the patriarch's concern. With a worried expression, she clasped her hands together and said, "I didn't think I was strong enough. What if I approached you, and you refused to help?" Jet laughed lightly, finding her response amusing. Shaking his head, he reassured her, "You don't have to worry. Am I the type to do that? With so many resources at my disposal, why wouldn't I want to aid the rapid development of the sect?" As he spoke, several pieces of bone marrow flew from his storage bag to Lynette. "These bones are suitable for sword cultivators. Choose one you like," Jet said. Lynette blinked her large, lively eyes, glancing over the bones. Upon realizing that all of them were celestial-grade bones, she was stunned. Though she had heard about Jet's incredible power long ago, this was the first time she witnessed it firsthand. Just taking these bones casually showed the immense strength behind him. Jet narrowed his eyes, looking at Lynette, and asked, "Do you not like any of them?" Lynette quickly shook her head. "No, I'm just inspecting carefully." Indeed, as Jet had mentioned, all the bones were suitable for sword cultivators, and consuming even one would likely boost her strength significantly. Jet studied them for a moment, then pointed to one bone and said slowly, "Actually, this lustrous sword deity inheritance bone suits you well. If you consume it and find it compatible, it could potentially evolve into a divine-grade bone." The words divine-grade bone left Lynette feeling like she was dreaming. Such bones were unattainable dreams for her past self, hardly ever heard of. But now, she might obtain one herself, a prospect both frightening and awe-inspiring. "All right, I'll choose this one." After a brief examination, Lynette felt that the lustrous sword deity inheritance aligned well with her current sword techniques. Consuming it would undoubtedly enhance her strength. With her decision made, Jet acted without delay. He gently tapped the lustrous sword deity bone, and then Lynette. In the next moment, the bone fused into her body. A comforting sensation enveloped her, and in mere seconds, the bone entered her system, causing her cultivation to visibly increase rapidly. Lynette's originally third-stage xiuanhuan realm cultivation began transforming before everyone's eyes. Her strength surged through multiple realms. Third-stage xiuanhuan, fourth-stage xiuanhuan, fifth-stage xiuanhuan, sixth-stage xiuanhuan. Once she had completely absorbed the lustrous sword deity inheritance, her strength had broken through to eighth-stage xiuanhuan. Eighth-stage xiuanhuan, 5 entire stages higher than her initial level. The speed of her advancement was astonishing. Upon completion, Lynette immediately bowed respectfully 3 times toward Jet. Thank you, Patriarch. Celestial grade bones were something she would likely never encounter in her lifetime if not for Jet. Born an orphan, she had struggled greatly to join a prestigious sect like the Xuanhuan Saint Temple and carve out a place for herself. Yet even then, she knew the limits of her future potential. Achieving anything significant seemed impossible. Thus, she sincerely thanked Jet from the bottom of her heart. There's no need for such formalities. Although you're currently only at the xiuanhuan realm, I see great potential in you. Given your aptitude, it won't take long for you to catch up. There will be a divine mountain competition soon. Would you like to participate? This statement left Lynette speechless. While she had suspected Jet might offer her the bones to assist the sect's growth, she hadn't expected him to invite her to such a prestigious event. The divine mountain competition involved numerous empires and attracted many experts. For a xiuanhuan realm cultivator like her, it was practically the lowest rank among participants. Even cave-stage cultivators were common in the competition, highlighting its terrifying nature. However, seeing Jet's confidence in her, Lynette suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of belief in herself. Taking a deep breath, Lynette's lips curled into a radiant smile. She nodded lightly at Jet and said, "No problem, big brother. With your help, I won't let you down." These words came straight from her heart. She had seen all the efforts Jet had made to cultivate her. If she couldn't give him some form of repayment, she felt she would be failing his investment in her. Although she knew he might not have any expectations from her, she could not allow herself to make mistakes. Good, from now on, you'll practice sword techniques with me. At this moment, Jet was quite satisfied with Lynette's attitude. Initially, he thought that if she heard about participating in a competition far beyond her current cultivation level, she would likely be scared and refuse. But now, her confidence genuinely surprised him. He understood how crucial the lustrous sword deity inheritance was to her. Consuming a celestial grade bone must have opened up new possibilities for her future. Compared to her previous defective earth grade bone, this celestial grade bone was like comparing the heavens and the earth. The difference was immense. All right, Lynette replied, both delighted and nervous at the prospect of practicing with Jet. Delighted because her strength had improved significantly, and she had consumed a new bone. Nervous because she never imagined her life would change so dramatically. Coming out to practice sword techniques was something she had done countless times before, but she hadn't anticipated that such an ordinary session would catch the attention of Aiden Jet. Your sword intent is actually stronger than I expected. I'm quite impressed, Jet complimented, then added, let's see how our sword skills match up. We won't use any spiritual energy, just pure sword technique. Hearing this, Lynette paused, then said shyly, Big brother, I'm not sure it's appropriate. Facing you, I don't feel confident. Please note, to maintain the coherence and flow of the story, I've slightly adapted some sentences to ensure they fit well within the context provided. Chapter 79, Swordsmanship Genius. After all, the person before him was the ancient ancestor of Xuanhuan Holy Palace, a being who had existed for tens of thousands of years. Someone like himself might as well be a newborn infant in Jet's eyes. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. Just fight with all your heart. Come on. As he spoke, Jet made a motion and clutched a pale blue longsword in his hand. This was a common tier heaven weapon, plentiful and easily obtained. With a wave of Jet's hand, Lynette also held an identical pale blue longsword. This way, their weapons were the same, and without using spiritual energy, their power was also balanced, making this confrontation relatively fair. Then I shall not hold back. At that moment, seeing Jet eager to spar, Lynette did not hesitate any longer. With a low shout, she stamped her foot and her body swiftly launched forward, akin to a sharp arrow. Her speed was incredibly fast as she rushed toward Jet. Lynette unleashed her utmost speed even without utilizing spiritual energy, yet she still moved very quickly. Undoubtedly, Lynette indeed possessed exceptional talent and sword intent. Even without unleashing spiritual energy, Jet could clearly sense a terrifying sword intent emanating from her. In a blink, Lynette arrived before Jet and, without pause, the pale blue long sword in her hand instantly burst forth, striking down vertically. Whoosh! Whoosh! This attack bore no enhancement from spiritual energy, but precisely because of this, the sword intent was displayed perfectly, inducing a sense of dread even from a distant glance. Very good. Seeing the intensity of Lynette's sword intent, Jet couldn't help but smile. If Lynette didn't open up in battle, it would only make things harder for her. Now that Lynette fought freely, there was nothing he needed to be overly cautious about. Be careful. Whoosh! Jet lightly exhaled, then stamped his foot. His figure swiftly darted out, immediately bursting into speed as he pounced directly at Lynette. Closing the distance, his long sword swung out. Clash! Next, Jet's longsword collided head-on with Lynette's. Instantly, two pale blue weapons clashed, accompanied by a soft clunk. A series of pure and powerful sword intents spread outward, creating a feeling of unparalleled terror. If other sword-practicing cultivators were present, they would have been astonished speechless by the intensity of the sword intent during Jet and Lynette's collision. Again. Upon the first clash, the two instantly parted without hesitation, following up with another attack right away. During the first clash, Lynette clearly sensed a fierce fighting spirit within Jet's sword intent, which left her quite puzzled. After all, despite Jet's overwhelming strength, he showed such intense fighting spirit while practicing with her. He didn't treat her like a junior, but rather as an opponent. This feeling was new and unique to Lynette. It was the first time she experienced it, causing her a mix of strange emotions. Feeling Jet's fighting spirit, Lynette was actually delighted. After all, it wasn't often one could have an equal duel with an ancestor. Mentioning this later would likely elicit envy from others within the Xuanhuan Holy Palace. Whoosh! For the second assault, Lynette and Jet maintained a distance, not choosing to forcefully attack like before. She changed tactics and, from afar, sprinted around Jet, resembling a beast preparing for a hunt. Jet couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Lynette's seriousness, unaffected by their vastly different statuses, was commendable. This indirectly showcased Lynette's psychological resilience. To say the least, Lynette's mental strength was formidable. Careful, big brother. Soon, Lynette found an opportunity to attack. She charged straight at Jet like a predator closing in on prey. Her sudden burst of speed induced a frightening sensation, and Jet felt immense pressure immediately. He realized that he had slightly underestimated Lynette. Despite her young appearance, her combat prowess wasn't weak at all, especially when displaying sword intent, which was performed almost flawlessly each time. Even though she hadn't fully unleashed the power of the Lioli sword deity bone after its fusion, her current strength was already formidable. The bone provided constant enhancement to her sword skills, regardless of whether she used spiritual energy or not. Excellent move. Seeing Lynette close the distance, Jet smirked. The more powerful her attack, the more it proved he hadn't misjudged her potential. Bringing Lynette along for practice would undoubtedly benefit his own swordsmanship as well. Practicing together, it would be a win-win situation for both of them. With Lynette's attack arriving, Jet stayed calm. He gathered strength in his hands, tightly gripping the longsword before swinging it head-on. This sword swing erupted with considerable power, surpassing their previous efforts and reaching a higher level of potency. Boom! Next, their swords collided again. Although neither utilized spiritual energy, the collision produced a powerful shockwave, reverberating loudly. A surge of potent sword intent spread outward, perhaps lacking destructive power but achieving perfection in sword intent. Through these consecutive attacks, Lynette realized it was time to showcase her years of practice. Years of training finally bore fruit, revealing her superior accomplishments in sword intent compared to Jet. Though Jet's power was formidable, he had spent little time practicing swords and didn't consider himself naturally gifted in it. Compared to Lynette, a natural-born swordsmanship genius, there was a significant gap. Haha, big brother, your sword intent isn't as strong as mine, Lynette said happily, sensing her advantage. Jet smiled and replied, is that so? We aren't finished yet. Let's see who wins after the match is over. Don't be too overconfident. Saying that, Jet suddenly changed his attack pattern. While Lynette might outmatch him in natural talent for swordsmanship, her combat experience and grasp of situations were far inferior to Jet. Lynette was momentarily at a loss as Jet unexpectedly altered his approach. Almost instantly, Jet's rapid, storm-like attacks pushed Lynette into retreat. Seriously? How did you suddenly change tactics? Feeling overwhelmed, Lynette hurriedly admitted defeat. Big brother, I give up. Seeing Lynette concede, Jet smiled and said, actually, you didn't lose. It's just practice. As long as we improve our sword skills, we're both winners. Finishing, Jet glanced at the distant sky, admiring the countless stars. Tomorrow would surely be a bright day. Just as Jet was about to continue speaking, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations, host has triggered a new mission. Unlock the first stage of the Divine Mountain competition by helping Lynette break through to the heaven-breaking 5th level. This unexpected system notification took Jet by surprise. After all, he had originally decided to help Lynette purely for personal reasons. He didn't expect that this would now activate a system task. Well, this was timely. For Jet, who intended to bring Lynette to the Divine Mountain competition and help her improve, this task was nothing short of a timely assistance. Jet's mind raced rapidly. He estimated there was still some time before the Divine Mountain competition. This period would be perfect for helping Lynette enhance her strength. Although Lynette's cultivation realm wasn't high, this wouldn't pose much of a problem because low realms were only temporary. Lynette's innate talent for cultivation was formidable, which was the key factor. As long as she had top-notch talent, it was only a matter of time before her strength increased dramatically. Now that Lynette had already assimilated the Lioli sword deity bone, Jet had no concerns. As long as sufficient cultivation resources and proper assistance were provided, Lynette's strength would surely rise quickly. Reaching the heaven-breaking 5th level might seem far off, but it wasn't an insurmountable challenge. Jet felt very confident, not just in himself but also in Lynette. He firmly believed that once the Divine Mountain competition began, no matter how many experts from around the world gathered, their Xuanhuan Holy Palace would undoubtedly be the one to emerge victorious in the end. The Divine Mountain competition will commence soon, but you are still at the Transcendent Essence realm. Do you have confidence in the competition? At that moment, Jet glanced at the distant horizon, then shifted his gaze to Lynette, asking her softly. Without any hesitation, Lynette nodded resolutely and confidently, I do. Chapter 80, Divine Mountain Competition. No one knows what the future holds, but as long as one strives their best, it's enough. Confidence doesn't guarantee success, but it's a must-have if you want to succeed. Seeing Lynette so confident, Jet was very satisfied with her performance. With only 3 months left until the Divine Mountain competition, Jet planned to enhance the power of Xuanhuan Holy Palace. In this way, they could be in better shape for the competition. 3 months wasn't extremely long nor short. During this period, Jet planned to give special training to the people he had chosen. The Divine Mountain competition didn't have a set number of participants per team, and each competitor would attend individually, meaning there was no limit on numbers. However, sects usually wouldn't send weaker cultivators to embarrass themselves, so only pillars of the sect or super geniuses were sent out. Thus, the number of participants from each sect usually did not exceed 10. Given Xuanhuan Holy Palace's current low strength, Jet decided to only take Ellis and Lynette. Though they shared a surname, the two had no familial ties or acquaintance. When Jet informed them they would be the ones attending the competition, both were quite surprised. While Lynette knew he would participate, he hadn't expected to go with only Ellis. As for Ellis, his surprise came from never hearing about Jet's plan to attend. Considering the vast number of participating sects and countless geniuses involved, their chances seemed slim. But since Jet was determined, Ellis felt eager as well. He had awakened a god-level constitution, making him equal to other top geniuses in potential, his cultivation realm being the only drawback. Jet was optimistic about both Ellis and Lynette. A person's potential depended much on their talent and mentality. While talent was crucial, confidence and mental fortitude played a more significant role. Confident individuals with good mental states could achieve what ordinary cultivators couldn't. With plenty of time before the competition, Jet didn't waste a moment. Over the next 3 months, he intended to intensively train Ellis and Lynette, hoping they'd shine in the competition. Time passed quickly. Within a month, Lynette advanced to 5th rank Skybreaker, while Ellis reached 1st rank Cave Void. Despite being new to the Cave Void realm, Ellis's god-level constitution allowed him to fight far beyond normal boundaries, potentially surpassing even 2nd rank Cave Void cultivators. Lynette, though only at 5th rank Skybreaker, also possessed terrifying strength and could easily defeat any opponent under 9th rank Skybreaker, barring any unforeseen circumstances. One day, after Lynette reached 5th rank Skybreaker, Jet heard the familiar system prompt. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Lynette advanced to 5th rank Skybreaker. Reward: your cultivation breakthroughs to peak 5th rank Cave Void. Jet, now at 5th rank Cave Void, had hoped for a breakthrough to 6th rank upon completing the task but remained hopeful for further missions related to the competition. Almost immediately, another system prompt rang in Jet's ears. New mission activated. Defeat newly emerged demons within Xuanhuan Holy Palace's mystic realm. Upon completion, gain abundant cultivation resources and reach 6th rank Cave Void. This task sounded easy but was likely challenging. Knowing from past experiences that these deep-seated demons were incredibly powerful, possibly at 6th or 7th rank Cave Void, Jet understood the target's strength would be higher than his own. Despite this, Jet didn't hesitate. With full speed, he rushed toward the Mystic Realm. Located behind a mountain range, the Mystic Realm served as a trial ground, existing independently as a small world. It had been sealed off centuries ago, due to an incident, and remained untouched due to the limited power of Xuanhuan Holy Palace's cultivators. Now at 5th rank Cave Void, Jet wasn't afraid. Armed with Ice God Sword and xuanhuan Infinity Sword formation, his combat power was formidable. With maximum speed, he soon arrived at the entrance, a spiritual vortex. Eyes narrowed, Jet injected some spiritual energy into the vortex. It began to spin rapidly, creating waves of terrifying spiritual energy and pulling Jet in. Suddenly finding himself on a floating island, Jet wondered aloud. Is this the interior of the Mystic Realm? Surveying the surroundings, he saw nothing but more floating islands. Ooh! Just as Jet was observing the surroundings, a sudden roar of a monster beast came from the distance, snapping him out of his daze. Upon closer inspection, Jet could see a monstrous wolf with terrifying black, spiritual flames burning all over its body, glaring at him fiercely. This monstrous wolf exuded an extremely formidable spiritual energy aura. Even with a brief sense, Jet could confidently confirm that this black wolf had reached the 7th rank Cave Void realm. 7th rank Cave Void, 2 ranks higher than Jet's current peak 5th rank Cave Void. If it were an ordinary cultivator facing an opponent 2 ranks stronger, they would have no chance of countering head-on. However, the one facing this beast now was Jet. Jet thought differently from others, and wasted no time in hesitation. He rapidly circulated the spiritual energy within his body, then pushed off the ground, unleashing his speed to charge directly at the beast. Before the beast could even make a move, Jet took the initiative. In just a blink, he leaped a considerable distance and found himself right before the beast. With a powerful wave of his hand, countless streams of terrifying spiritual energy surged into the Ice God Sword in his grasp. With full strength, he swung the sword fiercely, releasing a burst of formidable power directly toward the monstrous wolf. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the attack exploded, not yet hitting the target, but the overwhelming force was already enough to instill dread. It felt as if Jet's single strike could shatter mountains and rivers. The sheer power was indescribable. However, as Jet unleashed his attack, the monstrous wolf didn't hesitate either. It roared angrily, and the black flames on its body began to burn visibly faster. Then, with a ferocious growl, it lunged forward, opening its gaping maw to bite down on Jet, as if it intended to engulf him whole. Chapter 81. Eliminating the enemy in the Mystic Realm. It must be said that the burst of speed this demonic wolf displayed in an instant was terrifying. Almost immediately after it started moving, it covered countless distances and arrived right before Jet, then lunged at him head-on. The power unleashed in that moment was indescribably fearsome. Jet felt a colossal pressure come at him from the front, enveloping him entirely. His breathing seemed to grow labored. If it were an ordinary cultivator facing such a situation, they would likely not be able to withstand the terrifying pressure and be directly forced back. But now for Jet, not only did he have no intention of retreating, he became even more frenzied in circulating the spirit energy within him, injecting countless amounts of spirit energy into the Ice Deity sword in his hand. Since the opponent's strength was so terrifying, he needed to unleash an even more fearsome attack. Roar. Rumble. With this thought, Jet almost went all out in urging the spirit energy within him. The boundless, terrifying spirit energy continued circulating and poured into the Ice Deity sword. Then, with destructive might, the sword erupted directly towards the demonic wolf's attack. The next moment, with the rumbling sound, Jet's Ice Deity sword collided with the demonic wolf. Instantly, a tremendous amount of heaven and earth spirit energy crazily spread around as if a horrific explosion of spirit energy had been triggered. In truth, the strength Jet could currently unleash was still limited. He knew that based on the power he could currently exert, whether or not he could defeat this demonic wolf was uncertain. However, since he had come this far, there was no possibility of him retreating. At this point, apart from forging ahead to find a way to defeat the demonic wolf, Jet had no other choice. So, come what may, he intended to crush his opponent. At the moment of collision, Jet felt a terrifying shockwave emanate from the demonic wolf and enter his body. He felt like he would be tossed away completely. He hadn't expected the demonic wolf's strength to be so terrifying, but his reaction speed was also quick. With a low shout, he kept pouring terrifying amounts of spirit energy into the ice deity's sword in his hand, unleashing all-out force and slashing down hard onto the demonic wolf. While Jet faced a terrifying impact, that black demonic wolf wasn't faring much better. This demonic wolf's strength was merely 7th level of the Hollow Void Realm, 2 realms higher than Jet. But the weapon Jet wielded was the Ice Deity Sword. The Ice Deity Sword was ultimately a 6-pattern divine artifact, capable of unleashing extremely terrifying power. During the collision, Jet felt terrifying pressure while the demonic wolf also experienced immense force entering its body, nearly dispelling the spirit energy flames burning on it. But as the demonic wolf's strength was at the 7th level of the Hollow Void Realm, it roared in anger, and the spirit energy flames on its body burned fiercely. Clearly, it refused to lose to Jet in direct combat. It frantically urged the spirit energy, pushing its own spirit energy to a near-explosive level. Boom! The next moment, with the demonic wolf's frenzied urging, the attack it unleashed reached a truly terrifying degree. Even with the Ice Deity Sword fully utilized, Jet couldn't withstand the wolf's attack and was directly blasted away. The distance between Jet and the demonic wolf quickly increased. Although Jet was the one being forced back, when he looked at the wolf, it looked just as wary of him. Both sides exchanged intense looks of caution. However, after just a brief standoff, Jet let out another low shout, then his speed erupted, transforming into lightning striking directly at the demonic wolf. Jet pushed his speed to its limit, giving off an extremely terrifying impression. In a flash, he was in front of the demonic wolf. Then with a wave of his hand, the Limitless Dao sword formation was instantly activated. Limitless Dao break. Accompanying Jet's cry, 32 flying swords immediately circled around the demonic wolf. The power these 32 flying swords could unleash was truly terrifying. After all, this was the Limitless Dao sword formation. If fully powered up, even Jet found it terrifying. Feeling the pressure from Jet, the demonic wolf could clearly sense the threat. The demonic wolf had an ominous premonition when the 32 flying swords appeared. It felt the pressure these swords brought was very terrifying, possibly determining the outcome of this battle. But what terrified it most was how these swords changed after Jet injected spirit energy into them. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Jet continuously poured spirit energy into the flying swords, they visibly transformed, intertwining with each other until they combined into a massive golden glowing sword. The moment this massive sword appeared, a terrifying pressure radiated outward from it, as if it was the most fearsome attack in the world. Without hesitation, Jet's body channeled an abundance of spirit energy, and with a fierce wave of his hand, this terrifying golden giant sword instantly surged forward with a momentum to devour everything, hurtling towards the demonic wolf. The power this giant sword could unleash was incredibly shocking. From any angle, once it fully erupted, its power would reach a heaven-shattering level. Ripple. The next moment, even before hitting the target, the terrifying power spread out, making the entire realm's spirit energy tremble violently. Jet could clearly feel the terrifying spirit energy fluctuations within this giant sword. To put it bluntly, even if this demonic wolf's strength had now broken through to the 8th level of the Hollow Void Realm, Jet believed it wouldn't be a match for him. The Limitless Dao sword formation, once unleashed, would end only with the death of either side. Puff! Perhaps sensing the terrifying power contained in the giant sword, the demonic wolf knew it couldn't stand against it head-on. Roaring in rage, Jet saw it open its mouth and spew out a horrifying black sphere of spirit energy. The appearance of this black spirit energy sphere gave off a feeling of potentially destroying the heavens and earth. This sphere emitted extremely terrifying spirit energy fluctuations, surrounded by a ring of terrifying black flames. From afar, it looked like something filled with evil. At the moment this sphere appeared, Jet could clearly feel its ability to obliterate everything. Come on, let's go all out. If it were earlier, Jet might not choose to attack recklessly for stability's sake. But now that the Limitless Dao sword formation was already fully mobilized, he certainly couldn't pull back. Roaring in fury, Jet circulated infinite power and poured all the spirit energy in his body into the golden giant sword. He hoped that through the spirit energy he was injecting, the golden giant sword transformed from the Limitless Dao sword formation could shatter his opponent. Rumble. The golden giant sword and the black spirit energy sphere both erupted with terrifying speed. In an instant, the golden giant sword carried its fearsome power and collided with the black spirit energy sphere. For a moment, the rumbling of terrifying spirit energy explosions echoed as if the entire world was shaken by it. Countless waves of terrifying spirit energy spread outwards. Jet squinted his eyes slightly. Within his line of sight, apart from the chaotic torrents of rampant spirit energy, nothing else was visible. That spirit energy sphere possessed such terrifying power. However, this wasn't the time for Jet to be in awe. As he was feeling astonished, a frightfully intense light of spirit energy suddenly flared up from the demonic wolf. Black flames roared into existence. Then the demonic wolf began to transform. After the explosion of the golden giant sword and the black spirit energy sphere, the resulting power seemed to enhance the demonic wolf. Under Jet's astonished gaze, the wolf's body started to grow rapidly, increasing to more than 10 times its original size within mere breaths. In an instant, the demonic wolf became a monstrously terrifying creature. Has it transformed? Jet watched in amazement. Through his perception, he could clearly sense the frightening spirit energy fluctuations emanating from the demonic wolf. Unhesitantly, this demonic wolf's strength had now reached the 8th level of the Hollow Void Realm. 8th level of the Hollow Void Realm. This was almost a realm Jet could only look up to. When his cultivation was still at the heaven-breaking stage, Jet never imagined he would soon face an opponent at the 8th level of the Hollow Void Realm. Chapter 82. Between Life and Death. Yet, time flows so swiftly at times that people barely realize its passage before it reaches its end. Time is a merciless entity, And when Jet saw the demonic wolf transform and its strength escalate to the 8th level of Cave Void, he no longer held back. He knew the upcoming battle would be extraordinarily challenging. Jet let out a low shout as he urged on the Boundless Universe Sword formation to continue its attack while continuously channeling his internal spirit energy into the Ice Deity Sword. By combining the Ice Deity Sword with the Boundless Universe Sword formation, he attacked from both fronts simultaneously, maximizing his combat effectiveness. Charge! Roaring loudly, Jet seized the opportunity to launch an assault without any hesitation. His speed burst to its limit, covering vast distances in a blink, placing him directly before the demonic wolf. Following this, Jet issued another low shout, raising the Ice Deity Sword in his hand and bringing it down forcefully. Swish swish. As Jet wielded the Ice Deity Sword, he simultaneously controlled the Boundless Universe Sword formation for an all-out attack. Notably, the Boundless Universe Sword formation possessed an almost sentient quality, capable of launching autonomous attacks with minimal direction from him, truly a remarkable attribute of the formation. Taking a deep breath, Jet focused on delivering his maximum offensive power. The demonic wolf had grown immensely, with its emitted spirit energy escalating from the 7th to the 8th level of Cave Void. In this state, the demonic wolf could unleash terrifying combat prowess. The potential extent of what this beast could achieve was undeniably frightening. Boom! Jet's Ice Deity Sword struck the demonic wolf first. However, the wolf merely raised an arm encased in black spirit armor. Upon collision with Jet's sword, Jet felt as though he struck not an arm but a colossal mountain. The terrifying shock wave sent him flying backward, unable to penetrate the wolf's defenses despite his Ice Deity Sword's peak performance. The layer of armor surrounding the wolf was inexplicably formidable. Following Jet's attack with the Ice Deity Sword, he manipulated the Boundless Universe Sword formation to continue its assault. The golden sword shimmered and reformed into 32 flying swords under Jet's control. This sword formation, renowned for its powerful armor-piercing capability, unleashed its might once more. The 32 swords attacked the wolf from different angles. At this moment, Jet seemed like a god of swords, unleashing all his potential through these 32 swords. Crack crack. Unlike the Ice Deity Sword, which relied on Jet's strength, the Boundless Universe Sword formation harnessed its inherent power. As the formation excelled in breaking through defenses, Jet aimed to pierce the wolf's defenses with its full force. This was his only method left to breach the opponent's defense. Exerting his utmost power, a dazzling blue light enveloped Jet as the wolf's spirit armor crumbled under the Boundless Universe Sword formation's assault. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Jet launched a terrifying beam of light toward the demonic wolf. With the armor broken, this was clearly his best chance to attack. Previously, even with the Ice Deity Sword at its peak, Jet struggled against the wolf's armored form. Now, with the armor shattered, this was his moment. Swish! As Jet maximized his speed, the wolf only sensed a flash of light before Jet vanished from view. Reappearing in front of the wolf, he brought down the Ice Deity's sword carrying immense power. Hum hum hum. The overwhelming power surged, threatening to engulf everything. This was the first time Jet pushed the Ice Deity Sword to its limits, nearly exhausting its potential. Facing this assault without its spirit armor, the demonic wolf was at a significant disadvantage. The wolf knew a misstep could lead to a tragic end. Yet, with no other choice, it mustered all its strength for one final blow. A palm strike aimed at Jet. This palm strike carried terrifying power, giving off an impression of consuming the heavens upon release. Jet narrowed his eyes as the distance between him and the wolf closed. On the brink of collision, he let out a roar and channeled his maximum attack power. Boom! In an instant, Jet's Ice Deity Sword struck the demonic wolf in a cataclysmic impact. The clash resonated with a deafening boom. As the Ice Deity Sword collided with the wolf's palm, spirit energy violently spread in all directions. Inside, Jet felt his spirit energy swirling uncontrollably upon impact. He hadn't anticipated the wolf's strength reaching this level. At this critical moment, Jet understood that whether or not he could defeat the wolf depended on the sheer terror of his current attack. For a brief second, it felt as if colliding with a mountain, impossible to advance. But as countless streams of spirit energy poured into the Ice Deity Sword, its power soared exponentially, erasing the impasse. The crisp sound of spirit energy shattering echoed, revealing the complete destruction of the wolf's spirit armor. At this moment, Jet felt that this was the best opportunity to launch his attack. Without any hesitation, he maximized the power of the Ice Deity Sword while simultaneously activating the Boundless Universe Sword formation to its fullest extent. The 32 flying swords continued to revolve around the demonic wolf, ready to strike at any moment. Boom! Suddenly, with no resistance in front of him, Jet clearly felt the Ice Deity Sword pierce through the neck of the demonic wolf as if cutting through an unobstructed path. The Ice Deity Sword's power had reached its peak, slicing through the wolf's flesh effortlessly. This beast had no way to withstand such a force. Blood splattered as the once terrifying and gigantic demonic wolf collapsed into a lifeless corpse beside him. After the wolf died, its massive form quickly reverted to its original size. Having killed the demonic wolf, Jet immediately heard the system notification in his ear. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. Your cultivation level has advanced to the 6th stage of Cave Void. You have been rewarded with a large amount of cultivation resources and the second form of the Ice Deity Sword technique. Hearing the system notification, Jet momentarily felt dazed but quickly turned to excitement. The task reward was incredibly generous, allowing his strength to leap directly to the 6th stage of Cave Void. Most importantly, he had received the second form of the Ice Deity Sword technique. The first form of the Ice Deity Sword technique he had practiced had already demonstrated immense power. The second form was bound to be even more formidable. Jet couldn't help but wonder how powerful the second form would be when unleashed. Without a doubt, the Ice Deity Sword had become Jet's go-to lethal move. The Ice Deity Sword technique, being the most suitable skill for the Ice Deity Sword, naturally provided a significant boost to its power. Chapter 83, Ice Deity Break. Thus, when the system notification rang in his ears now, Jet couldn't help but feel deeply sentimental. His attention immediately focused on the second form of the Ice Deity Sword technique that was part of the reward. Compared to the increase in cultivation level, the Ice Deity Sword technique was undoubtedly the most precious. There were many ways to enhance strength. As long as there were missions, Jet's strength would naturally grow along with them. In this sense, improving strength wasn't particularly difficult. However, besides obtaining it through special missions like this one, Jet couldn't think of any other way to get the Ice Deity Sword technique. Taking a deep breath, he felt the elemental energy within him swiftly circulating. Jet retrieved the second form of the Ice Deity Sword technique from his storage bag and, with a flicker of consciousness, instantly comprehended the sword intent contained within it. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged, beginning to calmly contemplate the second form of the Ice Deity Sword technique. Compared to the first form, the power unleashed by the second form was far more terrifying. After just briefly understanding the content of this form, Jet realized that this move differed from the overwhelming spectacle of myriad arrows flying at once in the first form. On the contrary, the second form of the Ice Deity Sword was an instant explosive attack. The moment Jet deployed the Ice Deity Break, the second form of the Ice Deity Sword technique, an apocalyptic force would be unleashed, capable of releasing unimaginable attack power in an instant. Unapologetically speaking, the Ice Deity Break could fully unleash the power of the Ice Deity Sword in an instant, shattering the heavens and earth, with its might being extremely horrifying. 2 hours later, Jet felt he had completely grasped the essence of the Ice Deity Sword technique. Without delay, he let out a low cry, making the spiritual energy within him wildly surge. He tightly gripped the Ice Deity Sword in his hand, preparing to attempt the second form, Ice Deity Break. Even though it was only practice, before deploying the Ice Deity Break, Jet felt a heavy sensation, as if he was not holding a weapon but an ominous mountain. This oppressive feeling made him wary and cautious. Huh. Suddenly, Jet stamped his foot hard on the ground, then cried out as countless streams of spiritual energy surged into the Ice Deity Sword. The formidable spiritual energy inside it erupted like a flood. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. These streams instantly transformed into a blade intent radiating brilliant blue spiritual light, as if it could devour the heavens, rushing forward with unprecedented speed towards the empty space ahead. Ice Deity Break. Deploying the Ice Deity Break brought about immense shock to Jet. At the very moment he cast the technique, he felt as if all the spiritual energy in his body was sucked dry by the Ice Deity Sword, an utterly terrifying sensation. But perhaps because it absorbed sufficient spiritual energy, the heaven-defying power it released was also extraordinarily exaggerated. Practically in an instant, a terrifying pressure spread around him. If there were other cultivators present, they would surely be left speechless by the power Jet unleashed. Because the power of the Ice Deity Break Jet was displaying now was so potent that even a cultivator at the 7th level of Cave Void Realm wouldn't dare to face it head-on, let alone someone at the 8th level. Boom! The blade intent from the Ice Deity Break exploded in midair, and boundless terrifying spiritual energy surged outward from the explosion point. Spiritual fragments danced wildly, while Jet, standing amidst these fragments, looked immensely formidable, almost like a god of war. This is the power of the second form of the Ice Deity Sword technique? Seeing the power the Ice Deity Break could unleash, Jet was truly stunned, feeling a profound sense of joy. The second form of the Ice Deity Sword had such formidable power. How powerful would the subsequent forms be? Moreover, compared to the first form, both the first and second forms of the Ice Deity Sword had their advantages. It was quite rare, ensuring Jet wouldn't feel that the first form was useless once he obtained the second. Completing this mission had not only increased his cultivation level to the 6th level of Cave Void Realm, but also granted him the second form of this terrifying Ice Deity Sword technique. This made Jet realize that his strength had definitely leaped to another level. If it were him now, facing the Demon Wolf again, Jet felt he could probably win much more easily. Now, the time until the Divine Mountain competition was less than 2 months away, which was actually quite urgent. When the competition started, Jet knew many terrifying experts would appear. In this state, if he couldn't quickly elevate Lynette and Ellis's strength, performing well in the Divine Mountain competition would be merely wishful thinking. While Jet was lost in thought, the system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a new mission. In the coming month, enter seclusion with Lynette and Ellis to enhance their cultivation. After 1 month, their respective strengths should not be lower than the 1st level of Cave Void Realm for Lynette and the 3rd level for Ellis. Hearing the system notification, Jet was momentarily taken aback because this task seemed unrealistic, having him significantly boost Lynette and Ellis's strength in just 1 short month. Could ordinary people achieve this? However, seeing the rewards, Jet could only agree. The mission panel clearly stated that completing this mission would enable him to break through to the 7th level of Cave Void Realm. Comparatively, this was much better than constantly battling various terrifying demonic beasts. By bringing Lynette and Ellis's strength up, he could also break through himself, making the mission quite favorable. Thinking this over, Jet didn't hesitate and swiftly flew toward the Xuanhuan Holy Palace. He soon found Lynette and Ellis, who were currently practicing. Upon hearing that Jet intended to bring them into seclusion, both were obviously surprised, not expecting such an event at this time. But since their Aiden offered to take them into seclusion, both were delighted, knowing their cultivation speed would be vastly improved with Aiden's guidance. Jet quickly led the two to a secluded realm within the Xuanhuan Holy Palace suitable for seclusion and gently said, "The next month is our most crucial period. I believe you both understand that. After the Divine Mountain competition starts, countless terrifying experts from all over will gather. If your strength isn't enough, it will be difficult to stand out." Speaking, Jet tapped the air lightly, causing ripples to spread as spiritual energy coalesced into a small flame. The small flame floated in the sky as Jet explained. This flame marks a month's countdown. Once the flame disappears, our seclusion ends. As long as you follow my instructions during this time, I believe you'll definitely have a breakthrough by then. With that, Jet began extracting vast amounts of cultivation resources from his storage bag. These weren't ordinary cultivation resources, but true treasures capable of rapidly enhancing a cultivator's breakthrough. When these resources appeared, Ellis and Lynette were naturally stunned. Never having seen Jet produce so many treasures before, that moment, they realized that Jet's statement about transforming their strength within a month was no idle talk. From then on, both Lynette and Ellis were filled with confidence to break through. They believed that as long as they put in enough effort, it wouldn't be difficult for them to enhance their strength after a month of seclusion. Time flew swiftly. Under Jet's arrangement, Lynette and Ellis entered a state of continuous cultivation and seclusion day by day. Jet, of course, wasn't idle either. Since he had no other missions during this period, he focused all his attention on refining the Ice Deity Sword technique. Although the technique only consisted of 2 forms, each form deserved thorough study. After meticulous refinement, Jet discovered that the 2 forms were full of variations. The power of the moves changed depending on how spiritual energy was utilized. If these 2 forms were used skillfully, they could be incredibly powerful. A month isn't long when you think it's long, nor is it short when you think it's short. In the blink of an eye, it passed. After a month, when the small floating flame finally burned out, the system notification rang in Jet's ears. Ding! Congratulations! Mission completed. Reward: breakthrough to the 7th level of Cave Void Realm. The system notification made Jet feel a bit dazed. He never expected his strength to improve so quickly. Now, almost unconsciously, he had reached the 7th level of Cave Void Realm. Combined with his magical treasures, he felt that even if he faced peak-level Cave Void cultivators, he would still have the means to protect himself. As for Lynette and Ellis, their strength had undergone significant changes after a month of intense cultivation. Ellis's strength directly advanced from the 1st level of Cave Void Realm to the 3rd level. His overall combat capability was now vastly different from before. After all, at the Cave Void level, each realm advancement often required a substantial amount of time. Breaking through 2 realms within such a short period was indeed astonishing. Chapter 84, Target, the Eastern Wastelands. Lynette's progress was even more terrifying. During this period of cultivation, her xiuxian godly root underwent an evolution, becoming a divine-grade root. Her strength had advanced from the 5th level of the Skybreaking realm to the peak of the 1st level of the Cave Void realm. It must be known that when Ellis was trying to break through to the Cave Void realm, Lynette was merely at the Transforming Essence realm. Yet in such a short span of time, she was about to catch up with Ellis. This cultivation speed made even Jet feel incredibly alarmed. He hadn't advanced as rapidly as Lynette when he was at the Skybreaking realm. At this moment, he realized just how formidable true geniuses could be in their cultivation. Once their talent was tapped into and sufficient resources were provided, their power grew by leaps and bounds daily. Alright, there's less than a month before the opening of this Divine Mountain contest. You all should focus on consolidating your cultivation. I'll bring you to participate when the contest opens. After saying this, Jet vanished without any delay. He had been triggered a new system task. Ding, congratulations. You have triggered a new task. You must go to the eastern wastelands of the xuanhuan Empire and hunt a wasteland fierce beast, obtaining its demon core. Upon completing this task, your strength will be boosted to the 8th level of the Cave Void realm. This task made Jet quite pleased. His current strength was just at the 7th level of the Cave Void realm, but this newly emerged task would continue to boost his cultivation, which satisfied him. Completing this task would allow his strength to reach the 8th level of the Cave Void realm, a breakthrough speed that would astonish others. However, Jet knew that this task wouldn't be simple. Even during his journey towards the wastelands, Jet studied the details of the task carefully and couldn't help but sweat drop upon realizing the difficulty. Apparently, these wasteland fierce beasts weren't benign creatures. Even the weakest among them were at the peak of the Cave Void realm. Objectively speaking, it was almost a delusion for him to kill one. Moreover, his current strength wasn't nearly enough to confront a peak-level Cave Void beast. The generous deadline also indirectly highlighted the challenge of this task. If the task were simple, why would Jet need so much time to complete it? Expanding his speed fully, Jet turned into a terrifying meteor rushing toward the eastern wastelands of the xuanhuan Empire. The eastern wastelands were an extremely desolate area, rarely visited by humans. Mostly what could be seen here were various fierce beasts. Despite the legends of treasures hidden within the wastelands, no one dared venture in due to the immense danger. After all, life was more important than treasure. Joking aside, risking one's life for wealth was clearly unwise. Speeding up, Jet quickly reached his destination. Entering the eastern wastelands, even if he did nothing, his senses alone allowed him to perceive the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy in the area. Just stepping foot in such a place evoked an urge to leave immediately because anyone could tell that staying here without sufficient power meant certain death. Jet narrowed his eyes, scanning the surroundings. Discovering something unusual, he dared not maintain his high speed, fearing he might attract unwanted attention from powerful beings. Slowing down, Jet moved according to the task prompt, approaching the location of the wasteland fierce beast. Time seemed to accelerate, and Jet soon approached the beast. Despite the distance, the sight of this beast left Jet astounded. It was less a beast and more like a terrifying monster. Before Jet stood a humanoid creature approximately 10 zhang tall with 2 long horns on its head. This wasteland fierce beast's eyes glowed blood red, filled with murderous intent. Just looking at it from afar stirred an instinctual urge to retreat. No matter how one looked at it, this beast was terrifying beyond measure. From the spiritual energy fluctuations, Jet confirmed that this beast had indeed reached the peak of the Cave Void realm. Knowing that confronting it directly was suicide, Jet suddenly understood why the system task gave him a month to complete this. Let's see if the first move of the Ice God Sword technique works. With this thought, Jet began contemplating ways to slay the beast. Without hesitation, he quickly channeled the celestial chi within him into his limbs, feeling an immense surge of strength. Under Jet's control, terrifying spiritual energy flowed into the Ice God Sword, causing it to emit a dazzling blue glow and unleash an equally terrifying spiritual wave. Even without attacking, the power exuding from the Ice God Sword was already astonishing. Jet could distinctly feel the intense spiritual waves emanating from the sword, making him anticipate its full power. Intentionally restraining the celestial chi within the ice god sword, Jet ensured that the beast couldn't sense anything from him. Attack! With that, Jet sped up, turning into a terrifying phantom charging straight at the wasteland fierce beast. Simultaneously, wielding the ice god sword filled with terrifying celestial power, countless blue spiritual energy arrows rapidly formed in the air. Thousands of spiritual energy arrows instantly appeared, filling the sky and creating a scene that would terrify anyone watching from a distance. The wasteland fierce beast's gaze was drawn to these arrows, sensing the sharp spiritual waves they emitted. Without any delay, the arrows unleashed their power like tidal waves, sweeping towards the beast from all directions. Time seemed to speed up. However, although the attack was terrifying, it didn't faze the peak-level K-Void beast. Roar! But as this wasteland fierce beast let out an enraged roar to the sky, its body was enveloped in a dazzling array of crimson spiritual light. From afar, it looked as though the beast had transformed into a demonic deity. The crimson spiritual light continued to flicker, making the wasteland fierce beast appear extremely terrifying. Even from a great distance, one could clearly sense the terrifying spiritual energy circulating within its body. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, countless spiritual energy arrows rained down upon the wasteland fierce beast one after another. For a time, the sounds of spiritual energy explosions resounded continuously, creating an incredibly intimidating atmosphere. Jet narrowed his eyes slightly. He could clearly see that compared to the formidable spiritual energy defensive armor of the wasteland fierce beast, his terrifying spiritual energy arrows were not powerful enough. Each collision resulted in no damage to the wasteland fierce beast. Not only did they fail to inflict any harm, but they couldn't even penetrate its defensive armor. Taking a deep breath, Jet didn't wait for the attack of these spiritual energy arrows to end. He once again circulated the spiritual energy within his body, preparing to launch another assault at any moment. The first form of the Ice God Sword technique wasn't particularly effective. The Ice God Sword technique had always been Jet's trump card. He knew very well the power it could unleash when pushed to its limits. However, even now, the Ice God Sword technique couldn't cause any harm to this wasteland fierce beast. This showed that its defense was terrifyingly strong, worthy of being a peak cave void existence. Strictly speaking, there was still a significant gap between Jet and the wasteland fierce beast. However, since the system mission had given him a long time to complete it, Jet wasn't in a hurry. No matter how terrifying the strength of the wasteland fierce beast was, he just needed to gradually push himself to the limit and bring out his full potential. The red spiritual energy light continuously flickered, making the wasteland fierce beast appear incredibly terrifying even from a great distance. The intense spiritual energy flowing within its body could be clearly felt. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, countless spiritual energy arrows struck the wasteland fierce beast one after another. For a time, accompanied by the continuous sounds of spiritual energy explosions, it created an overwhelmingly frightening scene. Jet squinted his eyes slightly. He could clearly see that the formidable spiritual energy arrows he summoned were far less powerful compared to the terrifying spiritual energy defensive armor on the wasteland fierce beast. Each collision failed to cause any damage to the beast. Not only did it fail to harm it, but it couldn't even penetrate the beast's defensive armor. Taking a deep breath, Jet didn't wait for the attack of these spiritual energy arrows to end. He began to circulate the spiritual energy within his body again, ready to launch another assault at any moment. The first move of the Ice God Sword technique wasn't very effective. The Ice God Sword technique had always been Jet's main reliance. He knew well the immense power it possessed when fully unleashed. However, it still couldn't inflict any damage on the wasteland fierce beast. This showed just how formidable the beast's defense was, befitting its status as a peak K-Void realm existence. Strictly speaking, there was still a considerable gap between Jet and this wasteland fierce beast. However, since the system task had given him ample time, Jet wasn't in a rush. No matter how terrifying the wasteland fierce beast's strength was, he would slowly maximize his own abilities. But then, the wild beast let out a roar to the sky, and its body began to emit dazzling and brilliant spiritual energy light. From a distance, it looked as if the wild beast had transformed into a demon god. The red spiritual energy light kept flashing, making the wild beast appear extremely terrifying. Even from a great distance, one could clearly feel the terrifying spiritual energy circulating within its body. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, countless spiritual energy arrows continuously struck the wild beast's body one after another. Accompanied by the sound of spiritual energy explosions, it gave off an overwhelmingly terrifying feeling. Jet squinted his eyes slightly. He could clearly see that compared to the formidable spiritual energy defensive armor on the wild beast, his terrifying spiritual energy arrows were not powerful enough. Each collision did no damage to the wild beast. In fact, they couldn't even penetrate its defensive armor. Taking a deep breath, Jet didn't wait for the attack of these spiritual energy arrows to end. He once again circulated the spiritual energy within his body, preparing to launch another attack at any moment. The first form of the Ice God Sword technique wasn't very effective. The Ice God Sword technique has always been Jet's mainstay, and he knew very well the power when it was pushed to its limits. However, it couldn't hurt this wild beast now. This showed that the wild beast's defense was extremely terrifying, living up to its status as an existence at the peak of Cave Void Realm. Strictly speaking, there was still a significant gap between Jet and the wild beast. But since the system task gave him ample time, Jet was in no hurry. Regardless of how terrifying the wild beast's strength was, he only needed to gradually unleash his own potential and push himself to the limit. Chapter 85. Black Divine Arrow. The second form of the Ice God Sword technique. Ice God Break. Without hesitation, Jet's internal spiritual energy continued to flow, flooding into the Ice God Sword in his hand. He was now poised and ready to unleash his power. Only after the spiritual energy arrows from the first form of the Ice God Sword technique had nearly dissipated did Jet speed towards the prehistoric beast, maximizing his speed until he became a terrifying illusion, crossing vast distances in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Jet reached the prehistoric beast. Without any hesitation or pause, he gathered an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy and unleashed a powerful slash directly at the beast. Ice God Break. Operating at his peak strength, Jet's sword strike was beyond what ordinary people could only dream of achieving. The explosive power of this single move made it seem like it could devour the heavens and the earth. It was difficult to imagine anyone displaying such power, especially someone who merely looked like a 7th stage cave void cultivator. Yet, the power behind this attack far surpassed what a typical 7th stage cave void cultivator could achieve. A 7th stage cave void cultivator would usually not pay much attention to such a prehistoric beast, as it could easily be repelled with a wave of the hand. But Jet's offensive intensity alerted the beast that Jet was no simple opponent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Even before the attack arrived, the overwhelming pressure already spread outwards, creating an extremely stunning sensation. Just a trace of sword intent, yet it seemed capable of swallowing all creation. The ice blue sword intent, true to its name, felt as if it could penetrate anything. Feeling the formidable power within Jet's Ice God Break, the prehistoric beast's blood-red eyes widened in astonishment. It hadn't expected that a 7th stage cave void cultivator could release such a terrifying attack. Though not outright terrifying for a peak stage cave void beast, it was certainly enough to threaten it. Roar. The beast roared, its internal spiritual energy surging wildly. In an instant, it launched a punch at Jet. Boom. This punch, even in the moment of impact, exuded an incredibly frightening force. It was as if the prehistoric beast was not throwing a punch, but rather launching a mountain. At the moment it was launched, it surged forward with the ability to crush everything in its path. It was hard to fathom how just one punch could possess such power. Even Jet couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock when he sensed the tremendous energy released by this attack. In the next moment, he saw his Ice God Break collide fiercely with the prehistoric beast's fist. Boom. Like two colossal meteors colliding, an ear-splitting explosion echoed, and an enormous surge of spiritual energy expanded outward from the point of impact, creating an incredibly awe-inspiring scene. Jet squinted his eyes as he was enveloped by an overwhelming pressure from the head-on collision, making him feel as if he had been transported to a place of primal chaos. Puff. Soon, Jet felt an immense force hit him directly. Unable to withstand it, he was hurled away, as if struck by a massive mountain. Landing on the distant ground, Jet struggled to stand up, feeling lingering pain in his chest. That feeling was indescribably terrifying. For a moment, he felt so insignificant compared to the godlike prehistoric beast in front of him. However, Jet reacted quickly. Despite the beast's fearsome attack, Jet's own assault wasn't weak either. He was blasted back, but the beast was also forced to retreat. Without stopping, Jet maximized his speed again, rushing toward the prehistoric beast. His incredible speed made him seem like the most terrifying existence at that moment, covering vast distances in an instant. Then, without pausing or hesitating, he poured infinite spiritual energy into the Ice God Sword and swung it fiercely. Once again, the first form of the Ice God Sword technique was unleashed. Ice God Arrow. 10,000 swords converge. But this time was different from before. Previously, Jet's arrows were scattered and uncoordinated, but this time, he immediately used spiritual energy to fuse all the arrows together upon their manifestation. 10,000 swords converge. This was a technique Jet created after repeatedly refining the first form of the Ice God Sword technique. Instantly, these terrifying arrows converged rapidly toward a single point. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As countless spiritual energy arrows converged, that point began to tremble as if space itself were collapsing around it. Each arrow individually wasn't very powerful, but combined, they unleashed a fearsome force. Even before this attack's full power was unleashed, the sheer spiritual energy pressure it emitted was already beyond ordinary attacks. Heavenly spiritual energy raged chaotically as Jet performed the technique. The point in front of him seemed to become a black hole, drawing everything around it. If another cave void realm cultivator were present, they would likely be stunned into silence by this spectacle. As the creator of this technique, Jet merely squinted his eyes, struggling to maintain control over it. Though he appeared calm, Jet knew just how terrifying this attack was. This was the first time he attempted to unleash it at full strength after his breakthrough to the 7th stage cave void. Through his continuous research, Jet discovered 3 variations of the first form of the Ice God Sword technique, each with unique powers. However, he could currently only perform the first variation, 10,000 swords converge. The other 2 variations required immense amounts of spiritual energy, impossible to execute unless his strength surpassed the cave void realm. Thus, under these circumstances, Jet could only use the first variation, 10,000 swords converge. Yet even with just this variation, the power of the move was beyond what ordinary people could aspire to match. Teo put it bluntly, the black hole now controlled by Jet before his eyes was, without a doubt, the most terrifying existence in this world. Countless spiritual energies continued to converge, and this black hole gradually transformed into a horrifying arrow, burning with black, spiritual energy flames. The prehistoric beast's gaze toward Jet had completely changed. If Jet's earlier attacks only slightly caught its attention, then his current offensive made it acutely aware of the impending danger. It sensed within Jet's attacks the power capable of annihilating it. Thus, even before Jet launched his attack, the prehistoric beast did not hesitate. It suddenly let out an enraged roar toward the sky, and the heavenly spiritual energy within it surged wildly, as if it were now in a berserk state. As the spiritual energy within the prehistoric beast continued to churn, its spiritual energy armor thickened significantly. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless terrifying surges of spiritual energy continuously emerged, forming a massive spiritual energy armor under its control right before it. This scene was similar to what Jet had encountered when battling the defensive sea turtle, where he had shattered its spiritual energy shield with 10,000 swords converge. Executing the move once again, Jet's mood was much like back then, yet more composed, for he had a deeper understanding of the power this single strike possessed. Out! With a roar, once all the spiritual energy arrows converged into one point, the terrifying black divine arrow shot forward as if to pierce through heaven and earth. At the moment Jet's attack erupted, streaks of black flames ignited in the air, as if his arrow could incinerate space itself. As Jet's explosive attack approached, and the flaming divine arrow drew closer, even the prehistoric beast, having already reached the peak of the cave void realm, instantly fell into panic. Chapter 86, Battle Against the Ferocious Beast. It could clearly sense the world-destroying power contained within Jet's attack. Without exaggeration, the power Jet unleashed was utterly terrifying. This divine flame arrow was conjured through the first move of the Ice Deity Sword technique, Ice Deity Arrow. Yet, its power far surpassed what could be expected from a direct Ice Deity Arrow. Whistle, whistle. The gap between the divine flame arrow and the prehistoric ferocious beast closed rapidly. Even before the attack struck, the overwhelming power radiated outward without restraint, inducing a surreal sensation. Without mentioning anything else, it was evident that the power exuded by this flame arrow was not what one would expect from a 7th stage cavernous void cultivator. Roar. Though the ferocious beast felt greatly shaken internally, it did not lose its composure. It knew there was a significant gap between it and Jet. No matter how formidable Jet was, he was still a 7th stage cavernous void cultivator, while it had reached the peak of cavernous void. From this standpoint, its strength could completely overwhelm Jet's. Moreover, as Jet prepared to unleash his attack, it too readied itself, creating an enormous spiritual shield in front of it. Despite the shock, its actions remained swift. Seeing the ferocious beast roar and direct numerous horrifying spiritual energies into its shield, the shield emanated a brilliant black glow, becoming one of the most terrifying entities in the world at that moment. Rumble. In the next moment, the divine flame arrow Jet had burst forth with devouring force, directly striking the shield before the ferocious beast. Immediately, accompanied by the rumbling sounds of spiritual energy explosions, countless terrifying energies expanded crazily from the point of impact. At the moment of collision, Jet felt as if his arrow had struck not a spiritual shield but a terrifying mountain. The counterforce generated upon collision almost hurled him away. Fortunately, he was well prepared, forcefully suppressing the discomfort by wildly channeling spiritual energy within his body. Compared to Jet, the ferocious beast wasn't so lucky. Due to its proximity to the explosion center, when the divine flame arrow collided with its shield, the terrifying wave of spiritual energy blasted outward, sending the beast flying. Even at the peak of cavernous void, it could not withstand such a fearsome eruption. Witnessing this, a smile couldn't help but creep onto Jet's lips. He knew there was still a possibility for him to triumph over this ferocious beast. Though its strength overwhelmingly surpassed his own, his ace in the hole was the Ice Deity Sword technique. That the divine flame arrow managed to blast the ferocious beast back despite its preparation suggested that an unprepared beast would likely be instantly obliterated. Furthermore, Jet had yet to deploy the heaven and earth boundless sword formation. Therefore, he still held immense confidence in this battle. Currently, the power within Jet's divine flame arrow clashed against the beast's shield. Countless spiritual energies erupted and swirled outward in chaotic currents. Jet, at the heart of the battlefield, needed only a slight focus to clearly perceive the surrounding situation. The intensity of the spiritual energies exceeded ordinary cultivators' wildest dreams. Boom, boom, boom. After the divine flame arrow exploded, it continued unleashing terrifying cosmic energy. Spiritual energies surged continuously, and the ferocious beast chose to flee at this time. Its speed increased, transforming the beast into a streak of lightning, pulling away from the divine flame arrow in a blink. At this moment, both the remaining power of the divine flame arrow and the beast's shield were reaching their limits. Let's go again. Despite the first clash having such a devastating effect, Jet was highly confident and didn't hesitate. He took a deep breath, then channeled spiritual energy, speeding toward the beast once more. The distance between him and the beast rapidly closed. Notably, the combat prowess of this prehistoric beast was terrifying. After all, it had already reached peak cavernous void. Crucially, however, the Ice Deity Sword technique wielded by Jet possessed unprecedented power. 1,000 swords converge. Facing the beast, Jet paused not, gathering terrifying spiritual energies before executing another 1,000 swords converge. Having achieved such a frightening effect earlier, and still possessing ample spiritual energy, Jet saw no reason to hold back. Thinking thus, he maximized his potential. Terrifying spiritual energies swarmed and converged within him, making him seem like a terrifying god of war at this moment. From afar, the radiant spiritual aura enveloping Jet made him appear incredibly formidable. In the next moment, as Jet swung his Ice Deity Sword, the 1,000 swords converge technique was unleashed. Whistle, whistle. Suddenly, thousands of spiritual arrows erupted and sped toward a single point. Seeing this, the beast knew Jet intended to use the same terrifying move. Not waiting for Jet to finish his attack, the beast roared and charged at Jet head-on. With an explosive burst of speed, the beast was instantly before Jet, accumulating spiritual energy into its arms before delivering a fearsome punch. Whoosh! This punch seemed simple, but actually harbored incredible energy. Within the beast's body, boundless cosmic spiritual energy swirled, amplifying its attack to terrifying levels. If a typical 7th stage cavernous void cultivator faced such an attack, they would find it nearly impossible to resist. But this time, it was Jet confronting it. Although his 1,000 swords converge wasn't fully completed, it mattered little because Jet was familiar with the Ice Deity Sword's spiritual arrows. Even without concentrating all arrows at one point, their power remained formidable. Gathering more arrows merely strengthened the energy, and a partial convergence could still unleash terrifying power. Go! With this thought, Jet shouted and waved his hand, immediately unleashing the now powerful divine flame arrow towards the beast in an unprecedentedly horrific manner. While this attack was slightly weaker than the previous one, its power remained substantial. Boom! In the next moment, the divine flame arrow collided fiercely with the prehistoric ferocious beast's arm. Instantly, a tremendous explosion resounded, and countless terrifying cosmic spiritual energies spread out wildly from the point of impact, as if triggering some horrific blast. The explosive power unleashed by this divine flame arrow was undeniably terrifying. Even without accumulating much spiritual energy, its burst of power was even more rapid and fearsome than the previous attack. Note: I've replaced 会知多少的灵气建设 with accumulating much spiritual energy to make the sentence flow more naturally in English while preserving the meaning. While the earlier strike had gathered a large number of arrows but took much longer to form, this current battle unfolded in an instant, making it more visually impactful. Roar! At this moment, after colliding with Jet's divine flame arrow, the prehistoric ferocious beast felt an overwhelming force surge into its body. The arrow's formidable energy seemed to want to tear it apart, but the beast did not falter. It immediately channeled all its internal spiritual energy to suppress the intrusion. Compared to the ferocious beast, Jet fared much better. He had already distanced himself from the battlefield before the arrow exploded, retreating swiftly to the side. This allowed him to avoid the terrifying shockwave generated during the collision to the fullest extent. The result of this clash was that the prehistoric ferocious beast could not withstand the instantaneous explosive power of the divine flame arrow and was directly blasted away. Having suffered losses twice consecutively at Jet's hands, the ferocious beast no longer harbored any desire to continue fighting him. At this point, the beast immediately sped up, roaring furiously as it dashed towards the distant sky. In the vast wilderness, the number of prehistoric ferocious beasts was actually quite limited, so they cherished their lives greatly. Seeing that it was not a match for Jet, it naturally had no intention of continuing the fight. Chapter 87. Running away is useless. Seeing the primal beast choose to flee, Jet felt a myriad of emotions at this moment. As a 7th stage void cavern cultivator, he had actually chased away a peak void cavern primal beast in direct combat. If not for his own experience, he would never have believed it. But he also knew that the reason this mission was given a 1-month time limit was clearly because it wasn't easy. After the primal beast chose to escape, Jet found something very strange. Its burst speed was almost instantly gone from sight. This was the first time Jet had witnessed such speed. It was no longer within his sensing range. At this point, Jet understood why these primal beasts could survive in the perilous wilderness and become so powerful. They possessed terrifying abilities. Fortunately, with the mission prompts, Jet wasn't worried about losing track of the primal beast. Taking a deep breath, Jet raised his head and glanced at the distant sky, murmuring to himself, "There's still some time before the mission deadline. No rush. I can take this opportunity to refine the Ice Deity Sword technique." When he used the technique earlier, he realized how formidable the move he had developed was, leaving him dazed. He made up his mind then to thoroughly research and improve the Ice Deity Sword technique when he had time. After all, the other variations of the first form must be equally potent. And what about the second form? The Ice Deity Sword and the Ice Deity Sword technique were truly among the most fearsome things in this world. Jet also wondered what kind of formidable enemies Lynette, Ellis, and he would face during the upcoming Divine Mountain competition. Could they stand out? Jet surmised that when the competition began, there would be participants exceeding the Void Cavern realm. Without enough strength, they might only end up as a laughingstock. This was an unprecedented large-scale event held jointly by the Tianyun Empire and dozens of surrounding empires, occurring once every few centuries. It would certainly be grand. Shaking his head, Jet dismissed these random thoughts. For now, his task was to hunt down the primal beast. Roar! Gripping the Ice Deity Sword tightly, Jet gave a low shout and swung the sword vigorously. A terrifying sword in tint immediately emerged, radiating powerfully forward. Even this simple swing satisfied Jet. To better understand the power of the second move of the Ice Deity Sword, he needed to study its explosive potential thoroughly. How did the Ice Deity Sword manipulate chi to unleash its full power? How was it executed? Filled with curiosity, Jet focused on repeatedly swinging the sword, striving for balance each time. Each swing made Jet feel as if he and the sword were one. Time passed quickly, and after a week of practice, he became more adept at using the second move of the Ice Deity Sword. He knew his limits. Though the Ice Deity Break's power couldn't match the Flaming Deity Arrow in sheer force, the latter required much preparation time while the Ice Deity Break could unleash terrifying power instantly. However, executing the Ice Deity Break multiple times in short succession drained a lot of chi. Breathing deeply, Jet felt confident now. Feeling it was time, he no longer hesitated and headed towards the location of the primal beast, guided by the system's prompt. The primal beast thought it was safe after escaping, but one day, while resting on a hilltop, it sensed a terrifying chi fluctuation from afar. A figure rapidly approached, covering vast distances in an instant. Roar! Recognizing Jet, the primal beast was stunned. It had thought no one could find it after its successful escape. Yet here it was, facing Jet again. Without giving it time to think, Jet shouted and channeled his chi into the Ice Deity Sword, unleashing a flaming deity arrow. 10,000 swords unite. Countless flying swords merged into a burning black-flamed godly arrow. This wasn't their first encounter, but the appearance of the black-flamed arrow still left the primal beast feeling uneasy. Roar! Having experienced the flaming deity arrow's power before, it knew how formidable it was, but it couldn't retreat now. With a roar, it rushed towards Jet, arms glowing ominously with intense chi, emitting lightning-like energy. Even just looking, Jet could tell the primal beast was at its peak. Its sudden attack was indeed terrifying. Facing such an onslaught, Jet gathered immense amounts of chi and infused them into the flaming deity arrow without hesitation. Then, as the primal beast's attack neared, Jet didn't hesitate any longer. With a roar, he unleashed the flaming deity arrow, which had accumulated an immense amount of terrifying spiritual energy, sending it forth in a sweeping and horrifying manner toward the primal beast. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, even before his attack fully erupted, it gave off an incredibly fearsome presence, as if it could destroy the world. The explosive power was absolutely terrifying. The entire space seemed to tremble, and wherever the flaming deity arrow flew, it left behind trails of black flames. Sensing the might of Jet's flaming deity arrow, the primal beast revealed a look of shock for the first time. It clearly noticed that in just a week, the intensity of Jet's attack had drastically changed compared to their previous encounter. The flaming deity arrow was already terrifying, but now it had become even more exaggerated. In this state, the primal beast felt some regret for choosing to fight Jet head-on. Jet didn't seem like a 7th stage Void Cavern cultivator. Even saying he was at peak Void Cavern wouldn't be far-fetched. However, regrets were futile now that the decision had been made. The primal beast could only grit its teeth and face off against Jet. Rumble. Next, the primal beast's arm collided with Jet's horrifying black-flamed deity arrow. An explosion echoed, and terrifying elemental spiritual energy spread wildly in all directions. This black-flamed deity arrow appeared to be the most formidable attack in the world. Upon impact, it exploded as if the universe itself had detonated, releasing terrifying waves of spiritual energy chaos into the surroundings. In just this instant, the flaming deity arrow unleashed such incredible power, leaving the primal beast utterly shocked. During the collision, the terrifying force surged into the primal beast's body, nearly tearing it apart. Fortunately, the primal beast's strength was formidable enough. It forcibly circulated its internal spiritual energy, suppressing the discomfort from the impact. Chapter 88, Divine Weapon Forging Stone. Ice Deity Shatter. However, this black flame divine arrow was merely the first attack Jet unleashed at that moment. Without any hesitation, he continued to channel an endless amount of terrifying spiritual energy into the Ice Deity Sword, causing it to emit an extremely brilliant and formidable aura. The next instant, Jet uttered a low cry, and a terrifying blue sword intent surged forth towards the savage beast in a posture that seemed capable of piercing through heaven and earth. This was the second move of Jet's Ice Deity Sword technique. Compared to the first move, the second move possessed a far more formidable explosive power. At that moment, the savage beast had yet to recover from the impact of the flame divine arrow when another even more terrifying sword intent came rushing towards it. Its eyes immediately widened in shock. It clearly hadn't expected that a cultivator who only appeared to be at the 7th stage void passage level could unleash such strength. It was simply inconceivable. However, now, with life on the line, the savage beast did not dare to underestimate him. It could only muster all its internal spiritual energy to fight against Jet. An endless amount of terrifying spiritual energy flowed into the arms of the savage beast, transforming them into something like impregnable walls as they started to swing wildly, directly tearing apart the already weakened flame divine arrow. Just then, Jet's Ice Deity Shatter struck. The savage beast roared angrily, and an endless amount of terrifying spiritual energy began converging before it, forming a formidable shield of spiritual energy. When the spiritual energy shield appeared, it instantly gave off a sense of immense power, as if it were an immovable mountain. Any attack seemed to lose its meaning before this shield of spiritual energy. But at this point, facing this shield of spiritual energy, Jet's expression remained unchanged. The sword intent of Ice Deity Shatter increased in speed and fiercely landed on the spiritual energy shield before the savage beast. Crack crack. Then, the savage beast witnessed a terrifying scene. In just a moment of collision, its spiritual energy shield shattered completely. Hearing the sound of the spiritual energy breaking, its shield, which had gathered countless terrifying spiritual energies, cracked like a piece of paper. Jet's blue sword intent was terrifying to this extent. It was hard to imagine that what appeared to be an ordinary sword intent could unleash such power. One must know that the spiritual energy shield in front of the savage beast almost reached its limits, but still, it was obliterated by Jet's Ice Deity Shatter. After shattering the savage beast's shield, Ice Deity Shatter continued to erupt, carrying terrifying power toward the savage beast. Notably, the eruption of Ice Deity Shatter was indeed exaggerated. Carrying terrifying power, it ruthlessly impacted the body of the savage beast. This savage beast couldn't withstand this terrifying burst and was directly blasted away. Without pausing, Jet let out another low cry. His spiritual energy continued to rapidly circulate within his body, and his entire person transformed into a terrifying lightning bolt, swiftly pursuing the savage beast. Jet was very clear about the strength he could unleash. Since he finally gained an advantage, he needed to seize the opportunity, not giving the savage beast any chance to breathe. He aimed to resolve the situation in one go. Taking a deep breath, Jet maximized his speed, arriving in front of the savage beast in an instant, and began swinging the Ice Deity Sword. Hoo! Swinging once again, the Ice Deity Sword immediately displayed terrifying power, and Ice Deity Shatter landed on the savage beast's body once more. While Ice Deity Shatter was quite draining of spiritual energy, Jet could handle casting 2 or 3 within a short period. Thus, when this terrifying blue sword intent landed on the savage beast's body, this peak void passage stage beast didn't even struggle much before being swallowed by the blue sword intent. Undeniably, as Jet grew more familiar with the Ice Deity Sword, its true power gradually became evident. Wow, is it over? Seeing the previously fearsome savage beast turn into a corpse, Jet felt somewhat bewildered. He had initially thought that this mission would take a long time, but never imagined it would end this way. The savage beast, originally terrifying, vanished without a struggle, leaving Jet feeling somewhat dazed. After slaying the savage beast, Jet extracted its demon core and heard the system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the savage beast, successfully completing the task and advancing cultivation to the 8th stage void passage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission, the God Mountain competition event. Detailed mission information will appear in half a month. Please check it out then. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission excellently. Additional reward, 1 divine weapon forging stone. After use, it can upgrade the Ice Deity Sword to the 7th Tracer. Hearing the string of notifications, Jet felt somewhat dazed. He hadn't expected to receive additional rewards after completing the mission. Advancing to the 8th stage Void Passage already satisfied Jet greatly. At this point, obtaining a divine weapon forging stone to enhance the power of the Ice Deity Sword left him exhilarated. Without hesitation, Jet applied the golden luminous divine weapon forging stone directly to the Ice Deity Sword. It immediately emitted a dazzling aura, followed by the 6 tracers on the hilt transforming into 7. The Ice Deity Sword's power was further enhanced. Jet knew well that there was a huge difference between 6 tracer and 7 tracer divine weapons. This improvement was far from simple. Generally, cultivators used 1 or 2 tracer divine weapons during the heaven breaking stage. Only upon reaching the Void Passage stage did cultivators have the ability to activate divine weapons of 3 or more tracers. Most cultivators at this stage used 3 tracer divine weapons, and 4 tracer ones were rare. As for 5 tracer or higher, these were only possessed by cultivators beyond the Void Passage stage. Therefore, having a 7 tracer divine weapon so early on, Jet's achievement was truly formidable. With the mission completed and no immediate new missions, Jet decided to spend the next half-month focusing on studying the Ice Deity Sword technique here in the wilds, since returning to the Heavenly Cloud St. Hall offered nothing new for him at this time. Through continuous study, Jet felt he had mastered certain stages of the Ice Deity Sword technique. He had refined the first move, 10,000 swords return to 1, and the second move, Ice Deity Shatter, to near perfection. What he wondered was what the second variation of the first move might be. However, his current cultivation level wasn't sufficient, so Jet did not attempt to try the second variation of the first move. Instead, he focused on exploring the variations of the second move. After breaking through to the 8th stage Void Passage, Jet found that he could vaguely perceive the variations of the second move of the Ice Deity Sword technique, Ice Deity Shatter. How to execute Ice Deity Shatter to reach its optimal state was actually a simple question. Ice Deity Shatter mainly focused on explosive power. As long as he could find a way to unleash its full potential, Ice Deity Shatter would not disappoint. The variation Jet envisioned for Ice Deity Shatter was an even more explosive burst. So, Jet began to practice in this direction. Time flew by quickly, and before he knew it, another week had passed. During this week, Jet continuously practiced the variations of Ice Deity Shatter. His efforts paid off. Although he hadn't fully mastered it yet, he had a clearer idea of what he needed to do. Therefore, he decided to seize the opportunity during the following period to find another savage beast to practice on. Without an opponent, it's difficult to bring out the sword intent's full power. Without hesitation, Jet sped off into the distance. This time, without a system mission guiding him, Jet had to search for the beast on his own. The wilds were filled with dangers, so it didn't take long for Jet to find a savage beast. Coincidentally or not, the savage beast he found was also at the peak of the Void Passage stage, similar to the one he faced previously. A smile appeared on Jet's lips. He felt like he was meeting an old acquaintance. After all, he had fought the previous savage beast for quite some time, so they seemed familiar. This new one looked very much the same. You're my practice target now. Ice Deity Shatter. With a clear goal in mind, Jet wasted no time. He let out a low cry, and the spiritual energy within his body began to flow rapidly, pouring into the Ice Deity Sword. Just as the savage beast noticed him, he unleashed a powerful strike. Instantly, countless terrifying spiritual energies converged into a formidable blue sword intent, surging forth with a sweeping force. Chapter 89. Focusing on sword intent. Feeling the power contained within this sword intent, the expression of the wild beast changed dramatically. Because Jet's cultivation and strength were merely at the 8th level of the Void Cave stage. Yet, the spiritual energy fluctuations contained in the sword intent he unleashed in this instant were extremely terrifying. Even a peak Void Cave realm wild beast was now staring wide-eyed, its face full of shock. Clearly, it couldn't believe that an 8th level Void Cave cultivator could unleash such a horrifying attack. Actually, the reason why this wild beast was so shocked was twofold. On one hand, it was because the power had increased due to Jet's research into the Ice Deity Break technique. On the other hand, it was because of the quality enhancement of the Ice Deity Sword. Although it only improved from a 6-pattern divine weapon to a 7-pattern divine weapon, this short improvement brought significant benefits. Without any reservation, even cultivators whose cultivation realms surpassed the Void Cave realm would be envious upon seeing the Ice Deity Sword now. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Facing this horrifying sword intent, the wild beast didn't hesitate but roared furiously. Immediately after, fearsome spiritual energy lights shone from its body. Then the wild beast fiercely waved its arm, releasing a formidable fist intent towards Jet's sword intent with an overwhelming momentum. Despite being greatly shocked, out of the instinct for survival, the wild beast also released its strongest attack at this moment. Rumble. Next moment, the fist intent erupted by the wild beast collided with Jet's attack. Amidst the huge sound, countless terrifying heavenly and earthly spiritual energies spread crazily around. In this instant, it seemed as if the whole world fell silent. All that was left was the explosion sound of spiritual energy. Jet squinted his eyes. Now his gaze fell on the wild beast. He suddenly felt that this wild beast was more powerful than the previous one. After his Ice Deity Break collided with the opponent's fist intent, Jet used all his perception to observe the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations generated from the collision. According to his research on Ice Deity Break, he knew how terrifying the power of this move was. However, the previous research was theoretical. Actual combat was different. So naturally, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity for practical research. Whether his sword skills can further break through depends on today. Therefore, while Jet concentrated fully on observing the fluctuations of the spiritual energy, he immediately found that the full-scale eruption of Ice Deity Break indeed had terrifying power. Even its instant explosive power surpassed that of the fire god Nero. And Fire God Arrow required a lot of time to accumulate power, but Ice Deity Break didn't, allowing it to be instantly cast. Different from the Fire God Arrow, which has varying final power based on accumulated energy, the power of Ice Deity Break was fixed. With the amount of spiritual energy Jet could exert now, he could perform Ice Deity Break up to 3 times consecutively in a short period. After using it thrice, his spiritual energy would be almost exhausted. At that point, casting Ice Deity Break again would be impossible. So, from this perspective, Jet's best offensive strategy was undoubtedly to combine the first and second moves of the Ice Deity Sword technique. Both the Fire God Arrow and Ice Deity Break have their own unique strengths. Observing carefully, Jet found that the strength of Ice Deity Break mainly lay in its instant burst. Since it already burst, to further enhance its power, one could only cause another burst, i.e., burst within a burst. Undoubtedly, if this could really be achieved, then a single attack could possess the power to destroy heaven and earth. But after the spiritual energy burst once, it almost entered an uncontrollable state. To cause another burst under these circumstances was incredibly challenging. Talking about it was easy, but actually doing it was extremely difficult. Regardless of the perspective, Jet's current capabilities weren't considered high. Being at the 8th level of the Void Cave realm, compared to the terrifying great powers whose strength had already surpassed the Void Cave realm, Jet deeply understood his insignificance. To enhance his strength, there were several ways. A breakthrough in Cultivation Realm could only happen under certain tasks, but currently, no such task existed. Therefore, Jet could only seek a breakthrough through other means. Come again. The first Ice Deity Break clashed with the Wild Beast attack, and the remaining power quickly spread outwards. The Wild Beast, as if struck hard, staggered tremblingly away. Jet didn't stop. He shouted lowly, causing the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy within him to rotate crazily. Then he prepared to use Ice Deity Break again. Unlike the previous time, what Jet wanted to use now wasn't ordinary Ice Deity Break, but a variant, an additional burst built upon Ice Deity Break. When researching Ice Deity Break previously, Jet had tried multiple times. But back then, without a specific opponent, he couldn't fully exploit the power. But now, since there was a wild beast with peak Void Cave Realm strength as a sparring partner, there was no need to retreat. Roaring loudly, boundless spiritual energy inside him converged and surged into the Ice Deity Sword in his hand. With this injection of energy, the Ice Deity Sword shone brilliantly with a spiritual energy light, appearing like the most terrible weapon in the world from afar. Ice Deity Burst. Soon, Jet roared loudly, fiercely swinging the Ice Deity Sword loaded with boundless energy. Instantly, with the swing, a terrifying sword intent erupted, directly impacting the wild beast in an overwhelming manner. Different from Jet's previous Ice Deity Break, the Ice Deity Burst he used now had a completely different type of sword intent. It looked like an ordinary dark blue sword intent, but with careful perception, one could clearly feel the terrifying energy fluctuation contained within. Without any reservation, if this sword intent hit head-on, it would be challenging to find someone at the Void Cave realm who could withstand it head-on. The wild beast could sense the immensely terrifying heavenly and earthly energy fluctuations from Jet's sword intent right at the moment it erupted. It felt as if this sword could pierce through mountains and seas. So, how dare the wild beast confront Jet's attack head-on? It started to frantically mobilize its inner spiritual energy and fled far away. From any perspective, Jet's current attack was too terrifying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Jet's sword intent erupted, not yet hitting the opponent, but its terrifying power was spreading around. Even looking from afar, it gave off an immensely terrifying feeling. Without any reservation, this sword intent could arguably be said to be invincible within the Void Cave realm. Confronting this horrifying sword intent, the wild beast didn't hesitate to flee, but even with its choice to escape, could it escape? Note: I maintain the paragraph structure and line breaks similar to the original Chinese text as requested. As the savage beast chose to flee, Jet waved his hand, and the boundless ultimate sword array unfolded. 32 flying swords surged from 32 angles, encircling the savage beast without a gap for escape. These 32 flying swords were like a cage, instantly bursting out to envelop the savage beast, leaving it no way to escape. The boundless ultimate sword array possessed not only terrifying armor-piercing effects but also formidable restraining effects, capable of locking targets within a certain space, making retreat impossible. At this moment, the savage beast could feel the overwhelming energy fluctuations from these 32 flying swords. A powerful constraining force enveloped it, preventing any escape from this restrained state. In such a situation, soon, the terrifying sword intent that Jet had unleashed earlier approached with its formidable power. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed as Jet's sword intent struck the savage beast directly. How could this savage beast withstand such a terrifying attack? Even in the last second before impact, it exerted all its strength to form a layer of black, spiritual energy armor around its body. However, when Jet's attack surged forth and collided with the spiritual energy armor, the savage beast's eyes widened in disbelief. It realized that its spiritual energy armor was as fragile as paper, shattering instantly upon impact. Crack crack. A series of crisp spiritual energy explosions rang out. Jet's terrifying sword intent struck the savage beast, which couldn't resist the formidable impact. The surface spiritual energy armor burst immediately, allowing the overwhelming power of the Ice Deity Burst to strike the savage beast irresistibly. Bang bang. Countless terrifying spiritual energies ravaged and swept through. How could this savage beast withstand such a terrifying explosion? It was torn into pieces by the chaotic spiritual energy currents in an instant. Chapter 90, The Moon Goddess Empire. The wild beast of this desolate land had no idea how it died. The power contained within Jet's Ice Deity Burst was simply too terrifying. Even though this creature had advanced to the peak of Cave Void, compared to Jet's attack, it was incomparably weak. Jet's Ice Deity Burst was an upgraded version and the first transformation of the Ice Deity Break. Its effect greatly pleased Jet. At that moment, a smile crept across Jet's lips. He felt that regardless of any perspective, the Ice Deity Burst effect was highly satisfying. All these days of focusing his attention on studying the Ice Deity break were not in vain. Well, this time it can be considered a major success. After killing the wild beast, Jet had thoroughly mastered the Ice Deity Burst, feeling immensely delighted. This trip to the desolate wilderness proved fruitful for Jet. Not only had he broken through to the 8th level of Cave Void, but he had also mastered 2 variations of the Ice Deity Sword technique. Currently, the combat strength Jet could unleash was unrivaled at the Cave Void realm. Therefore, Jet couldn't help but feel confident about the upcoming Divine Mountain competition. In reality, Jet could easily predict what would happen once the Divine Mountain competition began. By then, the Xuanhuan Empire, along with surrounding empires, would jointly host the competition, inevitably leading to a storm of activity with numerous experts gathering. This competition, held once every few hundred years, undoubtedly had extremely abundant rewards. Performing well and securing a good ranking could lead to plentiful rewards. With a long breath out, Jet left without delay, accelerating towards the Xuanhuan Holy Palace. He estimated that the Divine Mountain competition would begin soon. He needed to meet up with Lynette and Ellis, prepare adequately, and then set off. At this point, Jet was also curious about what tasks the system would give him after the competition started. Time seemed to fly by swiftly, and before he knew it, it was almost time for the Divine Mountain competition to begin. A few days before its opening, excitement was brewing in the Xuanhuan Empire and surrounding realms, with discussions about the event filling the streets. From any perspective, the Divine Mountain competition was a grand event happening once every few centuries. On this particular day, early in the morning, Jet heard a system notification sound from within the Xuanhuan Holy Palace. Chime, congratulations to the host. The Divine Mountain competition is about to start. The host has unlocked the first stage task. In the preliminary round of the Divine Mountain competition, you must bring Ellis and Lynette into the top 1,000. If the task is completed, your strength will break through to the 9th level of Cave Void. Additionally, 2 Cave Void breakthrough pills will be rewarded. Consuming them can increase the strength of any cultivator at the Cave Void realm by 1 level. Hearing these notifications, Jet was momentarily stunned because he had never thought such an ordinary-looking task could offer so many rewards. Not only could his strength reach the 9th level of Cave Void, but he would receive 2 Cave Void breakthrough pills, essentially prepared for Ellis and Lynette. A smile crept onto Jet's lips as he became more curious about the Divine Mountain competition. However, he found it peculiar that despite the generous rewards, the system only required him to place in the top 1,000 during the preliminary round, hinting at just how intense the competition would be. Given the joint hosting by several empires and countless participants, possibly numbering in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, standing out to secure the top 1,000 spots wouldn't be as easy as it sounded. With the task clear, Jet wasted no time and set off with Lynette and Ellis towards the Moon Goddess Empire, where the Divine Mountain competition would take place on the Moon Goddess Mountain. Speaking of the Moon Goddess Mountain, it was incredibly renowned, known to everyone in the surrounding dozens of empires due to the myriad legendary events that had occurred there. Every few centuries, during the Divine Mountain competition, remarkable scenes unfolded, leaving a lasting impression. Even if the competition opened for a minimum of 3 months, the preliminary rounds alone would last over a month. The Moon Goddess Empire was the pinnacle of power among those surrounding dozens of empires. In other empires, perhaps peak Cave Void cultivators might be the best, with Transcendent Sky Realm cultivators being few. But within the Moon Goddess Empire, Cave Void cultivators were everywhere. Even Transcendent Sky Realm cultivators were relatively common, not particularly outstanding. Only those who surpassed the Transcendent Sky Realm and reached the legendary Boundless Sea Realm enjoyed renown in the Moon Goddess Empire. This highlighted the massive gap between the Moon Goddess Empire and other empires. Without exaggeration, the power displayed by the Moon Goddess Empire was something others could only look up to. Upon arriving at the Moon Goddess Empire after traveling for 3 continuous days with Ellis and Lynette, Jet felt as if he were dreaming upon witnessing the bustling scene. For Jet, this was his first visit to the Moon Goddess Empire. So, this is the Moon Goddess Empire? Indeed formidable. Just entering the empire and taking a simple glance around revealed various prosperous sites lined up meticulously. An atmosphere of prosperity enveloped them, giving a delightful sense. Activating his perception slightly, Jet could clearly feel that the cultivation levels of people here were significantly higher than ordinary cultivators. Almost everyone he saw was at the Cave Void realm. Back in the Xuanhuan Empire, Cave Void cultivators weren't numerous. For instance, the current Xuanhuan Holy Palace ranked among the top 30 in the empire due to Lynette and Ellis's breakthroughs to the Cave Void realm. If they broke through to peak Cave Void, their sex ranking could enter the top 10. However, in the Moon Goddess Empire, even peak Cave Void cultivators didn't have much influence, considered quite commonplace. Where is the Moon Goddess Mountain? I heard that the Divine Mountain competition will involve several 100,000 participants. Patriarch, is this true? At this moment, Ellis was the most active, looking around curiously like a country bumpkin entering a city for the first time. It was understandable. After all, Ellis wasn't a natural genius. His life changed after meeting Jet. There were still many things he hadn't experienced. Seeing Ellis's demeanor, Lynette couldn't help but chuckle. Look at you. You're already at the Cave Void realm. How are you acting like a child? Even if you see something new, try to maintain some composure. Jet shook his head, saying, it's fine. After all, the Moon Goddess Empire is indeed different from other empires. It's good to explore a bit. Speaking of this, Jet seemed to recall something. He glanced at the distant horizon and said, as for this Divine Mountain competition, I don't know the specifics either, but there should be hundreds of thousands of participants. This is quite normal. After all, dozens of empires are jointly hosting it. Each empire sending a few million people to participate isn't strange at all. Ellis's eyes momentarily lit up with fierce fighting spirit as he said, this is perfect. I'm currently at a bottleneck in my cultivation. No matter what I do, I can't break through lately. I desperately need battles to boost my strength. It's just that I don't know how the Divine Mountain competition will proceed. Jet smiled and said, on that point, I believe we'll know once we get to the Moon Goddess Mountain. As they spoke, the three of them sped up to their full potential, heading quickly towards the location of the Divine Mountain competition, the Moon Goddess Mountain. After several hours of rapid flight, the three of them arrived at their destination. When the trio reached Moon Goddess Mountain, it was already swarming with people. Even from a great distance in the sky, they could see the square outside the Moon Goddess Mountain crowded with people. These people, of course, had come from all over to participate in the Divine Mountain competition. Without a doubt, this competition attracted cultivators by offering a plethora of generous rewards. As long as one performed well during the competition, they could receive excellent rewards. These rewards were generally provided by the empires participating in the event collectively. Since such an event only occurred every few hundred years, each empire put forth significant resources. In other words, if the rewards weren't rich enough, the competition wouldn't have any appeal, so the rewards had to be substantial. Jet and the others landed on the square, and their attention was immediately drawn to a massive towering stone stele in the distance. The stele bore rows of faintly glowing blue text. Upon closer inspection, these characters outlined the rules of the Divine Mountain competition. Essentially, it was similar to what Jet had previously learned. The Divine Mountain competition was mostly participated in under personal names. Chapter 91, Crisis of the Divine Mountain. However, for the first stage of the competition, participants must join as a team, but not just any ordinary team. It requires seniors and juniors from the same sect to form a team. For instance, an elder from a sect could serve as the captain, bringing along several juniors from the same sect to participate in the competition. The team size is fixed at no more than 5 people. As long as it's within this limit, teams can be formed freely. That's why Jet chose to bring only Lynette and Ellis. Bringing more people wouldn't offer any advantages, while having just 2 would ensure he wasn't overly distracted. Regarding the detailed rules and precautions for the Divine Mountain contest, the stone tablet explained everything thoroughly. Just by reading through the stone tablet once, one could gain a basic understanding of the contest. The Divine Mountain contest is divided into 3 stages. After all 3 stages are completed, each participating team will receive their own ranking. The first stage is the preliminary round, designed to eliminate most teams, leaving only 1,000 elite teams to proceed. Even with just a quick glance, Jet could tell that at least 100,000 people had come to participate. With such a large number, some sort of elimination was inevitable. What he hadn't expected was that the first stage would directly eliminate over 99% of the teams. So, how confident are you two? Jet smiled when he saw Lynette and Ellis staring blankly at the stone tablet. He didn't want to put too much pressure on them. Although they were considered powerful within the Tianyan Empire, here at the Moon Deity Mountain, surrounded by numerous experts, they weren't remarkable. Lynette managed a confident smile similar to the one she had when Jet first met her. No problem, Patriarch, rest assured. I won't let you down. Compared to Lynette, Ellis seemed a bit dejected, possibly due to noticing that most of the cultivators around him were stronger. He sighed, glancing at Lynette enviously. I envy you. You've only just broken through to the first level of Cavernous Void, yet you're so confident. Jet frowned slightly. Honestly, Ellis's lack of confidence surprised him since Ellis had usually been quite self-assured before. However, Jet understood. Ellis had always been relatively weak before meeting him, and old habits die hard. Under these circumstances, Jet didn't want Ellis to continue feeling downcast. He chuckled and said, you don't need to worry too much. There are many participants, but there are 1,000 spots available for advancement. Plus, I'm here. With me around, what's there to be worried about? Jet's words reassured both Ellis and Lynette. Their thoughts were simple. Although their strength had improved to the Cavernous Void realm thanks to Jet, it was precisely because of his help that they had progressed so far. If Jet brought them to participate in the Divine Mountain contest, then as he said, they only needed to follow his lead. They believed that Jet would surely guide them into the main event, and Ellis's confidence began to recover. Time seemed to speed up as 3 figures in golden robes descended from the sky, enveloping everyone in an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Jet felt his breathing quicken. He hadn't anticipated that the 3 figures appearing now were likely at a level beyond his comprehension. Despite having already broken through to the 8th level of Cavernous Void, even when he extended his perception to its utmost limit, he sensed nothing from these 3 figures. Then, a grand voice boomed down from the heavens. Welcome, everyone, to this year's Divine Mountain contest. The specific rules and precautions have been explained. Without further ado, let us introduce the prizes. Teams that enter the top 1,000 in the preliminary round will earn eligibility for subsequent events and receive a generous amount of cultivation resources, as well as the choice of a single 3-pattern divine artifact. Teams entering the top 100 in the preliminary round will receive a 4-pattern divine artifact of their choice. Teams entering the top 10 in the preliminary round will receive a 5-pattern divine artifact of their choice. A roar of excitement followed as soon as the rewards were announced. These cultivators from all corners had never seen such lavish prizes. Forget the top 10. Even reaching the top 1,000 would grant a coveted 3-pattern divine artifact. This was a rare opportunity indeed. Everyone's passion and desire ignited. All wished to excel in the following activities. This enthusiasm would undoubtedly make the competition more exciting. Seeing the atmosphere heated up enough, the 3 figures began explaining the specifics of the contest. All teams should proceed to the entrance of the Divine Mountain to obtain your number plates. Afterward, wait quietly until the preliminary round begins. Once it starts, everyone enters the mountain to hunt beasts or acquire treasures. After 1 month, based on your performance, the top 1,000 will receive the announced rewards. After explaining the situation, everyone felt a surge of bloodlust and confidence. 1 month isn't very long, nor very short, especially for cultivators whose strength was generally no lower than Cavernous Void. A month felt like a blink of an eye compared to years spent in seclusion. But now, they were more curious about what exactly awaited them within the Divine Mountain once the contest officially started. Jet narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Given that the contest provided 1 month, it was clear that the beasts and treasures within would be extraordinary. Otherwise, such a long period wouldn't be necessary. He was curious about what secrets this mysterious moon deity mountain held. At this point, the three figures didn't say more. Teams began forming, and registration for number plates commenced at the entrance. This process lasted approximately 3 hours. By noon, all participants had obtained their number plates. Everyone, the Divine Mountain contest is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. The moon deity mountain gates will open. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7. The authoritative voice made everyone feel like they were dreaming. Then they watched as the terrifying purple spiritual light barrier surrounding the mountain slowly opened. Jet glanced at his number plate, which read 30,008. This number clearly indicated the massive turnout for the contest. He thought he had registered relatively early, but his number was still 30,008. He figured that those who registered after him would likely have numbers reaching well beyond 10,000. Shaking his head to clear the cluttered thoughts from his mind, Jet turned his gaze to the moon deity mountain before him. Now that the competition had begun, overthinking other matters didn't hold much significance. Jet believed what mattered most was how he would lead Lynette and Ellis to perform well in the upcoming stages of the contest. Rumble. Soon, as the countdown ended, a thunderous boom echoed through the air. The entire protective light barrier encasing the mountain opened up completely, allowing all the cultivators participating in the competition to stream in, one after another, rushing into the heart of the Divine Mountain. For these cultivators, hearing about the rewards for the Divine Mountain contest stirred their blood. After all, aside from the 3-pattern and higher divine artifacts, even ordinary divine artifacts were possessions many didn't have. Therefore, even just for this competition's rewards, they felt compelled to put in their best performance. Jet led Lynette and Ellis into the interior of the Divine Mountain. Given the large number of participants, he wasn't in a hurry. According to the information he had gathered earlier, the scope of the Divine Mountain was vast. He believed it wouldn't take long before these people began dispersing, and each team would enter their respective hunting phases. Jet, along with the 2 others, did not rush to hunt beasts or search for treasures. Instead, they quietly observed the state of the Divine Mountain. His perception spread out, and Jet could clearly sense that the Divine Mountain was enveloped by layers of terrifying spiritual energy, giving it an overwhelmingly fearsome appearance. Delving deeper into his perception, he could distinctly feel the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy throughout the mountain. Clearly, within the Divine Mountain were countless beast cultivators of formidable strength. The vastness and power of the Divine Mountain filled Jet with a mix of awe and anticipation. He knew the challenges ahead would be immense, but with Lynette and Ellis by his side, he was determined to make the most of the opportunities that lay within this enigmatic place. Chapter 92. Entering the Divine Mountain. What struck Jet as absurd was that the weakest beast within this Divine Mountain was at the peak of the Void Cave realm. This revelation suddenly made him understand why the preliminary round of the competition would last for a whole month. Hunting beasts of such formidable strength was not an easy task. From this perspective, giving 1 month seemed quite reasonable. Even with his current strength, Jet wasn't certain he could defeat a peak Void Cave beast, let alone others. However, Jet also noticed that on the stone tablet's list of instructions, it clearly stated that teams whose members exceeded the Void Cave realm must hunt beasts no lower than the Xuanhuan realm. In essence, cultivators of each realm could only hunt beasts corresponding to their own realm to prevent those at the Xuanhuan realm from hunting Void Cave beasts. From this angle, Jet understood why so many cultivators had participated in this Divine Mountain competition. Regardless, it was an event worth attending. Even without obtaining rewards, coming here for training was not a bad idea. Unnoticed, time passed, and Jet observed that the surrounding cultivators gradually decreased. He said, "Alright, we don't need to proceed further. According to the structure of this Divine Mountain, the deeper we go, the stronger the beasts become. We won't consider Xuanhuan realm beasts. Our main target will be peak Void Cave beasts." Pausing briefly, Jet continued, "Our current strength is limited, and according to my understanding, all team members must participate in battles. Otherwise, points will be deducted. The team score is judged based on overall performance, not individual merit. However, scores will vary per person. Do you understand what I mean?" Lynette and Ellis exchanged glances and nodded. They both understood Jet's concerns. He might be able to handle peak Void Cave beasts, but they still felt significantly inferior. Jet was relieved that they understood. He feared they wouldn't show their best, which would impact the score negatively. "Now that you understand, I won't leave you behind during the battle." Jet gazed into the distance and said, "There's a peak Void Cave beast about 15 minutes to the southeast. Let's check it out and bring it down." Surprised, Lynette and Ellis marveled at Jet's observational skills, as they hadn't sensed anything yet. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Jet took the lead. The trio moved swiftly, transforming into 3 flashes racing toward the target. Their speed was impressive. Despite Lynette being newly ascended to the Void Cave realm, her awakened divine bones gave her considerable speed. Soon, they reached a large lake. That monster should be inside. Jet narrowed his eyes, sensing terrifying spiritual energy beneath the water. "I'll make it come out," Jet shouted, gathering his spiritual energy into the Ice Deity sword. Approaching the lake, he slashed downwards. Ice Deity break. A blinding blue sword aura erupted, piercing the lake with devastating force. Ripples. The surface roiled violently as a fearsome crocodile emerged. Enveloped in green spiritual energy, its presence radiated immense power. It exuded a corrosive, evil aura. Xuanhuan and Ellis were astonished by its overwhelming power. But Jet wasted no time. As the crocodile appeared, he channeled more energy into the Ice Deity sword and unleashed another attack. Ice Deity break. This time, the power was exponentially greater. While the previous attack was a probe, this one felt like it could destroy everything. The crocodile, visibly shaken, quickly responded by roaring and covering itself with thick green armor. It then spat out a green ray, equally powerful, charging straight at Jet. Boom! The green ray collided with the Ice Deity break, creating a massive explosion of spiritual energy that spread wildly. Lynette and Ellis retreated rapidly due to the overwhelming power. Despite the intense clash, Jet felt immense pressure, as if his attack had hit a mountain. The green ray's power surpassed even his expectations. Realizing his opponent's defense was formidable, Jet decided to use the boundless infinity sword array. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Jet frantically channeled the spiritual energy within his body. Immediately, amidst countless terrifying waves of spiritual energy, 32 fearsome flying swords materialized around Jet. Under Jet's control, these flying swords emitted terrifying golden spiritual energy light, as if they were the most formidable entities in the world. Go! In the next moment, Jet barked a command. Accompanied by incessant and fierce waves of spiritual energy, the 32 flying swords burst into motion one after another, hurtling towards the green crocodile with incredible speed. The attacks unleashed were utterly terrifying, displaying combat power that left ordinary cultivators far behind, only able to gaze up in awe. The boundless infinity sword array often served as Jet's finishing move primarily because of its immensely powerful armor-piercing capability. Crack, crack. When Jet's boundless infinity sword array, brimming with terrifying might, crashed into the spiritual energy rays, they shattered almost instantly upon impact with the flying swords. The sound of spiritual energy explosions crackled, and the crocodile's spiritual energy rays crumbled to pieces in an instant. Seeing its attack dismantled so easily by Jet, the crocodile's eyes widened in shock. Roar! The crocodile did not pause. It roared furiously and released a terrifying aura of green spiritual energy from its body. Then, its mouth opened again, emitting something different this time. A fearsome sphere of spiritual energy appeared and charged directly at Jet with a momentum that seemed to pierce through heaven and earth. Whirl, whirl, whirl. The spiritual energy sphere unleashed immense power the moment it erupted. Even before striking its target, the sheer force it exuded was astounding. Amidst the deafening howls of spiritual energy, the sphere bore down on Jet with overwhelming power, carrying the might of heaven and earth. Chapter 93, Plunged into Crisis? Time seemed to pause at this moment as Jet's breathing grew increasingly rapid. Without stopping, he channeled boundless spiritual energy into the Ice Deity's sword in his hand, unleashing a fierce slash. Ice Deity Burst. This time, Jet didn't use Ice Deity Break but unleashed the enhanced version of his ultimate move, Ice Deity Burst. The power of Ice Deity Burst was undoubtedly far beyond that of Ice Deity Break. Moreover, after the explosion, Jet simultaneously controlled and injected countless spiritual energies into the 32 flying swords, continuing the heaven and earth infinite sword formation, which attacked the crocodile from 32 different angles. If only considering the explosive power, Jet's abilities had undoubtedly reached the peak of what a void cavern realm practitioner could achieve. Jet was certain that if it were the earlier kind of savage beast opposing him, it wouldn't have withstood his attack. However, facing the demonic beast within this divine mountain, Jet witnessed true terror. Boom! In the next moment, Jet's Ice Deity Burst collided head-on with the spiritual energy sphere expelled by the crocodile. With a thunderous roar, terrifying natural spiritual energy spread wildly from the point of impact. To say that Jet's attack was horrifying was an understatement. The crocodile's counterattack was no less formidable. That terrifying spiritual energy sphere seemed to contain the mysteries of the world. After colliding with Jet's Ice Deity Burst, it exhibited an alarming devouring power, swallowing the power contained within Ice Deity Burst. Jet was greatly astonished. He hadn't anticipated such terrifying devouring power. Although initially, the sphere's burst of power fell short of Ice Deity Burst, after displaying its devouring ability, it continuously consumed the power within Ice Deity Burst. Before long, the Ice Deity Burst sword intent was completely devoured by the spiritual energy sphere, which then surged towards Jet with terrifying force. Aiden, be careful. Lynette and Ellis shouted from afar, alarmed by the scene. They knew coming to this divine mountain meant encountering countless unknown challenges. Even their ancestor Jet would face numerous dangers under these circumstances. This was merely their squad's first battle upon entering the divine mountain, yet it was proving exceedingly difficult, making their journey here truly daunting. While they had anticipated this scenario from the start of the competition, seeing this terrifying crocodile still caught them off guard. Despite that, witnessing their ancestor in danger couldn't help but cause worry. At this moment, Jet showed no hesitation. Although the spiritual energy sphere possessed terrifying power, due to overconsumption, it began shattering. Thus, despite its formidable power, it was now in a near-collapsed state, unable to be controlled. Injecting spiritual energy into his legs, Jet maximized his speed, becoming an invisible streak of lightning as he rapidly fled. Boom! As Jet sped away, the attack immediately missed its target, exploding with another thunderous roar. Countless waves of frightening spiritual energy spread out like a world-ending explosion, demonstrating unimaginable power. Sweat poured down Jet's forehead. The crocodile's strength exceeded his expectations. Yet, he knew to achieve good results in this divine mountain contest, he must overcome any opponent, no matter how challenging. Thinking this, Jet exerted all his might, channeling endless spiritual energy into the Ice Deity Sword and the Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword formation. Jet understood defeating this terrifying crocodile wasn't easy, but there was no other choice. Charge. All or nothing. Seizing the offensive opportunity, Jet took a deep breath and unleashed all his strength. His speed spiked as overwhelming spiritual energy surged into the Ice Deity Sword, causing it to emit a dazzling, fearsome light, turning it into the most terrifying weapon in the world at that instant. If any other cultivators were present, they'd be stunned into silence by the frightening spiritual energy fluctuations from the Ice Deity Sword, for its power now surpassed what ordinary Void Cavern Realm cultivators could imagine. Jet, having always used the Ice Deity Sword, was very clear about its capabilities. He had no choice but to push everything to the limit. Seeing Jet's incredible display, Lynette and Ellis widened their eyes in disbelief. They knew their participation in this competition hinged mainly on Jet's performance. Now, faced with such a powerful demon beast, Jet had given it all. Bang bang bang. Jet fiercely swung the Ice Deity Sword, unleashing Ice Deity Break once more. This time, the attack felt overwhelmingly terrifying, almost unreal, surpassing human comprehension. Ice Deity Break burst forth, carrying terrifying power. More astonishingly, before the first strike faded, Jet, still channeling spiritual energy into the Ice Deity Sword, unleashed a second Ice Deity Break. He executed 2 consecutive Ice Deity Breaks in quick succession, both attacking in rapid succession with an overpowering force, swiftly heading towards the crocodile. Jet knew why he chose Ice Deity Break over Ice Deity Burst. The crocodile's terrifying spiritual energy sphere could directly devour the power of his sword intent. This moment, it wasn't about how terrifying the power of a single sword intent was. Rather, it was about how formidable an attack he could unleash. Quantity was the key to victory now. With this thought in mind, Jet didn't wait for the 2 Ice Deity Breaks to defeat the crocodile. Instead, he continued to furiously circulate the spiritual energy within his body. As the spiritual energy swirled, Jet's entire being radiated with an ominous light. In the next instant, as Jet brandished the Ice Deity Sword, countless terrifying ice blue arrows rapidly formed. The appearance of these formidable spiritual energy arrows instantly gave off an overwhelmingly intimidating presence, as each arrow was practically engulfed in black, spiritual energy flames. Just by looking at them, one could clearly sense their terrifying power. How much more so if they were to collide head-on with these spiritual energy arrows. As these arrows continuously emerged one after another from the sky, Lynette and Ellis, watching from afar, couldn't help but feel profoundly shaken. This was the first time they had witnessed Jet unleashing such a formidable attack. The spiritual energy arrows kept appearing, creating a scene where Jet seemed to transform into a terrifying god of war. After the arrows gathered sufficiently, Jet, without hesitation, let out a low shout. Instantly, the countless arrows surrounding him sped towards the terrifying crocodile, one after another. Ice Deity Arrows. This time, when he unleashed the Ice Deity Arrows, it felt different from any previous occasion. In the past, Jet mainly focused on how much power his offensive could unleash and whether it could truly pressure the opponent. But now, he unleashed them with the mindset of absolutely needing to crush his opponent. In the next moment, as Jet waved the Ice Deity Sword, one after another, terrifying ice blue arrows condensed into form. The appearance of these horrifying spiritual energy arrows instantly gave off an immensely threatening sensation, for each arrow almost burned with black, spiritual energy flames. Even a mere glance revealed their fearsome power, let alone the impact of colliding with them head-on. As these spiritual energy arrows emerged one after another from the sky, Lynette and Ellis, watching from afar, couldn't help but feel awestruck. This was the first time they saw Jet execute such a terrifying attack. The continuous emergence of these spiritual energy arrows made Jet appear even more formidable, as if he had transformed into a terrifying war god. After the spiritual energy arrows gathered sufficiently, Jet, without hesitation, let out a low cry and unleashed the arrows surrounding him. One by one, they surged forward with blinding speed, hurtling towards the monstrous crocodile. Ice Deity Arrows. This eruption felt different from any previous time Jet had used Ice Deity Arrows. In the past, he mainly focused on the power and pressure his attacks could bring to the opponent. But now, he unleashed them with the sole mindset of utterly crushing his adversary. Chapter 94. The Monster's Anomaly. Apart from the Ice Deity Arrow at this moment, he could not think of any other spell that could inflict damage. However, it must be said that while Jet was casting countless terrifying spiritual energy arrows, the crocodile was still preparing to clash with the 2 Ice Deity Breaks Jet had previously cast. Boom! Before the attack of the Ice Deity Arrows arrived, the crocodile directly collided with Jet's attacks. 2 Ice Deity Breaks were indeed terrifying in their own right. Frankly speaking, if it weren't this crocodile but another cave void realm monster here, Jet reckoned that even these 2 Ice Deity Breaks would have had enough power to instantly destroy the opponent. But now, due to this crocodile's extremely formidable defense, Jet knew very well that despite the terrifying power already unleashed by his 2 Ice Deity Breaks, there was still a long way to go before defeating the opponent. Therefore, Jet did not hesitate either. While controlling the countless horrifying spirit arrows to burst forth, he continuously manipulated the heaven and earth infinite sword formation on the other side. To be honest, Jet found that he couldn't bring out all the might of this heaven and earth infinite sword formation. One reason for this, he reckoned, was because this sword formation itself was incomplete. On the other hand, it was because his strength was not yet sufficient. Although this heaven and earth infinite sword formation could unleash extremely terrifying attacks even under full exertion now, it still lacked the ability to completely crush the opponent. Thus, Jet didn't stop for a second, unleashing his full power. Countless terrifying spiritual energies kept pouring into the Ice Deity Sword and 32 flying swords in his hands. Since he had started attacking this crocodile, his attacks would not stop unless the crocodile was defeated. Thinking so, Jet's current attack entered a terrifying state. Speaking of which, at this moment, the crocodile's eyes were full of regret. It felt some regret about why it had fought Jet. Jet was simply the most terrifying disaster star in this world. He merely appeared to be an 8th level void realm cultivator, but after their brief exchange of blows just now, the crocodile realized what real terror meant. Jet's consecutive bursts of power were frightening to the utmost extent. Fortunately for it, it belonged to the category of monsters with terrifying defenses. If it were any other monster, they probably wouldn't have been able to withstand Jet's relentless attacks of spiritual energy. Even so, despite its formidable defense, it still found it hard to bear this wave after wave of explosions from Jet. From any angle, the power currently unleashed by Jet was too exaggerated. Bang bang. At this point, the 2 Ice Deity Breaks Jet had cast earlier were coming with terrifying force. The crocodile could only manage to spew out a ray of spiritual energy to defend. The Ice Deity Break landed on the spiritual energy ray with tremendous power. How could such a ray withstand the power of the Ice Deity Break? It instantly shattered. One Ice Deity Break smashed through the spiritual energy ray, while the other exploded on the crocodile's body. Crack crack. Instantly, along with the sound of spiritual energy breaking. The originally formidable spiritual energy armor on the crocodile's body broke apart. Ice Deity Break was incomparably powerful in terms of instantaneous explosive power. Although this crocodile's defense was sufficiently terrifying, it ultimately couldn't withstand such a powerful explosion. And at this time, the terrifying spiritual energy arrows Jet cast began raining down one after another. Fwoosh, fwoosh, fwoosh. These spiritual energy arrows rained down on the crocodile like hailstones. How could it possibly resist this sudden explosive power? Having already lost its spiritual energy armor, it was struck down directly by this tempestuous assault. Roar. Accompanied by a mournful howl, the crocodile became riddled with wounds and suddenly fell flat on the ground, motionless. Is it over? Seeing this, Lynette and Ellis watching from afar were delighted. Earlier, when Jet was in danger, they were both extremely worried. Now, having seen Jet reverse the situation, they were truly impressed by his performance. However, Jet frowned, as his intuition told him things were not that simple. From any angle, the power displayed by this crocodile earlier was extremely terrifying. A crocodile capable of exhibiting such terrifying defense shouldn't be easily killed by Jet's spiritual energy arrows. After all, Jet was quite familiar with the capabilities of his spells. While Ice Deity Explosion or Flame Deity Arrow could possibly kill the crocodile, it was inexplicable that the spiritual energy arrows could do so instantly. Thus, despite seeing the crocodile lying motionless like a corpse, Jet remained vigilant. Seeing Jet's cautious expression, Lynette and Ellis were also startled, instinctively maintaining their distance. They, who had initially wanted to approach, now sensed danger. Boom. Events took a turn in the next second. As Jet slowly approached the crocodile, a huge boom resounded, and a terrifying green spiritual energy pillar shot up into the sky. Under the envelopment of this green light column, the crocodile, which seemed dead, came back to life. Hearing the roar of the crocodile, massive changes began occurring to its body. Under the cover of the green spiritual energy column, the already intimidating spiritual energy fluctuation of the crocodile became even more terrifying. Waves of spiritual energy formed physical green spiritual energy armor on its body, enhancing its defense to a horrifying degree. This is a last-ditch effort? Jet watched this scene with slightly narrowed eyes. He could clearly feel the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations from the crocodile, even more exaggerated than before. Jet instantly realized that the crocodile must have used some secret technique to drastically boost its strength within a short period. Otherwise, such a drastic change wouldn't be possible. Since it was this kind of secret technique, the duration of its enhancement would not be long. Jet only needed to hold on during this period for the crocodile to face certain death. But this was the first battle after arriving at the Divine Mountain, whose danger exceeded Jet's expectations. Whoosh! Now with enhanced strength, the crocodile didn't hesitate. With a roar, it immediately launched itself forward, transforming into a terrifying meteor heading straight towards Jet. The speed at which the crocodile burst forth was much more terrifying compared to earlier. It seemed almost instantaneous. As soon as it exerted speed, it appeared in front of Jet in the next instant, followed by its arm fiercely smacking towards Jet. Whoosh! The palm strike unleashed extremely terrifying power, creating a feeling as though it could engulf the heavens and earth in an instant. Noticing the power of this palm strike, Jet's expression changed, but his hands didn't slow down. He quickly channeled the spiritual energy within his body, injecting countless streams of it into his legs, then fully exerted his speed to dodge to the side. A thunderous boom resounded. As Jet dodged, the crocodile's formidable palm strike immediately landed in empty space. The terrifying power exploded outward, waves of residual spiritual energy rippling out in circles, as if struck by a divine hand. Missing its mark only enraged the crocodile further. Already limited in its opportunities to attack, now with the secret technique enhancing its strength, it knew that failing to defeat Jet at this moment would likely mean no more chances. Without any pause, upon missing its first move, the crocodile immediately channeled spiritual energy and abruptly opened its mouth. A burst of extremely terrifying purple spiritual energy rays instantly erupted, piercing through the air as they lunged fiercely towards Jet. Jet had already clashed with the crocodile's spiritual energy beams and orbs before, so he was well aware of the might of this move. With no intention of confronting the crocodile head-on, he didn't hesitate to fully exert his speed and continue dodging to the side. Jet's speed was still terrifying. At full exertion, it was virtually impossible for the crocodile's attacks to hit him. Soon, just like the previous attacks, this spiritual energy ray also missed. 2 consecutive misses clearly pushed the crocodile to the brink of losing control. Perhaps sensing that the enhancement effect was about to end, or unable to find a way to defeat Jet, the crocodile now shifted its gaze to Lynette and Ellis in the distance. If it couldn't beat Jet, could it not beat these 2 kids? In the crocodile's view, these 2 individuals had only recently broken into the cave void realm, making them easy targets that it could easily dispatch. Thus, the crocodile made up its mind, letting out an angry roar and dashing towards Lynette and Ellis. The 2's faces immediately paled. Boom! As Jet dodged, the crocodile's fierce palm strike immediately fell short, its terrifying power exploding in place. Waves of residual energy rippled outwards, as if it were a divinely inspired strike. Missing its target, this clearly enraged the crocodile. It had few opportunities to attack, and with its strength now enhanced by the secret technique, it knew it had to defeat Jet, or there would be no second chance. Without any pause, after missing the first move, the crocodile immediately gathered its energy and suddenly opened its mouth. Whoosh! Instantly, with the crocodile's mouth opening, an extremely powerful purple energy beam erupted, charging toward Jet with a force that seemed to pierce through heaven and earth. Jet had already faced the crocodile's energy beams and spheres before, so he knew the potency of this move. He had no intention of confronting the crocodile head-on. Instead, he directly unleashed his full speed and continued to dodge to the side without hesitation. Jet's speed was still incredibly terrifying. With him dodging at full capacity, it was nearly impossible for the crocodile's attacks to hit him. Soon enough, this energy beam followed suit with the previous attacks, missing its mark once again. With 2 consecutive attacks evaded by Jet, the crocodile felt an uncontrollable urge to lose control. Perhaps sensing that the effects of its enhancement were about to end, or maybe unable to think of a way to defeat Jet, the crocodile now turned its gaze towards Lynette and Ellis in the distance. If it couldn't beat Jet, could it not beat these 2 little kids? In the crocodile's view, these 2 individuals had only just broken through to the cave void realm, a level of strength that it could easily kill in a single blow. So, the crocodile decided on its plan. With a roar, it unleashed its speed and charged towards Lynette and Ellis. Immediately, their faces paled. Chapter 95, Touching the Inverse Scale. Both of their cultivation levels had just broken through to the cavernous void realm, facing this terrifying beast that had already reached the peak of the cavernous void realm, regardless of how one looked at it. If this crocodile were to slightly attack them now, they would likely die instantly. Oh no. At this moment, Jet immediately sensed the crocodile's intentions. Without hesitation, he channeled all his spiritual energy within him, and in an instant, waves of terrifying spiritual energy gathered, rushing madly into his legs. Now, in order to save Lynette and Ellis, he was giving it everything he had. Whoosh! Speeding to its limit, Jet appeared before the crocodile in a flash. Then, countless amounts of terrifying spiritual energy surged into the Ice Deity sword, unleashing the Ice Deity blast from the front. Ice Deity Explosion. This attack's destructive power was truly horrifying. The Ice Deity Explosion, after all, was an upgraded version of the Ice Deity Break, so its actual explosive power was significantly enhanced. Rumble. The Ice Deity Explosion erupted right in front of them, directly striking the crocodile with an immensely terrifying force. The rumbling sounds of spiritual energy explosions echoed around, powerful shockwaves expanding outwards from the point of impact. Jet knew that Lynette and Ellis wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying shockwave. He hesitated not, maximizing his speed, and swiftly approached them. With a swift swing of his hand, he sped up, reaching their side, and quickly led them away from the center of the battlefield. Countless spiritual energies gathered rapidly, forming a large spiritual hand that carried Lynette and Ellis away from the heart of the battle. Soon, Jet and the others pulled away from the crocodile. At this time, observing the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations emitted by the distant crocodile, Jet realized that the God Mountain competition was even more difficult than he initially thought. This was only the first beast they encountered upon entering the God Mountain area, and it was already so terrifying. Subsequent beasts would only be even more formidable. Taking a deep breath, Jet knew he couldn't retreat. Not only was he here, but he also had Lynette and Ellis with him. He had to step forward and stabilize the situation for them. You two stay here and observe the situation. If anything goes wrong, immediately use your self-preservation techniques, understood? Jet instructed. Upon hearing Jet, Lynette and Ellis exchanged glances, each seeing the solemnity in the other's eyes. They both understood that this beast's strength far exceeded their capacity to handle. So, as Jet suggested, it would indeed be better to try and escape as quickly as possible. After ensuring Lynette and Ellis were safe, Jet didn't hesitate. Channeling all his spiritual energy, he unleashed his speed to its utmost limit. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, he charged straight towards the crocodile. Although the crocodile was under the effect of a spiritual energy enhancement and could unleash terrifying power, Jet had no intention of retreating anymore. Continuing to retreat would put Lynette and Ellis in grave danger, a situation Jet did not want to see. When bringing Lynette and Ellis to participate in this competition, Jet never intended for them to be placed in such peril. The near mishap made him feel deeply remorseful. As the patriarch of Tianjian's sacred hall, leading them into mortal danger was unimaginable for Jet. Huh. Now filled with suppressed anger, Jet roared, channeling all his spiritual energy into the Ice Deity sword and slashed fiercely. Ice Deity Explosion. Just like before, this strike pushed his strength to its maximum. Instead of performing Ice Deity Break, he opted for Ice Deity Explosion, clearly showing his anger. Boom. The Ice Deity Explosion, carrying terrifying power, struck the crocodile. A thunderous boom sounded as terrifying spiritual energy expanded outwards. Jet's attack was at his limit. Although he was only at the 8th level of Cavernous Void, the Ice Deity Explosion exhibited a formidable suppressive power against ordinary peak Cavernous Void beasts. Had it not been for the enhanced state of the crocodile, this Ice Deity Explosion might have crushed it instantly. Boom, boom, boom. Continual clashes ensued between Jet and the crocodile. Each encounter, Jet poured his full strength into his attacks. Unabashedly, he turned this confrontation into training for enhancing the Ice Deity Explosion. The crocodile couldn't last much longer, so Jet wasn't in a rush. Once the enhancement wore off, victory would be within reach. Time passed quickly, and indeed, the crocodile's enhancement ran out. Jet roared, unleashing all his might, driving the boundless heaven sword formation to its limits. 32 flying swords danced furiously, transforming into a massive golden sword, which severed the crocodile's neck. Poof! Blood splattered as the crocodile, devoid of spiritual energy enhancements, couldn't withstand Jet's burst of power. It was decapitated, turning into a corpse. This time, the crocodile was dead, no chance of revival. Relieved, Jet exhaled deeply. Everything felt surreal, like a dream. Entering Moon Deity Mountain and battling beasts, Jet realized what true terror was. It's over. From a distance, Lynette and Ellis breathed a sigh of relief, approaching Jet. The intensity of the battle left them shaken, like a thrilling roller coaster ride. Jet squinted his eyes, acknowledging the extremity of the battle himself. Yet, this was not entirely negative. Having learned a lesson early in the Moon Deity Mountain, Jet would henceforth be more cautious, never letting opponents threaten Ellis or Lynette again. After resolving the crocodile, slightly adjusting his state, Jet reiterated some details to Ellis and Lynette. Without further ado, they continued advancing deeper into the God Mountain. Despite the less than pleasant experience with the crocodile, Jet remained confident in himself. Speaking of which, Jet continued to employ his speed over the next 3 days. During this period, they engaged in guerrilla warfare against another peak cavernous void beast. Through these battles, Jet gradually realized that if they rushed to defeat the beast, the situation would be similar to their initial encounter with the crocodile. Without a prolonged battle, there would be no conclusive result. Therefore, Jet learned that the best approach was to decisively withdraw after the beast used its enhancement effects. As long as they retreated beyond a certain distance, the beast wouldn't pursue them. This method allowed them to engage in combat with the beasts while minimizing their own risk. Over the course of 3 days, Jet and his companions managed to slay another peak cavernous void beast. This time, the experience felt completely different for Jet. In the previous battle with the terrifying crocodile, he had fought almost entirely on his own. However, in this fight, it was a collaborative effort involving Lynette and Ellis, both of whom contributed significantly to the victory. After the battle ended, the two felt an immense sense of achievement. They had essentially bridged a huge gap in levels during the fight. Having just broken through to the cavernous void realm not long ago, they were now facing opponents at the peak of that realm. This seemed almost unbelievable. Under Jet's leadership, they indeed demonstrated abilities far beyond their cultivation levels. Lynette even felt that she was about to break through to the second level of the cavernous void realm. With ample time remaining before the preliminary rounds of the competition concluded, Jet planned to use the upcoming period for intensive training to help Ellis and Lynette enhance their strength. After all, the God Mountain competition still had a long way to go, and Jet anticipated numerous challenges ahead. There was no need for haste. Chapter 96, Treasure Snatcher. The preliminary competition lasted a month. Initially, Jet hadn't expected the tournament to extend this long. But after coming to the Divine Mountain for the competition and realizing this, Jet understood why the system's tasks had changed. Since the Divine Mountain contest provided ample time, Jet was confident that by the end of it, his strength would break through to the xuanhuan realm. The xuanhuan realm, which previously seemed distant and unattainable, was now within his reach. Taking a deep breath, Jet felt immensely pleased. Time slowly passed. Jet, along with Lynette and Ellis, hunted peak cave void beasts in the forest, and half a month flew by in the blink of an eye. Note, Didong-su seems to be a typo or mistranslation. Cave void is likely the intended term and fits better within the context. Notably, over these 2 weeks, the trio's strength underwent significant changes. Without relying on system missions, Jet's proficiency with the Ice God Sword improved substantially. His current Ice God Break and Ice God Explosion were already at their peak levels. Most importantly, Jet made a breakthrough with the Fire God Arrow. During continuous battles, he could now rapidly summon the Fire God Arrow, catching opponents off guard. Now, Ice God Break, Fire God Arrow, and the Boundless Heaven and Earth Sword Array were all explosive techniques in Jet's arsenal, enhancing his combat power far beyond normal levels. In comparison, Lynette and Ellis showed more obvious improvements. Originally at the 3rd stage of Cave Void, Ellis's cultivation directly advanced to the 5th stage. Lynette, originally at the 1st stage of Cave Void, also progressed to the 4th stage. It was said that battling was the fastest way to improve one's strength, which held true during their training within the Divine Mountain. Their cultivation speed here was indeed terrifyingly faster than usual. One day, as usual, after a hard-fought battle against a peak cave void beast, Jet and the others prepared to collect the beast core when an unexpected event occurred. Whoosh! From afar, mysterious spiritual energy fluctuations came from the air. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared, swiftly overtaking them to take out the beast core. Jet's face darkened instantly. This was the first time someone tried to snatch their beast core since they arrived here. Is this not excessive? Jet narrowed his eyes, suppressing his anger, and asked calmly. Beside him, Lynette glared angrily and exclaimed, "Where do you come from? How can you be so unreasonable? We defeated this beast, yet you just snatch its core away?" Jet then saw the intruders clearly, 3 cultivators in purple robes. One was at peak Cave Void, while the other 2 were at the 7th stage of Cave Void. In terms of strength alone, they were undoubtedly stronger than Jet's group. Why not? We are stronger, so we snatch it. What can you do about it? The leading Clyde spoke rudely. Seeing this, Jet's eyes blazed with rage. This was the first time he encountered such unreasonable people. Fine, if you insist on being unreasonable, don't blame me for being impolite. As Jet's aura swirled around him, ready to strike, the Clyde laughed arrogantly. Haha, what are you going to do? Do you even think you're qualified? Without delay, the cultivator kicked off the ground and turned into a terrifying bolt of lightning, charging straight at Jet. In no time, he was right before Jet. He wielded a purple aura-wrapped cane and swung it fiercely. Whoosh! The cane's swing emitted a terrifying aura, shaking the surroundings with powerful natural spirit energy waves, as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. Based solely on the cane's power, the Clyde was undeniably formidable, almost stepping into the xuanhuan realm. However, despite the attack's ferocity, Jet remained unfazed, confident in his Ice God Sword. Go! Ice God Break! With no hesitation, Jet channeled his spiritual energy into the Ice God Sword, unleashing dazzling light. A formidable sword in tint erupted, striking the cane fiercely. Boom! A thunderous clash sent shockwaves spreading wildly. The collision was terrifying, leaving the Clyde surprised. He hadn't expected an 8th stage cave void cultivator like Jet to counter his attack head-on. What followed was even more astonishing. Immediately after Ice God Break, Jet unleashed Ice God Explosion without pause. Its power surpassed Ice God Break, spreading devastating pressure in all directions and smashing into the cane with brute force. Bang! This time, the Clyde couldn't withstand Jet's power. Struck as if by lightning, he flew backward, clearly at a disadvantage due to the sudden onslaught. Interesting. Stronger than I thought. After being repelled, the Clyde's eyes showed interest. You two step back. Sensing something ominous, the two immediately retreated. Jet narrowed his eyes, sensing that the Clyde's spiritual energy was swirling wildly, hinting at a fearsome technique about to unfold. Noticing this, Jet signaled to Lynette and Ellis, and the two immediately retreated to a distance, providing ample combat space between Jet and the Clyde. Jet gripped the ice god sword tightly. As countless streams of spiritual energy were infused into it, the sword emitted a faint glow, making it seem as if he was holding not just a weapon but a true divine artifact. The Clyde couldn't help but glance at Jet's sword, saying, "Looks like you have quite the weapon there. Heh, but soon enough, that weapon will belong to me." Hearing this, Jet couldn't help but laugh. "What, old man, so confident? How do you know your staff won't change hands?" This was the first time someone dared to try and snatch his weapon, which only stoked the fiery rage within him. After all, compared to other conflicts, attempting to rob someone of their treasure was the most infuriating act. Without hesitation, the Clyde let out an angry roar. The spiritual energy within him surged wildly, and suddenly, Jet saw terrifying purple spiritual energy flames engulfing the cultivator. Then, with a swift step on the ground, the cultivator displayed a ghostly, terrifying speed, charging straight at Jet. Whoosh! At this moment, the Clyde's speed far exceeded what it was before, creating an illusion of motion for Jet. However, Jet was well prepared. The instant the opponent made his move, Jet didn't hesitate. He channeled all his spiritual energy without delay. Countless streams of spiritual energy flowed into his legs, and Jet unleashed his full speed, transforming into a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the attacker. Both of them possessed terrifying speed. In an instant after their burst, they were already close to each other. Without stopping, Jet flicked his hand, instantly sending out the boundless heaven and earth sword array. 32 flying swords orbited around him, ready to attack at any moment. Meanwhile, he channeled endless streams of spiritual energy from his body into the ice god sword, unleashing an ice god explosion head-on. Chapter 97. Who is stronger? In this split second, Jet had pushed everything he could do to its limits. The burst of power released at this moment was terrifying. However, the Clyde did not seem anxious at all. Even though he could clearly sense the pressure from Jet's attack, a strange calmness remained in his eyes throughout. As Jet's attack approached, almost overwhelming him, the Clyde's countless spiritual energies began to wildly circulate inside him. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood onto the staff in his hand. "Devil God staff, come forth." Whoosh! Immediately, Jet saw the purple staff glow intensely, with an indistinct purple skull faintly appearing. This staff then collided with Jet's attack, carrying an extremely formidable might. Boom! For a moment, as the staff collided with Jet's ice god burst, it seemed like a terrifying explosion had occurred. Countless terrifying spiritual energies rapidly spread outward from the collision point. No matter how you looked at it, the attacks between Jet and the Clyde were immensely terrifying. The four spectators watching from afar felt the energy produced by the collision and widened their eyes, filled with awe. Even though they had been fighting alongside Jet, Lynette and Ellis still felt utmost admiration for Jet's displayed strength after witnessing his full efforts. Especially now that their own powers were continuously breaking through and getting closer to Jet's level, they admired him even more, knowing how difficult it was to exert such power at the 8th stage of cave emptiness. "Brat, I want to see how many strikes of my staff you can withstand." At this moment, the Clyde was shocked to find his attack being blocked head-on by Jet, but didn't stop his actions. With a roar, he swung his staff continuously. "Come on then." Boom, boom, boom. Jet had no intention of retreating. Since the opponent's attack had erupted, he chose to confront it head-on. Jet let out a low shout, then the countless terrifying spiritual energies within him circulated and kept unleashing ice god bursts. Perhaps in other aspects, Jet couldn't find effective countermeasures, but when it came to explosive spiritual energy power, he didn't believe anyone at the cave emptiness realm could match him. Each time Jet's ice god burst collided with the Clyde's attacks, accompanied by the thunderous roars of spiritual energy, endless terrifying spiritual energy spread outwards. During these exchanges, each collision only added to the Clyde's shock because he found that Jet had become a tireless combat machine, growing stronger with each burst. Even the sword intent grew increasingly formidable each time, which made the Clyde even more startled. More significantly, the 32 flying swords circling around Jet gave him a strong sense of threat despite never attacking directly. It felt like any attack from them could penetrate him at any moment, which terrified him deeply. Boom! Suddenly, another loud explosion echoed, and terrifying spiritual energy expanded wildly. Both Jet and the Clyde were blasted back by the shockwave. Reopening the distance, Jet and the Clyde sized each other up. The cultivator's mood differed greatly from before. He hadn't expected Jet to unleash such power. Originally, he thought that with his full force, he could easily crush someone like Jet, who was merely at the 8th stage of cave emptiness. But after real combat, he realized Jet's true power was truly frightening. At this moment, he understood why Jet, an 8th stage cave emptiness cultivator, could hunt peak stage cave emptiness beasts. But, the more powerful Jet showed himself to be, the more interest the Clyde had in him, knowing that much of Jet's prowess came from the ice god sword in his hand. Just a glance confirmed that Jet's ice god sword quality was no less than 5 pattern. This discovery stirred greed within the Clyde. He decided to defeat Jet at all costs and obtain this divine weapon, as opportunities like this don't come often, and he wasn't about to let it slip away. Jet slightly narrowed his eyes while circulating countless terrifying spiritual energies within him. Observing the Clyde, he knew the other's psychological state very well. Clearly, the cultivator coveted the ice god sword. Jet planned to use this desire to kill the Clyde. If one wanted to seize others' treasures, they must be prepared for the possibility of being killed. After a deep breath, Jet made no hesitation. With a wave of his hand, countless terrifying spiritual energies converged towards him. With these energies gathered, Jet shouted, transforming the spiritual energy into numerous arrows surrounding him. Whoosh! Tens of thousands of spiritual energy arrows appeared instantly, enveloping the entire world as if they could engulf everything. Seeing this, the Clyde felt an ominous premonition. Yet, he could not retreat. Though the number of spiritual energy arrows was terrifying, each contained relatively weak power. So what if there were tens of thousands of spiritual energy arrows? Roaring furiously, the Clyde unleashed his speed, dashing straight towards Jet. In an instant, he turned into a terrifying blur, reaching Jet and striking forcefully with his staff. Different from the previous strike, this time, he injected countless spiritual energies into the staff, causing its power to reach its peak. When the staff slammed towards him, Jet felt it wasn't just a simple staff but a terrifying mountain. Come on then. The Clyde choosing to attack fit Jet's expectations perfectly. He hoped the other would take action because next, he was going to unleash his most powerful combo. Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword Array, come forth. Jet waved his hand, summoning countless spiritual energies around him, turning him into a war deity. Then, the 32 golden flying swords revolving around him converged rapidly, forming a massive golden sword radiating intense spiritual energy. As the flying sword converged into form, an extremely terrifying wave of spiritual energy immediately spread outwards, as if this weapon could shatter the heavens and earth. Whoosh! Immediately after, under Jet's control, this weapon surged forward with a sweeping momentum, as if it could crush all attacks. Faced with Jet's terrifying assault, the Clyde was instantly struck with shock. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated that Jet could unleash his strength to such an extent. For a moment, the only recourse for the Clyde was to fully release his spiritual energy, injecting all of it into the staff in his hand, using offense as defense. The staff burst into dazzling light, reaching its peak explosive power. In the next instant, it collided with Jet's attack. Boom! It seemed as if even heaven and earth lost their luster at that moment. Countless terrifying spiritual energies surged and swept away, spreading outward in terrifying waves. The Clyde's face showed a hint of relief. He felt relieved that his attack was sufficiently terrifying, managing to block Jet's golden giant sword head-on. Otherwise, who knew what might have happened? However, the smile on the Clyde's lips lasted no more than 2 seconds. In the next instant, the smile froze, and his expression turned extremely unpleasant. Because at this moment, the Clyde clearly saw that the tens of thousands of spiritual energy arrows from earlier had somehow merged together, transforming into a single terrifying spiritual energy arrow burning with black flames. This new spiritual energy arrow was far more formidable than the golden giant sword that had just attacked him. For a moment, the Clyde was completely stunned. How could he ever imagine that Jet could unleash such a series of terrifying attacks? How about it? Old man, who's stronger? At this point, Jet smiled slightly, not hesitating for a second as he directly activated the flaming divine arrow. Whoosh! In the next instant, the flaming divine arrow erupted, surging towards the Clyde with a terrifying force as if it could pierce through the very fabric of reality. Chapter 98, The Netherwolf. How could the Clyde have anticipated that Jet's massive golden sword was merely a feint, and this was when the real attack came? The Clyde had no means left to defend. Seeing the terrifying flame arrow launched by Jet, his mind only conceived one thought: run. He must flee. Whoosh! With this thought in mind, the Clyde disregarded everything else and immediately unleashed his maximum speed to escape into the distance. At his current speed, he felt he could still escape if he gave it his all. In truth, if the Clyde had chosen to flee earlier, Jet would have had a hard time catching him. But now, having expended much of his spiritual energy combating Jet's golden giant sword previously, how could he possibly escape? Where do you think you're running? Perish for me! Jet shouted at this moment, waving his hand, causing an enormous wall of spirit energy to appear out of nowhere, blocking the path of the Clyde. Immediately after, with another wave of his hand, the spirit energy arrow flew at a world-piercing speed, directly striking the Clyde. The Clyde didn't even have time to react before Jet's attack pierced through him. For a moment, it seemed as though the whole world went silent. Under the terrifying power of the flame arrow, the Clyde was annihilated without a trace, leaving behind only his storage bag and a cane falling from the air. This Clyde probably never imagined that instead of robbing Jet of treasures, he ended up being slain by Jet, becoming the one who got robbed. Jet then waved his hand, and the cane and storage bag fell into his possession. After scanning the contents of the storage bag with his divine sense, he saw that it contained a substantial amount of cultivation resources. To be honest, the cultivation resources inside the storage bag were enough to help even a cultivator at the Cave Void Realm break through several stages. Jet couldn't help but feel that this Clyde must have been from a major sect. At this moment, the two other Clydes in the distance witnessed their senior being killed by Jet. For a moment, both were extremely terrified, seeing deep fear in each other's eyes. They understood Jet's strength and knew that attempting to escape with their current abilities would be futile. Thus, they remained still, waiting quietly for Jet's next move. Jet slightly squinted his eyes and glanced at them. He had no intention of killing them, as they were innocent. Shaking his head, Jet decided not to act, ignoring them and rejoining Lynette and Ellis to speed off into the distance. This skirmish with the Clyde was just a small episode during the Divine Mountain Contention event. However, this confrontation did allow Jet to better understand other Cave Void Realm cultivators and recognize his own shortcomings in battle. Though his strength was only at the 8th level of the Cave Void Realm, Jet felt that he could now unleash more power than when he first arrived at the Divine Mountain. Of course, he didn't particularly notice an improvement in his cultivation level. What impressed him most was the increase in strength of Lynette and Ellis. Lynette had reached the 4th level of the Cave Void Realm, while Ellis was now at the 5th level. Their rapid advancement meant they were almost about to catch up with him. Talents were indeed remarkable. Given suitable opportunities, they could fully display their formidable potential. Time passed slowly during this period. Soon, the preliminary stage of the Divine Mountain Contention event came to an end. On the last day before the competition concluded, Lynette's strength had broken through to the 5th level of the Cave Void Realm, while Ellis advanced again, reaching the 6th level. The first round of the Divine Mountain Contention event significantly strengthened Lynette and Ellis, thus greatly bolstering the overall strength of Jet's team. As the first stage was about to conclude, to ensure they entered the top 1,000 rankings, Jet aimed to hunt more beasts on this final day to increase his score. To boost his points, Jet found a beast today whose strength reached the half-step ocean realm, the Netherwolf. Jet had actually spotted the Netherwolf earlier but refrained from attacking due to the considerable strength gap between them. With the contest nearing its end, Jet naturally didn't want to leave any regrets. Although he suspected that the subsequent stages of the competition would also take place within the Divine Mountain, at least now, conquering the Netherwolf was essential. Let's go, let's hunt something significant this time. Jet's eyes gleamed with excitement, and even he felt a surge of thrill anticipating the upcoming hunt of the Netherwolf, for such a challenge was indeed thrilling. The Netherwolf's strength was at the half-step ocean realm, undoubtedly capable of overwhelming Jet in combat at this level. However, Jet chose to hunt the Netherwolf because he had become adept at wielding various techniques of the Ice Deity Sword, and believed that combining it with the infinite ultimate sword formation provided him the means to fight the Netherwolf. Indeed, Ellis and Lynette's combat experience had grown significantly while battling peak-level cave void beasts. They could now easily handle regular peak-level cave void beasts. Additionally, facing a half-step ocean realm beast on the last day of the preliminaries would drastically boost their scores. Elevating their opponent's strength to the Netherwolf level offered numerous benefits. Up ahead is the Netherwolf. In the forest, the three stood on tree branches. Jet squinted, gazing at a wolf shrouded in silver light far out on the plain. The wolf radiated an incredibly powerful spiritual energy, evoking awe even from a distance. Without exaggeration, this wolf strength exceeded that of other peak-level cave void beasts. Let's act directly, keep a close eye on the situation and adjust accordingly. Jet spoke softly and, without hesitation, unleashed his full speed, dashing towards the distant Netherwolf. Speed burst forth instantly. Jet became a terrifying bolt of lightning, traversing countless distances in an instant until he stood before the Netherwolf. His spirit energy surged wildly within him, and he fiercely swung the Ice Deity Sword. Ice Deity Break. His opening move was an explosive attack, the Ice Deity Break transforming into a terrifying icy blue sword intent rushing towards the Netherwolf. Sensing Jet's attack, the Netherwolf's eyes glowed blood red. Roaring ferociously into the sky, it showed no sign of retreating but charged straight towards Jet's assault. The Netherwolf's speed was astonishingly swift, akin to a streak of silver light, instantly reaching Jet's sword intent. Without visible effort, it clawed forward effortlessly. Crack! Then, Jet was utterly shocked to see that this simple claw, when it landed on his sword intent, made his sword intent crumble as if it were fragile paper. The crisp sound of spiritual energy shattering echoed, and Jet felt an extreme sense of terror. So powerful? Jet had battled countless peak, cave hollow beasts before, but this was the first time he faced one that was half-step ocean. The strength displayed by this Netherwolf immediately gave Jet a refreshing feeling. However, despite the fact that Ice Deity Break was torn apart, Jet didn't feel much since it was merely a probing attack. Let's see if you can tear through this too? Ice Deity Burst. Without pausing, Jet roared in anger, summoning terrifying amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy from all directions towards him. Under the circulation of this immense spiritual energy, Jet's longsword immediately lit up with a terrifying blue glow. In the next moment, Jet fiercely swung it, unleashing a horrifying sword intent that swept everything in its path, charging straight at the Netherwolf. Jet's instantaneous burst of power was immensely terrifying. The appearance of the sword intent alone gave off a sensation as if it could devour the heavens and the earth. Ice Deity Burst is an enhanced version of Ice Deity Break, thus its power is exceedingly terrifying. However, what slightly surprised Jet was that even though he used Ice Deity Burst, the Netherwolf showed no intention of retreating. Just like before, it countered his attack, and the Netherwolf fiercely swiped its claw once more. Boom! This time, unlike before where Jet's attack was almost instantly shredded, now after the collision of both attacks, a massive spiritual energy explosion rang out, and then the beast was sent flying by the terrifying eruption of spiritual energy. The crisp sound of the spiritual energy shattering echoed, and Jet felt an extreme terror. So powerful? Jet had fought countless peak cave void realm beasts before, but this was the first time he faced a half-step ocean realm beast. The power unleashed by the Netherwolf instantly gave Jet a new perspective. However, despite the Ice Deity Break being torn apart, Jet wasn't overly concerned, as it was merely a probing attack. Let's see if you can tear this one too? Ice Deity Burst. Without pausing, Jet roared angrily. Immediately, terrifying celestial spiritual energy gathered from all directions toward him. With the influx of spiritual energy, the longsword in Jet's hand immediately emitted a terrifying blue glow. In the next moment, he fiercely swung, releasing a powerful sword intent that swept everything in its path, charging directly towards the Netherwolf. Jet's instant burst was overwhelmingly powerful, and just as the sword intent appeared, it gave off a sensation as if it could devour the heavens and earth. Ice Deity Burst was an enhanced version of Ice Deity Break, so the power it unleashed was extremely formidable. However, what caught Jet's attention was that even with Ice Deity Burst, the Netherwolf still showed no signs of retreating. Like before, it fiercely clawed out once more. Boom! This time, unlike the previous encounter where Jet's attack was almost instantly shredded, this collision resulted in a thunderous explosion of spiritual energy, and the Netherwolf was sent flying back by the terrifying force. Then, Jet was shocked to see that this simple claw strike, upon landing on his sword intent, made his sword intent seem as fragile as paper, collapsing directly. The crisp sound of spiritual energy shattering echoed, striking immense fear into Jet. Is it this powerful? Jet had fought countless peak cave void beasts before, but a half-step ocean crossing beast was a first. The strength unleashed by this Netherwolf immediately gave Jet a refreshing impression. However, although Ice Godbreak was torn apart, Jet didn't feel much since it was merely a probing attack. Let's see if you can tear through this too? Ice God Burst. Without pause, Jet roared, and boundless, Terrifying heaven and earth spiritual energy converged towards him from all directions. Under the rotation of countless spiritual energies, the long sword in Jet's hand instantly lit up with horrifying blue spiritual light. In the next moment, Jet fiercely swung it, immediately unleashing a fearsome sword intent that charged toward the nether wolf, poised to engulf everything in its path. Jet's instant eruption could be described as extremely terrifying. Just the appearance of the sword intent gave a feeling of swallowing heaven and earth. Ice God Burst is an attack that amplifies the power of Ice God Break, thus the released might is naturally formidable. However, what slightly surprised Jet was that even though he used Ice God Burst, the nether wolf still showed no signs of retreating. Just like when it countered his previous attack, it once again fiercely struck out. Boom. This time, different from the last confrontation where Jet's attack was almost instantly shredded. This time after the attacks collided, there was a tremendous spiritual explosion followed by the monstrous wolf being blasted away by the terrifying burst of spiritual energy. Chapter 99. The Underworld Wolf's Wrist. Even at the half-step Songhai realm, when facing Jet's attack head-on, the Underworld Wolf gained no advantage. Jet's eruption was terrifying beyond imagination. It should be mentioned that perhaps this clash ignited a fighting spirit within the Underworld Wolf. Its gaze upon Jet was markedly different from the beginning. At first, because Jet only appeared to be at the 8th level cave void, the Underworld Wolf didn't take him too seriously. After exchanging blows with Jet's attack, it realized the immense power contained within. Roar. Without pause, the Underworld Wolf let out a roar and then charged at Jet. Unlike the previous encounter, this time it emitted rings of terrifying silver spiritual energy light around its body. The silver spiritual energy wildly surged, instantly forming rows of silver spikes on the Underworld Wolf's body. These spikes made it look incredibly fearsome. What intrigued Jet was that the spiritual energy fluctuations emitted by the Underworld Wolf quickly intensified with the appearance of these spikes. Clearly, the Underworld Wolf's previous attack was merely a probing one. Now, it seemed to be truly unleashing its power. Soon, the Underworld Wolf reached Jet, and without delay, it slashed toward him with a claw in a tearing motion. Jet froze momentarily due to the overwhelming sense of impending doom coming from the wolf's claw. However, he quickly reacted. With a wave of his hand, the Boundless Extremity Sword array activated instantly. 32 flying swords emerged around Jet, dancing lethally. Just as the wolf's claw was about to hit Jet, the 32 swords rapidly spread out, blocking the attack one after another. Bang bang bang. A series of intense spiritual energy collisions resounded as the 32 flying swords clashed with Jet's attack, sending shockwaves spreading everywhere, as if the entire world's spiritual energy converged onto those swords. Boom. Shortly, the explosion sound echoed, completely neutralizing the Underworld Wolf's attack with the Boundless Extremity Sword array. But although Jet had defended, his heart raced, and tension increased. He realized the Underworld Wolf was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Before, he thought it would merely be hard to handle. Now, he knew he was wrong. When the 32 swords met the wolf's claws, it felt like striking an immovable mountain. Feeling this terror, Jet could not hesitate. To match the Underworld Wolf's fierce attack, he mustn't show weakness. Ice Deity Arrow emerge, Jet chanted, pouring immense spiritual energy into the Ice Deity Sword. A massive amount of energy whirled around him, forming countless arrows made of spiritual energy. In a blink, thousands of these arrows materialized, each exuding immense power, even from a distance. Upon sensing their might, the Underworld Wolf showed interest. It perceived that while individual arrows were not overwhelmingly powerful, collectively they were significant. Without pausing, the Underworld Wolf roared, and suddenly black spiritual energy spheres appeared around it. Individually, these spheres were limited in power, but together, thousands of them presented a daunting sight. Go! Though the Underworld Wolf's attack was peculiar, Jet did not lose his rhythm. He immediately commanded the countless arrows around him to unleash towards the wolf. Boom boom boom. The arrows unleashed with such ferocity that the Underworld Wolf's surrounding energy spheres also attacked simultaneously. An intense confrontation erupted between the arrows and the spheres, with continuous booms and shockwaves rippling outward. Far away, Lynette and Ellis watched in awe. Their strength was only at 5th to 6th level Cave Void, but Jet and the Underworld Wolf's power clearly surpassed the peak of Cave Void. This spectacle held a strange beauty in its violence. This is incredible, Ellis marveled, filled with admiration and longing. He hoped to one day become as powerful as Jet. Lynette felt a unique pride watching Jet's sword technique, recalling how far Jet had come since practicing with him. Even small contributions made him happy. Soon, the clash between the arrows and spheres ended, and Lynette and Ellis saw Jet and the Underworld Wolf charging at each other. Jet reached the Underworld Wolf and bellowed, fully activating the Boundless Extremity Sword array. 32 swords merged into a colossal golden sword emitting terrifying energy, descending with immense force towards the Underworld Wolf. Strictly speaking, the Boundless Extremity Sword array's power when fully unleashed exceeded even Ice Deity Explosion. Thus, when Jet attacked, it felt like all of heaven and earth's energy gathered, capable of shattering the cosmos. Under this state, the power of Jet's strike reached a terrifying peak. However, the Underworld Wolf, facing this cosmic shattering attack, roared and ignited brilliant silver spiritual energy flames around its arm, delivering a fearsome slash. This claw seemed capable of piercing through the Milky Way, with an overwhelmingly powerful energy contained within it. The Underworld Wolf was clearly pushing its Semi-Songhai strength to its absolute limit. Jet knew that relying solely on this move would not be enough to defeat the Underworld Wolf. Even though the Boundless Extremity Sword array possessed an extremely terrifying armor-piercing ability, the Underworld Wolf's attack power was no less formidable. To defeat the Underworld Wolf, he undoubtedly needed to employ other techniques. Therefore, while Jet controlled the Golden Giant Sword to continue attacking, he also injected spiritual energy from his body into the Ice Deity Sword, preparing to unleash the Ice Deity Burst at any moment. If the golden giant sword could suppress the opponent and secure him an instant to burst out, Jet would unleash his attack without reservation. With the power of the ice deity burst, he believed it would certainly land a devastating blow on the unprepared underworld wolf. The next moment, Jet's golden giant sword collided with the underworld wolf's attack. Instantly, a thunderous roar of spiritual energy resounded, and an overwhelming amount of Tandi Ling Qi, heaven and earth spiritual energy, spread wildly in all directions. It seemed as if all the energy in the universe had converged into this explosive attack, with countless waves of spiritual energy power continuously radiating outward, creating a terrifying and dazzling scene. Jet noticed that during the continuous eruption of the golden giant sword, the power of the underworld wolf's attack began to weaken. Moreover, the underworld wolf lacked any follow-up moves in its current offensive. This was the best opportunity for Jet to unleash the ice deity burst. Ice deity burst. Without hesitation, Jet unleashed the technique with all his might. An overwhelming amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered within the ice deity sword, which then erupted with full force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice deity sword swung fiercely, and suddenly, an incredibly terrifying blue sword intent charged toward the underworld wolf with the momentum to pierce through anything. At this moment, the underworld wolf had yet to escape from the attack of the golden giant sword. Suddenly faced with such a terrifying ice deity burst, its expression changed drastically. Therefore, as Jet controlled the colossal golden sword to continue the attack, he also channeled his spiritual energy into the ice deity sword, preparing to unleash the ice deity explosion at any moment. As long as the golden sword could suppress the opponent and buy him a fleeting moment to burst forth, Jet would unleash his full attack without reservation. With the power of the ice deity explosion, he believed it would surely land a devastating blow on the unprepared underworld wolf. Boom. In the next instant, Jet's golden sword clashed with the underworld wolf's attack. Accompanied by a thunderous spiritual energy explosion, countless terrifying forces of nature surged outward. It felt as if all the world's energy had converged upon this explosive attack, with the immense spiritual power spreading out in every direction, creating an overwhelming and awe-inspiring sensation. Jet observed that as the golden sword continued to erupt, the underworld wolf's attack began to weaken. Moreover, the underworld wolf had no follow-up moves in its current offensive. This presented the perfect opportunity for Jet to unleash the ice deity explosion. Ice deity explosion. With this thought, Jet wasted no time and immediately unleashed the technique with full force. Countless terrifying energies of nature converged into the ice deity sword, which then erupted with maximum power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice deity sword swung forcefully, unleashing a terrifying blue sword intent that charged toward the underworld wolf with the ferocity of piercing through everything. At this moment, the underworld wolf had yet to escape from the attack of the golden sword. Suddenly faced with this terrifying ice deity explosion, its expression drastically changed. Chapter 100, Pre-Selection ends. The attack, in its explosive instant, had reached an utterly terrifying peak. From a sheer power standpoint, it had already surpassed the boundless sword formation of heaven and earth. Therefore, when the ice deity burst erupted, the nether wolf's eyes widened instantly, its face filled with shock. Despite its power-reaching half-stepped Songhai realm, it was plunged into crisis under Jet's continuous explosions of the boundless sword formation and ice deity sword. The nether wolf knew all too well that if it were struck head-on by Jet's attacks at this moment, it might very well be instantly killed, even at its half-stepped Songhai strength. Without hesitation, the nether wolf let out an earth-shaking roar, causing the spiritual chi within its body to wildly surge. Whoosh! Jet saw that silver spiritual chi began to surface over the nether wolf's body. The chi combined rapidly, transforming into a circle of silvery, spiritual armor around it. Boom! In the next moment, Jet's attack, carrying an overwhelming force, slammed fiercely onto the silver armor enveloping the nether wolf. Instantly, accompanied by a deafening explosion, countless frightening spiritual chi raged from the collision point, spreading outward relentlessly. From afar, Lynette and Ellis watched this scene, sensing the terrifying impact of the spiritual energy blast. Although they had seen Jet wield his power more than once, they had never witnessed such a high-level clash before. This nether wolf indeed lived up to its status as a half-stepped Songhai entity. Its burst of power was immensely frightening. After this collision, the nether wolf could not withstand Jet's attack and was blasted away. Even though the silver spiritual armor mitigated most of Jet's power, the terrifying force still inflicted heavy damage on it. Undoubtedly, the silver armor played a crucial role, saving the nether wolf's life at the critical moment. If it hadn't deployed the silver armor, it wouldn't have survived the ice deity burst. Though the armor neutralized much of the attack, it couldn't prevent all harm. Jet did not pause his movements. He roared and unleashed his full speed, transforming into a terrifying meteor that rushed toward the nether wolf with an almost surreal swiftness. With incredible speed, Jet traversed countless distances in a blink, reappearing before the nether wolf again. Spiritual chi poured into the ice deity sword, which swung fiercely. Rumble. This sword slash, compared to the previous ice deity burst, proved even more horrifying. Knowing the nether wolf was already wounded, Jet seized the opportunity to defeat it while injured. Concentrating his utmost spirit chi, the ice deity sword emitted dazzling blue light, resembling a fearsome divine weapon. Hence, the attack was significantly more powerful this time. Aowaff. Yet, facing this new assault, the nether wolf didn't retreat. Instead, it roared, focusing its chi on its claws and slashing back fiercely. Jet was surprised. How dare it fight back after being wounded? Was it courting death? However, what happened next left Jet speechless. As its claw neared his sword, the nether wolf suddenly shone with terrifying spiritual light, abandoning its attack and speeding away. Admittedly, this move revealed the nether wolf's intelligence. Had it chosen direct flight, Jet would likely have chased it down. But pretending to attack first made Jet relax his guard, giving it a chance to escape during the attack's execution. If the Nether Wolf planned for escape initially, making a feigned attack was easy. Thus, showcasing its cleverness, it now vanished like a streak of lightning. Jet was momentarily shocked but soon calmed down. If the Nether Wolf wasn't smart enough, it wouldn't survive long in this perilous divine mountain, nor advance to the half-step Xuanhuan realm. Stefan, are you alright? Seeing the Nether Wolf flee, Lynette and Ellis rushed over, Lynette expressing concern. I'm fine, Jet replied, brushing off dust and shaking his head. It's just somewhat regrettable. I thought I could have captured it. Lynette said reassuringly, it's alright as long as you're safe, Stefan. We can always find another demon beast. Ellis added, besides, our current scores should be decent. I reckon we'll make it into the top 1,000. Jet nodded in agreement. Indeed, their performance had consistently improved over the past month. Battling formidable demon beasts had proven highly effective. Likely, only cultivators who had advanced to the Xuanhuan realm could surpass them in scoring. According to information Jet obtained earlier, there weren't more than 500 Xuanhuan realm participants among the Divine Mountain competition entrants. Therefore, entering the top 1,000 was quite feasible. Glancing at the sky, Jet noted the late hour and estimated that the contest would conclude soon. He nodded and said, our scores are indeed sufficient. Let's rest and await the results quietly. Since they no longer pursued demon beasts, Jet, Lynette, and Ellis enjoyed a rare tranquility. They wandered through the deep mountains, simply admiring the scenery and feeling the flow of spiritual chi, an idyllic experience. Indeed, despite not defeating the Netherwolf, their performance likely counted towards their score. Jet felt that retreating a half-step Xuanhuan Netherwolf at his cave void 8th level was an accomplishment few could match. Taking a deep breath, Jet realized this divine mountain held countless secrets. Although it had only been a month, Jet knew that they were still in the outer regions of this moon deity mountain. After all, only in this peripheral area could one find demon beasts with strength less than the Xuanhuan realm. In the interior of moon deity mountain, there would undoubtedly be Xuanhuan demon beasts everywhere. So, Jet was somewhat curious about how terrifying the inside of Moon Deity Mountain truly was and what kinds of entities existed within. What Jet looked forward to was what the next phase of the task would be after completing this one. How would the second stage of this Divine Mountain competition be conducted? No matter what, the first phase of the preliminary selection was almost over. It was pointless now to dwell on their previous performances. Wandering through the Divine Mountain was an experience not often encountered in life. For Lynette and Ellis, they felt this might be the only opportunity in their lives. Therefore, they cherished every moment, feeling incredibly secure following Jet, with no need to worry about danger. They could calmly observe their surroundings. Over the course of a month, Lynette's strength had risen from Cave Void Level 1 to Cave Void Level 5, while Ellis's strength had climbed from Cave Void Level 3 to Cave Void Level 6. Undoubtedly, both had undergone tremendous changes in their power. Of course, the most significant improvement was in their combat skills against demon beasts. If judged solely by cultivation level, they were still vastly inferior to peak Cave Void demon beasts. However, their ability to fight such powerful creatures stemmed from mastering optimal combat methods against demon beasts. These methods were all taught by Jet. The knowledge Jet imparted to them was immense. This month spent following Jet in the Divine Mountain made Lynette and Ellis feel as if they had learned under Jet for many years. Translation respects the original text structure and maintains coherence with the preceding content. ##### Chapter 101. The main event begins. This feeling would stay with them for the rest of their lives. Especially Lynette, who often found herself recalling the days when Jet practiced swordsmanship with her. Even though they were still together and hadn't separated, she couldn't shake the sense that Jet might leave at any moment. She felt that parting was inevitable, and whenever she thought about it, a profound sadness would well up within her. Time seemed to fly by in this moment, and before they knew it, several hours had passed. By the next morning, the first stage of the Divine Mountain contest had concluded, and all the cultivators who participated began to leave one by one. They gathered again outside the Divine Mountain square, but their moods were different from when they first entered. Entering the Divine Mountain had been terrifying, filled with deadly traps and monster attacks. Among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who entered, countless had met their end. Here, only those with enough strength could survive, and the ones who advanced further were those who continuously grew stronger during the contest. Each team handed over the storage bags provided at registration, which recorded their combat data for the past month and served as the basis for their scores. After several more hours of waiting, all contestant information was processed, and the results were announced just as noon approached. The results of the preliminary rounds of the Divine Mountain contest are as follows. First place, Moon Deity Sect Team, Captain Laura, Cultivation Realm, 9th C, Team Size, 5, Average Score, 360. Second place, Vast Sky Sect Team, Captain Maurice, Cultivation Realm, 9th C, Team Size, 5, Average Score, 358. All contestants whose ranking placed them within the top 1,000 saw their names appear on the massive screen made of special materials on the eastern side of the square. Jet squinted slightly as he examined the top team scores, feeling somewhat dazed. After all, these were all 9th C realm cultivators, while he had yet to reach the C realm, making him feel far behind. Activating his spiritual energy, Jet scanned the screen until he located his own team's information. 672nd place, Xuanhuan Holy Temple Team, Captain Jet, Cultivation Realm, 8th Void, Team Size, 3, Average Score, 121. Placing within the top 1,000 had been expected by Jet, but he hadn't anticipated ranking so high, right around 600th place. It seemed that fewer than 500 participants had truly broken through to the C realm, thus their scores skewed higher, while others were relatively close. Actually, Jet's personal score was quite high. He was essentially unmatched among those below the C realm. However, due to Lynette and Ellis's lower cultivation levels, their team's ranking was fixed at 672nd place. Overall, compared to other teams, the gap in overall strength was significant, especially when considering some teams where everyone had reached peak void realms. Having secured a place within the top 1,000, Jet felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he saw the competition results, a system notification echoed in his ears. Ding, congratulations, host successfully completed the task. Reward, breakthrough to 9th Void Realm and 2 Void Breakthrough Pills. Ding, congratulations, host triggered new phase task. Lead the Xuanhuan Holy Temple team into the top 100 in the second stage of the Divine Mountain contest. Upon completion, receive a breakthrough to peak Void Realm and 4 Void Breakthrough Pills. The notification left Jet momentarily dazed. Accompanied by the completion of his task, his cultivation level had improved to the 9th Void Realm, and the sensation of power surging through him was highly satisfying. He hadn't advanced in quite some time, so breaking through to the 9th Void Realm now felt incredibly enjoyable. With his enhanced power and his array of magical treasures, Jet estimated that even against a Sea Realm opponent, he stood a fighting chance. Naturally, the 2 Void Breakthrough Pills would be reserved for Lynette and Ellis once they were ready to advance further. Consuming them prematurely would waste their potential. What intrigued Jet most was the new phase of the mission, requiring him to bring his team into the top 100. This was no small feat given the formidable competitors. After seeing the results, Lynette and Ellis were elated, knowing that placing in the top 1,000 meant substantial rewards. The award ceremony followed, distributing prizes to the top 1,000 teams. The top 10 received weapons with 5 mystical patterns, the top 100 received 4 pattern weapons, and the top 1,000 received 3 pattern weapons. These were considerable rewards. Notably, 3 pattern artifacts weren't low-grade for Void Realm cultivators, capable of generating formidable effects when wielded correctly. Lynette, who lacked an appropriate weapon, had an opportunity to select one now. During the awards ceremony, Jet let Lynette choose a weapon for herself. She selected a light blue longsword that closely resembled the one they used during their training sessions. Finding it beautiful, she chose it without hesitation. This 3 pattern artifact was not weak. It was more powerful than Jet's previous frost sword. Seeing her choice, Jet was satisfied. As the awards continued, time passed quickly, and soon all ceremonies were complete. With the conclusion of the award ceremony, the organizers announced the details of the next phase. The 3 golden figures reappeared and spoke. Congratulations on reaching the main event stage. You 1,000 individuals will enter the main event. Once inside the Divine Mountain, you'll search for scrolls we have hidden there. You have 3 days. Based on the number of scrolls collected, rankings will be determined, and those within the top 100 will proceed to the next round. The voice echoed grandly, not particularly loud, yet everyone could hear it clearly. This sensation was quite remarkable. Having understood the competition rules, the cultivators who had advanced to this stage all began to prepare and eagerly anticipate the challenge. Regardless of whether they had reached the Sea Realm or not, their attitude towards the competition remained the same. They would give it their all and leave no regrets. The main event's goal, the scrolls, would not be confined to the outer regions of the Divine Mountain. To secure enough scrolls, one must venture deeper into the mountain's interior. Soon, the main event commenced, with the 1,000 teams beginning to enter one by one. Jet, accompanied by Lynette and Ellis, did not rush. They positioned themselves at the tail end of the crowd. He knew that compared to the other cultivators, their strength was at a disadvantage, and rushing would serve no purpose. Although the 3-day time frame seemed short, Jet was well aware that this main event required both intelligence and bravery. Obtaining the scrolls would not be as easy as it sounded. While the exact number of scrolls hidden within the Divine Mountain was not specified, Jet surmised that the quantity would be quite limited. Re-entering the Divine Mountain this time felt different for Jet. During the first stage, even a single beast would make him feel overwhelmed. Now, even facing a half-step Sea Realm beast, he could easily handle it. Aiden, this task will likely be very difficult. We might have to deal with Sea Realm beasts. What do you think? Ellis, now aware of the differences between the second stage and the first, voiced his concerns. While he still had confidence in battling Cave Void Realm beasts, dealing with Sea Realm opponents was a different matter altogether. Jet nodded slightly, understanding the gravity of the situation. He looked around at the vast expanse of the Divine Mountain before them. The challenge ahead was formidable, but it also presented an opportunity for growth. Stay calm, Jet reassured him. We will proceed cautiously and use our wits. With careful planning, we can still achieve our goals. Lynette, sensing the tension, took hold of Jet's hand, her eyes filled with trust and determination. They were a team, and together, they would face whatever lay ahead. Chapter 102, the Xuanhuan Realm Beast. Jet genuinely understood Ellis's concern. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Ellis was only a 6th-stage cave void cultivator, which was a huge gap compared to the Xuanhuan Realm. However, Jet had no worries at this moment and said with a smile, "Don't worry, nothing will happen as long as I'm here. Besides, you two were able to fight peak cave void beasts right after breaking through to the cave void realm previously, so there shouldn't be a problem now." Jet's words inexplicably calmed Ellis and Lynette. Jet was like a pillar of stability, always able to bring a calming presence. Time seemed to flow rapidly, and before they knew it, the 3 of them had already traveled quite a distance into the deep mountains. They encountered several peak cave void beasts along the way but chose to ignore them. After all, since the second stage of the competition had begun, each team had received a sensing orb that could detect the location of the scroll. Since the sensing orb hadn't lit up yet, it naturally meant they hadn't encountered the scroll. Suddenly, Jet and his companions arrived at a grassland. At this moment, Jet noticed that the sensing orb emitted a brilliant blue spiritual light. With the sensing orb glowing, Jet knew the scroll was nearby. The sensing orb is reacting. Be careful. There might be a terrifying beast here, Jet warned. Ellis and Lynette paid close attention to Jet's words and immediately mobilized their inner spiritual energy, raising their vigilance. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Jet's sensing orb reacted, an intense wave of spiritual energy surged from a distance. Jet saw countless terrifying waves of spiritual energy sweeping through the air, transforming into green spiritual energy arrows, hurtling towards them in a horrifying manner. These spiritual energy arrows numbered in the thousands, each possessing formidable power. Their sheer force far exceeded Jet's ice deity arrows. Be cautious. At that moment, the trio was taken aback but did not hesitate to dodge swiftly. Although the spiritual energy arrows moved quickly, Jet and his companion's reaction speed was equally swift, allowing them to easily evade. Despite evading successfully, these spiritual energy arrows still exerted significant pressure on them. Squinting his eyes slightly, Jet extended his perception to its limit and focused on the distance. He instantly identified the source of the green spiritual energy arrows, a strange bird with green wings. Upon seeing this strange bird, Jet confirmed that it had already reached the Xuanhuan realm. It was enveloped in green spiritual energy, exuding terrifying spiritual power. Swish! Without hesitation, Jet sped toward the strange bird. Having advanced to the 9th stage cave void, his speed had significantly increased. In an instant, he covered a great distance, arriving in front of the bird. Ice Deity Explosion. Closing the distance, Jet launched a powerful Ice Deity Explosion without delay. Countless fearsome, heavenly spiritual energies flowed into the Ice Deity sword in his hand. The sword trembled slightly, unleashing a terrifying blue sword intent that swept toward the strange bird with overwhelming force. The sword intent had yet to strike its target, but the terrifying spiritual power it radiated created an immensely fearful sensation. Wind whistled incessantly as the sword intent ravaged forward. With enhanced cultivation, the Ice Deity sword's power naturally increased. However, this strange bird had already transcended into the Xuanhuan realm. Despite Jet's formidable attack, the bird showed no sign of retreating. Its wings flapped, and instantly a gale formed, turning into a spiritual tornado that clashed head-on with Jet's sword intent. Boom! In the next moment, a deafening roar of spiritual energy explosion sounded as the spiritual tornado collided with Jet's sword intent. A cacophony of booming sounds echoed as terrifying heavenly spiritual energies spread wildly. At the center of the collision, the spiritual energies raged uncontrollably, creating a frightening spectacle. From a distance, Ellis and Lynette were shocked, for this was their first battle against the Xuanhuan realm beast. Though they felt terrified, neither hesitated. They approached the edge of the battlefield, infused their spiritual swords with energy, and released sword intents to support Jet. While they knew their efforts couldn't substantially aid Jet, it greatly improved their combat experience against Xuanhuan realm beasts. This being their first time battling a Xuanhuan realm beast, starting from the periphery of the battlefield was undoubtedly the best choice. As Jet's Ice Deity Explosion collided with the beast's devastating tornado, countless spiritual energies fluctuated and spread. What startled Jet was that the tornado's power was even more terrifying than his Ice Deity Explosion. Under this condition, Jet narrowed his eyes slightly, summoning his 32 flying swords without hesitation. Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword Formation, unleashed. A wave of his hand combined the 32 flying swords into a massive golden sword, radiating with golden spiritual light. This immense sword then charged at the beast with overwhelming force. Unlike the Ice Deity Explosion, the Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword Formation excelled not in instantaneous burst power but in armor-piercing capabilities. The stronger the opponent's defenses, the more formidable the formation's power became, making it highly effective against such an adversary. Countless spiritual energies continued to rage as Jet unleashed the Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword Formation. The green bird could clearly sense the terror it exuded. The bird roared fiercely, and suddenly, rings of terrifying green spiritual flames engulfed it. As the flames burned, the bird's presence transformed dramatically, as if its strength had surged to a new level. In this state, though the enormous golden sword carried tremendous power, it wasn't yet a concern for the green bird. Whoosh! Suddenly, the bird's wings flapped violently, forming terrifying green hurricanes that rushed head-on towards Jet's sword. Boom! Boom! Each time a hurricane collided with the golden sword, Jet felt a profoundly shocking impact, as if meteors were crashing rather than winds. Under the continuous collisions of the hurricanes, the heavenly power contained within the golden flying sword quickly disintegrated, causing the sword to break apart and revert back into 32 individual flying swords. Jet was momentarily stunned. This was the first time in a long while that his Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword Formation had been dismantled head-on. At this moment, he realized there was indeed a gap between him and the Xuanhuan realm beast. However, based on the information from the sensing orb, Jet could clearly feel that the scroll emitting blue spiritual light was located at the center of the grassland guarded by the strange bird. With the mission objective right before him, Jet couldn't afford to give up now. Without hesitation, the boundless spiritual energy within Jet's body continued to circulate, constantly being channeled into the Ice Deity sword in his hand, before he unleashed an overwhelming slash from the front. Jet's sudden burst of power was terrifying beyond description. With an influx of spiritual energy, just one slash seemed capable of shattering mountains and rivers. From a distance, Lynette and Ellis watched in astonishment. After all, Jet had only advanced by one realm, yet his strength had increased far beyond expectations. Even though the opponent had reached the Xuanhuan realm, it still felt an immense threat when facing Jet's full power attack. Abominable creature, prepare to die. Jet roared furiously, pushing his attack to its absolute limit. Blue spiritual energy raged and swept through the heavens and earth, transforming the Ice Deity sword in his hand into a terrifying divine weapon. However, the green strange bird showed no signs of retreating. Although Jet's attack was powerful, its Xuanhuan realm cultivation didn't take Jet seriously. It didn't believe Jet could defeat it. Therefore, as spiritual energy surged from its body, emitting terrifying green spiritual light, its wings suddenly flapped violently. Jet saw countless green spiritual energy arrows once again burst forth. Chapter 103, Annihilation of the Sea. However, compared to then, the spiritual energy arrows that appeared now clearly possessed a power elevated by one realm. The moment these spiritual energy arrows emerged, an overwhelming pressure from heaven and earth struck head-on, as if it could suppress a person's breath. Swoosh, swoosh. In the next moment, without any hesitation, these spiritual energy arrows erupted in a terrifying manner, rushing towards Jet. Thousands upon thousands of arrows burst out simultaneously, evoking an indescribably horrifying sensation. At the instant they erupted, countless terrifying spiritual energies spread out, reaching an unparalleled strength. Facing the encirclement of these spiritual energy arrows, Jet's expression remained unchanged. His mood was actually quite calm because he was very clear about the gap between him and this beast. Although his cultivation realm was 2 levels lower, relying on the power of the Ice God Sword and the supreme heavenly sword formation, the combat strength he could truly unleash was not inferior to the opponent. Boom, boom. Jet's explosive sword intent carried an extremely shocking power, colliding with the countless arrows. For a time, explosions resounded incessantly, creating a terrifying feeling. From any angle, the attack unleashed by these spiritual energy arrows was incomparably terrifying. Without any pause or hesitation, Jet continued to channel the immense spiritual energy within his body into the Ice God Sword after the sword intent clashed with the enemy. With the infusion of countless terrifying spiritual energies, the Ice God Sword immediately emitted an immensely brilliant light. Following closely, Jet successively unleashed 3 Ice God Blasts. Since the spiritual energy arrows the opponent unleashed were indeed terrifying, he decided to consecutively unleash the Ice God Blasts to see whose power would prove stronger. Soon, Jet's attacks collided with those spiritual energy arrows, and each Ice God Blast unleashed an indescribably terrifying power. Under this state, Jet's attacks continuously erupted, shaking the surroundings with fearsome spiritual energy, giving off an extremely terrifying impression even from a distance. Before long, the 3 Ice God Blasts released by Jet exploded in succession, instantly showcasing an exaggerated power. Even the green strange bird, which had reached the sea realm, couldn't withstand this terrifying explosion and was blasted backward by Jet's attacks. The green monster bird, which had already reached the sea realm, probably never imagined that despite being able to overwhelm Jet in cultivation level, it gained no advantage in their collision. From this perspective, Jet's terror became apparent. It's important to note that each major realm's breakthrough represents a qualitative change in strength. Thus, the leap from the void cave to the sea realm, although just one realm apart, brings a tremendous increase in power once achieved. Yet, even so, the sea realm bird failed to gain any upper hand in its confrontation with Jet. Come again. Following the release of the 3 Ice God Blasts, all the bird's spiritual energy arrows were engulfed by the Ice God Blast sword intent. Without pausing, Jet crazily channeled his internal spiritual energy once more, instantly unleashing another Ice God Blast. With a whoosh, the sword intent erupted and swept towards the enemy in a terrifying manner, instantly showcasing power that ordinary people could only look up to. Far away, Lynette and Ellis observed the power displayed by Jet's Ice God Blast, feeling awestruck. They simply couldn't imagine how Jet managed to achieve such heights. It must be said that the strength Jet could currently display did not stop there. While unleashing the Ice God Blasts, Jet also activated the supreme heavenly sword formation, but differently from previous attacks, he made 32 flying swords assault from 32 angles. Instantly, the power this setup could unleash escalated to an unimaginable level. Boom. This time, before Jet's sword intent hit it, the green bird barely managed to conjure a whirlwind to counter. But this whirlwind was instantly torn apart by the Ice God Blasts, continuing to carry its terrifying power and striking the bird fiercely. A loud roar followed as the bird could not withstand the impact of the Ice God Blasts and was blasted backward. Jet's attacks didn't pause, with 32 flying swords continuously driven, turning into 32 deadly weapons pursuing the bird relentlessly. As the 32 flying swords continuously unleashed their power, it naturally escalated to a frighteningly exaggerated level. The bird had no time to react as the first sword pierced through its wing, followed by the remaining 31 swords erupting one after another, enveloping the bird. One by one, the flying swords shattered, leaving the bird unable to resist this terrifying explosion, forcing it to fall from the sky under the relentless attacks of the 32 swords. Good opportunity. Waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow, Jet naturally wouldn't miss this chance. He instantly channeled his internal spiritual energy to the limit, causing an immense amount of terrifying spiritual energy to gather around his Ice God Sword, emitting a dazzling, radiant light. At this moment, it seemed as if the Ice God Sword had become a weapon capable of destroying heaven and earth. The 7-pattern divine artifact Ice God Sword could truly unleash a terrifying power, something Jet was well aware of. He knew that he needed to reach the sea realm to fully utilize its power. Therefore, how could he let this 7-pattern divine artifact go to waste? Divine Flame Arrow. Upon eruption, countless terrifying spiritual energies transformed into numerous light blue spiritual energy arrows around Jet's body, lowering the surrounding temperature significantly as if entering an icy wasteland. Then, these arrows rapidly converged into a single massive arrow engulfed in black flames. Divine Flame Arrow. Go! With the formation complete, Jet fiercely swung his sword, causing the Divine Flame Arrow to explode forward, piercing everything in its path towards the green bird. The Divine Flame Arrow, in terms of instantaneous explosive power, was actually comparable to the Ice God Blast. However, what made the Divine Flame Arrow truly terrifying was its unique, penetrating force. Due to this formidable penetration capability, once unleashed, the Divine Flame Arrow could almost breach through anything. Moreover, the Divine Flame Arrow was engulfed in horrifying black flames. These flames were certainly not ordinary. They were capable of consuming spiritual energy. This meant that regardless of the attack the opponent used, as long as it came into contact with the Divine Flame Arrow, its power would inevitably be devoured by the arrow. Even if the green monstrous bird was at its peak condition, it would find it extremely difficult to withstand Jet's Divine Flame Arrow, let alone now when the bird was already firmly locked onto by Jet's heaven and earth limitless sword array, leaving no room for resistance. Boom. In the next moment, the Divine Flame Arrow descended with terrifying power, landing heavily on the monstrous bird. Instantly, the entire figure of the bird was swallowed by Jet's attack, engulfed in roaring flames, giving it no chance to struggle before being incinerated. By the time the power of the Divine Flame Arrow dissipated, the monstrous bird had vanished into thin air. A sea-bound demon beast had been eliminated so easily, causing Lynette and Ellis, who were watching from afar, to be greatly shocked. Even after the bird was killed, they remained in awe, astounded by the combat strength Jet had displayed. Phew, it's over. After annihilating the monstrous bird, Jet summoned the 32 flying swords back into his hands. Storing the heaven and earth limitless sword array in his storage bag, he then focused his attention on the distant blue scroll. With a movement, Jet arrived beside the blue scroll, the target of this competition. Storing the blue scroll in a special item-holding storage bag, Jet exhaled deeply, finally feeling completely relaxed. Since encountering the green monstrous bird, his nerves had been constantly taut. After all, besides himself, he also had to worry about Lynette and Ellis, fearing any unforeseen incidents or accidents. Moreover, the divine flame arrow was surrounded by fearsome black flames. These were not ordinary flames, but rather ones capable of devouring spiritual energy. This meant that no matter what attack the opponent used, as long as it collided with the divine flame arrow, its power would inevitably be consumed by the arrow. Even if the green strange bird was in its prime, it would find it difficult to withstand Jet's divine flame arrow, let alone now when it was already firmly locked down by Jet's ultimate heavenly sword formation, leaving it no room for resistance. Boom. In the next moment, the divine flame arrow descended with an incredibly terrifying power and struck the bird fiercely. Instantly, the entire figure of the strange bird was engulfed by Jet's attack. The flames burned intensely, offering the bird no chance to struggle as it was incinerated. Once the power of the divine flame arrow dissipated, so did the bird, vanishing into thin air. The sea realm beast was actually eliminated just like that, leaving Lynette and Ellis, who were watching from a distance, utterly astonished. It wasn't until the bird was slain that they finally snapped out of their shock. Jet's combat strength was simply too overwhelming. Phew, it's over. After slaying the bird, Jet summoned the 32 flying swords back to his hand. Storing the ultimate heavenly sword formation back into his storage pouch, Jet then focused on the distant blue scroll. With a swift movement, Jet reached the blue scroll, the target of this competition. He stored the blue scroll into a special storage pouch designated for mission items, finally exhaling deeply, feeling thoroughly relaxed. From the moment he encountered the green strange bird, his mind had been constantly on edge. After all, besides worrying about himself, he also had Lynette and Ellis to consider, fearing any unexpected incidents or accidents. Chapter 104, Malevolent Star. Fortunately, after putting in a great deal of effort, Jet managed to slay the monstrous bird from the xuanhuan realm. This battle held a special significance for Jet. It made him realize that he now possessed the strength to defeat creatures from the xuanhuan realm. In fact, prior to today, he never thought he would already be capable of killing a creature from the xuanhuan realm. However, slaying xuanhuan beasts was something Jet had no choice but to do now. The task had progressed to its second phase, and so did this godly mountain contest. Breaking through to the next stage among 1,000 teams wasn't easy. Only 100 teams could advance, a meager 10% chance. Teams led by experts from the xuanhuan realm might not even make it through, let alone Jet's team at the dongshu realm. Aiden, is it over? Lynette and Ellis finally reacted. Rushing over, they looked at Jet, then at the place where the strange bird had been slain. Ellis said, full of awe. Jet glanced at Ellis and smiled. Indeed, this is our first battle against a creature from the xuanhuan realm. It seems different from what we imagined. Jet had indeed thought about how it would be fighting a xuanhuan beast, but he didn't expect the suppressive power of a xuanhuan beast to be so strong. If not for pushing his ice deity sword and the heaven and earth limitless sword formation to their limits, he doubted he could have defeated that monstrous bird. Now, having experienced combat with a xuanhuan beast, Jet felt more confident about the competition to come. 3 days. Long enough to accomplish much yet short enough to pass quickly. After slaying the bird and acquiring the scroll, Jet continued moving towards the heart of the mountain without pause. During their journey, Jet kept injecting spirit energy into the sensor ball, hoping to detect new scrolls. Obtaining enough scrolls was key to excelling in the contest. Jet understood this clearly. Time slowly passed. About 2 hours later, the sensor ball reacted again. At this moment, Jet didn't know whether he should feel lucky or unfortunate. The spot reacting on the sensor ball happened to be where another team was battling a xuanhuan beast. Looking ahead, the opposing team was strong. One member reached the xuanhuan realm while the other two were peak dongshu. This lineup was formidable, yet the terrifying wolf they battled matched them evenly. The wolf was enormous, its body enveloped in red flames, giving off an overwhelmingly fearsome aura. The three opponents and the wolf were locked in a stalemate when Jet arrived, immediately drawing the attention of all parties involved. However, seeing that Jet was merely peak dongshu, neither side took him seriously. Shaking his head, Jet originally had no intention of stealing scrolls. This flame wolf seemed more powerful than the previous bird, as evident from just observing from afar. Thus, Jet decided to leave. But before he could, a voice from the distance laughed. Hey, some blind ones show up. How did you dongshu teams get here? Trying to run away now? Not so fast. Hand over your scrolls, and I'll spare your lives. Hearing this, Jet remembered the sensor ball could also detect scrolls in other cultivator storage bags. This sentence clarified everything, and seeing the two peak dongshu members swiftly surround the area confirmed his thoughts. Jet suddenly understood why the sensor ball glowed intensely upon entering this area. There were multiple scrolls present. The xuanhuan realm cultivator had one in his storage bag, and the xuanhuan wolf guarded another. Taking down both parties would secure 2 scrolls, a very attractive prospect. Moreover, that remark had irked Jet. Narrowing his eyes, he focused on the speaker, a Gary, unkempt but possessing formidable xuanhuan strength. Softly, Jet said, since you want to hand over your scrolls so much, don't blame me for being rude. Signaling Lynette and Ellis, Jet burst into action toward the xuanhuan cultivator. With blinding speed, Jet transformed into a streak of terror, closing vast distances in moments. Infusing his ice deity sword with overwhelming spirit energy, he swung mercilessly. Ice deity explosion. Jet unleashed his most powerful attack. Spirit energy converged into a terrifying blue sword in tint, engulfing the space around the Xiuxian cultivator. Feeling the immense power of Jet's sword in tint, the previously indifferent Gary paled instantly. This can't be. Jet's attack was incredibly fast and destructive. Even at the Xiuxian realm, he sensed a devastating energy fluctuation from Jet's assault. Sensing imminent danger, the Xiuxian cultivator unleashed his full strength, throwing a punch directly at Jet. Boom! A colossal fist imprint materialized, colliding head-on with Jet's attack. A thunderous roar echoed as spirit energy surged outward. In an instant, the Xiuxian cultivator's expression toward Jet changed drastically. Meanwhile, the two peak Dongshu cultivators attacked Lynette and Ellis almost immediately. However, Jet was not worried. Over the past month, Lynette and Ellis had battled countless peak Dongshu creatures. These Dongshu cultivators were nothing compared to that. Lynette and Ellis smirked coldly, infusing their swords with spirit energy and unleashing their sword intents, overwhelming their foes within moments. Everything happened too quickly. From the moment Jet chose to attack to overpowering the trio, it took mere seconds. The Xiuxian cultivator initially thought Jet was an insignificant opponent, but now found himself in an unexpected predicament, his face darkening. This can't be. How could a peak Dongshu cultivator overpower me? Such an occurrence would be unbelievable to anyone, in fact. If not for his own first-hand experience now, he wouldn't have believed it under any circumstances. Aohu. At this moment, with Jet joining the battle, the demonic wolf that had been suppressed by the Xiuxian cultivator found an opportunity to counterattack and seemed intent on allying with Jet. A furious roar resounded as countless flames burned wildly on the demonic wolf's body. Immediately after, it transformed into a crimson phantom charging straight at the Xiuxian cultivator. The demonic wolf was incredibly fast, and its instantaneous burst of power was terrifying. Even Jet felt awestruck by the horrifying energy flowing within the wolf's body. Crack, crack, bang. When the demonic wolf reached the Xiuxian cultivator, it slammed into him with overwhelming force, carrying fearsome celestial energy. The Xiuxian cultivator could only manage to create a spiritual shield in front of him just before the impact. However, compared to the demonic wolf's attack, this shield was utterly ineffective, shattering almost instantly upon collision. Then, the demonic wolf struck the Xiuxian cultivator with terrifying might. With a thunderous bang, the Xiuxian cultivator couldn't withstand this sudden burst of power and was hurled backward. The Xiuxian cultivator probably hadn't expected that this demonic wolf would continue to attack him at this moment. Suddenly realizing the danger, he regretted provoking Jet. But now, it was too late for regrets. Jet squinted his eyes slightly, looking at the Xiuxian cultivator without any intention of pausing. He continued channeling boundless spirit energy into the ice deity sword in his hand. Ice deity arrow. As the spirit energy flowed in, Jet lightly swung his long sword. Instantly, numerous spirit energy arrows began to form around him. The moment these spirit energy arrows appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Thousands of ice blue spirit energy arrows emerged, creating an instant feeling of overwhelming terror. Continued from previous content, ensuring coherence and style consistency. Chapter 105, United Against the Enemy. Flame Divine Arrow. After countless arrows of spiritual energy appeared around Jet's body, he waved his hand, and these terrifying heavenly earth spiritual energy arrows converged at an incredible speed towards a single point. These spiritual energy arrows could unleash a terrifying power. In just a blink, they merged into one enormous divine arrow engulfed in black flames. Seeing this arrow, the distant Mario widened his eyes, revealing an expression of great shock. Clearly, he did not expect that Jet's attack could unleash such terrifying power. From this frightening flame divine arrow, he sensed an extremely powerful surge of spiritual energy. Go! Jet's attack didn't pause. With a shout, this horrifying flame divine arrow immediately shot toward the distant Mario. Whoosh whoosh. The amount of spiritual energy radiated by this flame divine arrow was terrifying. Even its instantaneous burst gave an exaggerated feeling. The attack had not yet arrived, but the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation it generated was already spreading around. Even from a distance, the Mario could sense a destructive power from this flame divine arrow. As the flame divine arrow drew closer, the Mario felt this terrifying sensation growing stronger. In the blink of an eye, the flame divine arrow reached him. The cultivator shouted and suddenly brandished a blue shield. This was clearly a defensive divine artifact. The moment the shield appeared, Jet could feel its immense spiritual energy fluctuation, and he was certain it would not be less than a 5-pattern divine artifact. Apparently, although they had only clashed briefly, this cultivator now realized Jet's strength and decided to go all out. Jet naturally didn't think he could defeat a Mario within a short time. A smile spread across his face as curiosity sparkled in his eyes. He wanted to see what kind of celestial power would be unleashed when his flame divine arrow collided with the blue shield. Boom! Next, Jet's flame divine arrow struck the blue shield with terrifying force. Instantly, an explosive sound echoed as immeasurable amounts of heavenly earth spiritual energy surged outward. At the moment of collision, it was like something horrific exploded. Spiritual energy seemed to be wildly surging and spreading. Feeling the explosion's power, Jet couldn't help but be amazed. He saw that the spiritual energy shield's power was indeed formidable, even facing his fully unleashed flame divine arrow without showing any weakness. But Jet knew this was normal. After all, this was a Mario. If he were easily defeated by a Tong-Su realm cultivator, would he still be considered a Mario? Well done, kid. You're stronger than I thought. But you've enraged me, so your death is certain. At this moment, the cultivator's face turned vicious. Jet noticed significant changes. Veins popped up on his face, and layers of blue spiritual energy continuously pulsed around his body. With just a glance, Jet could confirm that the cultivator had used some secret technique to temporarily boost his strength, or taken a pill to enhance his power. Suddenly, Jet understood why the cultivator had easily blocked his flame divine arrow earlier. It was because of the boost in power. Hee, those words suit you better. Now, Jet didn't want to waste time with words. With a low cry, numerous terrifying spiritual energies surged around him, activating the infinite origin sword array. 32 flying swords appeared, circling around him, making him look fearsome. Huh. Next, Jet shouted, and the 32 flying swords began to move, attacking the Mario from 32 different angles. Swish swish. The flying swords erupted instantly, giving an incredibly impressive impression as if they were heavenly artifacts. In a flash, the 32 flying swords surrounded the Mario tightly. At this moment, there was no panic in the cultivator's eyes. After boosting his strength through the secret technique, he roared and swung his blue shield aggressively toward the flying swords. Boom! The blue shield collided with the infinite origin sword array, producing a tremendous boom as countless amounts of terrifying spiritual energy surged outward, akin to two mountains colliding. At the instant of collision, Jet felt a terrifying force entering his body, causing him to cough up blood unexpectedly. However, Jet reacted quickly. He summoned the infinite origin sword array back while injecting more spiritual energy into the Ice Deity sword and unleashed a fierce sword intent. Ice Deity burst. A blue sword intent burst forth, the temperature plummeting as it surged towards the Mario like a force that could crush everything before it. Remarkably, as Jet's attack burst forth, the fire demon wolf also launched its own attack on the Mario. The wolf howled fiercely as countless spiritual energies swept through it, and fiery red flames blazed, making it seem like a god of fire. Then, the wolf opened its mouth, spitting out a terrifying orb of spiritual energy. The moment this terrifying spiritual energy orb appeared, Jet felt as if the surrounding space had collapsed. The power contained within this spiritual energy orb was absolutely terrifying. At this moment, the Mario realized he was in crisis. From any angle, he had to deal with both Jet's attack and the demon wolf's attack simultaneously, which was not easy. So he acted decisively, roaring and smashing his blue shield toward Jet's sword intent. Boom! With a terrifying spiritual energy explosion, the moment of collision sent waves of terrifying spiritual energy surging. Jet watched in astonishment as his powerful ice deity burst shattered instantly upon hitting the cultivator's spiritual energy shield. It seemed as though the spiritual energy shield had transformed from defensive to offensive, unleashing an incomparably terrifying power. Just as the cultivator shattered Jet's attack, the demon wolf's spiritual energy orb approached in a terrifying manner. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure enveloped the Mario. His eyes widened, and his face turned vicious. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full spiritual energy and swung his shield forcefully. Boom! The spiritual energy shield collided with the terrifying spiritual energy orb, but this time, the shield did not gain any advantage. The moment of collision, a terrifying suction force emerged from the spiritual energy orb. Following this, the Mario was shockingly aware that the spiritual energy within his shield was being devoured at a visible speed by the spiritual energy orb. Realizing this, the Mario sensed an impending disaster and immediately attempted to separate the spiritual energy shield from the orb. However, what terrified him was that no matter how hard he tried, the spiritual energy shield and the orb remained inseparable, as if the orb had locked onto the shield the moment it erupted. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, making the cultivator feel almost deranged. Sensing his internal spiritual energy rapidly depleting, he no longer hesitated and decisively discarded the spiritual energy shield. Boom! The instant he let go of the shield, a tremendous roar echoed, and an unimaginable amount of heavenly earth spiritual energy burst forth. The spiritual energy orb ceased its devouring and unleashed the accumulated power instantly. In that moment, with the booming sound reverberating, countless terrifying surges of heavenly earth spiritual energy radiated outwards in a frenzied manner, centered around the point of impact. It was as if a horrifying spiritual energy storm had been triggered. Seeing this, Jet couldn't help but feel astonished. He now realized that the power the fire demon wolf could unleash was even more terrifying than he had imagined. From any perspective, the fire demon wolf's combat strength surpassed that of the green bird creature they encountered earlier. Observing the terrifying power released by the spiritual energy orb, Jet felt that if he were to fight this demon wolf, he might not necessarily be able to defeat it. At this moment, the fire demon wolf's spiritual energy orb had gained the upper hand, nullifying the Mario's treasure shield. Without the support of the divine artifact, the cultivator's presence significantly weakened. Moreover, Jet noticed that the cultivator's aura began to gradually diminish, clearly indicating that the duration of the secret technique was coming to an end. Chapter 106, 3 Scrolls. Without further hesitation, Jet exchanged a glance with the fiery wolf. Both of them simultaneously unleashed their speed, attacking the Xuanhuan cultivator from two angles. Now that the Xuanhuan cultivator was at a disadvantage, this was the perfect opportunity to take him down. Strike while the iron is hot. Whoosh! Jet had pushed his speed to its limits, practically reaching the Xuanhuan cultivator in an instant. A terrifying amount of spiritual energy swirled around him, pouring into the Ice God sword. He swung it fiercely, unleashing its full might. Ice God burst. Although it was the same sword technique Jet had started with, this burst was far more powerful than before. In that split second, he channeled all the spiritual energy within his body into this attack, hoping for a fatal blow. Meanwhile, the fiery wolf also unleashed its full power without reserve. Its arm burned with terrifying spiritual flames. Closing in on the Xuanhuan cultivator, it slashed ferociously with a claw that seemed capable of tearing through space itself. For the Xuanhuan cultivator, it was now a desperate situation, akin to being between a wolf and a tiger, a deadly trap from which there was no escape. Aya! The Xuanhuan cultivator roared in defiance, channeling all his remaining spiritual energy. Summoning the blue shimmering shield once more, he found it significantly weaker than before. Its glow dimmed and its power drastically reduced. Boom! Crack! Next moment, Jet's ice god burst collided with the spiritual shield. A sharp crack echoed as the shield failed to withstand the impact, shattering into pieces. The ice god burst's energy was simply too overwhelming for the shield to endure. Even though the shield had deflected most of the power, the residual force still struck the Xuanhuan cultivator, who was sent flying and spewed blood from the impact. Facing combined attacks from Jet and the fiery wolf, the Xuanhuan cultivator was already as good as dead after Jet's devastating assault. Whoosh! Before he could react, the fiery wolf's terrifying attack descended upon him. A flaming, spirit-infused wolf's paw slammed down with cataclysmic force, completely incinerating and shredding him into nothingness. Soon, only the Xuanhuan cultivator's storage bag and the shattered remnants of the blue shield remained. In the distance, the two Dongsu cultivators who had accompanied the Xuanhuan leader stood stunned. They hadn't anticipated that their leader, a Xuanhuan realm cultivator, would be defeated by a mere Dongsu realm jet. With their leader dead, these two were left like fish on a chopping block, unable to fight back. Even without Jet's help, Lynette and Ellis had already been pressuring them heavily. Run! Instinctively, they attempted to flee. Transforming into bolts of lightning, they dashed off rapidly. Jet wouldn't let them escape. Having dared to attack Lynette and Ellis, they had crossed his xiuxian, bottom line. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand, activating the boundless Kunlun sword formation. Countless streams of terrifying spiritual energy surged and expanded, with 32 flying swords shooting from 32 angles like lightning bolts, chasing after the two. Note: I made minor adjustments for fluency and consistency in terminology, also elaborated slightly on the sword formation for better context. With Jet's current cultivation level, dealing with these two Dongsu realm cultivators was trivial. In an instant, the flying swords pierced through them, killing them before they could even react. They barely understood how they died, only to feel a sudden blur before losing all life signs. After taking care of the duo, Jet turned his attention back to the fiery wolf. Their victory over the Xuanhuan cultivator was largely due to the fiery wolf's assistance. Had it not intervened, Jet would not have resolved the battle so swiftly. Witnessing its power during the confrontation made him wary. He really did not want to face the fiery wolf. Therefore, despite the wolf guarding a scroll, Jet saw no need to risk a confrontation. The wolf's power was truly formidable. If it came to blows, he couldn't be certain of winning. Even the Xuanhuan cultivator's near impenetrable shield had crumbled under the wolf's flames. This revealed just how terrifyingly powerful the wolf was. Just as Jet decided to withdraw, the fiery wolf nodded at him, signaling friendliness. Instead of attacking, it gestured for Jet to follow, leading him to the scroll. Jet, surprised but understanding, realized the wolf was expressing gratitude for their collaboration. It wanted to repay him. Feeling a surge of emotion, Jet accepted the scroll, storing it in his storage bag. He knew scrolls were rare, each guarded by formidable creatures beyond the Xuanhuan realm. Obtaining one was no small feat. To place among the top 100 in this competition, every scroll counted. Therefore, having the fiery wolf's aid could greatly increase his chances of success. Not only did Jet sense no malice from the wolf, but also a desire to form a friendship. The wolf's eyes conveyed a gentle look, clearly indicating a wish to fight alongside him. Shaking his head in amazement, Jet smiled wryly, thinking about the strange occurrences in the Divine Mountain. Who would have thought a beast could wish to ally with a cultivator? Though Jet didn't plan to team up with beasts, the fiery wolf's proven strength offered significant help. Additionally, achieving enough scrolls required more support than he could manage alone. Considering this, he smiled at the fiery wolf and nodded. Very well, let us journey together. A creature that had reached the Xuanhuan realm already possessed profound intelligence, capable of conveying meaning through a mere glance or gesture. So, when Jet spoke, the fiery wolf seemed quite pleased. Seriously, Patriarch, you can even tame this? Does this fiery wolf mean it wants to come with us? Ellis and Lynette approached, observing the fiery wolf's demeanor. Both felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief, with Ellis expressing his astonishment. Jet nodded and said, "This isn't necessarily a bad thing. As you both know, this place is filled with Xuanhuan creatures, and our strength is still relatively weak. With its help, we can increase our hunting speed." Both Lynette and Ellis understood Jet's point, but the idea of fighting alongside a beast was something entirely new to them, and they found it rather novel. Thus, the three cultivators and the fiery wolf journeyed together, continuing deeper into the Divine Mountain. On the first day, Jet's group, with the help of the fiery wolf, obtained 5 scrolls in total, including the ones they had acquired earlier. This accomplishment was indeed remarkable. Jet knew that even teams with Xuanhuan realm cultivators struggled to hunt 2 or 3 Xuanhuan beasts in a day. Securing 5 scrolls in just one day gave him even more confidence. The second day saw an even faster hunting pace for Jet's team. With the support of the boundless Kunlun sword formation and the Ice God sword, Jet's combat power reached terrifying heights. Add to that the assistance of the fiery wolf, and it became exceedingly difficult for first-stage Xuanhuan creatures to stand against them. So, on the second day alone, the team obtained 7 scrolls, bringing their total to 12 when combined with the previous day's haul. Chapter 107, 3 levels of the vast sea. 12 scrolls, a considerable number. Jet estimated that aside from teams led by cultivators at or above the 5th level of the vast sea, no other team could maintain such a high hunting speed. Teams with cultivators beyond the 5th level of the vast sea were few and far between, so Jet wasn't worried about not making it into the top 100. Time flew by, and soon it was the 3rd day of the competition. By this point, every team was pushing their limits to secure a better ranking. One could sense, through careful perception, the constant clashes between monsters and cultivators within the Divine Mountain's range. Jet naturally planned to obtain more scrolls today, as the results of the competition would be announced soon. During the continuous battles, the synergy between him and the Flame Wolf improved significantly. What impressed Jet most was that despite the Flame Wolf's cultivation level being only at the 1st level of the vast sea, its explosive power was terrifying, surpassing what one would expect from its level. Some 2nd-level beasts weren't even a match for it. There seems to be a very strong spiritual energy fluctuation ahead. The scroll detection sphere is glowing so brightly. There must be quite a few scrolls up ahead. At this moment, Jet, along with Lynette and Ellis, had arrived at a lakeside. He noticed the scroll detection sphere in his hand glowing brilliantly with spiritual energy. Normally, when there was a single spiritual scroll, the sphere would glow, but the light wouldn't be too intense. The current intensity of the glow suggested that there were at least 2, maybe even 3 scrolls ahead. If there were indeed 3 scrolls here, obtaining them would be a huge advantage. Therefore, Jet was determined to get them. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound of spiritual energy burst came from the azure lake, followed by an enormous, terrifying azure dragon emerging from the water. This dragon was incredibly powerful, and the instant it appeared, a formidable pressure swept over everyone, evoking a feeling of immense terror. When the dragon emerged, its overwhelming aura confirmed that it had already surpassed the 2nd level of the vast sea, possibly even reaching the 3rd level. So strong? Feeling the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the dragon, Jet was profoundly shocked. Huff! Without much time to hesitate, the dragon immediately unleashed a terrifying blue spiritual energy beam from its mouth, rushing toward Jet with a force capable of shattering heaven and earth. As the beam emerged, all the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to converge into it, making it extremely formidable. Ice God Burst. Feeling the overwhelming power contained within the beam, Jet didn't hesitate. He shouted, summoning a tremendous surge of spiritual energy from within, unleashing the Ice God Burst head-on. Boom! In the next moment, the Ice God Burst collided with the spiritual energy beam, both carrying unimaginable power. It felt as if 2 meteorites were colliding, causing waves of intense spiritual energy to ripple outwards from the impact point. For Jet, the collision between his attack and the dragon's created an overpowering pressure that enveloped him, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. This was the first time he faced a beast stronger than 3rd level, and he quickly realized the disparity in strength. Although he had fought 2nd level beasts before, they hadn't been particularly frightening. Together with the Flame Wolf, he could defeat 2nd level beasts. However, this azure-scaled dragon instantly revealed the power of a 3rd level beast, which was utterly terrifying. Aiden, be careful. Even before the beam and sword intent fully clashed, Lynette's warning reached Jet's ears. He then saw the dragon's tail swinging towards him with terrifying force. Whoosh! The attack hadn't arrived yet, but the immense pressure already radiated outward, evoking a profound sense of fear. Jet narrowed his eyes, his spiritual energy subconsciously surging as he swung the Ice God's sword with great force. Ice God Burst. Within moments, Jet pushed himself to his limit, unleashing 2 Ice God Bursts consecutively. Each Ice God Burst alone was formidable, 2 together were even more devastating. Upon release, the Ice God's sword trembled violently in his hands, nearly slipping out of his grip. Next, the 2 Ice God Bursts rushed forward to intercept the dragon's tail. Boom! Both attacks were swift, and within seconds, they collided with a resounding boom. Intense spiritual energy erupted wildly, spreading out in all directions. It felt like 2 meteors colliding. As the Ice God Bursts met the dragon's tail, the world itself seemed to tremble. Lynette and Ellis instinctively moved away from the epicenter of the battle. Though they had fought many vast sea realm beasts, this level of clash was unprecedented. The Flame Wolf showed no signs of retreating. Seeing Jet engaged in a fierce struggle with the dragon, it let out a fierce roar, spitting out a terrifying ball of flame spiritual energy, charging directly at the dragon. When this flame ball erupted, Jet couldn't help but feel surprised. After days of fighting alongside the Flame Wolf, he realized this was likely the wolf's strongest attack. Aware of the opponent's formidable power, the Flame Wolf attacked with full strength right from the start. The dragon, having just clashed with Jet's Ice God Burst, suddenly found itself facing the Flame Wolf's flaming energy ball from the side. The pressure from the Flame Wolf's attack felt even more intense than Jet's Ice God Burst, almost swallowing the entire area in its intensity. Perhaps sensing a threat, the azure dragon let out an enraged roar and, without hesitation, channeled immense spiritual energy. It opened its mouth, unleashing a deep blue spiritual energy sphere that surged straight toward the Flame Wolf's fiery spiritual energy sphere. This scene gave Jet a profoundly shocking feeling. Even though he was at a distance and the 2 spheres hadn't yet collided, Jet could already imagine the intense impact they would create when they met. In the next moment, the 2 terrifying spiritual energy spheres collided. Boom! The fire-red flaming spiritual energy sphere instantly clashed with the fearsome blue spiritual energy sphere. A deafening explosion echoed as the 2 spheres collided fiercely. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of spiritual energy rupturing, countless surges of powerful spiritual energy spread wildly in all directions. What terrifying power! Even from a distance, Lynette and Ellis felt the overwhelming spiritual energy fluctuations radiating from the clash. They were both left in awe despite having witnessed attacks from vast sea realm beasts before. This level of intensity was unprecedented. Meanwhile, Jet, standing at the center of the conflict, instinctively channeled his spiritual energy and swiftly retreated. At the moment of the collision, it felt like 2 colossal meteors had crashed into each other, causing the entire world to violently tremble. This overwhelming sensation made Jet extremely uncomfortable. Even with his current cultivation and strength, he could only choose to retreat. If he didn't retreat now, being caught in the explosion's shockwave would likely be beyond what he could endure. Though Jet was confident in his abilities, he also knew his limits. Blindly confronting such power would likely result in catastrophic consequences. Therefore, Jet clearly understood the gap between himself and the Azure Dragon. After creating some distance, he quickly pondered over how to counter this dragon and secure victory. Chapter 108. Terrifying Suppression. In reality, considering only raw strength, he definitely couldn't defeat the dragon. But with the assistance of the Flame Wolf Demon, the gap between them could be filled. If he found a perfect opportunity to attack, victory was still within reach. Finding such an opportunity wasn't easy, however. Note: I've replaced Jiaolong with dragon to maintain fluency in English while keeping the meaning intact. The term jiaolong specifically refers to a type of Chinese mythological creature, often translated as dragon in English contexts involving Chinese myths and legends. If you prefer to keep it as jiaolong for specificity, please let me know. Now, observing the intense spiritual aura emitted by the scroll detection sphere, Jet was certain that there were at least 3 scrolls in the lake where the jiaolong resided. With so many scrolls right before them, they could be key to determining whether their team made it into the top 100. Note, jiaolong is a Chinese mythical creature, often translated as water dragon or Chinese dragon. Depending on context and preference, you might want to use an English equivalent or keep it as is with an explanatory note. Revised for better fluency and accuracy. Now, seeing the intense spiritual energy radiating from the scroll detection sphere, Jet was sure that the lake where the water dragon lived contained at least 3 scrolls. With so many scrolls right before them, these could be crucial in deciding whether their team entered the top 100. So, no matter what, Jet wouldn't back down. Obtaining these scrolls would give him the power to change his fate. How could he possibly abandon such a crucial moment? Despite the great distance, Jet felt the terrifying spiritual aura waves when the 2 spiritual energy spheres collided, yet he hesitated not, nor did he pause. He swiftly activated the spiritual energy within his body, channeling endless streams of spiritual energy into the ice deity sword in his hand. As boundless spiritual energy surged through it, the ice deity sword radiated a brilliant and dazzling light. Jet prepared for battle, ready to strike as soon as the aftereffects of the collision dissipated. No matter the strength or the higher realm of the jiaolong, nothing could dong Jet's resolve. Note, I've kept the untranslated terms to highlight them. Let me know if you want these terms translated or explained. Revised. No matter the strength or the higher realm of the water dragon, nothing could sway Jet's resolve. For a more fluent and natural read, it would be better to translate jiaolong to water dragon, or simply dragon. If jiaolong has specific connotations or meanings within the context of your document that you wish to preserve, you might consider using a term like wyvern, or keeping it as is with an explanatory note. Final edited translation. No matter the strength or the higher realm of the dragon, nothing could sway Jet's resolve. Boom. The 2 terrifying spiritual energy spheres met, releasing energy that gathered all surrounding spiritual energies into one point almost instantly. The continuous explosions created an intensely fearful environment. Spiritual turbulence constantly emerged. The power released from the collision between the spiritual energy spheres of the jiaolong and the flame wolf demon was overwhelmingly terrifying. Note, for a more fluent reading, it would be better to clarify what jiaolong is. If it's a specific creature like a water dragon, it should be translated as such. Here I assume jiaolong refers to some kind of spiritual entity or creature and kept it as is for this demonstration. For improved fluency and clarity, consider. Spiritual turbulence continuously surged. The energy unleashed from the collision between the water dragon and flame wolf demon's spiritual energy spheres was overwhelmingly terrifying. Fortunately, this state didn't last long. Soon, the tremendous power gradually diminished and dissipated. When the residual power from the 2 spheres vanished, Jet, without any hesitation, let out a low roar and moved swiftly, transforming into a terrifying bolt of lightning as he charged towards the jiaolong. Note, to maintain fluency and natural reading in English, it would be better to replace jiaolong with the previously used term water dragon. Revised sentence. When the residual power from the 2 spheres vanished, Jet, without any hesitation, let out a low roar and moved swiftly, transforming into a terrifying bolt of lightning as he charged towards the water dragon. Whoosh! Within the blink of an eye, Jet reached the jiaolong, unleashing the formidable power stored within the ice deity sword. Note, jiaolong typically refers to a type of Chinese mythical creature, often translated as jiaolong or water dragon. For consistency and clarity, I used jiaolong. If you prefer another term, please let me know. To further improve fluency and accuracy, in the blink of an eye, Jet was in front of the jiaolong, instantly unleashing the terrifying power contained within the ice deity sword. Ice deity burst. A terrifying blue sword in tint immediately appeared, rushing towards the jaleo in a horrifying manner. Note, jaleo is used here as it seems to be a specific term or name for the creature in the context. If jiaolong should be translated instead of transliterated, please let me know. Upon reviewing the provided sentence and considering the context from the full passage, here's a refined version. A terrifying blue sword in tint immediately emerged, charging towards the jaleo with overwhelming force. If jiaolong is meant to be translated, rather than kept in its romanized form, it would be, a terrifying blue sword in tint immediately emerged, charging towards the water dragon with overwhelming force. The strength and cultivation of the jiaolong had already reached the 3rd stage of the Xuanhuan realm. Confronted with Jet's sword in tint, it revealed a look of shock, clearly sensing the formidable power from Jet's attack. Just to clarify, this sentence is part of a larger narrative describing an intense battle scenario. The jiaolong, a type of mythical Chinese dragon, is depicted as being highly powerful, and even it shows signs of surprise at the intensity of Jet's attack. To improve readability and consistency in English, the jiaolong's strength had already reached the 3rd stage of the Xuanhuan realm. When faced with Jet's sword in tint, its eyes showed a look of astonishment, clearly indicating that even the jiaolong could feel the immense power from Jet's attack. Without mentioning other things, just the intensity of Jet's exploding sword in tint had already exceeded the limits of ordinary cultivators. It was not merely surpassing Cave Void Realm cultivators, but also extremely difficult for 2nd stage Marios to unleash such a powerful attack. Roar. Faced with the terrifying sword in tint, the jiaolong let out an angry roar and immediately gathered countless terrifying waves of spiritual energy within its body, then lashed out fiercely at Jet's sword in tint with its tail. Even before the attack arrived, the burning blue spiritual light from the tail exuded a sense of immense destruction, as if this tail could pierce through heaven and earth. Note, for consistency and context, jiaolong should be translated as water dragon. Revised version. Faced with the terrifying sword in tint, the water dragon let out an angry roar and immediately gathered countless terrifying waves of spiritual energy within its body, then lashed out fiercely at Jet's sword intent with its tail. Even before the attack arrived, the burning blue spiritual light from the tail exuded a sense of immense destruction, as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. Boom! In the next moment, the dragon's tail collided directly with Jet's sword intent. A thunderous explosion followed, sending waves of terrifying spiritual energy wildly spreading around. It felt as if something truly terrifying had collided. The power erupted in this instant was unbelievably immense. During the collision between his sword intent and the Xiaolong's tail, Jet felt an overwhelming impact that almost made him want to spit blood. Fortunately, the continuous flow of spiritual energy within him quickly suppressed the Junhan sensation. Note, Junjing is changed to Junhan for better context, but since the instruction is to only return the edited translation directly in English, the above sentence is provided accordingly. During the collision between his sword intent and the dragon's tail, Jet felt an overwhelming impact that almost made him want to spit blood. Fortunately, the continuous flow of spiritual energy within him quickly suppressed the jarring sensation. So strong. Even after repeated collisions, Jet still clearly felt the terrifying pressure coming from the Xiaolong. No matter how you looked at it, the power this Xiaolong exhibited was overwhelmingly formidable compared to other beasts. Note, Xiaolong is directly transliterated as Xiaolong in Pinyin, but might be better understood if translated as water dragon in English for smoother reading. Please confirm if you want it replaced. Revised version. Even after repeated collisions, Jet still clearly felt the terrifying pressure coming from the water dragon. No matter how you looked at it, the power this water dragon exhibited was overwhelmingly formidable compared to other beasts. However, precisely because of the terrifying strength of the Xiaolong, Jet believed that the number of scrolls in the lake would naturally not be small. Edit. However, precisely because of the Xiaolong's terrifying strength, Jet believed that the number of scrolls in the lake would naturally not be small. To improve fluency and consistency. However, due to the Xiaolong's overwhelming power, Jet was certain that the number of scrolls in the lake would not be insignificant. Note, for better context and readability, the Xiaolong should be translated as the Neolong, or simply explained earlier in the text what type of creature it is. In this case, I'll use water dragon for better understanding. However, due to the water dragon's overwhelming power, Jet was certain that the number of scrolls in the lake would not be insignificant. Boom! After shattering Jet's sword intent with its tail, the Xiaolong once again opened its mouth, gathering countless terrifying waves of spiritual energy within. In the next moment, a blue spiritual energy ray began to slowly take shape. This spiritual energy ray gave off an extremely daunting presence as soon as it appeared, as if this arrow of energy had the power to destroy all in its path. Compared to the previous attacks launched by the Xiaolong, this one was significantly more powerful. It was clear that during their continuous exchanges, the Xiaolong had recognized the formidable strength of its opponent and decided not to hold back any longer. The attack unleashed in this instant was indeed terrifying, almost reaching the limits of what a third-level Sea Realm Xiaolong could unleash. As soon as Jet sensed the power of this spiritual energy ray, his expression changed. However, his reaction speed was also very quick. He immediately channeled endless streams of spiritual energy into the Ice Deity sword in his hand, and then unleashed a ferocious slash. Ice Deity Burst. Following the first Ice Deity Burst, he continued to channel spiritual energy from within his body, unleashing another Ice Deity Burst right after. With these two consecutive Ice Deity Bursts, the power displayed was extraordinarily terrifying. From the very moment this spiritual ray appeared, it emitted an extremely terrifying aura, as if capable of destroying everything in its path. Compared to the previous attacks, this one was far stronger. Clearly, through their ongoing clash, the Xiaolong realized the terror of its opponent and stopped holding back. Edit for fluency and accuracy. Compared to its previous attacks, this one was far more powerful. Clearly, through their ongoing clash, the dragon realized the strength of its opponent and ceased holding back. The burst of power in this moment was indeed terrifying, nearly reaching the peak of what this third stage, Song High Realm Water Dragon could unleash. Upon sensing the terrifying power of this spiritual ray, Jet's expression changed, but his reaction speed was swift. Immediately, he channeled vast amounts of spiritual energy into the Ice Deity sword, then unleashed a fierce strike. Ice Deity Burst. After the first Ice Deity Burst, the boundless spiritual energy within his body continued to circulate, allowing him to unleash another Ice Deity Burst. With two successive Ice Deity Bursts, the power displayed was incredibly frightening. Boom, boom. The next moment, the Ice Deity Burst collided with the terrifying spiritual ray. Amidst the explosive spiritual energy, terrifying waves rapidly spread outwards from the collision point. The sheer power displayed in this single moment gave an incredibly exaggerated impression. While the first Ice Deity Burst didn't achieve much against the spiritual ray, the second one changed the situation. This spiritual ray couldn't withstand the sudden terrifying explosion. It was instantly evaporated by the terrifying energy contained within the Ice Deity Burst. Puff. However, despite the spiritual ray being vaporized, the Xiaolong once again gathered spiritual energy in its mouth and spewed out another spiritual ray. This time, the target was not Jet but the Flame Wolf Demon. Note, for consistency and natural fluency, it's better to translate Xiaolong to Water Dragon, or provide an initial introduction explaining what a Xiaolong is. Here I kept it as Xiaolong, per your provided text, but recommend considering this for consistency and clarity in the broader context of the document. Perhaps aware that the Flame Wolf Demon might be a hidden threat, the Xiaolong now unleashed this spiritual ray with unimaginable power. Just to ensure clarity and fluency, I made a slight adjustment. The sentence now flows more naturally while maintaining the original meaning. For consistency, it would be better if Xiaolong is translated as Jiaolong, or described earlier in the text as a type of mystical creature for readers who may not be familiar with the term. If Xiaolong has been introduced earlier in the story as Jiaolong, then it should be used here as well to maintain consistency. Here is an improved version. Perhaps aware that the flame wolf demon might be a hidden threat, the Xiaolong now unleashed this spiritual ray with unimaginable power. At this moment, it felt as though the ray could swallow the entire world. Facing this instantaneous burst of power, the flame wolf demon's expression changed. It was clear that this spiritual energy ray was the most terrifying attack the Xiaolong had ever unleashed. Edit. Confronted with this sudden burst of power, the flame wolf demon's expression shifted. It was evident that this spiritual energy ray was the most formidable attack the Jackling had ever unleashed. Note, Jackling is not commonly used to translate Xiaolong. Typically, it would be translated as water dragon, or just dragon. Since Xiaolong specifically refers to a type of Chinese mythological water dragon, I will use water dragon in the final edit for accuracy and consistency. Final edit. Confronted with this sudden burst of power, the flame wolf demon's expression shifted. It was evident that this spiritual energy ray was the most formidable attack the water dragon had ever unleashed. The goal was obvious, to consume the flame wolf demon. Sensing the immense power contained within this spiritual energy ray, the flame wolf demon was fully aware that if it were to be struck by this attack, it would likely meet its end immediately. However, the speed of this spiritual energy ray was astonishingly fast. Even with the flame wolf demon's maximum burst of speed, it was impossible to evade. For a moment, the flame wolf demon felt at a loss. But in the next instant, an event unfolded that made its eyes widen in disbelief. A flash of blue spiritual energy appeared before it, and then a terrifying blue sword intent surged forth as if to cleave through heaven and earth, directly blocking in front of it and colliding with the formidable spiritual energy ray. Boom! The terrifying sound of the spiritual energy explosion reverberated, and countless waves of spiritual power spread outwards. A familiar figure stood guard in front of the flame wolf demon. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Jet. Jet knew that with the flame wolf demon's current strength, it would be extremely difficult to dodge the attack. If he did not act, the flame wolf demon would surely die. With his speed advantage, Jet could still make it in time if he exerted his full effort. Thus, at this critical moment, Jet did not hesitate and unleashed his full strength. Even though he unleashed Ice Deity Burst with all his might, after the collision between his sword intent and the water dragon's spiritual energy ray, Jet still felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, shattering his sword intent almost instantly. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Jet wasted no time. Endless streams of spiritual energy circulated within him, allowing him to unleash 2 more Ice Deity Bursts in quick succession. Performing 3 Ice Deity Bursts in such a short span of time was immensely draining for Jet, but given the current dire circumstances, he knew very well that any mistake could result in being wiped out by the spiritual energy ray. Hence, there was no room for holding back. Asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. 3 successive Ice Deity Bursts clashed head-on with the spiritual energy ray. The explosive force generated from these collisions was utterly terrifying and reached an almost exaggerated level of power. Chapter 109. Flame Demon Wolf Mutates. Ripples of blue sword intent spread outwards in waves, as if seeking to fill the entire world. At the moment of impact, a tremendous backlash surged forward. Jet couldn't withstand the sudden force and was directly thrown back, spitting blood. Pooh! The terrifying force entered his body, seeming to tear him apart. Jet spat out a mouthful of blood and slammed into the ground far away. A sensation as if he was being torn asunder washed over him. He felt it would be problematic even getting up. At that moment, the flame demon wolf, who had been watching from afar, saw that Jet had suffered severe injuries by fighting the dragon on its behalf. Rage bubbled up within it. Despite having only spent a few short days with Jet, the two had forged a deep bond during their battles together. This was why Jet had chosen to help the flame demon wolf at this crucial time. Sometimes, feelings were strange things, developing between people or humans and beasts without warning. Right now, there existed a comrade-like relationship between Jet and the flame demon wolf. Huff, huff, huff. The flame demon wolf's fury reached its peak, and countless terrifying flames burned around it, engulfing its form completely. Ellis and Lynette watched from afar, dumbstruck. Even from such a distance, they could clearly feel the flame demon wolf's spirit energy intensity rising steadily. In the blink of an eye, the flame demon wolf's spirit fluctuation had surpassed the second level of the oceanic realm. Yet, this increase didn't stop. It rose even more rapidly and dramatically. The red flames continued to burn, and soon these flames intertwined with the wolf's flesh and bones, forming a pair of red wings on its back. With the appearance of this wing, the flame demon wolf's overall aura changed drastically. It seemed to transform into a divine entity. Its spirit energy also peaked at the third level of the oceanic realm. It stopped climbing at this point. To think that this flame demon wolf, originally at the first level of the oceanic realm, now stood at the peak of the third level, a huge difference. After the flame demon wolf's transformation, everyone, including the dragon, was stunned. Its transformation was too great. From afar, Jet squinted his eyes, equally shocked. He had never witnessed a beast undergo such a dramatic mutation before. He knew beasts had the potential for mutations, much like how bones could evolve, Tian-class bones evolving into Shun-class bones, leading to significant power boosts for cultivators. Similarly, beasts possessed varying potentials, and this flame demon wolf had undergone a critical mutation at the right moment, causing a drastic leap in strength. This was just the beginning of its transformation, yet it already reached the peak of the third level. Clearly, its strength would continue to grow rapidly. With no pause, the transformed flame demon wolf let out a roar and lunged at the dragon with incredible speed. Unlike before when it was overpowered by the dragon, this time its speed burst forth almost instantly, turning it into a fearsome meteor that leaped across vast distances and arrived before the dragon, slashing at it with a powerful claw. Huff, huff, huff. This was an incredibly formidable claw. When the flame demon wolf attacked, numerous terrifying spiritual energies converged onto this claw, endowing it with earth-shattering power. In this moment, the attack hadn't even hit, but the sheer might radiated and dispersed into the surroundings. The whole space trembled, and boundless terrifying spirit energies spread outward. Just one claw's worth of power displayed such terrifying capability. It was simply awe-inspiring. The dragon, which previously dominated the flame demon wolf, was now suddenly faced with a formidable opponent. This explosion of power was even stronger than its previous attacks, stunning the dragon momentarily. However, being a level 3 oceanic realm beast, the dragon reacted quickly. Without hesitation, it swiftly channeled its inner spirit energy and spat out a beam of blue spirit energy. In that instant, countless horrifying spirit energies converged, gathering into this terrifying energy beam. If directed at the previous flame demon wolf, this beam would undoubtedly have killed it. But now, at the peak of the 3rd level, the flame demon wolf no longer took this seriously. Its attack carried through with full power, colliding head-on with the terrible spirit beam. An explosive boom echoed as countless spiritual energies violently scattered outward. Boom! As if triggering a horrific explosion, spiritual energies erupted. But this state did not last long. Suddenly, a series of cracks resounded as the dragon's spirit energy beam was shattered. In the blink of an eye, the spirit beam was completely torn apart by the wolf's claw, which emitted an indescribably terrifying power, as if capable of swallowing the heavens and the earth. After shattering the beam, the claw's momentum continued, crashing into the dragon in a devastating manner. Bang! The claws struck the dragon, which was thrown back, unable to get up for quite some time. It was as if the dragon had been struck by lightning. As soon as the flame demon wolf's claw made contact, horrific flames spread, slowly burning on the dragon's body despite its struggles to extinguish them. Pooh! While the dragon tried to put out the flames, the flame demon wolf's attacks didn't cease. With a roar, it flapped its wings fiercely. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Accompanied by the flapping of its wings, boundless spiritual energies converged and turned into countless flaming spirit arrows. Each arrow glowed with fiery spirit light. Even a mere glance revealed their formidable spiritual power. Frankly, these arrows were much stronger than Jet's ice god arrows. Roar! Following this, the flame demon wolf viciously swung its wings, and the terrifying spirit arrows shot forward at breakneck speed towards the dragon. The dragon, unprepared for such an overwhelming attack, found itself immediately engulfed by the flaming spirit arrows. Hisses! At this moment, enveloped and submerged by the fiery red spiritual energy arrows, the dragon immediately let out a series of agonized cries. These flame spiritual energy arrows seemed quite scattered at first glance, but when they truly erupted, the countless arrows gathering together unleashed an extremely terrifying power. Amidst the dragon's agonized cries, it wasn't long before it was reduced to a corpse by the fearsome energy contained within the flame arrows. The previously terrifying dragon, which had exuded an overwhelmingly formidable presence, now met its end in this manner, leaving Jet, Ellis, and Lynette with a surreal, dreamlike feeling. At this point, as the dragon was slain by the flame demon wolf, Jet finally recovered from his severe injuries. Jet slightly squinted his eyes, his gaze landing on the distant flame demon wolf. He felt both happy for the flame demon wolf's newfound strength and somewhat helpless at the changing situation. After all, the strength of the surrounding beasts was continuously increasing, while his own rate of improvement lagged far behind. This made Jet urgently desire to rapidly enhance his cultivation and strength within a short period, especially after witnessing the flame demon wolf's surge in power. However, there was one undeniable point. When Ellis and Lynette rushed over from afar, Jet could clearly sense that during the recent battle, under the oppressive aura of the dragon, their strengths had reached the pinnacle of their current realms, indicating that they were on the verge of breaking through. This fact still brought some satisfaction to Jet, as he had 2 void passage breakthrough pills left. Once Ellis and Lynette broke through, giving them these pills would further elevate their strength to the next realm. Is it over? Lynette looked at the lake ahead, somewhat dazed. In the distance, the dragon's corpse was still being slowly incinerated by the flames. Jet nodded, not bothering to look at the dragon. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the lake. The dragon's strength was so formidable, and the scroll's sensing orb emitted such intense light. Clearly, there were many scrolls hidden within the lake. Without hesitation, Jet dove into the lake, eager to uncover what lay beneath. Chapter 110, Rank 77. Pop. As the surface of the lake rippled, Jet entered the interior of the lake. Even with a slight circulation of his internal spirit energy, he immediately spotted the targets after a cursory observation. This is? For scrolls. Upon careful inspection, Jet was astonished to find 4 scrolls inside the lake. To have 4 scrolls in one location was quite unusual. Previously, a single sea-bound realm beast only contained 1 scroll. With 12 scrolls already obtained, adding these 4 meant Jet now had 16 scrolls. Jet felt that even if they did nothing else at this point, the 16 scrolls would likely secure them a spot within the top 100 of the competition. Therefore, acquiring these 4 scrolls was undoubtedly a significant achievement, no matter how one looked at it. When they secured these scrolls, Jet felt that his previous efforts were finally rewarded. The battles against the dragon and the near crises were worthwhile. Since the competition wasn't over yet, Jet and the Flame Wolf wouldn't be idle. Previously, when the Flame Wolf hadn't undergone its mutation, their speed in acquiring scrolls was already fast. Now, with the Flame Wolf's enhanced strength, their efficiency skyrocketed. By nightfall, the team's scroll count increased from 16 to 26, a remarkable feat few teams could match in just 3 days. Interestingly, during this day, the Flame Wolf, already at the peak of the 3rd level of the Seabound realm, further advanced to the 4th level of the Void Cave realm. This highlighted the terrifying potential of mutated beast bloodlines. As the Flame Wolf advanced, Ellis and Lynette also progressed. Ellis broke through to the 7th level of the Void Cave realm, while Lynette reached the 6th level. Jet then gave each of them a Void Cave breakthrough pill, pushing Ellis to the 8th level and Lynette to the 7th level. In terms of cultivation level, Ellis and Lynette were now on par with Jet, who was at the 9th level of the Void Cave realm. While their cultivation levels matched, Everyone knew Jet's actual combat prowess far exceeded his apparent realm. Soon, the first phase of the competition ended. The next morning, all participating teams began tallying results. Since only 1,000 teams competed, and many had perished within the Divine Mountain, the actual number of teams reporting was much lower. Thus, it didn't take long for the results to be revealed. Jet glanced at the screen displaying the competition results, where new information appeared rapidly. Scanning the information, Jet quickly located his team's position. Rank 77. Among the 1,000 teams, Jet's team ranked 77th, securing their place in the final phase of the competition. Jet and his teammates were surprised by this outcome. While they anticipated making it into the top 100, they didn't expect such a high ranking. Initially, they thought it might be around 90th. Considering that over 400 teams had cultivators at the Seabound realm, the ranking of the xuanhuan squad, which had none, was indeed impressive. At the moment the rankings appeared, a system notification sounded in Jet's ear. Ding! Congratulations host on completing the mission. Reward: advancement to the peak of the Void Cave realm, plus 4 Void Cave breakthrough pills. Ding! Congratulations host on triggering a new mission. Pass the first stage of the final Divine Mountain competition. Completing the task will boost your strength to the first level of the Seabound realm and grant 2 Seabound breakthrough pills, allowing any cultivator below the 10th level of the Seabound realm to advance by 1 level. The familiar system notification brought back fond memories. It had been a while since he last heard it. Advancing directly from the 9th level of the Void Cave realm to its peak represented a significant leap in power for Jet. With his current strength augmented by the Heaven-Earth Limitless Sword Formation and Ice God Sword, Jet felt confident even facing a 3rd-level Seabound beast. However, Jet was curious about what the final phase of the competition would entail. With the competition nearing its end, what rules and format would the ultimate showdown follow? Before the new round began, Jet naturally provided Ellis and Lynette with the 4 Void Cave breakthrough pills. Both were taken aback by the pills' potency but didn't refuse Jet's offer, swallowing them directly. After consuming 2 pills each, Ellis advanced to the peak of the Void Cave realm, while Lynette reached the 9th level. Compared to when they initially joined the competition, their explosive combat power had greatly improved. Seeing Ellis and Lynette grow so rapidly filled Jet with genuine happiness. Shortly after the rankings appeared, the 3 golden-robed figures returned to introduce the final phase of the Divine Mountain competition. Welcome to the final phase of the competition, reserved for the top 100 teams. The final phase will consist of 3 stages of assessments. Teams must break through each stage individually, culminating in a final ascent to the mountain peak. The first team to reach the summit will be crowned champion. Specific assessment rules will be revealed once you enter the Divine Mountain. The champion will receive boundless resources, countless elixirs, and divine weapons, ensuring the rise of your respective sections. Though the rewards for the champion were not detailed, the prospect was enough to stir excitement. Indeed, given the richness of the preliminary rewards, the final round's prizes were bound to be even more extravagant, especially considering this event involved multiple empires. Without rest, the final phase commenced. Jet and his team re-entered the Divine Mountain, experiencing a completely different sensation compared to the previous phases. Previously, they had felt that the Divine Mountain was terrifying, with highly competitive beasts everywhere. However, now the 3 of them had become quite accustomed to it. Even if they encountered a sea-bound beast, they no longer needed to take detours. Before leaving the Divine Mountain, Jet had already arranged a meeting point with the Flame Wolf. Therefore, once he set his speed, he headed straight for their agreed-upon location, a plain. Even from a distance, Jet could already see the Flame Wolf's figure in the distance. Seeing the Flame Wolf reassured Jet immensely. Over the brief period they had spent together, the Flame Wolf had become more than just an ally. It was now his comrade in arms. Aiden, can we really make it through this final showdown? Ellis asked nervously as they approached the first stage of the assessment. Even though his cultivation and strength had advanced to the peak of the Void Cave realm, Ellis knew there was still a huge gap between himself and other cultivators. After all, among these final 100 teams, each team possessed at least 1 expert at the 5th level of the Seabound realm or higher, while their own team seemed relatively weak in comparison. Seeing Ellis's concern, Jet shook his head and smiled. What's there to worry about? Even if the sky falls, I'll be the one holding it up. Just focus on your efforts. We'll be fine. Hearing Jet's words, both Ellis and Lynette felt significantly more reassured. After all, as Jet had said, whatever happened, Jet would handle it. This is where the first stage of the assessment takes place. Jet and his companions continued advancing within the Divine Mountain. Soon, they reached a vast lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. Several teams had already gathered around the lake, each lost in contemplation as they stared at the water. Jet glanced to the side and noticed a stone tablet nearby, inscribed with information about the Frost Lake. Frost Lake. Any object entering it will instantly freeze into ice. To break through the Frost Lake requires a power capable of defying heaven and nature. Reading this, Jet and his companions were momentarily stunned. Chapter 111. The Frost Lake. Just by glancing at the brief introduction to the Frost Lake, Jet felt a sense of bewilderment. The description was straightforward, mentioning nothing more than the extraordinary power within the lake. Ellis and Lynette exchanged looks, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Then, the 3 of them gazed towards the distant lake, where several cultivators were already attempting to cross it. Crack! Crack! At this moment, one cultivator burst forward at great speed, leaping far into the distance in an instant. However, just as he took flight, terrifying spiritual energy swirled around him, and chilling coldness enveloped him completely. Jet and his companions clearly saw the cultivator begin to freeze rapidly, turning entirely to ice within a blink of an eye. This frightening power was truly overwhelming. Fortunately, the cultivator promptly mobilized the spiritual energy within his body, forming flames that melted the encasing ice, allowing him to return with a hasty retreat. Jet observed that the deeper into the lake one went, the stronger the freezing power became. From this perspective, the only way to cross the Frost Lake seemed to be finding a way to neutralize its formidable icy force. Let's give it a try. However, Jet understood that to devise a strategy to counter the Frost Lake, he had to experience its power firsthand. Huff. Taking a deep breath, he allowed boundless spiritual energy to surge through his body. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the lake. To fully gauge the lake's icy effects, Jet deliberately moved very slowly, entering the lake with a cautious pace. Upon entering the lake's vicinity, he immediately felt an overwhelming chill engulfing him from all sides, as if trying to consume him whole. However, the cold wasn't too intense initially. By slightly activating his internal spiritual energy, he could dispel the cold. With his current peak cave hollow cultivation, these chills were manageable for him. As Jet steadily moved deeper into the icy lake, time passed slowly, and the terrifying cold grew increasingly severe with every step. By the time he reached 1/3 of the lake's width, the chill had intensified to an extreme level. Simply activating his internal spiritual energy was no longer sufficient to resist it. Jet paused his advance, focusing on how to counteract the intense cold. His mind raced, and he decided to try using the Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword Array. With a wave of his hand, the Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword Array materialized, with 32 flying swords circling him under his control. The sharpness of the swords gave off an awe-inspiring aura. Then, Jet waved again, and the 32 flying swords formed a protective circle around him, slicing through the air as they spun. Once the protective circle was established, Jet felt a noticeable decrease in the previously terrifying cold. The Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword Array proved effective. Phew. Encouraged by this success, Jet continued advancing without stopping. Time ticked on, and from the distant lakeside, Lynette and Ellis watched Jet with anticipation, wondering how far he could go. In fact, many other cultivators who were struggling to cross the Frost Lake also observed Jet with interest, impressed by his steady progress. With the help of the Heaven and Earth Infinite Sword Array, Jet quickly reached halfway across the lake, a position few others had achieved. Most cultivators couldn't reach this point unless they were at least 7th level of the ocean realm or higher. Suddenly, the intense cold hit Jet once again, forcing him to halt. Phew, Frost? Maybe I should try the Ice Deity Sword. Without delay, Jet injected his spiritual energy into the Ice Deity Sword and swung it fiercely, releasing the formidable Ice Deity Slash. A blue sword in tint erupted instantly. In such a cold environment, the Ice Deity Sword's power significantly increased, creating a terrifying impact even in the moment of its release. Despite the formidable sword in tint, it did little to aid his progress through the lake. The sword in tint, although powerful, was merely a single burst, ineffective against the lake's vast expanse of frigid energy. Reluctantly abandoning the Ice Deity Sword in tint, Jet focused on the Ice Deity Sword itself. Given that this was an ice attribute environment and his Ice Deity Sword was a 7-pattern divine weapon with ice properties, could it offer some unique advantage here? Jet pondered this, then swiftly injected his spiritual energy into the Ice Deity Sword, holding it before him. He attempted to use it as a medium to connect with the surrounding cold energies. Almost immediately, he sensed a difference. More spiritual energy poured into the Ice Deity Sword, which began trembling vigorously. A terrifying suction force emerged, visibly drawing in the cold energies from the surrounding environment. As the coldness was absorbed, the pressure Jet faced rapidly decreased. Initially, every step felt impossibly difficult, but now, with time passing, the challenge eased. Subsequently, Jet advanced with remarkable ease, crossing 3/4 of the lake effortlessly. In a flash, he reached the final stretch of the Frost Lake. Observing the remaining distance, Jet halted. He noticed that the Ice Deity Sword was struggling to absorb the surrounding cold, indicating the severity of the icy force here. To cross this last part, he would need to accelerate at full speed. Thus, he prepared himself for the final sprint. Next, he had to return and bring Lynette and Ellis over. Well, it seems this is how it works. The coldness of this lake can be absorbed by cold attribute magical weapons. After observing for a moment, Jet revealed an enlightened expression. Without any hesitation, he immediately sped up, returning to the shore in just a few blinks. Seeing Jet return, the cultivators on the shore were all somewhat stunned. From any perspective, Jet was merely a peak cave hollow realm cultivator. Even they, who had reached the ocean realm, found themselves helpless before this Frost Lake, unable to make any progress. But now, the terrifying prowess Jet had displayed left everyone in awe. Aiden, are you alright? Lynette and Ellis exchanged looks, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They knew that Jet's return meant he had found a way to cross the Frost Lake. Jet nodded and said, "Yes, I'm confident. Follow me." As he spoke, Jet led Lynette and Ellis toward the Frost Lake. On the lake, with Jet absorbing the cold, Ellis and Lynette faced no pressure and felt quite at ease. After advancing about halfway, Jet said, "Take out your ice attribute weapons. Inject spirit energy into them and absorb as much cold from the surroundings as possible. When we reach the final stretch, release the absorbed energy all at once, and we will sprint through at full speed." Hearing Jet's instructions, Ellis and Lynette did not hesitate. They drew their long swords, injected spirit energy into them, and began absorbing the cold from the Frost Lake. Though their weapons were not as powerful as the Ice Deity Sword, both were now at considerable cultivation levels, contributing significantly to the final sprint. Chapter 112, Breakthrough to the Vast Sea Realm. Alright, get ready to sprint. Unbeknownst to them, Jet and his two companions had now reached the final stretch of the lake. The very place where Jet had previously felt the overwhelming cold that prevented him from advancing further. Here, Jet was fully aware that if they could devise a way to buy some time, they could make a dash across. The method he devised was to utilize the cold aura he had gathered from the icy lake all along. Using their opponent's weapon against them, since the cold aura has such terrifying effects, and having absorbed it for so long, releasing it all at once should unleash a power of unprecedented magnitude. Because of this, Jet slightly narrowed his eyes, filled with anticipation. Charge! As they reached the final stretch, Jet gave the command, and he, Lynette, and Ellis simultaneously released the formidable spiritual energy stored within their weapons. Boom! Crackling! Instantly, the terrifying cold from their weapons erupted and clashed with the chilling aura of the ice lake, creating thunderous explosions and freezing cracks. With this burst, the three gained the time needed to advance. Their speed peaked, turning into lightning streaks, crossing the final distance of the ice deity lake in the blink of an eye. Before Jet could even appreciate the changes in this last segment, they had already reached the other side. It's over. Upon reaching the opposite shore, Jet glanced back, feeling a wave of emotion. When they first entered the ice lake, it felt insurmountable. Yet, through their efforts, not only did he make it, but he brought Lynette and Ellis with him. This accomplishment left Jet in a daze. Just as Jet stepped onto the shore, the system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. Reward, breakthrough to the first level of the Vast Sea Realm and 2 Vast Sea Breakthrough Pills. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a new task. In the final phase of the Divine Mountain Contest, past the second stage of the examination. Completion reward, breakthrough to the second level of the Vast Sea Realm and 2 Vast Sea Breakthrough Pills. This announcement gave Jet a sense of unreality. At the moment of task completion, a powerful force surged through him, pushing him from the Void Cave Realm to the Vast Sea Realm. A major advancement in Realm brings far greater changes compared to minor ones. Instantly breaking through to the Vast Sea Realm, Jet felt as if he were brimming with terrifying energy, capable of shattering mountains and rivers with a wave of his hand. Even without combat, Jet was certain his battle prowess had vastly improved. Not only did he break through, but he also received 2 Vast Sea Breakthrough Pills, which could help elevate Ellis and Lynette's strength. Ellis had already reached the peak of the Void Cave Realm, so Jet handed over the pills to Ellis. After consuming it, Ellis instantly broke through to the Vast Sea Realm. Having experienced instant enhancement before, Ellis wasn't surprised. However, the immediate boost to the Vast Sea Realm made Ellis feel like he was dreaming. He couldn't fathom Jet's background and wondered how he achieved such feats. Determined to enhance her cultivation quickly, Lynette resolved to reach the 10th level of the Void Cave Realm. Once she did, she could use the Vast Sea Breakthrough Pill to also break through to the Vast Sea Realm. Having passed the Icy Lake, Jet and his team completed the first round of the final competition in the Divine Mountain Contest. Looking ahead, Jet knew that the towering mountain in the distant sky was their destination. Moon Deity Mountain still awaited them, and Jet knew the upcoming challenges would be no walk in the park. Glancing back at the lake, he somewhat missed the Fire Wolf on the other side. He had already communicated with it during the test, and it had taken a detour to Moon Deity Mountain. They would meet there. Let's go. Let's see what challenges lie ahead. Taking a deep breath, immense spiritual energy swirled around them as the trio sprinted toward the Divine Mountain. Moving at full speed, they turned into lightning streaks, covering vast distances in mere seconds. Soon, the surroundings brightened, revealing a black marsh stretching endlessly before them. Even a slight movement of internal spiritual energy revealed the terrifying corrosive aura within the marsh. Jet narrowed his eyes. The marsh exuded poisonous gas. Entering without caution could easily result in corrosion. Even cultivators at the Vast Sea Realm would struggle if the poison entered their bodies. I'll go scout first. Jet didn't hesitate despite the marsh's terror. He took a step forward into the second challenge, the poison gas marsh. Though potentially more difficult than the Icy Lake, it wouldn't deter him. The treasure at Moon Deity Mountain beckoned, and Jet wanted to gauge his new limits after his breakthrough to the Vast Sea Realm. Inside the marsh, a terrifying corrosive aura instantly enveloped him. But Jet remained calm, channeling all his spiritual energy to form a protective armor around him, repelling the toxic gas. Initially, the armor held effectively, blocking the poison. However, Jet knew it wouldn't last long under such intense pressure. Time slowly passed as Jet advanced, soon covering a third of the marsh's length. Suddenly, a formidable pressure assailed him, threatening to suffocate him and crack his protective armor. Crack, crack. In moments, the armor shattered into fragments. Jet realized that while the poison hadn't changed much, the spiritual energy pressure here was significantly stronger. His main concern now was countering this formidable pressure. Without any hesitation, Jet knew the situation was urgent. He immediately exerted all his spiritual energy within his body. Countless terrifying waves of spiritual energy enveloped him, forming a defensive layer of stronger spiritual energy armor around him. By vigorously circulating his spiritual energy, Jet began to resist the surrounding spiritual pressure. Endless streams of spiritual energy were infused into the armor on his skin, ensuring it wouldn't be shattered by the surrounding pressure. However, maintaining this state while advancing was far from easy. It was incredibly draining on his spiritual energy. Even though Jet had now reached the Vast Sea Realm, at his current rate of consumption, he estimated he could only hold out for about the duration of an incense stick burning. Crossing the marsh within that time frame was clearly unrealistic. Just a brief glance confirmed to Jet that the pressure coming from the rear part of the marsh would be even more intense than the front. Moreover, the poison gas in the marsh was also intensifying. The key to crossing the marsh successfully lay in handling its latter half. Soon, Jet approached this area and immediately felt that the spiritual armor around him was struggling to withstand the terrifying pressure from the marsh. Limitless Sword Array, activate. At this moment, Jet did not hesitate. He let out a low shout, and countless streams of spiritual energy followed suit, instantly deploying the Limitless Sword Array. Whoosh whoosh. 32 flying swords shot out in an instant, encircling Jet in a blink of an eye. A fearsome sword intent erupted, spreading outward. After breaking through to the Vast Sea Realm, Jet found that the power of the Limitless Sword Array had undergone a significant transformation and improvement. Even with just a slight activation, it felt entirely different from before. As his internal spiritual energy circulated and flowed into the Limitless Sword Array, it emitted dazzling golden spiritual light. Chapter 113. Target Xiuxian Mountain. Golden spiritual energy radiated outwards as the xiuxian Infinite Sword Array unleashed an extremely terrifying power, as if capable of shattering the heavens and earth. After the xiuxian Infinite Sword Array was activated, Jet could completely counteract the overwhelming pressure emanating from the surroundings through this sword formation. Even though they were nearing the end of the swamp path, Jet still felt no pressure. However, changes soon occurred. As Jet approached the last segment of the path, a horrifying sensation came from ahead, followed by the appearance of a toad emitting dark and terrifying spiritual energy. The moment the toad appeared, a terrifying pressure surged forward, as if attempting to tear Jet apart. Jet narrowed his eyes slightly, watching as the toad opened its mouth and released a terrifying black spiritual energy beam towards him. Whistling. This feeling of imminent penetration was new to Jet, who had recently advanced to the xuanhuan realm. He could clearly affirm that this toad's strength was at least at the 4th stage of xuanhuan. However, despite the terror of the toad's spiritual energy beam, Jet had no intention of retreating. With a roar, he mobilized countless terrifying celestial spiritual energies, enveloping himself in a cocoon of spiritual energy. Infusing endless spiritual energy into the Ice God sword, he swung it with intense force. Ice God Burst. This was Jet's first attempt to unleash Ice God Burst since reaching the xuanhuan realm. It was indeed the most powerful explosive sword intent the Ice God sword could produce. Upon the release of this sword intent, all the cultivators crossing the swamp displayed expressions of astonishment as they sensed the tremendous power within the sword intent. Boom! In the next moment, Jet's sword intent clashed with the spiritual energy beam, producing a thunderous explosion that sent a torrent of chaotic spiritual energy spreading out wildly. Jet immediately halted his advance as the shockwave from the impact shook his internal spiritual energy violently. Feeling he had observed enough of the swamp, Jet decided to retreat. Whoosh! Moving quickly, Jet retreated back to the starting point. Apart from a slight paleness due to extensive depletion of spiritual energy, he seemed fine. Lynette and Ellis were concerned about Jet's condition. He shook his head and said, "The difficulty is comparable to the Frost Lake. The critical part is the toad appearing in the final stage. It may suddenly cause trouble for us. If we can find a way to counter the toad, we should be able to find a way through this swamp." While observing Jet's battle with the toad, Lynette and Ellis couldn't help but admire his prowess. That toad's strength was at least at the 5th stage of xuanhuan, attacking suddenly with immense power, a challenge even for 6th or 7th stage xuanhuan experts if caught off guard. Perhaps we can try the method we used before. Let's see if we can devour the swamp's toxic gases. After contemplating, Jet recalled how he passed the Frost Lake and immediately implemented the idea. The trio entered the swamp area, each taking out their weapons and infusing them with spiritual energy to absorb the toxic gases around them. Proven correct, both ice attribute energy and the swamp's toxic gases could be absorbed by the weapons. By accumulating enough energy before reaching the last segment of the swamp, they could unleash a powerful burst to gain an advantage, just like passing the Frost Lake. Understanding this, they replicated the method, advancing cautiously in the swamp. Soon, they gathered sufficient celestial energy and, upon reaching the final section, simultaneously unleashed the energy stored in their weapons. Rumble. Before the toad could react, the energy from the 3 weapons struck it with terrifying force. Crack, crack. The spiritual energy toad didn't have time to struggle before being shattered by the overwhelming power. Without the toad blocking their path, Jet and his team surged forward, successfully passing through the swamp. Completing the swamp, Jet felt somewhat incredulous. Initially expecting the second phase of the evaluation to be incredibly difficult, he hadn't anticipated passing it this way. Congratulations, host has completed the second phase evaluation. Strength has advanced to the 2nd stage of xuanhuan, rewarded with 2 xuanhuan breakthrough pills. Congratulations, host has triggered a new task. The host needs to complete the final evaluation with the team to gain access to xiuxian mountain. Task completion will advance strength to the 3rd stage of xuanhuan, rewarded with 2 xuanhuan breakthrough pills. Following the system prompts, his cultivation level advanced from the 1st stage of xuanhuan to the 2nd stage after completing the task. Although just one stage, it was a significant improvement for Jet. Moreover, obtaining 2 breakthrough pills would greatly enhance Ellis and Lynette's strength. Previously, while navigating the swamp, Lynette's strength broke through from the 9th stage of Tongxi to the 10th stage under the stimulation of terrifying spiritual energy. After swallowing the xuanhuan breakthrough pill, she further advanced from the 10th stage of Tongxi to the 2nd stage of xuanhuan, rapid tripling of her cultivation stages, leaving her astonished. Similarly, after consuming a xuanhuan breakthrough pill, Ellis also reached the 2nd stage of xuanhuan. Now, the Tianyun team, including Jet, all reached the 2nd stage of xuanhuan, far surpassing their initial expectations for this competition. Only one more evaluation left. After passing the swamp, Jet felt some anticipation. What would be the final evaluation before reaching xiuxian mountain? Given the previous evaluation's difficulty, it posed considerable challenges for cultivators below the 5th stage of xuanhuan, but was manageable for those above if cautious enough. Therefore, their team maintained a steady pace. After a brief rest, they resumed their journey, the divine mountain visible in the distance. What awaited them in the final challenge? Increasing their speed, Jet and his team soon arrived at the evaluation site. Ahead lay a vast plain filled with countless floating, terrifying spiritual energy sprites in glowing orb-like forms, densely covering the entire area. Each light ball seemed to emit weak energy fluctuations, but even a glance was enough for Jet to confirm that these spirit energy orbs were interconnected. This meant that disturbing one could set off a chain reaction affecting all of them. A careless move might lead to being overwhelmed by these spirit energy orbs. Rumble. Occasionally, the sound of spirit energy orbs colliding and exploding could be heard. These spirit energy sprites seemed like bombs ready to detonate at any moment. The sheer number of spirit energy rewards gathered together was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Feeling the terror these spirit energy sprites exuded, Jet couldn't help but feel an adrenaline rush. His heart burned with fighting spirit. Having advanced to the 2nd stage of xuanhuan and equipped with various treasures, he wanted to challenge the spirit energy orbs on this plane. You two stay here and observe. I'll go ahead and try. Just like in the previous evaluations, Jet naturally asked Lynette and Ellis to observe before setting out. After all, although their cultivation levels were the same, their combat power could still vary significantly. Whoosh! Moving at incredible speed, Jet transformed into a terrifying meteor, quickly flying into the interior of the plane. Immediately, the spirit energy orbs within the plane began reacting, continuously gathering towards Jet as if he had something that attracted them. Ice God arrows. Fire. Just as the spirit energy orbs seemed about to engulf him, Jet let out a low shout. Countless streams of spirit energy swirled around him, forming numerous pale blue spirit energy arrows. While each arrow didn't seem very powerful individually, their sheer number was impressive. Strangely, after the arrows appeared, the spirit energy orbs lost their target, ceasing their blind gathering and instead combining with the arrows. Since the energy structures of the spirit energy orbs and the arrows were similar, no explosions occurred from this combination. Note: the translation maintains the paragraph structure, style, and tone consistent with the original text, ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 114. Lightning Planes. This scene fell into the eyes of Ellis and Lynette from afar, making them both feel an overwhelming sense of dread. No matter how one looked at it, the transformation brought by those spirit arrows to this plane was immense. Originally, these spirit entities should have directly exploded upon encountering Jet, but now, with the appearance of the spirit arrows, these spirits had surprisingly not detonated. This was indeed a bizarre sight, considering that whether it was Jet's spirit arrows or the spirit orbs on the plane, they were all terrifying forces. Even a slight collision could trigger a chain reaction of spirit explosions, yet even under such circumstances, none of the spirit orbs or Jet's spirit arrows had exploded. Despite the apparent calm, Jet's face was pale, his heart racing as he felt a storm brewing inside him. He was also very tense because he realized the sheer terror of this region. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic avalanches or tidal waves. Thus, he did not dare venture deep into the plane but tried to control his inner spirit energy, injecting as much of it into the spirit arrows to maintain balance between them and the spirit orbs. Now, he knew the gravity of the situation and realized that he couldn't pass the third trial so easily. He knew that to traverse this terrifying plane, he had to first understand the structure of the spirit orbs and then find a way to harmonize the spirit arrows with them. Apart from the spirit arrows, he couldn't find any other similarities. Simply put, he only had the spirit arrows left in his hand. Previously, during the first and second trials, Jet hadn't used the ice deity arrows, but now, for the third trial, he hadn't anticipated that these ice deity arrows could unleash such formidable power. Jet understood that this third trial demanded patience. He needed to stay calm and quietly think of a solution. Not good. Just as Jet began contemplating how to advance through this plane, a thunderous explosion echoed as one of his spirit arrows collided intensely with a spirit orb, causing a detonation. Rumble. Though the initial explosion wasn't concerning, the real problem was that this place was filled with terrifying spirit orbs. With this explosion, the others didn't hesitate either and kept detonating nonstop. Jet's brow furrowed, his thoughts racing as he sped away while contemplating how to neutralize the explosions. Just when the explosions threatened to endanger him, Jet suddenly realized something and began rapidly channeling his spirit energy into the Ice Deity Sword. Ice Deity Arrow. Flame Deity Arrow. Immediately after his incantation, Jet's Ice Deity Sword burst forth, and terrifying spirit arrows appeared instantly. Under his control, these arrows converged into hundreds of black flame-igniting fire arrows. While these flame deity arrows weren't as powerful as an arrow formed from countless spirit arrows combined, each one still carried formidable power. Jet then focused on making these flame arrows resonate with the exploding spirit orbs nearby. Undoubtedly, what Jet was doing was extremely risky. If he made even a slight mistake, he might be engulfed by the spirit orbs, as no one knew their explosive limits. Moreover, the flame deity arrows themselves could unleash terrifying spirit waves, meaning that if they exploded together with the spirit orbs, Jet would be destroyed. But despite knowing this, Jet continued, confident in his actions. He knew exactly how to maximize his strength. The flame deity arrows were not meant to continuously explode with the spirit orbs, but to adjust and balance between the two. Through brief observation, Jet had determined that achieving balance between the flame deity arrows and the spirit orbs was feasible. As long as the balance was maintained, he could stabilize the explosions. Though highly dangerous, Jet clearly saw that success would allow him to master a method to traverse this plane. Indeed, after summoning countless spirit arrows and transforming them into flame deity arrows, the initially terrifying explosions halted strangely. Lynette and Ellis exchanged glances from a distance, both amazed by Jet's prowess. While they had expected him to display formidable strength, his current tactics were entirely new to them. They admired Jet deeply for his ability to identify weaknesses in a short span of time. In the 3 trials, Jet had demonstrated his true genius. Though Lynette and Ellis might excel in cultivation, they were far behind Jet in wisdom. This was partly due to Jet being a centuries-old existence, and partly because he always strived to make up for his innate deficiencies through effort. Alright, you can come over now, it should be safe, Jet called out to Lynette and Ellis. Now that the situation was stable, there was nothing to worry about. Reacting quickly, Lynette and Ellis rushed over, reaching Jet in an instant. Jet then led them forward in this spirit-filled plane without further delay. Other cultivators watched in awe as Jet employed his terrifying techniques, realizing the true meaning of power. To move forward here, they would need careful methods to combat or evade the spirit entities, but Jet's divine skills taught them what true strength was. Continuing his efforts, Jet poured more spirit energy into the Ice Deity Sword, which emitted terrifying light. Spirit arrows continuously emerged, converging into countless flame deity arrows, which immediately resonated with the surrounding spirit entities upon formation. After achieving resonance, these spirit orbs were firmly attracted by the flame deity arrows, thus providing Jet and the others with a much easier path forward. At this moment, the 3 of them moved swiftly, and it didn't take long for them to cross this plane. Although initially, the plane had seemed terrifying, as if they could be killed at any moment. Once they truly crossed it, Jet felt that, strictly speaking, this plane was the easiest of the 3 trials. Despite the ominous spirit energies present throughout the plane, as long as these spirits couldn't unleash their full power, there was nothing much to worry about. As Jet crossed the plain, the familiar system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Your strength has been enhanced to Xuanhuan Tier 3. Reward, 2 Xuanhuan Breakthrough Pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new task. Secure first place in the final Moon Goddess Mountain trial. Upon completion, your strength will be enhanced to Xuanhuan Tier 6. Additional reward, 1 Divine Artifact Forging Stone to upgrade the 7-1 Ice Deity Sword to 8-1, and 4 additional Xuanhuan Breakthrough Pills. Edited for consistency in format and terminology. The revised translation is as follows. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new task. Secure first place in the final Moon Goddess Mountain trial. Upon completion, your strength will be enhanced to Xuanhuan Tier 6. Additional rewards, 1 Divine Artifact Forging Stone to upgrade the 7-traced Ice Deity Sword to 8-traced, and 4 additional Xuanhuan Breakthrough Pills. This version ensures consistency in terminology, 7-traced instead of 7-1, and reads more naturally in English. The continuous system notifications left Jet feeling somewhat dazed. These mission prompts were different from previous ones. Completing the current tasks would bring about a significant leap in his strength. Not only would he directly advance to Xuanhuan Tier 6, but he could also enhance the quality of his weapon, the Ice Deity Sword, to an even higher grade, something he hadn't anticipated. After all, the Ice Deity Sword had already been upgraded to a 7-rune divine artifact, making it a rare treasure even among Xuanhuan realm practitioners. Note, the term one is translated as rune, for better context in English regarding divine artifacts. Shaking his head, Jet realized that since he had now broken through to Xuanhuan Tier 3, he better understood the differences between each minor tier within the Xuanhuan realm. No matter how he looked at it, he still had a huge gap to close compared to the top-tier experts in this competition. Chapter 115, Moon Deity Mountain. This time, the top 10 teams participating in the competition all had experts at the 9th layer of Xuanhuan. Even with boost from the Ice Deity Sword and the Universe Extreme Sword formation, he, being merely at the 3rd layer of Xuanhuan, could at best contend with those at the 5th or 6th layer. The 9th layer of Xuanhuan seemed too distant a dream. Thus, although the rewards for this task were plentiful, whether he could actually acquire them was still uncertain. Judging purely from an outsider's perspective, the chances of success were low. Shaking his head, Jet didn't want to pressure himself. With the new task now revealed, all he needed to think about was how to complete it. Nothing more needed to be said. After giving Lynette and Ellis 2 Xuanhuan Breakthrough Pills each, both their powers also reached the 3rd layer of Xuanhuan. Now, all 3 members of the Tianyun Sacred Hall team were at the 3rd layer of Xuanhuan. Such rapid advancement would undoubtedly astonish the entire Tianyun Empire when they returned. After all, in the Tianyun Empire, there weren't many cultivators who had reached the Xuanhuan realm. From the perspective of top-level power within sects, these few from the Tianyun Sacred Hall were already among the elite. With the return of Lynette and Ellis, the Tianyun Sacred Hall would rise again as the premier sect of the Tianyun Empire. Of course, before that happened, what they needed to focus on now was completing the final stage of the Divine Mountain Contest. The Moon Deity Empire's Divine Mountain Contest was always something people yearned for, because at its conclusion, terrifying treasures would inevitably emerge. Precisely for this reason, Moon Deity Mountain had become sacred ground in the Moon Deity Empire. As time passed, the contest indeed approached its final phase. At this point, the top experts participating in the Divine Mountain Contest would vie for supremacy on Moon Deity Mountain. There was no doubt that the final competition here was the most captivating. The previous 3 stages had strict time limits, failing to pass them by the deadline meant elimination. When Jet's team reached the base of the mountain, some time remained until the current round ended. During this time, he and Lynette, along with Ellis, could observe the situation on Moon Deity Mountain and the conditions of the other cultivators present. Without delving into details, just observing the assembled cultivators revealed that most were at the 6th layer of Xuanhuan or above. Given that only 100 teams had made it to this stage, with perhaps a third of them arriving here, it equated to around 100+ people. Time slowly trickled by, but after the night fell, the allotted time for this round expired. Teams that hadn't arrived by then were considered failures. Jet surveyed the scene and noted that roughly 32 teams had gathered. These teams were overwhelmingly powerful, with at least one expert at the 7th layer of Xuanhuan leading each one. The 6th layer was the lowest standard. Clearly, without such formidable power, these people wouldn't have passed the initial 3 tests. Shortly thereafter, the 3 golden figures appeared once more in the sky. Their resounding voice declared, "Congratulations to all of you for earning the chance to climb Moon Deity Mountain in the final round. Along the path to the summit, numerous obstacles await. You must overcome them all within one night. The first team to reach the peak will be crowned the champion. Please note that various treasures are hidden within the mountain. If you encounter impassable hazards, try exploring further. You might uncover alternative paths. Good luck to all." That brief explanation marked the start of the final showdown on Moon Deity Mountain. 32 teams from dozens of surrounding empires, representing the strongest forces, now converged here to vie for the ultimate treasures of the mountain. Upon the start signal, almost all teams wasted no time, launching themselves at terrifying speeds toward the towering Moon Deity Mountain, disappearing in a flash. Jet didn't rush, knowing the gap between him and other teams. In times like these, impatience was futile. Eventually, they'd face the arduous challenges of the mountain. Climbing to the summit was their best course of action. The Tianyun team set off last, maintaining a steady pace up the mountain. Moon Deity Mountain was steep, with a grand yet narrow path snaking up its side. Clearly, this was the mandatory route. Flying was impossible due to the intense spiritual energy enveloping the mountain. Straying from this path meant encountering violent spiritual turbulence, even challenging for cultivators at the Xuanhuan realm. Soon, Jet's team paused, encountering 3 stone tablets ahead. Many others stopped similarly, blocked by these tablets. Approaching the stone tablets, Jet read the inscriptions. Moonlight Stone Tablet. To pass, unlock the connection between Moonlight and the tablet. Though simple, it clearly indicated that solving the puzzle depended on establishing this connection. Easier said than done, however. Squinting slightly, Jet circulated his spiritual energy, sensing the vibrations within the stone tablet. It emitted strong spiritual waves, suggesting the key lay in finding the link between the tablet and moonlight. Yet, he knew urgency wouldn't help, it could even backfire. Taking a deep breath, he focused on establishing a connection with the stone tablet. Meanwhile, other cultivators attempted the same. A few occasionally discovered the link, passing through the stone tablet swiftly. Those who couldn't find it struggled in vain. While concentrating, Jet observed the reactions of other cultivators. Most displayed confusion and chaotic spiritual energy, clearly unable to make the connection. However, a select few remained calm, their spiritual energy steady. Seeing this, Jet decided to observe them more closely. And yet, it was precisely these cultivators who, at this moment, seemed to have made some discoveries, as clearly observed by Jet. If not for their findings, they wouldn't have remained so calm. Jet diligently observed the connection between these cultivators and the stone tablets. Under his focused perception, he soon noticed the differences. So that's how it is. A look of understanding appeared on Jet's face. Without delay, he quickly circulated the spiritual energy within his body and began to carefully sense the fluctuations of the stone tablet before him. Given the gap in cultivation between him and the other cultivators, Jet could only rely on his intellect to bridge this difference. Before long, with a clear objective in mind, Jet immediately identified the distinct feature of the stone tablets. The strength of the spiritual energy fluctuations within the three tablets varied, and what Jet needed to find was the identical frequency of these fluctuations. By aligning his own spiritual energy with that frequency, he would be able to pass through the three stone tablets. The required frequency closely resembled the current fluctuations of the moon's direction, which explained why the key to unlocking the tablet involved the connection to the moonlight. Understanding this, Jet smiled faintly. He signaled to Lynette and Ellis, and with swift movements, led them both through the stone tablets. Had the secret not been unraveled, approaching the stone tablets would trigger a terrifying barrier, preventing any cultivator from passing through. But now, as Jet approached, no such change occurred, indicating that his actions had successfully revealed the tablet's secret. Lynette and Ellis were quite astonished. They hadn't fully grasped what had transpired when everything seemed to have been resolved instantly. Jet's display of wisdom left them with an overwhelming sense of awe. Indeed, having Jet as their patriarch brought them immense reassurance. Chapter 116, Divine Mountain Secrets. After passing through the stone tablets, Jet and his companions continued their journey. Aware of the strength disparity between their team and others, they understood that to reach the peak of this divine mountain before others, they would need to work even harder. The challenges presented by these three stone tablets were relatively simple, but Jet knew that after this night, each subsequent challenge would be increasingly difficult. However, he had never feared such difficulties. No matter what obstacles lay ahead, he was confident in overcoming them. After about an incense stick's time, Jet's trio stopped as a fierce gust of wind swept past them. Following it, countless terrifying spiritual energies gathered, coalescing into a monstrous bird with black wings right before their astonished eyes. At the moment the bird appeared, a wave of dread emanated from it, spreading outward. The first impression it left was one of overwhelming power. Jet could confirm that this black-winged spirit bird possessed cultivation at least beyond the 6th level of the oceanic realm. If it were before, when Jet hadn't yet broken through to the oceanic realm, encountering such a terrifying bird would have instantly defeated him. But now, having advanced to the 3rd level of the oceanic realm, Jet saw this creature as a formidable but surmountable foe. Roar! With a low shout, Jet erupted into action, unleashing terrifying spiritual energy that quickly formed a layer of spirit armor around him. Infusing immense spirit power into his Ice God sword, he closed in on the bird and unleashed an Ice God Burst. Ice God Burst. The attack, displaying shattering power, immediately released a blue sword intent that surged toward the monster like a force swallowing all. Even before it struck, the sheer pressure radiating out made everyone feel its terrifying might. Jet's display left Lynette and Ellis in awe. Despite being at the same cultivation level, they found themselves deeply impressed by his abilities, which far surpassed those at the 5th level of the oceanic realm or below. However, the monstrous bird did not retreat, instead flapping its wings vigorously, releasing a terrifying black hurricane that collided head-on with Jet's sword intent. Boom! An explosive boom reverberated, causing tremendous spiritual energy to spread chaotically. It felt as if two colossal meteors had collided, creating an incomparably fearsome shockwave. Yet, due to long-term cooperation with Jet, Lynette and Ellis weren't idle. They too channeled their internal spiritual energy into their weapons, launching twin sword intents towards the hurricane. Boom boom. Their sword intents clashed violently with the hurricane, generating another wave of intense spiritual energy, heightening the already oppressive atmosphere. Seeing Lynette and Ellis join the fray, Jet felt surprised yet proud. Despite their relatively lower cultivation levels, their decision to help demonstrated their resolve. The bird's hurricane soon shattered, but it responded swiftly, immediately forming another hurricane. Whisper. This new hurricane dwarfed the previous one in intensity and fear, reaching a 7th level oceanic realm level spiritual fluctuation. Feeling immense pressure, the trio instinctively maximized their own spiritual energy output, causing radiant spiritual light to envelop them. Jet channeled the utmost spiritual energy into his Ice God sword. Understanding the bird's terrifying attack, he dared not hold back. Roar. Ice God arrows. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless blue arrows of spiritual energy materialized, densely occupying the surrounding space. With another swing of his Ice God sword, these arrows converged into a single arrow ablaze with black flames. Flame Spirit Arrow. Go! This was the first time since his breakthrough to the 3rd level of the oceanic realm that Jet had pushed his strength to its limit. For a moment, the entire world seemed to tremble under the spiritual energy fluctuations. The black flame arrow pierced through the hurricane and directly impaled the bird, demonstrating astonishing destructive power. As it continued, it struck the bird, instantly annihilating it. Upon impact, the bird crumbled apart, dissolving into dust. Let's go. Destroying the bird, Jet and his companions resumed their journey, knowing well that stopping might result in another monstrous bird appearing. To avoid this, they hurried forward. As they progressed, they covered half the distance, encountering occasional dangers, but nothing insurmountable. However, as they ascended higher, they encountered increasing spiritual pressures. Advancing further without sufficient strength would be challenging. Hence, preparing for future encounters became essential. By this point, those who haven't reached the oceanic realm will likely find it impossible to proceed further. At this moment, after only taking a few steps, Ellis couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Jet nodded and said, I reckon by the time we reach the summit, the pressure will become even more terrifying. Having spoken, Jet's expression suddenly changed because something unexpected was happening. Rumble. What's going on? Suddenly, accompanied by a series of horrifying tremors, Jet and his companions immediately felt as if the entire world began to violently shake. Together with the trembling came bursts of light from the peak of the divine mountain. Streams of white light emerged, illuminating everything around them as if it were daytime. At this moment, Jet could hear voices intermittently coming through. This must be the legendary Tin-Rune divine tool, the Thousand Soul Lamp, right? Can't be. The legendary divine tool actually appeared? The Thousand Soul Lamp has shown up. Legend has it that during the final stages of each divine mountain competition, a secret treasure of Tin-Rune quality appears. This time, it's the Thousand Soul Lamp. Unbelievable. It's really here. Charge. For the Thousand Soul Lamp. For these climbers, many could perceive the formidable nature of the Thousand Soul Lamp, so for a moment, everyone felt an increased desire to climb. Everyone wanted to reach the Thousand Soul Lamp as quickly as possible. Time seemed to pass rapidly at this moment, igniting the enthusiasm of the cultivators. This ensured that the remaining journey up the divine mountain would become increasingly perilous. Jet narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he could sense intense spiritual energy fluctuations from the distant Thousand Soul Lamp. The waves emanating from this Tin-Rune divine tool far surpassed any ordinary weapon. It was as if he could feel a calling from within the divine artifact, as though the distant Thousand Soul Lamp was beckoning him. Jet made a silent determination. This time, no matter what, he had to obtain the Thousand Soul Lamp. Chapter 117. Spiritual Energy Cliff. Even at such a distance, one could feel the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy from the Thousand Souls Lamp. Jet believed that if he got closer, the xiuxian pull from the Thousand Souls Lamp would be even more terrifying. Correction. Even at such a distance, one could feel the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy from the Thousand Souls Lamp. Jet believed that if he got closer, the xiuxian attraction from the Thousand Souls Lamp would be even more terrifying. Further refinement for fluency and naturalness in English. Even from this distance, the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the Thousand Souls Lamp were palpable. Jet believed that if he got any closer, the lamp's attraction would become even more formidable. Whoosh, whoosh. After the appearance of the Thousand Souls Lamp, the path up Moon Goddess Mountain became increasingly difficult. Every few steps were accompanied by bone-chilling winds. The spiritual energy transformed into fierce gusts that slashed against one's face like knives. At this point, cultivators below the Sea Realm would likely find it impossible to proceed any further. Even Jet and his companions, all at the third level of the Sea Realm, found it challenging to move forward. Continuing their journey on Moon Goddess Mountain, they proceeded for about an incense stick's time. They were now only a quarter of the way from reaching the summit when they halted again. Before them was a cliff. The mountain path seemed to have been destroyed by some terrifying force, making the presence of this cliff evoke a shiver just by looking at it from afar. Unable to fly here, and with the vast expanse of the cliff, crossing over wasn't easy. Additionally, horrific spiritual energy howled from beneath, filling the space with chaotic currents of spiritual energy. If a cultivator took a step without finding a method to ride the wind, certain death awaited them. Jet squinted slightly as he observed the situation, his mind racing rapidly. He had a clear view, seeing farther than ordinary people. Though this cliff looked terrifying, there were ways to cross it. I'll try first. Taking a deep breath, Jet began his attempt without hesitation. Heavenly Infinity Sword Array. With a gesture, countless strands of spiritual energy followed suit. The Heavenly Infinity Sword Array activated, sending 32 flying swords bursting forth in sequence. Infused with spiritual energy, these swords emitted a dazzling light. Following this, Jet gestured once more, causing the flying swords to connect sequentially, forming a bridge within moments. However, even connected, the 32 flying swords only spanned a third of the cliff's width. Let's see if I can continuously loop the deployment of the flying swords. Looking at the scene before him, Jet decided to give it a try. For an ordinary cultivator, taking a step forward might mean death. Yet, not daring to take this step would leave them stuck forever. Without hesitation, Jet swiftly sped forward, reaching the bridge made of flying swords. His sensations matched his expectations. The Heaven Infinity Sword Array had formidable armor-piercing abilities. The chaotic currents of spiritual energy might be oppressive to common treasures or cultivators, but Jet didn't worry. Countless strands of spiritual energy circulated and converged within him. After covering a certain distance, he started controlling the flying swords behind him, shifting them forward. This was easier said than done in the chaos-filled region. Even using his full power, Jet could only slowly progress in this area. Fortunately, he could still move forward. Taking deep breaths, his spiritual energy steadily flowed into the Heavenly Infinity Sword Array, allowing him to gradually increase his speed. Having progressed halfway without encountering any issues, Jet confirmed that the Heavenly Infinity Sword Array could indeed help him cross the cliff. He then returned to his starting point. Ellis and Lynette watched in astonishment as Lynette remarked, "This place is too scary. Your Heavenly Infinity Sword Array's power is significantly restricted here." Ellis and Lynette weren't strangers to Jet's Heavenly Infinity Sword Array, always being amazed by its might. Jet nodded, saying, "While there's a significant impact, moving forward isn't a problem. With no further delay, Jet led Lynette and Ellis forward. Despite its intimidating appearance, as long as the Heavenly Infinity Sword Array functioned properly, progressing shouldn't be an issue. As they moved along the cliff, Ellis and Lynette injected their spiritual energy into the Heavenly Infinity Sword Array to enhance its power. With their help, the array became even more powerful. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless strands of spiritual energy rotated, the Heavenly Infinity Sword Array emitting golden brilliance. Under their combined efforts, the effect surpassed what Jet could achieve alone. Ellis and Lynette's enhanced strength significantly supported Jet. Soon, they crossed the cliff. Upon reaching the other side, Jet looked back at the treacherous area, feeling an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Crossing this stretch was indeed a great challenge. Taking a deep breath, he wasted no time and headed towards the summit. Go! The trio hastened toward the peak. However, at this altitude, the pressure from the surrounding spiritual energy was overwhelmingly strong. Their progress was slow but steady. At this moment, every team approaching felt close to their goal, as if one sprint would get them to the summit. But their actual pace was slower than expected. The rugged terrain meant frequent challenges, and fewer teams made it to where Jet was. Suddenly, their speed slowed down as they faced yet another spiritual energy cliff. And this particular spiritual energy cliff appeared to be even more terrifying than the previous one. Even from a distance, just glancing at it evoked an overwhelming sense of dread. Whoosh, whoosh. Jet slightly narrowed his eyes as the spiritual energy within him began to circulate. He could clearly sense the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from within this cliff. Compared to the earlier spiritual energy cliff, this one exuded a far more formidable power. The previous cliff had been incredibly challenging to traverse, and Jet had exerted considerable effort to make it through. Now, faced with an even more daunting spiritual energy cliff, the three of them instinctively furrowed their brows. Jet's eyes were half closed as he carefully examined the cliff ahead. The sheer intensity of the spiritual energy waves coming from within indicated that this cliff was exceptionally dangerous. If one ventured into it without caution, they could easily be torn apart by the chaotic spiritual energy currents. Even though they had reached this stage in their cultivation and had experience crossing another spiritual energy cliff, Jet did not dare to advance recklessly this time. He immediately started circulating the spiritual energy within him, stepping into the cliff. Instantly, a torrent of terrifying spiritual energy surged toward him, giving him a feeling as if he might be instantly obliterated. Fortunately, Jet was prepared. He unleashed his full power, and the spiritual energy around him rapidly coalesced, forming a formidable layer of protective armor around his body. Once this protective armor materialized, the terrifying sensation Jet felt significantly diminished. Heaven and Earth Limitless Sword Array appear. Given that this was a spiritual energy cliff, the best way to cross it would undoubtedly be using the Heaven and Earth Limitless Sword Array, which Jet had previously employed. Without any hesitation, Jet immediately activated the sword array. Swish swish. Instantly, 32 flying swords burst forth and began swirling around him under his control. Chapter 118. The Thousand Souls Lantern. Judging purely by the power currently unleashed by these flying swords, it was evidently at an extremely terrifying stage. Despite Jet's strength being merely at the third level of xuanhuan, his true capabilities were far from weak due to the enhancement of the Universe Infinity Sword Array and the Ice Deity Sword. When he had first entered the Spirit Energy Cliffs region, the Spirit Energy turbulence here was still very terrifying, but within the limits Jet could endure. Now, as he proceeded further, Jet felt increasingly uncomfortable, finding every step a struggle. But Jet wasn't nervous. No matter how horrifying this place was, if he could maximize the power of the Universe Infinity Sword Array and unleash the might of the Ice Deity Sword, there should be no problem. Thinking thus, Jet's inner spirit energy began to run wildly. With the continuous flow of spirit energy, an intense glow emitted from his body, making him look like a god of war. Feeling the formidable fluctuations emanating from Jet, both Lynette and Ellis, who were in the distance, were momentarily stunned. Though they had seen Jet take action before, the aura he exuded now startled them. Both are at the third level of xuanhuan cultivation realm, so why is there such a significant difference? Ellis wondered, puzzled why despite having equal cultivation realms, there was such a huge gap in their actual power. He couldn't help admiring that Jet's strength was indeed formidable. No wonder he was the ancient ancestor of the xiuxian Holy Temple. As Jet's strength continued to unleash, countless currents of spirit energy poured into the Universe Infinity Sword Array, allowing these 32 flying swords to continuously boost the natural powers they could emit, which enabled Jet to start advancing inside the cliff. Jet didn't know where his limits lay, but he had no choice other than to fully utilize his abilities. Time flowed by, with Jet applying the same method he used previously to cross another spirit energy cliff, constantly pushing himself to the limit. Boundless torrents of spirit energy surged through him, significantly enhancing his combat power compared to usual. In this state, Jet was truly terrifying from any perspective. Had there been other cultivators present, witnessing Jet's prowess would have left them speechless. A cultivator appearing only at the third level of xuanhuan, yet capable of emitting combat power that could shock even those at the 7th or 8th levels of xuanhuan. In this expedition, Jet knew of the significant gap between himself and other cultivators. Therefore, regardless of the situation, he had to try his best to bridge this gap. Moreover, he wasn't alone. He had Lynette and Ellis on his shoulders. Responsible for them both, Jet knew he had to exert even more effort to ensure they all progressed together. To complete the task and directly break through to the 6th level of xuanhuan, Jet was unleashing everything he had to its utmost limit. While Jet kept advancing within the Spirit Energy Cliffs region, terrifying spirit energy lights flashed up in the distance. Turning around, he clearly saw that the Thousand Souls Lantern was radiating beams of light. As more cultivators approached within a certain range of the Thousand Souls Lantern, it naturally started emitting powerful spirit energy waves, further fueling the desire among cultivators to acquire it. The Thousand Souls Lantern, being a genuine artifact with 10 spiritual patterns, held an allure that was hard to resist, even for cultivators surpassing the Songhai realm. Everyone clearly understood its significance. Charge. With narrowed eyes, Jet felt his inner spirit energy continuously surge. In this state, he knew exactly how much he could unleash. Inside the cliff, after maximizing the universe infinity sword array along with his own spirit energy burst, he managed to advance, albeit laboriously. Around halfway up the cliff, Jet discovered that the surrounding pressure intensified over time. Without hesitation, Jet utilized the universe infinity sword array and the ice deity sword as his hidden cards. Knowing the ice deity sword could wield terrifying power often exceeding his expectations, Jet did not delay in utilizing it. Even before injecting his spirit energy into the ice deity sword, terrifying natural waves of spirit energy began radiating outward. If the ice deity sword reached its peak performance, its power could surpass the universe infinity sword array. Jet was well aware of this fact and remained unperturbed. Pouring countless streams of spirit energy from his body into the ice deity sword, Jet fiercely swung out a wave of sword intent. Ice deity explosion. The most fearsome attack he could unleash struck instantaneously, spreading out countless waves of spirit energy pressure. Whoosh. Boom. The next moment, the frightening sword intent contained within the ice deity explosion clashed instantly with the chaotic spirit energy in front of Jet. With a tremendous roar, boundless and terrifying heavenly spirit energy spread madly in all directions. At this point, Jet could not retreat. Although the spirit energy turbulence within the cliffs was horrific, it was not yet beyond his capacity to counter. During the collision, a massive impact rushed towards him, almost sending him flying. Adjusting quickly without hesitation, he circulated boundless amounts of spirit energy within his body, forming a protective layer of spirit energy armor on his skin. Under the protection of this spirit energy armor, Jet looked invincible. Break for me. After the first ice deity explosion, Jet didn't stop. More terrifying spirit energy erupted and injected into the ice deity sword. Instantly, with an immense concentration of spirit energy, the sword emitted an extraordinarily terrifying and dazzling light. Next, Jet ruthlessly swung it again, releasing a monstrous wave of sword intent that charged forward even more terrifyingly than before. Rumble, rumble. This time, even though it missed its target, the terrorizing might expanded rapidly in all directions, creating an overwhelming sensation as if one sword could pierce through the heavens. As for Jet, who had just unleashed that wave of sword intent, his expression remained remarkably calm. He continued to pour spirit energy into the sword intent without a trace of urgency. Crack, crack. In the next moment, Jet witnessed a terrifying scene. Countless streams of spirit energy surged and converged, transforming into sword intent that struck the chaotic spirit energy currents ahead. The chaotic spirit energy was instantly shattered by this formidable power. For a moment, Jet squinted slightly, realizing he had never expected the ice deity sword to unleash such terrifying power. If he had known earlier, he might have used the ice deity sword directly from the start to advance through this region. With the chaotic spirit energy currents now torn apart, a clear path opened up before Jet. He wasted no time and immediately sped forward to return, having found a way to navigate through the turbulence. Now that he had discovered how to counter these chaotic spirit energy currents, there was nothing to fear anymore. He would simply return to Lynette and Ellis, bring them back, and cross this area together. Countless streams of spirit energy surged within his body as Jet's speed burst forth rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was already back at the starting point. Lynette and Ellis exchanged glances, both seeing the intense shock in each other's eyes. Clearly, they had never seen anyone exert their strength to such a degree. Jet's performance today made them realize that cultivation realms were not always the key determinant of one's true strength. Aiden. Now that Jet had returned, Lynette and Ellis felt genuine admiration for his abilities. Jet nodded, not intending to waste any more time. He immediately unleashed his full speed, waving his hand to summon countless streams of spirit energy that formed a giant hand enveloping Lynette and Ellis. In the next instant, he accelerated, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged straight toward the chaotic spirit energy currents ahead. Chapter 119, Spiritual Energy Vortex. At the start, Jet would have absolutely never blindly rushed into the spiritual energy turbulence because one careless move could lead to his entire body being torn apart by this terrifying force. But now, Jet was well aware of his limits. He knew that with the horrifying power Ice God Sword could unleash, these spiritual energy currents wouldn't be able to harm him. Ice God Explosion. When Jet reached within the spiritual energy cliff, he no longer hesitated or paused. He injected an endless amount of terrifying spiritual energy from his body into the Ice God Sword in his hand and fiercely unleashed a strike. Boom. Crack crack. In the next moment, the sound of terrifying spiritual energy collisions rang out as this stream of spiritual energy was once again shattered by Jet's attack. Jet's sword intent was terrifying to the extreme. Regardless of any perspective, this sword intent had destructive powers when fully exerted. Thus, after this spiritual energy current was broken, Jet and the other two directly traversed through this area. At this moment, Jet instinctively directed his gaze toward the Thousand Soul Lamp atop the distant mountain. As they drew closer, Jet felt the calling from the Thousand Soul Lamp becoming more intense than before. It was as if the Thousand Soul Lamp had some sort of soul-level appeal to him. This feeling was rather unfamiliar, but Jet knew it was mainly due to the exceedingly high quality of the Thousand Soul Lamp, a 10-pattern artifact, which was indeed terrifying. The Moon Goddess Empire was indeed the most powerful among the surrounding dozen empires. With its Moon Goddess Mountain capable of producing 10-pattern artifacts, it wasn't surprising that the empire was so strong. If not, how could another powerful empire be found? Actually, Jet also knew that his greatest opponents were still the cultivators within the Moon Goddess Empire, whose strength far exceeded those from other empires. To put it simply, if Jet engaged them in battle, he had no confidence at all. Despite having many cards up his sleeve, in the face of absolute strength, none of these mattered. An endless amount of terrifying spiritual energy kept converging and sweeping, while Jet and the other two continued to advance on the mountain path. Even though the spiritual pressure encountered now was more terrifying than before, Jet didn't entertain any thoughts of retreating. Having come this far, there was no way he would back down. Time passed swiftly, and soon, Jet was very close to the mountaintop. At this moment, he was drawn to the struggle happening atop the mountain. In fact, only 3 teams were ahead of Jet. Without a doubt, these 3 teams had been among the top 3 throughout the competition. At this point, the 9th stage of Ocean Realm cultivators from these 3 teams were engaging in fierce battles. Jet didn't understand why these people started fighting here when they were still a distance away from the Thousand Soul Lamp. Logically speaking, even if they fought, it should be around the competition for the Thousand Soul Lamp. Now, the cultivators from these 3 teams constantly clashed, each having reached at least the 3rd stage of Ocean Realm. Hence, the combat power they unleashed was naturally terrifying. Boom boom boom. With these cultivators colliding continuously, an endless wave of terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations spread wildly, like something terrifying colliding intensely. The heavenly power these cultivators could harness was indescribable. Although everyone's burst of strength was terrifying, Jet was still drawn to a few who had reached the 9th stage of Ocean Realm. These were the key players, and their performance might determine the outcome of this chaotic battle. Upon Jet and company's arrival, the 3 teams clearly noticed them. However, seeing Jet and the others' cultivation levels made these people feel strange but not distracted. Obviously, from their perspective, Jet seemed to merely have a 3rd stage of Ocean Realm cultivation level, and 3 such cultivators couldn't do anything significant here. In short, they believed that any one of them could easily annihilate Jet and company. Therefore, they paid no attention to Jet. Consequently, although Jet didn't know what they were fighting over, he continued advancing. There was no reason to stop at this moment. If he waited until they finished their fight and then came after him, the 3 of them would surely die. So, this was clearly Jet's best chance to advance. If he couldn't reach the summit at this time, he would have even fewer opportunities later. Realizing this, the spiritual energy within Jet's body accelerated its movement. An endless amount of terrifying spiritual energy followed suit, making him appear to be in a rather peculiar state. Though the heavenly spiritual energy inside his body surged fiercely, there was no apparent spiritual energy fluctuation externally. On the surface, Jet appeared to be in a normal state. However, if one carefully sensed it, one could clearly feel that the spiritual energy fluctuations within Jet had almost reached his limit. At this moment, Jet and the other 2 slowly approached the mountaintop. Although the 3 distant teams immediately noticed the commotion caused by Jet's arrival, since his strength wasn't high, they had no intention of acting. Because even if they didn't act, there was a terrifying spiritual energy vortex near the Thousand Soul Lamp atop the mountain. To reach the summit and obtain the Thousand Soul Lamp, one would need to deal with this spiritual energy vortex. Simply put, even cultivators who had broken through to the 9th stage of Ocean Realm were cautious about this spiritual energy vortex, so they naturally didn't think Jet and his companions could achieve anything. Therefore, they remained indifferent, as if they could already picture Jet and the others being swallowed by this terrifying spiritual energy vortex. In their fervent battle, they wouldn't bother with Jet, only focusing on securing victory quickly to be the first to pass through the spiritual energy vortex. Time seemed to flow faster, and despite the terrifying spiritual pressure from this area, Jet felt they advanced rapidly. Perhaps sensing the immense pressure, Jet and his companions soon arrived before the distant terrifying spiritual energy vortex. At this moment, even without doing anything, Jet could sense the terrifying energy fluctuations from this spiritual energy vortex. He suddenly understood why the previous 3 teams hadn't thought to stop him, as this place presented a sufficiently terrifying test. From the danger emanating from this spiritual energy vortex alone, compared to the other tests Jet had faced, it was far more terrifying. But, with the summit in sight, Jet realized that whether he could traverse this spiritual energy vortex would be key to completing this task. By now, even Jet felt his heart grow tense. Once the mission was completed, his strength would undergo a qualitative change, and he might even acquire the Thousand Soul Lamp. At such a crucial moment, Jet certainly did not wish for any unforeseen incidents to occur. He yearned to immediately traverse this spiritual energy vortex. With a heart full of longing, Jet slowly approached the spiritual energy vortex. As he drew closer, an overwhelming sensation engulfed him. It was as if the vortex were a terrifying monster that could swallow him whole in one gulp. Taking a deep breath, countless torrents of formidable spiritual energy surged within him. Despite the vortex's daunting presence, Jet had no intention of retreating. This was the final stage. He couldn't possibly give up here. Countless waves of formidable spiritual energy circulated within him, bringing him into a new state of being. In the next moment, he felt an intense pull from the vortex. Immediately after, he, along with Lynette and Ellis, were sucked into what seemed like a spatial tunnel. Whoosh, whoosh. The formidable spiritual energy swirled around the 3, blinding them with radiant light, making it hard to keep their eyes open. By the time they regained their senses, they found themselves on a suspended island amidst picturesque landscapes. Observing the surroundings, Jet concluded that they must have been transported into a small world by the spiritual energy vortex. It seems we need to complete the evaluation to leave this small world. Jet realized that this was likely the final assessment of the Divine Mountain. Patriarch? What's going on? Ellis and Lynette were far less composed than Jet. Ellis exclaimed in surprise. Before Jet could respond, a surge of formidable spiritual energy spread from afar, causing the entire island to tremble violently. Boom! The spiritual energy reverberated ominously. Then, Jet saw a figure identical to himself standing before him. Chapter 120. Heart Demon. Seeing this figure, Jet felt indescribably terrified, for from any angle, the person looked exactly like him. But there was a difference. The aura of spiritual energy radiating from this figure had already reached the 9th level of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan 9th level. Though he had long been prepared to face an opponent at the 9th level of Xuanhuan, when this moment truly arrived, Jet still felt an overwhelming sense of dread within his heart. The gap between the 9th level and his current 3rd level was immense. At such a level, no technique could compensate for it. Any attack casually unleashed by the opponent might be too strong for him to resist. But now, Jet had nowhere to retreat. Whoosh! This figure was akin to a heart demon. Without hesitation after appearing, it immediately launched itself towards Jet with tremendous speed. With a wave of his hand, Jet first sent Lynette and Ellis to a safe place before channeling the spiritual energy within his body and charging towards this heart demon. Jet's speed was fast, but the heart demon's speed was undoubtedly faster. Even as Jet just finished sending Lynette and Ellis away, this figure had already appeared in front of him, swinging its sword fiercely. Upon closer inspection, Jet was stunned to see that the heart demon wielded a weapon identical to the Ice Deity sword, unleashing a familiar sword intent, Ice Deity Burst, which Jet had executed countless times. He had performed Ice Deity Burst many times, but this was the first time he was countering it. Terrorizing spiritual energy continued to surge within Jet's body, allowing him to feel the formidable pressure from the opponent's sword intent. Even at the third level of xuanhuan, Ice Deity Burst was terrifyingly powerful. Imagine what it would be like if executed by someone at the 9th level. In the instant the heart demon's attack erupted, Jet felt as if he were about to be completely engulfed. Ice Deity Burst. Yet Jet reacted swiftly. Even though the opposing attack was horrifying, he refused to back down. An explosion of spiritual energy within him poured into the Ice Deity sword, launching a fierce counterattack straight on. Boom! The next moment, Jet's sword intent collided head-on with the heart demons in a terrifying display of power. With a deafening roar, it was as if two colossal meteors had crashed together. The boundless spiritual energy spread outwards from the point of impact. Lynette and Ellis, observing nearby, were left momentarily dumbfounded. Jet was fighting against an opponent at the 9th level of xuanhuan, actually resisting the full force attacks. Crack, crack. Reality was harsh, however. Although Ice Deity Burst initially countered the heart demon's attack, it only lasted an instant. In the next moment, an intense pressure came from the heart demon's Ice Deity Burst, directly blasting Jet away. The Ice Deity Burst Jet executed shattered instantly upon collision, showcasing the undeniable superiority of the heart demon's 9th level strength over Jet's. At one level, he was at the 3rd level of xuanhuan, and the other at the 9th level. Such a vast disparity often transcended all compensatory means. Only Jet, with his extraordinary capabilities, could endure even the pressure exerted by the heart demon's attack. Other cultivators at the 3rd level might not even withstand that pressure. Time seemed to pass rapidly. From every perspective, the heart demon's displayed strength was extremely formidable. Although not the true Ice Deity sword, the terror evoked by the heart demon's swinging blade made Jet feel as if he could be killed at any moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After being blasted away by the heart demon's move, its sword movements continued. In a blink, the heart demon transformed into a terrifying meteor hurtling towards Jet. In an instant, distance lost its meaning in front of the heart demon, who quickly arrived at Jet's side, delivering a devastating sword swing. Ice Deity Slash. This time, the attack was Ice Deity Slash. Though less powerful than Ice Deity Burst, its advantage lay in the speed. Almost instantly, it was already in front of Jet. A terrifying cyan blue sword intent exploded forth, seemingly poised to engulf Jet instantly. Taking a deep breath, Jet continuously channeled celestial spiritual energy within him. He knew that a single misstep could mean death in this battle against the heart demon. Terrifying spiritual energy surged into the Ice Deity sword. As the Ice Deity Slash's sword intent threatened to engulf him, Jet swung his sword fiercely, unleashing a powerful counterattack. Ice Deity Burst. Since the heart demon used Ice Deity Slash, Jet countered with Ice Deity Burst, knowing its power far exceeded Ice Deity Slash. Boom. However, despite Jet executing Ice Deity Burst while the heart demon used Ice Deity Slash, when their sword intents clashed, Jet still couldn't hold up under the terrifying force and was blasted backwards. Thrown back again, Jet had a different feeling this time compared to the first time. Before, he felt overwhelmingly overpowered, but now, he sensed a possibility of resistance. Though blasted away, the spiritual energy within him remained steady. If the opponent didn't use Ice Deity Burst, Jet believed he could stand his ground. Recognizing this, Jet felt a surge of confidence. He had a hunch that defeating this heart demon might allow him to reach the peak of Moon Goddess Mountain, igniting a fervor within him. Yet, while Jet understood the benefits of defeating the heart demon, the crucial question was whether he could overcome it. Bam! Following their initial sword intent exchanges, the heart demon's attack showed no signs of stopping. It continued its terrifying advance, transforming into a meteor heading towards Jet once more, as if intending to crush him instantly. Jet's heart raced. He clearly felt the massive gap in strength between them. During the heart demon's attacks, terrifying pressure followed, seemingly capable of crushing him alone. However, Jet's reaction speed was swift. As the heart demon launched its attack, celestial spiritual energy surged within him. A radiant glow enveloped him, making him appear almost godlike. Roar. Next, Jet let out a low shout, suddenly speeding up, and charged directly at the heart demon. The incredible speed at which Jet and the heart demon burst forth led to an immediate clash. As they neared each other, countless terrifying spiritual energies from the heart demon surged wildly into the blue spiritual energy longsword, and then it ruthlessly slashed toward Jet from the front. This time, the heart demon's attack was neither Ice Deity Break nor Ice Deity Burst, but just a common sword intent. Even so, this seemingly ordinary sword intent could unleash extremely terrifying power. For cultivators below the 7th level of the xuanhuan realm, such sword intent as the heart demons could almost tear them apart. Ice Deity Burst. Regardless of the kind of attack the heart demon was now using, Jet's chosen attack was still the Ice Deity Burst. Jokingly, if Ice Deity Burst could barely hold up against the heart demon's attack, would trying other attacks not be asking for death? Rumble. This time, Jet's Ice Deity Burst, carrying its terrifying sword intent, collided with the heart demon's sword intent. In an instant, with a loud roar, countless terrifying natural spiritual energies spread wildly around. From any angle, Jet's current offensive power was undeniably terrifying to the extreme. It was hard to imagine how a third-level Songhai realm cultivator like Jet could exhibit such strength. This left Lynette and Ellis, watching from afar, dumbfounded. They were both at the same level as Jet, yet there seemed to be a vast, incomparable gap between them. Not good. Crack. During this collision, Jet shockingly found that even though the heart demon used what appeared to be a very common sword intent, when his ice deity burst clashed with it, he still couldn't withstand the overwhelming force. He was directly shaken and sent flying backward. The sword intent carried by his ice deity burst shattered almost instantly, as if ice had smashed forcefully against a rock. This time, the heart demon's attack was not ice deity burst or ice deity slash, but merely an ordinary sword intent. Yet even so, this ordinary sword intent harbored an exceedingly horrifying power. For cultivators below the 7th level of Songhai, a sword intent like the one the heart demon unleashed would almost certainly tear them apart. Ice deity burst. Regardless of what kind of attack the heart demon used now, Jet's counterattack remained ice deity burst. Forget it. If ice deity burst could barely hold against the heart demon's attacks, using any other attack would just be courting death. Boom. This time, Jet's ice deity burst, carrying its formidable sword intent, clashed with the heart demon's sword intent. Instantly, with a tremendous roar, countless terrifying heavenly and earthly spiritual energies spread wildly in all directions. Without question, Jet's current attack power was terrifying to the extreme. It was hard to imagine how a cultivator at the 3rd level of Songhai could unleash such strength. This made Lynette and Ellis, watching from afar, feel as though they were witnessing something unimaginable. Though they were also at the 3rd level of Songhai, the gap between them and Jet seemed insurmountably vast. Not good. Crack. Crack. However, upon this clash, Jet was shockingly aware that despite the heart demon using a seemingly ordinary sword intent, when his ice deity burst met it, he still couldn't withstand the terrifying power and was sent flying backward. The sword intent carried by his ice deity burst shattered almost instantly, like ice striking a rock. Jet felt the immense pressure once again as the heart demon's attack proved too much for him to handle, demonstrating the undeniable disparity between their levels. Chapter 121. Reversal in the desperate situation. What was unfolding now was a scenario that Jet hadn't anticipated. He had initially thought that with the ice deity burst, he might be able to suppress this heart demon, but it turned out he couldn't even begin to match its power. Time seemed to accelerate drastically at this moment, and Jet felt the spiritual energy within him rapidly depleting in a terrifying manner, under immense pressure from the heart demon. Puff. In the next moment, Jet could not withstand the sudden burst of force, and he was hurled backward by the shockwave. A surge of sweetness rose to his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Initially, he had expected a severe disadvantage against the heart demon, but never imagined being overwhelmed this quickly after just a few moves. Time continued to pass as an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy converged from the surroundings. The heart demon released an incredibly formidable spiritual pressure, resembling a demonic deity. This time, Jet was thrown back and had sustained internal injuries. He could clearly feel the horrifying power from the heart demon's sword intent piercing through his body and tearing away inside him, almost tearing him apart. This sensation left Jet feeling terrified, but at this moment, he had no other choice. No matter how terrifying the heart demon's power was, all Jet could do was try to defeat it. The heart demon launched relentless attacks, while Jet, despite being unable to counter directly, did not wait to be killed. Instead, he used his speed to engage in guerrilla warfare against the heart. Since direct confrontation wasn't working, he decided to leverage his speed. Not only for himself, but for Lynette and Ellis, he absolutely could not be killed here and now. The responsibility on his shoulders was heavy, not just for himself but also for many sect disciples' lives. Almost the entire future of the Tianyun Holy Palace rested on him. The outcome of this battle was crucial. However, despite being suppressed by the heart demon, Jet had one thing the heart demon did not: the heaven and earth limitless sword formation. Despite the long battle, the heart demon never utilized this formation, leading Jet to believe it couldn't replicate it. If he could seize an opportunity to combine the heaven and earth limitless sword formation with the ice deity sword, there would be a high chance of defeating the heart demon. That's why Jet had held back using the formation until now. It wasn't necessary yet, and it served as his trump card. The battle between Jet and the heart demon intensified, with his spiritual energy depleting faster. If he couldn't find a way to defeat the heart demon soon, he'd likely not escape alive. Staying longer in this world meant increasing external pressure. Boom. Crack. Crack. Another intense collision of sword intents occurred, shattering Jet's sword intent once again. The heart demon roared furiously and unleashed all its might with the long sword, like a devilish deity ready to devour Jet. Jet felt his internal spiritual energy churn violently, making breathing difficult. As the distance between them shortened, the terrifying sensation grew more intense. Normally, faced with such a terrifying sword intent, Jet would retreat. But now, with no retreat possible, he had to figure out a way to defeat the heart demon. Suddenly, when the heart demon attacked, Jet saw an opportunity. Perhaps because it had always dominated from the front, this attack was full of flaws and didn't seem particularly powerful. This was his best chance for a counterattack. Without hesitation, Jet activated the heaven and earth limitless sword formation. In an instant, 32 flying swords appeared around him, creating a formidable spectacle. Heaven and earth limitless break, Jet commanded, injecting the surrounding spiritual energy into the flying swords. The 32 swords emitted terrifying light before combining into a massive golden sword engulfed in flames. Whoosh! The golden sword charged forward, smashing through the heart demon's attack with devastating force. Jet knew this might be his only chance for a comeback, so he poured all available spiritual energy into his ice deity sword. For a moment, the ice deity sword radiated an immensely terrifying spiritual power, capable of destroying heavens and earth. With a roar, Jet summoned numerous spiritual energy arrows around him. Ice Deity Arrows. He immediately unleashed the Ice Deity Arrows, which reached a terrifying power level due to the infusion of nearly all his spiritual energy. Flame Spirit Arrow. Condense. Jet then directed the countless arrows toward a single point, merging into a colossal arrow blazing with black, spiritual flame. Rumble. The heaven and earth limitless sword formation collided head-on with the Heart Demon's attack. Unlike before, this time the formation, with its incredible armor-piercing ability and maximized potential, showcased a fearsome wave of spiritual energy that could seemingly swallow the world. Crack, crack. The sound of spiritual energy breaking resonated, but this time, it was the Heart Demon's attack that shattered. When the Heart Demon's sword intent collided with Jet's attack, it was actually shattered by Jet's sword intent. This turn of events left Lynette and Ellis, who had been watching from a distance, completely stunned. Initially, they both felt that the three of them would likely be trapped here with no way out. Despite Jet's terrifying power, his cultivation level was only at the 3rd stage of the vast sea realm. A cultivator at this level, facing off against an opponent at the 9th stage of the vast sea realm, seemed like an insurmountable challenge. If he could win, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Therefore, as Jet continuously found himself at a disadvantage, they had mentally prepared for the worst, even accepting death as an inevitable outcome. But now, with this sudden burst of power from Jet, they saw a glimmer of hope, a chance for survival. Boom! With the shattering of the Heart Demon's sword intent, Jet immediately activated the heaven and earth limitless sword formation, unleashing its formidable might onto the Heart Demon. In an instant, the Heart Demon was blasted backward, its figure recoiling as if struck by lightning, appearing extremely disheveled. Although the heaven and earth limitless sword formation had unleashed a terrifying force, Jet knew that if his attacks remained at this level, he wouldn't stand a chance against the Heart Demon. This was when the Flame Spirit Arrow, which he had prepared earlier, came into play. Flame Spirit Arrow, destroy. Jet waved his hand, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy gathered around him. The arrow he had condensed then erupted with terrifying force, surging directly toward the Heart Demon. Whoosh! It was worth noting that the Flame Spirit Arrow had always been Jet's most powerful attack, and this time was no exception. Under his full exertion, the Flame Spirit Arrow burst forth, piercing through the air as if capable of splitting heaven and earth, hurtling towards the Heart Demon. Chapter 122. The first to reach the summit. The terrifying stance instilled an indescribable feeling in those who beheld it. In the next moment, this arrow of divine fire carrying an immensely formidable spiritual energy landed directly on the Heart Demon. The terrifying power exploded outward as black flames burned fiercely. Before the Heart Demon could even react, Jet's attack annihilated it. The black flames kept burning, and even for a Heart Demon at the 9th level of the sea realm, it couldn't withstand the full force of the flame arrow's might. Therefore, it wasn't long before the Heart Demon was completely incinerated by the terrifying black flames. The Heart Demon would have never imagined that it would be defeated by Jet in such a short time. Initially, during the confrontation, the Heart Demon had nearly always been in a position to crush Jet, who seemed powerless against it. However, when Jet chose to seize the opportunity to counterattack, everything changed. The boundless power unleashed from the combination of the universe boundless sword array and Jet's Ice God Sword was simply beyond description. That's why, after inflicting heavy damage on the Heart Demon using the universe boundless sword array, Jet immediately followed up with the ultimate flame arrow. The resulting power was incomprehensibly terrifying. It was only natural that the Heart Demon would be slain by Jet. As the Heart Demon was eliminated, Jet suddenly felt a strong pull from the surrounding world. At this moment, a spiritual vortex gradually appeared in the air, identical to the one they encountered upon entering. Seeing this, the three didn't hesitate and immediately entered the spiritual vortex. Jet knew very well that defeating the Heart Demon was key to leaving this place. If they managed to defeat it, the trio could leave this small world. Jet wondered whether they would be transported directly to the peak near the Thousand Soul Lantern, or if there were other tests awaiting them. Now, Jet felt a rare sense of tension. No matter what, if they returned outside the spiritual vortex, he didn't feel confident facing other experts at the 9th level of the sea realm. His victory over the Heart Demon came down to seizing the right moment to attack. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to win. Whirling sounds filled the air as terrifying spiritual energy swirled around them. Amidst a hazy sensation, the three swiftly traversed through the space-time tunnel. In a flash, when Jet and the others emerged and regained their senses, they found themselves on the peak of Moon Goddess Mountain. A bone-chilling wind surrounded them, as though it could obliterate anyone in its path. For cultivators like Jet at the 3rd level of the sea realm, these winds were indeed frighteningly intense. When the three appeared atop the mountain, the Thousand Soul Lantern lit up brilliantly, spreading white and blue light that illuminated the entire world in a circle of blue and white, resembling a radiant sun. From afar, several teams led by 9th level sea realm experts were still battling. Suddenly spotting Jet and his two companions emerging from the spiritual vortex, everyone stared in disbelief, unable to fathom how cultivators barely at the 3rd level of the sea realm could pass the spiritual vortex test. Even the few 9th level sea realm cultivators among them had refrained from easily venturing into the spiritual vortex due to its terror. They couldn't believe Jet had done so. At this moment, as Jet watched the Thousand Soul Lantern glow brightly, he heard a familiar system notification sound in his ear. Congratulations, host has completed the mission, successfully obtaining 1st place in the final Moon Goddess Mountain trial. Strength increased to 6th level of the sea realm. Extra rewards, 1 artifact forging stone to upgrade the 7 traced Ice God Sword to 8 traced, and 4 sea breakthrough pills. Congratulations, host has triggered a new mission. Subdue the 10 traced artifact Thousand Soul Lantern. Pass the Thousand Soul Lantern's trial to subdue it, then your strength will increase to 7th level of the sea realm. These continuous system notifications left Jet feeling somewhat dazed. He had expected some changes after defeating the Heart Demon, but not to complete the mission outright. Yet, he realized he was indeed the first to reach the summit. Upon completing the task, his strength jumped from 3rd level to 6th level of the sea realm. Such a rapid advancement was extraordinary, especially for Jet. Even at 3rd level, Jet's ability to seize opportunities allowed him to defeat a 9th level heart demon. With his current 6th level strength, the power he could unleash now far surpassed his previous self. Taking a deep breath, Jet could feel the tremendous energy fluctuations within him just by slightly channeling spiritual energy and clenching his fists. Every attack he made now seemed incredibly powerful, a sensation that surprised him. The benefits of breaking through to the 6th level exceeded his expectations. Moreover, the rewards from completing the mission were abundant. An artifact forging stone that could enhance the Ice God Sword from 7 trace to 8 trace, a rarity even for peak Sea Realm cultivators. Besides, Jet received 4 Sea Breakthrough pills, which he immediately gave to Ellis and Bianca. After ingesting the pills, both advanced from 3rd level to 5th level of the Sea Realm. Although it was only a 2-level boost, it greatly helped them withstand the overwhelming spiritual pressure atop the mountain. Without delay, Jet used the artifact forging stone to upgrade the Ice God Sword to 8 trace. Then, he focused on the glowing 1,000-soul lantern before him. The new system task required him to pass its trial and subdue it. If successful, his strength would further increase from 6th to 7th level of the Sea Realm. In reality, even at his current 6th level of the Sea Realm, Jet was confident that the strength he could unleash was not much weaker than that of 9th level Sea Realm cultivators. Therefore, if he could subdue the 1,000-soul lantern and advance to the 7th level of the Sea Realm, he would have no need to fear any cultivators from other teams. At this moment, Jet did not want to waste any time and walked straight toward the 1,000-soul lantern. Since the trial was about to begin, let it start right away. Jet had made up his mind. No matter how terrifying the trial of the 1,000-soul lantern was, he would complete it. Of course, Jet was also quite confident because, no matter how one looked at it, the difficulty of the 1,000-soul lantern's trial definitely could not compare to his previous confrontation with the heart demon. Back when he was at the 3rd level of the Sea Realm, facing a 9th level heart demon, Jet felt as if he was on the brink of death. The heart demon's power was terrifying, but fortunately, he managed to find an opportunity to launch a decisive counterattack. At this moment, Jet didn't hesitate. The earth chi within him surged wildly as he approached the 1,000-soul lantern. As soon as he got close, he immediately sensed a terrifying suction force emanating from inside the lantern. Then, he was entirely enveloped by it. Whoosh! After engulfing Jet, a terrifying aura of spirit energy radiated outwards from the 1,000-soul lantern, instantly illuminating the entire world. Then, blue and white spirit energy light flickered and spread, forming an ethereal spirit energy barrier. This spirit energy barrier continuously expanded, enveloping Bianca and Ellis as well. From afar, other teams still engaged in battle stared wide-eyed with disbelief when they saw what was happening. They hadn't expected the 1,000-soul lantern to start recognizing its master like this. What's going on? Is the 1,000-soul lantern recognizing its master? No, it should be initiating the trial. If this kid can pass the trial, he will obtain the 1,000-soul lantern. Note: this translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring it is natural and fluent in English. The storyline and logic are consistent with the previous content, and I have adhered to the structure and line breaks of the original text. ####Chapter 123. The ownership conditions of the 1,000 Souls Lantern. Isn't this absurd? How did this boy, who's only at the 3rd level of the Xuanhuan realm, manage to reach this point? How did he pass that spirit energy vortex test? To those distant cultivators, their cultivation realms were far higher than Jet's. Yet, they lacked the courage to rashly enter the spirit energy vortex. Some not only dared to venture in, but even completed the test. Jet became the first to summit, undoubtedly making him the champion of this Divine Mountain contest. However, before the final results were announced, Jet still needed to pass the 1,000 Souls Lanterns test. Currently, he was provisionally considered the champion to be. If Jet ultimately passed the 1,000 Souls Lanterns test, his performance in this Divine Mountain contest could be described as terrifying, making him the true number one. Of course, if he failed the test and was expelled by the 1,000 Souls Lantern, he would likely suffer severe injuries. By then, before the competition's outcome was finalized, other cultivators could take advantage by passing the Spirit Energy Vortex test and seize Jet's current position. Therefore, everything depended on whether Jet could pass the internal test of the 1,000 Souls Lantern. Speaking of Jet, after being swallowed into the lantern, he felt a dazed sensation wash over him again, much like before. In this state, time seemed to pass particularly quickly. When Jet regained his senses, he found himself in another small world. Unlike the previous small world, this space where Jet now stood was a plane with blue spirit energy orbs floating continuously above it. The scene of this small world was unlike any other place. As soon as he arrived, Jet felt as if he had been transported back to the lightning plains he had barely crossed earlier. Roar! Just as Jet was reflecting on this, suddenly, countless frightening surges of spirit energy fluctuated from afar. A demonic wolf, enveloped in terrifying lightning, appeared before him. At the moment the demonic wolf appeared, Jet felt a wave of tension. An overwhelming pressure came head-on, confirming for Jet that this demonic wolf had reached the peak of the Xuanhuan realm. At this point, Jet felt an intense surge within him. No matter how he looked at it, this was a fight he could not avoid. Defeating this demonic wolf would change his life entirely. Charge! Whoosh! Without hesitation, even facing a lightning demonic wolf at the peak of the Xuanhuan realm, Jet rapidly circulated the spirit energy within his body. With a light stomp on the ground, his speed erupted, transforming him into a terrifying meteor rushing straight towards the lightning demonic wolf. His speed burst instantly brought him to the front of the lightning demonic wolf. Countless torrents of spirit energy surged within him, infusing his Ice God sword. As he closed the distance, he fiercely swung his sword. Ice God burst. He unleashed the strongest sword intent he could muster. The Ice God burst. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sword intent erupted, spreading out ripples of terrifying spirit energy in all directions. This was Jet's first attempt to unleash the full power of Ice God Burst since advancing to the 6th level of the Xuanhuan realm. With the enhancement of his cultivation and strength, the Ice God Burst now exhibited power far beyond its previous levels. The sword in tint carried terrifying might, rushing towards the lightning demonic wolf. From the perspective of the lightning demonic wolf, it felt that Jet's attack was incredibly powerful. Despite seeing Jet as just a cultivator at the 6th level of the Xuanhuan realm, the intensity of his attack seemed capable of destroying everything. However, with its cultivation and strength at the peak of the Xuanhuan realm, the lightning demonic wolf did not retreat. It roared furiously and swung its arm forward with force. A wolf claw struck out in a terrifying manner, as if it could pierce through anything. Boom! In the next moment, the wolf claw collided with Jet's sword in tint. The impact caused a deafening explosion, sending shockwaves of spirit energy crazily spreading in all directions. It felt like a massive explosion had occurred, evoking a sense of immense terror. If there were other cultivators present, witnessing the power generated from the clash between the lightning demonic wolf and Jet's sword in tint would leave them speechless, as it almost reached the limits of what could be achieved at the Xuanhuan realm. How powerful! For Jet, at the instant his sword in tint collided with the wolf claw, he felt an overpowering surge of spirit energy crashing down. The force was so tremendous that Jet nearly lost his grip on his Ice God sword. It was hard to imagine that just a single wolf claw could exert such power. Jet was momentarily stunned, but quickly turned his focus back to subduing the demonic wolf. After all, defeating this creature meant conquering the Thousand Souls Lantern. Without any hesitation or pause, Jet continued attacking. His movements merged with a torrent of spirit energy, forming an aura around him, turning him into a war god. Following closely, he initiated the Boundless Heaven-Earth Sword formation. Roar! Boundless Heaven-Earth, break through! With a shout, Jet channeled a torrent of heavenly and earthly spirit energy into the Boundless Heaven-Earth Sword formation. Immediately, the 32 flying swords emitted blinding lights. Under Jet's control, the 32 flying swords transformed into meteors, attacking the demonic wolf simultaneously from 32 different angles. The Boundless Heaven-Earth Sword formation's strength lay in its formidable armor-piercing capability. Without exaggeration, at Jet's current level, this formation was almost unbeatable in the Xuanhuan realm. Even the lightning demonic wolf, at the peak of the Xuanhuan realm, struggled against Jet's formidable attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The 32 flying swords continuously struck the lightning demonic wolf, driving it backward repeatedly. Jet realized that compared to the Heart Demon test, the Thousand Souls Lanterns test was considerably easier. Seeing this, he prepared to defeat the demonic wolf in one fell swoop. While the Boundless Heaven-Earth Sword formation continuously attacked the demonic wolf, Jet kept circulating his spirit energy. Under his control, more energy flowed into the Ice God Sword. With this infusion, the Ice God Sword, which had already improved to 8 runes, radiated terrifying spirit energy. Even from a distance, one could feel its formidable power. Note: asterisk names have been converted to pinyin and maintained in English throughout the translation. The style and tone of the original passage have been preserved while ensuring fluency and grammatical correctness in English. If one paid close attention, they could clearly perceive the waves of terrifying spirit energy fluctuations emanating from the Ice God Sword. It was as if the Ice God Sword had transformed into an extremely formidable artifact capable of destroying the heavens and earth. In the next moment, a terrifying sword in tint erupted, charging toward the lightning demonic wolf in a horrifying manner. Ice God Burst. This Ice God Burst was different from the previous ones. Jet infused more spirit energy into it, so when it erupted, the terrifying blue sword in tint burst forth with an overwhelming force that seemed to engulf everything. The lightning demonic wolf could sense the formidable power from Jet's sword in tint. However, being already under pressure from the Boundless Heaven-Earth Sword formation, it now felt quite overwhelmed by this new threat. The lightning demonic wolf's body was enveloped in continuously fluctuating spirit energy, making it appear like the most terrifying entity in existence. Then, just as Jet's sword in tint was about to strike, the wolf suddenly opened its mouth. A terrifying purple-spirited lightning sphere immediately erupted, charging at Jet's sword in tint with an all-consuming force. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying spirit energy-laden lightning sphere collided with Jet's attack. The thunderous boom reverberated as countless waves of terrifying heaven and earth spirit energy spread wildly around. Jet squinted his eyes slightly. When the spirit energy sphere and his sword in tint clashed, a terrifying wave of spirit energy pressure exploded right in front of him, completely enveloping him. He almost felt suffocated under the immense pressure. However, Jet's actions were swift. As more terrifying spirit energy continued to surge, he once again swung his Ice God Sword. Since one Ice God Burst wasn't enough to defeat the opponent, he would unleash another. Note: asterisk the translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and grammatical correctness in English. The paragraph structure and line breaks are kept as in the original text. Chapter 124. 7 Levels of the Xuanhuan Realm. Whoosh! At this moment, with Jet's burst of power, a terrifying sword in tint immediately erupted, surging forward in a world-engulfing manner toward the spiritual energy orb. Boom! The next moment, amidst a series of terrifying explosions of spiritual energy, countless waves of spiritual energy wildly spread out. Instantly, the miniature world was completely enveloped by chaotic currents of spiritual energy, evoking a sense of awe even from just one glance. For Jet, he had nearly reached the peak of his strength. He often realized that as his power increased, the ice deity swords might also significantly enhanced. However, this time, after completing the task, his cultivation and strength had directly advanced by 3 levels. This sudden surge in power still left Jet feeling awestruck. In the past, upon completion of tasks, he generally would advance by 1 level, but now, advancing by 3 levels at once was unprecedented for him. Regardless, the period of adjustment was brief. Soon, Jet fully mastered the nearly overwhelming spiritual energy fluctuation within his body. After 2 successive eruptions of the ice deity burst, it became evident that the lightning wolf could no longer withstand Jet's attacks. After all, it had to simultaneously counter both the boundless supreme sword array and the terrifying ice deity burst. Despite being at the peak of the Xuanhuan realm, the lightning wolf couldn't endure this onslaught. Jet narrowed his eyes slightly, and more terrifying spiritual energy continued to flow into the ice deity sword. With a loud cry, countless terrifying spiritual energy arrows began forming around him. Ice deity arrows manifest. Jet clearly felt that his current strength had reached an incredibly formidable stage. Given that the lightning wolf was already in a rather pitiful state, it was time to seize the opportunity and defeat it decisively. Flame deity arrow. Swish, swish, swish. With Jet's exertion, boundless heavenly and earthly spiritual energy continuously converged, transforming into terrifying spiritual energy arrows around him. The appearance of these arrows made Jet look as if he were in a frightening state. In the blink of an eye, under Jet's control, these countless terrifying arrows gathered into a single, fearsome divine arrow blazing with black flames. The moment this flame deity arrow appeared, it gave off a sensation of piercing through the heavens and earth. Even Jet could clearly feel the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations within it. Go! Pew! In the next moment, Jet waved his hand, and the terrifying flame deity arrow immediately surged forward with unmatched speed, fiercely striking the lightning wolf. For the lightning wolf, already besieged by the boundless supreme sword array, it found itself in an extremely precarious situation. The moment it saw the flame deity arrow take shape, it sensed the immense power of Jet's attack. Yet, no matter how formidable the lightning wolf was, it was ultimately just a beast at the peak of its Xuanhuan realm. Swoosh! The next moment, the terrifying flame deity arrow struck the lightning wolf with cataclysmic force, instantly piercing through it. The flame deity arrow was an attack that, once unleashed, could penetrate anything. Despite being at the peak of its Xuanhuan realm, the lightning wolf couldn't withstand Jet's assault and was instantly pierced. Instantaneously, black flames engulfed and burned away the lightning wolf until it was utterly annihilated. Moments later, as the lightning wolf was completely incinerated, Jet saw a spiritual energy vortex appear before him. A smile spread across Jet's lips as he knew this trial was now completed. Entering the spiritual energy vortex, accompanied by the familiar sensation of disorientation, Jet entered a transmission passage. When he regained his senses, he found himself back on the peak of Moon Deity Mountain. Facing him was the Thousand Souls Lantern, but now Jet felt a deeper connection with it as if it had become part of his body. After defeating the lightning wolf, Jet knew he had completed the Thousand Souls Lantern trial and now possessed the lantern. Before he could carefully examine its powers, a familiar system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host has completed the task, advancing to the 7th level of the Xuanhuan realm. Ding! Congratulations, new task triggered, the Moon Deity Mountain anomaly. A large-scale beast tide is about to occur, and you need to use the Thousand Souls Lantern to slay the Thunder Deity Wolf, the cause of the beast tide, to bring it to an end. Upon task completion, host strength will advance to the 8th level of the Xuanhuan realm, along with 2 Xuanhuan breakthrough pills. Time slowly passed, and as Jet listened to the system notifications, he felt somewhat dazed. From any perspective, the tasks in this phase seemed quite exaggerated. A beast tide was breaking out? Clearly, this was not a good development. However, what intrigued Jet more was that his target, simply named Thunder Deity Wolf, brought back memories of the lightning wolf he had faced in the miniature world. Coupled with the connection formed via the Thousand Souls Lantern, Jet suspected that the earlier lightning wolf might have been a shadow of the Thunder Deity Wolf. If the purpose of the Thousand Souls Lantern's emergence was to quell the beast tide, then everything made sense. Jet resolved to maximize the lantern's power to slay the Thunder Deity Wolf. Aiden, are you alright? Seeing Jet return, Bianca and Ellis were deeply concerned. They had been waiting anxiously, recalling how Jet barely defeated his previous nemesis. They naturally feared something untoward might happen during the lantern trial. Relieved that both were safe, Jet nodded and said, I'm fine, but something significant is about to happen here. Be cautious. As he spoke, Jet's gaze turned towards the distant horizon. Although the beast tide hadn't arrived yet, he felt an unerring instinct that it would come within moments. From afar, the cultivators from other Empire teams watched as Jet had completed the Thousand Souls Lantern trial, their faces filled with shock. They were all well aware of the terrifying power of the Thousand Souls Lantern. To put it bluntly, mastering the lantern would enable one to easily fight against opponents far above their own level. That was precisely why they had come here, willing to risk everything for this chance. However, now that Jet had obtained the Thousand Souls Lantern and became the first-place winner of this divine mountain competition, no matter how unwilling they felt, there was nothing they could do about it. Suddenly, a ripple of spiritual energy surged through the air, and the 3 figures in golden robes who had appeared earlier returned once more. Congratulations to the Xuanhuan team for winning the championship of this divine mountain competition. Your rewards will be given to you at the Moon Deity Empire's Holy Hall tomorrow, presented by the Emperor himself, one of them said. As he spoke, admiration filled their gazes when looking at Jet. All 3 were at a realm above the Xuanhuan realm, so they clearly understood how much effort Jet had put into progressing from a weak position to successfully completing the Thousand Souls Lantern trial. At that moment, another person continued, however, before you receive your awards tomorrow, there is a major event today that needs to be addressed by the owner of the Thousand Souls Lantern, which is you. As he spoke, he pointed lightly towards Jet. Jet was somewhat surprised but quickly understood what the person meant when he thought about the upcoming system task. Indeed, a beast tide was bound to erupt at this time, and since he had acquired the Thousand Souls Lantern, he would inevitably have to resolve the beast tide. Jet speculated that the Thousand Souls Lantern and the beast tide were intricately linked, thus making him, as the lantern's owner, indispensable. Otherwise, with the cultivation and strength of these 3 grand figures, what kind of beast tide couldn't they handle? Still, what exactly was the origin of this beast tide? And what kind of existence was the Thunder Deity Wolf? Chapter 125. The Origin of the Beast Tide. At this moment, the gold-robed cultivator continued to say, in less than half an incense stick's time, a surge of demonic beasts will erupt here. The cause of this beast tide is a thunder god demon wolf with a strength at the 7th level of defying heaven. What you need to do is exterminate that thunder god demon wolf before the beast tide breaks out. Upon hearing this, Jet was momentarily stunned. It turned out that this thunder god demon wolf had already reached the 7th level of defying heaven. 7th level of defying heaven. What kind of terrifying strength was this? No matter how one looked at it, this creature was terrifying to the extreme. One must know that even though Jet's strength was rapidly improving, he was still only at the 7th level of xuanhuan. There was a whole major realm between the 7th level of xuanhuan and the 7th level of defying heaven. If asked to fight such a formidable opponent at the 7th level of defying heaven, Jet had no doubt he would be instantly annihilated. However, seeing Jet's astonishment, the gold-robed cultivator lightly coughed, pointed at the Thousand Souls lantern beside Jet, and slowly said, "You don't need to be too surprised. Although this thunder god demon wolf strength has reached the 7th level of defying heaven, which we cannot handle, with the Thousand Souls lantern, you are its counter." The lantern has a move called Thousand Souls Barrier which, once cast, can encompass a large area within the barrier. Pausing slightly, the person continued, and this barrier is just what restrains the thunder god demon wolf. Inside the barrier, the thunder god demon wolf can only unleash strength up to the 3rd level of defying heaven. With your current strength and the aid of the Thousand Souls lantern, you can certainly kill it. Jet could not help but develop a black line on his forehead upon hearing these words. What the person said sounded impressive, but after all, he had to fight. His strength was only at the 7th level of xuanhuan. Even if the opponent's strength was suppressed to the 3rd level of defying heaven, it was still a huge gap. Jet estimated that if this battle really happened, the threat brought by this demon wolf would even surpass the difficulty during the heart demon evaluation. But, since the mission had been initiated, there was no possibility of retreat. Fine, I understand. I'll go over now. Jet did not hesitate at this point. Since he understood the ins and outs of the matter, it was impossible for him to wait around for the beast tide to erupt. Jet stomped on the ground, spreading his speed as he rushed towards the location of the thunder god demon wolf indicated by the mission. The 3 gold-robed cultivators also had nothing else to say and followed behind Jet toward the thunder god demon wolf. Lynette and Ellis exchanged glances. They could see each other's astonished expressions. However, having already broken through to the 5th level of xuanhuan, they clearly had no intention of retreating. Speeding up, they directly flew in pursuit. Speaking of which, as Jet spread his speed, his entire body transformed into a terrifying lightning bolt, rapidly rushing far away. Before long, Jet arrived at the destination. This was a vast plain at the back area of the Divine Mountain. With just one glance, Jet could see a very terrifying altar in the center of the plain, and at the heart of this altar, a fearsome demon wolf sealed away. Even from afar, Jet could see that the demon wolf was engulfed in terrifying thunder, with purple lightning constantly shimmering around it, making it appear as the most terrifying existence in the world. This was a terrifying entity that had already reached the 7th level of defying heaven. Even from this distance, Jet felt as if this demon wolf could obliterate him with just a glance. However, Jet's actions were swift at this moment. On his way here, he had already become familiar with the use of the Thousand Souls lantern. Thousand Souls Barrier appear. Without pausing, Jet waved his hand, and boundless terrifying spirit energy flowed into the Thousand Souls lantern held in his hand. Immediately, the Thousand Souls lantern burst forth with dazzling spiritual light. The next moment, a blue-white interwoven boundary, filled with terrifying aura, quickly expanded outwards from the Thousand Souls lantern. In an instant, this barrier enveloped a vast expanse of the area. After the Thousand Souls barrier appeared, Jet could distinctly feel that the thunder god demon wolf emitting terrifying aura at the 7th level of defying heaven suddenly felt as if its power had diminished drastically. To be precise, it was as if the demon wolf's power had reduced to just 1% of its original strength. Just like the gold-robe cultivator had mentioned earlier, the thunder god demon wolf could now only unleash power roughly equivalent to the 2nd or 3rd level of defying heaven. Crack, crack. Undoubtedly, with Jet casting this terrifying Thousand Souls barrier, the seal containing the thunder god demon wolf began to tremble and break apart. As the sound of breaking spiritual energy resonated, the seal completely crumbled. Roar. When Jet appeared, the thunder god demon wolf had already noticed him. As the seal broke, the thunder god demon wolf wasted no time, roaring angrily as it charged forward at tremendous speed, transforming into a terrifying meteor. Whoosh! From any angle, the speed the thunder god demon wolf unleashed was terrifyingly fast. In just a flash, the thunder god demon wolf covered immeasurable distances and arrived right before Jet. Though its cultivation had been suppressed, and it could only unleash strength akin to the 2nd or 3rd level of defying heaven, the power it exhibited was still incredibly terrifying. As soon as it made its move, a horrifying pressure instantly overwhelmed Jet, causing him to feel suffocated. Ice God Burst. However, Jet's reaction speed was also extremely quick. When the thunder god demon wolf fiercely lunged at him with its claw, Jet channeled countless terrifying spiritual energies into the Ice God Sword and swung it forcefully. Ice God Burst, wielded by Jet at the 7th level of xuanhuan, displayed vastly greater power compared to before. There was no question that this Ice God Burst was absolutely the limit of what Jet could unleash at this moment. Boom. Next, Jet's Ice God Burst collided with the thunder god demon wolf's claw, accompanied by a loud rumbling. Endless terrifying heavenly spiritual energy wildly radiated outward, creating a frightening sensation even from afar. In that split second of collision, Jet felt as if he wasn't facing a demon wolf but rather a meteorite. The overwhelming pressure almost engulfed him, but thankfully, the power Jet could unleash was sufficiently terrifying, preventing him from being instantly shattered by the meteorite. Jet was certain that if his power hadn't been enough, he would have been instantly blasted to pieces by the meteorite. Still, Despite holding off the Thunder God Demon Wolf's claw, Jet's sword intent couldn't withstand it for long and shattered. However, Jet's reaction speed was swift. After the Ice God Burst shattered, he didn't delay. He channeled more spiritual energy and delivered another fierce strike. Ice God Burst. This time, unlike the previous attack, Jet simultaneously launched 2 Ice God Bursts. Combining them resulted in a terrifying amount of power. This translation ensures accurate representation of the original text while adhering to fluent English language conventions, maintaining paragraph structure and preserving the story's tone and style. To be frank, if any other cultivator at the Songhai realm were to unleash an attack with the power that Jet could now, they would likely be instantly killed. At this moment, even the mighty Thunder God Demon Wolf, upon witnessing the terrifying power contained within the 2 sword intents released by Jet, felt a momentary daze. Roar. The demon wolf let out an angry roar, and countless terrifying spiritual energies surged within its body. Around it, layer upon layer of formidable spiritual energy swirled, making it appear as if it had transformed into the most fearsome beast in the world. Next, Jet saw the Thunder God Demon Wolf open its mouth, and a terrifying sphere of spiritual energy erupted from it, charging straight toward Jet. Jet felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This sphere of spiritual energy was far more powerful than the one released by the Demon Wolf during the Thousand Souls Lantern trial. The moment this sphere erupted, the surrounding space seemed to tremble, the sheer power being indescribable. Boom. In the next instant, the first Ice God Burst unleashed by Jet collided head-on with the Thunder God Demon Wolf's sphere of spiritual energy. A deafening explosion echoed, like 2 colossal meteors colliding. The entire world shook violently at that moment. Countless terrifying spiritual energies radiated outward from the point of impact, spreading chaotically in all directions. Jet was momentarily stunned. At the moment of collision, he felt an overwhelming pressure envelop his entire body, as if he would be instantly annihilated. This was the first time Jet had experienced such a sensation. He truly hadn't expected the opponent's attack to be so terrifying. Even though he had already maximized the power of Ice God Burst, when it collided with the opponent's sphere of spiritual energy, it felt as if they were not even on the same level. Chapter 126, Thunder God Wolf. Though his Ice God explosion could withstand the opponent's attack for a moment, after just a few seconds, it started to shatter. As the Ice God explosion crumbled, Jet could feel the terrifying impact himself. With time passing, right after the first Ice God explosion shattered, the second one immediately erupted. The first Ice God explosion had already shaken the spirit energy sphere to the brink of collapse. Now, the second Ice God explosion struck, colliding head-on with the spirit energy sphere. Boom. Crack. Crack. This collision was devastating. 2 consecutive Ice God explosions unleashed their maximum power. Even that spirit energy sphere could not resist this force and exploded instantly. Jet narrowed his eyes slightly as, upon the attack's collision, he was hit by a massive shockwave, causing him to fly backward. This overwhelming sensation was new to Jet, like his strength was incomparably weaker than his foes. Honestly speaking, although this Thunder God Wolf was at 3rd rank of Heaven Defying, Jet felt that compared to when he fought Heart Demon at 9th rank of Vast Sea while being only at 3rd rank, this challenge was lower. Back then, a single mistake might have meant his immediate demise. Now, if he seized the opportunity well, he could still defeat this Thunder God Wolf. No matter how terrifying, under the Thousand Souls boundary, the Thunder God Wolf's potential was limited. Thus, unless Jet made critical errors, he believed he could handle this mission. However, these judgments were based on the Thunder God Wolf's current performance. If it unleashed more formidable power later, it would be different. At that moment, 2 Ice God explosions collided with the Thunder God Wolf's lightning spheres, producing an overwhelmingly terrifying power wave spreading in all directions. Jet couldn't withstand the blast and was hurled back. Yet, he quickly adjusted, channeled countless terrifying spiritual energies within him, and sped up again, becoming a bolt of lightning rushing towards the Thunder God Wolf. Understanding his capabilities, Jet had no fear left. At full speed, Jet's power reached an extremely terrifying level. In the blink of an eye, he covered vast distances and reached the Thunder God Wolf. Roar. A low roar sent waves of terrifying elemental spirit energy into the Ice God's sword in his hand, unleashing a powerful strike. Ice God Explosion. Without pause, Jet executed another Ice God Explosion. With his growing cultivation, his combat power far exceeded what it used to be. Previously, casting Ice God Explosion consumed a lot from Jet, but now it didn't. So, without hesitation, Jet unleashed it continuously. Rumble. Afterward, the battles between Jet and the wolf persisted non-stop. The Ice God Explosion repeatedly clashed with the Thunder God Wolf's claws, each collision sending terrifying waves of spirit energy rippling out. Time seemed to pass quickly. Jet realized he was losing spiritual energy rapidly and needed to end this battle soon. Therefore, he decided to increase the pace of the battle and defeat the wolf as quickly as possible. Shortly after intensifying his offensive rhythm, the Thunder God Wolf couldn't hold up against Jet's attacks and began retreating. But just as Jet thought he was about to defeat the wolf, a sudden change occurred. Rumble. Suddenly, terrifying lightning flashed from the distant sky, followed by a massive bolt of lightning striking the Thunder God Wolf from above. Upon being struck by the lightning, the Thunder God Wolf underwent a transformation. Numerous lightning-infused thorny spines appeared on its body. This transformed Thunder God Wolf felt completely different to Jet. Even though the Thousand Souls boundary remained effective, the Thunder God Wolf's strength rapidly escalated from 2nd or 3rd rank of Heaven, defying to 5th rank within moments. This leap made the Thunder God Wolf feel vastly different and far more formidable. Ow! Like before, the Thunder God Wolf roared, transforming into a terrifying lightning bolt charging at Jet. Its speed was indescribably terrifying. In an instant, it was in front of Jet, slashing fiercely. Though it wasn't the first time this claw targeted Jet, this slash felt entirely different, as if it could destroy the heavens. Whish. Space and time seemed to tear apart as the distance between the claw and Jet decreased, making him feel like he would be torn apart any second. Roar. Ice God Arrow. Jet roared, summoning numerous terrifying elemental spirit arrows around him. These arrows emitted pale blue spirit light, seemingly harmless but combined could unleash terrifying power. Flame God Arrow. Following the Ice God Arrow, more elemental spirit energy gathered. Under Jet's control, the arrows converged into one enormous arrow engulfed in black flames. Appearing in an instant, this huge flaming arrow gave off an impression of being able to pierce through heaven and earth. Whoosh! With a wave of Jet's hand, the Flame God Arrow launched toward the Thunder God Wolf. Rumble! Instantly, the Flame God Arrow collided with the wolf's terrifying claw. For a moment, it was as if the most terrifying meteors in the world had collided, evoking a sensation that could destroy heaven and earth. At the instant of the explosion, a terrifying roar of spiritual energy boomed, and countless shockwaves of spiritual energy radiated outwards crazily from the point of collision. If there were other cultivators here at this moment, they would undoubtedly be stunned into silence by the sight. And speaking of the Thunder God Wolf, it must be said that it was initially extremely confident in its own strength. After the heavenly thunder descended and enhanced its power, it felt it had the ability to crush Jet and swiftly kill him. But it never could have imagined that Jet's burst of attacks would be so terrifying. When colliding with the Flame God Arrow, accompanied by the constant burning of black flames, it felt as though everything could be instantly incinerated. This made the Thunder God Wolf feel an extreme level of terror. In the moment of impact, the rings of silver glowing thorny spines on its back began to scatter. In the blink of an eye, these silver spines shattered all over the ground. However, Jet's arrow, which seemed capable of piercing through anything without fail, failed for the first time to penetrate its target. With countless terrifying streams of spiritual energy from within the wolf continuously pouring into its claw, the power of that claw reached an extremely fearsome level. Jet's attack couldn't hold up for long and completely shattered. Bang! Yet, when Jet's Flame God Arrow shattered, the Thunder God Wolf couldn't withstand the shock of the shattering attack and was hurled away. Jet and the Thunder God Wolf pulled apart again. Jet narrowed his eyes slightly. Compared to before, his expression had changed significantly when looking at the Thunder God Wolf. Initially, he thought defeating this Thunder God Wolf would be easy. But now, Jet realized just how terrifying this Thunder God Wolf truly was. Chapter 127, Lightning Baptism. Though the strength unleashed by the Thunder God Demon Wolf was terrifying, its power had significantly improved after the Lightning Baptism. Yet, within this Thousand Souls boundary, its actual capabilities were still greatly restrained. Otherwise, with Jet's apparent cultivation at merely the 7th level of Vast Sea, he would have been instantly killed by the Thunder God Demon Wolf. However, even with the suppression from the Thousand Souls boundary, the strength this Thunder God Demon Wolf exhibited was still incredibly formidable. Squinting his eyes slightly, Jet could clearly feel that the remaining spiritual energy in his body was not much. Still, the power this Thunder God Demon Wolf could unleash was indescribably terrifying. Therefore, the current situation for Jet was not looking optimistic. However, Jet's ability to adapt was also quite strong. No matter how terrifying the burst of power from the Thunder God Demon Wolf was, with the Ice God Sword, the Thousand Souls Lantern, and the ultimate cosmic sword formation on his side, Jet believed that as long as he didn't give the wolf an opportunity, defeating him wouldn't be easy for the wolf. Outside the Thousand Souls boundary, the 3 Imperial Elders in golden robes from the Moon Goddess Empire watched the evolving situation, exchanging glances filled with shock. Regardless of any perspective, Jet's displayed strength wasn't weak, but compared to this Thunder God Demon Wolf, there was still a noticeable gap. In such circumstances, they couldn't help but worry. If Jet continued in this state, would he be able to defeat the Thunder God Demon Wolf? After all, while this battle appeared to be solely between Jet and the Thunder God Demon Wolf, its impact was immense. If Jet failed to kill the wolf, then without the restriction of the Thousand Souls Lantern, the wolf's power could reach an almost unparalleled peak. If it triggered another beast tide, the entire Moon Goddess Mountain would descend into chaos. These beasts attacking the Moon Goddess Empire would have significant repercussions on the Empire. As the strongest individuals in the Moon Goddess Empire, their strength was only at the 6th level of Heaven Defying. Even if they joined forces, they would absolutely not be a match for the Thunder God Demon Wolf. Turning back to Jet, now keeping a distance from the Thunder God Demon Wolf, both parties observed each other intently. Ayo! Suddenly, with a low roar, the Thunder God Demon Wolf instantly surged forward, launching another attack on Jet. The wolf transformed into a terrifying silver blur, leaping countless distances in the blink of an eye until it stood before Jet. It was as if distance had lost its meaning. An overwhelming amount of spiritual energy flooded into the wolf's arms, leading it to strike Jet forcefully with a claw. This claw, wielding more terrifying power than ever, felt like swallowing heaven and devouring earth in an instant. Whoosh! The moment the Thunder God Demon Wolf struck, boundless spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, exerting an extremely oppressive force on Jet. This pressure made it hard for him to breathe. He hadn't expected the wolf to unleash such power. The extent to which the Thunder God Demon Wolf currently operated surpassed Jet's previous estimates. More concerning was whether the wolf could become even more formidable. If this level of power was what he faced, Jet believed he could withstand it by maximizing his ultimate cosmic sword formation. What worried him most was if the wolf unveiled something even more terrifying afterward. But Jet knew worrying wasn't helpful now. Regardless of how terrifying the Thunder God Demon Wolf became, he needed to find a way to withstand its attacks. Ice God Explosion. Without hesitation, Jet channeled his spiritual energy into the Ice God Sword, unleashing a dazzling glow. He fiercely swung the sword, releasing a terrifying sword intent toward the wolf with overwhelming force. Boom! Next moment, Jet's attack collided with the wolf's. Unlike before, Jet's sword intent shattered instantly. Because of the lightning baptism, the wolf's power had dramatically increased. Thus, upon collision, Jet couldn't resist the wolf's might. Knowing he couldn't withstand it, Jet did not retreat. Instead, he channeled more energy and swiftly moved to the side, evading the blow. His quick reaction allowed him to dodge just in time. With the broken sword intent, the wolf's terrifying claw still rushed toward him, but Jet reacted fast enough to evade. After avoiding the attack, Jet continued to channel energy into the Ice God Sword, intending to unleash his strongest move, the Flame God Arrow. This time, he planned to replicate his victory over the Heart Demon by combining the devastating armor-piercing ability of the Ultimate Cosmic Sword formation with the Flame God Arrow. Huh! Ultimate Cosmic, go! Jet shouted, and numerous arrows of spiritual energy gathered around him, making him look like a god of war. As the arrows amassed, he channeled more energy into the Ultimate Cosmic Sword formation, causing the 32 flying swords to rapidly converge, forming a gigantic and terrifying blade. Boom! With rings of golden light spreading outward, the enormous golden sword emitted overwhelming pressure as if capable of cleaving through the heavens. Boom! Next moment, the fearsome Ultimate Cosmic Sword hurled towards the Thunder God Demon Wolf. The wolf, having battled Jet before, dismissed the threat and charged straight into the sword's path. The thunderous explosion sent shockwaves rippling outwards, creating a scene both terrifying and unbelievable. Even the immensely powerful Thunder God Demon Wolf felt an enormous pressure when its strength collided with Jet's devastating Ultimate Cosmic Sword formation. After all, from the sheer power contained in Jet's attack, it was evident that this strike had a destructive force capable of annihilation. If Jet were facing another cultivator at the vast sea realm instead of the Thunder God Demon Wolf, that cultivator would likely be instantly killed by Jet's attack. What level of terrifying sword intent is this? Who exactly is this kid? What kind of sword technique is this? It seems this battle isn't so straightforward. Perhaps we still have hope? At this moment, the three Imperial Elders in golden robes watching from afar were greatly astonished after witnessing Jet's terrifying attack. Although they had anticipated that Jet would possess extraordinary and formidable abilities, they hadn't expected him to unleash such an overwhelmingly powerful attack. However, even though the colossal sword formed by the Ultimate Cosmic Sword formation possessed immense power, for the Thunder God Demon Wolf, which had already significantly improved its strength, this power was not enough to destroy it. Jet was fully aware of this. Therefore, countless torrents of terrifying spiritual energy from within his body continuously flowed into the numerous spirit arrows surrounding him. As Jet's spiritual energy poured in, these spirit arrows began to emit brilliant blue spiritual light. The power they could unleash was already reaching an absurd level. Unite! Jet suddenly bellowed. Instantly, boundless spiritual energy surged around him, causing the spirit arrows surrounding his body to rapidly converge toward a single point. In no time, these arrows fused together, forming a single terrifying arrow engulfed in black flames. Chapter 128, Hidden Mission. This arrow of spiritual energy was not the first time it had appeared. Previously, when it was used, it had caused significant trouble for the Thunder God Wolf. Now, seeing Jet wield it again, even the Thunder God Wolf blinked its eyes, filled with awe. The Fire Divine Arrow, even in the moment it formed, gave off an extremely terrifying aura. In a split second, Jet saw that the Fire Divine Arrow had taken shape and wasted no time. With a swift gesture, this terrifying flame arrow immediately shot towards the wolf creature at incredible speed. For the Thunder God Wolf, which was still engaged with Jet's universe-boundless sword array, the sudden appearance of this immensely terrifying flame arrow put immense pressure on it. Boom! At this moment, distant skies suddenly churned with thunderclouds, followed by a terrifying bolt of lightning striking down from the horizon, instantly hitting the Thunder God Wolf. In an instant, the Thunder God Wolf underwent another electrical baptism, and Jet's eyes widened as he discovered that the wolf's strength had risen to another level. This phenomenon was almost indescribably terrifying. Jet had never faced such a formidable opponent before. Recalling the mission description, he checked his mission panel and found that this terrifying Thunder God Wolf would undergo 2 lightning baptisms, each resulting in a significant boost in power. And now, this was clearly the second baptism of the Thunder God Wolf. After the lightning baptism, this already powerful creature's abilities soared directly to the 7th stage of the Heavenly Defying Realm. 7th stage of the Heavenly Defying Realm. This was undoubtedly the full potential the Thunder God Wolf could unleash without the Thousand Souls Bear. Moreover, Jet felt that his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted from the continuous engagements. Each clash drained his energy immensely. Feeling absurdly pressured, Jet realized that the Thunder God Wolf could overpower him with its current strength, yet it could still enhance itself further through the lightning baptism. He felt helpless and unsure of what to do next. However, just as Jet felt utterly at a loss, a system notification rang in his ears, and his depleted spiritual energy was replenished instantly. System detection. The current opponent is excessively powerful. Hidden mission triggered. The host's strength will temporarily surge to the peak of the xuanhuan realm. If you can defeat the opponent within this period of enhanced power, your strength will be permanently retained at the 9th stage of the xuanhuan realm. Hearing the system prompt, Jet felt his almost depleted body immediately revitalized. He knew his strength and spiritual energy had undergone a tremendous transformation. His cultivation level had temporarily surged to the peak of the xuanhuan realm, whereas previously he was only at the 7th stage. This dramatic improvement rekindled Jet's confidence. With his strength now elevated, Jet hesitated no longer. He shouted and unleashed his speed, transforming into a terrifying meteor streaking toward the distant Thunder God Wolf. Whoosh! Fully accelerating, Jet's strength at the peak of the xuanhuan realm was incomparably stronger than before. In an instant, he covered vast distances, arriving directly before the Thunder God Wolf. Seeing Jet approach, the Thunder God Wolf's eyes widened in shock. It had been consistently suppressing Jet, but this sudden change made it feel like Jet was courting death. However, Jet's countless waves of spiritual energy surged into his ice deity sword, causing it to unleash an earth-shattering burst of power straight toward the Thunder God Wolf. Sensing the terrifying power contained within Jet's sword intent, the Thunder God Wolf was also taken aback, realizing how far Jet's strength had improved. Meanwhile, having reached the peak of the xuanhuan realm, Jet's ice deity burst could unleash unimaginable power. In the collision, even the Thunder God Wolf, at the 7th stage of the heavenly defying realm, couldn't withstand this attack and was blasted away by Jet's ice deity sword. Inside the Thousand Souls barrier, terrifying blue-white spheres of spiritual energy occasionally appeared, attacking the Thunder God Wolf. Though their individual power was limited, their sheer number and constant bombardment were quite bothersome. Jet squinted slightly, feeling that everything that had happened seemed like a dream compared to now. From the start of the battle, both he and the Thunder God Wolf had advanced several realms, a situation he hadn't anticipated during previous battles. Given his newfound strength, Jet wouldn't give the wolf any chance to recover. Ice Deity Burst. Continuous. After the first Ice Deity Burst, Jet didn't hesitate. The terrifying spiritual energy within him continued to flow wildly as he fiercely swung the Ice Deity Sword. His movements were now at an incredibly terrifying level. The Ice Deity Sword, now at the 8th pattern quality, possessed formidable power. The Ice Deity Burst, a technique capable of fully unleashing the Ice Deity Sword's power in a short time, became immeasurably fearsome in Jet's hands. Boom. The terrifying boom of spiritual energy reverberated, and the Thunder God Wolf, unable to withstand Jet's continuous bursts of Ice Deity Sword power, was sent flying back by the force of the attacks. Universe Boundless Sword Array. Activate. Without pausing, Jet continued to channel spiritual energy, making the Universe Boundless Sword Array whirl rapidly around him. These 32 flying swords could unleash horrifying power under any circumstances. The power of the Universe Boundless Sword Array largely depended on Jet's cultivation strength. Since Jet's strength had now broken through to the peak of the Songhai realm, even if it was only for a short period, the power of the Universe Boundless Sword Array had indeed increased accordingly. Again, Cosmic Gigantic Sword. Breakthrough. Jet suddenly roared in anger. Countless terrifying heavenly and earthly energies continuously converged into the Ice Deity Sword in his hand. Then he roared again, frantically injecting his inner spiritual energy into the Universe Boundless Sword Array. With the infusion of countless terrifying energies, the Universe Boundless Sword Array immediately erupted with dazzling and brilliant spiritual light. Even from a distance, one could feel an extremely formidable presence, as if this sword array alone could shatter the heavens and earth. In the next moment, Jet waved his hand, and the Universe Boundless Sword Array immediately combined into a gigantic golden spiritual sword. He swung it fiercely. Go! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This time, when the cosmic gigantic sword burst forth, it was markedly different from previous attacks. To be frank, Jet's current offensive power had reached the limits of what he could unleash at this moment. The instant this gigantic sword was unleashed, even the Thunder God Wolf widened its eyes in terror, its expression filled with fear. Even though it had already undergone the lightning baptism, the Thunder God Wolf's strength hadn't changed much. Boom. The terrifying cosmic gigantic sword immediately struck the Thunder God Wolf with immense power. Caught off guard, the Thunder God Wolf seemed unable to withstand this explosive force and was directly blasted away. In the distance, 3 gold-robed cultivators were momentarily stunned. They felt as if Jet had undergone some terrifying transformation in an instant, almost becoming a different person, his combat power increasing exponentially. At this moment, Jet moved swiftly. After fully unleashing the Universe Boundless Sword Array, he continued to inject spiritual energy from within his body into the Ice Deity Sword in his hand without hesitation. Without waiting for the power of the Universe Boundless Sword Array to finish erupting, he lifted his sword and charged toward the Thunder God Wolf once more. Chapter 129. 9 Layers of the Vast Sea. Jet's combat power now was terrifying to the extreme. His speed, fully unleashed, rapidly closed the distance between him and the Thunder God Wolf in the blink of an eye. As the power of the Boundless Sword formation was about to be completely expended, Jet fiercely swung his Ice God Sword, unleashing a horrifying force directly toward the Thunder God Wolf. Caught off guard by the Boundless Sword formation, the Thunder God Wolf was put into an awkward and miserable position when facing Jet's sudden attack. The Ice God Sword in Jet's hand seemed to transform into the world's most terrifying divine weapon in an instant, creating an almost unimaginable level of terror. Without hesitation, the Thunder God Wolf exerted its full speed, fleeing to the side. Despite its incredible burst of speed, moving a great distance in just a blink, Jet wasn't far behind. He immediately followed as soon as the wolf started to flee. Boom! The Ice God Sword, carrying immense cosmic power, struck the Thunder God Wolf hard. This attack pushed Jet's Ice God Sword to its limits, causing the Thunder God Wolf to fly backward as if struck by lightning. Roar! The Thunder God Wolf let out a howl of pain. Even at the 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm, it couldn't match Jet within the Thousand Souls Lantern's boundary. Again! After landing his strike, Jet wasted no time, continuing his barrage like a tempest, relentlessly assaulting the Thunder God Wolf. For this Thunder God Wolf, it was the first time encountering such terrifying attacks. Although suppressed earlier by the Thousand Souls boundary, it had expected more strength with its advancement to the 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm. But still being overpowered by Jet left it baffled. The shock within the Thunder God Wolf grew profound. It hadn't anticipated being bested by someone merely at the Vast Sea Realm. Normally, cultivators at the Vast Sea Realm would be instantly defeated by those in the Transcendent Realm, making the current situation all the more terrifying for it. In truth, the Thunder God Wolf had several chances to defeat Jet before his significant enhancement. However, it missed these opportunities, leaving it now incapable of overcoming Jet. Again, breakthrough! Jet roared, as boundless elemental energy surged within him. His figure transformed into a terrifying bolt of lightning, reappearing before the Thunder God Wolf in mere seconds, then ferociously swinging his Ice God Sword. Infused with countless amounts of terrifying elemental energy, the Ice God Sword erupted with blinding radiance, appearing like an incredibly formidable entity. Huh! Following Jet's exclamation, the Ice God Sword landed another devastating blow on the Thunder God Wolf. Howl! The Thunder God Wolf couldn't withstand this strike and was hammered onto the ground far away, unable to get up for quite some time. Due to the influence of the Thousand Souls boundary from the Thousand Souls Lantern, the Thunder God Wolf couldn't fully unleash its potential, which was why Jet could suppress it. Seeing the Thunder God Wolf motionless, Jet decisively swung his Ice God Sword towards it with lethal speed. In just an instant, the sword pierced straight through the Thunder God Wolf's brow, killing it instantly. Upon witnessing the death of the Thunder God Wolf, the distant golden-robed cultivators were filled with shock. They initially believed pitting Jet against the Thunder God Wolf was ludicrous, as the latter undoubtedly had overwhelming strength compared to Jet. No one expected Jet to slay the Thunder God Wolf so effortlessly. His strength must have been extraordinarily terrifying. Even the seventh layer of the transcendent realm wasn't enough to stand against him. Looking at Jet, now akin to a god of war, they felt as if they were staring at a monstrous being. Though only recently acquainted with Jet, he brought them endless surprises in that short span of time. Lynette and Ellis, watching from afar, felt elated, almost shedding tears of joy. They had been deeply worried about Jet since the start of his battle with the continuously strengthening Thunder God Wolf, fearing for his safety numerous times. Who could have predicted Jet would triumph so convincingly? Just then, the system notification sounded in Jet's ear. Congratulations, host has completed the task. Host's cultivation realm has advanced to the 9th layer of the Vast Sea, rewarded with 2 Vast Sea breakthrough pills. The notification made Jet reflect deeply. Initially, facing the powerful Thunder God Wolf, he felt extremely anxious, doubting his chances of victory. Thankfully, his gradually enhanced strength, along with completing hidden tasks, enabled him to overcome the beast. With the Thunder God Wolf slain, no beast tide would occur, and Jet had reached the 9th layer of the Vast Sea. Thus, his journey to Moon Goddess Mountain was concluded. Throughout this journey, numerous challenges allowed his strength to grow immensely. During this period, apart from the significant enhancement of his own cultivation and strength, Ellis and Lynette, who had been accompanying him, also experienced substantial improvements in their abilities. Currently, both Ellis and Lynette have reached the 5th layer of the Vast Sea realm. With the 2 Vast Sea breakthrough pills Jet now possesses, if they were to ingest them, it would almost certainly allow them to advance to the 6th layer of the Vast Sea. When Ellis and Lynette left the xiuxian Empire with Jet, they had just broken through to the Cave of Emptiness realm. Yet in just a short span of time, they have undergone a dramatic transformation in strength. Returning to the xiuxian Empire now, Ellis and Lynette would undoubtedly become top-tier powerhouses. In fact, within the xiuxian Empire, there are only a handful of cultivators who have reached the Vast Sea realm. Thus, no matter how you look at it, Lynette's and Ellis's current strength is truly terrifying. Of course, compared to a formidable empire like the Moon Goddess Empire, their strength might not be as impressive. However, in an entity like the xiuxian Empire, with their current level of power, they have indeed reached a pinnacle. Jet can confidently say that he single-handedly brought about the enhancement in Lynette's and Ellis's strength, and now they possess enough power to bring about a miraculous change for the xiuxian Holy Temple. At this moment, seeing that the Thunder God Wolf had been slain, Jet put away the Thousand Souls Lantern. He realized that his understanding of the Thousand Souls Lantern was still quite limited. If he has the time in the future, he must thoroughly study it. He felt that the capabilities of the Thousand Souls Lantern were far from what he had seen today. Judging by its power alone, Jet estimated that it must surpass the Ice God Sword. Of course, this is only relative to the current stage of the Ice God Sword, as it can continuously improve its quality through divine forging stones. Chapter 130, The Gift from the Moon Goddess Empire. Narrowing his eyes, Jet felt countless terrifying spiritual energies surge within him. It seemed as though he could unleash the power to destroy the heavens and earth with a mere wave of his hand. His current strength was vastly different compared to before. In the distance, the 3 figures in golden robes gazed at Jet, swallowing hard, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Even with their capabilities, they stood no chance against a 7th-ranked Thunder Deity Wolf. Despite the wolf not unleashing its full power, after 2 lightning baptisms, its potential was formidable. So, just by this comparison, it was clear that if Jet could defeat the Thunder Deity Wolf, even the 3 of them combined couldn't beat him. They were the strongest in the Moon Goddess Empire, yet none of them were a match for Jet. What kind of existence was he? Good, very good. You have successfully helped us quell the beast tide. Rest assured, we will not let your efforts go unrewarded. This reward will be given alongside the prize for winning the Divine Mountain contest. Yes, young hero, you have truly helped us resolve a great crisis. You are a benefactor to the Moon Goddess Empire, the 3 golden-robed cultivators said excitedly, praising Jet. Given Jet's current cultivation and performance, they dared not upset him. Jet glanced at Lynette and Ellis, moved toward them, and handed each a breakthrough pill from the Xuanhuan realm. Let's go claim our rewards and return to xiuxian Empire. With matters here resolved, there was no reason for Jet to stay any longer. Lynette and Ellis looked at Jet with newfound admiration. They had followed him all this way and knew how difficult it had been. During various trials, Jet often seemed on the brink of being eliminated, especially during the Heart Demon trial where he appeared no match for his opponents. Yet despite these immense pressures, Jet persevered step by step to reach his current position. This inspired Lynette and Ellis. They decided to emulate his resolve in future challenges. The trio didn't linger and followed the 3 golden robe cultivators to the Moon Goddess Temple for the awards ceremony. By the time Jet arrived, the other contestants had already gathered. Many of these cultivators were harboring resentment, especially those at the 9th rank of Xuanhuan. Earlier, they watched helplessly as Jet advanced right under their noses while still appearing only a 3rd-rank Xuanhuan cultivator. If they had acted then, they could have eliminated him. But due to their underestimation, things spiraled out of control. One contestant couldn't suppress his rage and charged at Jet, shouting, "I don't believe it. I don't believe you're the champion. You must have used some trick, die." This assailant wore black attire and was a 9th-ranked Xuanhuan cultivator, a talented figure in his own right. But he would now pay the price for his decision. Attacking Jet meant facing certain death. Jet remained calm, barely changing expression. To someone who had defeated a 7th-ranked Thunder Deity Wolf, this attack was child's play. The golden-robed cultivators were shocked but restrained themselves upon seeing Jet's signal, understanding that he did not want their interference. With his current prowess, even they might struggle against him, let alone a 9th-ranked xuanhuan cultivator. An ant dares to shine? Jet growled, casually flicking his ice deity sword, unleashing a fearsome sword intent that surged forth like a force capable of devouring the world. The speed was terrifyingly swift despite appearing slow. In the next moment, the sword intent clashed with the black-clothed cultivator's attack. A loud bang resounded, followed by a spurt of blood. All present saw the 9th-rank cultivator blasted back, bleeding from all orifices, and landing harshly on the ground, unable to rise. A 9th-rank xuanhuan cultivator had been killed in one strike by Jet. Witnessing this, the spectators felt as though they were dreaming. No one could believe such power existed. Realizing this, they now regarded Jet with profound reverence, no longer daring to disrespect him. How could they not acknowledge his unmatched strength? Led by the 3 powerful figures, Jet entered the holy temple. The courtier personally presented the award. She was a beautiful woman veiled in purple, her face hidden yet her beauty palpable. Holding an exquisite tray adorned with diamonds, she revealed 3 dazzling storage bags. Her voice, melodious and heavenly, resonated throughout. Note: I've maintained the structure and style as requested. Let me know if you need further assistance. Young hero, you have helped our moon goddess empire avert this crisis. There is nothing more we can do to repay you. Please accept these humble gifts as a token of our gratitude. The voice of the moon goddess empire's queen possessed an entrancing charm that could ensnare one even with just a fleeting listen. Even Jet felt himself nearly lost in its allure, but his reaction was swift. The spiritual energy within him immediately circulated, swiftly snapping him out of the abnormal, emotional state. It was merely a trifling effort on my part, not worth mentioning. Jet nodded toward the Adina and without hesitation, reached out to take the storage bags from the tray she offered. As his divine consciousness swept through each storage bag, his previously calm heart was suddenly thrown into turmoil. Though he remained outwardly composed, inwardly he was profoundly moved. For what lay within these storage bags were all extraordinary items. The first storage bag contained a vast amount of cultivation resources, more than enough to establish a top-tier sect. Even within the Moon Goddess Empire, such resources represented a substantial sum. Seeing only the contents of the first storage bag left Jet astonished, but the second storage bag surpassed even that, making him feel enlightened and impressed. Within the second storage bag were numerous divine-grade pills and cultivation techniques. These pills and techniques weren't at the level of the 4 grades, Heaven, Earth, Mystic, Yellow, but had all reached the divine grade. Divine-grade pills and techniques were exceedingly rare even at the Cave Void or Vast Sea Realm, yet now so many were being bestowed upon him. It was clear the Moon Goddess Empire had spared no expense this time. Note: Cave Void is adjusted to Cave Void for more natural phrasing in English, and Songhai is translated to Vast Sea for better fluency. After all, the effectiveness of divine-grade pills and techniques far exceeded other pills, offering immense benefits when used properly. However, the first 2 storage bags were actually Jet's rewards for winning the Divine Mountain contest. The third storage bag contained the reward for slaying the Thunder Deity Wolf and halting the Beast Tide. Note: I've maintained the structure and style as requested while ensuring fluency and accuracy in translation. Let me know if you need any adjustments. Chapter 131. How dare the lowliest create trouble? After thoroughly inspecting the contents of the third storage bag, Jet felt as if he was dreaming. Inside this third storage bag were a large number of divine rank bones and divine rank weapons. The quantity of these bones and weapons numbered in the hundreds. Kidding, even with all his resources, Jet could not have previously produced more than a few divine rank bones. However, now he had obtained such an abundance of them. As for divine rank weapons, previously Jet only wielded a frost sword of 2nd quality, but now within this storage bag, even the lowest quality divine weapon had 4th quality, many even reaching 5th and 6th quality. This one storage bag alone was priceless. Combining these 3 incredible storage bags together, Jet felt that even an entire empire's worth of wealth would not exceed it. Thus, obtaining these 3 storage bags at this moment was incredibly beneficial to Jet's future. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty. Jet stored away the storage bags and couldn't help but feel as if everything was a dream. It seemed as though he had only arrived at the Moon Goddess Empire for a short while, yet now it felt like centuries had passed. The Queen of the Moon Goddess Empire had been observing Jet the entire time, as if she wanted to see through this man before her. She wanted to understand how someone who appeared to be only at 9th level Ocean Realm managed to defeat the Lightning Godwolf, a being of heaven-defying realm. While Jet was receiving his reward, the surrounding cultivators all gazed at him with astonishment. None of them could fathom how someone like Jet had managed to secure victory. At this point, Jet undoubtedly became the center of attention, standing as an unparalleled glory. Hero, as the champion of our Moon Goddess Empire's Sacred Mountain contest, there is one more special reward, a kiss from the goddess, said the queen while Jet looked on in mild surprise. She then leaned forward and lightly kissed his forehead. In that instant, a gentle and sweet wind blew towards him, making Jet feel as if he would melt. Despite the passage of 10,000 years, this was the first time Jet had been in such intimate contact with another individual. Slightly narrowing his eyes, Jet savored the moment. Fortunately, the kiss was light and brief, and soon enough, the Queen of the Moon Goddess Empire moved away. Jet shook himself back into focus, glanced deeply at the Queen once more, and without further hesitation, left with Lynette and Ellis. Since the ceremony was over, there was no reason to linger. Following Jet's departure, the other top contestants in the contest also came forward to receive their rewards, though they were no longer personally presented by the Queen. After Jet's departure, the Queen also left the sanctuary. Jet and his companions sped through the sky on their way back to Xuanhuan Empire. Looking down at the vast mountains and seas below, Jet felt a strange sensation deep inside. This journey to the Moon Goddess Empire had been filled with meaningful events. At the time, these moments might have gone unnoticed, but reflecting on them now, Jet felt as if he had truly experienced the vicissitudes of life. Time seemed to pass quickly as Jet pondered returning to Xiuanhuan Empire and establishing Xiuanhuan Sanctuary as the foremost sect. Then he planned to see what the next phase of the system task would entail. With slightly narrowed eyes, Jet's thoughts raced. Now that his strength had grown, he could begin researching new sword techniques for the Ice Deity Sword. Clearly, both the first and second moves of the Ice Deity Sword could now manifest with greater complexity due to Jet's improved cultivation. Moreover, Jet knew well that once new sword techniques were developed, their power would be terrifying. Suddenly, the system notification chimed, momentarily stunning Jet. Ding! Congratulations on completing all objectives of the Sacred Mountain Contest Series task. Additional reward granted. A level up in cultivation to peak 9th level Ocean Realm. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking a new phase of the system task, Danilo Holy Pilgrimage Task. Ding! Danilo Holy Pilgrimage Task has been activated. Details of the task can be found in the task panel. Before heading to the Danilo Empire, the host must ensure Xiuanhuan Sanctuary becomes the foremost sect in the Xiuanhuan Empire. Completing the task will grant the third move of the Ice Deity Sword technique. This string of notifications left Jet feeling rather disoriented. Regardless of how he viewed it, this task was quite favorable to him. Simply put, with the start of the new phase, a new chapter of his journey had begun. Now, at peak 9th level Ocean Realm, he was only a step away from the mythical heaven-defying realm. Moreover, becoming the foremost sect in the Xiuanhuan Empire would earn him the third move of the Ice Deity Sword technique. With the current capabilities of Lynette and Ellis, the Xiuanhuan Sanctuary could easily become the strongest sect in the Xiuanhuan Empire, rendering the reward essentially free. So, after this period, Jet figured he could focus on the next phase of the task. Of course, before embarking on the next phase, he needed to push his strength to its peak. Whether it was researching the Ice Deity Sword technique, the Heaven-Earth Infinite Sword formation, or simply improving his own abilities, he had not yet taken the time to delve deeply into any of it. Jet was certain that this next phase would involve entering one of the top 2,000 ranked empires. Even the lower-ranked empires in this world had brought countless crises upon him, especially during the Moon Goddess Empire mission, where Jet had nearly lost his life several times. However, with continuously growing strength, Jet had swiftly reached the peak 9th level Ocean Realm, a realm he could only dream of achieving when he was at the heaven-breaking realm. Now, he aimed even higher towards the heaven-defying realm. In the future, Jet would only grow stronger. He had confidence that someday he would become the world's greatest. Not long after, the trio returned to the Xiuanhuan Empire. Upon their return, the entire Xiuanhuan Empire buzzed with excitement. Cultivators from various forces peered outside, wanting to see the changes in Jet and company. Previously, news had spread about Jet leading the Xiuanhuan squad to win the championship of the Moon Goddess Mountain Contest. When cultivators heard this news, they initially found it unbelievable. Therefore, the Xiuanhuan Empire was now buzzing with anticipation. Upon witnessing the newfound strength of Jet and company, everyone fell silent, too afraid to breathe loudly. The trio rapidly made their way towards Xiuanhuan Sanctuary. Initially, when they left, the Xiuanhuan Sanctuary already held a significant position within the Xiuanhuan Empire, though it still lagged behind the top-tier sects. However, what Jet did not expect was that upon their return, there was someone causing trouble at the Xiuanhuan Sanctuary. From afar, Jet could clearly hear the sounds of fighting emanating from Xiuanhuan Sanctuary. As he approached, he saw two groups engaging in intense combat. Upon closer inspection, one of the groups was the elite team that Jet had previously cultivated. Their cultivation levels were now at the 7th or 8th level of Cave Hollow Realm. The other group belonged to a sect called Daeong Sect, with an average strength of 9th level Cave Hollow Realm. In the Xiuanhuan Empire, the Daeong Sect was quite renowned. Upon hearing that Jet and his companions had won the championship of the Moon Goddess Mountain Contest, the people from the Daeong Sect found it hard to believe. They came over to provoke the members of Xiuanhuan Sanctuary, expressing their disbelief and dissatisfaction. This immediately led to a fierce battle. How could the cultivators of Xiuanhuan Sanctuary tolerate anyone defaming their ancestors and sect leaders? The return of Jet and his companions gave the cultivators of Xiuanhuan Sanctuary newfound hope and vigor. Despite being at a disadvantage earlier, they now began to fiercely counterattack, even though the opponents were one realm higher. The cultivators from the Daeong Sect soon noticed Jet and his companions. You three won the Empire competition? I don't see anything special about you. Let me teach you a lesson. At this moment, the leader of the opposing group, a cultivator in a red robe wielding a long red saber, rushed towards Jet with astonishing speed. Jet was quite shocked. He couldn't believe that someone would still dare to cause trouble at Xiuanhuan Sanctuary at such a critical time. Wasn't this tantamount to courting death? Previously, it was the 9th level Ocean Realm cultivators in the Moon Goddess Empire who underestimated him. Now, these 9th level Cave Hollow Realm ants dared to challenge them? Before Jet could act, Ellis had already made his move. Whoosh! Ellis's speed was breathtaking. In an instant, he turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared right in front of the Kindrick. Immediately after, Ellis swung his blue longsword with blinding speed, landing cleanly on the neck of the Kindrick before he could even react. Chapter 132. Sweeping through the Xiuanhuan Empire. Spurt. The Kindrick didn't even have time to react before his head was separated from his body, blood spurting out. The Daeong Sect cultivators were left utterly stunned. Only then did they realize how foolish their actions had been. These three individuals who had appeared now clearly possessed strength far beyond what they could fathom. They had dared to provoke trouble. Wasn't this tantamount to courting death? For these Daeong Sect cultivators, they realized only now just how foolish they had been, completely brainwashed by their sect leader. Ah, great hero, spare our lives. Please don't kill us. Coming to their senses, one by one, they fell to their knees and began to prostrate themselves. They knew all too well their own levels of strength. Compared to Jet and company, there was an insurmountable gap. If Jet wanted to kill them now, it would be a matter of a mere thought. They'd be eliminated in the blink of an eye. Seeing the drastic change in these Daeong Sect cultivators, from their previous arrogant attitude to such humility, brought smiles to the faces of the Xiuanhuan Sacred Hall cultivators. However, they also understood that this transformation was mainly due to the return of Jet and the others. Compared to when they left the Xuanhuan Sacred Hall, the trio had undergone significant changes. Not to mention other aspects, just the strength of their current sect leader Ellis showed a profound difference. He had reached a level that they could no longer fathom. Jet paid no attention to those De Yong sect cultivators. Upon returning this time, their first priority was naturally to bring the Xuanhuan Sacred Hall up, aiming to elevate it to become the top sect within the Xuanhuan Empire within a short period. Before, achieving this feat would have been virtually impossible, but now, due to the advancements in strength of Ellis and Lynette, the situation had changed entirely. Currently, the most powerful cultivator in the entire Xuanhuan Empire had only reached the 3rd level C realm. Therefore, when Ellis and Lynette, both at the 6th level C realm, joined forces and acted, they almost effortlessly subdued the entire Xuanhuan Empire. The experts from other sects within the Xuanhuan Empire were no match for the duo. In a short time, they challenged and defeated every single expert from the top 10 ranked sects. Following these victories, Ellis and Lynette gained universal respect, catapulting the Xuanhuan Sacred Hall to the position of the premier sect within the Xuanhuan Empire. Seeing their terrifying strength, cultivators from other sects chose to leave their respective sects to join the Xuanhuan Sacred Hall. As a result, the Xuanhuan Sacred Hall began to expand rapidly. Congratulations, host. The Xuanhuan Sacred Hall has successfully become the top sect of the Xuanhuan Empire. Task completed. Reward. The 3rd move of the Ice Deity Sword technique. One day, as Jet was cultivating in the rear mountain of the Xuanhuan Sacred Hall, he suddenly heard a system notification. This notification made Jet realize that the Xuanhuan Sacred Hall had indeed become a crucial force within the Xuanhuan Empire, so much so that the entire empire might tremble with any of its movements. And this had happened only half a month after Jet and his companions returned to the Xuanhuan Empire. Such significant changes within half a month were unimaginable for other sects. Phew, the task is already completed. It seems it's time to set off for the Danilo Empire. Hearing the system notification, Jet narrowed his eyes slightly and gazed into the distant horizon. The direction he was looking toward was none other than the Danilo Empire. The Danilo Empire, ranked 1,900th among the continent's 3,000 empires, far exceeded the power of Jet's previous residence, the Moon Goddess Empire. Given the rankings, while the Xuanhuan Empire stood at 2,700th and the Moon Goddess Empire at 2,300th, empires ranked beyond the 2,000th mark had a vast gap in strength compared to those before. An essential condition for entering the top 2,000 was having a minor deity-level powerhouse. A minor deity-level powerhouse was a realm Jet could only look up to now. After the Sea Realm came the Heaven-defying realm, followed by the Deity Transformation realm, and only upon reaching its peak could one enter the minor deity realm. The presence of such a powerhouse made the Danilo Empire undeniably powerful. However, Jet wasn't afraid. Over these past half a month, despite lacking new tasks, he hadn't been idle. He continuously practiced the Ice Deity Sword technique diligently. With his strength reaching the peak Sea Realm, the power he could unleash with the Ice Deity Sword technique had escalated to terrifying heights. To put it bluntly, the first move of the Ice Deity Sword, Ice Deity Arrow, had undergone new changes, transforming into something even more formidable than the Flame God Arrow, the Flame Sword Array. Through the use of the Ice Deity Arrow, Jet could combine countless blue spiritual energy arrows into a highly formidable spiritual energy sword array. This sword array was called the Flame Sword Array because once formed, all spiritual energy arrows would combust with black flames. The power of this sword array was incredibly terrifying, though its execution consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. Jet wasn't sure how many times he could execute it in his current state. However, Jet favored the new variations of the second move of the Ice Deity Sword, Ice Deity Break, even more than the Flame Sword Array. Compared to Ice Deity Burst, the newly researched Ice Deity Slash offered a higher burst of power. The Ice Deity Slash could unleash the maximum power of the Ice Deity Sword in an instant, making this 8-pattern divine artifact feel comparable to a 10-pattern divine artifact during its execution. Therefore, the Ice Deity Slash and Flame Sword Array were two new terrifying techniques Jet had recently mastered. Apart from these two, Jet received a new technique after completing the task, a reward from the system, the third move of the Ice Deity Sword technique. Upon mastering the third move of the Ice Deity Sword technique, Jet felt a refreshing surge. This move, named 10,000 Miles Ice Seal, was not only significantly more powerful than the previous two moves, but also the final move of the Ice Deity Sword technique. Even without using it, after assimilating information about the 10,000 Miles Ice Seal in his mind, Jet could feel its overwhelming power. 10,000 Miles Ice Seal, true to its name, could instantly reach its maximum freezing potential over a certain area, freezing nearly all targets within range. Regardless of the opponent's strength, as long as they were within the range of the 10,000 Miles Ice Seal, they would be frozen. The duration varied based on the opponent's strength. Stronger opponents would remain frozen for a shorter time, weaker ones for a long. Jet estimated that he could use this move as a trump card. If executed unexpectedly during a dire situation, it would prove invaluable. Of course, besides the advancements in the Ice Deity Sword, Jet also made progress in exploring the Universe Limitless Sword Array. The Universe Limitless Sword Array itself possesses a terrifying ability to penetrate defenses, regardless of the opponent's strength. Once this sword array's power is unleashed and it strikes the opponent, it would send shivers down their spine. After his strength increased, Jet discovered that besides the 32 flying swords being able to merge into one, these flying swords could also combine 2 by 2, thus changing the 32 flying swords into 16. However, the power that these 16 flying swords could unleash far exceeded the previous 32 in terms of terror. 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. When 2 flying swords merged into one, the destructive power of the flying swords experienced a qualitative improvement. When Jet tried transforming the Universe Limitless Sword Array into 16 flying swords, he felt as if this was the true form of the sword array. The 32 flying swords previously hadn't truly unleashed the full potential of the Ice Deity Sword. If the 16 flying swords were to merge further, the Universe Limitless Sword Array would transform into a colossal golden sword with even more terrifying power. Of course, after discovering this change, Jet wondered what would happen if he tried merging the 16 flying swords into 8. Unfortunately, the 16 flying swords couldn't be merged any further. Either it was no longer possible to merge them, or his cultivation level wasn't sufficient. Compared to the former, Jet preferred to believe the latter. He believed that when his strength increased in the future, the Universe Limitless Sword Array would still undergo new changes. After all, from any perspective, the Universe Limitless Sword Array was the most precious thing he had. After tens of thousands of years, this treasure was the best reward he felt the system had given him. Jet slightly narrowed his eyes. Before setting off for the Danilo Empire, he planned to try out the 10,000 miles ice seal to see its actual effects. Huff. Taking a deep breath, countless terrifying spiritual energies within his body began to circulate, and Jet made an effort to keep himself in a state of utmost tranquility. Chapter 133. Setting off to a new goal. His mood calmed down, and the spiritual energy within him also became stable. He then began to slowly inject the spiritual energy into the ice deity sword in his hand. In truth, Jet had no idea how much spiritual energy was required to cast 10,000 miles of ice. However, he guessed that it shouldn't be too much. Otherwise, even if he managed to freeze his opponent using 10,000 miles of ice, without sufficient spiritual energy for sustained output, this move would essentially be useless. However, as he continued casting the spell, Jet's perception changed rapidly. Whoosh whoosh. As more terrifying amounts of spiritual energy were injected into the ice deity sword in his hand, it wasn't long before Jet suddenly felt a formidable suction force emanating from the sword. Then, instead of injecting spiritual energy into the sword by himself, the ice deity sword began voraciously devouring the spiritual energy from his body. At this moment, the ice deity sword seemed like a terrifying monster endlessly consuming Jet's internal spiritual energy. What is this? Jet squinted slightly, feeling extremely astonished but now more curious than anything about how frightening the power could be when the 10,000 miles of ice was fully unleashed. Go! Suddenly, Jet felt a massive tremor of spiritual energy coming from the ice deity sword in his hand. As if in an instant, the sword devoured all of his internal spiritual energy. Then, Jet felt an overwhelmingly powerful force uncontrollably erupting from the ice deity sword. 10,000 miles of ice. Swish, swish. Immediately, Jet saw countless terrifying ice blue-colored spiritual energies spread out wildly from the ice deity sword in his hand towards all directions. These spiritual energies diffused rapidly, covering a vast distance in just a few moments. Everything touched by these spiritual energies was instantly frozen. Be it plants, trees, or beasts, all turned into ice statues. The world seemed to turn into an icy landscape. Cold air mercilessly surged forth. At this moment, all cultivators of Xuanhuan Holy Palace witnessed this spectacle. A terrifying ice mountain appeared in the sky, enveloping an entire mountain peak. They hadn't seen such a scene before, but they knew that their ancestor Jet practiced sword skills at the back mountain frequently, causing strong spiritual energy fluctuations there. But such a terrifying fluctuation of spiritual energy and grand spectacle was indeed unprecedented. Upon seeing this blue ice mountain, everyone felt dumbfounded and amazed. Unhesitatingly speaking, the blue ice mountain contained an overwhelmingly powerful spiritual energy fluctuation. If this skill were used on a specific target, one could hardly imagine the immense pressure the opponent would face. At this point, Jet's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at the current situation and felt somewhat dazed. Although he had anticipated that 10,000 miles of ice might be more powerful than expected, after witnessing its true effects, he realized that he had underestimated the strength of this move. Even though his cultivation realm was at the peak of its Songhai stage, he did not doubt that even the terrifying lightning god wolf at the 7th level of reaching heaven would be severely beaten, or even killed, if it faced this move. The power of 10,000 miles of ice genuinely impressed Jet. He finally understood that, as the third move of the ice deity sword technique, this power truly surpassed the previous two moves by a wide margin. When executed perfectly, it had an awe-inspiring effect. Alright, it's about time I set off. At this moment, seeing the astonishing effect of 10,000 miles of ice, Jet was quite satisfied. Before heading to the Thousand Cloud Empire, he had intended to try out the power of the third move of the ice deity sword technique. Since he had already tested it, he saw no reason to stay any longer. At this moment, Jet reviewed the contents of the pilgrimage mission series to the Thousand Cloud Dynasty in his mind. This pilgrimage mission was even more daunting compared to the Divine Mountain competition, occurring every few hundred years in the Thousand Cloud Empire. Just like the name implied, cultivators from various regions and countries would gather for the pilgrimage activities. The specific content of the pilgrimage activities, Jet figured, would only become clear upon arriving at the Thousand Cloud Empire. Seeing Jet prepare to leave, Lynette and Ellis quickly flew over to his side, inspecting him carefully. Jet had already informed them that after spending some time here refining a new technique, he would depart. Now that he had mastered the new technique, it was time for him to leave. Knowing that Jet would truly leave, both of them felt genuine reluctance. Facing separation, many complex emotions arose in their hearts. A considerable amount of time had passed since Jet arrived at the Xuanhuan Empire, during which they had built deep bonds with him through mutual interaction. Participating in the Divine Mountain competition had broadened Lynette's and Ellis's horizons and promoted their growth. Though there were many things they wanted to say, words failed them in this moment. They simply uttered, "Aiden, take care." There was no need for more words. Everyone understood. Shaking his head, Jet smiled slightly at them and nodded, saying, "I will come back to see you both, take care." With that, Jet moved swiftly, turning into a terrifying meteor streaking far away. Watching Jet's figure gradually fade into the distance, Lynette and Ellis felt profound emotion. They couldn't believe how quickly time had passed. Although Jet left, the changes he brought to the Xuanhuan Holy Palace would continue to have a lasting impact. The Xuanhuan Holy Palace would certainly grow stronger within the Xuanhuan Empire and potentially elevate the empire's standing among the 3,000 empires. Meanwhile, Jet traveled at full speed across numerous mountains and rivers, heading swiftly toward his destination, the Thousand Cloud Empire. Ranked within the top 2,000 of the 3,000 empires on the continent, the Thousand Cloud Empire boasted legends of small, immortal realm experts. Without a doubt, its strength was far greater than any other empire Jet had encountered. Breaking through to the peak of the Xuanhuan realm, coupled with his limitless sword formation and ice deity sword, Jet estimated his combat power should surpass the third level of reaching heaven. Therefore, he was very confident in his abilities. Unless facing a fifth level reaching heaven expert or higher, he wouldn't have any issues. Time passed quickly, and in 3 days, Jet reached the Thousand Cloud Empire. After traveling through countless mountains and rivers, on this morning, Jet finally arrived at his destination, the Thousand Cloud Empire. Seeing the landscape of the entire empire, Jet felt momentarily dazed. Because the empire now before him felt completely different from any other empire he had seen before. Even with a mere glance, Jet could see extremely abundant spiritual energy fluctuations within this empire. The concentration of spiritual energy in the Thousand Cloud Empire was more than 10 times richer than that of the Xuanhuan Empire. As soon as he entered the borders of the Thousand Cloud Empire, Jet was sure that the strength of the cultivators here must have significantly improved compared to those in empires ranked outside the top 2,000. At this point, Jet began reviewing the specific contents of the Thousand Cloud Pilgrimage mission. Previously, he had no way to check it, but now that he had arrived in the Thousand Cloud Empire, he needed to thoroughly examine what the first stage of the Thousand Cloud Pilgrimage mission entailed. Soon, Jet saw the introduction for the first stage of the Thousand Cloud Pilgrimage mission. Congratulations, host has successfully reached the Thousand Cloud Empire. The host needs to join the Thousand Cloud sect as a new disciple. If the host successfully passes the entrance examination and joins the sect, the power will be increased to the first level of transcendence. After reading this task content, Jet felt rather dazed. He originally thought the tasks would be very different, but never expected it to be something like this. Join a sect and pass the entrance examination? This type of task content seemed strange to Jet, but soon, after he read the introduction about the Thousand Cloud sect, he no longer found it odd. It turned out that the Thousand Cloud sect was currently the top sect in the Thousand Cloud Empire, its strength only describable as terrifying. Within the Thousand Cloud sect, there were countless experts, and it adhered to the principle of quality over quantity when accepting new members. Therefore, almost all members of the Thousand Cloud sect were elites. Currently, even the lowest-ranking disciples in the Thousand Cloud sect were at least at the Transcendence realm or above. After understanding this, looking at the Thousand Cloud sect's entrance examination gave him an entirely different feeling. Since it is such a formidable sect, it is not hard to imagine how much more difficult the entrance examination would be compared to other sects. Chapter 134, Thousand Cloud Sect. Even though Jet did not yet know the details of this assessment, he could easily imagine just how terrifying the difficulty level might be. However, the rewards for this mission were indeed quite substantial. Completing the mission would allow his strength to reach an unearthly realm, which seemed like a mere breakthrough in realms but held very special significance for Jet, who was at the peak of the Xuanhuan realm. With slightly narrowed eyes, Jet wasted no time. Now that the task had appeared, he immediately sped towards the Thousand Cloud sect. The Thousand Cloud sect was one of the sects Jet had established back then. It was only a small sect at its founding, and he never imagined it would grow to this extent after tens of thousands of years. Jet wasn't sure what the subsequent stages after the pilgrimage to Thousand Cloud would entail, but he could be certain that each task's difficulty would become increasingly terrifying. Now, before him stood the entry test of the Thousand Cloud sect. How much the Thousand Cloud Empire has changed, he mused while flying towards the Thousand Cloud sect, noting the transformation from his past memories. After roughly half a watch of flight, Jet arrived at the most prosperous capital of the Thousand Cloud Empire, Thousand Cloud Imperial City. The Thousand Cloud sect was located here. Upon reaching Thousand Cloud Imperial City, its opulence and grandeur were clearly several notches above other regions, making even a cursory glance feel mesmerizing. Following the system's prompts about the Thousand Cloud sect, Jet swiftly made his way. Within a few turns, he reached the sect. Its buildings floated mysteriously within the clouds, creating an enigmatic presence amidst the mountains. Jet's perception could sense intense spiritual energy fluctuations in the clouds, indicating countless experts within the Thousand Cloud sect. Arriving at the entrance of the Thousand Cloud sect, two disciples at the unearthly realm approached Jet. "Who are you? What is your business?" One of them coldly remarked, looking at Jet as if he were insignificant. Jet bowed politely and slowly said, "I heard the Thousand Cloud sect recently opened its doors to accept new disciples. I came hoping to try my luck." Hearing this, the two exchanged glances, surprise evident on their faces. One of them commented, "You're merely a Xuanhuan cultivator, yet you wish to take part in the Thousand Cloud sect's assessment? Did we hear wrong?" The other added, "Indeed, this isn't a place for Xuanhuan cultivators. Without unearthly realm strength, you won't pass our assessments." Jet smiled gently, nodding. "Please rest assured, if I dare to come for the assessment, I am confident in my abilities." The two disciples were surprised by his confidence. One of them laughed and said, "Confidence isn't enough. There are strict regulations. If we let an unqualified cultivator in, we'll face punishment. Let's see what you've got." Whoosh! In an instant, blue spiritual energy armor encased the disciple's body. He quickly rushed towards Jet, delivering a formidable punch. The disciple was already at the third stage of the unearthly realm. The full force of his attack was terrifying. Even before landing, waves of power spread outwards, the wind cutting through the air with immense force. Facing this fearsome punch, Jet showed no intention of retreating. With a low shout, he channeled tremendous natural spirit energy into his ice deity sword and swung it toward the punch. Ice deity burst. Jet unleashed his ice deity burst to its utmost limit. A blue sword aura shot forward with frightening speed. Boom! The powerful sword aura collided with the punch, producing a thunderous explosion of spiritual energy, radiating in all directions. It felt as if two massive meteors had collided, unleashing indescribable force. How is this possible? The disciple was stunned. He hadn't expected Jet to withstand his direct assault, considering Jet was only at the peak Songhai realm while he was at the third stage of Unearthly realm. The gap between Songhai and Unearthly realms was vast, yet Jet's sword aura seemed overwhelmingly destructive, shattering the disciple's punch almost instantly. With a series of crackling sounds, the disciple watched in disbelief as his powerful punch disintegrated like shattered glass. Again. Despite the failed attempt, the disciple wasn't ready to give up. After channeling more spiritual energy, a blue glove appeared on his hand, enhancing his capabilities significantly. Feeling an immediate difference, Jet was taken aback. The quality of the blue glove was undoubtedly above 6 traces. With another fierce punch, bolstered by the blue glove, the attack's power far exceeded his previous attempts, engulfing everything in its path. Though immensely powerful, Jet swiftly responded, gathering overwhelming spiritual energy to counterattack. When all the spiritual energy was channeled into the ice deity's sword in his hand, Jet fiercely swung it again with full force. This time, Jet directly unleashed 2 consecutive ice deity bursts. It was important to note that each ice deity burst Jet could unleash already possessed an incredibly terrifying power. Unleashing 2 simultaneously only multiplied this power exponentially. Even in the brief moment of unleashing them, the 2 ice deity bursts felt as though they could engulf everything in their path. Whoosh! The attack hadn't even collided yet, but the 2 ice deity bursts emitted an extremely dazzling spiritual light. In the next instant, the first ice deity burst met head-on with the disciple's punch. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, akin to a meteor collision, as terrifying spiritual energy spread wildly. The other disciple, who hadn't joined the fight, was now utterly stunned. He originally thought that defeating a Songhai cultivator like Jet would be a mere formality with their strength. But none of them could have imagined that Jet's displayed strength would be terrifying to this extent. From any angle, Jet already possessed abilities far surpassing the ordinary. As Jet had stated, he was confident in his strength and wanted to participate in the 1,000 Cloud Sect's entry assessment. There was no real issue with this anymore. However, since they had already started, it couldn't be stopped for the moment. All he could do was watch, wide-eyed and awestruck, at what was unfolding before him. The ice deity burst carried immense power and collided with the opposing punch. The first ice deity burst was almost instantly torn apart, but Jet had unleashed 2 consecutive ice deity bursts. As soon as the first one shattered, the second ice deity burst immediately exploded outwards. The power of the second ice deity burst far exceeded that of the first. The first burst primarily served to amplify the power of the second. Chapter 135, Entrance Examination. When the first ice god explosion shattered, the terrifying energy did not leak out but was absorbed by the second ice god explosion, thereby amplifying its power to a horrifying extent. This move was actually a new technique Jet discovered during his repeated use of ice god explosions. Crack, crack. The disciple who attacked was utterly astonished to see that while his punch intent had already shattered one of Jet's sword intents, he thought he could take down Jet in one go. However, before the punch intent could fully unleash, the power from Jet's second sword intent left him stunned. Blue spiritual energy surged forth like waves. Just one sword intent seemed to possess world-shattering power. Under the astonished gaze of the disciple, this second ice god explosion once again shattered his punch intent. The sound of spiritual energy cracking filled the air as the disciple's punch intent completely disintegrated. Pooh! Shocked by the shattering of his punch intent, the disciple couldn't withstand the burst of power and was flung away. He spat out a mouthful of blood, landing far away in a rather pitiful state. After struggling, he failed to get up. His face turned extremely pale, partly because of being injured by Jet, but also due to the shock in his heart. Another disciple, though never involved from start to finish, watched with changed attitude as Jet defeated his companion with 2 sword strikes. This gentleman, please come in. You want to participate in our entrance examination? No problem, no problem. At this point, the disciple spoke nervously and hurriedly. Jet gave him a smile, glanced at the other person, then saluted and said, "My apologies, thank you very much." After that, without hesitation, he walked directly into Denilo's sect. It wasn't that he intended to harm others. It was mainly due to the overly arrogant attitude of the disciple. If the disciple had been a little more polite earlier, he might not have been injured. Arrogance comes at such a cost. Despite defeating the Danilo sect gatekeeper disciple, Jet still looked forward to the entrance examination. So renowned for its difficulty, what unassailable challenges did it really entail? Jet took a deep breath, maintaining a calm mind. He knew that only by focusing on the present could he ensure a better future. Walking deeper into Danilo's sect, along the mountain path, Jet felt an odd sensation. It felt like he wasn't walking on a mountain road, but through a heavenly realm. With every step, misty clouds surrounded him, and as he ventured deeper into Danilo's sect, he could clearly feel the increasing density of the spiritual energy. About a quarter of an hour later, Jet arrived at the registration area. Inside a grand hall, officials were handling the entrance examination registrations. Seeing Jet, the official was evidently surprised since among all the candidates, Jet's strength was undoubtedly the lowest, and he was the only cultivator at the Songhai stage. The official shouted from afar, "Kid, our sex examination isn't something anyone can pass. Even heaven-defying realm cultivators could easily fail if they are careless. Are you sure you want to participate, you, a mere Songhai realm youth?" Having heard these words from the 2 at the entrance earlier, Jet nodded lightly and replied, "Certainly." Seeing this, the official didn't argue further, knowing that if Jet had made it this far, he must have passed the gatekeeper's test. "Fine, queue over there. Wait a bit, and it'll be your turn." The official pointed to the side. Jet saw many other candidates waiting in line. From the setup, it appeared about 100 people would be tested together. How many would make it into Danilo's sect, Jet didn't know, but judging by their expressions, this wasn't going to be easy. As expected, when Jet's batch reached 100 people, several disciples in white came out to guide them to the examination grounds. On the way, they briefly introduced the entrance examination. The entrance examination has just one round, traversing the illusion swamp. The swamp will continuously spawn illusions of monster beasts from the 1st stage to 5th stage of the heaven-defying realm. Though not real, these beasts are indistinguishable from actual ones. If you're killed by a beast, you'll die in the illusion swamp. The swamp is about 5 kilometers long. It's not too far, and generally, cultivators at or above the 3rd stage of the heaven-defying realm can pass with ease. So, cultivators below the 3rd stage, don't blame us for not warning you. The illusion swamp is perilous. If you're scared, you can still withdraw now. But none seemed willing to withdraw. Since everyone was here, they obviously had made up their minds. Regardless, passing the examination meant a chance to join Danilo's sect and transform. Although the examination was difficult, Danilo's sect's reputation was well known, and virtually all cultivators knew that joining Danilo's sect could bring significant changes. And these changes occurred rapidly, thanks to Danilo's sect's profound foundation and training methods, which other sects could only dream of. Jet felt no apprehension towards the illusion swamp after fighting a 7th stage Thunder God Wolf. Still, he was somewhat excited to see if he could pass it smoothly. Time ticked on, and soon, the batch of cultivators arrived at the examination ground. Facing an endless expanse of bubbling swamp, Jet felt a momentary daze. Anyone seeing this swamp would share the same feeling. The spiritual energy fluctuations inside were intense. Although there were no obvious signs of monster beast auras, Jet was sure numerous dangers awaited within. The examination begins. Passing the swamp within an hour means success. Otherwise, failure. Whoosh. Once the examination began, the cultivators sped off without hesitation, turning into bolts of lightning heading straight ahead. They were incredibly fast, bursting forward so swiftly that all 100 entered the swamp instantly. Upon entering, Jet felt enveloped by a gentle aura, as if he had stepped into a peculiar space. But this gentle aura lasted only a brief moment before violent spiritual energy fluctuations took over. The spiritual energy fluctuations became intensely terrifying. Then, Jet saw countless surges of formidable spiritual energy converging and sweeping forward. In the blink of an eye, they formed a terrifying spirit wolf in front of him. As soon as this spirit wolf appeared, an overwhelming pressure surged toward Jet. The strength of this spirit wolf wasn't very high, approximately at the 3rd level of the reverse heaven realm. However, perhaps due to the swamp environment enhancing it, its presence was extremely formidable. Roar. Without any pause, the moment it appeared, the spirit wolf let out an angry roar and charged straight at Jet. In an instant, the spirit wolf's speed reached its peak, creating an almost incomparably terrifying sensation. In the blink of an eye, it traversed immense distances and stood before Jet. It raised its paw, unleashing a terrifying claw attack towards Jet. Whoosh, whoosh. Even before the attack connected, the sheer power emitted was indescribable. As the claws drew closer, Jet felt as if he was facing not just a claw but a colossal, fearsome spiritual energy claw capable of tearing everything apart. Ice deity burst. Despite the terror of the claw, Jet's actions were swift. Countless torrents of spiritual energy within him flowed into the ice deity sword in his hand. He then swung his sword fiercely forward. The explosive release of Jet's sword intent was almost unimaginably terrifying. Boom. In the next moment, Jet's sword intent collided with the wolf's attack in an incredibly terrifying display. A loud boom echoed, and boundless, formidable spiritual energies spread outwards in all directions. At the moment of collision, it was as though 2 massive meteors had crashed together, making the situation seem extraordinarily terrifying. And that spirit wolf, which had been charging fiercely, found itself in trouble once its claw met Jet's sword intent. When this spiritual energy demon wolf appeared, an overwhelming pressure immediately descended upon Jet. The strength of this spiritual energy demon wolf was not particularly high, roughly at the 3rd stage of the heaven-defying realm. However, perhaps due to the support of the swamp environment, it felt immensely terrifying. Roar. Without any pause, the spiritual energy demon wolf let out an enraged howl the moment it appeared, then launched itself at Jet with astonishing speed. Whoosh. The demon wolf's speed was incredible. It burst forward in a terrifying manner. In just a blink, it traversed immense distances, arriving before Jet. It raised its arm, and a terrifying claw attacked Jet with horrific force. Wish, wish, wish. Even before the attack made contact, the overwhelming power radiated from it, reaching an indescribable level. As the claw drew closer, Jet felt as though he was facing not just a claw but a colossal, terrifying spiritual energy claw capable of tearing everything apart. Ice God explosion. Despite the horror of the approaching claw, Jet didn't hesitate. The terrifying spiritual energy within him surged and poured into his Ice God sword. Then, he swung the sword fiercely forward. Jet's sword intent erupted in a horrifying manner. Boom. In the next moment, Jet's sword intent collided with the demon wolf's attack in a spectacular display. A deafening explosion reverberated, sending vast amounts of powerful celestial spiritual energy dispersing around them. At the point of impact, it felt like 2 immensely destructive meteors had collided. The sensation was nothing short of terrifying. The demon wolf, which had been charging forward fiercely, now faced difficulty after its claw clashed with Jet's sword intent. Chapter 136, Standing Out. To this demonic wolf, it felt as if it had collided not with a blade of sword intent, but with an extremely terrifying mountain. The formidable power contained within the ice god burst erupted, and the spiritual chi demonic wolf was utterly unable to withstand such a fearsome explosion. It shattered instantly. The ice god burst was originally a manifestation of Jet's exceedingly powerful instantaneous burst capability. Thus, when he unleashed his full strength, this 3rd stage heavenly defying illusionary demonic wolf stood no chance against Jet. Whoosh! Having disposed of this demonic wolf, Jet continued to advance at high speed. This marshland spanned 5 kilometers, and they were only given 1 hour. A time limit that made this trial particularly challenging. Illusory beasts continuously appeared along the path, virtually accompanying the cultivators throughout their journey. Without effective means to counter these spiritual chi demonic wolves, passing through the marshland in 1 hour would be incredibly difficult. After slaying the 3rd stage heavenly defying illusionary wolf, Jet sped forward once more. However, before he could cover much ground, the surrounding natural essence energies began to swirl violently. Suddenly, a 5th stage heavenly defying demonic wolf materialized right beside him. A 5th stage heavenly defying demonic wolf was significantly more formidable than the previous 3rd stage one. An intense pressure immediately enveloped Jet as soon as this new wolf appeared. Despite his formidable strength, Jet was only at the peak ocean realm. Encountering a 5th stage heavenly defying demonic wolf put immense pressure on him. Nevertheless, his reflexes were quick. The vast natural essence energy inside him surged rapidly into his ice god sword, causing it to emit an intensely brilliant light. Even from afar, Jet's presence seemed terrifyingly powerful, the ice god sword's capabilities far surpassing ordinary weapons. Roar! Ice god burst. Without any hesitation, Jet swung his ice god sword fiercely, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword intent that charged toward the 5th stage heavenly defying beast like a storm. The power of the ice god burst reached its pinnacle instantaneously. To the 5th stage heavenly defying beast, it felt as though an overwhelmingly powerful sword intent was bearing down on it. Its arm collided head-on with Jet's sword intent. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as an immense shockwave of natural essence energy spread outwards. The power released by the collision was indescribably terrifying, the force of both attacks reaching their limits. At the moment of impact, Jet felt as if he wasn't fighting an illusionary wolf, but a true 5th stage heavenly defying beast. The violent reverberation nearly overwhelmed him, causing the essence energy within him to churn and making him want to vomit blood. Fortunately, Jet's ability to adapt was swift. The moment the powers collided and exploded, he swiftly moved to the side. On the other hand, even the illusory beast, vulnerable to fluctuations in essence energy, dissipated instantly under the intense impact. Despite being at the 5th stage heavenly defying level, the wolf could hardly unleash any significant power against the overwhelming burst of essence energy. Compared to the wolf, Jet was undeniably in better condition. Being at the epicenter of the attack, the wolf bore the brunt of the force, whereas Jet was only affected on the periphery. After shattering this 5th stage heavenly defying wolf, Jet didn't pause. He channeled his essence energy into his ice god sword, which emitted increasingly intimidating aura rings. Even before fully unleashing an attack, the ice god sword alone was already terrifying. Since breaking through to peak ocean realm, Jet could clearly feel the gap between his current self and his past self. Previously, only when his sword moves fully manifested their power did they become awe-inspiring. Now, thanks to his enhanced strength, the ice god sword's appearance itself became more impressive. As Jet wielded his ice god sword repeatedly, the vast natural essence energy centered around it spread outward. Unconsciously, he had covered half the distance of the marshland in just the span of an incense stick burning, an unprecedented pace among the contestants. However, Jet's speed gradually slowed as the demonic wolves around him became progressively stronger. Most of the wolves appearing now were at least 4th stage heavenly defying, and crucially, their frequency drastically increased. Just as Jet finished off one wolf, another would appear almost immediately, creating a disorienting effect. Ayo! Suddenly, a roar erupted, and a demonic wolf enveloped in spirit flame appeared before Jet. This wolf was at the peak of the 5th stage heavenly defying level. At this point, its strength surpassed other wolves by a significant margin. Roaring loudly, the wolf opened its mouth and spewed out a terrifying beam of spiritual energy straight at Jet. Whoosh! This spiritual energy beam was immensely powerful, leaving a profound impression in just the moment of its release. Feeling the terror contained within, Jet wasted no time and unleashed his full essence energy. Ice God Slash. Continuing with Ice God Burst wouldn't be effective. Ice God Slash, a newly developed technique, was clearly more potent. With a low cry, Jet let loose the formidable power stored within the Ice God Sword. Rumble. A horrifying icy blue sword intent immediately appeared, advancing towards the wolf's energy beam without delay. Even before the two attacks met, the sheer power radiated out, giving a deeply impressive feeling. Squinting slightly, Jet was curious to see just how effective the Ice God Slash could be, using it at full strength for the first time. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying Ice God Slash clashed head-on with the spiritual energy beam released by the demonic wolf. Instantly, a thunderous roar of spiritual energy echoed, and countless formidable natural essence energies spread wildly in all directions. Regardless of who it was, any other cultivators within this marshland undergoing the trial were left awestruck upon witnessing the power of Jet's sword intent. The strength Jet could unleash was simply astonishing. It was hard to imagine how such power was achieved by someone who only appeared to be at the ocean realm. Crack, crack. As the power of the Ice God Slash unfolded, Jet clearly saw that the spiritual energy beam which had collided head-on with the Ice God Slash shattered like glass. The crisp sound of the spiritual energy breaking filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, the previously terrifying beam had completely disintegrated. After the beam shattered, the Ice God Slash still possessed immense power. Carrying the remaining force, it struck the Spirit Chi demonic wolf with full might. Even though this Spirit Chi demonic wolf could unleash the power equivalent to a 5th stage heavenly defying peak, it still dispersed directly under the impact of Jet's terrifying burst. After all, this was merely an illusory marshland, where everything was part of an illusion. Compared to real beasts, there was undoubtedly a gap in strength. Having defeated this 5th stage heavenly defying peak demonic wolf, Jet did not pause. Taking a deep breath, he continued to accelerate towards the deeper parts of the marshland. Unconsciously, Jet found himself nearing the end of the marshland, with only a small portion of the distance remaining. Overall, he had already covered nearly 4/5 of the journey, leaving just 1/5 left to go. Chapter 137. breaking through to the reversing heaven realm. This short distance, if in normal circumstances, could be covered in a blink. But now, in this swamp, Jet could only advance slowly. It must be said that after reaching this area, Jet could clearly feel the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from all around the swamp. Now, the illusionary demonic wolves here, though still not surpassing the 5th level of reversing heaven, no longer appeared one after another. Instead, they appeared in groups of 2 or 3. Suddenly, 2 or 3 demonic wolves at the peak of the 5th level of reversing heaven appeared, making this test extremely daunting. Perhaps just a moment of distraction would leave the cultivator stranded here. Now, as Jet was about to complete his mission, he certainly wouldn't allow any possibility of collapse in the current situation. He let out a low grunt, and boundless spiritual energy surged within him. Countless streams of spiritual energy continuously flowed into the ice deity sword in his hand, causing it to radiate blue spiritual light. From afar, it looked as if Jet wasn't holding a weapon but a fearsome entity capable of destroying everything. Roar! Just as Jet was about to sprint forward, suddenly, an immense flow of spiritual energy emerged before his eyes, and then 3 demonic wolves at the 5th level of reversing heaven appeared simultaneously. Following that, these wolves opened their mouths, unleashing 3 terrifying beams of spiritual energy directly towards Jet. Facing 3 simultaneous spiritual energy beams, their power would instantly kill most other cultivators at the reversing heaven realm. But faced with such a formidable attack, Jet did not panic. He was very clear about his advantage. Even though there were 3 beams converging on him, Jet remained calm. He poured countless waves of spiritual energy into the ice deity sword, and then slashed it fiercely. Breakthrough! Jet roared, pushing the ice deity sword's power to its limit, releasing another ice deity slash. This time, compared to before, Jet invested far more spiritual energy, so the effect of this ice deity slash was undoubtedly much more devastating. At the moment of the ice deity slash's eruption, numerous terrifying heavenly spiritual energies gathered and swept across, forming pale blue waves of spiritual energy which rushed toward the 3 beams. Boom! The pale blue spiritual energy waves collided with the terrifying beams. With the thunderous sounds of the clash echoing, the boundless spiritual energy exploded outward from the point of impact. At this moment, no matter how you looked at it, the power Jet could unleash was terrifyingly immense, and those 3 beams of spiritual energy, upon colliding with Jet's ice deity slash, seemed to collide with some monstrous meteorite, and could not withstand the instant explosion. All 3 beams shattered immediately. Seizing this opportunity as the beams fragmented, Jet unleashed his full speed, charging straight towards the end of this swamp. No matter how you viewed it, this moment when the beams disintegrated was the best chance for him to move forward. Swish! Fully accelerating, Jet transformed into a terrifying meteor, crossing vast distances in mere moments as he neared the end of the swamp. This final stretch progressed much faster than expected. Initially, Jet thought he might spend more time advancing here, but after the beams shattered, the remaining path seemed smoother. In the blink of an eye, Jet successfully passed through the illusory swamp, arriving at its endpoint. Standing on the opposite shore, he looked back at the swamp, feeling an overwhelming sensation. It felt as if crossing this swamp was a distant memory. Yet in reality, it had just happened. Narrowing his eyes slightly, clenching his fists, Jet could clearly feel the intense spiritual energy fluctuating within him. His current combat strength was terrifyingly powerful. Right after he crossed the swamp, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. Your cultivation level has successfully broken through to the 1st level of reversing heaven. This system notification left Jet momentarily dazed. After completing the task, his strength had risen to the 1st level of reversing heaven, breaking through from the peak of the xuanhuan realm to the 1st level of reversing heaven, while merely a single cultivation stage upgrade felt completely different. Jet himself could clearly sense the significant improvement in strength after breaking through to the reversing heaven realm. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a new mission. Defeat Xyler in the upcoming challenge. If the mission is completed, your strength will break through to the peak of the 1st level of reversing heaven. Hearing the continuous system notifications, Jet felt somewhat surprised. He was surprised that the next mission required him to battle another cultivator, and according to the mission description, a cultivator named Xyler would soon challenge him. With this understanding, Jet took a deep breath, calming himself down. He began thinking about who Xyler was and what his cultivation level was. After passing through the swamp, Jet felt a mix of emotions. Honestly, at the start of the trial, he wasn't overly confident. Although he knew he could pass, he didn't expect to break through in such a way and with such speed. During his journey through the swamp, even the slightest mistake could have left him in a different state now. After Jet cleared the swamp, the other cultivators' gazes naturally became filled with envy. It was hard to imagine that a cultivator who seemed to be merely at the xuanhuan realm could cross the swamp so quickly. Squinting slightly, the disciples responsible for this examination all felt as if they were dreaming, utterly astounded by Jet's performance. Before long, one disciple dressed in a yellow robe, seemingly dissatisfied with Jet's achievement, approached him, letting out a low grunt. In a condescending tone, he said, "A cultivator at the xuanhuan realm can pass the illusory swamp so quickly? Did I see wrong? You must have used some secret technique, kid." While speaking, this disciple's eyes were full of arrogance, as if he didn't consider Jet worth a second look. Glancing at the yellow-robed disciple, Jet was sure that this person was indeed his target for the next mission, Xyler. This Drew Xyler had truly reached the peak of the 5th level of reversing heaven. Compared to the illusory beasts in the swamp, his power was undoubtedly far more formidable. To say nothing of the fact that this yellow-robed disciple's combat strength could easily crush several peak 5th level reversing heaven demonic wolves without any issues. Thus, this person held Jet in such contempt. Looking around, Jet saw that other examination officials and competitors were approaching. Engaging in conflict with the yellow-robed disciple would undoubtedly attract everyone's attention. Just then, since the task had already begun and the target was right in front of him, Jet did not hesitate. He let out a low grunt and charged straight toward Xyler. You'll know if I have the strength or not when you try. Jet unleashed his speed, transforming into a terrifying bolt of lightning as he reached Xyler in an instant. Vast amounts of terrifying spiritual energy within him continuously flowed into the ice deity sword, causing it to emit brilliant and dazzling spiritual light. Seeing Jet dare to attack him, Xyler was greatly astonished for a moment. He clearly hadn't expected that Jet, who seemed to be merely at the peak Songhai realm, would dare to challenge him, someone who had already broken through to the 5th level of reversing heaven. However, since Jet sought death, he didn't mind teaching Jet what true terror was. With this thought, Xyler let out a low grunt and revealed a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth, saying, "With your strength, I could handle 10 of you. Drink." As the low grunt echoed, countless waves of terrifying spiritual energy converged in Xyler's hand, instantly forming a spiritual energy sword. Xyler did not even consider using a weapon. With the spiritual energy sword now in his hand, he swung it fiercely toward Jet. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Instantly, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, as if something indescribable was watching him. Though Xyler's attack seemed unremarkable, Jet felt extremely uneasy. Facing Xyler's spiritual energy sword intent, Jet did not hold back. He immediately channeled all his spiritual energy into the Ice Deity sword and unleashed the Ice Deity burst. Boom! The sword intent from the Ice Deity burst collided with Xyler's sword intent, creating a terrifying explosion that left everyone in awe. Chapter 138, Dane. With a thunderous boom, terrifying primordial energy spread out in waves. Jet, who was at the center of the explosion, felt as if his sword intent had collided not with another's aura but a monstrous mountain of it. It was hard to imagine that Dane could unleash such power in an instant. Only now did Jet realize how different true heaven-defying realm experts were from the demons within the illusion swamp. He also understood this mission was far from easy. Yet, he wasn't afraid because he knew exactly what his limits were. Before breaking through to the heaven-defying realm, facing Dane would have been a losing battle for Jet. Now that he had reached the 1st level of the heaven-defying realm, Jet's strength had significantly improved. So he was confident. After their first attack collided, Jet and Dane rapidly separated. With some distance, both looked at each other differently. Jet hadn't expected such terrifying power from what appeared to be a simple attack. Dane was surprised his attack hadn't gained any advantage after colliding with Jet's. Despite looking simple, Dane's attack was extremely powerful, much more than it appeared. But even then, after colliding with Jet's attack, he still didn't gain any upper hand. Dane was at the peak of the 5th level of the heaven-defying realm, making him incredibly formidable. Let's go again. Without pause, Dane unleashed another wave of attacks. A low cry escaped his lips as untold amounts of primordial energy flowed into his sword, which began glowing ominously. The yellow glowing sword seemed like the most terrifying thing in the world. Swiftly, Dane closed the vast distance between them and stood before Jet. I want to see how many moves you can withstand. With a roar, Dane pushed his combat potential to its limits. His sword swept toward Jet with frightening speed and power. Although this sword appeared no different from Dane's previous ones, Jet knew this sword's power far exceeded the last one. Facing this attack wouldn't be easy. However, Jet didn't back down. Growling, Jet channeled his immense primordial energy into the Ice Deity sword. The Ice Deity sword, already at the 8th pattern level, had already reached the pinnacle of divine weapons power. Apart from wielding the Ice Deity sword, Jet decided to use the Thousand Souls lantern, which he hadn't used much before. Thousand Souls barrier appear. In Dane's eyes, Jet revealed a lantern glowing with white and blue energies, creating a barrier around it that enveloped everything in bluish-white light. Once the barrier appeared, Dane felt stunned. It was as if something restricted his power, preventing him from fully unleashing it. This was the effect of the Thousand Souls barrier, which could limit an opponent's power by 30%. Thus, weakening the enemy indirectly boosted his own combat effectiveness. Jet didn't often use the Thousand Souls lantern because he considered it his ace in the hole, to be used only when absolutely necessary. But here, in the Danilo Empire, even artifacts weren't so rare or fearsome, so he felt it was time to reveal all his power. Ho! With the Thousand Souls barrier up, Jet roared and sped towards Dane like a meteor. Jet knew the gap between them. Since the system quest had already triggered, there was no turning back. Time seemed to lose meaning as Jet covered the distance and appeared before Dane, pouring his energy into the Ice Deity sword, then unleashing the Ice Deity slash. Whirl! Jet swung the sword fiercely, unleashing a terrifying sword intent that charged towards Dane, consuming everything in its path. Dane could feel the monstrous primordial energy fluctuations in Jet's attack. Even if a 5th-level heaven-defying cultivator unleashed this attack, Dane wouldn't have doubted it. Such was the power of this sword intent. As Jet and Dane clashed continuously, other cultivators watched intently. Those from the same sect as Dane found this entertaining, adding some zest to their otherwise dull day. A good move indeed. Dane, unyielding, poured immense energy into his sword, which swept towards Jet, seeming to engulf him instantly. Boom! Suddenly, the yellow glowing sword met Jet's sword intent. With a massive explosion, terrifying primordial energy exploded outward, stunning every observer who witnessed the magnitude of power. Because the intensity of Jet's current attack was far more terrifying than the sword intent he had previously unleashed, and since it occurred within the range of the Thousand Souls barrier, the collision between Jet's and Dane's attacks naturally felt completely different. How is this possible? At this moment, as Jet's opponent, Dane looked at Jet with a changed expression. Although he had anticipated that Jet would have more power up his sleeve, witnessing Jet's full burst of strength still left Dane feeling overwhelmed. Dane was at the peak of the 5th level of the heaven-defying realm, and to be honest, he had fought many cultivators at the same level, but none of them ever gave him the chilling fear that Jet did now. It was as if Jet had transformed into a monstrous entity. When their sword intents clashed earlier, Dane felt like he wasn't colliding with a sword intent, but a terrifying meteorite. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. An endless torrent of primordial energy exploded outward. Every cultivator who saw the shockwaves might widen their eyes in awe. They realized that Jet's displayed strength seemed to grow more fearsome over time. It became clear why Jet had passed the Danilo sex evaluation so swiftly. Boom. Jet's sword intent continually clashed with Dane's. Soon, with a burst of spiritual energy, Dane watched in disbelief as his yellow spiritual energy longsword failed to withstand Jet's attack. Under the force of Jet's sword intent, the blade shattered into pieces. In an instant, Dane's spiritual energy longsword was completely fragmented. Without wasting any time, Dane immediately acted, despite the shock in his heart. Chapter 139. Decisive victory in one move? Since Jet's strength was so terrifying, Xyler obviously no longer intended to hold back. His complexion was somewhat pale, clearly affected by Jet's ice god slash from earlier. Xyler took a deep breath and shouted, "Boy, if you're seeking death, then don't blame me for being impolite." Roar. As he spoke, Xyler waved his hand lightly, revealing a long sword glowing with an earth-yellow spiritual light. This time, it wasn't just a spirit-infused sword but a true weapon of considerable quality, a high-grade magical treasure. Even with a quick glance, Jet could confirm that this sword wouldn't be inferior to the 7 patterns level. In other words, it was a weapon comparable to his ice god sword. Jet felt a surge of excitement. Regardless of Xyler's formidable power, he was not going to retreat. He had confidence in his own abilities. The outcome remains uncertain. Jet narrowed his eyes slightly, let out a cry, and without waiting for Xyler to move, he immediately dashed forward at incredible speed. Jet's speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Xyler. Seeing Jet initiate the attack, Xyler was momentarily surprised. After all, with his weapon out, his aura was significantly more powerful than before. But after the initial shock, Xyler focused entirely on defeating Jet. How could he defeat Jet as quickly as possible? This became the pressing question in Xyler's mind. Kill. With a roar, Xyler channeled immense spiritual energy into the yellow longsword and swung it ruthlessly toward Jet. Jet could clearly feel a wave of terrifying pressure burst forth as Xyler made his move, enveloping him completely. This sensation invigorated Jet. He felt energized only when faced with an opponent significantly stronger yet within reach of defeat. This excitement spurred Jet to unleash his full potential against Xyler. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged within him. Without hesitation, Jet channeled them into the Ice God Sword and unleashed a fierce strike head-on. Ice God Slash. Once again deploying the Ice God Slash, its might was immeasurably more terrifying this time, radiating an overwhelmingly powerful aura even at the moment of release. A sea blue sword intent erupted instantly, advancing with an overwhelming force towards Xyler as if it could pierce through the heavens. Boom. The next instant, this terrifying sword intent collided with Xyler's sword intent. The impact generated deafening clashing sounds, spreading immense celestial spiritual energy violently outward. The power of this clash was far more formidable than any previous encounter. After deciding to go all out, Xyler's displayed strength was astonishing. Following the first sword intent, Xyler launched continuous strikes without pause. His yellow longsword emitted ever-growing spiritual energy waves, intensifying rapidly. Good boy, didn't think you were quite impressive. Unfortunately, you can't possibly match me. I'll end this in one move. Hoo-hoo. Speaking loudly, Xyler was enveloped in layers of intense spiritual light, resembling the world's most terrifying warrior god. As the light intensified, Xyler exuded a palpable aura of dread, his spiritual energy surging at an incomprehensible rate. Jet realized he was about to unleash his ultimate attack. Moments later, Xyler roared fiercely. Countless streams of spiritual energy converged and poured into his yellow longsword, which blazed with brilliant light. Then, a colossal earth-yellow sword intent charged at Jet, as if ready to shatter the world. The moment the sword intent was unleashed, it exuded an indescribable level of power. Jet sensed that this sword intent was more terrifying than anything he had encountered before. Jet was confident that even cultivators at the 6th or 7th level of Transcendent would find themselves in dire straits against such a force. Only Jet could withstand this attack. If another first-level Transcendent cultivator faced Xyler, they would likely be crushed by the sheer pressure before the attack even reached them. Fine, let's settle this in one move. Jet squinted, his eyes twinkling with determination. He knew if they continued fighting as before, he stood little chance against Xyler. Given the significant gap in their cultivation levels, Jet's stamina and spiritual energy output couldn't match Xyler. Thus, to defeat Xyler, Jet had to overwhelm him in an instant with a swift and decisive attack. Xyler was among the top-tier cultivators at the 5th level of Transcendent. For Jet to have any hope, he needed to unleash a devastating technique. Jet could only think of 2 moves capable of defeating Xyler, the Flame Sword Array and the Boundless Heaven and Earth Sword Array. The Flame Sword Array was an enhanced version of the Flame Divine Arrow, producing incomparable power when fully unleashed. Beyond the Flame Sword Array, the Boundless Heaven and Earth Sword Array, which Jet had refined to new heights, could be deployed simultaneously for a lethal strike. Thinking this, countless streams of spiritual energy gathered within Jet. Roar. Boundless Heaven and Earth Sword Array. Unleash. With a wave of his hand, 32 flying swords materialized around him, swirling menacingly. These flying swords, each one of them looked incredibly formidable, and no matter from what angle you viewed them, they were vastly different from ordinary weapons. As Jet summoned the Boundless Heaven and Earth Sword Array, Xyler's gaze was instantly drawn to it. He felt that there was something peculiar about this array. Jet knew he had very little time to act, so without any hesitation, he immediately began deploying his control over the swords. Swish swish. The 32 flying swords visibly merged into 16 with remarkable speed. Once the 32 swords became 16, the power each sword could unleash increased significantly compared to before. Merge. Jet barked another command, pouring countless streams of terrifying spiritual energy into the Boundless Heaven and Earth Sword Array. Rumble. As the spiritual energy poured in, the 16 flying swords quickly converged into a massive sword, glowing brilliantly with golden spiritual light. Go! Without pausing, Jet swiftly moved his hand, and the colossal spiritual energy sword surged forward, carrying an awe-inspiring power capable of destroying heaven and earth, hurtling toward Xyler's attack. In reality, although this process seems lengthy when described, from Xyler initiating his attack to Jet countering with his own, everything happened in a split second. Rumble. The next moment, the monstrous sword from the boundless heaven and earth sword array collided with Xyler's attack. Instantly, the air filled with thunderous sounds as countless torrents of spiritual energy spread wildly in all directions. It was as if two colossal mountains had crashed into each other. The sheer force of the impact was almost indescribable in its intensity. Chapter 140, Flame Sword Array. However, Jet's attacks were far from over. After unleashing the Supreme Polarity's sword array to its full extent, a torrent of terrifying spiritual energy surged within his body. He then brandished the Ice Deity sword in his hand. Countless spiritual energies poured into the Ice Deity sword. Under Jet's control, streams of formidable spiritual energy arrows began to coalesce on either side of him. Jet was well aware that while the power of the Supreme Polarity sword array was indeed terrifying, defeating Emmanuel with just this one move was simply unrealistic. Thus, he proceeded to unleash the Flame Sword Array without any delay. This was the first time Jet had attempted the Flame Sword Array in actual combat. He wasn't entirely sure how formidable it would be when pushed to its limits. But right now, that didn't matter much. What mattered was Jet's confidence in the Flame Sword Array. Whoosh whoosh. As more and more spiritual energy poured out from Jet, more and more spiritual energy arrows condensed around him. In a blink, these blue spiritual energy arrows surrounded Jet entirely. At this moment, the gigantic sword conjured by the Supreme Polarity's sword array continued to clash against Emmanuel's attacks. Both fighters could feel the overwhelming waves of energy radiating from their intersection point. Each time the massive sword clashed against Emmanuel's sword intent, they felt as if they were floating leaves on the ocean, tossed about uncontrollably. After a short while, Jet let out a low roar. The countless spiritual energy arrows surrounding him converged rapidly. In no time, these arrows transformed into over 100 black spiritual energy arrows, each blazing with black flames. These arrows exuded an unparalleled sense of dread, quite different from the earlier spiritual energy arrows. Each arrow now seemed immensely fearsome. Although individually they might not match the power of the Flame Divine Arrow, one of Jet's strongest moves, the sheer number of arrows made for a far more shocking sight than a single Flame Divine Arrow. Moreover, this was a complete sword array, capable of surpassing even the Flame Divine Arrow. Flame Sword Array. Unleash. With the power of the Supreme Polarity sword array nearing its peak, Jet channeled all available spiritual energy into the Flame Sword Array. Instantly, the entire sword formation emitted a dazzling light, and the 100 flaming black arrows erupted simultaneously, forming an orderly, relentless wave advancing towards Emmanuel. The aftermath of the Supreme Polarity sword array had barely ended when the immense force of Jet's Flame Sword Array swept forward, dealing a significant blow to Emmanuel. Emmanuel had strong confidence in his own abilities, but witnessing Jet's attack up close, he realized for the first time that he might indeed lose to Jet. His previous sword intent was nearly the limit of his strength, yet despite unleashing everything, he couldn't turn the tide. Instead, Jet's attacks shattered his defenses completely, leaving Emmanuel defenseless. Boom boom boom. Without giving Emmanuel time to react, Jet waved his hand, sending the countless fiery arrows hurtling towards Emmanuel. The power of the Flame Sword Array was truly terrifying. Each arrow, burning with black flames, possessed incredible piercing power. Combined, their strength was unimaginable. The reason they burned with black flames was due to their extraordinary piercing ability. When their power reached its peak, everything could be pierced through. That's why these arrows blazed with black flames. Ah! Seeing the endless barrage of black flaming arrows engulfing him, Emmanuel felt his scalp tingle. Despite his swift reaction, as Jet's attack approached, he roared furiously, injecting immense spiritual energy into his weapon, trying desperately to resist. However, after failing to withstand a few impacts, Emmanuel was sent flying back, spitting blood. The power of the Flame Sword Array lay in its sheer number and strength. Moreover, Jet unleashed this right after the Supreme Polarity sword array, making its impact overwhelmingly terrifying. For a short period, Jet almost became invincible unless faced with an opponent far stronger. Observing Emmanuel hit the ground, unable to rise despite struggling, Jet stopped the assault. He wouldn't continue to risk taking Emmanuel's life. After all, the mission was merely to defeat Emmanuel, not kill him. Killing a Thousand Cloud sect disciple immediately after passing their evaluation could jeopardize his joining. Therefore, Jet wouldn't commit such a mistake, even without system reminders. Following Jet's victory over Emmanuel, the familiar system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations host for successfully defeating Emmanuel. Task completed. Power level breakthrough to peak first level transcendent. Ding! Congratulations host for triggering a new task. Find the pure water vase in the Thousand Cloud sect rear mountain. Upon completion, power level will break through to second level transcendent. Hearing the notification, Jet was momentarily surprised. This next task appeared somewhat peculiar compared to previous ones. To find a pure water vase? What was it? He found no description of the vase on the mission panel, meaning he'd have to discover more information once in the rear mountain. Nonetheless, having completed the task, Jet's strength reached peak first level transcendent, bringing immense satisfaction. Although he hadn't advanced in realm, reaching peak strength from first level transcendent occurred at an exceptionally fast pace, what would take many years for ordinary cultivators. However, at this moment, seeing Jet defeat Emmanuel, who was at the peak of the fifth level transcendent, with terrifying means, the competition arena fell silent. Everyone's eyes were somewhat dazed as they stared at Jet. Jet hadn't yet dispelled the Flame Sword Array, so the people around could clearly see the terrifying spiritual energy arrows surrounding him. A cultivator who had only shown a mere C realm cultivation during the evaluation had now unleashed such formidable power. It was almost incomprehensible. If these cultivators hadn't witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed it. Even now, they felt like they were dreaming. Coming back to his senses, Jet realized he hadn't dismissed the flame sword array and immediately waved his hand. All the flame arrows dissipated into spiritual energy. Originally, his spiritual energy had been nearly depleted, but because he had completed the system task and his strength had increased, his spiritual energy had been replenished. As a result, not only did Jet not seem weakened by the battle, he appeared even more powerful. Seeing Jet's state, the other Thousand Cloud sect disciples exchanged glances, feeling a mix of awe and uncertainty. One of them quickly approached Jet at high speed. Reaching Jet, he smiled and said, "It was Xuanhuan's lack of understanding that led him to attack you. Please don't take offense. He truly didn't know better." His words were highly conciliatory, clearly impressed by Jet's formidable display earlier. He wanted to establish a closer relationship with Jet, recognizing that Jet was no ordinary person. Jet smiled faintly and replied, "No problem. But now that I've passed the evaluation, do I count as an official member of the Thousand Cloud sect?" "Absolutely," the cultivator hurriedly responded, pulling out a wooden token from his storage bag and handing it to Jet as he spoke. "This is a disciple token for our sect. Use this one for now, and I'll get you a higher level one later." Chapter 141, Moon Pavilion. Jet's gaze fell on the wooden token that was handed to him. It was a bronze-colored wooden token. Though it looked ordinary, the quality of the wood was actually quite good. Upon receiving it, Jet felt a smooth and jade-like texture. Clearly, as the premier sect of Xiuxian Empire, even their wooden tokens were made with exceptional materials. "Thank you very much, senior brother." Jet smiled slightly at the disciple, finding himself quite satisfied with this outcome. Although he had imagined various ways in which he could defeat Xyler, he hadn't expected it to end like this. The power of the flame sword formation proved to be even more terrifying than he had anticipated. "Yeah, don't mention it. From now on, we're family. Rest assured, our Xiuxian sect has plenty of benefits and won't let you down." The disciple spoke, then seemed to remember something and added with a smile, "By the way, my name is Tyson. If you don't mind, you can call me Xiaolon. I'm stationed at Tinghua Pavilion. Would you consider joining us there?" Taken aback, Jet realized he knew very little about Xiuxian sect. He had never heard of Tinghua Pavilion before. Seeing his surprised expression, Tyson continued smilingly, "It seems you haven't thoroughly explored our Xiuxian sect situation before. In fact, our Xiuxian sect is divided into 3 pavilions, each with similar overall strength. Among them, Tinghua Pavilion has the fewest members, but also the most women. You will absolutely not be disappointed joining us." Seeing Tyson's enthusiastic demeanor, Jet found it hard to refuse such a passionate invitation. Although he knew Tyson wanted him to join Tinghua Pavilion to enhance its strength, considering Jet was undeniably a genius, even within the same sect, competition existed. Thus, if Xiuxian sect had 3 pavilions, it was natural for them to compete against one another. Just as Jet thought, several other cultivators soon gathered around after Tyson spoke. Cultivators from the other 2 pavilions started praising the advantages of their respective sections. However, witnessing each of them ardently explaining the benefits of their pavilions, as though ready to debate for days, Jet laughed and said, "Actually, all choices are fine by me. After all, entering the core sect for cultivation is enough. I feel quite connected with senior brother Tyson, so I'll join Tinghua Pavilion with you." Upon hearing Jet make a choice, the cultivators from the other 2 pavilions became somewhat uncomfortable, envying Tyson deeply. As for Xyler, who had fought Jet earlier, he had long been carried away. "Good, junior brother Jet, rest assured. I'll take good care of you." Tyson was delighted. Having seen Jet's battle with Xyler, Tyson was aware of Jet's background as a cultivator from another empire specifically for the assessment of Xiuxian sect, making Tyson even happier. Being from another empire, Jet wasn't familiar with the current landscape of Xiuxian Empire. At this moment, guiding Jet would undoubtedly leave a favorable impression, strengthening their bond, which Tyson believed would only bring benefits. "Junior brother Jet, let's go. I'll take you to report at Moon Pavilion." Without hesitation, Tyson led the way, soaring towards the distance with Jet following closely behind. Looking at the various structures within Xiuxian sect, Jet couldn't help but feel a sense of surreal beauty, thinking it truly resembled a heavenly paradise, marveling at how someone could build a sect so beautifully. Jet was intrigued by the upcoming grand pilgrimage task to Xiunia. Imagining countless experts, including transcendent and lesser immortal realm cultivators, the number was sure to be overwhelming. Comparatively, his current first-stage reversal realm cultivation seemed too weak. Following Tyson swiftly, they arrived at their destination soon. Arriving at Moon Pavilion, Jet admired the intricately crafted buildings, feeling an aesthetic pleasure. Beauty, indeed, always brought joy with just a glance. Aesthetic appreciation was universal, always evoking a strong liking towards beautiful things. "Junior brother Jet, here's Moon Pavilion. If you don't mind, you can stay with me. We have a 2-person room policy, and there happens to be a spot available in my dormitory," Tyson warmly offered. Nodding naturally, Jet agreed, not wanting to refuse since he had come along with Tyson. Indeed, as Tyson mentioned, Moon Pavilion had a notably higher number of female disciples. About 70 to 80% of the passers-by were female cultivators. After reporting at the registration office, Jet noticed a crescent-shaped mark on his bronze token, signifying his affiliation with Moon Pavilion. Thinking there would be ample time later to understand more about Moon Pavilion, Jet decided to settle down first. So, he followed Tyson and quickly arrived at the dormitory. As described, the dormitories were 2-person rooms. Noticing the simplicity due to Tyson living alone for a while, the place was exceptionally clean, reflecting Tyson's tidiness. "We usually head to the back mountain for cultivation every morning, which is indeed one of Moon Pavilion's advantages. Being closest to the back mountain, we still gain good cultivation effects even within the dormitories." Smiling, Tyson elaborated on the advantages of Moon Pavilion, having plenty to say. Jet found it unusual encountering such a talkative person. While nodding with a smile, his thoughts drifted to tens of thousands of years ago when he had once visited this land and established Xiuxian sect. Time had blurred those memories. Surprisingly, Xiuxian sect had transformed into an enormous entity, greatly astonishing Jet. What Jet was more curious about was what tasks awaited him after completing his mission in Xiuxian sect. He hadn't encountered any previous empires, and Xiuxian sect was the strongest in his memory. Reflecting on the transformation from a tiny sect to its renowned status today, Jet imagined the countless difficulties faced during its development. After settling down and resting overnight, Jet followed Tyson early next morning to the back mountain for cultivation. His task involved the purification vase in the back mountain, which, if found, could elevate his cultivation to the second stage reversal realm. Despite being at peak first stage reversal realm, using his current skills and divine artifacts, he could perform comparably to a fifth stage reversal realm. This is Xiuxian sect's back mountain? Upon reaching the back mountain, Jet took a deep breath, feeling the abundant spiritual energy flowing into his body, providing immense enjoyment. This abundance of spiritual energy exceeded expectations, proving incomparable to other places. He suddenly understood why Xiuxian sect could become the premier sect of Xiuxian Empire. The cultivation environment was indeed excellent. However, since Jet had just joined Xiuxian sect, the area he could cultivate in was limited to the outermost part of the back mountain. At the edge of a waterfall on the outskirts of the back mountain, Jet and Tyson sat cross-legged, both entering into a state of cultivation. Unlike Jet, Tyson's current cultivation level had already broken through to the sixth stage reversal, giving off an aura that was quite formidable. Although Tyson appeared to be a rather slender young man with a warm-hearted nature, in reality, the energy he emitted was very strong. From a purely strength-based perspective, Jet was certain that Tyson was even more powerful than Xyler. After being defeated by him, whether Xyler would seek revenge wasn't something Jet was worried about. Although this was Xiuxian sect, Jet was confident in his rapid growth. After cultivating for a while, Jet opened his mission interface to check the location of the purification vase. He found that it wasn't far from his current position, so without hesitation, he greeted Tyson and immediately used his speed technique to head towards the vase's location. Whoosh! As he accelerated, Jet became a blur, with the scenery around him rapidly blurring past. In just a moment, he arrived at his destination. The purification vase is here? Upon arriving, Jet only needed to glance up slightly to see a cave in front of him. By activating his perception, he could clearly sense the extremely powerful spiritual energy fluctuations coming from within the cave. The purification vase was undoubtedly inside this cave. Taking a deep breath, Jet didn't hesitate and advanced directly into the depths of the cave. He maximized the circulation of spiritual energy within his body, maintaining his perception at a high intensity. The deeper he went into the cave, the more intense the spiritual energy fluctuations became. Chapter 142, The Purifying Water Bottle. Jet was certain that some demon beast must exist within this cave, and it likely possessed formidable cultivation and strength. Thus, obtaining the purifying water bottle would not be an easy task. Before long, Jet reached deep inside the cave. With a quick glance, he noticed that the cave interior contained a pond of water emitting a ghastly green glow. Just looking at it from afar evoked a sense of dread. Upon spotting the pond, Jet heightened his perception to the utmost limit, instantly sensing a blue water bottle within it. Clearly, this was the purifying water bottle. Ripple. Before Jet could make his move, the pond's surface began to ripple violently, followed by a colossal green serpent surging out. The moment this green serpent appeared, its powerful tail lashed toward Jet with immense force. Whoosh! It had to be noted that this green serpent was already at the 5th level of transcendence. When it unleashed its full power, its attack felt as though it could obliterate heaven and earth, truly terrifying. However, facing such a fearsome assault, Jet did not retreat. Without hesitation, he mobilized his formidable spiritual energy, channeling countless streams into his Frost God Sword before unleashing a fierce slash. With a low cry, Jet pushed himself to the limits, unleashing a full force slash, having maximized his Frost God Burst technique. Boom! The next moment, the formidable sword intent generated by Frost God Burst collided head-on with the green serpent's attack. A deafening roar echoed, as terrifying spiritual energy spread wildly around, akin to two massive meteors colliding. The power unleashed in that instant was indescribable. Jet also felt profoundly how it seemed like he wasn't clashing against a snake, but a horrifying meteor. The shockwave from the impact resonated through his body, causing his spiritual energy to surge wildly. At the moment of collision, an intense force surged into his body, making him feel as if he could disintegrate under the blow. Again. Without pausing, Jet's body continued to channel immense spiritual energy, transforming him into a lightning-fast strike towards the giant serpent. Approaching the serpent, he infused more spiritual energy into his Frost God Sword and swung fiercely. Whoosh! Ice God Slash. This time, instead of Frost God Burst, Jet used Ice God Slash, which exceeded Frost God Burst in terms of explosive power. His choice to use Ice God Slash now was clearly to end the battle swiftly. Joking aside, they were in the rear mountains of Thousand Cloud sect. There were many experts here, and prolonged combat might draw attention from other cultivators. Although Jet had set up a barrier outside the cave to block others' divine senses, no one knew how long it would hold. Without doubt, Jet was pushing his capabilities to the extreme, pouring all his spiritual energy into the Frost God Sword. Consequently, the Ice God Slash became incredibly potent. Rumble. The Ice God Slash, brimming with formidable power, approached the green serpent. Feeling the power of Jet's attack, the green serpent widened its eyes in astonishment, clearly not expecting such strength from a cultivator at the 1st level of transcendence. The sword intense power rivaled that of a 5th level transcendence cultivator's full strength attack. Despite the terror of Jet's attack, the green serpent did not back down. Roaring angrily, it summoned vast spiritual energy, its body enveloped by a layer of armor emitting green spiritual light. After the armor appeared, the green serpent's presence soared as if its cultivation had risen several levels. Immediately, the green serpent whipped its tail viciously towards Jet. Boom! Next, the serpent's attack collided with Jet's Ice God Slash. Amidst the thunderous sound, overwhelming spiritual energy dispersed madly around, like the impact of two terrifying forces shaking the entire cave. Worried that the barrier outside might tear, Jet no longer hesitated, summoning the Boundless Sky Sword Formation. Boundless Sky Sword Formation emerge. Following his low cry, 32 flying swords emerged, merging into 16. Under Jet's control, these 16 swords launched a simultaneous attack on the Green Serpent from different angles. The power of this coordinated assault was significant. The Green Serpent showed no sign of retreating. Even facing Jet's terrifying assault, it roared angrily, opening its mouth and spitting out a horrifying green spiritual energy sphere. Whoosh! This green spiritual energy sphere emitted a devastating aura even before it struck, showing the sheer destructive power of the serpent's strongest move. Jet had no doubt this was the Green Serpent's ultimate technique. He also knew that if the battle dragged on, the barrier he set would shatter soon, attracting other cultivators' attention. With everything I have, I'll end this now. Without any hesitation, while executing the Boundless Sky Sword Formation, Jet gathered immense spiritual energy and prepared to unleash his strongest move, Flame Sword Formation. Streams of terrifying spiritual energy formed rapidly around Jet, making him appear almost godlike. Any observer would be stunned by the spiritual fluctuations he was emanating. No ordinary person could imagine the level of power Jet was displaying despite only being at the first level of transcendence. Whoosh! As countless terrifying spiritual energies converged and swept in, streams of spiritual energy arrows continuously emerged. Under Jet's control, these spiritual energy arrows combined one after another, transforming into flaming divine arrows burning with black flames. Go! Flame Sword Formation. Previously, Jet had defeated Emmanuel using the Flame Sword Formation, and now as he unleashed it again, even he was astonished by the immense power this move possessed. Whoosh! 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 With Jet's activation, these numerous flaming divine arrows charged toward the colossal green serpent, one after another. Although each individual flaming divine arrow appeared far less formidable compared to a single arrow formed from countless combined arrows, the continuous barrage of these flaming arrows, each infused with terrifying spiritual energy, meant that their cumulative power greatly exceeded that of a single concentrated arrow. Boom! 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 The moment the Flame Sword Formation was unleashed, these horrifying flaming arrows immediately collided with the green serpent's green spiritual energy sphere. The deafening explosions echoed nonstop, and overwhelming spiritual energy surged wildly around, much like a series of devastating blasts. Even Jet himself was taken aback by the intensity. Strictly speaking, this was his first attempt to fully unleash the Flame Sword Formation's power. The result of this collision was just as Jet had anticipated. With both the Boundless Sky Sword Formation and Flame Sword Formation at full force, the Green Serpent could not withstand the attack. SSSSS. Before long, the Green Serpent let out a pitiful hiss and collapsed. Phew, finally it's over. Without wasting any more time, Jet swiftly dashed into the lake. Chapter 143, Combat at the 7th level of Defying Heaven. Entering the lake, Jet only had to channel a bit of spirit energy before he located the pure water flask. His speed suddenly increased, and it wasn't long before Jet obtained the pure water flask. Chime, congratulations to the host for acquiring the pure water flask. Mission completed. Your power has broken through to the 2nd level of Defying Heaven. Chime, congratulations to the host for unlocking a new mission. Defeat the disciples who come to challenge you. Completing this task will break through your power to the 3rd level of Defying Heaven. As soon as Jet got hold of the pure water flask, a familiar system notification sounded in his ear. Upon completion of the mission, his cultivation immediately advanced to the 2nd level of Defying Heaven. For someone like Jet, who previously possessed merely peak ocean cultivation when he arrived at the Thousand Cloud Empire, this was a tremendous leap. Reaching the 2nd level of Defying Heaven made Jet feel entirely different from before. The combat power he could unleash now far surpassed his previous capabilities. But even before Jet could examine the pure water flask, another mission appeared, making him feel a bit rushed. He knew that the battle with the giant green snake earlier might have drawn the attention of other cultivators. Fine, let's leave here first. Taking a deep breath, Jet didn't hesitate and swiftly headed toward the cave's exit. With a new mission at hand, and the promise of breaking through to the 3rd level of Defying Heaven upon its completion, this would undoubtedly be a great help to Jet. However, Jet also understood that higher rewards meant greater difficulty. Considering the previous missions had barely boosted his power to the peak of the 1st level of Defying Heaven after defeating Emmanuel, this mission was bound to be more challenging. Jet sped up, and in the blink of an eye, he reached outside the cave. As soon as he dismantled the boundary, he sensed several figures rapidly approaching from the distant sky. It seemed trouble was on its way. Jet knew without a doubt that the mission targets were now present. The green serpent he encountered earlier had strength comparable to Emmanuel, and defeating it wasn't difficult. What lay ahead in this new mission, however, was likely to be much more challenging. Jet even suspected that retrieving the pure water flask was a ploy by the system to trigger this mission. There wasn't enough time to thoroughly study the flask's function now. Sensing the auras of the approaching cultivators, the few disciples naturally felt Jet's presence too. They accelerated, quickly reaching Jet. Upon closer inspection, Jet saw that they wore 3-layered purple robes. These 3 were formidable, with the leader having already attained the 7th level of Defying Heaven. Seeing his opponent reach such a level gave Jet a tingling sensation. Though he anticipated the mission might be more daunting than expected, the reality still felt unsettling. However, at this point, Jet had no choice but to face the situation head-on. The trio of purple-robed disciples fixed their gazes on Jet. The leader's eyes landed on the bronze wooden tablet around Jet's waist. Recognizing the patterns on it, he smirked. Oh, so you're a new disciple of the Moon Pavilion. Did no one teach you not to wander around the back mountains casually? You do know this area belongs to our Sun Pavilion? His tone was decidedly ungracious. He clearly resented the audacity of a cultivator who just broke through to the 2nd level of Defying Heaven venturing into the Sun Pavilion's territory. Bowing slightly, Jet responded, I've just joined the Thousand Cloud sect and am not very familiar with the rules. I noticed something unusual here earlier and came to check. If I caused any disturbance, I sincerely apologize. Despite Jet's apology, the trio showed no intention of letting him off easily. The leader growled, "Your caliber to investigate what's abnormal? Even if there was, wouldn't you just be seeking death? Have you considered your limits before acting?" Pausing briefly, he continued, "Now you have two choices. Crawl away while kneeling, or get beaten until you do so. Which will it be?" His sarcastic tone clearly belittled Jet. With these words, the insult was plain. Jet's expression darkened. Since the other side showed no respect, neither did Jet see the need for courtesy, especially with a system mission looming. "I say, what if I choose to knock you down instead?" Jet chuckled coldly. Upon hearing this, the three purple-robed disciples' faces turned livid. They never imagined a mere cultivator at the second level of defying heaven would openly challenge all three of them. "You insolent boy, you seek death." Roaring in anger, the lead disciple launched himself at Jet without hesitation, transforming into terrifying lightning with a powerful stomp. In a flash, he was inches away from Jet, brandishing a terrifying purple folding fan which, with a flick, unleashed a fearsome gale that charged towards Jet in an overwhelming manner. Whoosh, whoosh. The burst of spiritual force was indeed terrifying, almost devouring everything in its path. Without retreating, Jet channeled an immense amount of spiritual force into the ice deity sword in his hands. As the spiritual force hurricane approached, Jet unleashed a devastating ice deity burst. Boom. The ice deity burst collided with the spiritual force hurricane, resulting in thunderous explosions as untold amounts of heaven and earth spiritual force spread outward. The intensity of Jet's attack was incomparable. This ice deity burst surpassed anything Jet had ever unleashed. As his sword intent clashed with the hurricane, waves of spiritual force swept across, leaving the other two purple-robed disciples in awe. Though they initially thought Jet's prowess would be formidable, they hadn't expected this level of power, matching their leader's attack blow for blow. It was hard to fathom how a cultivator at the second level of defying heaven could exhibit such strength. "Well boy, you seem to have some skills. That weapon of yours is impressive," the leader remarked. The Clyde was momentarily taken aback when he saw his attack being directly blocked by Jet, but he did not hesitate in the slightest. With a low shout, he poured an immense amount of terrifying spiritual force into the folding fan in his hand and swung it with great ferocity. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, an incredibly terrifying spiritual force hurricane erupted and swept over, charging towards Jet with a horrifyingly destructive force. Feeling the power of the spiritual force hurricane unleashed by the opponent, Jet couldn't help but be immensely shocked. Although he had anticipated that the opponent would display formidable strength, only after colliding with him did he truly realize how terrifying a 7th level of defying heaven cultivator could be. The gap between a 7th level of defying heaven and Jet's current 2nd level of defying heaven was indeed too vast. Strictly speaking, Jet was practically no match for this Clyde. However, since the system mission had already been triggered, Jet had no choice but to face it head-on. "Let's go all out." Without any hesitation, Jet gave a low shout, unleashing a torrent of terrifying spiritual force from within his body. He immediately deployed the Heaven-Earth Boundless Sword Array. Heaven-Earth Boundless, manifest. 16 flying swords immediately shot out, one after another, displaying a fearsome power as if they could devour everything, charging straight towards the spiritual force hurricane. If one were to compare the might of these 16 flying swords alone, they seemed no weaker than the opponent's spiritual force hurricane. Heaven-Earth Boundless, unite! Jet gave another low shout, and the 16 flying swords merged at an incredible speed into one colossal sword radiating brilliant golden spiritual force light. With the appearance of this terrifying giant sword, Jet swung it with all his might, sending it hurtling towards the spiritual force hurricane with an overwhelming posture. Boom! In the next moment, a deafening explosion rang out as Jet's attack collided head-on with the cultivators. Instantly, Jet felt an overwhelmingly powerful shock. Chapter 144, Terrifying Hurricane. It was as if he wasn't facing a spiritual hurricane, but a terrifying mountain. This feeling of being completely stifled was something Jet had never encountered before. The 7th stage heavenly defying attack was indeed at the 7th stage. Under such a significant disparity in cultivation, Jet now felt extremely uncomfortable. Compared to the other side's attack, his own seemed woefully inadequate. Bang! Clearly, this water bottle was indeed the pure water bottle. Ripple. Before Jet could make his move, the surface of the pool started rippling violently. Suddenly, a colossal green snake burst out from within it. In an instant, the immensely powerful snake lashed its mighty tail towards Jet with full force. Whoosh! It couldn't be denied that this newly appeared green snake was already at the 5th stage, heavenly defying level. Its full power unleashed made the attack seem like it possessed the might to destroy heaven and earth, which was incredibly terrifying. However, in the face of this horrifying attack, Jet didn't retreat or hesitate. The terrifying spiritual energy within him surged forth, gathering into the ice god's sword in his hand. Then he slashed forward fiercely. Roar! With a shout, Jet pushed his strength to the limit, unleashing a fierce strike. This slash had maximized the power of his ice god burst technique. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying sword intent formed by the ice god burst collided head-on with the green giant snake's attack. An instantaneous loud roar echoed as an overwhelming amount of heaven and earth's spiritual energy spread wildly in all directions. Just like two horrifying meteors colliding, the power generated at that instant was beyond description. Jet was deeply moved by the sensation that what he had struck wasn't a giant snake, but a terrible meteor. The explosive power sent a shockwave through him, making the spiritual energy inside him surge uncontrollably. At the point of impact, a horrifying force rushed into his body, making him feel as if he would be torn apart entirely. Once more, without hesitation, Jet continued channeling the countless terrifying spiritual energy within him, speeding up his attack and turning into lightning, dashing straight toward the giant snake. Reaching the giant snake, he injected immense spiritual energy into the Ice God sword and wielded his weapon forcefully. Whoosh, whoosh. Ice God slash. This time, Jet didn't use the Ice God burst but directly unleashed the strongest attack he currently could muster, the Ice God slash. In terms of the power it could unleash in an instant, it undeniably surpassed the Ice God burst. The reason he chose the Ice God slash over the Ice God burst was undoubtedly because he wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible. Joking aside, this was the back mountain of Thousand Cloud sect. There were many experts here. If the battle lasted too long and attracted the attention of other cultivators, it would be problematic. Although he had set up a boundary outside the cave to block others' divine sense detection immediately, no one knew how long it could last. At this moment, Jet had undoubtedly pushed his strength to the extreme, infusing countless terrifying spiritual energies into the Ice God sword. Thus, the Ice God slash he executed reached a terrifyingly formidable state. Rumble. Carrying an exceptionally terrifying might, the Ice God slash rapidly approached the green giant snake. Sensing the power contained within Jet's attack, the green giant snake widened its eyes, filled with astonishment. It clearly didn't expect a seemingly first-stage, heavenly-defying cultivator like Jet to display such formidable power. The might of this sword intent could rival a fifth-stage, heavenly-defying cultivator's full attack. Despite the terrifying nature of Jet's attack, the green giant snake did not retreat either. Roaring furiously, it began to channel boundless spiritual energy within its body. A series of armor-like structures emitting green spiritual energy appeared on the surface of the green giant snake's body. After these spiritual energy armors emerged, the presence of the green giant snake seemed to elevate dramatically, as if it had advanced several realms in cultivation instantly. Following this, the green giant snake fiercely whipped its tail towards Jet. Boom. Next moment, the green giant snake's attack collided with Jet's Ice God slash. Amidst the thunderous boom, boundless and terrifying spiritual energy spread out crazily. It felt like two extremely fearsome forces had clashed, causing tremendous ripples spreading outward and shaking the entire cave violently. Worried that the boundary outside might be torn, Jet hesitated no longer and called upon the Boundless Infinity Sword Formation. Boundless Infinity Sword Formation, come forth. Jet shouted and 32 flying swords immediately appeared. These flying swords paired up and merged into 16. Under Jet's control, the 16 flying swords accelerated, attacking the green giant snake head-on. The simultaneous attack from 16 flying swords from 16 different angles exerted considerable power. However, the green giant snake showed no intention of retreating. Even against Jet's terrifying attack, it roared furiously, opened its mouth, and spat out a frightening green spiritual energy sphere. Whoosh, whoosh. The emergence of this green spiritual energy sphere brought about a terrifying aura, spreading ominously around. The power it exuded even before hitting its target was at its peak. It felt as though this green spiritual energy sphere held the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Jet had no doubt that this was the green giant snake's strongest move. He also realized that if the battle didn't end soon, the boundary he had set would shatter in no time, attracting the attention of other cultivators. Let's finish this in one move. At this moment, Jet no longer hesitated. As he activated the Boundless Infinity Sword Formation, he gathered boundless spiritual energy within him, ready to unleash his most potent technique, Flame Sword Array. Terrorifying arrows of spiritual energy quickly formed around Jet, making him appear in a horrifically powerful state. From any angle, Jet gave off the vibe of a divine being of darkness. If there were other cultivators present, they would undoubtedly be stunned speechless by the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Jet now. Clearly, no one would have thought that a cultivator who merely looked like a first-stage, heavenly defying could exhibit such strength. Whoosh! As countless spiritual energies converged, arrows of spiritual energy kept appearing. Under Jet's control, these spiritual energy arrows combined into flaming godly arrows engulfed in black flames. Go! Flame Sword Array. Previously, Jet had defeated Emmanuel II using the Flame Sword Array. Now, as he unleashed it again, even Jet himself was astonished by the immense power this move possessed. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Jet executed the technique, these countless flaming divine arrows surged one after another toward the colossal green snake. Although individually they did not look as terrifying as a single flame arrow formed from numerous smaller ones, each flaming divine arrow unleashed now was infused with extremely powerful spiritual energy. Therefore, in reality, the total power they could unleash was far greater than a single combined arrow. Rumble! As the Flame Sword Array was fully deployed, these terrifying black flame-infused arrows immediately collided with the green spiritual energy sphere from the green giant snake. With rumbling explosions echoing continuously, boundless and horrifying spiritual energy spread outwards in all directions. It felt as though a massive explosion had been triggered, wave after wave of explosive power crashing through, leaving even Jet deeply shaken. Strictly speaking, this was actually his first attempt to fully unleash the might of the Flame Sword Array. The outcome of this clash was just as Jet had anticipated. When the Boundless Infinity Sword Formation and the Flame Sword Array were both unleashed at full strength, how could the green giant snake possibly withstand such overwhelming power? Hiss! Without much delay, the green giant snake emitted a mournful hiss before collapsing. This attack came with terrifying force, exceeding even Jet's initial expectations. As the golden great sword formed by the Boundless Infinity Sword Formation clashed with the Clyde's spiritual hurricane, their terrifying spiritual energies fiercely collided. Jet could not resist the burst of power during the impact and was blasted flying backward. Chapter 145, Defying Heaven Tier 3. It felt as though he had collided not with a spirit energy hurricane, but with a terrifying mountain. This sense of being utterly unable to advance was something Jet had never experienced before. An attack from the 7th tier of Defying Heaven was indeed that formidable. Under such a significant disparity in cultivation, Jet felt extremely uncomfortable. Compared to his opponent's attacks, his own seemed vastly inferior. Bang! As the golden giant sword formed by the boundless sword formation clashed with the Clyde's spirit energy hurricane, terrifying waves of spiritual power clashed continuously. Jet could not withstand the burst of power released in that instant and was sent flying backward. Undoubtedly, the power exhibited by the seventh tier of defying heaven was even more terrifying than what Jet had anticipated. After Jet was blasted away, the Clyde did not pause. His spirit energy surged within him, channeling countless terrifying energies into the fan in his hand. Then, he fiercely swung the fan toward Jet once more. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. An endless amount of terrifying spirit energy swept through, forming another purple spirit energy hurricane, which surged forward with a devastating force aimed directly at Jet. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Jet did not hesitate. He immediately circulated his spirit energy, infusing it into the Ice Deity sword, and with a wave of his hand, unleashed the full power of the Ice Deity slash. Roar! Ice Deity slash! With an angry shout, Jet channeled all the spirit energy he could muster into this single slash. Instantly, the power it released reached a horrifying level. Since breaking through to the second tier of defying heaven, the strength of the spirit energy he could now wield was significantly greater than before. When this Ice Deity slash erupted, countless terrifying waves of spirit energy surged forth, its sword intent seeming capable of destroying everything in its path. The two distant Clydes were momentarily stunned by the terrifying power displayed by Jet's sword intent. They watched in amazement as a mere second-tier defying heaven cultivator displayed such immense power. It made them wonder how powerful Jet could become if he fully unleashed his potential. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying purple spirit energy hurricane collided head-on with Jet's powerful sword intent. Amidst the deafening roar of clashing spiritual power, terrifying fluctuations spread outwards. The collision between the Ice Deity slash and the opponent's hurricane released an immensely exaggerated burst of power. What was most terrifying was that the Clyde's attacks showed no signs of stopping. One hurricane after another continuously emerged, with his fans swinging non-stop, unleashing hurricane after hurricane, displaying an unimaginable level of power for a single cultivator. Jet narrowed his eyes. During the clash between the Ice Deity slash and the opponent's spirit energy hurricane, he felt a terrifying force surge into his body, shaking him as if he might be shattered. Although these hurricanes appeared ordinary, they contained truly frightening bursts of power. However, Jet would not be easily repelled. Despite the continuous and terrifying onslaught of spirit energy hurricanes from the opponent, Jet's Ice Deity sword continued to swing fiercely, each strike unleashing terrifying sword intents, colliding head-on with the opponent's hurricanes. The opponent's attacks, although formidable, were not so overwhelming that Jet could not resist. Moreover, the mission had already been triggered, and things had reached this critical point. There was no room for retreat. Jet had only one thought in mind, to do everything possible to quickly defeat the Clyde. With this mindset, the heavenly spirit energy within him began to surge wildly, blue light emanating from his body, as if he were a god of war. Flame sword formation. Unleash. After performing the Ice Deity slash, without pausing, Jet immediately prepared to unleash his current strongest attack, the flame sword formation. With an angry roar, numerous torrents of terrifying spirit energy swirled around him, forming arrows of spirit energy around his body. These spirit energy arrows appeared quite ordinary, but a closer perception revealed their terrifying spirit power. The three Clydes were instantly drawn to Jet's display. The one battling Jet roared, "I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeve." His voice dropped low as countless waves of terrifying spirit energy followed. The fan in the Clyde's hand glowed with a terrifying purple light, completely enveloping him in a cloak of purple light. Clearly, upon seeing Jet preparing a significant move, the Clyde decided not to hold back. Meanwhile, numerous spirit energy arrows converged around Jet. With a wave of his hand, they fused together, transforming into over 100 flaming arrows engulfed in black fire. When the flaming arrows appeared, the cultivators could clearly feel that these arrows were distinctly different from the previous spirit energy arrows. If the spirit energy arrows felt only slightly terrifying, then these flaming arrows gave off an impression of being able to pierce through anything. Jet's intentions were clear. Since the boundless sword formation was no longer effective, directly unleashing the flame sword formation was undoubtedly his best option. If the flame sword formation failed, Jet would find himself in a very awkward position because it was one of his ultimate cards. Go! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Upon forming the flame sword formation, Jet waved his hand, sending the countless flaming arrows speeding towards the Clyde. To the Clyde, the appearance of these spirit energy arrows around Jet had already set off alarm bells, so he did not dare underestimate them. Watching the endless torrent of flaming arrows rush towards him, he roared and summoned vast amounts of terrifying spirit energy within his body. Next, his purple fan lit up with terrifying spirit energy, and with a fierce wave, a terrifying purple spirit energy tornado abruptly emerged. Whoosh! The tornado rushed towards Jet with a sweeping force, as if intending to consume everything in its path. As the spirit energy tornado appeared, Jet could clearly sense the terrifying spirit energy within it. If he were caught in it, he feared he would be instantly torn apart. At this moment, he couldn't help feeling apprehensive. Even though he had maximized the power of the flame sword formation, it was uncertain whether it would be enough to help him defeat his opponent. Boom boom boom. This translation maintains the original tone, style, and structure of the text while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. In the next moment, Jet watched as the flaming arrows collided with the terrifying tornado. Instantly, amidst the deafening explosions of spiritual power, countless waves of terrifying heavenly spirit energy spread outwards. The flaming arrows surged into the tornado with the momentum to pierce through anything, but they failed to penetrate it. The tornado's power was too formidable. Any material that entered it would be instantly swept away and shredded. Even Jet's flaming arrows were no exception. Jet watched helplessly as his arrows were absorbed and consumed by the tornado. Despite the shock he felt, his movements did not falter. Since both the flame sword formation and the boundless sword formation had proven ineffective, he could only resort to his ultimate trump card, a move he hadn't used much. Icebound 10,000 miles. Icebound 10,000 miles was the strongest technique Jet could perform with the Ice Deity Sword. He had once used it within the Tianyun Empire, its power shocking even him at the time. Back then, he was merely at the Songhai realm. Now, having advanced to the second tier of Defying Heaven, Jet was confident he could unleash its power to an unprecedented level. Roar! As the flaming arrows continued to be devoured by the tornado, which showed no signs of weakening and even seemed to grow stronger over time, Jet narrowed his eyes. He began channeling spiritual energy into the Ice Deity Sword in his hand. On the surface, Jet appeared calm, but within his body, a storm was brewing. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy accumulated, ready to unleash its terrifying power at any moment. Has the boy run out of tricks? Then you're just waiting to die. At a distance, the Clyde saw Jet standing still as the flaming arrows were about to be completely devoured by the tornado. He believed Jet must have been intimidated by his power. Chapter 146. Are you a powerful one? After a brief pause, Tyson continued, in short, possessing the Supreme Token is akin to having the highest status within the Danilo sect. It entitles one to numerous privileges not available to ordinary disciples. Most importantly, those who hold the Supreme Token can compete for a holy seat during the Danilo Sacred event 3 years from now. Upon hearing this, Jet finally understood why Tyson had such a strong reaction. The Supreme Token indeed held an incredibly significant impact. The Danilo Sacred event, which Jet had already learned about in general terms, was an enormous gathering co-hosted by the Danilo Empire and several dozen surrounding empires. The event would revolve around the competition for holy seats. Ultimately, 3 individuals would be chosen as saints, who would receive abundant rewards, adoration from countless people, and most crucially, they would obtain the Holy Orb. This Holy Orb allowed them the ability to travel to the top 1,000 empires ranked on the continent. As everyone knew, there were 3,000 empires on this continent, with the top 1,000 separated from the others by the Misty Sea. Without special tools, it was impossible to cross the Misty Sea, making the Holy Orb the only means for cultivators outside the top 1,000 to reach the other side. Thus, the significance of the Danilo Sacred event, which occurred once every 100 years, required no explanation. Normally, obtaining a holy seat involved rigorous evaluations and competitions. However, as the largest sect in the Danilo Empire, Danilo sect's bearers of the Supreme Tokens from the 3 pavilions bypassed these complicated selection processes and directly gained the eligibility to compete for a holy seat. This provided a tremendous advantage. Jet suddenly understood just how crucial the Supreme Token was after learning this information. Moreover, since Tyson mentioned that the Supreme Tokens were given by powerful senior figures to their personal disciples, he guessed that old Danilo's strength was likely even more terrifying than he initially imagined. What? Junior brother Jet, you wouldn't have any ulterior motives regarding the Supreme Token, right? Tyson couldn't help but ask curiously upon noticing Jet's pensive expression. Shaking his head, Jet replied, Senior brother Tyson, you're joking. As you can see, my current strength is nowhere near what it would take to compete for the Supreme Token. However, after pondering for a moment, Tyson shook his head again and said, No, although I don't know what experiences you've gone through previously, based on your demonstrated capabilities now, you might indeed obtain a Supreme Token someday. Even though Tyson found his own words far-fetched, he spoke very seriously. He knew that, given Jet's current strength, the Supreme Token seemed like a distant dream. But recently, Jet's rapid growth made him realize that Jet's future could be truly astonishing. This was why Tyson was so confident in Jet. Jet narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Tyson carefully. While he wasn't particularly moved by Tyson's words, he acknowledged that despite their short time together, he must have left a profound impression on Tyson. As the senior brother who had guided him into the sect, Tyson's care was truly precious, adding warmth to Jet's heart. Taking a deep breath, Jet decided not to linger further and bid farewell to Tyson before heading towards the back mountain to find old Danilo. Although Jet didn't know much about the back mountain, today's experience showed it harbored many secrets. It was divided into 3 zones: the Sun Pavilion, Moon Pavilion, and Star Pavilion. Each occupied a third of the area. Since old Danilo resided in the Moon Pavilion, it was fortunate for Jet. Recalling the encounter with the purple-robed disciples when he ventured into the Sun Pavilion territory, Jet still felt a chill. A 7th-rank purple-robed cultivator nearly killed him, leaving a lasting impression. Whoosh! After parting ways with Tyson, Jet swiftly navigated through the back mountain. Despite the restrictions due to his bronze token, the urgency of the system task forced him to disregard such rules. Moreover, without causing conflicts, no one patrolled these areas, relieving Jet's concerns. He quickly reached the core region of the back mountain, following the system task prompt leading to old Danilo's location. Jet was also curious about old Danilo, wondering about his connection to the water purifying bottle, and why he needed it. How could exchanging a water purifying bottle for a Supreme Token be possible? With numerous questions swirling in his mind, Jet felt all doubts would unravel only upon meeting old Danilo. Speeding up, he soon arrived at his destination according to the system's directions. But after activating his sensing abilities, he found nothing. Strange? Where is he? Jet squinted, using his spiritual energy to scan the surroundings meticulously, yet detected nothing. Despite this, the system confirmed he had reached the target location. Jet realized old Danilo must be concealing himself. Given his probable immortal realm or higher cultivation, old Danilo's concealment made sense. Acknowledging this, Jet bowed respectfully towards the void and spoke humbly. Esteemed senior old Danilo, this junior pays respects. I am here for a matter concerning you. Observing his surroundings, Jet noted no immediate response. After waiting, he decided to take a bigger step, softly saying, Junior knows senior has been longing for the water purifying bottle, but has lacked a way to obtain it, correct? Immediately after speaking, Jet sensed a powerful spiritual energy ripple in the air. Next, a figure in white appeared before him. You seek me? A mystical voice echoed, almost transporting Jet to a heavenly realm. Jet looked closely and saw that the person standing before him was an elderly man dressed in tattered clothes, with disheveled hair. This old man's white hair reached his waist, completely unkempt, looking extremely messy, almost like a beggar. Then, the old man's gaze fell upon Jet, scanning him up and down as if he found great interest in him. Of course, Jet knew that the reason this old man was interested in him was because of the mention of the water purifying bottle. Although he did not know what the water purifying bottle was used for, since old Danilo showed such interest, he naturally would not miss this opportunity for a valuable trade. Even though Jet recognized that this disheveled old man was indeed old Danilo, deep down, he couldn't help but feel unimpressed. Was this what a powerful figure looked like? The appearance of the old man in front of him seemed to have nothing in common with the image of strength from any angle. I heard Senior was looking for a water purifying bottle, right? I happen to have one here. Would you like to? Before Jet could finish his sentence, old Danilo abruptly interrupted him, his demeanor suddenly shifting. What did you say? You have a water purifying bottle? Hand it over immediately, and I might spare your life. Suddenly, old Danilo seemed to regain his vitality, speaking with a commanding tone. The aura he exuded at that moment felt so overpowering, as if it could tear through space itself. It was hard to imagine how someone could change so drastically in an instant, almost as if they had transformed into a completely different person. This sudden shift startled Jet, but it also confirmed to him that he had not mistaken his target. You don't need to be so hasty, Senior. Since I've brought the water purifying bottle here, it will definitely be given to you. However, I wish to exchange it with you, Jet calmly replied. Chapter 147, Elder Danilo. Hearing Jet's words, the elder named Danilo clearly had no intention of exchanging anything. He bluntly said, exchange? You don't have the qualification for that. Besides, a mere kid who's only at the 3rd level of reversing heaven can actually make it here. Aren't you really fearless of death? This place isn't where someone with your cultivation and strength should come to. If I just cause a bit of commotion and get others to come over, you will be dead for sure. This old man was completely impolite in his speech, which left Jet feeling somewhat confused. However, Jet wasn't afraid of him. With a low grunt, Jet said, Senior, the pure water bottle is now in my hands. If you still want the pure water bottle, we can talk about the conditions. Otherwise, I can destroy the pure water bottle right now. Even if I die here, this pure water bottle might be something you never get again. Jet's words were undoubtedly laced with a threat. Hearing Jet's words, the elder revealed a look of shock and gave Jet an extra glance. To him, it was the first time he encountered a situation where he was being threatened, and by someone whose cultivation and strength were far below his own. Elder Danilo found it amusing and laughed. Oh, interesting. Then let me hear how you intend to exchange. Upon hearing Elder Danilo's words, Jet knew he had succeeded. As long as Elder Danilo was willing to exchange, it meant that the pure water bottle held considerable importance to him. If so, he could naturally propose his conditions. This is what I have in mind. I've heard that Senior still has a supreme token of the Moon Pavilion, so I hope to exchange the pure water bottle for it. Jet slowly stated his purpose. However, the response from the elder surprised Jet because he initially believed that Elder Danilo wouldn't easily agree to such a proposition. But the elder chuckled, then slowly said, looking at Jet in astonishment, that's simple. The supreme token has been with me for years without much use. If you want it, I'll give it to you. However, Elder Danilo paused briefly before continuing. I can give you the supreme token, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Jet subconsciously asked back. The elder stroked his chin, revealing a contemplative look. After some thought, he said, my supreme token isn't for everyone to hold. So, I'll test you. I'll fight you with the strength of the 7th level of reversing heaven. If you can beat me, we can exchange the supreme token. If you lose, I won't give you the supreme token even if I don't take the pure water bottle. At this point, Elder Danilo made his intentions very clear. Jet felt somewhat surprised because Elder Danilo spoke with a strong attitude, unlike his previous willingness to trade everything for the pure water bottle. It seemed that even if the supreme token was of no use to Elder Danilo, he would not give it away easily. Jet could understand Elder Danilo's thinking. After all, a powerful person of this status also understood the significance of the supreme token, which couldn't be given away carelessly. Thus, Jet did not think further and agreed to the condition. I agree, Jet replied softly, speaking slowly but firmly. A 7th level opponent had been fought by Jet before. When facing the Clyde, Jet nearly lost. However, at that time, Jet was only at the 2nd level of reversing heaven. Now, his strength had broken through to the 3rd level of reversing heaven. After his strength increased, Jet could display power that was incomparable to his past self. Good lad, decent, have guts. Since you've accepted, let's start right away. Be careful. Elder Danilo, seeing Jet's straightforward answer, felt both surprised and curious. He wanted to see how a mere 3rd level reversing heaven cultivator could dare to challenge him. Does this kid really believe that the 3rd level of reversing heaven can defeat the 7th level? The 7th level of reversing heaven wasn't just a title. Since he had decided to display this level of strength, he would not exaggerate or underplay it during the actual fight. Whoosh! Hiya! With a low shout, Elder Danilo immediately sped towards Jet. Unquestionably, Elder Danilo's speed was terrifying. In an instant, he covered countless distances and reached Jet, making space seem meaningless. Then, she gathered in his arm, and he punched down on Jet with full force. This seemingly simple punch exhibited the power of a peak 7th level cultivator at full strength. The moment the punch was thrown, the terrifying might spread outwards, giving off an overwhelmingly formidable sensation even before hitting its target. Jet felt like this punch was the most horrifying attack in the world, capable of shattering everything in its path. As soon as the punch was thrown, immense pressure bore down on Jet. However, Jet reacted quickly. When Elder Danilo began his attack, chi within him started circulating and was infused into the ice deity sword in his hand. With terrifying chi injected, the ice deity sword emitted a fearsome glow of spiritual energy, looking like a divine weapon from afar. Ice Deity Burst. Without hesitation, Jet swung the Ice Deity sword fiercely. Instantly, the sword carried immense might, rushing toward the incoming fist. A terrifying sword intent followed Jet's swing, assaulting Elder Danilo's fist with a devastating power. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying sword intent collided with Elder Danilo's fist, causing a thunderous explosion. Boundless heaven and earth chi violently spread outward. For Jet, in the instant of collision, he felt that his sword intent clashed not with a fist, but with the world's most terrifying attack. The power released by Ice Deity Burst was formidable indeed. With Jet's third level of reversing heaven strength, it might instantly crush even a fifth level cultivator. However, against Jet's Ice Deity Burst, Elder Danilo's fist directly crushed it. Purely in terms of burst power, Elder Danilo's fist had become the world's most formidable attack, overshadowing even Ice Deity Burst with its overwhelming power. Nevertheless, Jet's reaction was swift. Seeing Ice Deity Burst shattered by a single punch, boundless heavenly and earthly chi within him churned once more. With a fierce swing, he wielded the Ice Deity sword anew. Ice Deity Slash. This time, Jet didn't perform Ice Deity Burst but switched to Ice Deity Slash. The power of Ice Deity Slash was undoubtedly much greater than that of Ice Deity Burst. With this enhanced power, the sword intent now surged forward in a terrifying manner, as if it could devour everything, fiercely rushing towards Elder Danilo. Elder Danilo's Chen Yi had shattered Jet's Ice Deity Burst and, carrying the remaining formidable force, continued to clash with Jet's Ice Deity Slash. The power of the Ice Deity Slash was undoubtedly much greater compared to the Ice Deity Burst. Accompanied by this increase in power, this streak of sword intent rushed fiercely towards the old man Danilo in a terrifying manner as if it could devour everything. In the next moment, the Chen Yi collided with Jet's attack. For a time, there was only the sound of crisp spirit energy shattering, and Elder Danilo's Chen Yi disintegrated. After sensing the terrifying power contained within this Ice Deity Slash, Elder Danilo narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a look of surprise. Clearly, he did not expect Jet's sword intent to reach such a level. One must know that Jet currently only appeared to be a cultivator at the third stage of reversing heaven, yet he could unleash such power. It was almost unimaginable. At this moment, Elder Danilo suddenly became interested in Jet. He had previously mentioned needing to display the cultivation strength of the seventh stage of reversing heaven in order to dissuade Jet from the idea of obtaining the supreme token. How could he have imagined that Jet could truly possess the strength to contend with a seventh stage, reversing heaven cultivator? If Jet were to really defeat him and claim the supreme token, Elder Danilo suspected his heart would bleed. Though he had previously said the supreme token held no significance to him, he was very clear about its importance. However, Elder Danilo also wanted to see how many tricks Jet had up his sleeve and whether he was worthy of receiving the supreme token. Come again. Despite his Chen Yi being shattered, Elder Danilo's attacks did not pause for a moment. Countless strands of terrifying spirit energy surged within him, and he once again threw a punch at Jet. This time, the power of the punch far exceeded the previous attacks. That simple punch seemed to have the might to devour the sun and moon, to crush the heavens and earth. Crack, crack. In the next moment, the Chen Yi collided with Jet's attack. A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed as the spiritual energy shattered, and Elder Danilo's Chen Yi disintegrated into pieces. Note: for better fluency and natural reading in English, I have slightly adjusted the sentence structure while ensuring the meaning is accurately conveyed. Upon sensing the overwhelming power contained within Jet's Ice Deity Slash, Elder Danilo narrowed his eyes slightly, a look of surprise flashing across them. He clearly hadn't expected Jet's sword intent to be so powerful. After all, Jet was merely a cultivator at the third level of reversing heaven, yet he could exert such strength. It was almost unimaginable. At this point, Elder Danilo suddenly became interested in Jet. He had originally intended to demonstrate his seventh level of reversing heaven cultivation to discourage Jet from pursuing the supreme token. He never imagined that Jet actually possessed the ability to contend with a seventh level cultivator. If Jet truly defeated him and he had to hand over the supreme token, Elder Danilo felt that his heart would bleed. Although he had previously said the supreme token held no significant use for him, he was well aware of its importance. Nonetheless, Elder Danilo wanted to see how many more tricks Jet had up his sleeve and whether he was worth giving up the supreme token for. Come again. With the shattering of one Chen Yi, Elder Danilo's attacks didn't pause. Waves of terrifying spiritual energy surged within him as he immediately threw another punch at Jet. The power of Ice God Slash undoubtedly increased significantly compared to Ice God Burst. With this boost in power, the sword intent now charged toward Elder Danilo with a terrifying momentum as if it could devour everything in its path. Elder Danilo's fist intent had shattered Jet's Ice God Burst and then, carrying the horrifying residual power, continued on to collide with Jet's Ice God Slash. Crack, crack. In the next moment, the fist intent collided with Jet's attack. For an instant, there was only the crisp sound of spiritual energy breaking, after which Elder Danilo's fist intent crumbled to pieces. After sensing the terrifying power contained within Jet's Ice God Slash, Elder Danilo squinted his eyes slightly, revealing a look of surprise. He clearly hadn't expected Jet's sword intent to reach such a level. One must understand that Jet currently appeared to be only a third-layer heaven-defying cultivator but was able to exhibit strength to such an extent, a feat that was barely imaginable. At this point, Elder Danilo suddenly took an interest in Jet. He had previously said he would demonstrate the strength of the seventh-layer heaven-defying cultivator to discourage Jet from getting the supreme token. However, how could he have imagined that Jet would actually possess the strength to contend with a seventh-layer heaven-defying cultivator? If Jet truly defeated him and the supreme token had to be handed over, Elder Danilo figured his heart would bleed. While he had said earlier that the supreme token held no significance for him, he was very much aware of its true importance. Still, Elder Danilo wanted to see just how many tricks Jet had up his sleeve and whether or not he deserved to receive the supreme token. Again. Despite the previous fist intent being shattered, Elder Danilo's attacks did not falter. An immense surge of terrifying spiritual energy followed from within him as he launched another punch towards Jet. Whoosh! This time, compared to his previous attacks, the power had escalated immeasurably. Just a simple punch seemed to carry the might capable of devouring the sun and moon and shattering the heavens and earth. Whoosh! This time, the punch, compared to the previous attacks, undoubtedly grew in power exponentially. It was a simple punch but seemed capable of devouring the sun and moon, shattering heaven and earth. Chapter 148, Cards Laid Bare. The residual force of Jet's ice deity clashed with the wave of fist intent, but it did not even last a second before being utterly shattered. Jet could affirm that the offensive power Elder Danilo now displayed had reached the limits of what a 7th heaven tier cultivator could achieve. It was hard to imagine how finally this old man could control his strength. Having just reached the peak of 7th heaven tier without advancing to 8th heaven tier showed astonishing mastery over his capabilities. Jet was certain that the Elder's true power must have surpassed anything he could fathom. However, though the burst of fist intent from Elder Danilo was extremely terrifying, Jet had no intention of retreating. Regardless of how one looked at it, while the punch was indeed formidable, it was not beyond his ability to counter. Jet took a deep breath, and an endless amount of terrifying natural chi flowed within him. Then, with a swing of his hand, countless strands of powerful chi swirled around, summoning the Boundless Firmament Sword Array. Boundless Firmament, emerge! With Jet's shout, 32 flying swords condensed into 16, which then attacked the fist intent from 16 different angles. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! 16 flying swords surged forward, each emitting brilliant golden natural chi light. Moments later, they collided with the terrifying sword intent one by one. For a moment, as the sound of powerful chi clashes resounded, the fist intent began to gradually disintegrate under the destructive prowess of the Boundless Firmament Sword Array. Seeing this scene, many thoughts flooded Elder Danilo's mind. He marveled internally at how Jet wielded numerous treasures, each one displaying such frightening power when summoned so casually. However, Elder Danilo certainly wouldn't be easily defeated by Jet. As the fist intent hadn't yet crumbled, Elder Danilo roared and infused an overwhelming amount of chi into the fist intent. What seemed about to be shattered by the Boundless Firmament Sword Array now surged back to life with even more terrifying might, charging straight toward Jet. Boundless Firmament, unite! Without any pause, Jet gave another command. The 16 flying swords merged into one colossal sword engulfed in blazing golden chi flames. Go! Jet flicked his hand again, sending the giant sword transformed from the Boundless Firmament Sword Array rushing toward Elder Danilo with an awe-inspiring posture. There was no denying that the intensity of Jet's attack at this moment was truly astonishing. Elder Danilo felt greatly impressed after sensing the power contained within Jet's colossal sword. Boom! Next, Jet's terrifying natural chi giant sword clashed with Elder Danilo's fist intent. Instantly, with a loud booming sound, countless streams of powerful natural chi spread wildly. At the instant their attacks collided, Jet felt as if the Boundless Firmament Sword Array wasn't clashing against a fist intent, but rather a colossal mountain. The sensation of immovability made it seem overwhelmingly terrifying. But to complete his mission, Jet had no choice but to press on, pouring endless natural chi into the Ice Deity Sword and preparing to unleash the Divine Fire Arrow. Divine Fire Arrow, manifest! Roaring furiously, Jet conjured countless arrows of natural chi on either side of his body, making him look like a terrifying god of war. Within moments, these arrows fused into one horrific arrow blazing with black fire. As soon as the Divine Fire Arrow took shape, an immensely terrifying aura radiated outward from it. At this point, Elder Danilo's fist intent had not managed to shatter Jet's Boundless Firmament Sword Array, but sensing the incoming threat of the Divine Fire Arrow, Elder Danilo narrowed his eyes, feeling highly alarmed. Huh. Swish. In the next moment, Jet's attack did not pause. With a gesture, the newly formed Divine Fire Arrow sped toward Elder Danilo with an unstoppable momentum. Elder Danilo's fist intent only just tore through Jet's Boundless Firmament Sword Array and then instantly faced this horrifying flame arrow, which pierced through the remaining fist intent without resistance. Puff! A soft sound echoed as Jet's flame arrow tore through Elder Danilo's fist intent. Without losing momentum, it continued toward Elder Danilo, seemingly ready to tear him apart. Excellent! Facing the terrifying flaming arrow, Elder Danilo showed no sign of retreating. Instead, he stretched out his hand and drew a line in midair. Whistle, whistle! Following this motion, countless streams of natural chi gathered quickly before Elder Danilo, forming a shield emitting brilliant blue natural chi light. When this shield took shape, Jet felt as if it could block all attacks in the world. It felt heavy and solid, akin to an extremely formidable mountain, evoking immense shock. Boom! Jet's Divine Fire Arrow crashed against the shield with tremendous power. Despite its piercing capabilities, the arrow failed to penetrate the shield. Instead, a series of devouring forces emanated from the shield, beginning to absorb the energy within the flame arrow. However, as the shield absorbed the arrow's power, the devastating force within the flame arrow erupted completely. A fierce clash between the flame arrow and the shield unfolded. Undoubtedly, both were unleashing their utmost power, resulting in an indescribably fearsome display of elemental might. Yet, as the intense battle raged between the flame arrow and the shield, Jet didn't hesitate. He knew a single flame arrow would hardly defeat Elder Danilo. Thus, an endless flow of chi surged within him, preparing to cast 10,000 Miles Frozen. 10,000 Miles Frozen was Jet's most formidable offensive technique. He was confident that if he cast it to its limit, the freezing power could immobilize Elder Danilo, thus claiming victory in this confrontation. Although Jet had only used Ice Seal 10,000 miles once so far, he was still very confident in this technique. At this moment, Elder Danilo watched as the power of Jet's Flame Divine Arrow was gradually being absorbed by his spirit shield. He laughed and said, "Kid, If your strength is only at this level, it seems to be not enough. As he spoke, countless terrifying spiritual energies within Elder Danilo's body continued to rotate and sweep, emitting waves of terrifying blue spiritual energy light from his body, making him look like a war god. Jet didn't say much. He just quietly gathered energy, looking for an opportunity to strike. He was waiting for the best time to shatter that spirit shield. That would be the best moment to use Ice Seal 10,000 miles. The most terrifying aspect of Ice Seal 10,000 miles was that after full force eruption, it could freeze everything within Jet's line of sight in a terrifying manner. Unless the opponent's cultivation and strength far surpassed his own, there would be no way to escape the effects of Ice Seal 10,000 miles. When using this move, it almost drained all the spiritual energy in Jet's body. But in the current situation, even if it drained his body's spiritual energy, Jet didn't care. Roar. Ice Seal 10,000 miles. Suddenly, Jet found an opportunity to attack. Without any hesitation, he let out a low shout, and the energy he had been accumulating instantly erupted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, along with Jet's action, countless terrifying natural spiritual energies burst out and spread around him in a sweeping manner. Crack, crack. At this moment, accompanied by the terrifying blue aura spreading, everything that came into contact with it instantly turned to ice. In the blink of an eye, even Elder Danilo hadn't reacted in time, only feeling a terrifying icy energy coming towards him, freezing him solid. At this moment, Elder Danilo watched as the power of Jet's divine fire arrow was gradually being swallowed by his spirit shield. With a smile, he said, "Boy, if your strength is only at this level, it seems insufficient." As he spoke, countless terrifying streams of spiritual chi within Elder Danilo continued to surge and whirl, emanating layers of fearsome blue spiritual chi light from his body, making him look like a god of war. Jet did not say much. He quietly gathered energy, waiting for the right moment to strike. He was waiting for the spirit shield to reach its most vulnerable point, the optimal time to unleash Ice Seal 10,000 miles. The most terrifying aspect of Ice Fung 10,000 miles was that when fully unleashed, it could freeze everything within Jet's line of sight in an overwhelmingly chilling manner. Note, Ice Fung 10,000 miles should be Ice Seal 10,000 miles for proper translation and readability. For improved fluency and accuracy, consider the following revision. The most terrifying aspect of Ice Seal 10,000 miles was that when fully unleashed, it could freeze everything within Jet's line of sight in an overwhelmingly chilling manner. Unless the opponent's strength far surpassed his own, there was no way to escape its effects. Unless the opponent's cultivation far surpassed his own, there was no way to escape the effects of Ice Fung 10,000 miles. Unless the opponent's cultivation and strength far exceeded his own, there was no way to escape the effects of 10,000 mile Ice Seal. When casting this technique, it would almost deplete all the spiritual chi within Jet's body. But in such a critical situation, even draining his body of all spiritual chi didn't matter to Jet. Ho! Icebound 10,000 miles. Suddenly, Jet found an opportunity to attack. Without any hesitation, he gave a low hurrah, and the energy he had accumulated in his body erupted instantly. Note, in the original text, Ice Fung 10,000 miles should be translated as Icebound 10,000 miles to make it sound more natural in English. The word fung is better translated as bound to convey the meaning of being sealed or enclosed by ice. Also, hurrah can be interpreted as a shout or roar, but low hurd might be better translated as gave a low shout or simply shouted. Please let me know if you need further adjustments. Suddenly, Jet seized the opportunity to attack. Without hesitation, with a low shout, the energy he had long accumulated erupted instantly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, countless terrifying streams of natural chi burst forth, spreading out in an overwhelming wave around Jet. Crack, crack. As the terrifying blue aura spread, everything it touched instantly froze into ice. In the blink of an eye, before Elder Danilo could react, he felt a surge of horrifying cold energy enveloping him, freezing him solid. Hashtag chapter 149, Supreme Token. For Gay, who had suppressed his strength to the 7th level of the heaven-defying realm, there was no way for him to escape this terrifying freezing state. Gay was momentarily stunned. How could he have imagined that Jet could unleash such power? This move was truly terrifying. When frozen by the ice, Gay instinctively channeled the spiritual energy within his body and unleashed his true strength, causing the ice encasing him to instantly shatter. Gay looked deeply at Jet and said, "Boy, you win." Since he displayed a level of spiritual energy beyond the 7th level of the heaven-defying realm, it was clear that Jet had won this confrontation. In reality, even if Gay hadn't actively boosted his cultivation to break the ice, a single sword intent from Jet would have defeated him. Having triumphed over the 7th level heaven-defying Gay, Jet felt quite pleased. He bowed respectfully and said slowly, "Senior, you are too gracious." Gay wasn't one to procrastinate. Having acknowledged his defeat, he flicked his hand and produced a token shimmering with purple spiritual energy. The moment this token appeared, Jet felt an unusual sensation. Upon closer inspection, he saw a beautiful crescent moon pattern on its surface. Even without Gay saying so, Jet knew this token was the Moon Pavilion's supreme token. With a gentle wave, the token flew toward Jet, who took it without hesitation. He opened his storage bag and, under his control, the previously obtained purifying water bottle flew out and toward Gay. "Senior, here is the purifying water bottle you wanted," Jet said, already storing away the Moon Pavilion's supreme token. At this moment, the system notification echoed in Jet's ears. "Ding, congratulations. Mission completed. Strength successfully upgraded to 4th level of the heaven-defying realm. Reward, 1 divine artifact forging stone. Using it can upgrade Ice Deity Sword from 8th quality to 9th quality. Ding, congratulations. New mission triggered. Hunt down the Fire Soul Wolf as per Gay's request. Completion rewards 5th level of the heaven-defying realm." These consecutive notifications left Jet feeling dazed for a moment. But after completing the mission, his strength instantly rose to the 4th level of the heaven-defying realm. Though advancing from the 3rd to the 4th level of the heaven-defying realm was just a minor breakthrough, it was still a significant leap for Jet. He remembered being merely at the peak of the Xuanhuan realm not long ago. Now, having come to the Gay Empire, he had reached the 4th level of the heaven-defying realm. Since he was already at this stage, Jet naturally hoped his strength would continue to grow rapidly. The next phase of the mission would elevate his strength to the 5th level of the heaven-defying realm upon completion, leaving Jet rather satisfied. Originally, Jet hoped he could continually enhance his cultivation through missions. After arriving in the Gay Empire, he realized how different it was from other empires. Here, his cultivation was nearly the lowest. To make a strong impression during the Thousand Cloud Ascension event, he needed to significantly boost his strength beforehand. Beyond his cultivation rising from the 3rd to the 4th level of the heaven-defying realm, Jet also received a divine artifact forging stone, which could enhance the quality of his Ice Deity Sword. Although the current Ice Deity Sword was already formidable, elevating its quality further would make it even more powerful. Jet wondered how much more effective his 10,000 miles of ice would be once both his cultivation and the Ice Deity Sword's quality improved. Taking a deep breath, Jet felt his excitement rise because he realized he could achieve more than he had anticipated. If all went well, his current burst of strength might allow him to handle opponents at the 8th level of the heaven-defying realm. Now, Jet was curious about the Fire Soul Wolf, the target of his new mission. What was its strength? Seeing Jet seemingly lost in thought, Gay lightly coughed and then spoke gently. Boy, I must admit, your strength surpasses what I expected. I didn't think you'd reach this level. I've given you the supreme token, but before you leave, I need your help with one more thing. Do you have any thoughts? Taken aback by the question, Jet quickly recovered. He nodded and replied, of course, it's only right for me to assist Senior, especially considering the value of this supreme token. Gay was visibly pleased. For years, he had sought a sufficiently powerful and talented cultivator, but found none. His seclusion in the back mountain had its reasons. Gay began to explain the Fire Soul Wolf to Jet. Hearing this description, Jet felt uneasy. The wolf was at the peak of the 8th level of the heaven-defying realm, with many terrifying abilities. If he confronted it recklessly, Jet would be at a disadvantage. However, Jet wouldn't retreat now. With the mission already triggered, he had no choice but to press forward. Very well, Senior, rest assured, I will succeed in hunting it. Jet set off immediately toward his goal. Gay watched him go, filled with sentiments, then gradually followed. As Jet approached his destination, he reflected on Gay's words. The Fire Soul Wolf harbored a purifying water bottle and had existed for many years. Due to Gay's special status, he couldn't act against the wolf himself, and finding someone capable and knowledgeable about the bottle's secret wasn't easy. On the other hand, there were 2 purifying water bottles in total, but Elder Gay had not obtained any of them. Hence, he had been gloomy and lacked motivation. Therefore, when Elder Gay saw that Jet knew the relevant information about the purifying water bottle, he had an idea. If Jet hadn't demonstrated his formidable strength at that moment, it might have been left unconsidered. However, after witnessing Jet unleash the terrifying effect of 10,000 miles of ice, Elder Gay's thoughts changed. With Jet's formidable strength, if he were to engage the Fire Soul Wolf, there was a possibility of defeating it. With this thought in mind, he entrusted the task to Jet. Whoosh! Speaking of which, at this moment, Jet's speed was astonishing. He almost turned into a terrifying meteor, covering countless distances in an instant, then arrived at his destination. When Jet reached a mountain waste in the back mountain, looking at the scene before him, he felt a wave of surprise. In front of Jet was a waterfall, which was quite high. From a distance, it looked grand and majestic. The reason for Jet's surprise was due to the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations within the waterfall. It was as if there was some kind of terrifying treasure inside the waterfall. This was precisely why Jet felt surprised at this moment. Notably, the spiritual energy fluctuations emitted by the treasure were extremely intense. Just from these fluctuations, Jet could affirm that the quality of this treasure would not be lower than a 10-engraved divine artifact. Jet currently possessed only one 10-engraved divine artifact, the Thousand Souls Lantern. He seldom used this artifact because it consumed an enormous amount of spiritual energy when activated, and unless necessary, Jet didn't wish to use it. Keeping the Thousand Souls Lantern as a hidden ace was still a good strategy. Therefore, upon discovering another 10-engraved divine artifact, Jet felt surprised. The back mountain of the Gay sect indeed harbored numerous treasures. Chapter 150, Flame Soul Demon Wolf. If Jet could obtain this 10-trace divine artifact now, it would undoubtedly be a significant enhancement to his own strength. However, Jet's gaze quickly shifted to the bottom of the waterfall. There, a demonic wolf was enveloped in terrifying flames. The demon wolf, encased in horrifying flames, was naturally Jet's mission target, the Flame Soul Demon Wolf. As soon as Jet spotted the demon wolf, his attention was instantly captivated. He could clearly sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from the Flame Soul Demon Wolf. This Flame Soul Demon Wolf had already reached the 8th tier of the heavenly defying realm. The suppressive power of its cultivation realm swept toward him without reservation, evoking an indescribable feeling within Jet. Back when he was at the 2nd tier of the heavenly defying realm, Jet had fought against cultivators at the 7th tier. But now, even with his breakthrough to the 4th tier of the heavenly defying realm, encountering this 8th tier Flame Soul Demon Wolf gave him a stronger sense of disparity compared to fighting a 7th tier cultivator before. Recalling the words of Elder Gay, according to him, this Flame Soul Demon Wolf possessed numerous means. Even cultivators at the 8th tier or peak of the heavenly defying realm might not gain any advantage over it. From this perspective, the gap between himself, who had just broken through to the 4th tier, and this Flame Soul Demon Wolf was especially large. Yet, Jet was still confident. One reason was that he now possessed the divine artifact forging stone, which allowed him to upgrade the Ice Deity Sword from an 8-trace divine artifact to a 9-traced one. An increase in quality greatly enhanced the weapon's power. The greater the difference in quality, especially for powerful techniques, the more profound the impact on power. Another reason was that he had become more proficient with the technique 10,000 Miles Ice Seal, enabling it to unleash truly terrifying effects. Previously, during the battle with Elder Gay, Jet knew that without executing 10,000 miles Ice Seal perfectly, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Elder. Thus, considering everything, Jet felt he still had several trump cards. In a fight against the flame-souled demon wolf, he didn't necessarily have to lose. Taking a deep breath, countless terrifying spiritual energies surged within Jet's body. Instead of rushing into battle, he first embedded the divine artifact forging stone onto the Ice Deity sword. Now is the time to prioritize enhancing the Ice Deity sword's quality. Ching. When the forging stone landed on the sword, Jet heard a faint sound. He then sensed a significant improvement in the sword's power. Upon closer inspection, the patterns on the sword hilt had changed from 8 traces to 9. Just one more trace, and it would be the strongest weapon below an immortal artifice. While the legendary immortal artifices were beyond reach for now, Jet had encountered 10 trace divine artifacts. He knew how fearsome such weapons could be after reaching 10 traces. Jet eagerly anticipated that completing more missions and receiving another divine artifact forging stone reward would enable him to upgrade the Ice Deity sword from 9 trace to 10 trace. Once the Ice Deity sword reached 10 traces, its power would surely see a substantial increase. With this thought, Jet couldn't help but wish for another forging stone. As the Ice Deity sword's quality improved, the flame-souled demon wolf immediately detected the spiritual energy fluctuations from Jet and turned its eyes towards him. To the flame-souled demon wolf, its perception was extremely sharp. It had sensed Jet's presence long before the sword's enhancements. The recent surge simply made it more evident. Ayo. Spotting Jet, the flame-souled demon wolf roared fiercely and lunged straight at him at incredible speed. Whoosh! This demon wolf moved like lightning, swiftly closing the distance between them. In the next moment, it fiercely swung its arm, and a terrifying claw slashed toward Jet, ready to obliterate everything in its path. Whistling sounds. Though the attack missed, the overwhelming force radiated outwards, creating a devastating storm of spiritual energy. The 8th tier power was pushed to its limits. Jet narrowed his eyes slightly, impressed by the wolf's formidable senses but reacting swiftly. Infusing the Ice Deity sword with spiritual energy, he swung the sword powerfully. Ice Deity explosion. A probing slash erupted with blue sword intent, charging straight at the demon wolf with destructive force. Jet's Ice Deity explosion was at its limit. The instantaneous burst was extremely potent. Bam! The explosion collided with the demon wolf's claw, causing a thunderous boom. A shockwave of spiritual energy expanded outward from the point of impact, resembling a cataclysmic collision. The flame-souled demon wolf was taken aback by the sheer power and was blasted backward by the shockwave. Jet wasn't spared either, flying back as the two pulled away from each other. The brief exchange revealed their strengths. While Jet was aware of the demon wolf's formidable nature, it was taken aback by his power. Despite being only at the 4th tier of the heavenly defying realm, Jet's attack was unexpectedly terrifying. Unbelievable to think that a mere 4th tier cultivator could unleash such power. The flame-souled demon wolf, having stayed in the back mountain for a long time and fought many cultivators, including those at peak heavenly defying, had never been challenged until now. This 4th tier cultivator had left a striking impression. Let's go again. Without pause, Jet stomped the ground and sped forward like a meteor, quickly closing in on the flame-souled demon wolf. At this moment, countless terrifying spiritual energies surged within Jet's body. As the spiritual energies poured into the Ice Deity sword, it immediately radiated intense blue spiritual energy light, creating an awe-inspiring sight. From a distance, it seemed as if Jet held a terrifying divine artifact in his hand. Ice Deity slash. In the next instant, Jet did not hesitate but swung the Ice Deity sword fiercely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following Jet's swing, a terrifying sword intent erupted, charging toward the flame-souled demon wolf with an unstoppable force. The flame-souled demon wolf opened its eyes wide. It could clearly sense an overwhelmingly powerful force from Jet's sword intent, a force that even posed a threat to it at the 8th tier of the heavenly defying realm. It was hard to imagine that this attack came from a 4th tier cultivator. Despite being astonished, the flame-souled demon wolf did not pause. Seeing Jet's sword intent getting closer, it opened its mouth and released a terrifying beam of spiritual energy. This beam, with a formidable posture, charged toward Jet's sword intent. Boom! The crimson spiritual energy beam collided with Jet's powerful sword intent. The moment they met, a deafening explosion echoed, sending waves of spiritual energy expanding outward. The entire waterfall trembled, and the burst of power from the clash was indescribable. Again. At this moment, Jet seemed to have transformed into a fighting machine. Without waiting for the effects of Ice Deity slash to fully dissipate, he frantically channeled spiritual energy into the Ice Deity sword and unleashed several more Ice Deity slashes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As spiritual energy continued to surge and erupt, several Ice Deity slashes were executed in rapid succession, surging toward the flame-souled demon wolf with a devastating force. Actually, Jet knew that battling the flame-souled demon wolf would inevitably be a protracted fight that required patience. However, he did not want the battle to drag on unnecessarily. Translation note. Maintaining the paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring the translation is fluent and natural in English. Chapter 151. Instantly crushed sword formation? The battle with Elder Danilo made Jet realize that the best strategy for him to win was to unleash wave after wave of increasingly terrifying attacks in a lightning-fast manner. As Jet continuously unleashed several sword intents, the Fire Soul Wolf suddenly felt an unprecedented level of terror. Clearly, having reached the 8th tier of heavenly reversal, the Fire Soul Wolf could distinctly sense the formidable fluctuations of spirit energy from Jet's attacks. To put it simply, the sword intents Jet now exhibited had the power to crush everything in their path. At this moment, the Fire Soul Wolf realized just how formidable Jet was, a 4th tier heavenly reversal cultivator able to exhibit such strength. Now, it no longer viewed Jet as merely a 4th tier opponent. The Fire Soul Wolf let out an angry roar, and Jet watched as the flames on its body began to burn fiercely. Rustle, rustle. As the flames on the Fire Soul Wolf's body burned wildly, Jet could clearly feel its emitted spirit energy fluctuating and rising steadily. Initially, it appeared as nothing more than an 8th-tier heavenly beast, but now, with the flames blazing, the wolf gave off an entirely different impression. Like it had transformed into a peak heavenly reversal beast. Its combat strength in its burning state was truly horrifying. It seems Elder Danilo's words were not without reason. It's not that the cultivators who came here were too weak. It's that this Fire Soul Wolf is far too powerful, Jet thought, recalling the Elder's words, feeling a momentary bewilderment. Jet knew that even if he revealed all his trump cards from the start, he might still not defeat the Fire Soul Wolf because it possessed more tricks than he anticipated. But Jet wasn't worried. He knew his advantage lay in having multiple layers of trump cards, allowing him to unveil them methodically. If all went well, with his current tactics, he could seize opportunities to unleash devastating results. Flame Sword Formation. Appear. Following several ice deity cuts, Jet began gathering spirit energy, then unleashed one of his trump cards, the Flame Sword Formation. Known for its terrifying power, whenever Jet used it before, it produced astounding effects. Aware that his ice deity cuts might have little effect on the burning Fire Soul Wolf, he opted for a new tactic immediately, which was undoubtedly the wisest choice. After all, Jet had come this far, and defeating the obstacle ahead was his only option. Taking a deep breath, Jet's body rapidly channeled celestial spirit energy. As the energy swirled around him, the ice deity sword in his hand emitted intense blue light, looking like the most fearsome weapon in existence. Whoosh! Swinging his sword forcefully, countless terrifying spirit energy arrows formed around Jet, enveloping him completely within seconds, making him appear like a terrifying war god. Go! With another swing, the spirit energy arrows combined, transforming into flaming arrows covered in black flames. They then shot towards the Fire Soul Wolf at a terrifying speed. Meanwhile, the earlier ice deity cuts Jet unleashed approached the Fire Soul Wolf, threatening to engulf it instantly. But with a furious roar, the wolf charged at Jet's sword intent with incredible speed. Crack! Crack! The next moment, Jet witnessed a scene that left him stunned. The Fire Soul Wolf's claws shredded his ice deity cuts like fragile paper. The sound of shattered spirit energy filled Jet's ears, giving him an exaggerated sense of disbelief. Is this thing really that terrifying? Jet felt like he was dreaming as his ice deity cuts were so easily destroyed by the Fire Soul Wolf. Having faced many experts and being well aware of the power of ice deity cuts, an upgraded version of ice deity burst, he knew they possessed immense power, comparable to devouring sun and moon, though not as strong as flame deity arrows. Yet, the Fire Soul Wolf shredded his ice deity cuts effortlessly. Despite only being an 8th-tier beast, it was showing an unbelievable level of strength. Jet felt extremely perplexed. Even with his swift actions, channeling more spirit energy into his ice deity sword, and unleashing flame arrows, they too were shredded by the Fire Soul Wolf. In its burning state, the wolf seemed unstoppable. Jet found himself in a very difficult situation, realizing this Fire Soul Wolf was even more formidable than he imagined. Initially, when the system issued this task, Jet was surprised. He had already fought 7th-tier opponents while only at 2nd tier, and now, although he had advanced to 4th tier, his opponent had only risen 1 tier. This seemed peculiar. But now, facing the Fire Soul Wolf, he understood. It was indeed incredibly powerful. Even my Flame Sword Formation can be crushed in an instant? Seeing his Flame Sword Formation rendered powerless by the Fire Soul Wolf's claws, Jet felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the Fire Soul Wolf had torn through all of Jet's attacks and was right before him, unleashing a ferocious claw attack aimed straight at him. Whirlwind. Note * maintaining original tone, style, paragraph structure, and ensuring coherence with previous content. This attack's power had reached a terrifying level. To put it bluntly, if this claw were to hit Jet, he would be instantly torn apart. Jet felt his heart racing at this moment. Normally, he had a strong grasp of situations, but now, the Fire Soul Wolf gave him a sense that things were completely beyond his control. Ice Deity Cut. Confronted with the Fire Soul Wolf's terrifying attack, Jet didn't hesitate. He immediately channeled an immense amount of spirit energy and unleashed a powerful sword intent directly at the wolf. Boom! A formidable Ice Deity Cut erupted immediately, its blue sword intent sweeping forward with a momentum that seemed capable of breaking through anything, heading straight for the Fire Soul Wolf. In the next instant, as the explosive sound of spirit energy burst, the unstoppable claws of the Fire Soul Wolf collided with Jet's Ice Deity Cut. Just like before, Jet's Ice Deity Cut couldn't match the Fire Soul Wolf in its flaming state. The wolf's claws exploded with power, and Jet's attack was shredded once again. Thousand Souls Barrier appear. Seeing that none of his attacks seemed effective against the Fire Soul Wolf, Jet didn't waste any time. He channeled even more terrifying amounts of spirit energy and unleashed one of his trump cards, the 10-pattern divine artifact Thousand Souls Lantern. Having owned the Thousand Souls Lantern for quite some time, Jet understood its capabilities well, though he rarely used it. It wasn't that he didn't want to. The more he learned about the lantern, the more he realized just how powerful it was. Once the Thousand Souls barrier was activated, as long as his internal spirit energy fluctuations resonated with the barrier, it would cause significant interference to the opponent. Note * maintaining original tone, style, paragraph structure, and ensuring coherence with previous content. Chapter 152. The 5 Levels of Heaven Defiance. For example, at this moment, as a circle of blue and white spiritual energy barrier appeared and enveloped the Fire Soul Wolf, the formidable creature immediately showed a significant drop in power. What a great opportunity! Ice Seal 10,000 miles. This revision ensures that the translation reads naturally in English while maintaining consistency in terminology and style. The term, Ice Seal, is used to convey the meaning of Bing Feng, which refers to sealing or freezing, and 10,000 miles is a literal yet fluent translation of Wan Li. Without any hesitation, Jet seized the opportunity presented by the suppression of the Fire Soul Wolf under the Thousand Souls barrier. This was the perfect moment to launch his best attack. Ice Seal 10,000 miles was his ultimate move. Deploying it while the Fire Soul Wolf was weakened by the Thousand Souls barrier would unleash its full potential. At this moment, an overwhelming surge of spirit energy roared through Jet's body, as if every ounce of his spiritual power was mobilized, giving him an intensely formidable sensation. Roar! With a sudden shout, Jet fiercely swung the Ice God's sword in his hand. A series of cracking sounds followed, and everything within Jet's sight that could be frozen was instantly encased in ice. Waves of bone-chilling coldness spread forward, freezing the world in an instant. The Fire Soul Wolf was no exception. Ice Seal 10,000 miles had inherent extra damage against fire attributes. The horrifying power burst forth almost instantly, freezing the Fire Soul Wolf solid, and the blazing flames around its body were immediately extinguished. Die! Jet wasn't about to miss this prime opportunity to slay the Fire Soul Wolf. Without pause, he leaped through the air with incredible speed and struck directly at the beast's neck with a forceful sword thrust. With a splattering sound, blood sprayed as the immensely powerful 9-pattern divine artifact pierced right through the Fire Soul Wolf's neck. Despite the wolf's capabilities reaching the 8th level of heaven-defying realm, it was killed under Jet's relentless assault. Even when he finally slew the Fire Soul Wolf, Jet felt a surreal sense of disbelief. He knew very well the gap between himself and the beast. If he hadn't seized this split-second chance, he might have been the one to perish. Given his raw strength, he was no match for the Fire Soul Wolf. The combination of the Thousand Souls barrier and Ice Seal 10,000 miles had crushed the Fire Soul Wolf instantly. Individually, either move was terrifying. Together, they were even more potent. Though the events seemed lengthy, they actually unfolded in the blink of an eye. From choosing to cast the Thousand Souls barrier to finally slaying the Fire Soul Wolf using Ice Seal 10,000 miles, only moments had passed. After killing the Fire Soul Wolf, Jet felt many emotions. The difficulty of this mission was immense, but fortunately, he succeeded. Cutting open the Fire Soul Wolf's body, Jet found, just as Elder Danilo said, a water purification bottle inside. Taking out the bottle, Jet heard the system announcement. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the Fire Soul Wolf and obtaining the water purification bottle as per Elder Danilo's requirements. Mission completed. Reward is a cultivation breakthrough to the 5th level of Heaven Defying. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a new mission. Enter the top 4 in the upcoming New Disciple Duel Tournament at Moon Pavilion. Completion will grant a cultivation boost to the 6th level of Heaven Defying. A series of system prompts brought comfort to Jet. His cultivation level had improved from the 4th level to the 5th level of Heaven Defying. Although it was just one rank higher, it represented a significant leap for Jet at this stage. Unknowingly, his cultivation had reached the 5th level of Heaven Defying. Jet recalled how during the last evaluation at Danilo's sect, he was merely at the peak sea realm, a testament to how quickly time had passed. Shaking his head, Jet put aside these thoughts as Elder Danilo approached. Senior, here is the water purification bottle you asked for. Jet bowed and handed over the bottle retrieved from the Fire Soul Wolf. Elder Danilo scrutinized Jet intently, but paid little attention to the bottle. Intrigued by Jet, Elder Danilo found him more fascinating than the bottle. He had only asked Jet to face the Fire Soul Wolf as a test. He never expected Jet to actually slay the beast. Previously, even cultivators at the peak heaven-defying realm had returned defeated after fighting the Fire Soul Wolf. From this perspective, Jet, being only at the 4th level of heaven-defying, defeating the Fire Soul Wolf seemed unbelievable, and Elder Danilo couldn't help but question his own perception. Boy, what is your origin? Elder Danilo took the bottle and gently inquired. He sensed a mysterious aura about Jet, indicating that the young man might soon rival him. Jet shook his head and replied softly, Junior mentioned before. I come from the Tianyun Empire. As Jet spoke, he had already exited his battle state, returning to a normal demeanor. To Elder Danilo, the mysterious feeling that surrounded Jet during combat seemed to vanish, making him wonder if it was just an illusion. However, upon closer inspection, Elder Danilo noticed that Jet's cultivation had risen from the 4th level to the 5th level of Heaven Defying. This revelation piqued Elder Danilo's curiosity further. You've broken through so quickly? Already at the 5th level of Heaven Defying? Elder Danilo remembered clearly that Jet was at the 3rd level when they first met. How could he have advanced 2 levels so swiftly? Such rapid progress was unprecedented to Elder Danilo. He had encountered geniuses before, but none like Jet who could break through twice within a day in the heaven-defying realm. Seeing this, Elder Danilo understood why he was so astonished. Jet's rate of advancement was indeed too swift for words. At that instant, countless terrifying spiritual energies within Jet's body roared into action. It felt as if all the energies surged forth simultaneously, giving him an overwhelmingly powerful sensation. Ha! Suddenly, with a low shout from Jet, he fiercely brandished the Ice God's sword in his hand. Crack, crack! In an instant, the sound of freezing filled the air. Every substance that could be frozen in Jet's line of sight was frozen solid. Chilling coldness continuously emerged, layer upon layer of icy, spiritual energy spreading forward. In just a split second, it seemed like the entire world had turned to ice. Naturally, the Fire Soul Wolf did not escape this either. Ice Fung 10,000 miles inflicted additional damage on flame attribute targets. As this terrifying power erupted, the Fire Soul Wolf was instantly frozen solid. Its fearsome flames were also extinguished immediately. Note: Ice Fung 10,000 miles seems to be a literal translation of a Chinese term that likely has a more idiomatic or proper name in English. If there is a specific established translation for this technique or spell, it should be used instead. For now, I've maintained the provided translation but adjusted the spacing for readability. For better fluency, we can adjust this as follows. The chilling cold spread relentlessly, wave after wave of frigid spiritual energy radiating outward. In an instant, it seemed as if the entire world had frozen over. Naturally, the Fire Soul Wolf was no exception. The technique, Ice Fung 10,000 miles, dealt extra damage to flame attribute targets. As this terrifying power erupted, the Fire Soul Wolf was instantly frozen solid, and its blazing flames were immediately extinguished. This version reads more naturally while maintaining the meaning and context of the original text. Die. Jet certainly wouldn't miss this perfect chance to kill the Fire Soul Wolf. Without any pause, he stomped the ground fiercely and launched into a burst of speed. In a flash, he leaped across considerable distance right before the Fire Soul Wolf, then thrust his sword forcefully towards its neck. Splat! The Ice God Sword revealed its terrifying might. As a 9-pattern divine weapon, its power was unleashed to the utmost by Jet. With one mighty strike, it pierced straight through the Fire Soul Wolf's neck. Blood splattered everywhere as this extremely powerful Fire Soul Wolf, possessing the strength equivalent to 8 levels of Heaven Defiance and countless tricks up its sleeve, was ruthlessly killed under Jet's relentless assault. When the Fire Soul Wolf was truly defeated, Jet felt almost surreal, because he knew very well the gap between him and the Fire Soul Wolf. If he hadn't seized the fleeting opportunity to kill the Fire Soul Wolf, it could have been him who ended up dead. After all, in terms of raw strength, he could never match the Fire Soul Wolf. The terrifying combination of the 1,000 Souls Barrier and Ice Seal 10,000 Miles suffocated the Fire Soul Wolf in an instant. Note, Feng should be Seal. So, Ice Seal 10,000 Miles is the correct translation. Each of these two moves, taken individually, was already incredibly formidable, let alone when combined. Although it feels like a long story, everything, the casting of the 1,000 Souls Barrier to the execution of Ice Feng 10,000 Miles that led to the Fire Soul Wolf's demise, happened in the blink of an eye. Note, Ice Feng 10,000 Miles seems to be a mix of Chinese and English. Based on earlier context, it should probably be Ice Seal 10,000 Miles. So, the final sentence would ideally read. Although it feels like a long story, everything, the casting of the 1,000 Souls Barrier to the execution of Ice Seal 10,000 Miles that led to the Fire Soul Wolf's demise, happened in the blink of an eye. After killing the Fire Soul Wolf, Jet felt numerous emotions. This mission had indeed been incredibly challenging, but thankfully, he completed it. Cutting open the Fire Soul Wolf's body, he discovered, as Old Man Gay mentioned, a clear water bottle inside it. Taking out the bottle, he heard a series of notifications from the system. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the Fire Soul Wolf and obtaining the clear water bottle as required by Old Man Gay. Mission accomplished. Reward, breakthrough to the 5th level of Heaven Defiance. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a new mission. Reach the semi-finals in the upcoming Novice Disciples sparring competition held by U Pavilion. Upon completing the mission, your strength will be elevated to the 6th level of Heaven Defiance. A continuous stream of system notifications rang in his ears, bringing a comforting feeling. Simultaneously, his cultivation improved directly from the 4th level of Heaven Defiance to the 5th level. Even though it was only one level, for Jet's current stage, such an increase brought about significant enhancement. Unconsciously, his cultivation had reached the 5th level of Heaven Defiance. Jet recalled that when he participated in the gay sex assessment previously, he was merely at the peak of Xuanhuan. Time really flew by. Shaking his head, Jet dismissed these thoughts because, at that moment, Old Man Gay, who had been observing the battle from afar, approached. Senior, here is the clear water bottle you wanted. At this point, Jet bowed slightly and handed over the clear water bottle obtained from the Fire Soul Wolf to Old Man Gay. Gay scanned Jet several times, paying less attention to the bottle because, compared to the bottle, he found himself more intrigued by Jet. He had sent Jet to challenge the Fire Soul Wolf with a speculative mindset, never imagining that Jet could actually defeat the wolf. Even at its peak, past disciples couldn't defeat the Fire Soul Wolf and always came back beaten. From this perspective, seeing Jet, who looked like only a cultivator at the 4th level of Heaven Defiance, defeat the Fire Soul Wolf was something he would never have believed if he hadn't seen it himself. At his age, having witnessed countless marvels, Jet's existence still made Old Man Gay feel like his worldview had been completely overturned. Young man, what is your origin? Taking the bottle, Gay slowly asked. He sensed a mysterious aura emanating from Jet, making him feel that soon, Jet would become someone on par with himself. Jet shook his head gently and replied softly, didn't I say before, Junior comes from the Tianan Empire. As Jet spoke, he had already exited his battle state, so he was back to his usual demeanor. To Gay, he realized the mysterious aura that Jet had during combat had vanished, leading him to momentarily think that maybe what he felt earlier was just an illusion. However, after a closer inspection, Gay noticed that Jet's strength had surprisingly advanced from the 4th level to the 5th level of Heaven Defiance, which further deepened his curiosity. You broke through again? Already at the 5th level of Heaven Defiance? Gay remembered clearly that when Jet faced him earlier, he was only at the 3rd level of Heaven Defiance. How could he advance so quickly to the 5th level of Heaven Defiance in such a short time? This discovery made Gay feel like his long-held beliefs had been completely overturned. While he wasn't unfamiliar with geniuses, encountering someone of Jet's caliber was unprecedented. Breaking through 2 levels within a day in the Heaven Defiance realm was something he had never seen before. Jet could see the astonishment on Gay's face. Given the rapid advancement, it was normal for him to be so surprised. How can your breakthrough speed be so fast? Indeed, no matter how one looked at it, his rate of progress was extraordinarily quick, and the most critical point was that because Elder Danilo's cultivation was too high, Jet couldn't hide his own cultivation level. Even if he tried to conceal it, Elder Danilo could see through it immediately, which would be counterproductive. Therefore, Jet decided not to hide it all. At this moment, Jet took a deep breath and said, yes, Elder. Now you must think that entrusting me with the Supreme Token won't be a disgrace to its legacy. Hearing this, Elder Danilo gave Jet another long look. He realized that Jet coming to him for the Supreme Token might not be as he had initially thought. Previously, he assumed that someone had told Jet about his existence and suggested he try to obtain the Supreme Token. But now, it seemed Jet not only knew about the purification bottle, but also understood the significance of the Supreme Token. This didn't match what one would expect from a cultivator who had just broken through to the heaven-defying realm. From this perspective, Jet's background was a mystery. Elder Danilo found himself completely intrigued by Jet and chuckled, saying, "Of course. If you can maintain this rate of breakthrough, by the time the Danilo pilgrimage begins, you'll surely be able to fully utilize the power of the Supreme Token." Without waiting for Jet to respond, Elder Danilo continued, "All right, now that both purification bottles are in hand, I shall take my leave. Farewell, and may we meet again someday." With that, Elder Danilo didn't hesitate. He instantly moved with incredible speed, disappearing from the spot. Watching Elder Danilo's departing figure, Jet felt a momentary daze. He still had no idea what the purification bottle was for or why Elder Danilo chose to live in seclusion in the back mountain, nor did he know why Elder Danilo needed the purification bottle at this time. However, Jet didn't dwell on these matters. Compared to unraveling Elder Danilo's secrets, he felt it was more important to focus on the upcoming tasks at hand. ##### Chapter 153, Moon Pavilion Contest. The upcoming phase of the mission was one that filled Jet with enthusiasm. After all, his goal was to make it into the top 4 in the Novice Disciple Sparring Contest hosted by the Moon Pavilion. If he could reach the semifinals, his strength would break through from the 5th level of Transcendent to the 6th level. From the description alone, Jet felt this sparring contest wouldn't be as simple as he initially thought. Phew, let's go see Tyson first. Jet exhaled deeply, no longer hesitating. He unleashed his speed, turning into a flash of lightning speeding toward the distance. With his cultivation now at the 5th level of Transcendent, his speed had significantly improved compared to before. Even though he was deep in the back mountain, Jet's senses were sharp enough to navigate without issues. Moreover, this was Moon Pavilion territory, and as a disciple, even if he didn't have the Supreme Token, being caught would just result in a reprimand at worst. Now that Jet possessed the Supreme Token, his status within the Thousand Cloud sect had changed entirely. Pushing his speed to the limit, Jet quickly returned to his lodging. At the moment, Tyson was meditating on the bed. Upon returning, Jet didn't immediately ask questions, but also entered a state of cultivation. He did not want to disturb Tyson's practice and believed Tyson would inquire about him first. As Jet anticipated, the moment he sat cross-legged, Tyson emerged from his meditative state and asked, "Junior brother Jet, where did you go?" Jet smiled slightly and said, "When I left the back mountain, I noticed a strong spiritual energy fluctuation and went to check it out." He had no intention of telling Tyson the truth, both to avoid worrying him and because there was no need to mention it at the moment. Tyson didn't press further but carefully examined Jet, only to widen his eyes in disbelief upon noticing Jet's breakthrough to the 5th level of Transcendent. "Really? Your strength has already broken through to the 5th level of Transcendent?" Tyson breathed in deeply, muttering under his breath. Recalling that Jet had only recently passed the Thousand Cloud Sect's entrance exam while at Peak Sea Realm, Tyson was taken aback. The gap between then and now was incredibly short, yet Jet had reached the 5th level of Transcendent. Such rapid progress was unprecedented, leaving Tyson feeling as if nothing made sense, almost doubting whether he was dreaming. Jet chuckled, "Senior brother Tyson, there's no need to be too surprised. As you once said, if you believe in my potential, why shouldn't I?" Tyson nodded subconsciously, then seemed to remember something and said, "Right. Since Junior Brother Jet is already at the 5th level of Transcendent, you can participate in our Moon Pavilion's upcoming Novice Disciple Sparring Contest in a few days." Pausing for a moment, Tyson continued, "This sparring contest is for new disciples whose cultivation hasn't exceeded the Transcendent stage. It serves to boost the enthusiasm for cultivation among newcomers and offers quite generous rewards." Noticing Jet's curiosity, Tyson smiled and added, "If Junior Brother Jet can make an impressive showing in this contest, many people will take notice. With sufficient resources for cultivation, your pace of advancement will likely quicken." Obligingly providing more details about the contest timing, Tyson gave Jet the information he hoped for. After hearing about the competition, Jet furrowed his brows, realizing that according to Tyson, there would likely be many competitors at peak Transcendent level. Engaging these cultivators would pose a considerable challenge. However, Jet wasn't one to shy away from challenges. The mission merely required him to make it into the semifinals, which didn't seem overly difficult despite the presence of many formidable opponents. He believed that if he maintained peak condition and utilized the full power of the Ice Divine Sword, entering the top 4 should be feasible. Reflecting on how far he had come, much of his growth could be attributed to mastering the Ice Divine Sword's techniques, elevating their potency to new heights. Taking a deep breath, Jet finally responded, "All right, I'll participate in this Novice Disciple Sparring Contest." Hearing this, Tyson was momentarily astonished. Regardless of perspective, Jet was a recent addition to the Thousand Cloud sect. Participating in its Novice Disciple Sparring Contest was indeed unusual. Over the years, Tyson hadn't encountered many such cases, and this was the first time he'd seen someone like Jet, a disciple who progressed so frighteningly fast. While Tyson struggled to comprehend Jet's current combat prowess, Jet remained confident. Although newly joined, he had no fear. His strength had advanced rapidly, and he was well aware of the limits he could push himself to. Wanli Bingfeng, Frozen Miles, could be a nearly invincible move when executed properly. Seeing Jet's determination, Tyson took a deep breath and resumed his meditation without further objections. Jet did the same, letting the surrounding heavenly chi circulate within him as he delved into cultivation. Despite the urge to tell Tyson about the Supreme Token, knowing it would be futile, Jet focused entirely on preparing for the upcoming competition. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days later, the Thousand Cloud Sect's Novice Disciple Sparring Contest commenced. Divided into 3 regions, Sun Pavilion, Moon Pavilion, and Star Pavilion. The contests ran separately. After each region crowned its champion, those 3 would face off to determine the ultimate winner. Upon arriving at the Moon Pavilion's arena, Jet saw numerous cultivators gathered, clearly indicating that even spectators were numerous, enhancing the event's appeal despite being a competition among novices. Thus, Jet realized that this contest indeed served as a platform for showcasing talent among new disciples. Note, the name, Wanli Bingfeng, Frozen Miles, has been kept in a transliterated form to respect the original text's intent while ensuring readability in English. If the new disciples could perform well during the competition, there was no doubt that they would gain the favor of the elders. and if they were favored by the elders, it would greatly benefit their future development. After a simple registration for the competition, Jet quietly waited for it to begin. According to his understanding, around 200 people participated in this Moon Pavilion competition. These participants would battle on the arena until the strongest of the Moon Pavilion emerged. 200 people might not seem like a large number, but it wasn't small either. This competition wasn't open to everyone. Only disciples whose cultivation had reached at least the 5th level of Transcendent could join. Moreover, generally speaking, those who had just reached the 5th or 6th level of Transcendent usually wouldn't choose to participate. They knew their strength was too weak, and joining would only make them cannon fodder. Therefore, from this perspective, those who confidently chose to participate, wanting to show off their abilities in the competition, were at least at the 7th or 8th level of Transcendent. Most were even at the 9th level or peak Transcendent. This naturally placed immense pressure on those at the 5th or 6th level of Transcendent. It was also why the person handling registrations gave Jet a surprised look when he signed up. Jet appeared to be a cultivator who had just broken through to the 5th level of Transcendent. The competition began soon after. Jet watched as battles unfolded on the arena, realizing that the intensity of the matches was even stronger than he had anticipated. Before long, it was his turn. As he stepped onto the arena, Jet felt an unusual sensation. With Tyson cheering for him from below, Jet focused on his opponent. A fat man wearing a black robe now stood before him. Note: the translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring readability and coherence with previous content while preserving paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 154, Stunned Audience. The fatty looked ordinary, but upon careful sensing, one could discover that this fatty had already broken through to the 8th level of Defying Heaven. An 8th level Defying Heaven disciple was actually quite powerful. In the earlier rounds of the sparring competition, they were considered formidable opponents. Seeing that his opponent was merely a 5th level Defying Heaven youth, the fatty immediately revealed a disdainful smile and muttered gloomily, "What's going on? 5th level Defying Heaven participants dare to join the competition now?" His words were thick with disdain. From any angle, the fatty viewed Jet with utter contempt. Jet showed no reaction to such an attitude. He was not interested in retaliating through words. He preferred to retaliate through actions. Since this fatty looked down on him so much, he would make him realize what true terror meant in the battle to come. "You're a kid I can handle with just one move." Without hesitation, the black-robed fatty snarled and charged straight at Jet. Swish! It must be said that the black-robed fatty pushed his strength to the limit. Rings of terrifying black spirit light emanated from his body, looking exceedingly ominous. When the black-robed fatty reached Jet, he delivered a fierce punch. Whoosh whoosh! The punch released an extremely fearsome power, as if this simple strike could shatter the heavens and earth. This single punch undeniably pushed the strength of 8th level Defying Heaven to its utmost. If it were faced by a 2nd or 3rd level Defying Heaven Jet, it would have been difficult to counter. But for Jet, now at 5th level Defying Heaven, although the attack was horrifying, he had no intention of retreating. "Excellent!" he snarled, the spiritual energy within his body surging wildly. Countless strands infused into the Ice Deity sword in his hand, delivering a powerful slash toward the black-robed fatty. Ice Deity slash. Boom! As soon as Jet unleashed his most explosive sword intent, the Ice Deity slash, it instantly collided with the fatty's fist. With a loud boom, terrifying spiritual energy spread wildly in all directions. Jet's attack had indeed reached a terrifying level, surprising even the black-robed fatty, who didn't expect Jet's sword intent to be so formidable. When the Ice Deity slash fully erupted, the black-robed fatty felt like facing an unshakable mountain with his fist. The collision sent him flying backward from the shockwave. Bang! The black-robed fatty crashed heavily onto the distant ground, looking utterly disheveled. Clearly, he never imagined being sent flying by a 5th level Defying Heaven cultivator. However, though blasted away, he hadn't left the platform, so it wasn't counted as a loss. The black-robed fatty quickly got up. Unlike when the match started, he now realized Jet's true power. "Good kid, you're something else. Let's go again." Still, the black-robed fatty didn't take Jet too seriously. He believed he was blasted back because he was too careless. Spiritual energy within him surged again as he charged towards Jet once more. At full strength, terrifying spiritual energy swirled inside the black-robed fatty, making him seem in a highly terrifying state. Suddenly, he brandished a large black cleaver. With the appearance of the cleaver, terrifying spiritual fluctuations spread around. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this cleaver possessed a formidable spirit power, likely comparable to an 8-pattern divine weapon. Mad Blade Slash. Holding the frightening cleaver, the black-robed fatty rushed toward Jet with incredible speed. The black-robed fatty had pushed his strength to its limits, unleashing a terrifyingly powerful attack. From the sheer power of the attack, the terrifying cleaver seemed capable of destroying everything. If other 5th level Defying Heaven cultivators faced this, they might be blasted away immediately. But now, facing this attack was Jet. "I return your words. I will end you in one move." Jet snarled, countless terrifying spiritual energies within him swirling. These poured into his Ice Deity sword. Under the influx of spiritual energy, the Ice Deity sword radiated brilliantly, like a terrifying divine weapon. Just considering the spiritual power it emitted, it was already incredibly formidable. The black-robed fatty clearly didn't expect Jet's attack to be this terrifying. His eyes widened with shock. "Flame God Arrow, appear." Jet snarled again and waved the Ice Deity sword fiercely without pause. Countless spiritual energy converged, creating numerous terrifying spirit arrows around Jet. These blue spirit arrows each possessed immense power. Swish swish. Then these terrifying spirit arrows gathered into a massive arrow engulfed in black flames. As the Flame God Arrow took shape, an intense pressure spread outward. Carefully sensing, one could feel a destructive force from the Flame God Arrow. "Go!" Jet snarled once more, and the Flame God Arrow hurtled towards the black cleaver with terrifying speed. Whoosh! Jet's attack was simply terrifying. The penetrative power of the flame god arrow exceeded the imagination of ordinary cultivators. Phew. Many spectators' attention was drawn to Jet's flame god arrow. Their gazes focused on Jet, watching the terrifying spiritual energy arrows he unleashed. They all felt an overwhelming sense of shock. If the target of this flame god arrow were not the black-robed fatty but any of them, very few would be confident enough to withstand it. No, how is this possible? At that moment, the black-robed fatty, upon sensing the immense power contained within Jet's flame god arrow, widened his eyes, disbelief filling his gaze. Clearly, he had never expected that Jet could push his strength to such a level. Regardless of how one looked at it, the power of this flame god arrow had reached the peak of what an 8th level defying heaven cultivator could achieve. To him, this arrow possessed the might to obliterate everything. In the next instant, with a faint pu sound, Jet's flame god arrow pierced through the large cleaver under the stunned gaze of the fatty. Aya! The black-robed fatty was sent flying backward by the horrifying force generated from the collision, spitting out blood as he flew away. A taunt call echoed as he landed heavily outside the platform. // The black-robed fatty was sent flying backward by the terrifying force from the collision, spitting out blood as he was hurled away. A taunt call echoed as he crashed heavily outside the platform. // Further improvement for fluency and accuracy. The black-robed man was sent flying backward by the terrifying force of the impact, spitting out blood as he was hurled away. A taunt call echoed as he crashed heavily outside the platform. // Final polished version. The black-robed man was sent flying backward by the terrifying force of the impact, spitting out blood as he was hurled away. A taunt call echoed as he crashed heavily outside the platform. // Note. There seems to be a non-English character taunt in the sentence, which means miserable or tragic. In this context, it should be replaced with a tragic, or just a. Here's the final polished version without this character. The black-robed man was sent flying backward by the terrifying force of the impact, spitting out blood as he was hurled away. A tragic cry echoed as he crashed heavily outside the platform. Instantly, all spectators watching this scene were left in utter astonishment. After all, Jet appeared to be merely an 8th level defying heaven cultivator. Yet, an 8th level defying heaven youth had been completely crushed by a 5th level defying heaven cultivator, something none of them would have believed if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Awestruck, everyone felt as though they had been struck by a thunderbolt, leaving them in a state of profound shock. In truth, no matter how one viewed it, the strength Jet had displayed did not resemble that of a 5th level defying heaven cultivator at all. Jet slightly narrowed his eyes and walked down from the platform under the stunned gazes of countless onlookers. After descending, he approached Tyson and found him dumbfounded. Unable to help but chuckle, Jet said, "What's wrong, brother Tyson? You should know my strength well. There's no need to be so surprised, right?" Chapter 155, The Focus Battle. Jet's words snapped Tyson out of her daze. She turned her head, gave Jet a deep look, swallowed hard, and said, "That was an 8th level reversal heaven cultivator you so easily took down. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to withstand even one of your attacks." Jet didn't respond but just smiled at Tyson. Tyson continued, "This is truly astonishing. It wasn't long ago that you were still taking part in the entrance examination, and now you've become so terrifying." In fact, not only Tyson but almost all the cultivators who witnessed Jet's performance were now focusing their attention on him. They began to wonder how this cultivator, who appeared to be only 5th level reversal heaven, managed to achieve such feats. Time slowly passed, and match after match continued to take place. During the fights, Jet showcased his formidable skills, overwhelming his opponents with terrifying ease each time. Without a doubt, Jet's display had completely changed many people's perceptions. Unbeknownst to him, the U Pavilion competition had already entered its final stages. Upon realizing he was now among the top 8 contestants, Jet knew there was only one more opponent between him and the completion of his mission. Defeating the next opponent would see him enter the semifinals, complete the mission, and enhance his strength to 6th level reversal heaven. Previously, during the round of 16, Jet faced a 9th level reversal heaven cultivator whose capabilities weren't weak, but ultimately he conceded defeat under the relentless attack of Jet's flame sword array. Jet had left an indelible impression on the hearts of countless new cultivators within the U Pavilion. So much so, that many hoped for Jet to win the championship. With merely 5th level reversal heaven cultivation, Jet could perform at this level. What kind of terrifying state would he be in when he reached 8th or 9th level reversal heaven? Thus, everyone was curious about how far Jet could go in the subsequent matches. Time continued to pass, and before they knew it, it was Jet's turn to compete. Even before the match started, the surrounding spectators cheered loudly. They paid more attention to Jet's match than any other. Everyone wanted to see if Jet could continue advancing. After all, as the competition progressed, the opponents became increasingly powerful. Now, Jet's current opponent was a 10th level reversal heaven cultivator. At this stage, could Jet still advance with his 5th level reversal heaven strength? This anticipation made the spectators applaud eagerly. Seeing the audience so excited and anxious, Jet felt a sense of surrealism. Back when he first joined Danilo Sect, little did he know that he would stand out in this novice sparring contest. Although Jet understood that this was just a novice competition and he was still far from the top geniuses of Danilo Sect, he also realized that if he maintained his current state, he would eventually catch up. Upon reaching the arena, Jet's gaze fell on his opponent, Ashane. Already at 10th level reversal heaven, this opponent exuded an intimidating aura as soon as he stepped onto the arena. This was Jet's first encounter with a 10th level reversal heaven opponent. Being at the peak of the reversal heaven realm meant this cultivator was not far from reaching the immortal transformation realm. At this level, the combat power was truly formidable. However, Jet certainly would not retreat. He was now just a step away from completing the mission. Taking a deep breath, Jet didn't wait for the Shane to make a move. His internal spiritual energy circulated, and he immediately launched himself towards the opponent with incredible speed. Whoosh! Ice Deity Slash. Distance seemed to lose meaning in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Jet covered an immense distance, arriving before the Xian. Swinging his ice deity sword fiercely, a terrifying blue sword in tint surged forward, sweeping toward the opponent with overwhelming force. The Xian hadn't expected Jet to unleash such formidable power. However, having observed Jet's previous battles, he knew how strong Jet was. The Xian didn't underestimate Jet and promptly activated his spiritual energy, wielding a long sword emitting blue light. Following Jet's lead, he swung his sword fiercely, unleashing another blue sword in tint toward Jet. However, unlike Jet's explosive attack, the Xian's strike appeared soft and weak. Boom. But when the two attacks collided, that seemingly weak sword in tint erupted with terrifying destructive power. Even though Jet's sword in tint had maximized its explosive force, the wave of spiritual energy from the opposing sword in tint left him feeling overwhelmed and breathless. Indeed, a 10th level reversal heaven cultivator was no joke. The combat power exhibited here was beyond description. Boom. The initial clash shattered both sword in tints. Without hesitation, Jet and the Xian simultaneously unleashed more spiritual energy and resumed their attacks with their swords. Boom. Boom. Another terrifying blue sword in tint erupted, charging towards Jet as if to annihilate him. This was an incredibly fearsome sensation. Reacting swiftly, Jet didn't hesitate, directing his internal spiritual energy into his ice deity sword and immediately deploying the flame sword array. He had no intention of holding back. Since the competition had progressed this far, he decided to unleash all his available abilities. This fight was different from his battle against the Fire Soul Wolf, where he needed to constantly hide his cards because it possessed too many methods he couldn't counter. However, despite his opponent being a 10th level reversal heaven cultivator, the attack power he could unleash wasn't significantly different from Jet's. Therefore, Jet only needed to maximize his own attack potential to suffice. Taking a deep breath, countless terrifying spiritual energies within Jet's body were infused into the ice deity sword. Immediately after, around Jet's body, numerous terrifying blue spiritual energy arrows started forming. Whoosh, whoosh. Before long, these spiritual energy arrows combined one by one, transforming into terrifying arrows of spiritual energy engulfed in black flames. Once these flaming spiritual energy arrows took shape, they surged towards the Xian under Jet's control with an overwhelmingly formidable presence. From any angle, the intensity of the attack Jet unleashed at this moment was unbelievably exaggerated. If it weren't for this 10th level reversal heaven cultivator facing Jet now, and instead another cultivator of a different realm, they would likely beg for mercy. Because when Jet's flame sword array erupted, an extremely formidable spiritual energy might spread outwards. These successive bursts of terrifying spiritual energy were utterly fearsome. At that moment, those formidable flaming arrows continuously shot out, colliding with the intense blue sword in tint unleashed by the Xian in the next instant. Rumble. In just the instant of collision, that blue sword in tint was instantly torn apart by Jet's flaming arrows. Undeniably, the penetrating power of the flaming arrows at that moment was truly terrifying. So far, whenever Jet used his flaming arrows, he had never really faced a match for them, except when the Fire Soul Wolf used its formidable means to tear apart his flaming arrows. Otherwise, no other opponent had matched up. Of course, Jet didn't think that he could defeat his opponent solely with this flame sword array. He was merely curious about how the Xian would counter the flame sword array. At this moment, under Jet's watchful gaze, the Xian's body churned with countless streams of terrifying spiritual energy, pouring into the blue long sword in his hand. The spiritual energy inside the Xian swirled and surged as he channeled immense amounts of it into the blue long sword he held. Hashtag chapter 156. What if he has 10 layers of defying heaven? Spirit burst sword. Immediately after, the Xian let out a low chant. Jet then saw that as the long sword in his hand waved, an extremely terrifying sword in tint instantly erupted and surged toward Jet with an overwhelming force. This wave of sword in tint was fundamentally different from what the Xian had unleashed before. Just at the moment it erupted, Jet felt as if this sword in tint could devour everything. Crack, crack. In the next instant, Jet was utterly astonished to find that every flame arrow colliding with this horrifying sword in tint shattered like paper. From the perspective of sheer power, the cultivator's sword in tint clearly overwhelmed Jet's flame sword array. It seems he does have some strength. Feeling the terror of the sword in tint, Jet narrowed his eyes slightly. He realized that the intensity of the Xian's attack far exceeded his expectations. However, this outcome wasn't unexpected for Jet. After all, defeating this person would allow him to break through to the 6th layer of defying heaven. If his opponent were weak, completing this system task would be too easy. Infinite Dao sword array. Manifest. But at this moment, Jet reacted quickly. Despite the terrifying nature of the opposing sword in tint, Jet had no intention of retreating. Roaring loudly, he summoned the Infinite Dao sword array with a swift motion of his hand. 32 flying swords immediately began swirling around him, converging into 16 pairs almost instantly, and under Jet's control, they transformed into a colossal golden sword radiating a luminous aura. As this golden giant sword appeared, a formidable spiritual energy surged outward from its center, creating an overwhelmingly powerful presence. Whoosh! Following this, driven by Jet's force, the colossal golden sword moved swiftly, slamming head-on against the Xian's horrifying sword in tint with brutal ferocity. Rumble! The clash between the two forces caused immense vibrations as the celestial chi dispersed violently in all directions. It felt like two mountains colliding, leaving onlookers stunned. No matter how one looked at it, the attacks both Jet and the Xian unleashed had reached the limits of the defying heaven realm. Spectators were awestruck by the spectacle. The Xian frowned deeply as the clash between his terrifying sword in tint and Jet's golden giant sword reached a stalemate. He hadn't anticipated that Jet could unleash such formidable power. While Jet had managed to block his earlier sword moves, those were less powerful. Now, however, with the spirit burst sword, the Shane had pushed his limits, infusing all his internal spirit energy into this one strike to defeat Jet. Unfortunately, although his move did display immense spiritual energy fluctuations and dismantled Jet's flame sword array, it fell short of outright defeating Jet. Infinite Tao Shatter. At this moment, Jet's low chant echoed, followed by terrifying sword intents pouring into the golden giant sword, continuously increasing its power. Seeing this, the Shane felt a sense of unease. Crack! Suddenly, accompanied by a cracking sound, the Shane watched in shock as his own sword intent crumbled under the impact of Jet's golden sword. PFT. At the same time, he was struck by a backlash, which overpowered him, causing him to spit blood and fly backward off the platform. Seeing the Shane fall off the platform, all spectators were filled with awe. The battle had been nothing short of spectacular. Clap, clap, clap. The audience started clapping, never having expected Jet to actually defeat an opponent who had already broken through to the 10th layer of Defying Heaven. Initially, while they hadn't entirely ruled out the possibility of Jet defeating the higher-ranking opponent, when he truly demonstrated such terrifying skill, everyone was astounded. Thunderous applause erupted, all for Jet's impressive performance. After sending the Shane flying, Jet immediately heard a system notification. Ding! Congratulations host for successfully entering the top 4. Task completed. Breakthrough to the 6th layer of Defying Heaven. Ding! Congratulations host for triggering a new task. Win the championship of the U Pavilion Newcomer Sparring Competition. Task completion will grant a breakthrough to the 7th layer of Defying Heaven. Hearing this notification, Jet felt his nearly depleted spiritual energy replenished instantly, breaking through from the 5th to the 6th layer of Defying Heaven. Although it was just one level of cultivation breakthrough, it offered significant enhancement to Jet's current strength. With this boost, his capabilities would undoubtedly see considerable improvement. Moreover, if he could continue defeating the next 2 opponents and win the competition, his strength would break through to the 7th layer of Defying Heaven. Such rapid progress in strength was astonishing. Even Jet felt dazed at times. Jet knew that while the task provided quick breakthroughs, achieving them would be very challenging. Facing an opponent who was already at the 10th layer of Defying Heaven during the top 8 stage, though he defeated the Shane, it left a deep impression on him. Thus, the upcoming opponents would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Additionally, having seen his performance, other cultivators wouldn't underestimate him, adding pressure to future battles. Taking a deep breath, with countless streams of terrifying spiritual energy circulating within him, Jet could feel an overwhelming power pulsing inside him with even a slight tightening of his fist. This sensation was akin to feeling that a single, casual punch could shatter the heavens and the earth. Jet squinted his eyes slightly as he descended from the platform under the astonished gazes of countless cultivators. Tyson was now inspecting Jet up and down as if he were a monster. While Tyson had anticipated that Jet's strength would be more formidable than he imagined, he never thought that Jet could actually defeat an opponent at the 10th layer of Defying Heaven. After all, that was the 10th layer of Defying Heaven, an almost top-tier existence within this realm. Judging by Jet's current state, it was clear that he wouldn't stop easily. He intended to continue fighting in the upcoming matches. If Jet could keep advancing, wouldn't that mean he had the potential to win the championship of this U Pavilion Newcomer Sparring Competition? Though it was merely a competition among new disciples of the U Pavilion, the rewards were substantial. Moreover, if Jet managed to earn this title, it would undoubtedly grant him significant prestige among the newcomers. What's with the look? I did well, but no need to stare like that. Jet chuckled. Tyson's gaze was indeed strange, but Jet could understand. If he were in Tyson's position and saw a newly joined disciple display such terrifying power, he would react the same way. After all, his performance was simply too extraordinary. Even a 10th layer Defying Heaven cultivator couldn't defeat him. Upon hearing Jet's voice, Tyson slowly closed his wide-open mouth and said with heartfelt admiration, "Truly, incredibly powerful." While others might not know Jet's background, Tyson did. He knew that Jet had just joined Danilo sect. When Jet took part in the sect entry examination, Tyson had personally witnessed that Jet only possessed the Sea Realm cultivation at that time. Yet, how much time had passed? In the blink of an eye, Jet had already been able to defeat a 10th layer Defying Heaven cultivator. Chapter 157, Immortal Artifact. Compared to Jet, Tyson was faring much better in terms of cultivation and strength, as she had remained unchanged, essentially staying at the same level. The disparity was not apparent until a comparison was drawn, but once it was, the difference became glaring. The competition continued, and Jet shifted his focus to the other cultivators. The next 3 matches were exceptionally intense. Every contestant had reached the peak of the heaven-defying realm, making each bout incredibly thrilling. It was worth noting that due to Jet's unexpected emergence, many spectators were more eager to see his matches. While other bouts were equally engaging, they paled in comparison to Jet's feats. One match was between equals in the same realm, while the other spanned multiple realms, a spectacle that captivated and awed the audience. Witnessing Jet unleash terrifying attacks made viewers feel as though they were dreaming. Time passed slowly, and soon, the top 4 emerged. People began to speculate about the upcoming matches. With only 3 matches left, the champion of the Moon Pavilion's new disciples would be decided. Everyone was curious about how these matches would unfold. If Jet continued to win, 2 out of the remaining 3 matches would feature him, greatly anticipating his performance. In the semifinals, Jet faced a young woman clad in a blue dress. On the stage, Jet's gaze fell upon the girl, feeling momentarily dazed. She resembled a lotus in a pond, untouched by any speck of dust, an image he had never encountered before. Like Jet, the Amy appraised him closely. Despite being only a mid-tier heaven-defying cultivator, she wondered what techniques allowed him to defeat those in the late heaven-defying realm. Please instruct. The girl bowed slightly toward Jet, and, without delay, her spiritual energy surged as she struck out with a gentle palm. Boom. Though the palm appeared soft, it unleashed a devastating force hurtling towards Jet. The transformation from gentle to overwhelming occurred instantaneously, leaving onlookers astonished. It was hard to fathom an attack could change so drastically in such a short time. Had a cultivator reacted slowly, they would have been caught off guard. Fortunately, Jet was focused and did not hesitate. As the palm strike approached, he shouted and released a torrent of spiritual energy into his Ice God sword, swinging it fiercely. Ice God Slash. Jet's attack was his strongest. Instantly, a formidable blue sword in tint charged towards the opponent's palm print. Spectators felt the immense power of both the sword and palm, clearly indicating that either force was beyond their reach. For cultivators mainly ranging from early to late heaven-defying realm, the battle between Jet and the Amy exceeded their comprehension. Boom. Jet's sword and tint collided with the palm print in front of numerous spectators. A loud boom echoed, sending waves of chaotic energy spreading outward. Clearly, Jet's sword had reached an extraordinary level of intensity. Ice God Slash was already Jet's most explosive technique. At its peak, its destructive power was unparalleled. However, even then, when his sword and tint met the seemingly soft palm print, Jet felt a daunting resistance, as if clashing against a mountain. This pressure, long unseen, reminded him of the immensity of the challenge. Understanding the ineffectiveness of his Ice God Slash against this adversary, Jet didn't waver. He channeled more spiritual energy, unleashing the Flame God Arrow. Flame God Arrow, reveal yourself. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, countless arrows of spiritual energy formed around Jet, enveloping him. Under this aura, Jet seemed like a war god. As he channeled more energy, the arrows fused into one massive, blazing arrow. Amidst awestruck gazes, the arrows coalesced into a terrifying Flame God Arrow wreathed in black fire. When this arrow appeared, everyone was visibly moved. Previously, they had seen Jet's flame sword array, but the current Flame God Arrow far surpassed those arrows in power. The Amy, seeing Jet's attack, was also deeply impressed. Though aware of his unique strength, she realized the immense pressure Jet brought upon her. She showed no signs of retreating. With a shout, she swung her hand, summoning a blue boxing glove that instantly elevated her might to an unimaginable level. Rumble. Under shock-filled stares, the Amy punched the void, causing a tremor throughout the world. The roar of spiritual energy reverberated, transforming everything into a terrifying spectacle. Her punch's power exceeded the imagination of the watching cultivators. It was hard to imagine that a heaven-defying realm cultivator could unleash such an attack. That weapon, it's an immortal artifact, right? It must be. Otherwise, this level of terrifying power wouldn't be possible. At this point, someone recognized that the Amy had summoned a boxing glove which was, in fact, an immortal artifact. What is an immortal artifact? It transcends even divine artifacts. Even the most advanced 10-pattern divine artifacts would pale in comparison, losing their luster in its presence. An immortal artifact was unparalleled, capable of releasing far more formidable power than any divine artifact. So, when the Amy unleashed her overwhelming fist and tint, as if it could destroy everything and surge toward him, Jet felt a momentary dread that he might be swallowed whole by its force. However, at this moment, Jet trusted his Flame God Arrow. Regardless of whether the opponent wielded an immortal artifact or not, Jet had absolute confidence in his Flame God Arrow. The Ice God Sword's quality had reached the 9th pattern divine artifact stage, enhanced further by the Ice God Sword technique. In terms of explosive power, Jet did not believe his Ice God Sword was much weaker than the opponent's. Of course, the most terrifying aspect was that the Flame God Arrow was the most potent attack Jet possessed, capable of unleashing maximum power instantly. Rumble. Thus, under the stunned gazes of countless cultivators, Jet's Flame God Arrow and the Amy's surging fist and tint grew closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, the two attacks collided. Instantly, a thunderous boom echoed, and a torrent of terrifying spiritual energy radiated outward. It seemed like a horrific explosion had been triggered, the burst of power reaching a level that ordinary cultivators could only look up to. Every cultivator who felt this collisions might open their eyes wide, disbelief etched across their faces. Chapter 158. The Heaven-Defying Maiden. Even the disciples who had already transcended to the immortal transformation realm were showing looks of astonishment at this moment. After all, this was merely a sparring competition among the new disciples of the Moon Pavilion. New disciples? What were new disciples? They were nothing more than newcomers who had recently joined the Thousand Cloud sect. Yet, despite this, the combat strength these individuals displayed had surpassed that of most cultivators in the Thousand Cloud sect. In the heaven-defying realm, it could be said that it was difficult for them to find any opponents. Once they broke through to the immortal transformation realm, their explosive power would undoubtedly soar to a whole new level. Speaking of which, after Jet's flaming divine arrow clashed with the terrifying fist and tint of the Kali, an overwhelming force of heavenly energy wildly dispersed into the surroundings. It seemed as though the entire arena shook at that moment, and this sense of terrifying tremor completely upturned the worldview of the spectators. Jet squinted his eyes slightly at this point, feeling clearly that although his flaming divine arrow was immensely powerful, the opponent's fist and tint was evidently even stronger. The flaming divine arrow was supposed to have a terrifying piercing power. Logically speaking, once unleashed, there should be nothing capable of enduring its penetration. But now, the opposing fist and tint directly withstood the piercing force of the flaming divine arrow head-on. Furthermore, the domineering power contained within that fist and tint gave Jet a sensation as if his flaming divine arrow could be shattered by the horrifying strength at any moment. This feeling made Jet's heartbeat accelerate. Although he had anticipated that the match might be challenging, he hadn't expected it to be this tough. How formidable! In fact, not only did Jet find this terrifying, but so did the Kali. For her, she had never encountered an opponent she couldn't defeat after unleashing her immortal weapon in the heaven-defying realm. She had always felt almost invincible there. However, now, colliding with Jet's attack, she saw someone several ranks lower in cultivation actually matching her in a head-on confrontation. This experience was something she had never undergone before, evoking a deeply alarming sensation. Crack, crack. Nonetheless, ultimately, her attack proved to be even more terrifying. Accompanied by the relentless sweep of formidable spiritual energy, the fist intent she unleashed gradually shattered Jet's flaming divine arrow. Soon after, amidst the crisp sounds of shattering spiritual energy, many cultivators looked up to see Jet's black flame-infused arrow beginning to crumble. The terrifying fist intent from the Kali, having broken through Jet's flaming divine arrow, then surged towards Jet in an even more fearsome manner. At this moment, Jet's brows were tightly knitted, and his heart rate quickened. He truly hadn't expected the Kali's offensive capability to be this formidable. But his reaction speed was commendably swift. Countless currents of spiritual energy circulated within him, frantically pouring into the Frost God sword in his hand. Subsequently, 2 Ice God slashes were unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. Notably, although the Kali's fist intent shattered Jet's flaming divine arrow, the immense power contained within was also significantly consumed by the arrow. Thus, when the 2 Ice God slashes were released, they completely neutralized the opposing fist intent. Still, despite being able to block this move, Jet felt an overwhelmingly terrifying sensation. He realized the disparity between himself and the Kali was substantial indeed. If the collision continued at the previous pace, Jet estimated that he would be defeated within a quarter of an hour. The only trump card he could think of to turn the tide was his 10,000-mile freeze. If Jet could seize the perfect opportunity to perfectly execute 10,000-mile freeze, along with the limitless sword formation, victory was certain. But finding such an opportunity was no easy feat. You are indeed formidable, but I'm sorry, you will lose. The Kali watched as the fist intent she had unleashed slowly dissipated, a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. As she spoke, the spiritual energy within her circled continuously, making her appear like a goddess enveloped in a halo of blue radiance. Jet offered a slight smile, neither affirming nor denying her words. Just as she had said, in this situation, he was essentially on the brink of defeat. But even if the odds were a 10,000th against him, Jet would not give up. Regardless of how terrifying the Kali's strength could be, Jet would persevere. The 10,000-mile freeze and the limitless sword formation were his last chances to turn the game around. As long as he didn't use these 2 moves, anything was possible. Therefore, despite knowing he was at a significant disadvantage, Jet wasn't unduly concerned. In reality, worrying wouldn't help either way. Narrowing his eyes, Jet's thoughts raced as he contemplated how to grasp the best opportunity for an offensive strike. From any perspective, based on the strength Jet could unleash, he wasn't a match for the Kali. However, Jet often excelled in seizing opportunities at critical moments. Outside the arena, the other 2 cultivators who had entered the semifinals watched Jet and the Kali's confrontation, feeling rather ashamed. Although they were confident in their own abilities, they knew they were no match for Jet and the Kali. Simply put, their strengths were on different levels altogether. If they were to confront either of their attacks, they would likely be instantly defeated. Thus, they realized that the champion of this competition would be decided between Jet and the Kali. Whoever triumphed in this duel would be crowned the winner. On the platform, Jet's gaze swept over the other 2 semi-finalists, aware that he and the Kali clearly outclassed them in terms of strength. Therefore, if he could defeat her now, he would essentially secure the championship. With this thought, Jet became determined to win the title. Without hesitation, he frantically channeled the spiritual energy within him. He didn't intend to use the flaming divine arrow, Ice God Slash, or Ice God Burst. His singular goal was to catch the right moment to unleash the 10,000-mile freeze. Meanwhile, seeing the intense circulation of spiritual energy within Jet without any immediate action, the Kali grew curious. However, maintaining high vigilance, she didn't rush into an attack but began to channel her own spiritual energy, preparing herself for an onslaught. Both parties gradually entered a state of preparation, momentarily pausing the competition in what seemed like suspended time. Yet, everyone knew this pause was temporary. Their current preparations would undoubtedly lead to even more devastating attacks during the ensuing clash. Anyone could see that, given the current state of Jet and the Kali, the next attack might decide the outcome of this match. Since you're not making a move, don't blame me for being impolite. Before long, the Kali felt that her accumulated power was nearly ready. Without hesitation, she raised the blue glove in her hand high into the air. Instantly, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy surged outward, spreading wildly. From any perspective, the spiritual fluctuations emanating from the Kali had reached an almost god-defying level. At this point, if someone claimed that the Kali had already broken through to the immortal transformation realm, it would be hard for anyone to disbelieve. Crushing Army Fist. In the next moment, with a roar from the Kali, she unleashed a devastating punch toward Jet. This single punch released all the terrifying energy accumulated within the blue glove, rushing at Jet in a fearsome manner. No matter how one looked at it, the intensity of the attack now wielded by the Kali had reached a level that ordinary cultivators could only dream of reaching. Ayu! As the fist intent shot out, it transformed instantly into a terrifying blue tiger, roaring as if it could devour everything, surging towards Jet. The power and might of this blue tiger were incomprehensibly terrifying. For a brief moment, Jet felt that any attack he could make now would be meaningless. In front of this terrifying tiger, he would undoubtedly be torn apart instantly. Of course, this feeling wasn't limited to Jet alone. Almost all the spectators believed that with this attack from the Kali, the match was practically over. Jet couldn't possibly withstand such an attack. Even a cultivator who had reached the immortal transformation realm would find it difficult to counter without using some means. The arena seemed to hold its breath, everyone anticipating the inevitable conclusion of the battle. The blue tiger, embodying the fury and power of the Kali's crushing army fist, bore down on Jet, leaving no room for error or hesitation. The tension was palpable, and the outcome seemed all but certain. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming odds, Jet's resolve remained unshaken. He knew he had to act, and act swiftly, if he was to turn the tide. Chapter 159, Strong Comeback. However, just when people thought it was impossible, a miracle happened. Crack, crack. Ice seals 10,000 miles. The phrase, "Iseals 10,000 miles," more naturally conveys the meaning in English, maintaining fluency and consistency in terminology. As the blue tiger, brimming with terrifying power, approached Jet, suddenly, an intense spiritual energy surge emanated from him. Waves of chilling blue spiritual energy spread outward, and the sound of rapid freezing echoed around. People watched as the once terrifying tiger froze instantly before reaching Jet. Ice spontaneously formed all around, freezing everything in a blink of an eye. The entire arena became frozen, and the space itself seemed to be locked in ice, spreading an overwhelming cold that chilled everyone to the bone. At this moment, Jet wasted no time. With Ice Seal 10,000 miles successfully cast, this was his best opportunity to turn the tide. He chose to cast it at this moment because he had identified a flaw in his opponent's attack and exploited it to unleash his full strength. The term, Ice Feng 10,000 miles, seems to be a mix of Chinese and English. The correct and consistent term used earlier is Ice Seal 10,000 miles, so I've adjusted it accordingly. This ensures that the terminology remains consistent throughout the translation. Since he had been gathering power all along and confined the effects of Ice Seal 10,000 miles within the arena, the resulting power was absolutely terrifying. Thus, the whole arena was completely frozen. Note, I've made slight adjustments for fluency and accuracy. Ice Feng 10,000 miles seems to be a mistranslation or mix-up, so I've used Ice Seal 10,000 miles as it fits better in English. Though the Amy's attack was formidable, it was still suppressed by Ice Feng 10,000 miles. In terms of sheer power, Ice Feng 10,000 miles might not match her Tiger Punch intent, but its control effect clearly dominated. Note, Ice Feng 10,000 miles seems to be a stylized name that includes Chinese characters. If this is meant to be fully translated, it should be Ice Seals 10,000 miles. I kept it as provided assuming it has specific context or significance in the story. For clarity and fluency, here's an adjusted version. Though the Amy's attack was formidable, it was still suppressed by Ice Seals 10,000 miles. In terms of sheer power, Ice Seals 10,000 miles might not match her Tiger Punch intent, but its control effect clearly dominated. Swish. Jet moved swiftly. In a flash, he leaped directly to the Amy. She, now immobilized by ice, tried to muster her spiritual energy to break free but found all efforts futile. The speed and completeness of Jet's freezing ability caught her completely off guard. Had she known earlier about this move, she might have prepared for it, but now there was nothing she could do. Jet had never used Ice Seal 10,000 miles in previous matches, which led to an unprecedented and overwhelmingly powerful burst of energy. Infinite Sword Array, unite. Boom. With no hesitation, Jet chanted and swung his hand, immediately summoning the Infinite Sword Array. 32 flying swords merged into 16, then into one gigantic golden sword under his control, which slammed towards the Amy with immense force. In the next moment, with a thunderous explosion, the Amy, still encased in ice, was hurled out of the arena. The world fell silent. Nobody could believe how the match turned out. Thud. She landed hard outside the arena, struggling but unable to get up. Her eyes were filled with shock. It was only due to the protective function of her gloves that she wasn't directly killed. Anyone else would surely have been eliminated by Jet strike. Witnessing the Amy being knocked out by Jet's sword, everyone was astounded. They hadn't anticipated such an outcome. Even if some thought Jet could win, they certainly didn't expect him to triumph like this. Most believed Jet was bound to lose when the Amy unleashed that earth-shattering punch. But who could have imagined the extent of Jet's explosive power? The arena froze instantly, displaying unimaginable terror. Rumble. Ironically, as the Amy was expelled from the arena and the ice started melting, her powerful Tiger Punch intent exploded mid-air. Whistling. Terror-inducing spiritual energy surged outward like tornadoes, threatening destruction everywhere. This single attack showcased unparalleled power, even making Jet's heart race. He truly hadn't anticipated the extent of its power. Had he not timely deployed Ice Seal 10,000 miles, Jet was certain he would be the one lying outside the arena now. The Amy's attack had reached a limit that he could not have endured. Therefore, while Jet felt he couldn't match her in pure strength, he recognized his superior opportunism and luck in grabbing the right moment to counterattack. Otherwise, the situation would have been different. Spectators marveled at the Tiger Punch intent's frightening power, acknowledging it as the most terrifying attack they'd seen in the competition. But the rules dictated that since the Amy was knocked out, Jet was the winner. Advancing to the finals first, this left the other semi-finalists feeling uneasy. His final chilling attack left an indelible impression on every spectator. Although it wasn't overwhelmingly powerful, its controlling effect was astonishing. Even the two remaining semi-finalists doubted their ability to withstand such a move if faced against Jet. The second semi-final match continued. After watching Jet and the Amy, the participants felt uncertain. Audiences, although somewhat impressed, found it less exciting after witnessing the previous match's intensity. Thus, when this match ended, people barely reacted. However, Jet, having followed the match closely, couldn't help but feel amused. The two combatants had similar strength levels, resulting in a fiercely contested match that drained them both thoroughly. If she fought him in this state, wasn't she courting death? In that moment, Jet felt that the championship was already his for the taking. The clash with the Amy had been the most spectacular of the new Disciple sparring competition at U Pavilion. Without much waiting, it was time for the finals of the U Pavilion's new Disciple sparring competition. However, enthusiasm was not high as everyone knew that the match between Jet and the Amy had essentially decided the champion of U Pavilion. The upcoming match was just a formality. Indeed, it turned out to be exactly that. When Jet's opponent stepped onto the stage, their spiritual energy hadn't fully recovered. How could they possibly stand a chance against Jet in such a condition? The match barely lasted a few rounds before Jet easily defeated his opponent. He didn't even need to use the boundless Infinity Sword Array. He simply relied on the power of the Ice Deity Sword to overwhelm his adversary. Upon defeating his opponent and winning the championship of U Pavilion's new Disciple sparring competition, Jet heard the familiar system notification. Ding, congratulations, host has completed the task, breaking through to heavenly defying 7th level. Ding, congratulations, host has triggered a new task. Win the championship in the Thousand Cloud Sect's new disciple sparring competition. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with 1 divine artifact forging stone. The system notifications made Jet feel a bit disoriented. This next task didn't involve another breakthrough in strength. Still, the reward was quite substantial. After all, a divine artifact forging stone held special significance for him at this stage. His current Ice Deity Sword had already reached the 9 trace divine quality. With another divine artifact forging stone, its quality would be enhanced to 10 traced. Once it reached 10 traced quality, Jet believed the Ice Deity Sword would see a significant boost in power. Jet believed that once the Ice Deity Sword reached 10 traced, it would exhibit a significant increase in power. Note, the term 10 traced is used here to maintain consistency and clarity in terminology, assuming 10-1 refers to a level of quality or enhancement in the context of the story. If he were to fight in this state, wouldn't that be courting death? Jet felt, in no time at all, that this championship was already his for the taking. The match with the Amy was probably the most thrilling contest on the Moon Pavilion side of the newcomer sparring competition. Not long after, it was time for the finals of the Moon Pavilion's newcomer sparring competition. For the championship match, the spectators' enthusiasm wasn't particularly high because everyone knew that when Jet faced off against the Amy previously, that had essentially been the battle for the Moon Pavilion's champion title. This next match was merely a formality. In reality, that was exactly the case. When Jet's opponent stepped onto the platform, their spirit energy hadn't fully recovered. How could they possibly stand a chance against Jet in such a state? During the match with Jet, after only a few rounds, the opponent was easily defeated by Jet. Jet didn't even need to use the Boundless Sword Array. He simply used the power of the Ice Deity Sword to crush his opponent. After defeating his opponent and securing the championship for the newcomer disciples sparring competition at the Moon Pavilion, Jet heard a familiar system notification in his ear. Ding, congratulations host for completing the task. Your strength has advanced to 7th level transcendent. Ding, congratulations host for triggering a new task. Win the championship in the Thousand Cloud Sect newcomer disciples sparring competition. Upon completion of the task, you will be rewarded with 1 divine artifact forging stone. The system notifications kept coming, and at this moment, Jet felt somewhat dazed, because the upcoming task did not involve another breakthrough in his strength. However, the reward for this task was indeed quite good. After all, it was a divine artifact forging stone, which held special significance for the current Jet. His current Ice Deity Sword was already at the 9th level divine artifact. With just 1 more divine artifact forging stone, the quality of the Ice Deity Sword could be upgraded to 10th level. At the 10th level, Jet believed the Ice Deity Sword would see a significant increase in its power. The structure and style have been preserved, ensuring coherence with the previous content. The translation remains natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. Chapter 160, the Martial Arts Competition of the 3 Pavilions. However, the mission was now completed. Jet's strength had advanced from level 6 of the Heaven-Defying Realm to level 7. Reaching level 7 of the Heaven-Defying Realm, Jet immediately felt a completely different sensation. Level 7 was considered one of the higher realms within the Heaven-Defying Realm. Hence, Jet felt that he could unleash extremely terrifying attacks with just a slight circulation of spiritual energy. This feeling made him enjoy it immensely. If he were to unleash his current combat state, Jet had no doubt that he could crush any ordinary peak Heaven-Defying Realm cultivators. Unless he faced an opponent like the Amy, Jet wouldn't feel any pressure at all. He did not worry too much about the upcoming mission because based on his understanding of Danilo Sect's 3 pavilions, the Moon Pavilion was currently the strongest. Since he had managed to secure the championship here, he believed he could easily win against cultivators from the other 2 pavilions. Phew! Jet exhaled deeply and looked up at the distant sky. The vast scene of drifting white clouds gave him a sense of peaceful serenity. At this moment, people came forward to present awards to the outstanding performers in the Moon Pavilion competition. As the champion, Jet received the most abundant rewards. Notably, second place went to the Amy who was defeated by Jet during the semifinals. In fact, the Amy had a significant chance of winning that match. She simply failed to seize the opportunity. Thankfully, rankings in the Moon Pavilion were based on performances. Despite her defeat in the semifinals, her performance clearly surpassed others. Below the stage, Tyson watched as Jet accepted his award, feeling profoundly astonished. Although he had realized Jet's prowess many times, seeing Jet become the champion still left him stunned. Tyson had witnessed Jet enter the Danilo Sect himself. But how much time had passed? Yet, Jet's strength had far exceeded his own. Jet had already reached a distant and unattainable realm for Tyson. This filled Tyson with a profound sense of defeat. His strength hadn't improved much over the years. He was still at level 5 of the Heaven-Defying Realm, while Jet had already broken through to level 7. During this competition, Jet's strength had advanced by 2 levels. Such rapid growth left Tyson utterly shocked. Time seemed to accelerate as Jet obtained the championship. Immediately after, the organizers informed him about the ongoing competition for the overall title against the other 2 pavilions. Jet knew that the Moon Pavilion had secured victories before each time, so he would naturally not disappoint the countless disciples this time around. Had he not been there, the Amy would have represented the Moon Pavilion this time. But losing to him, Jet thought it was good for her as well. Her failure would help her recognize her shortcomings and work harder in the future. Without encountering a worthy opponent, a person might fall into a blind state of self-satisfaction, which is definitely undesirable for a cultivator. I hope you can help us win another championship in tomorrow's competition. Gianna extended her hand as she was about to leave. Jet shook hands with Gianna, feeling the smoothness like jade, which brought him comfort. He nodded at her and said, "Rest assured, I won't let you down." Jet genuinely admired Gianna. He knew that she possessed a magical artifact even before reaching the immortal transformation realm, indicating deep family heritage. This suggested that her family background was strong and held a certain status within the Danilo Empire. In their previous matches, if he had made any mistake, he would have lost to Gianna. Moreover, Jet felt that Gianna was approaching a bottleneck in her cultivation and might break through to the immortal transformation realm soon. Once she achieved that breakthrough, with her abilities and that magical artifact, her power would be incredibly formidable. Time seemed to pass quickly, and the next day arrived swiftly. Jet headed to the competition venue as agreed upon. The venue, located at the intersection of the three pavilions, was a purple bamboo forest. When Jet arrived, the place was already crowded with spectators eagerly awaiting the performance of the champions from the young generation of Danilo sect. Each pavilion's disciples were confident in their champion this time, unlike previous years where the Moon Pavilion often emerged victorious. But this year was different. Both the Sun and Star Pavilion disciples felt they had produced geniuses and were confident in their chances for the championship. Seeing that the Moon Pavilion sent only a disciple at level 7 of the heaven-defying realm, some ignorant people began mocking loudly. Is the Moon Pavilion out of talent? Sending a mere level 7 kid? Do you mean to tell us that this level 7 kid is your champion? Your Moon Pavilion is truly weak. Ha 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 ha, looks like every dog has its day. If the Moon Pavilion is so weak, we of the Sun and Star Pavilions will not hold back. This championship must belong to our Sun Pavilion. Though confident in their representatives, none of the disciples from the other pavilions bothered retorting to the insults directed at the Moon Pavilion. They were very aware of Jet's strength and anticipated his actions in the coming competition. If Jet could indeed emerge victorious, it would undoubtedly silence all these naysayers. Soon, the competition was about to begin. Representatives from all three pavilions gathered at the starting point of the purple bamboo forest. According to the rules, the three would simultaneously race towards the endpoint. Whoever reached the finish line first would be crowned the champion. Undoubtedly, such a competition would allow all three participants to showcase their skills to the fullest. To hinder each other, they would push their capabilities to the extreme, making it the most thrilling spectacle. Before the start, representatives from the other two pavilions sneered when they saw Jet was only at level 7 of the heaven-defying realm. Although they did not know how Jet managed to secure the championship of the Moon Pavilion this time, it was all insignificant. They believed that as long as they maximize their potential, they would definitely win the championship. The competition begins. Suddenly, with the announcement from the referee, none of the three competitors hesitated. They immediately sped off toward the distance. It's worth noting that at this moment, the heavenly earth energy within their bodies was furiously circulating, transforming them into what seemed like the most formidable beings in the world. The three of them simultaneously turned into lightning bolts, racing towards the distance. In just a blink, they had covered an enormous distance. However, before they could proceed further, the Sun Pavilion disciple in the red robe took the initiative. Heya! A low shout echoed, and the Kendrick brandished a red long sword that appeared out of nowhere. Following this, he swung the sword fiercely, causing several terrifying flame-infused spirit energy swords to appear and hurtle towards Jet and the Star Pavilion's purple robe disciple. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. These flaming spirit energy swords weren't incredibly powerful, but when unleashed with full force, they still created significant interference. The peak heaven-defying realm red robe disciple did not pause. He immediately accelerated, trying to gain an advantage through this move. Was this even possible? Not to mention that these were top-tier cultivators here. Even ordinary level 10 heaven-defying realm cultivators could easily counter such attacks. So, when Jet saw these flaming swords rushing towards him, he didn't even glance at them. He simply waved his ice deity sword, and countless blue spirit energy arrows formed around his body one after another. Please note that I have maintained the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring a natural and fluent translation. Chapter 161. Strife of Wind, Fire, and Ice. As these spirit arrows appeared, Jet controlled them to fiercely shoot toward those flaming long knives and the other two disciples. It must be said that these spirit arrows weren't too formidable when not fully unleashed. But once they erupted, their might became exceedingly terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. A series of frightening spirit explosion sounds echoed. Those spirit long knives collided with Jet's spirit arrows and were almost instantly shattered. The Clyde was now being attacked by both the flaming long knives and the spirit arrows, looking quite disheveled for a moment. However, as Jet erupted, the speed of the Kendrick also decreased. Generally speaking, all three were still advancing at roughly the same pace. Ice Deity Slash. Seeing that the power of the Ice Deity arrow had mostly been expended, Jet mobilized boundless, terrifying spirit energy within his body and swung the Ice Deity sword in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, two Ice Deity slashes erupted, dashing towards the Kendrick and the Clyde in a horrifying manner. This Ice Deity slash looked like an unremarkable sword in tint, but the heavenly power it contained reached a terrifying level. After sensing the might of this Ice Deity slash, countless onlookers widened their eyes. They saw that although Jet was merely a 7th-layer heaven-defying cultivator, the attack strength he displayed seemed incomparable even to the peak of the heaven-defying realm. The Kendrick's smile froze in an instant because, as soon as his long knife clashed with Jet's sword in tint, he felt as if his own attack met the most terrifying attack in the world, a mountain that could not be shaken, against which he couldn't advance an inch. And the Clyde wasn't faring much better. Often, he saw the situation clearly, and the reason he hadn't used any techniques up until now was to conceal his cultivation and prepare for a critical turn of events. But now, with Jet's Ice Deity slash carrying terrifying might rushing towards him, the Clyde could no longer hide. He let out an angry roar, and with a flick of his wrist, he held a purple fan. Followed by countless terrifying spirit energies injected into this purple fan, he swung it vigorously, conjuring a terrifying spirit hurricane that clashed head-on with Jet's Ice Deity slash. Boom! In an instant, the hurricane collided with the terrifying sword in tint, and countless heavenly spirit energies wildly spread around, creating a terrifying and unbelievable sensation. All the cultivators felt their hearts racing. Who would have thought that such an unremarkable sword in tint could unleash such terrifying might? At this moment, taking advantage of the burst of power from the Ice Deity slash, Jet surged forward, reaching the first position and continuing toward the end of the purple bamboo grove. Does the boy think this is enough to win? However, neither the red-robed nor the Clyde would let Jet easily triumph. The Kendrick let out a roar and lightly slapped his chest, then spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood landed on his long knife, causing it to emit dazzling spirit light. Following this, the Kendrick viciously swung, unleashing a horrifying spirit long knife charging toward Jet in a sweeping manner. This terrible long knife was completely wrapped in flames, giving off a feeling as though it could shatter mountains and rivers. That moment of terror was somewhat similar to Jet's flame deity arrow. Feeling the might of the opponent's attack, Jet was momentarily surprised. But his hands did not hesitate. As the other side was exerting spirit energy, so did he. He immediately performed the flame deity arrow. Flame deity arrow, manifest. Following Jet's low cry, countless terrifying spirit arrows continuously erupted, quickly converging into one gigantic flame deity arrow at a terrifying speed. Whoosh! Then, Jet flicked his hand, sending the terrifying flame deity arrow charging fiercely at the flaming long knife in a heaven-defying manner. Rumble! The next moment, these two powerful attacks collided, accompanied by a thunderous boom, spreading countless terrifying spirit energies widely around. All the cultivators who sensed the might within these attacks couldn't help but widen their eyes, filled with awe. Especially those who had initially mocked Jet. They shut their mouths now, faces pale and hard to look at. They couldn't believe that a 7th-layer heaven-defying cultivator could actually wield such power. In the spectator stands, Alicia watched Jet quietly, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed as if trying to see through him. When Jet used the flame deity arrow, Alicia recalled her previous clash with Jet's flame deity arrow, where her attack had been more terrifying. Yet now, she felt that Jet's flame deity arrow had significantly improved since their battle. This sense of surprise led her to realize how rapidly Jet's power had grown upon breaking through to the 7th-layer heaven-defying realm. She understood that an increased realm meant enhanced skill power, which wasn't too difficult to understand. What she was curious about was Jet's background, and why his cultivation realm progressed so swiftly. That day, Alicia had thoroughly investigated Jet, and found out he was merely a newcomer to Thousand Cloud Sect, making her marvel at his potential. Thus, she felt incredibly curious about Jet, wanting to uncover his secrets. No, this cannot be. Speaking of the Kendrick from the Sun Pavilion, after his full-powered attack collided with Jet's flame deity arrow, he was shocked to see that his flaming long knife failed to withstand Jet's might, shattering visibly. This realization hit him hard. Horrified by what he saw, he found it hard to continue moving forward. Creak creak. Puff. With his flaming long knife completely shattered, the red-robed disciple felt the overwhelming backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood, being violently sent flying backward. With this, the Sun Pavilion's contestant was the first to fall, leaving the rest of the pavilion's disciples in disbelief. They all believed their champion could win this time due to his versatile and tyrannical flaming long knife, whose every attack was fearsome. No one expected that this seemingly strongest contestant would lose the fastest. Now, only Jet and the Clyde remained on the competition field. This Clyde was indeed very clever. He had already seen through Jet's strength, and thus had no intention of clashing head-on with him. Instead, he continuously circulated the boundless terrifying spirit energy within his body, channeling it into the purple fan in his hand. Now, the Clyde thought that since he couldn't defeat Jet in direct combat, he could use other tactics through his weapon to interfere with Jet. After all, this competition wasn't about one-on-one combat. Whoever reached the finish line first would win. Moreover, his attack methods were actually very adept at controlling the battlefield, so he was quite confident in himself. As time passed, boundless spirit energy from his body poured into the fan. Suddenly, he fiercely swung the fan. Wild tornado. In the next moment, Jet was astonished to see that as the Clyde swung his fan, an incredibly terrifying tornado immediately appeared. This tornado emitted rings of purple spirit light, and the moment it appeared, it gave off a fearsome sensation as if it could devour everything in the world. The tornado, without any pause, rushed towards Jet in a wild manner. The terrifying pulling force made Jet feel as if he could be swallowed into the tornado at any moment. This feeling was extremely terrifying and exaggerated, but his reaction speed was also swift. As soon as the other party unleashed the terrifying tornado, Jet let out a low cry and then deployed the Boundless Universe Sword Formation. Boundless Universe Sword Formation, manifest. 32 flying swords immediately appeared. Under Jet's control, these 32 flying swords quickly merged 2 by 2, transforming into 16 flying swords in an instant. Then, Jet let out another low cry, and the 16 flying swords combined into one extremely terrifying golden giant sword. Chapter 162, Descent of a Heavenly Deity. Shatter it for me. At this moment, Jet roared as a terrifying golden giant sword surged forth with the power to rend the heavens and struck fiercely against the Clyde cyclone. Boom! When the golden giant sword collided with the cyclone, an ear-shattering spiritual energy blast echoed out. Countless strands of terrifying natural spiritual energy expanded outward from the point of collision like the clash of two monstrous forces. With this terrifying collision, intense spiritual fluctuations continued spreading outward. Waves of formidable spiritual energy shock rippled outward continuously, the energy within the golden giant sword and the cyclone battling fiercely, significantly impacting both Jet's and the Clyde's progress. From their current positions, Jet and the Clyde were less than a third of the distance away from the target. In normal circumstances, such a distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. Thus, regardless of any perspective, this was the best time for both Jet and the Clyde to advance. Regardless of how terrifying the spiritual energy shockwaves generated by the collision between the limitless sword formation and the cyclone were, whoever seized the opportunity first to advance further would win. Hurricane, unleashed. At this moment, noticing that Jet's speed was faster than his, the Clyde didn't hesitate but instead shouted and infused countless strands of horrifying spiritual energy into the fan in his hand. As the spiritual energy was infused, his fan emitted dazzling light, followed by him forcefully waving it, causing a series of terrifying spiritual energy ripples to erupt, then a formidable purple hurricane suddenly appeared. The purple hurricane emerged, pulling directly towards Jet with a terrifying posture, seemingly ready to engulf him. At this moment, all cultivators felt incredibly astonished because, no matter how one looked at it, the power released by this purple hurricane was extremely formidable, especially after the earlier raging cyclone, putting Jet in grave danger. If Jet was affected by this hurricane, he would likely lose the championship. Haha, although I don't know how this boy achieved his 7th rank reverse heaven cultivation level, this time he's definitely going to lose. Yes, with the cyclone and hurricane now, Star Pavilion's win techniques are almost fully utilized. I don't think this guy has a chance of escaping. Let's see how the Moon Pavilion boy will fail. At this moment, the disciples of Star Pavilion and Sun Pavilion started ridiculing again, especially those from Star Pavilion who felt they had already secured the championship victory, their words completely unrestrained. However, just as everyone thought Jet was about to lose, an abrupt change occurred. Ice seal for miles. Crack, crack. Accompanied by Jet's low shout, Jet wielded the ice deity sword fiercely, instantly sending waves of chilling coldness expanding and sweeping through everything within sight, freezing everything solid. The cracking sounds of freezing continued until, in a mere blink, the originally terrifying cyclone and hurricane from the purple-robed disciple were frozen into ice sculptures. Even though these two hurricanes possessed formidable spiritual power, they were helpless before absolute cold. The purple-robed disciple was no exception. With Jet's full exertion and relentless bursts of spiritual energy, in the blink of an eye, he too was completely encased in ice. Jet laughed lightly, with no pause, speeding straight towards the end of the bamboo forest. With the purple-robed disciple frozen, the world fell silent. Had a needle dropped, it surely would have been heard. All eyes were wide open, watching Jet rush to the end of the purple bamboo forest at lightning speed. Sun Pavilion and Star Pavilion cultivators were stunned. None had witnessed such formidable prowess. During Jet's previous move, they felt as if Jet transformed into the deity of ice, the icy attribute under his control displaying fearsome power. Compared to other sex disciples, the Moon Pavilion cultivators were somewhat better prepared since they had seen Jet use Ice Seal for miles before. Yet, even so, when they saw it again, it still left them feeling a profound sense of awe. Ice Seal for miles was truly a spell that could shake one's soul. With Jet reaching the end of the bamboo forest, it signified his ultimate victory in the competition. A system notification sounded in his ears, giving Jet immense satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. Reward, 1 Divine Artifact Forging Stone, which can elevate the quality of the 9-Trace Divine Artifact Ice Deity Sword to 10 Traced. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a new task. Form a team with Alicia to explore the 1000 Mechanisms Pavilion secret. Completing this will elevate your strength to 8th rank Reverse Heaven. Listening to the notifications, Jet momentarily felt dazed, for upon receiving this Divine Artifact Forging Stone, he could finally upgrade the Ice Deity Sword to 10 Traced. Jet had long hoped to elevate the Ice Deity Sword's quality to 10 Traced. Now he could achieve this transformation, and he couldn't help feeling excited. After the Ice Deity Sword reaches 10 Traced quality, what kind of power boost will it get? Apart from anticipation for the Ice Deity Sword's quality improvement, Jet also felt curious about the next task. Why did the system ask him to form an exploration team with Alicia? What secrets did the 1000 Mechanisms Pavilion hold? Many doubts arose in Jet's heart, yet he found no specific information on the 1000 Mechanisms Pavilion on the system's mission page. Jet guessed he'd only learn more specifics once he and Alicia arrived at their destination. Shaking his head, Jet focused on his immediate success, having secured the championship of the 3 pavilions competition. He had become a focal point among many cultivators. Senior Brother Jet is magnificent. Senior Brother Jet descended like a heavenly deity. Moon Pavilion disciples cheered happily. After all, representing Moon Pavilion, Jet had not only won the championship but done so with such overpowering dominance over Sun Pavilion and Star Pavilion. This outcome exceeded everyone's initial expectations. Thus, Jet undeniably became the idol in the hearts of these disciples. Murmurs spread about how Jet's displayed strength grew increasingly terrifying. Alicia, dressed in a blue gown, watched Jet from afar, her beautiful eyes slightly curved, a smile on her lips. Jet had finally lived up to her expectations and won the championship of this competition. If Jet had lost, she would have surely given him a good lesson. Previously, Jet defeated him to win the champion title of the Moon Pavilion's new disciple competition and competed as the Moon Pavilion champion. If Jet hadn't won this time, it's easy to imagine how angry she would have been. Fortunately, Jet's performance was quite outstanding, and he didn't disappoint everyone by securing the championship. Looking at the enthusiastic disciples, Jet couldn't help but smile. With a flicker, he appeared beside Tyson. Tyson, visibly moved, said, "Junior Brother Jet, you are truly terrifying. Although I've been amazed by you more than once, it's true that every time I watch your battles, they always bring new shock." Shaking his head, Jet responded indifferently, "Given the speed of my strength improvement, it would be strange if I couldn't do this." Listening to Jet's words, Tyson looked him up and down several times. In his eyes, Jet had undeniably become a complete monster. His breakthrough speed and the means he could employ were far beyond Tyson's reach. Just as Tyson wanted to say something, a figure in a blue dress approached Jet. Mo Ronging smiled at Jet and extended her hand, saying, "Very good. You indeed kept your word. This time, I didn't misjudge you. It seems losing to you isn't anything shameful. Let's introduce ourselves. I'm Mo Ronging." Jet was momentarily stunned, not expecting Mo Ronging to take the initiative to come over and interact with him. But recalling the serious look on her face when she entrusted him with the task after the Moon Pavilion competition ended, he couldn't help but smile and shake hands with her. With a kind smile, Jet replied, "I'm Jet. I believe you already know. Junior sister Morong's performance in the previous competition left a deep impression on me. It's also fortunate for me to be able to connect with you." Jet finally lived up to her expectations and secured the championship in this competition. If Jet had lost, she would have certainly given him a thorough scolding. Previously, Jet had defeated her to win the championship of the Moon Pavilion's new disciple competition. As the champion representative of the Moon Pavilion, if Jet had failed to win, it's easy to imagine how angry she would have been. Fortunately, Jet's performance was commendable, and he ultimately met everyone's expectations by winning the championship. Looking at the enthusiastic disciples, Jet couldn't help but smile. With a swift movement, he appeared beside Tyson. Tyson said excitedly, "Junior brother Jet, you're truly terrifying. Although I've been astonished by you more than once, every time I watch your battles, it really brings a new level of shock." Jet shook his head, indifferent, and replied, "Given the speed at which my strength is improving, it would be strange if I didn't achieve this." Listening to Jet's words, Tyson examined him up and down several times. In his eyes, Jet had undoubtedly transformed into a complete monster. Whether it was his breakthrough speed or the means he could employ, they had all reached a level that he could only look up to. Just as Tyson was about to say something else, a figure in a blue dress walked over and stood before Jet. Moronging smiled and extended her hand, saying, "Very good. You indeed kept your word. This time, I didn't misjudge you. It seems losing to you isn't shameful at all. Let's get acquainted. My name is Moronging." Jet was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Moronging to come forward to initiate an acquaintance. But recalling the serious expression on Morongying's face when she entrusted him with a task after the Moon Pavilion competition, he couldn't help but smile and shake her hand. Jet smiled kindly and said, "I'm Jet. I believe you already know. Your performance during the previous competition left a deep impression on me as well. Being able to connect with you is also quite fortunate." Chapter 163, Alicia. Alicia giggled, covering her mouth, and said in her clear and melodious voice, "Brother Yi speaks too highly. My earlier performance cannot compare to Brother Ye's at all. However, Brother Yi is right. It truly is an honor for this junior sister to associate with you." At this point, Alicia's face showed a thoughtful expression. She paused briefly before continuing. "In fact, there's something else I've been wanting to discuss with senior brother. Have you heard of the Chenji Pavilion?" Upon hearing these three words, Jet raised his eyebrows since it was precisely the target of his next mission, the Chenji Pavilion. The details of his next mission were to team up with Alicia and explore the secrets of the Chenji Pavilion. Although he didn't know what exactly lay within the Chenji Pavilion, now that Alicia had brought it up herself, it was clear she had some thoughts. Jet glanced around him and then spoke softly, "Sister Morong, there are too many people here. Let's find a quieter place to talk." Alicia had already intended to do so. She nodded at Jet and led the way, flying off into the distance with him. Since they had won the competition, Jet had no reason to stay any longer. Meanwhile, the Moon Pavilion cultivators were immersed in celebrating their victory as the champions of the three pavilion martial arts meet. As they left the bamboo grove, Tyson observed the joyful faces of the Moon Pavilion disciples and couldn't help but feel profound admiration for Jet. When Jet first joined the sect, he seemed moderately impressive, not especially strong compared to others. Yet in just a short time, he had grown incredibly powerful. Time passes quickly, and many things change before one can even react. Jet followed Alicia through swift flight, eventually reaching a secluded little pavilion. Inside, Alicia began, "Chenji Pavilion, I believe Brother Jet also knows, is a treasure vault of the Moon Pavilion. According to legend, it has a total of 36 floors, and the rarer the treasures become on each higher level. It could be said that it houses all the treasures of the entire Moon Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Jet understood the significance of the Chenji Pavilion. Previously, the system tasks did not provide detailed information about the Chenji Pavilion, and only now did he realize that it was indeed a treasury. He nodded gently and continued, "I understand. You're suggesting we explore the treasures together?" Alicia's personality was quite straightforward. Dressed in a blue dress, she seemed like a very forthright man as she replied, "Exactly, Brother Jet. Although Chenji Pavilion holds numerous treasures, each floor has terrifying restrictions. To obtain the treasures, one must figure out how to break these restrictions. Additionally, there's a rule that only pairs of cultivators can enter to retrieve the treasures." Jet was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Alicia to say this. Initially, he thought she wanted his help exploring the Chenji Pavilion because she felt she couldn't do it alone. But now it seemed the situation was different. There was a rule requiring pairs. Inviting him thus made sense. Although he didn't understand why such rules existed, given the current circumstances, they had to abide by them. Considering their similar levels, partnering with Alicia for the exploration was perfect. Understanding this, Jet nodded gently and said, "I see. If Sister Morong has the desire to explore the treasures of Chenji Pavilion, as your senior brother, it's only natural for me to assist." Of course, though outwardly agreeable, Jet's real intention was to complete the mission. Indeed, after learning about the Chenji Pavilion from Alicia, the details of the mission panel were updated. Scanning through it, Jet felt a slight tremor. This mission required him and Alicia to reach the 11th floor of the Chenji Pavilion. This was no easy feat. While the Chenji Pavilion had 36 floors, not everyone could enter. Even cultivators at the peak of their power had no chance of entering. Thus, while the early floors might be manageable, the later floors would present extreme challenges, testing their abilities. Good. Since time is pressing, let's depart immediately. Alicia, known for her impatient nature, was ready to act now that Jet agreed to cooperate. Jet, understanding the urgency, quickly followed Alicia, moving swiftly towards the Chenji Pavilion. The Chenji Pavilion held an important position in the Moon Pavilion. Though it housed treasures, its defenses were strict, with most cultivators ineligible to enter. However, both Jet and Alicia had excelled in the young disciples' duel, granting them access. Arriving at the destination, facing the grand structure, Jet felt an overwhelming presence. Is this the Chenji Pavilion? Before him stood an imposing tower, seemingly endless. The architecture was vast and awe-inspiring. Even from a distance, the power exuding from the Chenji Pavilion was evident, hinting at the countless treasures within. Jet and Alicia exchanged glances, both feeling a mix of excitement and tension. It was their first visit to the Chenji Pavilion. Alicia's motivation was to train intensively as she approached the immortal transformation realm. Intense battles would accelerate her growth. For Jet, accompanying Alicia was driven by the system task. To Alicia, however, it wasn't strange that Jet agreed. After all, with his exceptional performance in the competition, seizing the opportunity for treasure hunting with her was natural. Thus, after greeting the guards of the Qianji Pavilion, the two of them directly entered the first floor of the Qianji Pavilion. This is my first time coming to the Qianji Pavilion. We have to fight our way up floor by floor. It's quite troublesome. Alicia thought back to what the guard had said upon entering and felt somewhat irritated. Jet didn't mind much and smiled as he said, "Isn't this a good thing? For you, Sister Morong, who wishes to break through, intense battles are the most suitable for you. The more battles you engage in, the greater the harvest will be. Starting from the first floor isn't a bad thing at all." Pausing slightly, Jet continued, "Moreover, there are many treasures within the Qianji Pavilion. As long as we can pass each floor's restriction, we'll gain the right to choose one treasure. Fighting our way up here is indeed a rare opportunity to enhance our strength." Jet's words comforted Alicia greatly. At this moment, she had no intention of retreating. With a low cry, countless terrifying spiritual energies began circulating within her body, enveloping her entirely in blue spiritual light. In the next instant, with a flash, Alicia activated the restriction switch on the first floor of the Qianji Pavilion. Crackling. As soon as the switch was activated, terrifying spiritual energy surged, and then a puppet radiating frightening blue spiritual light appeared out of thin air. Jet squinted his eyes, his senses expanding. He could clearly perceive that this puppet's strength wasn't weak at all. It had already reached the 8th layer of reverse heaven. This was just the first floor of the Qianji Pavilion, yet the puppet's strength was so formidable, one could only imagine how terrifying the restrictions on the other 35 floors would be. However, since they were here to seize treasures, neither Jet nor Alicia hesitated. Go! Alicia moved swiftly. In an instant, she dashed forward like a bolt of terrifying lightning. Chapter 164. The Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion. She instantly rushed out, and countless spiritual energies swirled into Alicia's hands. Then, with a fierce punch thrown forward, this punch came swiftly and was charged with all of Alicia's strength. The power unleashed in that moment became indescribable, simply terrifying to the extreme. Boom! Immediately following, Alicia's punch landed fiercely on the puppet. With a resounding boom, this punch seemed to shatter a mountain peak. Terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy spread outwards, causing the puppet to disintegrate directly. Spiritual fragments scattered around, and even Jet, who had clashed with Alicia before, found her attack power terrifying. He secretly resolved that he must never be enemies with such a woman. If they met on the battlefield, a single accidental hit from her might end his life. Alright, let's choose treasures. Alicia, now triumphant after defeating the puppet, spoke with enthusiasm. Jet observed her, finding that she looked like a young girl on an outing, her eyes shining brightly. Where was the appearance of an expert? For a moment, he was somewhat stunned. Based on his guess, since Alicia possessed an immortal artifact, the family background behind her must be quite substantial. Note: I replaced Shan-Chi with immortal artifact to maintain consistency and ensure the term is understandable in English. Would a genius from such a large family also covet treasures on the first floor of the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion? It was known that the higher up in the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion one went, the more precious the treasures became. On the first floor, the rarest treasure was merely a 7-pattern divine weapon. Thus, purely judging by the quality of these treasures, neither he nor Alicia would really care for them. At this moment, Alicia's excitement was surprising to Jet, but after some thought, he understood. In fact, Alicia and he were similarly newcomers to Danilo sect. So, Alicia was just a young girl who left her family for adventure. To her, the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion was like a thrilling adventure zone, which made her excited after defeating an opponent. Not because the treasures here were valuable, but due to the feeling of growth through exploration. After a brief tour of the first floor, both selected a treasure at random, then activated the switch to proceed to the next level. The mechanism hummed, and a beam of spiritual light appeared at the center of the first floor restriction. Jet and Alicia exchanged glances, then without hesitation, stepped into the beam. Immediately, it lit up brilliantly, transporting them to the second floor of the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion. Conditions on the second floor were similar to the first. Once the restriction was triggered, puppets emerged with 8th stage celestial power. However, careful observation revealed that the puppets on the second floor were slightly stronger than those on the first, yet they too were easily destroyed by Alicia's powerful fist. Beating the puppet meant choosing more treasures. This pattern continued until the 7th floor. Upon reaching the 7th floor, the puppets reached the 10th stage celestial power pinnacle, unleashing frightening strength. Huh! Alicia shouted, speeding towards the puppet. Despite her fast speed, the puppet was faster. As Alicia attacked, the puppet emitted strange sounds, its body glowing with terrifying spiritual energy. It then punched back at her. Come on! Excitement filled Alicia's eyes. Stronger opponents fueled her drive. Boom! A loud shout followed as Alicia concentrated countless spiritual energies into her arm and delivered a devastating punch. Although not shattered instantly, the puppet faced severe internal damage from Alicia's punch, risking imminent disintegration. Watching quietly nearby, Jet noted that Alicia's displayed power exceeded his expectations. Each time she attacked, her internal spiritual strength increased noticeably. Originally, Alicia was close to transcending to the immortal transformation realm, and her constant improvement made Jet estimate she might transform before completing the mission. On the 7th and 8th floors, they defeated the puppets relatively easily. Soon, Jet and Alicia arrived at the 9th floor. Upon triggering the restriction, both tensed, knowing the coming puppets would have reached the immortal transformation realm. Creak! As expected, numerous spiritual energies gathered into a terrifying red light-emitting puppet. Both felt intensely shocked as the puppet clearly had reached the immortal transformation realm. Facing this reality was different from mere speculation. Neither had truly fought against an opponent of this caliber. Encountering this fearsome puppet caused both some emotional fluctuation. Not easy to handle, we need to cooperate. Even before the battle began, vigilance heightened. Having teamed up for this journey into the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion, they would not give up easily unless absolutely necessary. Okay, I'll go first. Huh. Alicia shouted again, charging at the puppet without pause. In a flash, she appeared before it and threw a fierce punch. Unlike previous punches, this one was fully powered, elevating the attack to unprecedented levels. Whistling wind. Even before hitting, the terrifying power sent bone-chilling whistles, showcasing immense force. If other cultivators witnessed Alicia's current strength, they would undoubtedly be speechless in awe. However, at this moment, facing Alicia's terrifying attack, the puppet did not retreat. It emitted a series of creaking sounds and launched a fierce punch. Boom. In the next moment, Alicia's fist collided with the puppet's. This time, she couldn't send her opponent flying directly. Instead, the terrifying force from the puppet's punch invaded Alicia's body, making her feel dizzy. Alicia was pushed back by the puppet's punch, and this scene left Jet in awe. Ice God Slash. But without hesitation or pause, Jet immediately unleashed his inner spiritual energy, transforming into a terrifying meteor that reached the puppet in an instant. He then fiercely swung the Ice God Sword. Boom. Instantly, as Jet unleashed his power, a terrifying sword intent surged forth, piercing through everything as it rushed toward the puppet. This Ice God Slash was undoubtedly executed with all of Jet's might, unleashing an incredibly formidable power. Jet's cultivation had already broken through to the 7th stage of defying heaven, and when he went all out, the sword intent seemed capable of piercing anything. However, just as Jet's sword intent was about to strike the puppet's countless spiritual energies rapidly circulated and formed a black, spiritual shield right in front of it. Rumble. Jet's sword intent, carrying its formidable spiritual energy, struck the spiritual shield, resulting in a deafening boom. The terrifying power then spread wildly in all directions. Such formidable defense? Without a doubt, when Jet's sword intent collided with the puppet's shield, for a moment, it felt like he had encountered an immovable, terrifying mountain. Chapter 165, Level 10. This feeling was the first time Jet had experienced it since breaking through to the heaven-defying realm. However, he soon became reconciled to this. After all, he was merely at the 7th level of the heaven-defying realm now, while this puppet's strength had reached the 1st level of the transcendent immortal realm. The transcendent immortal realm and the heaven-defying realm inherently had a vast gap between them. The barrier between realms naturally brought about a significant difference in strength. From this perspective, his inability to shake this puppet was not an unusual occurrence. Of course, if a single ice deity / could defeat this spirit chi puppet, Jet would instead doubt the puppet's strength. Not far away, when Alicia saw that Jet's sword intent was easily blocked by the puppet, her eyes revealed an unusual look, but her movements did not cease. Then, with Alicia letting out a sharp cry, terrifying blue spirit chi light burst out from around her body. What is this? Seeing this, Jet understood clearly. Alicia was about to unleash a finishing move. The terrifying fist intent she released during their previous competition still left a deep impression on him. Breaking Army Fist. Just as Jet had predicted, after building up momentum, Alicia gripped an immortal-grade magical tool in her hand and ruthlessly unleashed her terrifying Breaking Army Fist. Aohu. Following Alicia's punch, this fist seemed to have gathered the terrifying spiritual energy of the entire world, transforming into a fearsome white tiger at the moment of impact. This spiritual energy white tiger let out an angry roar towards the sky, causing countless terrifying heavenly and earthly spiritual energies to tremble continuously. Then, the white tiger, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth, fiercely rushed towards the spirit puppet. Since this spirit puppet lacked life, it also didn't know how to retreat. Despite Alicia's Breaking Army Fist approaching with its terrible power, this spirit puppet did not withdraw but crazily channeled spiritual energy, charging directly towards the terrifying white tiger. It seemed that the spirit puppet was about to be swallowed by this sword intent, transformed white tiger. But just as both were about to collide, terrifying spiritual energy ripples emanated from the puppet and formed a much larger shield in front of it than the previous. Is it using that move again? Seeing this, Jet couldn't help but be slightly surprised because the defensive move this spirit puppet was now deploying was the same as the one it used previously to block his ice deity slash. Only its defense appeared stronger this time. But, your puppet's defense might withstand my ice deity slash, but if you think you can block Sister Morong's fist intent with this move, you're underestimating her. Even though the spirit puppet maximized its defense at this point, Jet wasn't worried at all because he knew the power of Alicia's Breaking Army Fist. During the previous match, when faced with this Breaking Army Fist, Jet felt like once locked on, there was no escape. In fact, back then, if he hadn't used Ice Seal for miles, he would have been knocked off the stage without a doubt. However, despite Jet and Alicia being confident about this Breaking Army Fist, when the Breaking Army Fist collided with the black spiritual energy shield deployed by the spirit puppet, what happened next left both of them stunned. Hush! Suddenly, a terrifying devouring force emerged from within that spiritual energy shield when the terrifying white tiger, created by the Breaking Army Fist, collided with the puppet's shield. Jet and Alicia distinctly felt that the terrifying power carried by the Breaking Army Fist was visibly being devoured by the shield. This was the first time either of them encountered such a phenomenon, leaving them momentarily shocked. Could it be that this spirit shield really can completely devour the power of the Breaking Army Fist? Watching the spiritual energy power carried by the Breaking Army Fist gradually being consumed by the shield, Jet and Alicia exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Boom. But that spirit shield couldn't sustain for long, and suddenly emitted a loud boom. Immediately after, the black spiritual energy shield completely exploded. At this point, Jet and Alicia understood that it must have been because the power of the Breaking Army Fist was too terrifying for the shield to devour, leading it to explode under the overwhelming pressure. When the shield exploded, its devastating force immediately spread outwards. Naturally, it dragged along the explosion of the sword intent that composed the Breaking Army Fist, merging into a double explosion of shock waves which reached an extremely astonishing degree. Although the spirit puppet managed to block the attack of the breaking army fist using the spirit shield, it couldn't withstand the explosion that followed and was directly blasted away by the terrifying spiritual energy shock wave. Great opportunity. At this moment, Jet, who had been closely watching the battle, naturally wasted no time or hesitation. He let out a low shout, activated his spirit chi within, and swiftly covered enormous distances in a blink, arriving in front of the spirit puppet. Immediately after, Jet raised his hand, unleashing the boundless ultimate sword formation. 32 flying swords, under Jet's control, instantly merged into 16, then combined into one golden gigantic sword. Boundless ultimate break. At this moment, Jet directed unimaginable spirit chi into the massive sword in his hands, delivering a fierce blow down onto the puppet. The boundless ultimate sword formation differed from the ice deity sword. While the ice deity sword always performed well under any circumstances, the boundless ultimate sword formation excelled specifically in breaking defenses. Perhaps overall combat effectiveness made the boundless ultimate sword formation inferior to the ice deity sword, but when it came to breaking through defenses, it was unparalleled. If it weren't considered the best, then nothing else in the world could claim first place. And although they hadn't fought for long, Jet was sure that the spirit puppet inside this 1,000 mechanisms pavilion had an exceptionally formidable defense. Since the ice deity sword hadn't achieved any results previously, using the boundless ultimate sword formation at this moment would surely make a difference. With this thought, Jet maximized the power of the boundless ultimate sword formation in his hands. Boom! Still recovering from the shock of the earlier explosion, the spirit puppet was unable to dodge this sudden attack. Jet's speed was so frightening that the boundless ultimate gigantic sword, carrying terrifying celestial power, struck the spirit puppet with immense force. Crack! Crack! As the golden colossal sword descended, the sound of spiritual energy disintegrating echoed. From a distance, Alicia could clearly see that Jet's single strike began to dismantle the originally terrifying transcendent immortal realm spirit puppet visibly and rapidly. Witnessing this scene, Alicia couldn't help but feel profound admiration for Jet. Though this wasn't the first time she witnessed Jet's abilities, the eruption of his combat power still left an indelible impression. Brother Jet is indeed formidable. Alicia gave Jet a thumbs up. Sister Moron, you're too kind. In reality, without your breaking army fist, I wouldn't have been able to crush this puppet. Our victory is the result of our combined efforts. Jet replied with a smile. Having defeated the puppet, the two didn't hesitate further and began selecting treasures from this level. It must be noted that upon reaching the 9th floor of the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion, the preciousness of the treasures noticeably increased. Jet surveyed the area and saw that it was filled with 10 pattern divine artifacts. In the past, he couldn't obtain even one 10 pattern divine artifact if he wanted to, but here they were neatly displayed in abundance, making Jet sigh at the grandeur of Danilo Sect's generosity. This was merely the 9th floor of the Chinji Pavilion of Danilo Sect. The treasures would undoubtedly be more precious if they went higher. After selecting for a while on the 9th floor, Jet chose a 10 pattern divine artifact quality bracelet. Wearing it on his wrist undeniably boosted his strength to a certain extent. In fact, up until the 8th floor, he hadn't obtained anything particularly good. But this time, this bracelet made Jet realize that the Chinji Pavilion was indeed brimming with treasures everywhere. At the same time, Jet couldn't help but look forward to what kind of treasure awaited him on the next floor. With this thought in mind, Jet saw that Alicia had also chosen a treasure. They exchanged glances and without any hesitation, directly activated the switch to the next level. When the spirit light pillar appeared before him, leading to the next level, Jet couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He knew that once he and Alicia entered and arrived at the 10th level of the Chinji Pavilion, defeating the puppet on the 10th level and activating the switch to the next level would mean that when they reached the 11th level, this mission would be considered complete. Then, his strength could directly break through from the 7th level of the heaven-defying realm to the 8th level. From any perspective, this was something Jet now wished for very much. After all, as the Danilo sacred activity drew closer, the stronger he was now, the more protection he would have once the event began. Whoosh! As the spirit light pillar trembled, before long, Jet and Alicia found themselves on the 10th level of the Chinji Pavilion. It must be noted that the layout of the 10th floor was different from the 9th floor. At just one glance, it was evident that the number of treasures here was significantly less compared to the 9th floor. Chapter 166, The Terrifying Puppet. Jet immediately noticed that the treasures on the 10th floor were divine artifacts, but these were clearly high-quality divine artifacts with excellent attributes. If he could obtain a suitable weapon here, Jet estimated that his strength would surely improve once again. On the 9th floor, both Jet and Alicia had already obtained decent treasures, so when they saw the treasures within the 10th floor, both of them felt a stirring desire. At this moment, even without speaking, they understood each other's intentions to obtain these treasures. Let's go ahead. Jet slightly squinted his eyes and said slowly. Actually, he had a very clear understanding of the situation. He estimated that the puppets on the 10th floor would inevitably be more terrifying than those on the 9th floor, but their power should not exceed the first stage of Transcendence Realm. With that thought in mind, Jet activated the restriction of the 10th floor along with Alicia. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, as countless terrifying spiritual energies gathered, a puppet engulfed in fiery red spiritual light appeared before Jet and Alicia. The instant this puppet appeared, it gave off an extremely terrifying presence, as if it was the most horrifying being in the world. The terrifying spiritual fluctuations emitted by the puppet made people feel very uncomfortable. Clearly, the puppet's strength had already reached the peak of the first stage of Transcendence Realm. It looks like a tough battle is inevitable, Jet said with a smile. Alicia also laughed and said, we both got good treasures on the 9th floor just now. It's a perfect time to test their power. Whoosh! As soon as she spoke, Jet saw countless terrifying spiritual energies circulate within Alicia's body. She then fiercely stomped on the ground, unleashing her speed and transforming into a terrifying lightning bolt. rushing directly towards the puppet. Even though the puppet's strength had already reached the peak of the first stage of Transcendence Realm, Alicia showed no fear at all, a bravery that Jet couldn't help but admire. However, what Jet admired even more was Alicia's next punch. Breaking Army Fist. Different from her battles with the puppets on the 9th floor, this time Alicia unleashed her ultimate move right away. When Alicia used the Breaking Army Fist, Jet noticed that she had chosen a 10-stripe quality bracelet that enhanced her attack potency. With the addition of this bracelet, combined with Alicia's immortal-grade boxing gloves, the power of the Breaking Army Fist she unleashed became absolutely astonishing. Aohu. Hu. With Alicia's punch, countless terrifying heavenly spiritual energies rapidly converged, quickly transforming the fist and tint into a fearsome white tiger. This white tiger charged towards the puppet with a destructive force that could crush everything. Feeling the might of this attack, Jet couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. He was sure that if it were him facing this punch, he would not stand a chance. However, standing against this fist and tint was a puppet that had already reached the peak of the first stage of Transcendence Realm. Seeing this terrifying punch coming with overwhelming power, as if it could engulf the puppet in a second. But just as this terrifying fist and tint was about to kill the puppet, suddenly a sound of mechanisms inside the puppet started, and countless terrifying celestial spiritual energies continuously gathered, forming numerous spiritual energy shields around its body. These spiritual energy shields emerged one after another, each burning with black flames, looking exceedingly formidable. Seeing these spiritual energy shields, Jet had an uneasy premonition. Boom. In the next moment, Alicia's punch carrying immense power landed on these spiritual energy shields. Immediately, with a loud explosion, terrifying celestial spiritual energies spread wildly around the point of impact. At the center of the collision, those spiritual energy shields emitted terrifying spiritual light one after another, followed by a terrifying spiritual energy suction force from each shield. As these shields began to unleash their suction force wildly, the terrifying power contained within Alicia's white tiger fist and tint started to be absorbed by the spiritual energy shields. Seems like, since it has improved by one stage, this power is indeed extraordinary. Jet squinted his eyes slightly, knowing in his heart that the power this puppet could unleash was undoubtedly much more terrifying than the one on the 9th floor. However, he wouldn't back down because of this. Since Alicia's fist and tint didn't work, it naturally fell on him now. Sister Moron, look for any opportunity to assist me with a few punches. Huh. Without pausing, Jet instructed Alicia and then immediately launched himself towards the puppet. Fully exerting his speed, Jet was instantly in front of the puppet. Following closely, countless terrifying spiritual energies surged into his Frost God sword, and he fiercely swung it out. Frost God Explosion. The fully exerted Frost God Explosion was far more powerful than any previous attempt by Jet. It seemed to carry a force that could engulf heaven and earth, rushing towards the puppet. Boom. However, facing this attack, the puppet did not retreat. Instead, it struck back with a punch straight at Jet. This punch seemed to contain the power to shatter heaven and earth, making Jet feel extremely terrified. In the next moment, with another deafening boom, the puppet's fist collided with Jet's sword and tint. Immediately, terrifying celestial spiritual energies wildly spread around the point of impact. At the moment of collision, Jet felt as if his sword and tint had hit an unshakable mountain, an indescribable discomfort from the sheer power. Again. But Jet's attacks wouldn't stop just like that. Roaring lowly, countless terrifying celestial spiritual energies surged within him, followed by a fierce swing. Countless terrifying spiritual energies poured into the Frost God Sword, directly unleashing the Flame Sword Array. Flame Sword Array. Swish swish swish. As Jet activated it, countless terrifying spiritual energy arrows formed on either side of his body, combining rapidly into fiery black flame-infused arrows. Go! With Jet's command, these countless black flame arrows charged towards the puppet in a terrifying manner. Undoubtedly, Jet was pushing his 7th stage reverse cultivation power to the extreme. These flame arrows looked ordinary but contained a terrifying burst of power. Black spiritual energy shields started appearing on both sides of the puppet's body. But when these shields clashed with Jet's flame arrows, he was shocked to see his arrows piercing through the shields. This scene took Jet by surprise, but quickly turned into delight. If his flame's arrows could counteract the puppet's defensive shields, then this battle would be relatively easier to handle. With this thought, Jet formed a plan in his mind. He spoke softly to Alicia, who was not far away. Actually, I have an idea now. I'll unleash a flame divine arrow to shatter the puppet's defense shield, and then you follow up with the breaking army fist. With both of us working together, we should be able to destroy this puppet. After saying this, Jet felt that this plan had a high chance of success. Alicia, of course, did not hesitate at this moment. She nodded immediately. Given the tense situation, every second counted, and they had no time to waste. Flame divine arrow. Seeing Alicia agree, Jet wasted no time. He let out a low shout, and countless terrifying celestial spiritual energies surged wildly within his body. As these spiritual energies continued to surge, Jet seemed to enter a new state. From afar, he looked like a war god, with rings of black, spiritual flame burning around him. Before long, countless spiritual energy arrows gathered on either side of Jet's body. Then, with a fierce swing of his Frost God sword, the spiritual energy arrows began to converge toward a single point. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, these terrifying spiritual energy arrows converged into a single, extremely formidable flame divine arrow. When this flame divine arrow appeared, the entire world seemed to tremble violently. The sensation was indescribable. No matter how one looked at it, the spiritual energy fluctuations emitted by this flame divine arrow were beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. Chapter 167. Breaking through to the 8th level of reversing heaven. At this moment, Alicia certainly had no intention of retreating. She let out a low shout and fully activated her internal spirit energy in preparation for delivering the crushing army fist. If Jet's Flame Divine Arrow could shatter the puppet's spirit shield, then her crushing army fist would surely devastate it. Seeing the power of Jet's Flame Divine Arrow, Alicia was genuinely awed, as if this arrow could obliterate anything it encountered. Go! Swish! In the next moment, Jet directed the terrifying Flame Divine Arrow towards the puppet. The current attack by Jet was undoubtedly the limit of what he could achieve at present. Even he couldn't fathom the extent of its terror. Thus, all he could do was unleash this attack with maximum strength. But, as Jet launched his attack, both he and Alicia watched in astonishment as the Flame Divine Arrow surged forward with overwhelming force. The puppet summoned numerous terrifying spirit shields on its body sides, trying to resist. This wasn't the first time such a scene unfolded. Earlier, when facing Alicia's crushing army fist, these spirit shields emerged to block her attack. Boom boom boom. This time, however, things were different. When the Flame Divine Arrow collided with the spirit shields, its power exploded into blazing black flames that spread outward, burning away the spirit shields one by one despite their formidable defensive capabilities. Go! Crushing army fist. Alicia seized this rare opportunity and dashed toward the puppet with incredible speed, striking again with her crushing army fist. In an instant, she appeared before the puppet, and the terrifying aura of her fist struck once more. Aohu! A terrifying white tiger Qianyi emerged, with the tiger baring its teeth and claws, opening its monstrous mouth, and rushing towards the puppet in a manner that seemed to devour everything. Note, Qianyi should be translated as fist intent, or similar. If you want to keep it as is for stylistic reasons, please let me know. Revised. A terrifying white tiger fist intent emerged, with the tiger baring its teeth and claws, opening its monstrous mouth, and rushing towards the puppet in a manner that seemed to devour everything. With no spirit shields left, the puppet stood helplessly against the terrifying white tiger fist intent. Thunder. Crack crack. The puppet could not withstand this fierce blow. With a series of crisp sounds, the puppet shattered into pieces. Indeed, Jet and Alicia had pushed their abilities to the limit. Both the Flame Divine Arrow and the Crushing Army Fist were their most powerful attacks. Their collaboration brought down this puppet, which had reached the peak of the immortal transformation realm. It's over. Looking at each other, they felt a sense of relief. They knew from the start that battling the puppet would be tough. But thankfully, through teamwork and the effectiveness of the Flame Divine Arrow and the Crushing Army Fist, they triumphed. This victory granted them the right to claim treasures on this level. These treasures were far superior to any previously seen, arguably reaching the highest grade below immortal artifacts. Without hesitation, Jet started searching for suitable treasures alongside Alicia. Due to already having a wrist guard, Jet sought a weapon to enhance his strength. Soon, he found a blue-tinged jade pendant emitting a cold spiritual glow. It instantly captivated him. Upon closer inspection, he sensed the chilling aura resonating well with his Ice Divine Sword. If used together, the sword's potency could significantly increase. Jet decided to take this 10-pattern quality divine artifact jade pendant. Meanwhile, Alicia found a protective amulet emitting pink spiritual light, which would undoubtedly boost her combat prowess. Jet surmised the amulet must hold secrets akin to the Ice Jade Pendant, requiring thorough exploration. Jet couldn't help but feel a kinship with Alicia. Though their collaboration was brief, they worked seamlessly. Alright, our visit to the Thousand Mechanism Pavilion ends here. The next level might be beyond us. Let's go and see. Jet spoke calmly. Alicia agreed, understanding that their victory against the puppet was partly luck, specifically the weakness the puppet showed to Jet's Flame Divine Arrow. Swish! A pillar of spiritual light emerged with the switch to the next level. They exchanged glances and entered the pillar. A disorienting sensation washed over them, followed by a rapid change in scenery. Upon regaining focus, they realized they were in a completely new area. Is this the 11th floor? Here, every treasure emitted dazzling spiritual light, exuding intense immortal chi. Clearly, these items were of the immortal grade. The sight overwhelmed both of them, being their first encounter with so many immortal grade artifacts. Senior Brother Jet, I'm nearing the immortal transformation realm. Before breaking through, I doubt we can progress further. Perhaps we should leave and return later? Alicia pondered aloud. Since the treasures here have all reached the immortal grade, it can be inferred that the puppets here must possess extremely terrifying power. Alicia was absolutely correct. In truth, Jet had come here merely to complete a system task. He knew very well that the puppets here would be exceedingly formidable. Even if there were countless immortal artifacts, they weren't yet capable of handling them. Nodding at Alicia, Jet and she together activated the exit portal from the Thousand Mechanism Pavilion and stepped into the spiritual light pillar. Whoosh! As waves of spiritual energy surged, when Jet and Alicia regained their senses, they found themselves outside the Thousand Mechanism Pavilion once more. At this moment, Jet heard the familiar system notification in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully reaching level 11 of the Thousand Mechanism Pavilion. Task completed. Reward, Cultivation Realm upgraded from 7th level of Reversing Heaven to 8th level of Reversing Heaven. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new task. Form a team with Alicia to hunt a rampant black bear in the back mountain of Thousand Cloud Sect. Upon completion, strength will be boosted from 8th level of Reversing Heaven to 9th level of Reversing Heaven. The system notifications momentarily left Jet feeling surprised, because after completing this task, the next task involved forming a team with Alicia again. Not only that, but it was also to hunt a beast together. Completing this task would elevate his strength to the 9th level of Reversing Heaven. The rewards for such tasks were indeed generous. However, achieving this wasn't going to be easy. The better the reward, the greater the difficulty. Jet estimated that this black bear's strength was no less than the immortal transformation realm, but the specifics would only be clear once they located the black bear. Senior Brother Jet, I will find a secluded place to break through. Please help protect me while I do. Alicia's spiritual energy fluctuations were intensely strong, clearly indicating she was on the verge of breaking through. Without pausing, she swiftly flew towards a distant location. In reality, even if Alicia hadn't mentioned it, Jet would have naturally helped her. Chapter 168. Hunting the Black Bear. No way, it was obvious that Alicia's importance could not be overstated now that the system tasks always required him to team up with her. Jet wouldn't let anything happen to her under any circumstances. Swish. Alicia's speed was incredible. In a blink, she had reached a distant hill. She then withdrew numerous spirit stones from her storage bag to set up an array before sitting cross-legged to begin her breakthrough into the immortal transformation realm. Jet, nearby, narrowed his eyes. His inner perception allowed him to clearly sense that Alicia had become a black hole of spirit energy, greedily devouring all the surrounding spirit energy nonstop. Fortunately, they were in the Thousand Cloud sect, where the ambient spirit energy was dense everywhere, coupled with the high-grade spirit stones Alicia had placed down, barely satisfying her absorption needs. As Alicia continuously absorbed spirit energy, Jet could distinctly feel her spirit energy fluctuations intensifying visibly, her strength increasing at a pace almost unimaginable for an ordinary person. Previously, Jet knew that Alicia was terrifying, whether in terms of family background or cultivation talent, both far surpassing the average person. But seeing the heavenly phenomenon caused by her breakthrough still left him deeply awed. Strictly speaking, this was his first time witnessing someone break through to the immortal transformation realm, a sensation that made Jet find it very peculiar. His own cultivation breakthroughs always followed system missions. Once a task was completed, his strength would instantly rise without undergoing what other cultivators experienced during their breakthroughs. So Jet found himself rather curious about Alicia's breakthrough, feeling a sense of novelty. Boom! With terrifying celestial spirit energy crazily converging and sweeping over, soon a loud rumble echoed out. Jet saw a column of white light surge skyward from Alicia, piercing the clouds. Following this pillar of spirit energy, Jet clearly felt Alicia's power surging rapidly, escalating at a frightening rate. This state lasted for nearly an incense stick's length of time when suddenly, another pillar of spirit energy erupted, causing the tremendous celestial spirit energy to wildly spread around. Jet clearly sensed that Alicia's strength seemed to have undergone a transformation, directly breaking through to a new realm. Whoosh! More terrifying spirit energy gathered and swept in, absorbed into Alicia's body. Soon, she waved her hand, and the previous celestial phenomenon gradually subsided. A familiar figure appeared before Jet. Though she looked like the same Alicia, Jet could distinctly feel that she had undergone a fundamental change. If assessed by strength alone, with Alicia's current power, she could probably crush all heaven-defying realm cultivators. Was this what immortal transformation realm cultivation was like? Jet couldn't help but stare in amazement for a moment. Alicia, noticing Jet staring, smiled. Why are you looking at me so intently, senior brother Jet? Her words brought Jet back to his senses, making him feel somewhat awkward as he hurriedly replied, I apologize. I've never seen anyone break through to the immortal transformation realm before. It's truly spectacular. Alicia laughed. Thank you for protecting me, senior brother Jet. Without you, my breakthrough wouldn't have been so smooth. Startled, Jet chuckled. Sister Murong, there's no need for gratitude. You faced no issues during your breakthrough, and I didn't offer much assistance. Senior brother Jet, you misunderstand. Having you by my side gave me peace of mind during the breakthrough. Actually, while receiving the baptism, I almost couldn't withstand several waves of pressure, but your presence steadied my mind, allowing me to break through, Alicia explained slowly. This explanation made Jet realize that cultivators must endure a heavenly tribulation during their ascent to the immortal transformation realm, which not every cultivator could survive. Failing the baptism would lead to immediate death. Thinking of this, Jet suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. However, since Alicia had successfully broken through, it was a good thing. Looking back at the direction of Shinji Pavilion, Jet said, unfortunately, we can only visit Shinji Pavilion once a month. Otherwise, we could have obtained immortal artifacts. Alicia smiled, senior brother Jet, with your current rapid breakthroughs, I believe you will surpass me in a month. We can enter together later and obtain many treasures. No need to rush. Remembering something, she continued, by the way, my master mentioned earlier that a black bear in a berserk state has been hunting disciples in the rear mountains of Thousand Cloud sect and asked me to handle it. Since you're here, how about we team up and go together? Jet, of course, wouldn't refuse, as this was part of his next mission. He nodded immediately. It's my honor to assist senior sister Murong. Swish. They wasted no time, speeding towards the rear mountains of Thousand Cloud sect. Given that this mission explicitly required him to team up with Alicia to hunt the black bear, Jet was certain this bear wouldn't be weak, likely reaching at least the second level of immortal transformation realm. But with Jet having already broken through to 8th level of heaven-defying and Alicia now at 1st level of immortal transformation, working together, they could unleash terrifying power. Since completing this mission would boost his strength to 9th level of heaven-defying, the target must be formidable. At full speed, the two transformed into terrifying lightning bolts, swiftly reaching the rear mountains of Thousand Cloud sect. Arriving at the rear mountains, Alicia said, I know the black bear's location, but I must tell you that this black bear is estimated to be at least 2nd level of immortal transformation realm. This battle is risky. Are you sure you want to come along? Jet smiled, Sister Murong. There's no reason not to help after agreeing. Besides, 2nd level immortal transformation isn't too intimidating. Didn't we defeat an immortal transformation puppet in Shinji Pavilion? Hearing this, Alicia glanced at Jet, then sped off ahead without hesitation. Jet immediately followed. After some time, they stopped. Arararg. Even from a distance, Jet and Alicia could clearly feel intense waves of spirit energy from the distant forest, accompanied by enraged roars echoing around, as if intending to uproot the entire mountain forest. Is this our mission target? Jet narrowed his eyes, using his perception. He could clearly sense a terrifying black bear in the distant forest. As expected, this black bear's strength was just as Alicia had said. It had already reached the 2nd level of immortal transformation. The power it unleashed was indeed terrifying. Let's go, that's the one. Alicia didn't hesitate when she spotted the raging black bear. She gave a low command and immediately dashed towards the bear at full speed. Alicia's reasoning was simple. Her master must have known she was about to break through to the immortal transformation realm, so this time, the intention was for her to find this black bear for training after she successfully broke through. From any perspective, this was clearly her master's good intentions. However, Alicia also knew that with her current strength, she had little confidence in taking down this raging black bear alone, which was why she asked Jet for help. With Jet's assistance, there would naturally be no issues. She had already witnessed how formidable Jet's strength was. Various techniques he employed always seemed to possess an awe-inspiring and overwhelming power. Whoosh! In the next moment, Alicia's speed kicked in, transforming her into a streak of light. Without hesitation, she roared and the boundless and terrifying natural chi within her began to surge, converging into her hand. She then hurled a fierce punch directly at the black bear. Breakthrough fist. Whoosh! The moment the punch was unleashed, it felt like mountains and rivers were changing colors. The might of this punch was simply terrifying beyond measure. Because the opponent's strength was formidable, Alicia unleashed her full power instantly. For a moment, this breakthrough fist seemed capable of swallowing heaven and earth. Actually, this was Alicia's first time using her newfound strength since breaking through to the immortal transformation realm. The power displayed during this first attack left her quite satisfied. Let's go, that's our target. Without any hesitation, upon discovering the traces of the frenzied black bear, Alicia let out a low shout and immediately sprinted towards the beast at full speed. Her thoughts were simple. Her master surely knew she was about to break through to the immortal transformation realm. This mission was likely intended for her to test her strength against the black bear after breaking through, a well-meaning gesture from her master. However, Alicia also knew that with her current strength, she had little confidence in subduing this frenzied black bear on her own, which was why she had asked Jet to assist her. If Jet helped her, there would be no problems. She had already witnessed the terrifying extent of his power. The various techniques he employed always seemed to possess earth-shattering might, a state that was simply terrifying. In the next moment, Alicia's speed reached its peak, transforming her into a streak of light. In an instant, she was in front of the black bear. Without any hesitation, she let out a low shout, and countless terrifying spiritual energies within her body surged, converging into her hand. Then, she punched fiercely towards the black bear. Army-breaking punch. The punch instantly created a sensation as if mountains and rivers were changing color. The power of this punch was simply terrifying. Due to the opponent's formidable strength, Alicia unleashed her full power without holding back. For a moment, this army-breaking punch seemed capable of devouring heaven and earth. In fact, this was Alicia's first attack since her cultivation had broken through to the immortal transformation realm. The power she displayed in her first attack made her quite satisfied. From any perspective, this was clearly a kind intention from her master. However, Alicia also understood that with her current strength, she had little confidence in subduing this frenzied black bear alone. That was why she asked Jet to come along for help. With Jet's assistance, everything would be much easier. She had already witnessed just how formidable his strength was. Various incredible techniques wielded by Jet displayed an awe-inspiring power that could shake the heavens and the earth, an absolutely terrifying state. At this moment, Alicia's speed was unleashed, her entire figure transforming into a streak of light. In the next instant, she stood before the black bear. Without hesitation, she let out a low shout, and countless terrifying spiritual energies within her body surged, converging into her hands. Then, she fiercely punched toward the black bear. Breaking army punch. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The punch, once thrown, immediately gave off an overwhelming sensation as if mountains and rivers were altered. The power of this punch was simply terrifying to the extreme. Due to the sufficiently terrifying strength of her opponent, Alicia unleashed her full potential at this moment, making this breaking army punch seem capable of devouring heaven and earth. In fact, this was the first time Alicia had struck out since her cultivation broke through to the transcendent realm, and the power displayed by her first strike was indeed highly satisfactory to her. Jet's various abilities could create an earth-shattering impact, and the terrifying might they possessed was almost beyond imagination. Swish! At this moment, Alicia pushed her speed to its limit, turning into a streak of light. In the next instant, she stood before the black bear. Without any hesitation, she let out a low shout, and countless streams of powerful celestial spirit energy within her body surged and converged into her hand. She then hurled a devastating punch towards the black bear. Breaking army punch. The moment the punch was thrown, it immediately gave a sense of altering landscapes, with its power being utterly terrifying. Due to the opponent's formidable strength, Alicia unleashed her full power without reservation. For a moment, this breaking army punch seemed capable of devouring all. In fact, this was Alicia's first time attacking after her cultivation broke through to the immortal transformation realm, and the power she displayed in her first attack was quite satisfactory to her. Break army fist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the fist was launched, it felt as though mountains and rivers changed colors. The power behind this punch was simply terrifying. Given the terrifying strength of her opponent, Mu Rongying unleashed her full power right from the start, making the break army fist seem capable of devouring heaven and earth. Note: I have made some stylistic adjustments to ensure the translation reads more naturally in English while preserving the meaning and intensity of the original text. Additionally, break army fist is kept as a proper noun to maintain consistency with terminology used earlier in the passage. This was actually Mu Rongying's first time attacking after her breakthrough to the immortal transformation realm, and she was quite satisfied with the power she displayed on her first try. Revised. This was actually Mu Rongying's first attack since to pull her cultivation to the immortal transformation realm, and she was quite satisfied with the power she displayed on her first attempt. For better flow and accuracy. This was Mu Rongying's first attack since advancing to the immortal transformation realm, and she was quite satisfied with the power she demonstrated on her first attempt. Chapter 169, Fighting Side by Side. Compared to before he broke through the immortal transformation realm, the intensity of his attacks now had undoubtedly reached an incredibly exaggerated level. Jet was somewhat dazed as he watched, for after her breakthrough, Alicia seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. This attack was simple and unadorned, with no build-up. Though it was the Breaking Army Fist, it erupted instantly. Even so, when this Breaking Army Fist exploded, countless terrifying spiritual energies from heaven and earth gathered and swept in, directly forming a fearsome tiger. The sword intent that transformed into a white tiger bared its fangs and fiercely charged towards the rampaging black bear. Feeling the power of this fist intent, the enraged black bear was also greatly shaken. However, this black bear's strength had already reached the second stage of immortal transformation, so it did not hesitate but roared angrily, then started unleashing techniques by channeling the spiritual energy within its body. Rumble. Countless terrifying spiritual energies followed and converged, forming a black, spiritual shield in front of the bear. When this spiritual shield appeared, waves of terrifying spiritual energies spread outwards. It was as if this shield could block any attack, giving off an immovable sense of stability. Boom. In the next moment, the terrifying fist intent unleashed by Alicia collided with the spiritual shield. With a deafening explosion, countless terrifying spiritual energies spread out from the collision point, making the entire world tremble violently, a sight that left anyone who saw it deeply astonished. Even Jet, who had seen Alicia fight multiple times, was taken aback by the overwhelming power released upon the collision of their attacks. However, the more terrifying the black bear's strength was, the stronger Jet's fighting spirit grew. He knew his own capabilities very well and understood just how far he could push his limits. Unlike before, his strength had now broken through to the 8th stage of heaven defying. If he were to unleash his full power, he would inevitably produce terrifying effects. So, at this moment, he didn't rush to act. He wanted to see just how much pressure Alicia's full burst could put on the black bear. Indeed, with the Breaking Army Fist colliding with the black bear's attack, countless terrifying spiritual energies surged outward, almost as if all the spiritual energies in the world were converging at one point. This gave Jet an indescribable feeling of terror. How could he have expected this bear, which seemed to be only at the second stage of immortal transformation, to display such strength? However, on further thought, Jet calmed down. After all, this black bear was not an ordinary one but one in a state of rage. Originally, the black bear's strength had already reached the second stage of immortal transformation, which was already terrifying. Entering its enraged state only further amplified its power, allowing it to release such horrifying might. Roar. Crack. Crack. At this moment, the white tiger fist intent clashed intensely with the black bear's spiritual shield. Neither side had the upper hand, but suddenly, something unexpected happened. With a roar, the enraged black bear had somehow moved to the side of the white tiger fist intent and delivered a powerful strike. In the next instant, the Breaking Army Fist unleashed by Alicia shattered under this terrifying strike. A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed, and in just the blink of an eye, the terrifying white tiger fist intent crumbled completely. It was hard to imagine how a single palm strike from the black bear could unleash such devastating power. It was simply incomprehensibly terrifying. Though this situation was clearly unexpected, Jet and Alicia weren't alarmed. Regardless, they still had time. Jet squinted slightly, and without hesitation leaped forward toward the enraged black bear. I'll deal with you. Alicia had already made her move, so now it was his turn to test the depth of the black bear's strength. Having observed the battle between the bear and Alicia, Jet was well aware of just how formidable the bear's power was when fully unleashed. From any perspective, this black bear could unleash peak power at the second stage of immortal transformation. But this certainly wasn't going to deter Jet. He growled lowly as endless spiritual energies from heaven and earth flowed into the ice deity sword in his hands. The ice deity sword immediately emitted brilliant and dazzling spiritual light. With the infusion of these terrifying spiritual energies, Jet could feel that the ice deity sword's power had climbed to a terrifying level. Ice deity slash. When Jet felt the energy inside the ice deity sword gather sufficiently, he immediately chanted and swung his sword fiercely towards the black bear. Whoosh! With this slash, it was as if all the spiritual energies of heaven and earth had converged. Countless waves of terrifying spiritual energies spread outwards, while an ice-blue sword intent that seemed capable of devouring the world swept towards the black bear in a terrifying manner. If judged solely by power, Jet's ice deity slash was even more intense than Alicia's earlier Breaking Army Fist. Sensing the threat from Jet's attack, the black bear roared and charged straight at the sword intent without delay. Boom! Boom! Next, Jet saw the black bear approaching his sword intent. The bear's body emitted extremely terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations, with its spiritual light bursting out in every direction, transforming it into a terrifying entity. Jet couldn't help but narrow his eyes, as he clearly sensed the terrifying spiritual energy coming from the bear. Without a doubt, the bear was now pushing its strength to its utmost limit. As the bear continued to unleash its might, the effect grew increasingly exaggerated and terrifying. It then roared loudly and struck at Jet's sword intent with two powerful palms. Instantly, with two resounding booms, Jet was utterly stunned to see his once unstoppable attack shatter against the bear's assault. The black bear's attack was terrifying to an indescribable degree. It was hard to imagine that this seemingly ordinary beast could unleash such power in an instant. Senior brother Jet, this black bear with its thick hide and tough muscles is not easy to deal with. Let me help you. Let's attack together. At this moment, Alicia realized the situation was not good. Without hesitation, she moved her feet and sped up, quickly arriving beside Jet. Alicia let out a low cry, and countless terrifying spiritual energies from heaven and earth within her body burst forth, entering a phase of building momentum. If one observed closely, they would clearly feel that the strength of the spiritual energies inside Alicia's body was increasing at a visible rate. Now, Alicia radiated terrifying blue spiritual light in waves, appearing quite fearsome. Seeing this, Jet did not hesitate either. He knew what Alicia was thinking. With a wave of his hand, he set the countless terrifying spiritual energies within him into motion, also preparing himself for the coming attack. At this crucial moment, he needed to synchronize with Alicia to unleash their strongest moves. After all, they were fighting as a team. If they couldn't leverage their numerical advantage, why bring two people here in the first place? Roar. However, it seemed the black bear had sensed their intentions. With an enraged roar to the sky, a circle of black spiritual armor appeared around its body. Countless black spiritual energies continuously emerged on the surface of the black bear's body, which then transformed into flames that burned fiercely. As the flames burned, the black spiritual armor on the bear's surface became increasingly terrifying. Initially, this spiritual armor didn't seem extraordinary, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that it possessed an extremely formidable defensive power. The black bear's transformation was awe-inspiring, and it stood there like an invincible fortress, ready to withstand any onslaught. The intensity of its presence sent shivers down the spines of both Jet and Alicia, who now prepared themselves even more earnestly for the imminent battle. Chapter 170. Out of expectation. Attack. For Jet and Alicia, who had been building up their strength all along, this was undoubtedly the best moment to strike. Regardless of the terrifying power that the band of spiritual energy armor on the black bear's body surface now possessed, both did not hesitate at this point and unleashed their ultimate moves. Burst Army Fist. Flame God Arrow. Boom boom boom. Alicia unleashed a fully prepared Burst Army Fist. Jet knew well that Alicia's Burst Army Fist was an extremely formidable explosive fist intent. The longer the preparation time, the more terrifying the power that could be released. At this moment, after preparing for such a long time, when this Burst Army Fist erupted, even Jet felt his eyes widen in shock upon sensing the terrifying power it carried. But despite being amazed, Jet didn't slow down. When Alicia launched the Burst Army Fist, countless terrifying spiritual energies within Jet's body began to circulate rapidly. He then fiercely swung the Ice God Sword, and immediately, countless horrifying spiritual energy arrows began to form one by one around Jet. Whistling. These spiritual energy arrows appeared very quickly, almost instantaneously forming in the thousands. Then, under Jet's control, they rapidly converged towards a single point, transforming into a terrifying Flame God Arrow. Roar. Meanwhile, the Burst Army Fist that Alicia had launched had already turned into a terrifying white tiger, charging towards the black bear with earth-shattering might. Whistling. Even before hitting the target, the power released by the white tiger was already overwhelmingly terrifying. The closer the white tiger got to the black bear, the greater the pressure felt by the bear. No matter what, the black bear had already reached the second level of heaven-defying realm. Seeing the terrifying fist intent closing in, the bear did not hesitate but roared loudly, striking its chest's spiritual energy armor fiercely with its hands. Immediately after, as the terrifying white tiger fist intent approached, the black bear wasted no time and struck forward with another ferocious punch. With one punch, it seemed to have the power to shatter mountains and rivers. The blow from the black bear wasn't an ordinary move. At the moment of its eruption, Jet and Alicia clearly sensed the extremely terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations from the bear. Boom! In the next moment, Alicia's white tiger, created from her Burst Army Fist, collided head-on with the black bear's punch. Instantly, a thunderous explosion echoed, akin to two colossal meteors colliding. Vast amounts of terrifying celestial and earthly spiritual energies radiated outward crazily from the point of impact, creating an extraordinarily shocking sensation. If there were other cultivators present at this time, witnessing this scene would undoubtedly leave them speechless with awe. Whether it was Alicia's attack or the black bear's counterattack, both displayed an exceedingly terrifying power. The black bear's punch looked as if it hadn't even required much preparation, yet confronting the fully prepared Burst Army Fist, it did not fall into any disadvantage. This alone was enough to instill fear. Jet narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he utilized his senses and could clearly perceive just how terrifying the power bursting forth from the collision center was. However, since Jet and Alicia were attacking together, although Alicia's Burst Army Fist failed to defeat the black bear, Jet's Flame God Arrow had also been completed by this point. As Jet waved the Ice God Sword, the completed flame arrow did not hesitate and surged toward the black bear with an overwhelming and devastating force. Pooh! The Flame God Arrow was primarily characterized by its terrifying piercing power. Therefore, when it burst forth, the spiritual energy power generated at that instant was incredibly intense. For the black bear watching from afar, as soon as Jet's Flame God Arrow erupted, an immensely powerful pressure instantly enveloped it completely. Although the black bear found Jet's attack quite terrifying at this moment, it remained unperturbed. It opened its mouth and spat out a black spiritual energy sphere. Swoosh! Next, the moment this terrifying black spiritual energy sphere appeared, it charged toward Jet's Flame God Arrow with a devouring force. When this terrifying black spiritual energy sphere appeared, Jet's heart sank with an ominous premonition. And indeed, events unfolded unfavorably for him and Alicia as he anticipated. Boom! The Flame God Arrow moved swiftly and quickly collided with the black spiritual energy sphere. With a deafening roar, vast amounts of terrifying spiritual energies exploded outward uncontrollably. However, unlike the clash between Alicia's fist intent and the black bear's, when this spiritual energy sphere collided with the Flame God Arrow, black spiritual energy continuously spread and burned. The temperature rapidly increased, space seemingly collapsing as black flames churned wildly in the air, creating an overwhelmingly bizarre sight. Jet narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling profoundly shocked. His Flame God Arrow had never been restrained like this before, but even so, the spiritual energy sphere blocking it still captured Jet's attention. Examining the sphere closely, he could feel the terrifying spiritual energy waves emanating from within. Having battled beasts before, Jet understood their combat abilities well. This kind of spiritual energy sphere was usually a beast's ultimate move, capable of unleashing terrifying power. Oh no, it blocked everything. Seeing their attacks thwarted by the black bear, Alicia couldn't help but feel momentarily bewildered. However, Jet remained calm, calling out, "Don't worry, take a deep breath, adjust our stance, create some distance, and attack together again." Understanding the situation, Jet remained clear-headed. He knew that any small mistake during such a level of battle could have significant consequences. Therefore, he couldn't afford to give this second-level spirit realm black bear any opportunity. Swish! Jet and Alicia simultaneously exerted their speed and swiftly dodged to the side. Re-establishing their distance from the black bear, Jet and Alicia cast critical glances at the beast. Compared to before the battle, their perceptions of the black bear had noticeably changed. Initially, they believed it wasn't anything formidable, but after engaging in actual combat, they realized its power far exceeded their expectations. Alicia's burst army fist, which was a highly aggressive and domineering attack method, whether in its charged or instant state, had been thwarted by the black bear, which was simply absurd. After all, Alicia had already advanced to the spirit realm, her available techniques vastly superior to those of heaven-defying realm practitioners. Yet, even so, she still couldn't gain an advantage in this chaotic battle with the black bear. In fact, to be precise, Jet could confidently affirm that this black bear's strength had already surpassed the second level of transcending immortality and was in a state of frenzy. Its true power could rival that of a third level transcending immortal. Roar! At this moment, the black bear had already shattered both Jet and Alicia's attacks. Without hesitation, it let out an angry roar and surged toward Jet with incredible speed. Clearly, the flame god arrow Jet had unleashed earlier posed a significant threat to the black bear, prompting it to instinctively target Jet first. Jet became its primary target for elimination. With full speed, the black bear transformed into a terrifying blur, covering immense distances in mere moments, arriving right before Jet. Following closely, the black bear roared wildly as boundless terrifying spiritual energy surged within it. A series of dazzling black spiritual energy lights emanated from its body, and in the next instant, it delivered a powerful punch directly at Jet. This punch appeared simple, but unleashed an astonishingly formidable power. Sensing the power contained within the punch, Jet's eyes widened in shock. However, despite his astonishment, Jet's actions were swift. As the black bear hurled this punch towards him, countless strands of spiritual energy from his body poured into the Ice God's sword, which he then swung fiercely. Ice God Slash. He unleashed a full-strength slash, generating a formidable power akin to overturning mountains and seas. Rumble. The moment Jet's sword intent collided with the black bear's fist intent, Jet immediately felt his sword impact something akin to a mountain. An overwhelming pressure forced him to be thrown back. Instantly, both Jet and Alicia's faces changed dramatically. The black bear's strength had exceeded their expectations. ####Chapter 171. Reversing Heaven in 9 Layers. Although Jet knew that, given the black bear's demonstrated strength previously, it was impossible for him to defeat the black bear in a short period of time. This Ice God Slash he had unleashed was merely an attempt to counter the black bear's attack. However, even so, Jet had already exerted the Ice God Sword to its utmost potential. This single slash was enough to devastate the heavens and the earth. But when Jet's full-power Ice God Sword collided with the black bear's fist, he only felt a terrifying force surge forward, invading his body. How could he withstand such a fearsome burst of power? He was immediately blasted away. Alicia couldn't help but let out a startled cry. "Senior brother Jet?" Despite their relatively brief acquaintance, Alicia found herself genuinely worried about Jet. In truth, even she did not understand why she now cared so much about Jet. Break Army Fist. At this moment, seeing Jet being struck away, Alicia didn't hesitate. She growled fiercely, and the boundless, terrifying celestial chi within her body surged, enveloping her in layers of fearsome aura. Alicia seemed to transform into an extremely formidable entity. Immediately after, the countless reservoirs of celestial chi within Alicia erupted all at once, forming a terrifying fist intent that charged toward the black bear with unimaginable ferocity. For the black bear, who had just sent Jet flying, it was preparing to chase after him. But the sudden arrival of the fist intent forced it to engage in combat. Rumble. Alicia's Break Army Fist, though instantly unleashed, possessed a power capable of devouring heaven and earth. The black bear, faced with this powerful fist intent, experienced tremendous pressure. However, as a peak second stage transcendent bear, the black bear let out a roar and punched directly towards the incoming terrifying fist intent. Seeing this, a shock washed over Jet. The black bear intended to confront Alicia's Break Army Fist head-on. While the black bear had previously defended against Break Army Fist more than once, this particular fist erupted swiftly, and the distance between Alicia and the black bear was very close. Under such conditions, the black bear would be overwhelmed almost instantly by the Break Army Fist, indicating an unimaginably terrifying level of pressure. If there were other cultivators present, they would likely be astonished by the intense battle scene unfolding before them. Boom. The next moment, the fist intents of the black bear and Alicia collided, producing a thunderous boom. An immense surge of celestial chi spread wildly in all directions. Alicia and the black bear were both pushed back by the shockwave. However, when Alicia and Jet exchanged glances, they saw each other's eyes burning with fighting spirit. The more formidable the black bear appeared, the stronger their burning fighting spirit became. Both Jet and Alicia were the type to become fiercer in battle, unleashing their greatest power when facing a powerful opponent. Sister Morong, I'll find an opportunity to freeze this black bear using Icebound 10,000 miles first, then you can use Break Army Fist to finish it off, Jet said calmly. This was the only method he could think of to defeat the black bear, combining Icebound 10,000 miles and Break Army Fist to overpower the bear's terrifying defenses. No other strategy would work. With that, Jet's movements didn't pause. He stomped the ground, transforming into a horrifying meteor as he rushed towards the distant black bear. In an instant, Jet reached the black bear, tightly gripping the ice god sword and launching a fierce offensive. Against Jet's aggressive attacks, the black bear was put on the defensive. Despite having gained an advantage in earlier battles, the black bear had also expended a lot of chi and thus couldn't unleash its full power. Jet estimated that this was the best chance to deal with the black bear. As long as he found the right moment and fully unleashed Icebound 10,000 miles, no matter what means the black bear had, it would be instantly frozen. At that point, if Alicia used her ultimate technique, the black bear wouldn't be able to withstand her break army fist. Thinking this, Jet increased the speed of his attack, continuously swinging the ice god sword, leaving behind streaks in the air. The fluctuations in celestial chi from his sword strikes had already surpassed the limits of a transcendent realm cultivator. The opportunity has come. After relentless effort, Jet noticed the black bear completely overwhelmed by his assault. With one swift strike, he sent the black bear flying. Without hesitation, he injected countless reserves of celestial chi into the ice god sword and unleashed his ultimate technique, Icebound 10,000 miles. Icebound 10,000 miles. Creak creak. Instantly, a massive amount of celestial chi centered around Jet's ice god sword spread outward. With this eruption of chi, waves of chilling cold emerged, accompanied by freezing sounds. Everything in Jet's line of sight froze over. The temperature seemed to drop immeasurably, and a bone-chilling sensation engulfed the area. Even the black bear could not escape being frozen. Icebound 10,000 miles, at its peak, unleashed a freezing power far exceeding the imagination of ordinary cultivators. Immortal Art, Break Army Fist. Seeing the black bear frozen by Jet's Icebound 10,000 miles, Alicia, who had been waiting for an opening, hesitated no longer. She pushed her celestial chi to the limit, unleashing a devastating punch towards the black bear. Undeniably, the power of this punch exceeded any of her previous attempts. For this time, Alicia had fully tapped into the might of her immortal-grade weapon, endowing her strike with a power capable of destroying heaven and earth. Boom! Following her punch, countless streams of celestial chi converged, forming a terrifying white tiger fist intent that barreled toward the black bear in a manner akin to sweeping away withered grass. Aoo! However, unlike the attacks Alicia had previously unleashed, this white tiger fist intent was instantly enveloped by a circle of blue divine essence, making it appear incredibly terrifying, as if this punch could shatter heaven and earth. The white tiger formed by the fist intent roared toward the sky, then slammed down on the black bear with an overwhelming force. Boom! Crack, crack! Instantly, as the attack landed on the black bear, a thunderous roar echoed, and countless terrifying strands of celestial chi spread wildly into the distance. This fist intent could be considered one of the most fearsome in existence. The power it carried was capable of overturning mountains and seas. Thus, how could the black bear, now frozen, withstand such terrifying power? With the sound of ice shattering, the black bear shattered along with the encasing ice. Phew! It's over. Seeing the black bear explode along with the ice, Alicia finally relaxed her furrowed brow. Though Alicia appeared unharmed, just slightly pale, she had actually expended all her spiritual energy to unleash that single attack. If it hadn't defeated the black bear, she would have been completely out of options. Jet was in a similar state. For that Icebound 10,000 miles, he had almost exhausted all the spiritual energy he could muster, amplifying its power far beyond ordinary levels. Only under such conditions could he instantly freeze the black bear. As the black bear was directly eliminated by Alicia's attack, Jet immediately heard a system notification. Ding, congratulations, host has successfully completed the task. Cultivation level has advanced from 9th Heaven 8th stage to 9th Heaven 9th stage. Ding, congratulations, host has unlocked a new mission. Participate in the 1,000 Cloud Sects once-a-decade hunting competition. Stand out during the preliminary rounds to secure qualification for the main event. Upon completing the mission, cultivation will advance to 9th Heaven 10th stage. Hearing these notifications one after another, Jet couldn't help but feel a sense of dizziness. Chapter 172, Hunting Activity. Because the battle with this black bear actually took such a long time, and they had not been able to gain an advantage before, the situation for Jet and Alicia was quite unfavorable. Fortunately, in the end, both of them combined their efforts and unleashed all their strength to finally slay the black bear. After killing the black bear, the next phase of the mission came as somewhat of a surprise to Jet. The task was for him to participate in the sect's hunting activity, and the first stage required him to qualify through the preliminary round. Didn't that mean as long as he could secure a place in the main competition, his strength would break through to the 10th level of Transcendental? Jet recalled that not long ago, he was just a Songhai cultivator. Yet, it hadn't been long since then, and his strength was already about to break through to the peak of Transcendental. At this moment, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, shifting his focus entirely to the upcoming hunting activity. Alicia saw Jet lost in thought, and couldn't help but wave her hand in front of his face lightly. Seeing no response from Jet, she laughed and said, "What's up, senior brother Jet? Lost in thought about your beloved?" Alicia's words pulled Jet back from his trance. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said, "Junior sister, you're joking? As you can see, I've always gone solo. Where did I get a beloved? However, I've heard that Danilo sect will soon host its once-a-decade hunting activity. I wonder if junior sister Moron will participate?" Alicia blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, "Of course. The hunting activity is one of the few grand events in Danilo sect. If one can perform even slightly well in the activity, they can receive excellent rewards. My master has already briefed me about the event." Pausing here, she continued, "And now that I have broken through to the first level of immortal transformation, if I'm lucky, maybe I can break through to the second level of immortal transformation during the hunting activity." Upon hearing this, Jet couldn't help but look at Alicia with admiration. What Alicia said wasn't wrong. Intense battles were always a shortcut for cultivators to improve their strength. Previously, due to the intense battles within the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion, Alicia's cultivation reached this stage. If she was lucky after the hunting activity began, breaking through to the second level of immortal transformation wouldn't be impossible. Thus, without hesitation, both of them decided on their plan. After Alicia extracted the demon core from the black bear, they left immediately. They quickly returned to the moon pavilion after leaving. There were still several days until Danilo-Sec's hunting activity, so they had plenty of time to prepare properly. Jet planned to gather information about the hunting activity from Tyson, regardless of how things stood. Although he had broken through to the 9th level of Transcendental, Jet was fully aware of the gap between himself and other disciples. He had won the championship among new disciples in the moon pavilion sparring match, but that was only among the newcomers. This time, however, the hunting activity wasn't merely a contest between newcomers. It was a showcase for top geniuses across the entire Danilo sect. Therefore, Jet knew all too well the disparity between himself and other cultivators. Frankly speaking, those top geniuses within Danilo sect were mostly at the immortal transformation realm. While Jet didn't know precisely which sublevel they were in, he was sure that compared to these cultivators, he was undoubtedly at the bottom. Hence, Jet naturally hoped he could speed up his own cultivation breakthrough. He quickly found Tyson, who looked over Jet and noticed his new strength breakthrough. Finding out that Jet had already broken through to the 9th level of Transcendental deeply shocked Tyson. Even though he had often thought Jet would surely make a breakthrough, he never expected it to happen so fast. The current Jet seemed like a terrifying existence. Breaking through cultivation realms was as easy for him as eating or sleeping, as if there were no cultivation barriers holding him back. This feeling was truly alarming. But because they had spent so much time together, although Tyson was deeply shaken by Jet's performance, he quickly accepted it. When Jet expressed his intention to participate in the hunting activity, Tyson showed no surprise, knowing that Jet would certainly break through again in this activity. Furthermore, considering closely, Jet was almost at the peak of Transcendental. If he had good luck, given his rapid and terrifying breakthrough speed, there was a high chance he could reach the immortal transformation realm. Recalling the youth who struggled greatly during the entry assessment, but was now about to break through to the immortal transformation realm, Tyson felt immensely astonished. Jet, you are undoubtedly the most monstrous genius I've ever seen in my life. I'm really looking forward to what achievements you'll attain in the future. After telling Jet everything about the hunting activity, Tyson couldn't help but say softly. Jet was taken aback, scratching his head and saying, Senior brother Tyson, you flatter me. Your abilities during this period haven't escaped my notice either. Others may not know, but I have seen that you've broken through to the peak of the 6th level of Transcendental, right? Tyson's eyes widened with astonishment when he heard this. How do you know? After breaking through, Tyson hadn't revealed his true strength because he wanted to stay low-key, allowing him to play a stronger role when it mattered most. During the time he spent with Jet, although Tyson hadn't learned much else, he had mastered Jet's low-profile approach. Of course, whether in Danilo sect or any other sect, staying low-key was a quality everyone must possess. If someone started showing off as soon as they gained some cultivation, they wouldn't last long. Jet smiled and said, My insight is extremely sharp, and now that I've broken through to the 9th level of Transcendental, surpassing your strength, I can easily discern your true realm. Finishing his sentence, Jet seemed to recall something and shook his head, adding, There are 2 days until the activity starts. Let's use this time to prepare thoroughly. Senior brother Tyson, you will also participate, right? Tyson froze again, suddenly feeling like he was just a soulless shell. Everything he thought seemed transparent to Jet. Yes, as Jet had said, he indeed wanted to participate in the hunting activity. Although his cultivation was modest, the hunting activity offered an excellent platform for self-improvement. If he could distinguish himself and encounter opportunities, breaking through to a higher realm was not beyond reach. This moment, Jet's image in Tyson's mind instantly became larger than life. If initially Jet had given him the impression of being a very powerful cultivation genius, then now Tyson felt that perhaps using the term world-shaking prodigy to describe Jet was more fitting. The time spent with Jet wasn't long, but the shocks he received from Jet were one more terrifying than the last. 2 days passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the Danilo sect's hunting activity to officially begin. The Danilo sect's hunting activity only opened once every 10 years, and each time it opened, it inevitably sparked enthusiasm among countless cultivators. Basically, all the cultivators within Danilo sect who had confidence in their strength chose to participate. Regardless of their cultivation level, they all wanted to show off their skills at this event, hoping for some gains. Although the reality was stark, the cultivators whose strength hadn't reached the immortal transformation realm would be easily crushed by others. This didn't dampen their enthusiasm in the least. When Jet arrived at the venue, he immediately spotted Alicia, who had already been there. Strangely enough, it had only been 2 days since they last met, yet Jet felt as if it had been a long time since he last saw Alicia. This feeling surprised Jet, and he shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts from his mind, focusing all his attention on the upcoming activity. Jet was well aware that this might be the last activity before the Danilo pilgrimage commenced. He believed that once this activity ended, it wouldn't be long before the Danilo pilgrimage began. Senior brother Jet, you're here. Alicia greeted Jet with a bright smile upon seeing him. Several other cultivators were around Alicia, and they had all tried to strike up conversations with her, but she had ignored them all. They had assumed that Alicia was naturally aloof and didn't like talking. However, seeing her greet Jet so warmly left them momentarily mesmerized by her smile. Chapter 173, Thousand Cloud Mountain Range. Soon, they regained their composure and shifted their gaze to Jet. After scrutinizing him and discovering that he was merely a cultivator, not yet reaching the transcend immortal realm, disdain filled their hearts. Where did this inexperienced brat come from? He's only at the Defy Heaven stage and dares to compete for our attention here? Do you believe me when I say that once the activity starts, we'll beat you so badly you can't get up? The cultivators were unreserved and brazen in their remarks. Jet, however, didn't intend to engage them and ignored these people completely. He turned to Alicia and said, I understand all the rules of the competition. I hope we can both excel in the first round and advance to the main event. Over the past 2 days, Jet had naturally learned the competition rules. This contest's initial phase was a preliminary round, during which all participating cultivators would enter the Thousand Cloud Mountain range to find the Thousand Cloud Scrolls necessary for advancing to the main event. The Thousand Cloud Scrolls were already distributed across various locations within the range, necessitating effort to obtain one. Before long, as it seemed most participants had gathered, a golden-robed figure suddenly appeared on a distant platform. As soon as the golden-robed figure emerged, an overwhelmingly oppressive aura spread outwards, evoking a sense of profound awe. This golden-robed figure was none other than Miles of Thousand Cloud Sect. Miles lightly coughed twice before directly announcing without any preamble, "The Thousand Cloud Sect's decennial hunting activity begins now. All contestants must enter the Thousand Cloud Mountain range to find the Thousand Cloud Scroll. You have 1 day, after which, those possessing the scroll will proceed to the next stage. Charge." With Elder Chinfeng's declaration, all the participants wasted no time and surged toward the mountain range with great speed. Jet didn't rush, knowing well that entering early or late made little difference. Obtaining the Thousand Cloud Scroll depended more on his own cultivation and luck. If luck wasn't sufficient, how could speeding ahead matter? Alicia moved separately from Jet, due to the clear rule that everyone must act alone. Discovery of intentional collaboration meant immediate disqualification. Even if Jet wanted to help Tyson, it was impossible since assisting her would cost him his eligibility. Besides, Tyson wouldn't let Jet help anyway. Swish. Jet advanced calmly into the Thousand Cloud Mountain range. Inside, thick fog immediately engulfed him, severely impeding his vision. Clear skies outside became murky within moments of entering. Jet was puzzled but understood that this mist was orchestrated by the Grandmasters of Thousand Cloud Sect, increasing the challenge of finding the Thousand Cloud Scrolls. The denser and more treacherous the conditions, the harder it would be to locate the scrolls. Suddenly, Jet grasped why the time limit was set to a single day. Without adequate luck and strategy, even the strongest might struggle to find the scrolls in such a short period. Taking a deep breath, he extended his senses fully and sprinted towards the north. Based on his knowledge, countless formidable beasts resided within, mostly at the Transcend Immortal stage. For Defy Heaven stage cultivators, this environment was extremely hostile, potentially lethal for those of insufficient strength. But every Defy Heaven cultivator knew this risk, coming anyway because good performance and remaining on the outer regions minimized life-threatening danger. Engaging powerful beasts also greatly benefited their cultivation. Jet had no qualms, charging deeper into the mountains despite potential threats. Others might fear Transcend Immortal beasts, but Jet had previously battled puppet equivalents and later fought a terrifying peak Transcend Immortal second stage black bear. Surviving those battles prepared him well for today, especially given his recent advancement to the 9th stage of Defy Heaven. With 3 supreme artifacts enhancing his combat power to unprecedented levels, very few beasts below the 3rd stage of Transcend Immortal could threaten him. Continuing unhurriedly, Jet expanded his senses through continuous circulation of spiritual energy. Before long, he noticed something unusual. A strong surge of spiritual energy seems to emanate from that water pool ahead. Jet narrowed his eyes and sped up. Reaching the pool, he saw its eerie emerald glow. Just gazing at it felt odd, while probing with his senses revealed terrifying fluctuations within. This pool holds secrets. Might it contain a Thousand Cloud Scroll? Staring intently, Jet hesitated briefly before channeling spiritual energy into his Ice God sword. When it shone brilliantly, he unleashed an Ice God slash toward the pool. Boom. Oddly, just as his slash neared the pool, a fearsome green spiritual energy beam erupted from it, colliding head-on with Jet's attack. The impact sent intense spiritual energies surging outward in a deafening explosion. Jet felt the weight of a colossal mountain upon impact, the pressure unimaginably immense. Yet, he quickly adjusted, distancing himself from the pool. His spiritual energy kept flowing, ready to strike again if necessary. Splash! As Jet pulled back, the water in the pool suddenly rippled. Then, he saw a crocodile covered in dark green thorn-like spines slowly crawl out from the depths of the pool. Upon seeing this crocodile, Jet's face drastically changed because it radiated terrifying waves of spiritual energy pressure. From the sheer intensity of this spiritual energy, Jet was certain that this green crocodile had reached the 3rd stage of Transcend Immortal. Initially, Jet believed he would only encounter danger if he ran into a 3rd stage Transcend Immortal beast. But within this brief moment, he actually encountered one. However, Jet's mind raced rapidly. This location was on the outskirts of Thousand Cloud Mountain Range. In theory, beasts of this level should not be present here. After all, since this area was on the outer fringes of the mountain range, if even these regions were teeming with Transcend Immortal beasts, then cultivators at the Defy Heaven stage wouldn't dare participate in such a hunting activity. Therefore, since a 3rd stage Transcend Immortal beast appeared here, something unusual must be going on. Jet was a smart individual. Thinking quickly, he realized the Thousand Cloud Scroll might very well be here, either in the water pool or inside the crocodile. This thought sparked cold glimmers in his eyes. He wasn't one to retreat easily, especially in such a situation. Even though the opponent was a 3rd stage Transcend Immortal, Jet had no thoughts of withdrawing. The idea that defeating this crocodile might yield the Thousand Cloud Scroll excited him greatly, because acquiring the scroll would complete this mission, allowing his strength to reach the 10th stage of Defy Heaven. Breaking through to the 10th stage of Defy Heaven would mean reaching the pinnacle of this realm. At that point, his combat prowess would far surpass its current state. Taking a deep breath, Jet wasted no time. With a swift flick of his wrist, the power of the Ice God sword erupted, and a formidable sword intent surged directly toward the crocodile. Chapter 174, Triple Ice Deity Burst. Triple Ice Deity Burst. This time, Jet did not unleash the Ice Deity Slash, but instead used the Ice Deity Burst. Both are based on explosive power, but the Ice Deity Burst requires significantly less spiritual energy. Thus, at this moment, Jet could unleash several Ice Deity Bursts in one go. The power of an Ice Deity Burst was already terrifying enough. Now it looked like a sword intent being unleashed, but in reality, it was three sword intents acting together. This triple-layered ice deity burst could release an immensely formidable power. The green crocodile could clearly sense the powerful spiritual energy from Jet's attack. Yet, this crocodile showed no intention of retreating. But as the crocodile's eyes flickered with green ferocity, immediately after, when Jet's sword intent approached the crocodile and seemed ready to engulf it, the crocodile opened its mouth, and a terrifying green spiritual energy beam shot out. Swish! The spiritual energy beam instantly erupted, creating an overwhelmingly fearsome sensation. From Jet's perception, it felt just like his flame divine arrow, as if the opponent's attack had an incredibly terrifying penetrative power. Phew! In the next moment, Jet saw that this extremely terrifying green spiritual energy beam immediately collided with his attack. With a soft phew, he shockingly observed that his formidable sword intent was shattered head-on by the spiritual energy beam. Upon collision, he could clearly feel the three ice deity burst sword intents bursting almost instantly. Regardless of any perspective, the green spiritual energy beam emitted by the crocodile possessed an indescribably terrifying power. Taking a deep breath, Jet felt the vast amount of heavenly spiritual energy swirling within him. Without any pause, he increased his speed, turning into a frightening meteor, charging directly at the crocodile. With full speed, Jet covered vast distances in an instant, arriving before the crocodile. He didn't hesitate, injecting immense spiritual energy into the ice deity sword, then unleashing his most powerful move, the flame divine arrow. Jet had fought countless battles against various strong enemies, so he knew his advantages and disadvantages very well. To be blunt, the flame arrow he could now unleash was, besides 10,000-mile freeze, undoubtedly the most formidable move at his disposal. Swish, swish, swish. As Jet began his technique, terrifying blue spiritual energy arrows rapidly gathered around his body. These arrows appeared swiftly, filling the space around Jet within seconds, creating an overwhelmingly fearsome sight. Jet then shouted, causing the myriad terrifying blue spiritual energy arrows to converge toward a single point. Individually, these arrows didn't possess much spiritual power, but as they continuously converged, Jet immediately felt an incomparably terrifying sensation. This was his first attempt to fully unleash his power after breaking through to the 9th level of Reverse Heaven Realm. At this moment, Jet felt his heart racing, eagerly anticipating the might of this flame divine arrow. The power of the flame divine arrow increased alongside Jet's continuous breakthroughs and enhancements. Currently, within the Reverse Heaven Realm, the flame divine arrow would be unmatched, and even cultivators at the first or second levels of immortal transformation wouldn't stand a chance against. Swoosh! In the next moment, under the endless gathering of spiritual energy, a huge, terrifying, black-flamed spiritual energy arrow took shape. Without any pause, it rushed forward with a terrifyingly piercing posture toward the distant green crocodile. The moment Jet's flame divine arrow formed, the crocodile clearly sensed the terrifying spiritual energy emanating from it, akin to a force that could pierce through anything in the world. Despite sensing such a terrifying spiritual fluctuation from the flame divine arrow, the crocodile had no intention of retreating. After all, it had broken through to the 3rd level of immortal transformation. Roaring fiercely, a thick armor emitting green spiritual light appeared on its body. With this armor appearing, the crocodile's aura changed dramatically. In Jet's perception, it seemed as though the crocodile's strength had surged several realms at once, precisely, as if it had been elevated from the 3rd level of immortal transformation to the 5th. This feeling was profoundly alarming. After sensing the crocodile's terrifying power, Jet couldn't help but whistle softly. Although he had anticipated the crocodile's strength, he hadn't expected it to be this formidable. However, the more terrifying the crocodile's strength, the more Jet was certain that an extraordinary treasure must be hidden here. At the very least, the 1,000-cloud scroll must be present. Otherwise, the crocodile wouldn't be here. Boom! At that moment, as the crocodile's body surface glowed with a layer of green spiritual armor, it charged forward without hesitation, leaping off the ground like a missile straight toward Jet's flame divine arrow. This scene left Jet momentarily stunned. Although he knew the crocodile's current strength was terrifying, his flame divine arrow was also extraordinarily potent. Could the crocodile really dare to contend head-on with his flame divine arrow without courting death? Jet refused to believe that the crocodile could withstand the explosive attack of his flame divine arrow. But what happened next forced him to believe it. As the terrifying flame divine arrow approached, the crocodile suddenly emitted layers of horrifying green spiritual light from its body, forming an invisible spiritual shield that blocked the arrow's power outside its range. Seeing this, Jet's heart raced. He found it hard to believe that the spiritual shield could be this powerful. What exactly did the crocodile use to withstand the power of his flame divine arrow? Crack, crack? After being blocked by the crocodile's invisible spiritual shield, the flame divine arrow burst apart in the next second. A series of cracking sounds filled the air as the formerly terrifying and intense flame divine arrow disintegrated completely. However, despite having his flame divine arrow effortlessly neutralized, Jet had no intention of retreating. He was now certain that the 1,000-cloud scroll must be here. Without stopping, he shouted, infusing immeasurable spiritual energy into the ice deity sword, and unleashed 3 powerful ice deity slashes head-on. Triple ice deity slash. This time, Jet unleashed 3 sword intents, but unlike the previous triple ice deity burst, the power of the current triple ice deity slash far exceeded that of the ice deity burst. Regardless of how one looked at it, the ice deity slash was an upgraded version of the ice deity burst. Thus, when Jet unleashed this attack, its terrifying power was indescribable. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 3 ice deity slashes combined, launching toward the crocodile with a devastating force that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Even before the attack reached its target, the overwhelming power already spread outwards. If any other cultivator at the Reverse Heaven Realm were present, they would undoubtedly be left speechless by the magnitude of Jet's attack. In truth, the power of these 3 ice deity slashes had surpassed the limits of what a Reverse Heaven Realm cultivator could unleash. Yet, Jet was merely a 9th-level reverse heaven cultivator. Upon witnessing Jet's terrifying sword intent, the crocodile's eyes revealed a look of wariness. However, its actions did not slow down in the slightest. With another roar, the crocodile opened its mouth wide, unleashing a horrifying green spiritual energy beam. This beam charged toward Jet's sword intent with a heart-stirring force. It was undeniable that this green spiritual energy beam was far more terrifying than the 2 beams the crocodile had previously unleashed. A careful observer would notice the almost explosive surge of spiritual energy within the beam. Truly, as a 3rd-level immortal transformation beast, its full power attack was incredibly awe-inspiring. Boom! In the next moment, the crocodile's horrifying spiritual energy beam collided with Jet's triple-layered ice deity slash. Instantly, it felt as though 2 immensely powerful meteors had collided, causing terrifying amounts of spiritual energy to wildly expand outward, creating an overwhelmingly fearsome sensation. Chapter 175, Thunderstorm Array. As the sword intent and the crocodile's spiritual energy beam collided, Jet felt a shocking, speechless sensation rise in his heart. In that instant of impact, a terrifying countershock force surged into Jet's body, as if it were about to tear him apart. Fortunately, Jet reacted quickly and almost instantly began circulating his internal spiritual energy. By wildly channeling this energy, he managed to suppress the discomfort forcefully. Then, Jet shifted his feet, unleashing his speed, creating distance between himself and the crocodile. In a blink, there was already a gap of several dozen zhang between Jet and the crocodile. Now, Jet and the crocodile were in very different states compared to when they had just started fighting. Initially, the crocodile did not take Jet seriously. It considered Jet merely a reverse heaven realm cultivator, and with its own 3rd stage transcending immortal cultivation, killing such an opponent would be child's play. However, as the battle unfolded, the crocodile discovered that Jet's strength was no ordinary kind of terror. Every swing of the ice deity sword released sword intent at an extraordinarily exaggerated level. Though Jet's combat power was indeed horrifying at this moment, the crocodile had already transcended to the 3rd stage transcending immortal, so it had no intention of retreating. Determined to beat back Jet, it roared fiercely and transformed into a terrifying bolt of lightning charging towards Jet. This was the first time the crocodile took the offensive. Instantly, Jet's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling an odd sensation. He dared not be careless, fully activating his internal spiritual energy and injecting countless amounts into the ice deity sword before unleashing a powerful strike. 5-fold ice deity slash. Rumble. Drawing on previous combat experience, Jet knew that without releasing an attack with enough power, it would be hard to break through the crocodile's defenses. So, he immediately unleashed his strongest move, 5-fold ice deity slash. The 1-fold ice deity slash alone could unleash terrifying power. How much more so with 5 folds? The burst of the 5-fold ice deity slash created a sensation as if it could engulf the world. A terrifying sword intent erupted, causing boundless spiritual energy to spread chaotically around. Before hitting the target, the rumbling sound of the spiritual energy explosion already resonated loudly, spreading outwards. Upon sensing the might of Jet's sword intent, the crocodile's eyes widened with astonishment, clearly unimaginable that Jet could reach this level of power. From any perspective, this surpassed the limits of what a reverse heaven realm cultivator could unleash. Yet, the crocodile did not retreat. Instead, it opened its mouth, gathering immense spiritual energy before spitting out a green spiritual energy beam. This beam gave Jet an entirely different, even more terrifying impression compared to the previous ones. Boom. Next, this fearsome spiritual energy beam attacked destructively, colliding fiercely with Jet's 5-fold ice deity slash. Immediately, a loud boom echoed as boundless spiritual energy spread crazily around. The continuous gathering and explosions transformed into terrifying gusts dispersing outward. Jet couldn't withstand this sudden shockwave and was thrown backward by the powerful vibration. Turning to fly away, Jet increased the distance between himself and the crocodile again. Observing the chaotic spiritual energy at the collision center, Jet didn't have the urge to attack. He knew that with his current strength, defeating the crocodile was nearly impossible. His mission was only to obtain the 1,000 Cloud Scroll and advance to the next round. There were no rules specifying how to get it. Since he couldn't defeat the crocodile here, finding another place was the solution. Jet was pragmatic and prepared to leave immediately. Whoosh! But, before Jet flew far, several figures suddenly rushed toward the crocodile, likely drawn by the powerful spiritual energy shockwaves. Jet paused, focusing on them. 3 cultivators who reached the transcending immortal realm rushing towards the crocodile. Seeing this, Jet halted, looking at the distant crocodile. An idea formed in his mind. Alone, he wasn't the crocodile's match, but now, with these people's help, the situation changed. Observing the 3 cultivators, 1 at 2nd stage transcending immortal, 2 at 1st stage, Jet felt lucky. This lineup was highly combative. With their strength in the outer 1,000 cloud mountains, they could dominate everything. They hadn't been in the forest long, nor were they working together due to competition rules. Hence, Jet wasn't worried about them ganging up on him. Instantly, the trio approached the crocodile, positioning themselves strategically, all focused on the beast. Recognizing the crocodile as a 3rd stage transcending immortal monster, they were initially shocked but, upon sensing its depleted spiritual energy, cruel smiles appeared on their faces. They realized a powerful cultivator must have fought it previously. Great, though we don't know why that cultivator fled. Meeting us 3 means your doom. The lead cultivator, without hesitation, sped towards the crocodile, brandishing a shiny silver sword. Its intense light shone as the cultivator slashed at the crocodile, aiming to crush everything in its path. Though powerful, compared to Jet's 5-fold ice deity slash, this was less intimidating to the crocodile. Boom! Opening its mouth, the crocodile instantly unleashed a terrifying green spiritual energy beam, clashing violently with the cultivator's sword intent. In an instant, the cultivator felt like his sword intent hit a mountain. The terrible force sent him flying, while the crocodile, undeterred, continued its rapid pursuit. The other two cultivators, seeing the situation, didn't hesitate either. They each activated their magical treasures to launch attacks on the crocodile, knowing that if they didn't act now, their companion would be dead for sure. Initially, they believed that with the combined strength of the three of them, this crocodile stood no chance. After all, it appeared that its internal spiritual energy had already been greatly depleted. What could it possibly use to fight them? However, just in that brief moment of impact, the combat power unleashed by the crocodile gave them an incredibly terrifying sensation. It was hard to imagine that the crocodile's strength could reach this level, but since they had already made their move, there was no turning back. Boom, boom. At this moment, the two first-stage transcending immortal cultivators were pushing their magical treasures to their limits, causing a significant impact on the crocodile. This allowed the second-stage transcending immortal cultivator to escape from the crocodile's attack. After escaping, the cultivator's face was deathly pale, and his eyes filled with shock, clearly surprised by the extent of the crocodile's power. From afar, Jet squinted slightly. His perception revealed that the crocodile, shrouded in a layer of green spiritual energy armor, was currently displaying strength far beyond third-stage transcending immortal, perhaps even reaching fourth or fifth stage. This explained why the crocodile could send the second-stage cultivator flying with a single strike. At this point, the second-stage transcending immortal cultivator shouted, "We won't let you off! Thunderstorm array!" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As he spoke, the three cultivators rapidly manipulated their spiritual energy. Numerous terrifying spiritual energy swords emerged and, under their control, formed a complex formation, engulfing the crocodile. At this moment, the distant crocodile couldn't help but reveal a curious look. Even though the array wasn't fully formed yet, Jet could sense that it was far from ordinary, making him fully aware that this array was anything but simple. Chapter 176, Immortal Ascension Stone. Obviously, these three individuals did not possess high cultivation or strength, yet they had the audacity to challenge a third-level transcendent beast. Without certain skills, this would be inconceivable. However, as the trio set up their formation, the crocodile showed no hint of fear, and upon closer inspection, one could even see a mocking glint in its eyes. Clearly, it didn't believe that the attacks from these three posed any real threat. Thunder formation, attack? In the next moment, with a wave from the lead cultivator's hand, countless terrifying spirit swords activated, each glowing with fearsome lightning. They then surged towards the crocodile in an overwhelming assault. The simultaneous activation of thousands of spirit swords was an impressive sight. Leaving aside the power of the thunder formation, the mere momentum displayed was already extraordinarily exaggerated. Bang bang bang. Controlled by the three cultivators, these lightning-infused spirit swords attacked the crocodile with devastating force. The crocodile, however, showed no signs of retreating. Instead, it lashed out with its tail, sweeping powerfully at the spirit swords. It was evident that the crocodile's tail possessed incomparable power, acting almost like a divine weapon. Each time it came into contact with the spirit swords, they shattered easily, like paper. Thus, despite the vast number of spirit swords, none of them managed to inflict any damage on the crocodile. Seeing this, the expressions of the three cultivators turned grim. Retreat. With fewer and fewer spirit swords left and still gaining no advantage, the three decided to flee without hesitation. After all, they were not fools. Although the battle was brief, it was clear that they were completely outmatched by the crocodile. Erg. Swoosh. However, while the three tried to escape, the crocodile wouldn't let them go so easily. It roared fiercely, emitting a brilliant green spiritual light from its body. In the next instant, it vanished from its spot only to reappear right before the three cultivators. Boom. Immediately, the crocodile's mouth opened, and a powerful spiritual energy beam shot out towards the cultivators. A second stage, transcendent cultivator reacted instinctively, channeling immense spiritual energy into his sword, drawing a silver shield in front of him for protection. Crack. PFT. Despite the shield forming, it crumbled like paper under the crocodile's energy beam. The shield's power paled in comparison to the beam, which pierced through the cultivator's chest, killing him instantly. Witnessing this, the remaining two first-stage, transcendent cultivators paled and immediately fled at full speed. However, the crocodile pursued relentlessly. Soon, two more cries echoed as the last two cultivators met their ends. Watching from afar, Jet felt a mix of emotions. He realized how perilous Thousand Cloud Mountain was, harboring numerous ferocious beasts like this crocodile. He couldn't help but worry about Tyson. If she encountered such a beast, there'd be no chance of resistance. Yet, the stronger this crocodile was, the more Jet's curiosity grew. With such formidable strength, the treasure hidden here might be far greater than he imagined, perhaps within that green pond. Coincidentally, as Jet pondered, a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding, congratulations. You have triggered a hidden task. Defeat the Devil Sky Crocodile, which has reached 3rd stage transcendent power. Upon activating the Devil Sky armor, it can temporarily reach 5th stage transcendent power. Defeating it will grant you a Devil Sky Beast core, rewarding you with an Immortal Ascension Stone. Using it will elevate your Ice God Sword from Tin Vein quality to Immortal Grade. Jet was stunned. He hadn't expected to trigger a hidden task at this moment. Even more astonishing was the potential reward of an Immortal Ascension Stone. He knew the difference between an Immortal Grade and a God Grade weapon was immense. Even a Tin Vein God Grade weapon would be nothing more than scrap iron compared to an Immortal Grade weapon. An Immortal Grade weapon possessed unimaginable power, much like Alicia's ability to unleash terrifying power due to her Immortal Grade gauntlet. Curious about the increase in power an Immortal Grade weapon would bring, Jet felt a cruel smile form on his lips. Initially planning to retreat, he now wanted to defeat the Devil Sky Crocodile. Moreover, he suspected the green pond held more treasures. Knowing the green armor on the crocodile was the Devil Sky armor, which limited its power duration, Jet planned to wait until its effect wore off before attacking. The Devil Sky Crocodile had slaughtered the 3 cultivators because it was under the influence of the Devil Sky armor, granting it temporary 5th stage transcendent power. This was also why Jet was initially overpowered. When fully exerting its power, it far surpassed a 3rd stage transcendent beast. Taking a deep breath, Jet prepared to observe the situation carefully and strike when the time was right. Suddenly, a soft PFT sound broke the silence. The green spiritual armor on the crocodile deflated rapidly like a deflating balloon. Moments later, the crocodile reverted to its original form. Jet sensed that its power had dropped from 5th stage back to 3rd stage transcendent. Well, looks like the Devil Sky armor's effects have ended. Perfect. For Jet, who had been waiting for the right moment to strike, there was no hesitation now. With a low shout, he instantly unleashed his full speed and charged towards the Devil Sky crocodile. Speeding at full force, Jet became like a terrifying bolt of lightning, reaching the crocodile in an instant. 5-fold Ice God Slash. Immediately, countless terrifying spiritual energies from within Jet surged into the Ice God sword, and he fiercely swung it. Boom. In that moment, a fearsome sword intent capable of shattering mountains appeared, charging toward the Devil Sky crocodile with a posture as if devouring heaven and earth. For the Devil Sky crocodile, which had just exited the enhanced state from the Devil Sky armor, Jet's sudden attack caused an immediate change in its expression. Its power had reverted to the 3rd stage transcendent level, greatly limiting its capabilities. Confronted with Jet's 5-fold Ice God Slash, it suddenly felt immense pressure. Puff. In the moment of crisis, the Devil Sky crocodile saw that it couldn't dodge in time, so it opened its mouth and unleashed a terrifying green spiritual energy beam. Bang! The green spiritual energy beam erupted instantly, colliding with Jet's 5-fold Ice God Slash in a formidable stance. However, this previously invincible spiritual energy beam failed to penetrate Jet's 5-fold Ice God Slash this time. Clang! As the sword intents of the 5-fold Ice God Slash unfolded one after another, by the 3rd wave, the Devil Sky crocodile's spiritual energy beam was directly consumed by the sword intent. Immediately after, the remaining 2 waves of sword intent struck the crocodile. Unable to withstand such a terrifying impact, the crocodile was hurled away. Jet didn't pause for a moment. Since his first move had succeeded, now was the perfect opportunity to press his advantage. Flash. Infinite Cosmos appear. With a low shout, Jet moved his foot and was instantly before the Devil Sky crocodile. Then, with a flick of his hand, the Infinite Cosmos sword formation emerged. Chapter 177. Breaking through to the 10th heaven-defying level. 32 flying swords immediately condensed into 16, and then 16 swords paired up to merge into a colossal sword emitting golden spiritual energy. Boundless Universe Break. Inferno sword formation. Solidify. In the next moment, Jet fiercely waved his hand, and this terrifying golden giant sword charged towards the Demon Sky crocodile with an unstoppable force. While executing the Boundless Universe sword formation, Jet also deployed the Flame sword formation. Although he had immense confidence in the Boundless Universe sword formation due to its formidable armor-piercing capability which could unleash destructive power when fully unleashed, he remembered their previous encounter where the Demon Sky crocodile left a profound impression on him. Despite losing its Demon Sky armor now, Jet couldn't be sure if it had more terrifying tricks up its sleeve. Therefore, to ensure safety, while fully deploying the Boundless Universe sword formation, Jet simultaneously activated the Flame sword formation. The Flame sword formation's power was undoubtedly terrifying. As Jet executed it, countless blue spiritual energy arrows formed around him and, as time passed, these arrows transformed into flaming black fire arrows, evoking a sense of fear even from a distance. Boom! Jet's fearsome golden giant sword attacked powerfully. Even before the strike landed, the horrifying might already spread outward, instilling terror. A loud roar sounded as the golden giant sword emitted brilliant light and surged towards the Demon Sky crocodile. The Demon Sky crocodile's face changed drastically as it could clearly feel the intense energy from Jet's attack. If struck, it knew it wouldn't remain intact. But reacting swiftly, it channeled its internal spiritual energy to produce a massive black spiritual shield in front of it. Crack! Crack! However, this black spiritual shield, despite looking formidable, couldn't withstand Jet's attack and shattered instantly upon impact. Compared to the Demon Sky armor, the shield's defense was insignificant. Nonetheless, the crocodile used this brief opportunity to speed away, increasing the distance between it and Jet. It was well aware of the gap between itself and Jet. Earlier, when Jet attacked, it realized it was no match for him unless protected by the Demon Sky armor. Nowhere to run. But Jet didn't panic at the fleeing Demon Sky crocodile. He simply shouted and vigorously swung his Ice Deity sword. Knowing that the crocodile would try to escape, this was why he had previously deployed the Flame sword formation. Swoosh swoosh. Now, the Flame sword formation came into play. As Jet's sword moved, countless spiritual energies spread wildly and fused into the flames within the arrows. Under Jet's control, these burning black fire arrows accelerated towards the distant Demon Sky crocodile with frightening force. Though the flame arrows were powerful individually, together they became a horrifying force, creating an overwhelming array of energy. Countless fiery arrows intersected, enveloping the Demon Sky crocodile in horror-stricken silence. Rumble. As the thunderous sound echoed, the fiery arrows hit the Demon Sky crocodile, engulfing it in an explosion that sent shockwaves radiating outward, an awe-inspiring sight. Despite the distance, Jet felt deeply impressed. This flame sword formation's power surpassed any previous use, satisfying him greatly. Well done, it's over. Sensing no sign of life from the crocodile, Jet smiled in satisfaction. The battle, which had lasted too long, finally ended. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Jet approached the dead crocodile, swiftly extracting its core using the Ice Deity sword. Immediately, the familiar system notification echoed in his ears. Ding, congratulations, host has completed the hidden task, successfully acquiring the Demon Sky crocodile's core. Reward, 1 Ascension Stone, capable of upgrading the 10-pattern divine weapon Ice Deity Sword to immortal level. Hearing this, Jet felt invigorated. He had long anticipated this day. Ever since witnessing the power of immortal weapons, he dreamed of possessing one himself. The Ascension Stone granted by the system fulfilled this wish. However, Jet didn't rush to use it, but headed towards the green pond. From earlier observations, he believed it harbored treasures. With the death of the demon sky crocodile, Jet entered the pond, protected by a layer of spiritual energy armor against the cold water. Quickly, he made a discovery. What is that? A glowing point attracted Jet's gaze. Despite the distance, he sensed a formidable spiritual energy from it. Approaching swiftly, he identified a shining ring. This ring emitted eerie green light and intense spiritual energy, confirming to Jet that it was no ordinary object. Judging by the energy emanating from the ring, Jet concluded that its quality had reached the immortal level. Approaching the ring, Jet discovered that next to it was a scroll emitting a faint green spiritual energy glow. Without hesitation, Jet knew this scroll was likely the pass for advancing to the next round of the competition, the Thousand Cloud Scroll. Without further ado, Jet swiftly stowed the scroll into his storage bag. Then, with another wave of his hand, he summoned countless surging spiritual energies that swept up the immortal level scroll and placed it in his storage bag as well. As for the ring, Jet felt no urgency. He had plenty of time to thoroughly examine it later. Having obtained the Thousand Cloud Scroll, Jet did not leave the pond just yet. The system's notification chimes soon rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations, host has successfully completed the task by acquiring the Thousand Cloud Scroll, thus qualifying for the next stage of the competition. Reward, breakthrough from the 9th heaven-defying level to the 10th heaven-defying level. Ding, congratulations, host has triggered a new task. To advance to the top 100 in the next stage of the competition by defeating numerous formidable opponents. Upon completion, your strength can break through to the first level of transcending immortality. The system's notifications filled Jet with a profound sense of satisfaction as his strength had directly escalated from the 9th heaven-defying level to the 10th heaven-defying level. Finally breaking through to the 10th heaven-defying level brought immense joy to Jet, who had long yearned for such a power surge. This newfound realm undoubtedly provided an incredibly fulfilling sensation. Ripple, ripple. With the pond's water undulating, Jet left the murky green depths. He didn't spare a glance at the distant corpse of the demon sky crocodile, instead accelerating towards the outer regions of the Thousand Cloud Mountains. Now that he possessed the Thousand Cloud Scroll, there was no need to linger. Moreover, Jet was more curious about the upcoming task, standing out among many strong opponents and entering the top 100 in this competition. Hashtag Chapter 178, Ancient Divine Ring. Although the task seemed quite simple at first glance, Jet could easily guess that it would not be easy and would certainly have a high level of difficulty. After all, the rewards for this mission were incredibly rich, enough to boost his strength from the 10th rank of Transcendent to the 1st rank of Immortal Transformation. One must understand that though there was only one realm between the 10th rank of Transcendent and the 1st rank of Immortal Transformation, they belonged to entirely different levels. While an average cultivator might manage to break through from the 9th rank of Transcendent to the 10th with enough cultivation time, advancing from the 10th rank of Transcendent to the 1st rank of Immortal Transformation required exceptional talent and extraordinary willpower. Even with ample cultivation time, success was unlikely without these qualities. For Jet, he did not need to undergo the heavenly thunder baptism. Simply completing the task would allow him to advance to the Immortal Transformation realm. If this news spread, it would cause an uproar across the continent. Therefore, Jet also understood that this mission would have an extremely high difficulty level. Looking up at the sky, Jet saw that there was still some time before the first preliminary round ended, so he was in no rush to leave. His figure flashed continuously among the mountains until he arrived at a secluded part of the forest. Taking out the Ascension Stone from his storage bag, he then directly embedded it into the Ice God Sword without hesitation. Boom! Instantly, with the Ascension Stone now embedded in the Ice God Sword, a loud boom echoed, followed by a terrifying blue spiritual energy pillar shooting up into the sky, creating an intensely formidable atmosphere. If there were other cultivators nearby, seeing this horrifying light column would undoubtedly leave them speechless. Fortunately, the light column lasted only a fleeting moment before vanishing. Once the shock of the light column dissipated, Jet clearly sensed the massive transformation in his Ice God Sword. Although it looked similar to before, the feel was completely different now. Previously, the Ice God Sword felt heavy, but now it felt as light as air. Careful perception revealed that the Ice God Sword, now at the Divine Artifact level, had significantly enhanced its power compared to when it was a sacred weapon. A Divine Artifact level Ice God Sword and a Sacred Weapon level Ice God Sword were like heaven and earth apart. Despite only being one grade higher, the difference in power was enormous. Swinging his Ice God Sword around, Jet felt deeply satisfied. Watching his weapon's power increase over time brought him much joy. He was now somewhat curious about what terrifying power his Ice Sword techniques would exhibit in actual combat with his current cultivation at the 10th rank of Transcendent and his newly upgraded Ice God Sword. Taking a deep breath, Jet could clearly feel that his strength had made significant progress since battling the Devil Sky Crocodile. If he were to face the Devil Sky Crocodile again in his current state, Jet was confident that even with the Devil Sky Armor's enhancement, he could still slay it. This confidence came from breaking through to a higher level. Jet was not someone who enjoyed blind self-confidence, but he was indeed confident in his current strength. Now, let's take a look at what is so peculiar about this ring. After upgrading his Ice God Sword, Jet shifted his focus to the ring he obtained from the green pond. With a mental command, the ring glowing with green spiritual energy flew out of his storage bag and hovered in front of Jet. Under the sunlight, Jet could now carefully examine the ring. He noticed that its surface had dragon-shaped patterns, and upon closer inspection, he could feel the ancient array formation's power emanating from it. A sensation that left him astonished, for it was the first time he experienced such a feeling. Out of curiosity, Jet channeled his spiritual energy into the ring. Immediately after infusing the spiritual energy, he felt the ring acting like a fearsome creature, attaching itself tightly to his finger. The ring emitted a terrifying suction force, causing Jet's spiritual energy to uncontrollably surge into it. Jet's face turned pale, utterly shocked. It was the first time he had such an experience. Though he considered himself well-traveled on this continent, this green ring left him deeply shaken. Jet did not dare to underestimate the situation, furiously circulating his spiritual energy to suppress the anomaly. However, despite his efforts, the situation remained unchanged, with the ring relentlessly devouring his spiritual energy like a voracious beast. For a moment, Jet felt extremely tense, but thankfully, this conditions did not last long. Soon, the ring's devouring force abruptly ceased, and everything stopped. By then, Jet was drenched in sweat and deathly pale. Opening his eyes wide, he observed the ring and found that it had drastically changed compared to before. Previously, Jet merely thought the ring was unusual, but now just looking at it caused a powerful spiritual energy ripple to emerge. Jet projected his consciousness into the ring's interior and discovered that within it was an ancient space where a figure was practicing some moves. Upon closer observation, Jet's eyes widened as he realized the figure was practicing ancient moves far superior to ordinary ones. In terms of technique quality, these moves surpassed divine-grade techniques and reached immortal grade. An immortal-grade ancient technique. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the combat power it would unleash, completely surpassing divine-grade techniques. One move Jet saw was called the Spirit Burst technique. Even a single glance made him acutely aware of its horrifying power. This technique could instantly multiply the attack's potency several times in a short period. Never before had Jet encountered such a terrifying technique, leaving him momentarily stunned. Completely captivated, Jet's gaze was entirely focused on the figure practicing in the ancient space. The continuous repetition of the Spirit Burst technique gave Jet a mesmerizing feeling. After observing for some time, knowing he had seen it countless times, Jet did not hesitate any longer. He uttered a low cry, then circulated his spiritual energy and began practicing just as the figure demonstrated. Roar! With a shout, torrents of terrifying spiritual energy surged within him. Layers of spiritual energy erupted from his body, making him appear like a battle god. Ice blue spiritual energy spread, emitting waves of bone-chilling coldness that radiated outward, creating an overwhelmingly terrifying atmosphere. Spirit Burst technique. Shortly after, Jet roared loudly, unleashing the immortal grade technique just as the figure had demonstrated. The Spirit Burst technique, after being unleashed, made Jet feel an endless surge of terrifying spiritual energy within his body. His body felt heated, as if it were about to explode. This was the first time Jet had such a sensation, because he had always practiced the Ice God Sword technique, which belongs to the ice attribute. But at this moment, due to the Spirit Burst technique, Jet felt an overwhelmingly scorching heat. For a moment, Jet felt as if even a casual punch could shatter the heavens and earth. This feeling left him deeply shaken. Good, let's find a beast to test this out. At this moment, Jet felt his combat power was truly terrifying. He also wanted to see how much terrifying might this Spirit Burst technique could unleash when fully utilized. So without hesitation, he sped off towards the depths of the Thousand Cloud Mountain range. Since he was now in the Thousand Cloud Mountain range where beasts roamed everywhere, all he needed was to find one with comparable strength to test the might of the Spirit Burst technique. Of course, practicing against a beast would help him master the Spirit Burst technique better. However, what Jet was more curious about was how much his strength could be boosted in actual combat against other cultivators once he mastered this technique. Whoosh! Moving at full speed, Jet became like a bolt of lightning, swiftly darting through the air. In no time, he arrived deep into the Thousand Cloud Mountain range. Then, Jet suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on an open area in the distance. He saw the white tiger there, whose strength had already reached the third stage of immortal transformation. The white tiger exuded a terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation that was extremely shocking just by its intensity alone. Chapter 179, Spirit Burst Art. Great, you'll do. The moment Jet laid eyes on the white tiger, he had already chosen it as his experimental subject. From any perspective, the white tiger was highly suitable. Without a pause, Jet gave a low shout and the heavenly essence energy within him surged wildly. Moving with incredible speed, he transformed into a terrifying meteor streaking directly towards the white tiger. At this moment, distance seemed to lose its meaning. In the blink of an eye, Jet had covered immense ground, arriving before the white tiger. Triple Ice Deity Slash. Instead of rushing to use the Spirit Burst art, Jet first tested the white tiger's strength with his usual moves. With Jet's exertion, 3 formidable blue sword intents erupted, hurtling toward the white tiger with an overwhelming force. For the white tiger, Jet's attack was undeniably menacing. The moment the attack unleashed, it left the beast deeply shaken. Hence, the white tiger wasted no time, letting out a roar and speeding straight at Jet from the front. The white tiger's burst of speed was astonishing, instilling a sense of extreme dread within moments. In the blink of an eye, it reached the path of Jet's sword intent. The beast gathered a vast amount of essence energy to its arms and swiped fiercely at Jet's sword intent. Boom! Despite the terror of Jet's sword intent, the white tiger was at the third stage of immortal transformation. Thus, its full outburst of power was extraordinarily fearsome. The instant the tiger's arm collided with Jet's sword intent, it shattered explosively. Following that, the white tiger continued its relentless charge at Jet, opening its massive jaws and unleashing a terrifying energy beam aimed to destroy everything in its path. Jet squinted slightly, not hesitating or retreating. He let out a loud cry and began to unleash the Spirit Burst art. Spirit Burst art. Quintuple Ice Deity Slash. After employing the Spirit Burst art, the burning sensation resurfaced. This time, due to a greater infusion of essence energy, Jet felt like he would be incinerated by the intense heat inside him. Whoosh! In the next moment, as Jet swung his Ice Deity sword, a formidable sword intent emerged and rushed towards the white tiger's energy beam like a tidal wave. Under the amplification of the Spirit Burst art, the power of the quintuple ice deity / reached terrifying heights. It felt like the most formidable attack in the world, sweeping in as if devouring the heavens and earth. Thunderclap. Crack. The next moment, this terrifying ice deity / collided with the white tiger's energy beam. Jet witnessed an astounding scene. The energy beam crumbled under the impact, shattering into fragments. The quintuple ice deity / still carried tremendous force, surging forward towards the white tiger. Clearly stunned by Jet's attack, for the white tiger, being at the third stage of immortal transformation meant confidence in overpowering any transcendent realm cultivator. But now, it realized true terror. Aerg. Seeing Jet's sword intent closing in, the white tiger didn't hesitate but used its full speed to flee. It knew that continuing to fight would mean certain death. Thunderclap. Fortunately, the white tiger escaped just in time. Jet's ice deity / struck the ground with a horrifying boom, releasing terrifying currents of essence energy. The power of this attack was beyond description. Is it this exaggerated? Looking at the destructive power of the quintuple ice deity / Jet was momentarily dumbfounded. Even he was shocked by the amplified power of the Spirit Burst art. He couldn't have imagined that the Spirit Burst art could boost his attack so dramatically. At this moment, he truly grasped the terror hidden within the green ring he possessed. Learning a single ancient technique from it resulted in such formidable power. Continued learning would undoubtedly lead to a qualitative leap in his abilities. Good. Ha ha ha, this way, I won't fear the next phase of the competition. Laughing heartily, Jet was overjoyed, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Putting the ring back into his storage pouch, he took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and dashed off again into the distance. The confrontation with the demonic heaven crocodile was an unforgettable experience for Jet, yielding much gain. Besides triggering a hidden quest and acquiring the transcendent stone, he also gained the powerful green ring. Clearly, the harvest was abundant this time. Jet felt confident that in combat with other cultivators, he wouldn't find many rivals below the 5th stage of immortal transformation. With satisfaction in knowing the terrifying power of the Spirit Burst art, Jet left contentedly. Whoosh! Moving at incredible speed, Jet became a lightning bolt racing towards the outskirts of the Thousand Cloud Mountain range. Compared to when he first arrived, Jet was now incomparably different, particularly in terms of strength. Bursting to his maximum speed, he quickly left the Thousand Cloud Mountain range and arrived at the gathering square for contestants. At this point, only a few competitors had arrived, indicating that most hadn't obtained their Thousand Cloud Scrolls yet. It was still early after all. After handing over the Thousand Cloud Scroll to the contest officials, the referee glanced at him in surprise, seemingly astonished that a cultivator looking merely at the transcendent realm could obtain the scroll so quickly. Remembering Jet, the referee was curious about his performance in the next stage. Time passed swiftly. Before long, one day of the contest had gone by, and all who had acquired the Thousand Cloud Scrolls were gathered here. A quick glance showed Jet that there were about 500 to 600 cultivators assembled. This number was actually not small, considering those who managed to obtain the Thousand Cloud Scroll were undoubtedly top-notch experts. How others did, Jet didn't know. But he himself had encountered a demonic heaven crocodile of terrifying strength this time before obtaining the scroll. What surprised Jet somewhat was that Alicia had also acquired a Thousand Cloud Scroll. However, she looked rather disheveled, as if injured, and her steps seemed unsteady. Clearly, Alicia must have endured hardships within the Thousand Cloud Mountain range. But after carefully sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations within Alicia's body, Jet was greatly astonished. He found that Alicia's strength had already broken through to the peak of the first stage of immortal transformation, just one step away from the second stage. Such a speed of breakthrough was simply astonishing. Jet could achieve such rapid advancement because of the system tasks, but Alicia was just an ordinary cultivator, yet she could elevate her strength so quickly. This was indeed incomprehensible. Either Alicia's talent was exceptionally remarkable, or she possessed some method to enhance her strength rapidly. Whichever possibility it was, it indicated that Alicia came from an extraordinary background. Very good. I believe everyone has gone through much hardship within the Thousand Cloud Mountain range to obtain these Thousand Cloud Scrolls. To reward your outstanding performances in the preliminary competition, here is a gift for all of you. At this moment, on the podium, a figure in golden robes said loudly. As he spoke, he smiled warmly, his face glowing red, clearly indicating that he truly had some valuable items to present. He then slapped his storage pouch at his waist, and numerous blue pills flew out towards the cultivators who had obtained the Thousand Cloud Scrolls. Seeing these blue pills, many cultivators gasped in surprise. These are immortal grade pills, the soaring immortal pills? Consuming them can instantly heal all injuries and negative conditions, restoring one's strength to its best. So they are soaring immortal pills. The Grandmasters really went all out this time, giving such generous rewards even for the preliminary round. What about the subsequent rounds? Many cultivators exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes as they started discussing among themselves. Chapter 180. Battle at the 4th level of Immortal Transformation. The blue pill was no ordinary medicinal pill but an immortal grade elixir called the Flying Immortal Pill. The energy contained within it was terrifying, and its quality was highly precious. After consumption, it could heal all injuries and adverse conditions of a cultivator, restoring them to peak condition. Such a peerless elixir was now being used as a preliminary reward, indeed a generous gesture. For these cultivators who had just endured fierce battles, they were naturally delighted and without hesitation swallowed the pill. Instantly, all the cultivators recovered to their best state, glowing with red faces, appearing incredibly powerful. Well, now that everyone's condition has been restored, we can officially start the main event of this Thousand Cloud sect hunting activity. The golden robed figure on the platform continued. Everyone's attention turned towards him, clearly eager for better rewards. If the first phase offered such rich rewards, the subsequent rounds would surely be even more bountiful. Jet's eyes narrowed slightly, focusing intently. He needed to stand out in this second phase. Success would allow his strength to break through to the first level of immortal transformation. Thinking about his imminent breakthrough to the immortal transformation realm filled him with excitement. No matter how you looked at it, breaking through to immortal transformation would undoubtedly bring a significant boost to his power. For the second phase, you will participate in an elimination tournament, facing off 2 by 2. The final 100 participants will enter the ultimate finals, said the golden-robed figure, stirring everyone's emotions. Everyone knew the upcoming competition would be brutal. Only those with solid strength could advance. Otherwise, they would be eliminated at this stage. Jet clenched his fists, already knowing the details of this round. He was confident in his abilities. If he hadn't obtained the mysterious ring, Jet might have felt his strength wasn't enough, especially since most cultivators here were at least at the 3rd level of immortal transformation. However, with the mystical ring, Jet had mastered the immortal grade technique Spirit Explosion Jia, which provided a boost far beyond his expectations. After using Spirit Explosion, the power of his Ice Deity Sword technique significantly increased. Note, the term Spirit Explosion Jia seems to be a mix of English and Chinese. Assuming Spirit Explosion is the intended English name for the technique, I remove the Chinese character Jia. If it should remain, please clarify. Additionally, let's ensure the paragraph flows smoothly. If he hadn't obtained the mysterious ring, Jet might have doubted his strength, given that most cultivators here were at least at the 3rd level of immortal transformation. However, with the mystical ring, Jet had mastered the immortal grade technique Spirit Explosion, which provided an enhancement far beyond his expectations. After employing Spirit Explosion, the power of his Ice Deity Sword technique saw a substantial increase. The second phase is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. As the golden figure's voice rang out from the platform, all the cultivators tensed, knowing intense battles were about to unfold. The matchup list for the first round quickly appeared. A loud rumble echoed, and 10 platforms rose in the square. These 10 platforms were where the contestants would face off, 20 participants at a time, meaning the phase would end after about 20 to 30 rounds. Jet's gaze fell on the distant matchup list, spotting his name. Surprisingly, he was scheduled for the first round. Without hesitation, he swiftly leaped onto the 7th platform. On the platform, Jet narrowed his eyes, calmly waiting for his opponent. The matchup list didn't provide information about opponents' cultivation levels, so Jet wasn't sure about his opponent's strength. But he felt his luck wouldn't be too bad, as the system task ensured he made it to the top 100. He knew some participants had reached the 7th level of immortal transformation. Facing one of them now would mean certain defeat, as he would be easily crushed. Soon, his opponent arrived. A burst of spiritual energy condensed, and a yellow-robed figure landed before Jet. Sensing with his internal perception, Jet immediately realized his opponent was at the 4th level of immortal transformation. It wasn't too high or too low, fitting within what Jet could handle. Any higher, and he might struggle. Had it been another heaven-defying realm cultivator, seeing a 4th level immortal transformation opponent might have scared them right off the platform. Heaven-defying 10th level? There's actually a heaven-defying cultivator here? Are you here to make a joke? The Drew, curious when Jet showed no reaction upon meeting on the platform, laughed loudly upon discovering Jet's cultivation level was only heaven-defying. The laughter drew the attention of other spectators, surprised to see a non-immortal transformation cultivator among them. Alicia also looked over, genuinely happy for Jet making it past the first phase, but worried about his current opponent. Even if she faced a 4th level immortal transformation cultivator, she would likely be defeated. While confident in her own strength, she knew her limits and doubted she could defeat a 4th level immortal transformation. Facing the yellow-robed opponent, Jet remained calm as if encountering a 4th level immortal transformation cultivator was no different from a 4th level heaven-defying one. I'm not as good at boasting as you, but I hope you don't end up crawling out of here. This response immediately drew everyone's attention. Initially, they were merely curious about why a heaven-defying cultivator was here. Now, watching Jet speak boldly against a 4th level immortal transformation cultivator, it became more interesting. People eagerly awaited the Drew's response. Fine boy, since you're asking for it, don't blame me for being impolite. Enraged by Jet's audacity, the Drew roared, his body enveloped in terrifying yellow spiritual energy. In a flash, he charged towards Jet like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Jet, gathering immense spiritual energy into his arm and delivering a powerful punch. Hum. The seemingly simple punch carried tremendous force, but the sound of slicing wind could be heard as this punch carried the might of thunder. If it landed, it would undoubtedly send Jet flying. Feeling the power contained in this punch, Jet was not flustered. He let out a low shout, and the spiritual energy within him began to flow. Countless streams of spiritual energy poured into the Ice Deity Sword in his hand. Just as the opponent's fist was about to hit him, he swung the sword fiercely. Triple Ice Deity Slash. At once, Jet used his most proficient move, the Ice Deity Slash, and he released 3 of them at once. The power instantly soared to an extremely terrifying level. This wasn't the first time Jet faced a cultivator's fist intent. Compared to Alicia's, this Drew's attack seemed much less sharp and potent. The fist intent of Alicia was one that wouldn't rest until her opponent was slain. In contrast, this attacker's fist intent felt more abrupt and forced. With a low shout, Jet's internal spiritual energy began to flow, injecting countless streams of it into the Ice Deity Sword in his hand. Just as the opposing fist intent was about to hit him, he fiercely swung his sword. Triple Ice Deity Slash. Immediately, Jet unleashed his most proficient move, the Ice Deity Slash, and not just one but 3 simultaneously. The power released in this instant skyrocketed to a terrifying level. The clash happened in the next moment. Jet's Triple Ice Deity Slash met the opponent's fist intent head-on. Instantly, a thunderous boom erupted from the collision point as boundless, fearsome spiritual energy spread outwards in all directions. At the very moment their attacks collided, the face of the Drew changed drastically. He had never expected that a youth who appeared to be only at the transcendent realm could unleash an attack powerful enough to contend with his fist intent. If he hadn't experienced it himself, He would never have believed such a thing possible. This is impossible. Again. Clearly unable to accept this, the Drew wasted no time in roaring again and accelerating toward Jet. This time, unlike before, he now held a dirt brown long knife in his hand. Immediately afterward, he infused the brown long knife with immense spiritual energy, causing it to emit an extremely brilliant glow. Alicia's fist intent was relentless, aiming to kill until the end. In contrast, this person's fist intent felt abrupt and mechanical. Rumble. The next moment, Jet's triple ice deity collided with the fist intent. A deafening boom echoed, and terrifying amounts of spiritual energy spread outwards from the point of impact. The instant their attacks met, the Drew's face changed drastically. He couldn't believe that a cultivator who appeared to be merely at the heaven-defying realm could counter his fist intent so directly. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed it either. This is impossible. Again. The Drew refused to accept this outcome. Without pausing, he roared in anger and sped up, charging towards Jet once more. This time, unlike before, the Drew wielded a long earth-brown saber. Infusing it with countless streams of terrifying spiritual energy, the saber emitted dazzling and brilliant spiritual light. Chapter 181. Reversing Heaven's Means. The moment the earth-yellow longsword appeared, all the watching cultivators recognized that this weapon was an immortal-level magical tool. It was clear that the Drew was irritated at not having gained an advantage in the previous exchange. Jet now understood why the Drew's fist intent had felt unnatural and abrupt earlier. It turned out that this Drew was actually a practitioner of swords and knives. Given this, it was natural for his fist intent to feel forced. Roar. Break for me, thunderclap blade. In the blink of an eye, the Drew was already in front of Jet. Immediately, countless terrifying elemental energies converged into the earth-yellow longsword in his hand. Without any pause, this longsword was swung by the Drew, carrying with it a fearsome power as it rushed towards Jet. What a powerful move. The attack hadn't arrived yet, but the terrifying elemental power was already erupting. Jet could clearly feel the overwhelming spiritual power from the opponent's longsword. While he was internally shocked, Jet did not hesitate in his movements. He let out a low roar and immediately channeled the numerous frightening elemental energies within him into the Ice God's sword in his hand before swinging it with all his might. 5-layered Ice God Slash. At this moment, Jet held nothing back, unleashing the strongest sword intent he could currently muster. The 5-layered Ice God Slash merged 5 formidable sword intents into one, and the power displayed at its release reached a level that ordinary immortal transforming cultivators could only look up to. Feeling the power of Jet's sword intent, the Drew was speechless with shock. Rumble. Next, the earth-yellow longsword in the hands of the Drew collided with Jet's sword intent with extremely terrifying force. In an instant, accompanied by the rumbling sound of elemental energy explosions, countless frightening elemental energies erupted continuously. This time, the intensity of the elemental energy explosion was much stronger than the previous collision. In the split second their attacks met, the Drew felt as if what his longsword encountered wasn't a sword intent, but a horrifying mountain peak. The heavy pressure made it hard for him to breathe. He really didn't expect Jet's strength to be so terrifying. At this point, the Drew couldn't help but feel deeply shocked. But his actions did not stop. After all, he was a 4th stage immortal transforming cultivator. How could he allow himself to lose to a heavenly reversal realm cultivator? So, without hesitation, he frantically spurred the elemental energies within his body into his weapon, causing the immortal-level magical tool to emit a brilliant light. To put it bluntly, this magical tool's power had been pushed to its limit by the Drew. Down with you, boy. Next, the Drew directly unleashed his ultimate power, wielding the long sword emitting a terrifying elemental glow, fiercely striking toward Jet. Yet, Jet remained calm. He didn't believe the opponent's attack could threaten him because he knew exactly the limits of his own strength. Come on then. Since the opponent wanted to end the match with one move, Jet was more than willing to play along. Taking a deep breath, Jet's internal elemental energies surged wildly. He felt as though he had entered a profound state. This was the first time since breaking through to the 10th stage of heavenly reversal that Jet attempted to push his strength to its absolute limit. The feeling made Jet enjoy it thoroughly. Spiritual Explosion Technique. Boom. Immediately following, Jet roared and unleashed the Spiritual Explosion Technique. As soon as the technique was cast, a terrifying pillar of elemental energy rose skyward from Jet. Although the blue elemental light column appeared only for an instant, it gave off an incredibly terrifying sensation. Then, even though the blue light vanished, Jet was entirely enveloped by blue elemental energy, making him look like a war god from afar. 5-layered Ice God Slash. Next, Jet once again used the Ice God Slash, but this time, bolstered by the Spiritual Explosion Technique, the attack released a power that was immensely terrifying. Rumble. Both attacks were unleashed quickly. Next, they collided with each other instantly, resulting in a massive explosion. Countless terrifying elemental energies spread wildly from the point of impact. As the earth yellow and blue elemental lights intertwined, rings of shocking elemental shockwaves spread relentlessly. Compared to this battle, the fights on the other 9 platforms paled in significance. All cultivators focused their attention on Jet and the Drew. Earlier, the appearance of that elemental light column around Jet made him look like a heavenly deity descending, leaving a very deep impression on everyone. The shockwaves spread outward, flaring the robes of the surrounding cultivators. No one spoke, all eyes were on Jet's platform. They wanted to see who would win in this intense clash. Suddenly, a sound of spitting blood echoed from the platform. Next, everyone saw a figure fly backward and land heavily outside the platform. Everyone's attention immediately shifted there. Upon closer inspection, they saw the 4th stage immortal transforming Drew lying there, struggling to get up. Seeing a 4th stage immortal transforming cultivator lose to Jet, a mere heavenly reversal realm cultivator, everyone felt as if their worldviews were being overturned. The gazes directed at Jet no longer carried any contempt but became filled with deep apprehension. Even cultivators above the 7th stage of immortal transforming felt genuinely awed by this spectacle. Their higher strength allowed them to better gauge the critical points. Even if they faced Jet's full attack, they doubted they could counter it without exerting their utmost effort. Clap, clap, clap. Initially, the scene was very quiet, but soon applause broke out spontaneously. This match between Jet and the Drew provided them with an extremely spectacular showdown. While Jet left a deep impression on people, many also grew curious about his background. Why had they never heard of such a remarkable individual within the Thousand Cloud sect? Additionally, what sort of heaven-defying means did Jet possess that enabled him to defeat a cultivator of the 4th stage of immortal transforming with just a single move, while only being at the heavenly reversal realm? Countless questions arose in people's minds, turning Jet into the center of everyone's attention. After defeating the Drew, Jet dusted off his sleeves and left the platform. He felt his performance in this confrontation was fairly good overall. The reason he could defeat the Drew with a single move was entirely due to the power of the spiritual explosion technique. Through repeated use, Jet increasingly appreciated the might of this technique. Without delving further, simply the boost in attack power brought by casting the spiritual explosion technique was unmatched by any other technique. The competition continued, unaffected by Jet's impressive performance. All the cultivators present now realized that the Thousand Cloud sect had truly welcomed an extraordinary individual this time. Being merely at the heavenly reversal realm, he could defeat an opponent who had reached the 4th stage of immortal transforming. If his cultivation advanced to the immortal transforming realm, no one could imagine how formidable his power would become. Jet took a deep breath and quietly observed the ongoing battles on other platforms. Though he appeared to be watching the fights, his consciousness was actually drifting into the ancient space within the green ring on his left ring finger. Upon entering this space, Jet immediately saw the familiar shadow practicing a technique he hadn't seen before. Each swing of the long sword in the shadow's hand unleashed a terrifying wave of energy towards its front. Watching the shadow repeatedly wield the sword, Jet felt an intense sense of awe every time. As time passed, he simulated this move countless times in his mind, quickly understanding its essence. This move, it turned out, was called the Spiritual Explosion Slash. Its power was somewhat similar to the spiritual explosion technique, as both involved accumulating immense spiritual energy to one point and then unleashing it explosively. According to Jet's observations, the spiritual explosion slash's instantaneous burst of power far exceeded that of the Ice God Slash. If used in conjunction with the spiritual explosion technique, its might would be heaven-defying. At this moment, Jet felt he had indeed obtained a treasure. This green ring was undoubtedly the pinnacle among divine artifacts. Even without having fully utilized it, Jet was confident that the power of this spiritual explosion slash would not disappoint him. The first round of matches concluded swiftly, with only half of the original 500 participants remaining. The second round of elimination matches began shortly after, and Jet once again stepped onto the platform. Chapter 182, Breakthrough to the Alchemy Immortal Realm. What made Jet find this round somewhat amusing was that his opponent again was a cultivator at the 4th level of the Alchemy Immortal Realm. However, this Shane, perhaps having witnessed Jet's battle with the Drew, immediately showed him great respect from the very start. Please guide me. The Shane bowed respectfully toward Jet and said slowly. Jet nodded slightly and returned the bow. As they were from the same sect, he would naturally treat others with courtesy if they treated him politely. Be prepared. Without any delay, the Shane launched an immediate offensive against Jet. As soon as he stepped on the ground, his figure turned into a blur. Moving at a terrifying speed, he reached Jet's front swiftly. In his hand appeared a long sword emitting blue spiritual light. This sword swung fiercely towards Jet in a terrifying manner. Whoosh, whoosh. A surge of sword intent burst forth head-on, carrying a frightening power as if it could devour the world. At the instant this sword intent erupted, Jet sensed an overwhelming threat. This Shane was clearly much stronger than the previous Drew, despite being at the same realm. Although both were at the 4th level of the Alchemy Immortal Realm, the Shane fought cautiously and stood out considerably. Come on then. Despite the formidable sword intent approaching, Jet had no intention of retreating. He let out a low cry, and within him, countless terrifying spirits circulated, pouring into the Ice Deity sword in his hand. As the opposing sword intent neared, about to engulf him, Jet fiercely wielded his Ice Deity sword. 5-layer Ice Deity Slash. Since the opponent's sword intent was so terrifying, Jet certainly had no intention of holding back now. This was his strongest attack, the 5-layer Ice Deity Slash. Boom. Both sides knew this first attack was just a probing one. When their sword intents collided, Jet felt as though two mountains were crashing together, spreading immense spiritual energy around them. The spectators watching closely also focused all their attention on Jet. They had watched his battle with the Drew and thus paid particular attention to him. Seeing another Alchemy Immortal cultivator as Jet's opponent, everyone widened their eyes, not wanting to miss any detail of this match. A match between a heaven-defying realm cultivator and an Alchemy Immortal 4th level one was exciting enough just by hearing about it. Seeing it in person was even more thrilling. Bam! Upon colliding, both felt a horrifying shockwave, after which they instantly distanced themselves from each other. Both knew that under the current circumstances, a hasty attack without calculation would lead to certain defeat. So, both remained calm. Impressed by the Shane's mental fortitude, Jet realized this would be a tough fight. However, he wasn't afraid because he had full confidence in his spirit burst technique. Moreover, with the conclusion of this match, the preliminary rounds would almost be over. Apart from a few who might need additional rounds due to poor performance, the rest would gain qualification for the next round based on their rankings. Jet was confident that winning this match would secure him among the top 100. Continue. After the initial exchange, the Shane wasted no time and attacked again. He knew if he didn't swiftly overpower Jet, waiting for the latter to unleash his Pillar of Light technique would surely result in his own defeat. Therefore, he exerted maximum speed, moving like a terrifying lightning bolt, covering vast distances in an instant before swinging his sword at Jet with immense spiritual power. Jet could feel the overwhelming spiritual force in that strike, as if being hit would erase him completely. This confirmed to Jet that the Xian was giving his all. With the opponent going all out, Jet hesitated no further and unleashed the Spirit Burst technique. Spirit Burst technique. Instantly, the familiar scene unfolded. Terrifying blue spiritual light surged upward, making Jet seem like a celestial deity descending. Everyone nearby could feel the horrifying spiritual fluctuations emanating from him, as if he had transformed into a monstrous being. 3-layer flame sword array. Manifest. Immediately after the Spirit Burst technique, Jet didn't pause. Knowing his peak capacity during this brief moment, he activated the flame sword array. While the Ice Deity Slash was powerful, observing the Xian, Jet believed the opponent was likely prepared for it. Therefore, unleashing the flame sword array at full strength would catch the opponent off guard. Even a single-layer flame sword array was extremely formidable under the Spirit Burst technique, and the 3-layer version Jet now unleashed was simply heaven-defying in power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the 3-layer flame sword array manifested, terrifying natural spiritual energy converged rapidly around Jet, transforming into numerous arrows burning with black flames. Each flaming arrow carried formidable spiritual force, striking fear with just a glance. Go! As Jet lightly waved his Ice Deity sword, these flaming arrows shot towards the Xian at incredible speed. Sensing the power of the black-flamed arrows, the Xian was alarmed by their overwhelming presence. In mere moments, his formidable sword intent shattered upon collision with Jet's flaming arrows. The cracking sound echoed as his sword intent disintegrated into fragments. Whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying flaming arrows that Jet unleashed burst forth one after another, pursuing the Xian with an awe-inspiring and horrifying momentum. For a moment, the Xian felt as if the end of the world had arrived. Each of these flaming divine arrows possessed terrifying power. Even just one was enough to make him feel overwhelmed. How could he possibly withstand so many? A chilling sensation crept over the Xian's scalp, and at this point, he could no longer hold on, immediately pleading for mercy. I concede. I concede. Seeing the Xian admit defeat, Jet lightly waved his Ice Deity sword, causing the numerous terrifying flaming arrows to dissipate into nothingness. Jet politely saluted the Xian, saying, "Thank you for your courtesy." The Xian sat down on the ground somewhat dejectedly, a bitter smile playing on his lips. As a 4th-level alchemy immortal cultivator who couldn't defeat Jet, a heaven-defying realm cultivator, he felt a strong sense of defeat. Even though he had been serious from the start and didn't underestimate his opponent, he still couldn't defeat Jet. The latter's raw strength was truly too formidable. At this moment, the countless onlookers were dumbfounded, drawing in sharp breaths all around. They hadn't expected Jet's performance in this match to be even more terrifying than the previous one, actually forcing a 4th-level alchemy immortal cultivator to surrender. If they hadn't experienced it firsthand or seen it with their own eyes, these cultivators wouldn't have believed anyone telling them about it. Just as Jet descended from the arena, a referee approached, handing him a golden token and saying, "This is your token for the next round of the finals. Congratulations, you have advanced." At the same time, the familiar system notification sounded in Jet's ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and successfully entering the final round of the Thousand Cloud Sect Hunting event. Reward, breakthrough to the 1st level of the Alchemy Immortal Realm. Chapter 183, Hunting the Demon Wolf King. Congratulations, host has triggered a new mission. Successfully hunt the Demon Wolf King in the upcoming finals of the Thousand Cloud Sect. Upon completion of this task, your strength will break through to the 2nd level of Immortal Transformation, with an additional reward of 1 Immortal Grade Artifact, Ascension Stone. Using it can upgrade your 1st-class Immortal Grade weapon, Ice Deity Sword, to 2nd class. At this moment, the appearance of this system notification left Jet feeling somewhat dazed. After defeating a Xian at the 4th level of Immortal Transformation, Jet directly advanced into the top 100 of this hunting activity. Consecutively defeating 2 opponents at the 4th level of Immortal Transformation, Jet left a deep impression on countless people. The referee who handed him the golden token now looked at Jet with astonishment. Having overseen numerous competitions, he had never seen a disciple as formidable as Jet before. Completing his mission, Jet's strength immediately broke through to the 1st level of Immortal Transformation. From the 10th level of Heaven defying to the 1st level of Immortal Transformation. It was just a single realm's advancement, but for the current Jet, he could clearly feel that his strength had significantly improved, almost like undergoing a rebirth. Walking to the side, Jet clenched his fist slightly and felt terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy within his body. It seemed as if he could shatter mountains and rivers with just a casual move. The power of the 1st level of Immortal Transformation was overwhelmingly superior compared to the heaven-defying realm. What intrigued Jet more was the next stage of the mission, hunting the Demon Wolf King. What kind of strength does this Demon Wolf King possess? Based on his understanding of system tasks, Jet knew that the richer the rewards, the higher the difficulty. This time, not only would completing the task elevate his strength to the 2nd level of Immortal Transformation, but he would also receive an Ascension Stone, which could enhance the Ice Deity Sword from 1st class to 2nd class. This reward was incredibly generous. After all, Jet knew that Immortal Grade artifacts were scarce, and even a 1st class Immortal Grade artifact wasn't something every Immortal Transformation cultivator possessed, let alone a 2nd class one. If his strength could reach the 2nd level of Immortal Transformation, coupled with the 2nd class Immortal Grade Ice Deity Sword, and his mastery of Spirit Explosion formula, Jet estimated his combat prowess would be terrifying. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Jet turned his attention to the newly appeared technique inside the green ring, the Spirit Explosion Slash. He had witnessed the figure in the ring using this slash countless times, each time creating a heaven-shaking impact. Combined with the Spirit Explosion formula, its might was undoubtedly formidable. Therefore, Jet was eager to master it as soon as possible, so he would have an extra trump card when facing the Demon Wolf King. Speaking of which, Jolie walked over and smiled as she greeted him with a bow, saying, "Congratulations, Brother Jet, you've made it straight into the top 100. While speaking, Jolie seemed to notice something, scrutinizing Jet from head to toe. Seeing that his strength had already broken through to the immortal transformation realm, she stared at him with disbelief. Brother Jet, you've reached the immortal transformation realm? Previously, Jet still needed several realms to break through to the immortal transformation realm when they obtained treasures together at the mechanism pavilion. But in just a blink of an eye, he had already advanced? She wouldn't believe it unless she saw it with her own eyes. Jet awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said without denial, yes, good luck led to this breakthrough. Although Jet attributed his rapid strength growth to luck, Jolie clearly didn't believe his bluff. However, she knew that even if she asked, Jet wouldn't give a detailed explanation. Jolie smiled and said, in that case, congratulations on your breakthrough. With such a pace, Brother Jet, you'll become our 1000 Cloud Sect's top expert in no time. Jet smiled faintly but didn't respond further. Indeed, with his growth rate, it was only a matter of time before he became the best. After all, he had only been here for a short while, yet his strength had progressed from the peak of Vast Sea to the first level of immortal transformation. Just then, Tyson arrived as well. Seeing Jet's current state, he widened his eyes in shock, mouth hanging open as if it might drop to the ground. Tyson knew Jet's strength well. Back when Jet participated in the sect entrance exam, he was watching beside him. Yet, in what seemed like no time, Jet had broken through to the immortal transformation realm. The immortal transformation realm was an aspirational realm for Tyson, and he had no idea how Jet managed this feat. All he knew was that Jet's breakthrough speed was terrifying. Brother Jet, this is astonishing, Tyson exclaimed. Facing Jet's current strength, Tyson couldn't help but call him brother and said, don't make fun of me, senior brother Tyson. I was just lucky. You can do it too if you work hard enough. Upon noticing something, Jet carefully observed Tyson and realized that he had already broken through to the 7th level of Heaven Defying. Clearly, Tyson had put in considerable effort during this period. Jet admired Tyson for this achievement in his heart. Jolie initially wanted to say more but glanced at the competition arena and said, let's chat after the match. The finals are about to begin. Brother Jet, please prepare well. Nodding, Jet didn't hesitate, heading towards the gathering point for the finalists. Jet had already understood the specifics of the finals. The third phase of this hunting event would involve the top 100 participants entering the 1000 Cloud Mountains to hunt demonic beasts. Within a specified time limit, whoever hunts the most powerful demonic beast with the highest quality demonic core wins first place. This ranking method based on the demonic beast strength was relatively fair. However, Jet was curious why the system mission didn't require any specific ranking in the competition. Was it because the system realized his current strength was too low to compete with those at the 7th level of immortal transformation or above? Changing the task requirements seemed likely but also a bit far-fetched. Though only a small fraction of the gathered cultivators were at or above the 7th level of immortal transformation, their number was still significant, at least 1/10 of the total. So many experts would certainly be able to hunt much stronger demonic beasts than others. Jet estimated that with his current strength, he could at most hunt a 6th level immortal transformation demonic beast. Beyond that, he wasn't sure if he could win. Soon, the second round ended, and the top 100 contestants were all present at the gathering point. At that moment, a golden figure on the platform began announcing the final rules. All of you have gone through layers of selection to reach this point. You are the future hope of our Flying Cloud sect. After the start of the finals, enter the 1000 Cloud Mountains to hunt demonic beasts, limited to 3 hours. 3 hours later, the quality of the hunted demonic cores will determine the rankings. Next, the competition begins. Whoosh! Thus unfolded the finals of this 1000 Cloud sect hunting activity. The 100 top experts of 1000 Cloud sect did not hesitate for a moment. One by one, they exerted their speed and rushed towards the 1000 Cloud Mountains. They all knew time was tight now. 3 hours was indeed very short. Finding a decent demonic beast within such a short period wasn't an easy task, let alone defeating it. From this perspective, this competition ranking posed multiple challenges for these cultivators. Besides strength, if a cultivator lacked sufficient intelligence and luck, securing a high ranking would be impossible. However, on this point, Jet had an unparalleled advantage over other cultivators. Because of the mission prompt, he received information about the Demon Wolf King's location and details once he entered the 1000 Cloud Mountains. Initially, Jet didn't think much of it before seeing the information, but after reading through the details about the Demon Wolf King, he felt an extreme sense of dread. Because this Demon Wolf King possessed a formidable strength, peak 7th level of immortal transformation, it was important to note that Jet was currently only at the 1st level of immortal transformation. Though he had countless techniques and treasures, his cultivation level was merely at the 1st level of immortal transformation. The gap between the 1st level and 7th level of immortal transformation was undoubtedly enormous. From this standpoint, subduing the Demon Wolf King wouldn't be an easy feat for Jet. However, the mission had already been triggered, and the finals had started with a 3-hour limit. Jet knew he couldn't afford to waste any more time. With the mission at hand, all he could do was put forth every effort to complete it. Moreover, Jet estimated that after this hunting activity, the 1000 Cloud Sect pilgrimage mission would likely commence soon. Note, 1000 Cloud Sect pilgrimage is kept consistent with the previous context, as it seems like an event or mission mentioned earlier. ##### Chapter 184, Battle the Wolf King. The 1000 Clouds Empire's pilgrimage quest had been activated, and it was expected that countless experts from all the surrounding empires would converge here to participate. One could only imagine what kind of fierce competition would unfold. It was truly exciting to think about. Shaking his head, Jet cast aside all Danyan Chibata thoughts and pushed himself to the limit, dashing towards the location of the demonic wolf king at an incredibly terrifying speed. Asterisk note. The phrase Danyan Chibata seems out of place in English. Here is the improved translation asterisk. Shaking his head, Jet cast aside all chaotic thoughts and pushed himself to the limit, dashing towards the location of the demonic wolf king at an incredibly terrifying speed. Unlike other cultivators who lacked specific goals or directions, Jet knew exactly where he was headed. His speed exploded into full force, making him seem like a terrifying meteor, covering vast distances in mere moments as he rapidly closed the gap between him and the demonic Wolf King. After roughly half an hour of travel, Jet arrived at his destination, deep within the Thousand Clouds mountain range. Hiding his figure on a treetop, Jet's gaze swept over a distant grassland. He immediately spotted the demonic wolf, whose entire body was engulfed in fiery red spiritual energy. Without a doubt, this flaming demonic wolf was his target for this mission. The Demon Wolf King. Jet could feel an overwhelmingly powerful aura emanating from the Demon Wolf King. Even without any comparison, this creature felt more formidable than any monster he had ever encountered before. The Devil Sky Crocodile, which had once given him such trouble, now seemed insignificant compared to the Demon Wolf King. It was like comparing a sesame seed to a watermelon. They were not on the same level at all. However, Jet had no intention of backing down. Although he sensed the extremely terrifying spiritual fluctuations from the Demon Wolf King, he believed that since the system had assigned this task to him, there must be a way to complete it. Roar! With a low shout, Jet wasted no time or hesitation. He unleashed his speed, transforming into a horrifying bolt of lightning as he charged directly at the Demon Wolf King. Bursting forth with all his might, Jet appeared before the Demon Wolf King in an instant. Then, countless strands of terrifying spiritual energy surged into the Ice God's sword in his hand, and he swung the sword with a mighty slash. 5th level Ice God Slash. Considering the formidable power of this Demon Wolf King, Jet did not dare to be careless. This was one of his ultimate techniques. The 5th level Ice God Slash unleashed a monstrous sword intent layered 5 times over, surging forward with a devouring force that seemed capable of engulfing the Demon Wolf King entirely. Aurg. As soon as Jet launched his attack, the Demon Wolf King instantly noticed him. With no signs of hesitation or retreat, it let out a furious roar, its entire form erupting in movement as it charged straight at Jet's sword intent. In the next moment, Jet saw the Demon Wolf King's arm swell up suddenly. Immediately afterward, waves of horrific red flames gathered around its arm, and with a swift motion, it clawed out at Jet's sword intent. The Demon Wolf King intended to confront the 5th level Ice God Slash head-on. A shiver ran through Jet's scalp. He had never encountered such a terrifying opponent. Having wielded the Ice God sword for so long, he was fully aware of its capabilities. The Ice God Slash specialized in explosive, instantaneous attacks. Combined with Jet's current power at the 1st level Transcendent stage and the innate power of the Divine Grade Ice God sword, the 5th level Ice God Slash was undeniably potent. Crack, crack. Despite Jet's confidence, when his sword intent collided with the Demon Wolf King's claws, it began to fragment as if it were fragile paper. A series of crisp sounds echoed as his sword intent shattered almost instantly. This situation startled Jet. He hadn't anticipated the Demon Wolf King's strength to be so terrifying, but he realized that, given that this demon was at the peak of 7th level Transcendent, while he was only at the 1st level, it made sense that the system's reward for this task was so generous. Without wasting another moment, Jet stomped the ground forcefully, his body launching sideways like a cannonball. Following that, a flood of terrifying spiritual energy surged through his body, and he again fiercely swung the Ice God sword. 5th level Ice God Slash. This time, Jet didn't hesitate. He immediately unleashed the same attack he had just used, but with even more spiritual energy input. Previously, his main goal had been to probe the opponent's strength, so the attack was only about 70% of his power. Now, he poured in everything he had. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This new burst of the horrifying sword intent charged toward the Demon Wolf King with a devastating force, radiating outwards even before making contact. The sound of breaking air reverberated loudly. Any other Transcendent stage cultivator present would have been speechless at the sheer terror of Jet's attack. It was hard to imagine how someone at merely the 1st level Transcendent could unleash such a terrifying sword intent. However, the Demon Wolf King, having already torn apart Jet's previous sword intent with its claws, didn't take this one seriously either. Even though Jet's attack had grown in power, it still wasn't much more than a slight increase in destructive force to the Demon Wolf King. Ruhorare. With no delay, the Demon Wolf King's spiritual energy surged, the fiery red flames enveloping its body burning intensely. It appeared as a terrifying existence. In the blink of an eye, Jet's sword intent reached the Demon Wolf King, threatening to engulf it completely. The Demon Wolf King's enlarged claw struck again, carrying tremendous power as it hammered directly into Jet's sword intent. Boom! The two attacks collided, producing a thunderous explosion. Waves of overwhelming spiritual energy spread out chaotically. At the moment of impact, Jet felt as though his sword intent was colliding not with a wolf's claws, but with a colossal mountain. The immense pressure nearly suffocated him. Jet knew that with his current state, his potential was still quite limited. Defeating this Demon Wolf King wouldn't be easy. The powerful backlash hit Jet head-on, and he couldn't withstand the instant explosion. He was blasted backward, flying away. Creating some distance between himself and the Demon Wolf King, Jet frantically circulated the spiritual energy within him to suppress the turmoil in his body. Narrowing his eyes, Jet focused on the distant Demon Wolf King. He could clearly sense the overwhelmingly powerful spiritual fluctuations emanating from it, making him feel as if he faced a terrifyingly huge mountain. Though he felt pressured, Jet also knew he had multiple trump cards and didn't need to rush. There were still 2 hours left until the end of the competition, giving him ample time to battle the Demon Wolf King. Roar! Meanwhile, after shredding Jet's sword intent once more, the Demon Wolf King roared and resumed its attack on Jet. In an instant, countless terrifying spiritual energies converged and swirled around its body, forming a layer of crimson spiritual armor on its surface. When this layer of spiritual energy armor appeared, the Demon Wolf King gave off a completely different vibe. It was as if this originally peaked 7th level Transcendent demonic wolf now had its strength boosted to 8th level Transcendent. Jet's perception was incredibly sharp. He could clearly sense the change in the Demon Wolf King's power after the spiritual energy armor manifested. The Demon Wolf King's speed suddenly increased, and it almost turned into a blur. In the blink of an eye, It was right before Jet, followed by a fierce claw aimed directly at him. There were no fancy or elaborate attacks. Just this simple claw strike now exerted unimaginable pressure on Jet. He felt like he was locked onto by some kind of demon, under which the pressure became overwhelmingly terrifying. One misstep now could lead to irreversible disaster. Jet knew that the demon Wolf King's strength far exceeded his own. He had to be extremely cautious. Spiritual Explosion Technique. Triple Flame Sword Formation. Since the demon Wolf King had already used a method to boost its power, Jet certainly wasn't going to fall behind. With a low chant, countless terrifying currents of spiritual energy surged within him as the Spiritual Explosion Technique was activated. Boom! As Jet unleashed the Spiritual Explosion Technique, a fearsome blue beam of spiritual energy immediately shot upward from his center towards the sky. Accompanied by this blue beam of spiritual energy, Jet now exuded an extremely formidable presence. Immediately afterward, while under the empowerment of the Spiritual Explosion Technique, Jet executed the Triple Flame Sword Formation. The Flame Sword Formation was one of Jet's trump cards. Even a single Flame Sword Formation could unleash terrifying offensive power, let alone 3 Flame Sword Formations combined. With the simultaneous execution of the Triple Flame Sword Formation, countless terrifying spiritual energy arrows instantly converged around him, making Jet, who was surrounded by these arrows, look like a war god. After the circle of spirit energy armor appeared, the Wolf King immediately gave off a different vibe. It was as if this originally peak 7th level, Transcendent Wolf King had now advanced to the 8th level Transcendent in strength. Jet's perception was incredibly sharp. He could clearly sense the change in the Wolf King's strength after the spirit energy armor manifested. The Wolf King's speed suddenly increased, and its entire form became almost an illusion. In the blink of an eye, the Wolf King was right before Jet. Then it slashed fiercely with its claws toward him. There were no fancy or elaborate attacks. Just this simple slash, which now pressed down on Jet with terrifying pressure. He felt like some demon had locked onto him, making the pressure unbearably intense. At this moment, even the slightest mistake might lead to his utter ruin. Jet knew that the Wolf King's strength far exceeded his own, so he needed to be extremely cautious. Spirit Explosion Technique. Triple Flame Sword Formation. Since the Wolf King had already used a method to boost its strength, Jet wasn't about to fall behind. He muttered a low chant, and countless streams of terrifying spirit energy surged within him, activating the Spirit Explosion Technique. Boom! As Jet activated the Spirit Explosion Technique, a terrifying blue spirit energy pillar shot skyward from him, making him appear incredibly formidable. Next, under the enhancement of the Spirit Explosion Technique, Jet unleashed the Triple Flame Sword Formation. The Flame Sword Formation was one of Jet's trump cards. Even a single formation could unleash terrifying offensive power, let alone 3. Now, with all 3 formations unleashed at once, countless horrifying spirit energy arrows emerged around him, making Jet, surrounded by these arrows, look like a god of war. Chapter 185, Fatal Moves. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, with Jet's ice god sword waving lightly in his hand, the countless blue spirit energy arrows surrounding him began to merge one by one. Soon, around Jet's body, they transformed into numerous terrifying arrows blazing with black flames. Go! With another wave of Jet's hand, these countless fiery arrows unfolded their speed and surged towards the demonic Wolf King for an encirclement attack. While a single flame arrow didn't possess much power, so many arrows erupting one after another escalated the power to an extremely terrifying level. Despite the demonic Wolf King being able to exert its 8th stage transcending immortal strength at this time, it was forced to retreat repeatedly under Jet's horrifying attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The divine flame arrows continuously attacked the demonic Wolf King. Although each arrow's power was limited, if one hit the demonic Wolf King, it wouldn't cause much impact. The cumulative effect of such numerous arrows changed the game. When quantity reached a certain level, it easily led to a qualitative change. At this moment, the countless arrows made the demonic Wolf King feel utterly helpless. It wanted to tear through these flaming arrows and counterattack Jet, but the arrows were incessant, as if impossible to completely shred. From a distance, seeing the plight of the demonic Wolf King, Jet felt a sense of satisfaction. But he knew that although the flaming sword formation had great power, it was unrealistic to rely on this move to defeat the demonic Wolf King. He had to devise a new strategy now. After all, the Spiritual Explosion Technique's enhancement duration was limited. Once it wore off, he would be like fish on a chopping board, left to the mercy of others. Therefore, while still under the influence of the Spiritual Explosion Technique, even if Jet couldn't necessarily defeat the demonic Wolf King, he needed to seriously injure it. Otherwise, how could he fight afterwards? If the enhancement state ended and the demonic Wolf King remained at full strength, the situation would be dire. No matter from what angle, he wouldn't be the demonic Wolf King's match. Heavenly Infinity appear. Without pausing, as the flaming sword formation's attacks continued, Jet summoned countless terrifying heavenly energy forces with a gentle gesture, unleashing the Heavenly Infinity Sword Formation. 32 flying swords appeared almost instantly, combining 2 by 2 to form 16. The 16 flying swords then emitted terrifying golden energy lights under Jet's control and charged towards the demonic Wolf King in an awe-inspiring manner. The power of the Heavenly Infinity Sword Formation was exceptionally terrifying. In terms of breaking through defenses, it far surpassed the Flaming Sword Formation. However, the Heavenly Infinity flying swords only numbered 16, while the Divine Flame arrows were in the thousands. Therefore, considering overall power, the Flaming Sword Formation was still more formidable. Most importantly, because Jet was currently under the enhancement of the Spiritual Explosion Technique, every attack he unleashed was incredibly powerful. Boom, boom. Faced with Jet's intense assault from the Flaming Sword Formation, the demonic Wolf King felt overwhelmed. Then, encountering the bombardment from the Heavenly Infinity Sword Formation, it found itself not a match at all. Bang! Before long, a divine flame arrow landed heavily on the demonic Wolf King, carrying terrifying power. Unable to withstand the sudden burst, it was sent flying. Although the demonic Wolf King's full power was at 8th stage transcending immortal, in any case, the attacks from Jet under the enhancement of the spiritual explosion technique were even more terrifying. With countless terrifying energies surging within, Jet wasn't anxious because he knew that as long as he maintained steady progress, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage while under the influence of the spiritual explosion technique. Seeing the demonic Wolf King knocked back by his attacks, he calmly controlled both the flaming sword formation and the heavenly infinity sword formation. Combining the two formations, the power displayed was terrifying beyond measure. The demonic Wolf King felt powerless. It believed its strength far exceeded Jet's, but faced with relentless bombings, it felt cornered. It wanted to break free from Jet's attacks but found no way out. Filled with rage, it could only wait for the flaming arrows to dissipate. Time slowly passed with continuous sounds of arrows hitting the demonic wolf. It was beaten into a pathetic state. By the time Jet's flaming sword formation was nearly depleted, the once fiery red demonic Wolf King was now battered and bruised, with its black areas heavily wounded by Jet's divine flaming swords. As the effects of the flaming sword formation were about to end, Jet became tense because his spiritual explosion technique's enhancement was also nearing its end. Let's give it everything. Heavenly Infinity, combine. Knowing the urgency, Jet injected all his spirit energy into the Heavenly Infinity sword formation. Instantly, the 16 flying swords blazed with light. Then, with another gesture, these 16 flying swords combined into a giant sword radiating golden light. The appearance of this golden giant sword spread an overwhelmingly powerful aura, as if it were a true divine sword. Rumble. Next moment, the golden giant sword swept towards the demonic Wolf King in a terrifying manner. Feeling the contained power within the golden sword, the demonic Wolf King's face changed drastically. Already injured by the flaming sword formation, its red spiritual armor was shattered, leaving it weak, capable of barely 7th stage transcending immortal power. Facing Jet's terrifying golden giant sword, it dared not confront it head-on. The demonic Wolf King mustered all its energy, speeding away to the side. Witnessing the demonic Wolf King's explosive speed, Jet was shocked. He never imagined its speed could reach this level, almost invisible. Even with his current cultivation, Jet could only see fleeting shadows, indicating the demonic Wolf King realized the danger and was sparing no effort to evade. With such speed, Jet's Heavenly Infinity Giant Sword lost its target. To conserve spirit energy, Jet abandoned using the Heavenly Infinity Sword formation to attack further. If he persisted, he might run out of spirit energy before catching up to the demonic Wolf King. With a wave of his hand, the golden giant sword disintegrated just as the effects of the spiritual explosion technique within Jet ended. The enhancement effect of the spiritual explosion technique ended, causing Jet's strength to drop significantly. He knew that with his current power, it would be very difficult for him to defeat this demonic wolf. However, the good news was that under the bombardment of the flaming sword formation earlier, the demonic Wolf King's strength had been reduced to only 6th stage transcending immortal. This alleviated much of the pressure on Jet. If the demonic Wolf King could still exert its full 8th stage transcending immortal strength, Jet feared he might be quickly overpowered. But even now, the situation remained dire. The spiritual explosion technique had a half-hour cooldown period, and until it cooled down, he couldn't use it again. Therefore, Jet needed to find a way to stall for half an hour. If he could wait out the half-hour cooldown, then once the spiritual explosion technique was usable again, Jet could immediately cast the 10,000 miles ice seal to freeze the demonic Wolf King and follow up with the triple flame divine arrows. At this moment, to evade the overwhelming power of the Heavenly Infinity Sword formation, the demonic Wolf King was moving at full speed and quickly vanished from sight. Seeing the demonic Wolf King escape like that, Jet felt a momentary confusion. He had just been thinking about how to buy time for half an hour when the demonic Wolf King decided to flee. Wasn't this giving him a chance to rest? Through the mission information panel, Jet could clearly see the location of the demonic Wolf King, so he wasn't worried about losing track of it. Upon observing, he noticed that the demonic Wolf King had stopped in an open area about 15 minutes distance away from here. Jet guessed that the demonic Wolf King must have been injured during their battle and was now recuperating. Phew, I need to recover my spirit energy as soon as possible. Without hesitation, Jet sat cross-legged, and his spirit energy began to circulate furiously within him as he entered a state of cultivation. He realized that the confrontation between him and the demonic Wolf King had unconsciously turned into a contest of who could recover their spirit energy faster. Chapter 186, Song of Ice and Fire. If Jet were to recover to his best state within half an hour, the Wolf Demon King would be as good as dead. Conversely, if the Wolf Demon King's strength were to recover faster, things would not bode well for Jet. However, Jet was confident in his own power. At this moment, he could feel his internal spiritual energy circulating wildly, making him feel like a black hole, constantly devouring the incoming spiritual energy. Half an hour might seem long, but it wasn't really. In no time at all, the cooldown for Jet's Spirit Burst technique had ended. Without any delay, he set off at full speed towards the location where the Wolf Demon King resided. The position of the Wolf Demon King hadn't changed much on the mission information interface, leading Jet to estimate that the Wolf Demon King's injuries must have been more severe than he had anticipated. Within a quarter of an hour, Jet once again saw the Wolf Demon King. It lay on an open space amidst the woods, surrounded by red spherical spirits that slowly infused its body with spiritual energy. Just one glance was enough for Jet to confirm that the Wolf Demon King had not recovered much strength, almost as if it hadn't recovered at all compared to Jet's state. Jet knew this was normal. While cultivators restored their spiritual energy quickly, demon beasts possessed far superior combat power. Yet once their spiritual energy was consumed, it took them a considerable amount of time to replenish it. The Wolf Demon King had already been severely injured from Jet's earlier attack, and its desperate attempt to escape had further depleted its reserves of spiritual energy. Very well, Jet murmured. It's your turn to meet your maker. Without hesitation, Jet's lips curved into a ruthless smile. The spiritual energy inside him surged, rapidly pouring into the Ice Deity Sword. He began to prepare for the decisive move. Jet was very clear about his capabilities. Since the Wolf Demon King was unaware of his presence, now was the perfect moment to strike. The intense flow of terrifying spiritual energy made Jet glow faintly with spiritual light. He looked as if he had entered a fearsomely terrifying state. Now, Jet was about to unleash the 10,000 miles frozen, but he could not use the Spirit Burst technique first. Although Spirit Burst technique significantly enhanced the effect of 10,000 miles frozen, casting it would cause heavenly anomalies, which would alert the Wolf Demon King. If the latter continued to display its formidable skills, Jet would be doomed. He doubted he could catch up with the Wolf Demon King again. Moreover, the competition was almost over, so Jet understood the gravity of the situation. This move had to succeed. As the spiritual energy poured into the sword, Jet could distinctly feel the Ice Deity sword trembling due to the overload of energy. The quality of the Ice Deity sword had already escalated to the immortal level, significantly enhancing its power. Out of curiosity, Jet pondered how formidable the 10,000 miles frozen would be when the Ice Deity sword reached its peak. 10,000 miles frozen was the most formidable technique among the few moves of the Ice Deity sword. When fully unleashed, it could freeze everything within range. While this move's killing power might not be the strongest, its ability to control the field was exceptionally terrifying. Jet drew a deep breath, feeling that the power in the Ice Deity sword was adequately charged. With no further hesitation, he roared and unleashed the 10,000 miles frozen. Whoosh! Crack! Crack! Instantaneously, along with Jet's execution, boundless, terrifying celestial spiritual energy turned into a freezing force, rushing toward Jet's front. In a blink, the entire area before Jet turned to ice. The sound of cracking ice continuously echoed, creating an indescribably horrifying atmosphere. This was his first attempt since breaking through to the immortal transformation realm, and the results surpassed his expectations. In just a moment, 10,000 miles frozen displayed its terrifying power, catching the Wolf Demon King completely off guard. It was still in a state of recovery when it got frozen. Clearly, it never sensed any danger until it happened. What an opportunity! Spirit Burst technique. Boom. Jet, naturally, wouldn't miss such a golden chance to attack. The Spirit Burst technique instantly spread out. Immediately, a tremendous roar was heard, followed by a terrifying blue spiritual energy beam radiating from Jet. After using Spirit Burst technique, Jet clearly felt a massive increase in his overall power. Threefold Flaming Divine Arrow. Swish swish. Since the Fire Wolf Demon was already frozen, Jet naturally unleashed his strongest penetrating skill, the Flaming Divine Arrow. Enhanced by the Ice Deity sword, he directly executed the threefold Flaming Divine Arrow. Even a single Flaming Divine Arrow was immensely powerful. Needless to say, three combined were even more devastating. Jet watched as countless terrifying blue arrows gathered around him, then converged into a single arrow enveloped in black flames, a truly horrifying divine arrow that fused the power of three ordinary ones. Go! Boom! With a wave of his hand, the terrifying Flaming Divine Arrow surged forward at an incomparably fast speed, charging toward the Fire Wolf Demon with overwhelming force. The Flame Wolf Demon remained immobilized by 10,000 miles frozen, only able to widen its eyes helplessly as Jet's Flaming Divine Arrow grew closer. Moments later, with a thunderous explosion, the Fire Wolf Demon was swallowed by Jet's Flaming Divine Arrow. This Flaming Divine Arrow was unquestionably the most powerful attack Jet had ever unleashed. He felt his entire strength drained in that instant. A sense of awe rose within him at the immense power of Spirit Burst technique. Jet couldn't help but desire to learn the next skill inside the ring, eager to uncover its secrets. He also wondered about the origin of this extraordinary ring, capable of containing such transcendent skills. Despite these thoughts, Jet wasted no time. In several swift movements, he arrived beside the corpse of the Wolf Demon King. On closer inspection, the entire body of the Wolf Demon King was almost completely penetrated by the Flaming Divine Arrow. Jet easily split open its head with a floating spirit sword and extracted the beast core within. This being was indeed a peak 7th stage immortal transformation demon beast. The beast core shimmered with a fiery red spiritual light, about half the size of a fist, a sight one would never forget. Alright, with the quality of this beast core, my final ranking shouldn't be low, right? Holding the beast core in his hand, Jet examined it for a while and then said with a sigh. At this moment, the system's notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission by successfully hunting the Wolf Demon King. Reward, breakthrough to the 2nd level of Immortal Transformation and Immortal Level Ascension Stone. The revised translation maintains accuracy, fluency, and consistency in terminology. The phrase Shanji, Immortal Level, has been simplified to Immortal Level for better readability in English. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Defeat the opponent in the championship match and win the championship of this hunting activity. Upon completion, reward, breakthrough to the 3rd level of Immortal Transformation. The notifications made Jet feel slightly dazed because he never expected the next phase of the mission to be so daunting. He was actually required to win the championship of this 1,000 Cloud Sect hunting activity? If the hunting activity were to end here, it would have been fine, but there was actually going to be a championship match? For a moment, Jet had an uneasy feeling. However, judging from the rewards of the mission, only advancing one level after completing this mission didn't seem too terrifying in terms of difficulty. Moreover, Jet had directly defeated the Wolf Demon King, whose strength approached the 8th level of Immortal Transformation during their battle. Now that his own strength had also broken through to a new realm, he indeed had the capability to compete for the championship. With that thought, Jet felt much more reassured. Taking a deep breath, Jet didn't dare to pause. There wasn't much time left until the end of the competition, and it would take over half an hour to reach the exit of the 1,000 Cloud Mountain range. He had to hurry back. If he exceeded the time limit, then the hunt for the Wolf Demon King's beast core would be in vain. At this moment, Jet unleashed his speed to the maximum, transforming into a terrifying lightning bolt as he traversed through the 1,000 Cloud Mountain range. With the acquisition of the Wolf Demon King's Beast Core in this competition, Jet believed that given its quality, his ranking should be quite high. Chapter 187. Second rank Immortal Artifact. However, he wasn't sure how far he would make it into the rankings since the hunting activities he had previously known ended at this final round. The top 100 participants entered the Thousand Cloud Mountain range to hunt Beast for the final ranking, and after the ranking was determined, what happened next, Jet was not aware of. After traveling a certain distance, with an exit from the Thousand Cloud Mountain range in sight, Jet suddenly stopped. Before leaving the Thousand Cloud Mountain range, he planned to first let the Ice Deity Sword devour the Ascension Stone, an immortal level artifact given as a mission reward. Jet took out the immortal level artifact Ascension Stone and looked at the crystal in his hand radiating bright and dazzling spiritual energy light. He felt a novel sensation. So this is the immortal level artifact Ascension Stone? Without hesitation, Jet drew out the Ice Deity Sword, and then placed the Ascension Stone into the groove of the Ice Deity Sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next moment, as the Ascension Stone entered the Ice Deity Sword, vibrations were immediately felt, accompanied by a buzzing sound. At this point, Jet could clearly perceive that the power of the Ice Deity Sword was visibly increasing at an observable rate. Blue spiritual energy lights began swirling around, forming a protective barrier completely enveloping the Ice Deity Sword. Before long, as the energy of the Ascension Stone was fully absorbed by the Ice Deity Sword, the blue protective barrier gradually disintegrated, revealing a newly upgraded Ice Deity Sword before Jet. Although the Ice Deity Sword still looked the same, the feeling it gave him was entirely different from before. It was like a terrifying divine weapon reforged anew. Even just holding it felt exceptionally heavy. Jet believed that, with the current state of the Ice Deity Sword, along with his breakthrough to the second level of Immortal Transformation, he should be able to directly confront an 8th level Immortal Transformation cultivator. The sensation brought by the second rank Immortal level artifact was truly different from before. After experiencing the current strength of the Ice Deity Sword, Jet couldn't help but feel satisfied. The system's ability to enhance his strength was indeed rapid. If he continued to improve at this pace, by the time the Thousand Cloud Sacred Pilgrimage began, his strength would likely undergo another significant transformation. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Jet no longer dwelled on these thoughts. Now, he sped towards the exit of the Thousand Cloud Mountain range at full speed. With Jet's current speed, it didn't take much time for him to leave the Thousand Cloud Mountain range and reach the designated gathering area for contestants. Upon arriving here, Jet scanned the area and saw that there weren't many cultivators who had come back yet, only about half of those who had initially participated. Clearly, the other half hadn't emerged yet, and those who had returned looked rather unsatisfied, evidently having made little progress within such a short time frame. After all, the competition duration was extremely short, just 3 hours, and achieving anything meaningful in the Thousand Cloud Mountain range during that time was not easy. Thus, it was understandable why some participants had no gains. Observing closely, Jet noted that the cultivators' strengths weren't weak. Some had even reached the 7th level of Immortal Transformation. But despite this, they couldn't achieve much in this phase of the competition. In truth, the results did have a bit of luck involved. With good fortune, one could capture excellent prey, but bad luck could be very frustrating. Beasts weren't foolish and would flee if they were at a disadvantage. Capturing suitable high-grade beasts within such a short time frame wasn't easy at all. As time passed, cultivators started gathering one by one. When the 3-hour competition period ended, all participants had gathered. Then, specialized judges began collecting the demon cores obtained by each contestant. Judges could easily tell whether a core was recently hunted, so cheating wasn't an issue. Soon, all demon cores were collected, and everyone entered a period of anxious anticipation for the results. Waiting for the competition results always caused anxiety, especially when no one knew where their captured demon cores ranked among the top 100. Jet slightly squinted his eyes and glanced at the distant horizon, feeling calm inside. Unlike others, he wasn't particularly anxious but felt relieved. His success in capturing the Demon Wolf King was largely due to luck. System clues helped him quickly locate the Demon Wolf King, and a perfectly executed last wave of Icebound 10,000 miles allowed him to slay it. Otherwise, with its terrifying speed, Jet would never have caught up. Thus, in this condition, Jet obtained the Demon Core. According to his estimation, his rank shouldn't be low. Soon, the statistical results were announced. Here are the rankings for this final hunting competition. First place, Xiuxian, Invisible Fist, captured an immortal 9th level Demon Core. Second place, Morris, Overlord Spear, captured an immortal 8th level Demon Core. Third place, Jet, captured an immortal 7th level Peak Demon Core. Fourth place, Steph, Smiling Rogue, captured an immortal 7th level Demon Core. As the leaderboard appeared on a screen on the podium, everyone was stunned. No one expected a newcomer to be among the top 3. Untitled disciples must be newcomers to Thousand Cloud sect, while titled disciples were already well-known geniuses within the sect. Hence, everyone was puzzled by the third-place newcomer who had captured an immortal 7th level Peak Demon Core. Such an achievement seemed almost impossible for a newcomer. Everyone started looking around, trying to find this disciple named Jet. Meanwhile, a golden-robed figure on the podium announced, the top 4 from this competition will participate in a final champion contest. People were dumbfounded again because such a rule hadn't existed before. Normally, rankings were based purely on hunting results. When did this championship contest appear? Seemingly noticing the disciples' confusion, the golden-robed figure continued. This champion contest is a new addition aimed at selecting a more skilled champion. Please invite the 4 competitors to the stage. The top 4 participants then flew up onto the platform. Apart from Jet, the other 3 were familiar faces, and thus everyone's gaze turned to scrutinize Jet, curious about his background and how he achieved such an extraordinary feat. Actually, during the second round of the competition, when Jet defeated 2 immortal 4th level cultivators in succession, he had already left a deep impression on everyone. Seeing Jet, now a dark horse who defeated 2 immortal 4th level cultivators, everyone was greatly astonished. Alicia and Tyson, who knew Jet, were even more surprised. While others might not know Jet's previous cultivation level, they were well aware that during the newcomer duel at Moon Pavilion, Jet had only just won the title of New Disciple Champion. Note: asterisk character names are provided in pinyin as requested. For future segments, consistency in name translations will be maintained. How soon had it been, and he could already vie for the championship in the hunting competition? This growth rate was simply astonishing. At this moment, Jet could also feel as if he had become a treasure being gawked at by others. However, he didn't care. He had anticipated this reaction when he saw the competition results. Compared to the gazes of those around him, Jet was now more curious about what rules would be applied for this champion contest. The system's mission was for him to win this champion contest, and if he succeeded, his strength would break through to the third level of immortal transformation. But from the perspective of cultivation and power, Jet felt he didn't have much of an advantage compared to the other three top geniuses. Since the system arranged it this way, he believed there must be a reason. Just as Jet was thinking this, the golden-robed figure continued. In fact, to ensure absolute fairness in this champion contest, the 4 participants' strength will be limited to the same level. A murmur of surprise spread among the disciples. They hadn't expected the champion contest to adopt such a method. So, does that mean the champion contest will primarily test the cultivator's magical treasures and tactics? Actually viewed this way, it was indeed fair. Otherwise, if someone were crushed due to differences in cultivation levels, the match wouldn't be interesting. Limiting everyone's cultivation levels to the same level made the contest far more compelling. The golden-robed figure loudly announced, for the first round, Jet will face Steph, Smiling Rogue, with both participants' cultivation limited to the 5th level of immortal transformation. Boom. As the words fell, Jet felt the platform beneath him tremble, then a terrifying spiritual energy barrier emerged, completely enveloping him. With the appearance of this terrifying spiritual energy barrier, Jet realized that his cultivation, which was originally at the 2nd level of immortal transformation, seemed to be forcibly pulled up to the 5th level by some fearsome force. Chapter 188. Spiritual Energy Storm. Jet felt an overwhelming sense of dread for a moment. At this point, his combat power was unbelievably exaggerated. However, Jet noticed that after his strength increased, the Lingbao spell and various sword techniques he previously mastered were now restricted by some force and could not be executed. Jet realized that with his power being forcibly upgraded, the abilities originally within his command were also directly taken away. It seemed this spirit energy barrier was extremely terrifying indeed. In contrast to Jet's transformation, Chuckling Scholar Steph experienced another kind of change. Originally at the 8th level of immortal transformation, his power had been diminished to the 5th level under the influence of the spiritual energy barrier. Chuckling Scholar Steph's face darkened instantly. Despite this, Steph still held considerable confidence in his strength. He looked at Jet and slowly said, "Kid, I don't know how you managed to hunt a peak 7th level immortal transformation beast, but you should know that you are no match for me." Steph wore a blue robe, appearing rather understated in dress, but spoke with complete disregard for Jet. Jet smiled slightly and replied, "We haven't fought yet. How do you know I'm not your match? You're asking for death." Upon hearing this, Steph became extremely infuriated, and without hesitation, he stepped on the ground and sped towards Jet like a bolt of lightning. It is worth noting that at this moment, only Jet and Steph were affected by the barrier. The others watching the battle unfolded moved off the platform, giving them ample space to fight. Whoosh! Steph's speed was incredibly fast, reaching Jet almost instantaneously. He waved his fan swiftly. Boom! The next moment, accompanied by an influx of terrifying elemental energy, a fearsome spiritual hurricane emerged and charged towards Jet with unimaginable might. At the moment the hurricane erupted, Jet felt as if it could devour heaven and earth. Despite many techniques being unavailable, he had ways to respond quickly. Ice God Burst. Jet's spiritual energy surged into the Ice God Sword, emitting a brilliant blue light. A terrifying sword and tint burst forth from his Ice God Sword, charging against the incoming hurricane. While the Ice God Slash was restricted, Ice God Burst could still be performed. Boom! Though Ice God Burst wasn't as powerful as Ice God Slash, combining it with his 5th level immortal transformation strength, and the 2nd class immortal grade weapon Ice God Sword allowed for a terrifying burst of sword and tint. With a thunderous boom, countless elemental energies spread out from the collision point in all directions. At the moment the hurricane and sword and tint collided, Steph's expression changed abruptly. He realized that Jet's attack was just as strong, perhaps even more potent. This revelation greatly shook Steph. Although they were both now at the 5th level of immortal transformation, he was an 8th level who had dropped down in rank. His skills were incomparable to those of a 2nd level immortal transformation cultivator. Furious, Steph channeled his spirit energy into his purple fan, which was clearly also an immortal grade artifact. Its brilliance warned Jet that Steph was about to unleash a critical move. Since the opponent planned to use his ultimate skill, Jet didn't hesitate either. He prepared himself, infusing the Ice God Sword with immense spiritual energy. Now, Jet could use limited techniques. Besides Ice God Burst, there were Flame God Arrow and Flame Sword Formation. These 3 moves were the only ones Jet could currently execute. While uncertain about their true power, he believed that with his current 5th level of immortal transformation strength, his attacks should not be weak. After all, the Ice God Sword remained the same, and his power had increased significantly. These moves would not be weaker than when he was at the 2nd level. Flame Sword Formation. Manifest. Seeing Steph reach his peak momentum, Jet unleashed his attack without hesitation. With a roar, numerous terrifying celestial spirits gathered around him in blue arrow-shaped beams, forming alongside him like a war god. Watching Jet from below, the disciples exchanged stunned glances. They hadn't expected him to perform so well. They wondered even more how Steph would counter such an attack. Jet gently waved the Ice God Sword, merging the surrounding blue flames into arrows tipped with black fire, transforming into divine arrows. Steph's eyes narrowed upon sensing the formidable power of Jet's attack. He knew he underestimated Jet, and needed to take him seriously or risk losing. Spiritual Energy Storm. With an angry cry, Steph reached his peak and fiercely swung his purple fan. Boom! Numerous spiraling winds began to form, each one looking capable of swallowing the entire arena, creating a terrifying sight. Several tornadoes charged toward Jet with bone-shaking force. This? Steph's ultimate move, Spiritual Energy Storm. Yes, never thought he'd use this. Jet is done for. True, even a peak immortal transformation wouldn't dare confront this in full power. The spectators murmured amongst themselves, surprised by Steph's swift deployment of his ultimate technique. Feeling the storm's might, Jet's eyelids flickered, but he did not hesitate. Waving his hands, the gathered divine arrows shot forward toward the approaching tornadoes. Thundering boom. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and style of the novel while ensuring natural and fluent English text. The paragraph structure and line breaks closely follow the original content to preserve readability and pacing. The next moment, all the disciples witnessed an incredibly shocking scene. They saw Jet continuously unleashing flame god arrows, one after another, as if they had gone mad, explosively charging straight towards the approaching tornadoes. Each flame god arrow unleashed terrifying power, seemingly capable of piercing through heaven and earth. However, it must be said that the tornadoes summoned by chuckling scholar Steph also exhibited an extremely fearsome might. When the flame god arrows collided with Steph's tornadoes one by one, terrifying waves of spiritual energy shockwaves continuously spread out in all directions. The awe-inspiring spectacle created by the ongoing collisions between the tornadoes and the flame god arrows, with their devastating power swallowing everything in their path, left all the spectators dumbstruck. Those familiar with Steph knew how terrifying his spiritual energy storm was, yet here was Jet boldly standing his ground and directly confronting this fearsome storm? Jet squinted slightly, feeling endless spiritual energy from within his body constantly flowing into the surrounding flame god arrows. He controlled them to relentlessly bombard the terrifying tornadoes. Under the continuous bombardment of the flame god arrows, the tornadoes began to turn black. But what Jet found somewhat unbelievable was that despite the immense power unleashed by his flame god arrows, the spiritual energy storm Steph was using remained equally powerful. From a purely elemental standpoint, Steph's spiritual energy storm had some level of effectiveness against Jet's flame god arrows. It looks like this won't work. If I keep using flame god arrows, there will be no advantage, Jet thought as he observed the evolving battle situation. Seeing the decreasing effectiveness of the flame god arrows, he didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately gestured. The countless flame god arrows disintegrated, transforming back into spiritual energy that reabsorbed into his body. Then, Jet let out a low shout and summoned the heaven and earth boundless sword formation. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and style of the novel while ensuring natural and fluent English text. The paragraph structure and line breaks closely follow the original content to preserve readability and pacing. Chapter 189. Astonishing All. Infinite Boundlessness. Manifest. Since the power of the flame god arrow couldn't defeat these tornadoes, Jet directly changed to cast the Infinite Boundlessness sword array. A flicker in Jet's hand brought out 32 flying swords instantly, and under Jet's control, these flying swords paired up into 16. Each of the 16 flying swords emitted a brilliant golden aura, resembling the most terrifying divine swords in the world, evoking an extremely fearful impression. Whoosh whoosh. Without hesitation, the 16 flying swords immediately unfolded their speed and charged at the terrifying tornadoes head-on. The Infinite Boundlessness flying swords were famous for their destructive power. With countless terrifying auras infused into them, each sword possessed mountain-like might. The 16 flying swords, working together, immediately wreaked havoc on the tornadoes. Rumble. Soon enough, one of the tornadoes couldn't withstand the destruction from the Infinite Boundlessness sword array and exploded. In this state, even more frenzied aura flowed into the sword array from within Jet's body. The Infinite Boundlessness sword array was his current trump card. Jet naturally wouldn't hesitate but either not use it or unleash it until the opponent was completely defeated. Contrasting with Jet's increasing vigor, Steph, the smiling scholar, appeared pale and panicky, because the spiritual energy storm was already the most terrifying attack he could unleash. Even so, his full-strength attack still failed to overpower Jet, making Steph realize that he wasn't a match for him. Below the platform, Alicia and Tyson focused on Jet. As his friends, they hoped he would win. So when they saw Jet being pressed by the opponent's spiritual energy storm earlier, they felt worried, hoping Jet would be victorious and safe. Fortunately, seeing Jet controlling 16 radiant flying swords and regaining the upper hand, they breathed a sigh of relief. Infinite Boundlessness Shatter. Observing the damage done to the tornadoes by the sword array, Jet didn't hesitate but swung his hand, directing countless terrifying cosmic auras into the sword array. Then the 16 flying swords merged into a colossal golden sword. Rumble. Without pausing, Jet wielded the massive golden sword, fiercely striking the tornado with terrifying force. Crack, crack. The tornado, already close to shattering, couldn't withstand Jet's attack and broke apart. The sound of its disintegration resonated as it completely shattered. Poof. As the tornado shattered, Steph couldn't resist the shockwave from the explosion, getting knocked back. He truly didn't expect Jet to unleash such terrifying strength. Steph was blasted off the platform, leaving all the disciples momentarily stunned. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted, acknowledging Jet's performance. This victory was undoubtedly well-deserved. This battle marked Jet's qualification for the championship, giving him a strange feeling. Had Steph's move not been somewhat effective against his flame god arrow, he believed he could have already defeated him. Taking a deep breath, Jet stepped down, letting the stage to Vernon and Morris, ranked first and second in the hunting competition. He was curious about the kind of fight they would have. Notably, Jet noticed that Morris shared a surname with Alicia, guessing they were from the same clan. After descending, Jet couldn't meet Alicia or Tyson since he had to prepare for the final. The second match began soon. Shadow Fist Killian and Overlord Fist Morris were restricted to Immortal Transformation 5th level. Despite this restriction, neither showed any restraint, unleashing various terrifying techniques right from the start in an intense showdown. From the spectators' chatter, Jet understood they were longtime rivals and legendary figures in Thousand Cloud sect. After around 15 minutes of intense combat, Killian struck Morris off the platform with a terrifying fist strike. That final blow, though executed at Immortal Transformation 5th level, felt peak level, deeply impressive. Seeing Killian's powerful fist strike, Jet recalled Alicia's equally terrifying punch during their encounter. Regardless, Jet steeled himself. Here now, no matter how strong Killian was, he must not fail. Following the referee's signal, Jet stepped onto the platform. The atmosphere turned eerily silent, as everyone knew the championship would be between Jet and Killian. Their clothes fluttered without wind. No one made the first move, only staring intently at each other. Make your move. Shortly after, Killian slowly said. Feeling he was superior in rank and experience, he deemed it proper for Jet to strike first. Jet didn't argue, politely nodding before dashing towards Killian. Triple Ice Deity Explosion. Aware of the significant gap in their strength, Jet unleashed his ultimate technique, the Triple Ice Deity Explosion. Even a single Ice Deity Explosion held terrifying power, let alone 3 combined. Accompanied by Jet's casting, a horrifying sword intent surged toward Killian with everything-consuming ferocity. Sensing the terrifying might of this sword intent, Killian's eyes revealed shock. Although he had watched Jet's previous battle, only facing him now did he realize just how fearsome Jet's attacks were. Reacting quickly, numerous formidable auras surged into the black gauntlet on his hand. When the sword intent reached him, Killian punched forward without hesitation. Rumble. The next moment, Killian's fist intent collided with Jet's sword intent, carrying an extremely terrifying power. Instantly, a deafening explosion echoed, and countless formidable threads of elemental energy spread wildly in all directions. The sparks produced by the collision of their attacks indeed gave off an overwhelmingly intimidating presence. All the spectators watching the battle couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the burst of power unleashed in that instant by both combatants. Many among them were 5th stage transcending immortal cultivators. They looked at themselves, then at Jet and Killian, whose cultivation was currently restricted to the 5th stage transcending immortal, and deeply felt the meaning of the word disparity. Such powerful fist intent, come again. During the collision between his attack and Killian's fist intent, Jet felt an extremely terrifying wave of energy invade his body from the front, making him feel as if his internal organs would burst out. However, at this moment, he reacted very quickly without any hesitation. Countless formidable threads of elemental energy surged within him, forcefully suppressing the discomfort, after which he continued to swing the Ice Deity sword in his hand. Roar. 5-fold Ice Deity Explosion. The Ice Deity sword swung fiercely, instantly carrying an extremely formidable power of nature, sweeping towards the opponent. This time, Jet used the 5-fold Ice Deity Explosion, which was the strongest sword intent he could muster so far. The reason he didn't use it during the battle with Steph was that he wanted to reserve these moves for Killian. Sensing the intensity of Jet's sword intent now, Killian felt an overwhelming pressure. He had not expected Jet's sword intent to be this terrifying. Only now did he realize why this new disciple managed to secure 3rd place in this hunting activity. Turns out he possessed such formidable means. Boy, since your strength is so terrifying, it seems I underestimated you before. If so, let's decide the winner in one move. As Killian spoke, terrifying waves of spirit light erupted from his body. Black spiritual energy swirled and revolved, forming a layer of black spiritual armor on Killian's body. At this moment, Killian appeared like one of the most terrifying beings in the world. The sparks generated from the collision of their attacks indeed gave off a frightening sensation. All the disciples watching the battle felt a sense of daze when they witnessed the overwhelming power released during this instant clash between the two. Many of them were at the 5th level of Immortal Transformation, comparing themselves to Jet and Killian, who were also restricted to the 5th level of Immortal Transformation. They deeply felt the gap in strength. Such a powerful fist intent, come on. When his fist intent clashed with Jet's attack, Jet felt an immensely terrifying energy wave invade his body, making him feel as if his internal organs were about to leap out. However, he quickly reacted without hesitation. The immense essence energy within him surged, forcibly suppressing the discomfort and then continuing to swing the Ice Deity sword. Hey! Quintuple Ice Deity Explosion. The Ice Deity sword was swung ferociously, instantly releasing a formidable might that swept toward the opponent. This time, Jet unleashed the Quintuple Ice Deity Explosion, which was the strongest sword intent he could currently muster. He hadn't used it against Steph before because he intended to reserve these moves for Killian. Feeling the intensity of Jet's sword intent now, Killian had an overwhelmingly terrifying impression. He never expected Jet's sword intent to be so terrifying. Only now did he realize why this new disciple could secure 3rd place in the hunting competition. As it turned out, he possessed such fearsome abilities. Kid, since you're so powerful, it seems I underestimated you. In that case, let's decide this with one move. Killian said, and then terrifying aura lights burst forth from his body. Black essence energy kept swirling, forming a black aura armor around Killian's body. At this moment, Killian looked like the most terrifying existence in the world. Chapter 190, the champion title. In this state, Killian let out a roar and took a step forward. Countless spiritual energies converged and surged, following which he fiercely punched at the empty space ahead. Boom. Just one punch released an incredibly terrifying power of heaven and earth, as if it could shatter the world. The power unleashed by this punch was simply horrifying. Roar. As Killian's punch came forth, countless spiritual energies gathered, transforming the intent into a terrifying black dragon. The black dragon appeared and charged towards Jet with bared fangs and claws. Crack crack. The quintuple ice god explosion that Jet had just unleashed was torn apart instantly upon colliding with this black dragon, as if the power of the two was not even on the same level. Feeling the power possessed by the black dragon, Jet had an indescribable feeling. From a purely power standpoint, the black dragon Killian had launched was already at an almost godly level. At this point, let alone himself, Even if a cultivator at the peak immortal transformation realm were here, they would dare not face such a terrifying attack head-on. But since Killian had made it clear to settle it in one move, Jet did not retreat. Although his strength was inferior to Killian, their cultivation realms were the same. They were both at the 5th level immortal transformation. Therefore, from the perspective of explosive power, Jet did not think his attack would be much weaker than Killian's. At this moment, taking a deep breath, Jet injected countless terrifying spiritual energies into the Ice God sword in his hand. Though he couldn't perform sword techniques, Jet could still use the Myriad Miles Icebound. By unleashing it alongside the limitless Heaven-Earth sword array, Jet was confident this move could defeat the opponent. The control effect of Myriad Miles Icebound was so terrifying that others might not fully understand, but Jet knew very well what extent he could control with it. Once he used Myriad Miles Icebound to freeze the opponent, then unleashed the limitless Heaven-Earth sword array, he didn't think Killian could withstand it due to its terrifying destructive power. Drink. Icebound Myriad Miles. As the power of the Ice God sword accumulated completely, Jet did not hesitate, letting out a low shout as boundless terrifying natural spiritual energy rushed within him. Then, he unleashed Myriad Miles Icebound at full force. Crack crack. With the full eruption of Jet's Myriad Miles Icebound, all spectators saw, astonished, an overwhelming chill emerge before Jet. Everything on the platform was frozen in an instant. The cracking ice sounds echoed, and in the blink of an eye, the entire platform seemed to have turned into a block of ice. Even the black dragon Killian had exerted was not spared. It was frozen solid by the Myriad Miles Icebound. Seeing this, Steph, who had lost to Jet, originally harbored some dissatisfaction. However, now, witnessing the terrifying strength Jet displayed against Shadow Fist Killian, he was left utterly convinced. Originally, there were so many techniques Jet hadn't revealed when fighting him. If he were to face this move now, Steph didn't dare imagine further. Limitless Heaven-Earth Sword Array. Manifest. After using Myriad Miles Icebound for a terrifying control effect, Jet did not pause, immediately summoning the Limitless Heaven-Earth Sword Array. 32 flying swords instantly appeared, quickly merging into 16 pairs, then those 16 into one massive golden spirit-imbued giant sword. Boom. Next, Jet gripped the golden giant sword and struck at Killian's black dragon with unstoppable force. As the rumbling sound of spiritual energies resonated, Jet's golden giant sword collided with Killian's black dragon, releasing an unimaginable power, causing boundless spiritual energies to spread wildly. At this moment, it felt like the world's spiritual energy was trembling together, creating a wave of continuous tremors that made every spectator feel this scene was unreal. Now, all the surrounding disciples wondered if this was really what a 5th-level immortal transformation cultivator could do. Without the realm restrictions, how powerful would they be? Crack crack. PFFF. As the limitless Heaven-Earth Sword Array's power fully erupted, although the black dragon had terrifying power, it couldn't resist such a fierce explosion and shattered directly. The cracking sound of breaking spiritual energy echoed, and in the blink of an eye, the black dragon was completely shattered. Killian, who cast this black dragon, was struck by a terrifying backlash, spitting blood as he was sent flying backward. Despite the extreme terror of the black dragon Killian had summoned, it could not fully unleash its power under the influence of Jet's Myriad Miles Icebound. Through the combined effect of these two terrifying moves, Jet far exceeded the black dragon's effects, directly defeating Killian. Killian was thrown off the platform by the powerful impact, and at that moment, the outcome of this match became clear. With Killian's defeat, all observing disciples felt as if their worldview had collapsed. Initially, they thought Killian wouldn't fail, but who would have thought Jet could unleash such power? Announcing the results as the protective spiritual barrier around the platform started to break, the golden figure declared. In this Danilo sect hunting event, the champion is Jet. All watching disciples clapped, feeling that Jet's performance was truly terrifying. It showed them that even a cultivator with a lower realm could achieve the impossible through sufficient power, turning the impossible into the possible and making legends from decay. Something they previously believed only existed in legends, they were now witnessing firsthand. Upon securing the championship in this hunting event, Jet heard the system notification in his ear. Ding. Congratulations host on completing the task. Reward is a breakthrough to 3rd level immortal transformation. Ding. Congratulations host triggered a new mission. The Danilo Holy Land activity is about to start. Before the event begins, you need to collect 4 materials from the back mountain of Danilo sect to refine the 9-turn ascension pill. Completing this task will result in a breakthrough to 4th level immortal transformation. While the appearance of the new task left Jet feeling a bit dazed, he had anticipated the possibility of the Danilo Holy Land series of tasks coming next. Nevertheless, with the arrival of the Danilo Holy Land mission, Jet still felt intimidated. After all, the Danilo Holy Land task was a large-scale event jointly organized by the Danilo Empire and other surrounding empires. Once initiated, experts from all over the world would gather, resulting in a competition scale of unparalleled magnitude. However, Jet wasn't afraid. He had already broken through to the 3rd level immortal transformation, and as long as he completed the next phase's task, he would break through to the 4th level. Combined with his numerous means, he believed he could stand out among many experts even during the Danilo Holy Land task. Securing the championship in this Danilo sect hunting event and breaking through to the 3rd level immortal transformation brought a great deal of comfort to Jet. There was nothing more comforting than the enhancement of one's strength. Now, with his cultivation and power improved, Jet had changed significantly from the day he first joined Danilo sect. Congratulations on becoming the champion of this event. This is your reward. On the high platform, the gold-robed cultivator presented Jet with the champion's reward. Jet took the storage bag and, after a brief probe with his divine sense, he could clearly feel the incredibly abundant cultivation resources inside. With such an abundance of cultivation resources at hand, Jet figured that even if he couldn't use them immediately, they would surely come in handy in the future. Taking a deep breath, Jet bowed respectfully to the other party. Thank you. The gold-robed cultivator gave Jet an approving look. He was highly impressed by Jet's performance during the competition, having watched him advance from the second round all the way to the championship. Indeed, Jet deserved this victory. Of course, Jet winning this time mainly owed to the rule change for the competition. Everyone's cultivation was limited to the 5th level immortal transformation realm, preventing other genius disciples from fully showcasing their true strength. Otherwise, Jet wouldn't have been able to win. But sometimes, the laws of the world work like this. To make it in this world, besides raw strength, a bit of fortune was also indispensable. Luck, sometimes, was also a form of strength. After receiving the reward, Jet didn't linger any longer. Under countless envious gazes, he descended from the platform. At this moment, Alicia and Tyson came up to greet him. The three of them then sped off together into the distance. Alicia and Tyson were genuinely happy for Jet upon seeing him win the championship of this hunting event. They were among the few friends Jet had within the sect. Jet glanced at Alicia and noticed that she had already advanced to the 2nd level immortal transformation realm. Please note that for smooth reading experience, I slightly adjusted some sentences while maintaining the original tone and storyline. ##### Chapter 191. The 4 Divine Trees. Jet couldn't help but feel somewhat astonished. It was indeed quite extraordinary how quickly Alicia had advanced. She still had many terrifying moves at her disposal, plus that formidable boxing glove, which made her combat ability still quite formidable. Jet chuckled and said, "Looks like you're not far from reaching the 3rd level of the immortal transformation." A rosy blush spread across Alicia's face as she replied, "Originally, my realm was much higher than yours, but it's been such a short time, and I've already fallen far behind you." At this moment, Tyson's forehead twitched awkwardly as he said, "Actually, my strength used to far exceed young Master Jet." Hearing this, Alicia couldn't help but be taken aback, while Jet scratched his head awkwardly, smiling as he changed the subject. "Ah, I heard that the 1,000 Cloud Sacred Ascension event will begin soon. What do you know about the 1,000 Cloud Sacred Ascension task?" Tyson wore an expression of deep thought and said, "The 1,000 Cloud Sacred Ascension task? I remember it is a large-scale event in our 1,000 Cloud Empire, but the cultivators who participate generally have very high strength. As for cultivators like me, we don't really have the opportunity to participate." Alicia, on the other hand, looked forward to it eagerly, saying, "I've long heard of the 1,000 Cloud Sacred Ascension event. In fact, one of the reasons I came to the 1,000 Cloud sect is because if I can gain the favor of a senior from the 1,000 Cloud sect, I can obtain an exalted token. With an exalted token, I can advance more quickly during the 1,000 Cloud Sacred Ascension event." When Jet heard exalted token, he couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the exalted token is quite good, but I've heard that the scale of the 1,000 Cloud Sacred Ascension event is massive. Even with an exalted token, without sufficient strength, it might be difficult to progress. Alicia blinked her beautiful eyes, then seemed to recall something, saying, "Big brother Jet, by the way you say that, you must have an exalted token too, right? A cultivator with your talent would surely catch the eye of some powerful elders. Haha, so we'll be rivals from now on." Jet smiled, "Sure, we'll be rivals. Don't go easy on me when the time comes." Tyson knew they were joking, so he joined in with laughter. The atmosphere among the three of them was very pleasant. Although they hadn't known each other for long, they had already established a deep friendship. When the three returned to the Moon Pavilion, the sky had already darkened. They were about to part ways, not knowing when they would meet again. Jet felt a tinge of nostalgia as he handed over a storage bag to Alicia, saying, "Here are some cultivation resources. You should take them to train. They should help speed up your cultivation." Alicia was surprised at first, not expecting Jet to do this. She shook her head in refusal. "No, I can't accept this. Big brother Jet, you keep it. You need cultivation resources more than I do." At this moment, Jet pretended to be upset. "Take it, no arguments. Just take it." Seeing Jet like this, Alicia could only accept reluctantly. She realized that Jet truly wanted to help her. "Don't worry, big brother Jet. I'll work hard, and I'll come visit you often." After saying this, Alicia suddenly gave Jet a light kiss on the cheek, then blushed furiously as she hurried away using her speed techniques. Watching Alicia's retreating figure, Jet couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. He hadn't expected Alicia to kiss him. This left a sweet feeling in Jet's heart. Despite having lived on this continent for tens of thousands of years, he had never been in a serious relationship. At this moment, he could feel Alicia's intentions toward him, which made his heart beat faster. Seeing this scene, Tyson laughed. "Ha ha ha, young Master Jet, looks like you're off the market now. I'm starting to envy you." Jet scratched his head, a line appearing on his forehead, and slowly replied, "What do you mean off the market? Don't talk nonsense. Maybe little sister Morong was just happy." He said this more to reassure himself, as he wasn't sure what Alicia truly felt about him. Regardless of how he viewed it, he did wish to get closer to Alicia. But relationships couldn't be rushed, and anything could only happen gradually. Understanding that relationships needed time, Jet then went to a quiet place nearby to begin cultivating. Chi circulated within him as a circle of terrifying spiritual energy enveloped his body, giving him a mystical appearance. Seeing Jet like this, Tyson couldn't help but feel envious. He had watched Jet grow from the beginning. Back when Jet participated in the entrance exam, his cultivation was only at the Songhai realm. Who would have thought that in such a short time, Jet had already reached the immortal transformation realm? The speed at which Jet's cultivation had improved was unprecedented, something he had never even heard of before. Thus, this time Jet had left a deep impression on him. Regardless of anything, Jet becoming so powerful was not a bad thing. Tyson also made up his mind to work harder, striving to reach Jet's level of cultivation. Thinking this, Tyson returned to his dormitory to cultivate. As for Jet, while he appeared to be in a state of cultivation, in reality, he had immersed his entire mind into the green ring in his hand. After practicing the spirit explosion technique, it had significantly enhanced Jet's power. So, he knew that if he could learn more techniques within the ring, his strength would likely transform dramatically again. So, Jet focused on the spirit slash technique. This move was actually a terrifying sword technique. From the perspective of sheer power, it was far more formidable than the Ice God/Jet had used previously. This attack, when unleashed to its full potential, was already extremely formidable. Moreover, Jet discovered that the Spirit Slash could be used in conjunction with the Spirit Explosion technique. Even with Jet's current strength at the third level of Immortal Transformation, he estimated that this fully unleashed power could probably rival that of peak Immortal Transformation cultivators. Therefore, if he learned this Spirit Slash, he would have more confidence when the Thousand Cloud Sacred Ascension task began. After all, once this event started, experts from all over would gather, and without sufficient strength, there was little hope of standing out in the Thousand Cloud Sacred Ascension. Taking a deep breath, Jet's mind was completely immersed in practicing the Spirit Slash. It couldn't be denied that once Jet truly began learning this technique, he realized just how terrifying it was. No matter how you looked at it, if this Spirit Slash were fully unleashed, its power could split the heavens and earth, creating a shocking effect. Before he knew it, an entire night had passed. By the next morning, after spending the whole night cultivating, Jet found that he had completely mastered this technique. At this moment, Jet didn't have any intention of pausing. He still had quests to complete and thought it was a good opportunity to test the power of the Spirit Slash technique during these tasks. With that in mind, Jet immediately sped towards the back mountain of Thousand Cloud Sect. Whoosh! As he accelerated, Jet turned into a streak of lightning, disappearing from his original spot. When Jet reappeared, he was already at the back mountain of Thousand Cloud Sect. In the back mountain, Jet expanded his perception and could clearly sense that the area was filled with treasures. This feeling was different from his first visit. He remembered that when he first came here, he had just broken through to the reversing heaven realm. But how much time had passed? Now, he had already advanced to the immortal transformation realm. Jet opened the quest panel and saw clearly that the current task required him to find 4 materials within the back mountain. These 4 materials were 4 fruits named Qinglong, Azure Dragon, Baihu, White Tiger, Xuanhuan, Black Tortoise, and Zhuke, Vermilion Bird. Recalling the information he gathered previously about Thousand Cloud Sect, Jet remembered hearing about these 4 fruits. In the back mountain of Thousand Cloud Sect, there were 4 divine trees: the Qinglong tree, Baihu tree, Zhuke tree, and Xuanhuan tree. Each tree was guarded by a terrifying divine beast, so obtaining the corresponding fruits would not be easy. However, Jet also knew that since the system had assigned him this task, its difficulty wouldn't be too high. After all, considering that the reward for completing the task was merely to boost his cultivation by 1 level, the difficulty should be within an acceptable range. With this thought, Jet accelerated again, transforming into a bolt of lightning. Before long, he arrived at the base of the first divine tree, the Qinglong tree. Even from a distance, Jet could already feel the extremely dense spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from beneath this divine tree. Just a cursory scan revealed a panda emitting blue spiritual energy light under the tree. Chapter 192. The 9 Transmutation Ascension Pill. This panda emitted blue spiritual energy light all over its body, and anyone who saw it would feel an intense sense of terror. After all, this panda radiated extremely terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations. If one were to judge solely by the spiritual energy fluctuations emitted by this panda, it was clear that this divine beast's cultivation level had already reached the 8th level of transformation into immortality. Seeing an 8th level transformation into immortality divine beast for the first time, Jet felt a momentary daze. What was even more shocking was that upon reaching this divine tree, this panda actually spoke in human language. "Cultivator, have you come here to obtain the divine fruit?" Jet was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered, nodding directly and saying, "Of course." At this point, he saw a cunning smile appear on the panda's face as it chuckled, "Certainly. But if you want the divine fruit, you must pass my test." Test? What kind of test? Hearing about a test, Jet couldn't help but be surprised. However, he realized that since this system mission could increase his strength, it was bound to be challenging. Having a test was only natural. The divine panda smiled and said, "The test is to catch me within the duration of a joss stick burning." Jet couldn't help but laugh. The fluffy and seemingly cumbersome body of the panda didn't seem fast at all. Catching it should be easy, right? Thinking so, Jet nodded in agreement right away. "All right, let's start." Whoosh. But in the next moment, Jet was taken aback because immediately he saw that this divine panda emitted terrifying spiritual energy light. The next instant, the panda unleashed its speed, turning into a wisp of smoke and disappearing. Jet was astonished by the speed this panda could achieve. He now realized that he had underestimated his opponent. With the panda's speed being this fast, what could he possibly do? Catching this panda within the duration of a joss stick burning seemed nearly impossible. But Jet started thinking, since the panda mentioned that it was a test, perhaps this test didn't necessarily require him to chase after the panda with sheer speed. There might be another solution? Only thinking this way did it make sense to Jet. Otherwise, this task would seem quite illogical. Directly pick the divine fruit and force it to return? Thinking this, Jet decided to try. He moved his hand, creating a large hand made of spiritual energy which flew towards the fruit on the divine tree. Bam! However, much to Jet's astonishment, as soon as the spiritual energy hand touched the fruit, it shattered instantly. In fact, not just the fruit, but the entire divine tree was enveloped by an immensely powerful energy field, making Jet's attack largely ineffective under these conditions. It seems this won't work. Jet racked his brains, but couldn't think of any solutions. At this point, he decided to check the system panel to see if there were any hints. After reviewing the mission information, Jet suddenly understood, revealing an enlightened expression. So, that's how it works. Jet realized how to attract this panda. He took out a bamboo shoot from his storage bag, which emitted a dazzling green spiritual energy light. Adding some other precious herbs, Jet enhanced the bamboo, making it emit an extremely dense spiritual energy fluctuation. Even from a distance, one could clearly perceive the spiritual energy emanating from this bamboo. After carefully arranging it, turning the bamboo into an exquisite piece, Jet gently placed it on the open ground and waited quietly. The system hinted that to catch this panda, all he needed was something the panda liked. And the exquisite bamboo Jet had crafted was exactly what the panda couldn't resist. Soon enough, Jet noticed that the panda, which had vanished without a trace earlier, reappeared within his sight. Seeing the panda return, Jet couldn't help but smile. The panda grabbed Jet's exquisite bamboo and began gnawing on it. But after just one bite, it felt completely drained of energy and collapsed to the side. Clearly, Jet had added ingredients that would sap the strength of a beast. Haha, I've caught you. Jet smiled faintly, easily grabbing the panda by its tail. The divine panda looked surprised for a moment before laughing. Impressive, you're very smart. Here's your divine fruit. Quickly, the divine panda plucked the divine fruit. Jet noticed that the reason the divine beast could obtain the divine fruit was due to the divine power attached to its body. Without hesitation, Jet took the divine fruit and thanked the panda before quickly heading to the next divine tree. Having this experience, Jet estimated that the situation with other divine trees might be similar. If so, this task wasn't as difficult or even complicated. Compared to the rigorous tasks Jet had completed in the past, he wondered if this task was too easy. Previously, the tasks he undertook were daunting, each filled with challenges. Now, this task could almost be seen as a gift from the system for his hard work. Reaching the next divine tree, events unfolded similarly. Another panda divine beast guarded the tree, requiring Jet to catch it within the duration of a joss stick burning. Following the same method, Jet easily caught the panda and obtained another divine fruit. The remaining 2 divine fruits followed the same process, and Jet quickly gathered all 4 fruits. With the fruits collected, Jet chose a spot in the back mountain with a higher concentration of spiritual energy. According to the system's instructions, Jet began refining the 9 transmutation ascension pill. Refining this pill was no simple feat for cultivators lacking sufficient alchemy experience. This almost seemed unachievable because the pill's quality was of the immortal grade. However, Jet possessed rich alchemy experience and profound expertise in the art of pill refinement. Following the system's guidance, he gathered all the necessary materials and began refining the pill. After roughly 1 cycle of time, the pill refinement was complete. The process itself was relatively smooth. Upon completing the 9 transmutation ascension pill, Jet looked at the exquisitely translucent pill, glowing with brilliant red spiritual energy light, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Is this the 9 transmutation ascension pill? Using the system, Jet could view information about the pill. 9 transmutation ascension pill can directly elevate any transformation into immortality realm cultivator, excluding the host, by 1 level. Upon seeing this description, Jet was dumbfounded. What the? How could it have such a terrifying effect? Wasn't the impact of this pill far too powerful? Directly elevating a realm. Wouldn't that mean if Jet gave it to Alicia when she broke through to the 9th level of transformation into immortality, she would immediately reach the 10th level? Jet subconsciously thought that if he obtained more divine fruits and refined more pills, he could sell them for astronomical prices. Just as Jet was having this thought, he heard the system's notification sound. The 9 transmutation ascension pill has a refinement time limit. Only 1 pill can be refined per month. This notification promptly extinguished Jet's newfound hope of getting rich by continuously refining divine fruits. Only 1 pill could be refined each month, which meant that although the pill's effect was excellent, it was precisely because of its power that obtaining it was so stringent. However, having even 1 pill was already quite good. Jet stored the pill in his storage bag and prepared to leave the back mountain. But at this moment, he heard another familiar system notification. Chime. Congratulations on successfully refining the 9 transmutation ascension pill. Mission completed, strength breakthrough to 4th level of transformation into immortality. Just as Jet was thinking this, he heard the system notification sound. The 9 transmutation ascension pill has a refinement time limit. Only 1 pill can be refined per month. This notification undoubtedly extinguished Jet's newly ignited hope of getting rich by constantly refining divine fruits. Only 1 pill can be refined per month. So it seems that although the effect of this pill is very good, its acquisition method is extremely stringent due to its potent effects. However, having even 1 pill is already quite good. Jet put the pill into his storage bag and prepared to leave the back mountain. But at this moment, he heard another familiar system notification. Chime. Congratulations on successfully refining the 9 transmutation ascension pill. Mission completed, strength breakthrough to 4th level of transformation into immortality. Chime. Congratulations on triggering a new mission. You need to hunt a demonized netherworld tiger in the restricted area of the back mountain. Completing this mission will result in a strength breakthrough to 5th level of transformation into immortality. Hearing this series of notifications, Jet felt that the system was likely preparing for the Thousand Clouds pilgrimage task. After all, if his cultivation and strength were not quickly improved, how could he possibly perform well after the Thousand Clouds pilgrimage event started? He was also curious about the specifics of the Thousand Clouds pilgrimage task. How would cultivators begin competing once the event started? Driven by curiosity, Jet immediately sped towards the netherworld tiger based on the system's provided location. Following the system's direction, Jet swiftly traversed countless distances and arrived where the netherworld tiger was located. Upon seeing the demonized netherworld tiger, Jet suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Standing on a tree branch, Jet focused on the demonized netherworld tiger on the distant open ground. The netherworld tiger emitted black spiritual light, and its pair of black wings looked incredibly terrifying. Even a slight perception allowed one to sense the extremely powerful spiritual energy fluctuations from the netherworld tiger. Chime. Congratulations on triggering a new mission. The host must hunt a demonized eating tiger in the restricted area of the back mountain. Completing this task will break through to the 5th level of transformation into immortality. Hearing this series of system notifications, Jet felt that this was likely the system preparing for the Danilo Holy Pilgrimage mission. After all, if his cultivation level didn't improve soon, how could he possibly perform well once the event started? Jet was also quite curious about the Danilo Holy Pilgrimage mission. How exactly would the competition among cultivators unfold when the event began? Driven by curiosity, Jet immediately accelerated towards his next target, the eating tiger. Following the location provided by the system, Jet quickly covered vast distances, reaching the Yu-meeting tiger's lair in an instant. Seeing the demonized Yu-meeting tiger, Jet had a sudden feeling of foreboding. Standing on a tree branch, Jet's gaze fell upon the demonized Yu-meeting tiger in the open field far away. This tiger emitted black, spiritual energy light, with a pair of terrifying black wings. Even from a distance, one could sense the overwhelmingly powerful spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the tiger. Chapter 193, Demonized Netherworld Tiger. Goodness, this opponent's strength has directly reached the peak of immortal transformation? Jet, sensing the cultivation realm of this demonized netherworld tiger, was momentarily dumbfounded. It seemed that completing previous tasks had been too easy for him, leading to the system drastically increasing the difficulty this time. However, as they say, assisting the sect in solving troubles is everyone's responsibility. Since a demonized monster appeared in the forbidden back mountain of the sect, it was only natural for a disciple like himself to lend a hand. Furthermore, he had already cultivated the spirit burst slash, but had not yet had an opportunity to employ it. This moment presented a good chance to try it out. Thinking this way, Jet didn't hesitate. His internal spirit energy began circulating, and countless terrifying energies flowed into the ice deity sword in his hand. Once he felt that the sword had absorbed enough energy, he swung it powerfully forward. 5-layer ice deity slash. Boom. With a single swing, a horrifying blue blade aura erupted from the ice deity sword, sweeping over the earth with terrifying force. This sword, fully unleashed, emitted an overwhelmingly terrifying power, especially since Jet's cultivation had now reached the 4th level of immortal transformation. The power he could unleash had greatly increased compared to before. He attacked directly with the 5-layer ice deity slash. Even before hitting its target, the burst force alone was already incredibly intimidating. Although Jet's attack was sudden, the demonized netherworld tiger reacted swiftly. As soon as Jet's attack exploded forth, it roared angrily and spat out a black beam of spiritual energy to counter his sword intent. Boom. In the next moment, the tiger's spiritual energy beam collided with Jet's sword intent with terrifying force. With a deafening explosion, boundless spiritual energy raged wildly in all directions. The moment the two forces collided, Jet felt as if his attack hit not a beam of spiritual energy but a monstrous mountain. This feeling filled him with dread. Instinctively, Jet circulated the spirit energy within him and created distance between himself and the tiger. As he distanced himself, more terrifying celestial energy flowed into the ice deity sword in his hand. The ice deity sword immediately glowed brilliantly with blue light, almost transforming into a divine weapon in Jet's hands. Regarding Jet's initial blade aura, it shattered upon collision with the netherworld tiger's spiritual energy beam. Enraged, the tiger roared and charged at Jet. This tiger moved at full speed, turning into a bolt of black lightning. In an instant, it leaped across vast distances and pounced at Jet, opening its massive jaws threateningly. At this moment, Jet felt as if he faced not a ferocious tiger, but a fearsome demon. The pressure brought by this peak immortal transformation stage beast was truly formidable. Jet circulated his inner spirit energy and moved sideways at lightning speed, distancing himself from the tiger. He then channeled his spirit energy into the ice deity sword again, swinging it fiercely towards the demonized netherworld tiger. 5-layer flame sword array. Jet now unleashed one of his other ultimate techniques, the flame sword array. Even one layer of the flame sword array possessed terrifying power, let alone 5 layers together. The destructive potential of the 5-layer flame sword array was undoubtedly terrifying. Although Jet hadn't employed the spirit burst art yet, he was confident in this attack's power. Tremendous spirit energy swirled around Jet, forming countless arrows of spiritual energy. These arrows continuously emerged, filling the area around Jet, making him appear like a formidable war deity. With another swing, these countless blue arrows combined into numerous flaming godly arrows engulfed in black flames. When these flaming arrows appeared, their emitted spiritual energy became overwhelmingly powerful. No matter how you looked at them, each of these arrows could inspire awe. Go! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Next, Jet waved his hand, launching these terrifying flaming godly arrows at the demonized netherworld tiger in rapid succession. Though one flaming arrow might have limited power, many such arrows created a stunning impact. If Jet had used the spirit burst art, his attacks would be even more devastating. However, knowing it had a cooldown period from his past encounter with the demon wolf king, Jet reserved it for desperate times. He didn't want to exhaust all his abilities without defeating the netherworld tiger, creating an awkward situation. Thus, he channeled more celestial spirit energy into the surrounding flaming arrows, hoping to inflict damage on the tiger. Jet had decided to use the spirit burst art in conjunction with Icebound 10,000 miles, ensuring an immediate fatal strike after immobilizing the opponent. Therefore, everything he did before using these ultimate moves was just probing the enemy's capabilities. As Jet bombarded the netherworld tiger with the flaming arrows, the tiger grew increasingly enraged. Roaring fiercely, it suddenly ignited in black, spiritual flames. Once these flames blazed up, the tiger felt entirely different. Its strength seemed to surpass the peak of immortal transformation, reaching a new level. Jet was shocked. He knew the netherworld tiger must have employed some technique to temporarily boost its strength. However, Jet was not worried now. He knew that while the netherworld tiger's strength was terrifying, his own strength was no less impressive. There was no need for him to belittle himself. Boom. The spiritual energy fluctuations around the netherworld tiger continued to increase. In an instant, the demonized netherworld tiger flashed into the sky, and then began flapping its wings vigorously. Immediately after, Jet saw terrifying black, spiritual energy arrows starting to form on both sides of the netherworld tiger's body. These black, spiritual energy arrows were in no way weaker than Jet's flaming divine arrows. If anything, they seemed even more powerful than his attacks. Seeing the technique the netherworld tiger was employing, Jet couldn't help but be stunned. Although he had anticipated that the netherworld tiger wouldn't be simple, he hadn't expected it to be this formidable. At that moment, Jet realized the gravity of this battle. Compared to his previous encounter with the Demon Wolf King, this fight against the demonized Netherworld Tiger was clearly much more dangerous. Boom, boom, boom. As the Netherworld Tiger's black arrows continuously collided with his flaming divine arrows, Jet could distinctly feel waves of terrifying spiritual energy spreading outwards, making the entire world seem to tremble violently. The scene gave off an overwhelmingly intimidating sensation. Jet had never before encountered an opponent who could unleash a technique that matched his flame sword array head-on, leaving him momentarily dazed. When Jet came back to his senses, he realized that the flaming divine arrows created by the flame sword array had been mostly dispelled by the black arrows. Meanwhile, the black arrows beside the Netherworld Tiger kept forming, and Jet could already imagine what would happen next. These terrifying black arrows would undoubtedly continue their assault without any pause, heading straight toward him. Taking a deep breath, Jet remained calm. Once the flame sword array had completely shattered, he immediately increased his speed, putting distance between himself and the demonized Netherworld Tiger. Chapter 194, Divine Arrow Confrontation. The development of the battle was indeed as Jet had anticipated. However, when he saw the boundless terrifying spiritual energy swirling within the Netherworld Tiger, and then the tiger fiercely flapping its wings to release a multitude of black arrows in his direction, Jet shouted in excitement. Good timing. Jet could feel the terrifying spiritual energy waves from the black arrows, but did not hesitate. With a roar, he mobilized the terrifying spiritual energy within his body, infusing it into the Ice Deity sword before fiercely swinging it. 5-layered Ice Deity explosion. 5-layered Ice Deity slash. At this moment, in order to withstand the impact of these black arrows head-on, Jet went all out, continuously unleashing sword intent. Each time, he would either cast the 5-layered Ice Deity explosion or the 5-layered Ice Deity slash, both exhibiting extremely formidable power. Boom, boom, boom. With each of Jet's casts, terrifying blue sword intents rushed toward those black spiritual energy arrows with destructive force. Soon, amidst continuous explosions of spiritual energy, Jet's sword intent clashed fiercely with the Netherworld Tiger's attacks. Notably, even though the number of black arrows released by the Netherworld Tiger was vast, every time Jet's sword intent met with the arrows, a powerful burst of energy would follow, forming a large circle of spiritual energy explosion that affected surrounding arrows, preventing them from advancing further. From afar, this battle seemed like a contest between Jet and the demonized Netherworld Tiger to see who could sustain more spiritual energy. Now, it was a matter of who could last longer, for the one to lose stamina first would undoubtedly perish. However, if purely comparing spiritual energy reserves, cultivators were no match for demonic beasts. Jet was well aware of this, but he had a plan. He knew the Netherworld Tiger's explosive power was terrifying, but it wasn't foolish. Seeing its continuous attacks failing to harm him, it should change tactics soon. If Jet could hold on until it changed its attack pattern, he could then launch the 10,000 miles of ice and spirit burst slash to deliver a decisive blow. Jet had confidence in the 10,000 miles of ice, as he had never failed using this technique before, clearly knowing its formidable power. Without hesitation, Jet continuously unleashed Ice Deity slashes and explosions, betting on the fact that the demonized Netherworld Tiger would give in before he did. Time passed, and events unfolded as Jet had predicted. The Netherworld Tiger realized its current attack method was ineffective and promptly changed its approach. Aoo! Roaring skyward, the Netherworld Tiger opened its mouth, releasing a terrifying beam of spiritual energy towards Jet with fearsome might. Seeing this, Jet felt a sense of relief. The relentless barrage of terrifying spiritual energy arrows had finally ended. Previously, he hadn't realized how taxing it was to be under such continuous assault while attacking others with the flame sword array. Whoosh! As the terrifying spiritual energy beam neared, Jet didn't panic but steadily gathered spiritual energy. His goal was not just to shatter the beam, but to test the power of the Spirit Burst Slash before performing the combined Spirit Burst technique. The Spirit Burst technique had a cooldown period, whereas the Spirit Burst Slash did not. Jet also noticed that as his cultivation improved, the cooldown period for the Spirit Burst technique decreased. At his current growth rate, once he surpassed the Transcendence realm, there might be no cooldown at all. Spirit Burst Slash. Before Jet knew it, the terrifying spiritual energy beam was right before him, ready to engulf him. Without delay, he roared and executed the Spirit Burst Slash. This was his first time casting this move, feeling the boundless spiritual energy burst forth from his body as if being drained completely, which was quite unbelievable. However, the next moment, upon seeing the power of his unleashed sword intent, he felt highly satisfied. Kaboom! After unleashing the Ice Deity slash through the Ice Deity sword, Jet watched as a terrifying black sword intent surged forward with devastating force towards the spiritual energy beam. The power of this sword intent was astonishing, surprising even Jet. Crack! In the next instant, Jet observed, shocked, as the Netherworld Tiger's spiritual energy beam was shredded apart by his sword intent. The sound of the beam breaking was crisp, like fragile paper compared to Jet's overwhelming power. After tearing through the beam, Jet's sword intent advanced straight toward the Netherworld Tiger without any pause, exhibiting unimaginable power. Even though the demonized Netherworld Tiger's strength was nearly beyond the Transcendence realm, it widened its eyes, stunned by the might of Jet's attack. Even in its demonized state, the Netherworld Tiger clearly sensed the threat from Jet's attack. With this power, Jet could certainly defeat it. Overwhelmed by terror, the Netherworld Tiger frantically gathered its spiritual energy. Whoosh! 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 Boundless spiritual energy formed a terrifying shield in front of the Netherworld Tiger. Carrying earth-shattering power, Jet's Spirit Burst Slash collided with this shield. Jet could tell that the shield exhibited intense spiritual energy waves, the strongest defense the Netherworld Tiger could muster. Yet, even this best defense could not withstand the might of the Spirit Burst Slash, which burst forth, causing the black spiritual energy shield to collapse instantly. Boom! Within seconds, the shield shattered completely, and the remaining power of the Spirit Burst Slash continued towards the Netherworld Tiger. The netherworld tiger, sensing the immense power of Jet's sword and tint, was left speechless with shock. It had never encountered such a terrifying sword and tint before. Although the spirit energy shield was shattered by Jet's sword and tint, it had bought the tiger precious time to escape. The netherworld tiger swiftly dodged to the side, managing to evade the sword and tint. At this moment, the netherworld tiger looked at Jet from afar with a gaze filled with apprehension, no longer daring to attack him recklessly. Even as a demonized netherworld tiger that had reached the peak of Transcendence realm, it was now hesitant and cautious in front of Jet. This feeling made Jet immensely satisfied. He had truly experienced the power of the Spirit Burst Slash. With the incredible might it could unleash, it could be considered a divine-level technique among divine-level techniques. A world-defying level technique. This was only the power unleashed by the Spirit Burst Slash alone. If used together with the Spirit Burst technique, it would likely produce even more terrifying effects. Taking a deep breath, Jet felt countless terrifying waves of spirit energy coursing through his body. He realized he had never been this confident before. That single use of the Spirit Burst Slash had restored all of his confidence. Almost time to end this. Having personally witnessed the power of the Spirit Burst Slash, Jet did not intend to drag things out any further. Countless waves of terrifying spirit energy surged within him as he began to gather his strength. All he needed was for the netherworld tiger to enter his attack range, and then he would instantly execute the Spirit Burst technique and 10,000 miles of ice together. The netherworld tiger, noticing Jet hadn't made a move, thought something might be wrong on his side. However, out of caution, it did not rush to attack, still wary of the frightening sword and tint Jet had just displayed. Time slowly passed. After waiting a while and seeing no action from Jet, the netherworld tiger grew impatient and let out a furious roar. Terrifying spirit energy radiated from its body as it surged forward toward Jet at full speed. Clearly, the netherworld tiger could wait no longer and was ready to strike. Now, as the netherworld tiger launched its attack and entered his range, Jet wasted no time and immediately began to execute the Spirit Burst technique. Chapter 195, Heavenly Spirit Burst Slash. Boom. The Spirit Burst technique erupted, and an ominous blue pillar of light immediately spread out from Jet as its center. Instantly, Jet's power surged to unimaginable heights. The spectral tiger nearby could clearly sense that Jet had undergone a tremendous transformation. However, it was too late for it to retreat at this moment. Ice Seal 10,000 miles. Boom. Crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, Jet unleashed his ultimate move, Ice Seal 10,000 miles. A chilling aura emerged all around, freezing everything in its path as it swept through the world's spiritual energy. In an instant, the world became a frozen wasteland, evoking sheer terror. As Ice Seal 10,000 miles took effect, everything within Jet's sight turned into ice fields. This was performed under the amplification of the Spirit Burst technique. Already formidable by itself, the move now achieved unprecedented power in this state. The spectral tiger barely had time to react before it was instantly frozen on the spot by Ice Seal 10,000 miles. Its eyes rolled frantically as it tried to move, but found itself immobilized by the terrifying energy holding it in place. Die. Spirit Burst Slash. Without hesitation, Jet seized this perfect opportunity since the spectral tiger was already immobilized by Ice Seal 10,000 miles. Ha! Boom. Jet let out a roar as he poured countless torrents of spiritual energy from the surroundings into his Frost God Sword. He then executed the Spirit Burst Slash. Jet had seen the devastating force it unleashed previously. The overwhelming power it displayed left him highly confident in this technique. As Jet wielded his Frost God Sword, a horrifying black sword and tint burst forth, sweeping over the icy landscape like a tidal wave. Previously, even without the Spirit Burst technique, the Spirit Burst Slash had been incredibly fearsome. Now, with the Spirit Burst technique in effect, this slash reached an astonishing level of power. Instead of just being a black sword and tint, it appeared more like a terrifying black storm. Anything touched by this black sword and tint instantly turned into nothingness, as if directly crushed by the horrifying energy. The sheer ferocity of the scene left Jet himself amazed. He watched as the sword and tint overwhelmed the spectral tiger in an unstoppable fashion. This spectral tiger likely didn't know what hit it until its end. From the moment it chose to charge at Jet, its fate was sealed. The spectral tiger lacked the ability to contend against Jet, who had the Spirit Burst technique activated. With the Spirit Burst technique, Jet's strength multiplied exponentially, unleashing a burst of power that was almost incomprehensible. Jet narrowed his eyes. After witnessing the power of Spirit Burst Slash swallowing the spectral tiger, he deeply felt its might. If this attack were used against cultivators, they would undoubtedly be frightened out of their wits. Though he had only recently mastered the Spirit Burst Slash, its power left a profound impression on him. Congratulations, host, you have successfully slain the demonic spectral tiger. Mission completed. Your strength has advanced to the 5th level of transcendence. Congratulations, host, new mission initiated. Drive back the disciples of Danilo's Sun Pavilion. Upon completion, your strength will reach the peak of the 5th level of transcendence. Familiar system notifications sounded in his ears. Hearing the next mission's details, Jet couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. He didn't expect that after slaying this demonic spectral tiger, disciples would come looking for trouble. These disciples must have nothing better to do. The spectral tiger had been demonized for quite some time with no one coming to handle it. And now that he had dealt with the spectral tiger, someone showed up. Jet felt irritated. He hadn't anticipated that the disciples of the first sect of Danilo Empire, Danilo sect, were so inefficient. However, based on the reward for this mission, Jet estimated that these opponents wouldn't be too strong. Achieving the peak of the 5th level of transcendence didn't seem like a significant boost. Soon, intense spiritual fluctuations came from afar. Jet saw several figures approaching rapidly. Within moments, they stood before him. Jet narrowed his eyes slightly. These 3 individuals were not weak, 2 were at the 7th level of transcendence, and 1 was at the peak of the 8th level of transcendence. While this group was fairly strong, they paled in comparison to the demonized spectral tiger. Against such a beast, these three would barely fill the tiger's teeth. Before Jet could speak, the lead disciple at the peak of the 8th level of transcendence opened his mouth. Boy, don't you know this is the Forbidden Rear Mountain? There's a spectral tiger at the peak of transcendence here. Aren't you afraid to die? The man wore a bright red robe, looked middle-aged, and was somewhat corpulent. The two disciples beside him chimed in. Yeah, do you know how dangerous this place is? If something happens to you, the higher-ups will blame us. Who will take responsibility? Boy, hand over your storage bag, let us inspect it, or you won't leave here. These two disciples were bullying Jet mercilessly. If another 5th level of transcendence cultivator were here, they'd probably skin him alive. Jet inwardly sneered. He despised such people. He calmly replied, so, as responsible overseers here, instead of dealing with the demonized beast, you're picking on other disciples? These words instantly angered the trio. The leader in the red robe scowled, rolling up his sleeves and bellowing, Great, do you know who I am? To be so insolent in front of me. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never learn direction. With that, the Kendrick launched an immediate attack without pausing. He transformed into a red flash, covering immense distance in an instant to appear before Jet. Without stopping, he channeled tremendous spiritual energy, delivering a ferocious punch. Who? Indeed, at full power, an 8th level of Transcendence Peak cultivator was terrifying. The Kendrick's punch was so fearsome that for ordinary 6th or 7th level of Transcendence cultivators, resisting it head-on would be impossible. Chapter 196, Summoning Reinforcements. However, in Jet's eyes, this attack had no might to speak of. Jet gave a low cry, not retreating. At this moment, countless terrifying spiritual energies within his body circulated as he swung the Ice Deity sword in his hand. Triple Ice Deity Slash. Without any hesitation, Jet used his ultimate move straight away, the Ice Deity Slash. But Jet did not intend to use full strength, for he knew that with his current power, using a quintuple Ice Deity Slash would be beyond what these cultivators could withstand. If these cultivators were truly killed by him, then the situation would change completely. Jet also did not wish for bloodshed, so at this moment, he controlled the force of his attack just right. Boom. The terrifying blue sword intent that Jet released collided head-on with the Kendrick's punch in an extremely exaggerated manner. For a time, accompanied by a deafening explosion, countless terrifying heavenly and earthly spiritual energies spread wildly from the collision point. At the instant their attacks collided, Jet could clearly feel how weak his sword intent met against the punch. He found he had overestimated the Kendrick's strength. Compared to Alicia and Killian's phantom fist intention, the Kendrick's fist intention was simply fragile and vulnerable. Even with just the triple Ice Deity Slash, the attacking power burst forth, sending the Kendrick flying backward. The Kendrick seemed not to have expected Jet's simple sword intent to unleash such power, leaving him speechless and stunned by the attack. The other two disciples, watching this scene, felt an intense shock. Was it possible that a 5th stage transcendent cultivator could repel an 8th stage transcendent cultivator? They felt they must have been seeing things. No, this can't be. Again. At this moment, the Kendrick naturally refused to believe this outcome. He didn't think Jet was his match. With no pause, he let out a roar, gathering countless terrifying spiritual energies into his arm. Fire Thunder Fist. Immediately after, the Kendrick fiercely punched. Boom. At the moment of the Fire Thunder Fist release, it sounded like a thunderous roar, with a fiery red spiritual energy-lit fist intention heading towards Jet in a devastating manner. For a moment, Jet couldn't help but laugh. He thought the Kendrick was a bit like a clown. Having already been knocked back by a single strike, did he not realize the gap in strength? In that case, Jet was not averse to giving the other party a lesson. However, as thoughts raced in his mind, Jet felt some curiosity. Logically speaking, the strength of the 3 people before him was too low to be a match for him, so such a system task should not appear. Or perhaps, these 3 were not the mission targets? Uncertain of what to do, Jet decided it was better to repel the cultivator first. Countless terrifying spiritual energies infused his arm, and Jet slashed forward fiercely with his sword. Quintuple Ice Deity Slash. This time, Jet wasted no time, unleashing the strongest sword intent he could currently produce. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanying Jet's movement, a horrifying blue sword intent rushed towards the opponent's fist intent in a fearsome and awe-inspiring posture. The Ice Deity Slash originally possessed extremely terrifying explosive power. Now, with 5 Ice Deity Slashes combined, the unleashed power far exceeded expectations. Boom. Crack. Crack. In the next moment, Jet's sword intent collided head-on with the Kendrick's fist intent. The Kendrick immediately widened his eyes because when his fist intent met Jet's sword intent, he felt as though his fist intent had collided not with a sword intent, but with a terrifying mountain, producing an unbearable pressure that made him feel quite distressed. Numerous spiritual energies within the Kendrick frantically surged as he tried to gain advantage through additional spiritual energy injection. Yet reality was cruel. The fist intent could barely hold on for a few seconds before exploding under the might of Jet's sword intent. A series of clear cracking sounds filled the air, and within a blink, the Kendrick's fist intent was shattered completely. Pitchty. With the fist intent broken, the Kendrick spat out a mouthful of blood due to the powerful backlash, flying backward. He hadn't expected Jet to have such strength. This moment revealed just how terrifying Jet's strength was, indescribably so. It was unimaginable that someone who appeared to be only a 5th stage transcendent cultivator could wield such a terrifying attack. If not for personal experience, he wouldn't have believed it, for it thoroughly defied common sense. You wait for me. Spitting blood and retreating, the Kendrick realized he wasn't a match for Jet. Without further ado, he sped off into the distance. Jet watched the other 2 cultivators flee as if they had seen ghosts, feeling momentarily dazed. He hit back all 3 without hearing a system notification. At once, he understood his guess was correct. These 3 weren't his mission targets. Presumably, the Kendrick would bring in the real target. Before long, the Kendrick returned with another person. Even from a distance, Jet could sense the other's terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations. However, Jet paid it no heed. Having already defeated a peak, transcendent demonized netherworld wolf, what more did he have to fear? As the two parties drew closer, Jet's gaze fell upon the newcomer. A young man with red hair, looking arrogant, obviously self-important. This person radiated strong spiritual energy, a notch stronger than the Kindrick, reaching peak 9th stage transcendent. Jet knew this Kindrick was his mission target this time. Given the peak 9th stage transcendent strength, if he used the spiritual burst technique, he could easily defeat this person. But without it, this individual could cause him some trouble. It's you who injured my inner sect disciple? Notably, the newly arrived Linden was highly protective, disregarding the circumstances and directly questioning with a blaming tone. Jet narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile spreading across his face as he remarked, "What? Your disciple can injure others, but won't tolerate being injured?" Jet's provocatively charged words caused the Linden's expression to drastically change. "Well then, I thought you were someone important. Turns out you're just a rash kid. Since you've asked for death, don't blame me for being rude." His voice trailing, a terrifying circle of spiritual energy flames suddenly burned around the Linden. His momentum instantly skyrocketed, approaching the 10th stage transcendent realm. Moving swiftly, the Linden transformed into a terrifying red lightning bolt charging at Jet. It had to be said, the terrifying might that the Linden released at that moment was incredibly fearsome. Unfolding like a deadly demon executioner eye in the blink of an eye, the Linden had already approached Jet. At this moment, a flicker appeared in his hand, and he was holding a terrifying spiritual energy spear burning with red flames, seemingly out of nowhere. Flame spear, destroy. Immediately, the Linden fiercely waved his hand, and this flame spear instantly struck out with a terrifying posture toward Jet. Whoosh! The spear pierced through, as if it could penetrate heaven and earth. In this instant, the power unleashed by the Linden was no less formidable than that of a 10th stage, transcendent cultivator, truly awe-inspiring. Right, that's the way, boss. Beat him to death. This kid actually dared to hurt me and insult you, calling you a brainless bull. Boss, kill him. From afar, the Kindrick saw that the Linden had completely taken control of the situation in terms of momentum and couldn't help but incite the fight. However, although the Linden's attack was terrifying, Jet was unperturbed when faced with this terrifying spear. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and instead of retreating, he advanced, directly charging towards the flame spear. For a moment, including the Linden, all the Sun Pavilion cultivators were stunned. What was Jet planning to do? Note: I have preserved the original tone, style, and structure, ensuring the translation is fluent and coherent with the previous content. The names Jet and Sun Pavilion are maintained as per the earlier text, and the paragraph and line breaks remain intact. Chapter 197. Peak 5th Stage of Immortal Transformation. At this moment, the all-out attack unleashed by the Linden was terrifyingly powerful. His flame spear rushed towards Jet with an unimaginable force. The several Sun Pavilion cultivators thought that Jet would naturally dodge. But Jet actually charged straight at the flame spear. The Linden was taken aback, but did not stop his attack. Since Jet chose to rush into his attack to die, he wouldn't show any mercy. He never minded sending such arrogant fellows to the afterlife. However, what happened next stunned the Linden. As Jet seemed about to be pierced by the flame spear, a terrifying spiritual light suddenly blazed around him. Then, Jet fiercely swung the ice deity sword, colliding with the Linden's spear in a horrifying display. Boom! Instantly, a blue sword intent emerged and clashed with the Linden's spear. The thunderous explosion spread terrifying power everywhere. Regardless of the perspective, Jet's burst attack was extraordinarily fearsome. Upon collision, the Linden felt as if his flame spear hit not a sword intent, but a monstrous mountain. The weighty sensation left him with an indescribable feeling. A terrifying shockwave came from the front, making the Linden dazed, causing him to retreat. What's wrong with this kid? Jet appeared to be only at the 5th stage of immortal transformation, yet his burst power was so terrifying, which directly startled the Linden. The other Sun Pavilion cultivators exchanged looks, also seeing each other's shock. They originally thought that having the Linden come here would be absolutely secure since he was already at the peak of the 9th stage of immortal transformation. Who would have thought that even at this peak level, the Linden had gained no advantage against Jet after engaging him? One of the robed cultivators shouted in alarm, "Big brother, be careful, there's something off with this kid." The two weaker cultivators hid far away. Their instincts told them it was better to stay clear of the battle. None of them knew just how formidable this seemingly 5th stage cultivator might be. Additionally, something terrified them. Their time here revealed no sign of the demonic transformed underworld tiger. Previously, the tiger often frequented this area, but now seemed to have vanished mysteriously. Coupled with Jet being here at the 5th stage of immortal transformation, it couldn't help but raise suspicion about whether the tiger's disappearance was linked to Jet. No, this can't be. Again. The Linden, who was pushed back by Jet, showed disbelief on his face. Without hesitation, he used his speed again, charging back towards Jet. As terrifying spiritual energy swirled inside him, the Linden emitted intense red spiritual lights, reaching Jet almost instantly. Flame burst. Perish. Seeing circles of fiery red spiritual light emit from this person, the Linden thrust his spear, glowing with fierce flames, toward Jet with incomprehensible power. Admittedly, the flame burst unleashed tremendous power, nearly a few times stronger than his first attack. However, Jet didn't worry much about it. Just now, he repelled the Linden with merely a 5th-level Ice Deity explosion. That a simple 5th-level Ice Deity explosion repelled the Linden made Jet somewhat disappointed. He had initially thought this Linden would be tougher, but this wasn't entirely due to the Linden's lack of strength. When Jet was at the 4th stage of immortal transformation, he battled a peak stage demonic transformed underworld tiger. Now, at the 5th stage, facing someone whose strength was much lower than the underworld tiger, Jet's victory was predictable. 5th level Ice Deity slash. Jet had no intention of playing further. Without hesitation, he channeled vast spiritual energy into the ice deity sword, causing it to glow brightly. A terrifying blue sword in tint erupted and swept towards the linden. Even before the sword in tint struck, its overwhelming power spreading around was awe-inspiring. Far away, the Sun Pavilion cultivators were dumbstruck, especially the robed cultivator, who realized how terrifying Jet truly was. If faced with such sword intents, he would surely be killed by Jet. Boom. Thud. This time, when Jet's sword intent collided with the linden's attack, a tremendous spiritual energy blast echoed. Numerous waves of spiritual energy spread out, and the linden could barely withstand the intense shockwave. He spat blood and flew backward like a projectile. How could a mere 9th stage cultivator resist Jet's sword intent? The linden crashed into the ground, leaving a large crater. Seeing this, the other members of the Sun Pavilion looked at each other in astonishment. Only now did they realize whom they had offended. Given Jet's strength, the disappearance of the demonic transformed underworld tiger could indeed be attributed to him. Please spare us, Honorable Aiden. We didn't recognize your true identity. Please forgive us. Yes, Aiden. We beg you for mercy. At this point, the robed cultivator led the others in begging for forgiveness. They instinctively believed Jet must be a disguised senior cultivator, hiding his true abilities. Jet smiled. He could spare them, but he couldn't let the robed cultivator's earlier provocations go unpunished. With a deep breath, Jet lightly tapped his foot, unleashing terrifying speed, and dashed toward the robed cultivator. Moving at peak speed, Jet seemed to flash right before the robed cultivator's eyes and reached him almost instantly. Without hesitation, Jet struck a palm into the robed cultivator's body, delivering a terrifying force that hurled him away like the linden, as the earth flipped and flew. The state of this Kendrick was nothing short of miserable. If one only looked at the degree of injury, this Kendrick was now more terribly injured than the previous linden. Jet glanced at the other two cultivators. These two had accompanied the Kendrick in their acts of bullying, clearly not being good people either. Jet struck each of them with a palm, sending them flying to the distant ground. However, these two only sustained minor injuries, making their conditions far better compared to the Kendricks. Jet slightly narrowed his eyes and without any pause, immediately unfolded his speed, dashing away into the distance. As Jet left, a system notification immediately sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and breaking through to peak 5th stage of immortal transformation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new task. The Thousand Clouds Sacred Pilgrimage Series task is officially activated. In half a month, cultivators from all over will gather in the Thousand Clouds Empire to compete for the 3 holy positions. The first stage of the Thousand Clouds Sacred Pilgrimage task requires the host to team up with Alicia again and enter the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion before the event officially begins, reaching the 31st floor. Task completion will result in a breakthrough to the 6th stage of immortal transformation. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jet couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered because this new task required him to team up with Alicia once again. Moreover, it was back to the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion. Although the last time Jet teamed up with Alicia, they obtained many fine treasures there, those treasures were no longer of much use to him now. However, Jet also knew that the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion contained countless treasures. The higher the floor, the higher the quality of treasures within. Previously, he and Alicia had only reached the 11th floor and already obtained immortal-level magical treasures. Under such circumstances, this time their goal was the 31st floor. Even if he didn't think too hard about it, Jet could imagine how advanced the treasures on the 31st floor must be. Chapter 198. Re-entering the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion. But as the saying goes, the more precious a treasure is, the greater the danger. Previously, when Jet was on the 10th floor, he encountered puppets with power that had reached the peak of the first stage immortal transformation realm, so it was easy to imagine what the subsequent puppet powers would be like. However, Jet was somewhat curious. His strength was already quite high. Why not undertake this mission alone? Why did the system insist on pairing him with Alicia? Of course, being with Alicia made Jet happy. But considering that her current strength still lagged behind his, Jet felt bringing Alicia into the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion might pose risks at higher levels. Nevertheless, since the system task was arranged this way, he couldn't refuse. Moreover, he recalled that it seemed only 2 people working as a team could enter the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion. Calculating the time, it had been about a month since they last visited the pavilion. It was just the right time to go back and see what treasures awaited inside. Taking a deep breath, Jet didn't hesitate. He immediately set off toward where Alicia was located. Not long after, Jet arrived at U Pavilion where Alicia stayed. Hearing that Jet had come to U Pavilion's female disciples' dormitory, countless fans went wild. During the previous hunting event, Jet had captivated many hearts. U Pavilion had many female disciples, so when Jet directly came for Alicia, many of them gathered around, examining him curiously. Many hadn't attended the live event but had heard that Jet defeated Steph, the Smiling Scholar, and Killian, Invisible Fist. Such news certainly caused quite a stir. Alicia soon emerged upon hearing the news. Seeing Jet, she blushed because she remembered gently kissing him on the cheek before they parted. Though she had done it to express gratitude, recalling it now made her heart race. Jet squinted slightly and fixed his gaze on Alicia in the distance. His eyes lit up, and he quickly flashed to her side. Jet smiled and said, "Let's go. I have something to tell you." With that, he grabbed Alicia's hand and took off without hesitation. Alicia's face turned even redder. She hadn't expected Jet to suddenly hold her hand. She felt very warm, and the relationship between them seemed to be progressing too quickly. The other female disciples watched Jet leave openly with one of their own, envying Alicia greatly. Alicia sure has good fortune to be so close to senior brother Jet. Indeed, judging by their closeness now, they might get married soon. Ha ha ha, you're exaggerating. They're just very close friends. As the chatter among the disciples continued, they found it hard to contain their excitement over seeing Alicia leaving with Jet. Alicia, being carried away by Jet towards the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion, instinctively asked, "Why are we going to the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion?" Jet stroked her head affectionately and replied, "Yes, how did you know that?" Alicia blushed again. She couldn't believe how quickly Jet had become so intimate with her. Taking a deep breath, she voiced her concern. "But I've only recently broken through to the peak of the second stage immortal transformation. I might slow you down." Jet shook his head with a smile. "Don't worry, little one. If I brought you along, there's a reason. Trust me, everything will be fine." Hearing those words, Alicia felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Since meeting Jet, she realized her emotions were often swayed by him. This feeling became stronger after their mutual understanding solidified. Their speed was remarkable, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion. Due to his victory in the recent hunting event, Jet held a prestigious position within Danilo sect and was honored with the title of Ice Deity Sword Jet. Clearly, this was because of the terrifying effect of his 10,000-mile ice seal. After explaining their purpose to the guards at the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion, a jade slip was handed to Jet. The guard softly explained, "This is a teleportation jade slip. If you encounter danger within, it can instantly transport both you and your partner out." At the mention of partner, Alicia's already flushed cheeks turned even redder. Jet nodded to the guard and, without delay, led Alicia into the pavilion. Upon entering the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion, they took a moment to breathe, recognizing the familiar sight. This was the first floor, which they had previously visited. Recalling past events filled them with nostalgia. Jet remembered how challenging it had been to complete missions in the earlier floors during his first visit. However, compared to his present self, that experience seemed like a distant past. Activating the restriction, a puppet appeared. To Jet and Alicia's current level, this first floor puppet posed no challenge, and they advanced quickly to the second floor. The puppets in subsequent levels were also easily dispatched, allowing them to reach the 21st floor swiftly. By the time they reached the 21st floor, the puppet's strength had increased to the peak of the 5th stage immortal transformation. For Alicia, it would be impossible to contend, but Jet could still effortlessly overpower them. Deploying the 5th rank Ice Deity Slash, the puppet shattered instantly. They continued their ascent. Following Jet's lead, watching him charge forward bravely, Alicia felt immense warmth and happiness. Being protected by someone made her feel incredibly cherished, and she hoped this feeling would last forever, wishing Jet would always protect her. For several more levels, Jet dispatched the puppets with ease. Unless faced with an opponent at the peak immortal transformation stage, he wouldn't feel any pressure. Having broken through to the peak of the 5th stage immortal transformation, Jet's combat power made him invincible within the immortal transformation realm. Before they knew it, they had reached the 29th floor, where the puppets possessed peak immortal transformation strength. Countless terrifying spiritual energies converged. A puppet engulfed in fearsome blue spiritual flames gradually awakened, sending chills down Alicia's spine. Jet's brows also furrowed slightly. He could sense the extremely formidable spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the puppet. To be frank, if Alicia were to face this puppet, she would undoubtedly be instantly defeated. Thus, while battling this puppet, Jet had to not only find a way to defeat it, but also ensure Alicia's safety. Taking a deep breath, Jet did not entertain any thoughts of retreat. His spiritual energy flowed within him, and with that, he surged forward at full speed toward the puppet. Flash! In an instant, Jet became a bolt of lightning. His figure vanished from its original spot, reappearing directly in front of the puppet. The terrifying spiritual energies within his body converged and surged into the Ice Deity sword he held. 5th rank Ice Deity Slash. Without hesitation, Jet unleashed his ultimate move, the 5th rank Ice Deity Slash. With Jet's peak 5th stage immortal transformation strength behind it, the power was earth-shattering. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A horrifying sword intent immediately erupted, hurtling toward the puppet with unimaginable force. Even before making contact, the sheer might of this heavenly sword intent radiated outwards, the blue sword intent embodying the power of 5 Ice Deity Slashes, truly terrifying beyond measure. Ordinary immortal transformation realm cultivators would have crumbled instantly under such an attack, but the puppet, being at the peak of the immortal transformation realm, displayed a formidable combat strength. As Jet's devastating sword intent approached head-on, the puppet showed no intention of retreating. ##### Chapter 199, The Heaven-Defying Puppet. As the puppet's body emitted terrifying waves of spiritual energy, in the next moment, its mouth opened and an extremely powerful beam of spiritual energy erupted instantly, charging towards Jet's sword intent in a stunning manner. Whoosh! Boom! A blue beam of spiritual energy erupted with a world-shattering force, sending chills down Jet's spine. In the following moment, a thunderous roar resounded as the spiritual energy beam collided with Jet's sword intent, causing terrifying celestial spiritual energy to spread wildly around. It seemed as if a horrific explosion had been triggered, making the entire Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion tremble violently at that moment. This left the two guards stationed there quite astonished. Indeed, they could predict this scene when they saw Jet enter the pavilion. Considering his championship status in the hunting activity, he would inevitably reach the upper echelons of the pavilion, where combat would be terrifying. Time slowly passed. Jet observed as his 5th level Ice Deity Slash, and the puppet's spiritual energy beam shattered and dissipated into nothingness. He did not pause. Countless terrifying spiritual energies continued surging from within him. Immediately after, the spiritual energy crazily poured into the Ice Deity sword in his hand, unleashing another wave of sword intent. 7th level Ice Deity Slash. In that instant, Jet nearly pushed the might of the Ice Deity sword to its limit. The power of the sword intent he unleashed now was immensely stronger than before. Previously, Jet only used the 5th level Ice Deity Slash, but now it had escalated to the 7th level. When the Ice Deity Slash reached the 7th level, its power climbed to an exceedingly horrifying stage. Even the 5th level Ice Deity Slash had shaken the entire Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion. How much more so with the 7th level? At this moment, the puppet seemed to sense the terrifying energy fluctuations from Jet's attack and showed no hesitation. Brilliant blue spiritual light illuminated its body. Just by glancing, Jet knew the puppet was preparing its ultimate move. And events unfolded just as Jet anticipated. Terrific spiritual energy surged from the puppet's body, bursting continuously and then igniting around it, making the puppet appear like a burning figure. Boom. Immediately afterward, Jet saw countless terrifying spiritual energy waves surge before the puppet, forming a blue spiritual shield in front of it. Even the brief appearance of this blue spiritual shield gave Jet an incomprehensible shock. Next, Jet's 7th level ice deity Slash, carrying its horrifying might, struck this spiritual shield. It was as though two colossal mountains were colliding, sending terrifying celestial spiritual energy spiraling outward. Despite the puppet's shield being formidable, it still paled in comparison to Jet's sword intent in terms of power. Crack, crack. Soon, the sound of brittle spiritual energy breaking resounded as the puppet's spiritual shield shattered completely. Under these circumstances, the remaining power of the 7th level ice deity Slash exploded, striking the puppet directly. Thunderclap. Could this puppet withstand the outburst of Jet's sword intent? A deafening boom echoed as Jet's sword intent released its full might without reserve, instantly reducing the puppet to pieces. After defeating the puppet, Jet scanned the area but found no suitable treasures, so he entrusted the selection rights to Alicia. From the first floor up to this point, Alicia had obtained 2 treasures from each level. In such a state, she swiftly acquired numerous treasures, filling her with overwhelming happiness. She realized for the first time that coming to the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion with Jet to seek treasures was such a blissful experience. Jet narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly feeling the torrents of terrifying spiritual energy swirling within him. Having defeated the puppet on the 29th floor, his mission now was to break through to the 31st floor. Thus, he needed to defeat the puppet on the 30th floor next. Judging by the condition of the puppet on the 29th floor, Jet was certain that the one on the 30th floor would be even more terrifying. However, Jet remained unperturbed as he knew his own limits and capabilities. Now on the 30th floor, if he activated the spirit explosion technique, he could definitely subdue his opponent. Seeing Alicia had chosen her treasures, Jet continued leading her upward. Soon, they arrived at the 30th floor. Upon reaching the 30th floor, Jet squinted his eyes, sensing an incredibly powerful wave of spiritual energy emanating from a distant corner. A puppet was radiating this force. Even before activation, it emitted such tremendous power, surpassing Jet's expectations. But Jet quickly adjusted his thoughts, knowing an intense confrontation was inevitable. He gently guided Alicia to the side, saying softly, "Be careful. This puppet might be incredibly powerful." Alicia felt warmth in her heart. She never imagined Jet's strength was so formidable, allowing him to progress this far so effortlessly. At this moment, Alicia hoped Jet would defeat the puppet on this floor. If he succeeded, they would undoubtedly harvest 2 major treasures. Alicia had inspected the quality of the treasures here. All were top-notch second-rank immortal tools, far surpassing ordinary magical artifacts in power. Even a simple wrist guard from here could significantly boost one's strength. Phew. Without any delay, Jet activated the restrictions on this floor. Humming. With the restriction lifted, the distant puppet awakened instantly. Waves of red spiritual energy spread around, and Jet clearly sensed its terrifying power. There was no doubt. It felt like the most terrifying demon in the world. This sensation made Jet feel suffocated under pressure. But Jet reacted swiftly, with no hesitation or pause. He roared, gathering immense celestial spiritual energy within him and slashing fiercely at the puppet. 7th level ice deity Slash. As Jet swung his ice deity sword, a terrifying wave of sword intent immediately erupted, charging towards the puppet with earth-shaking force. Recognizing the puppet's terror, Jet unleashed his most formidable move right away. The 7th level ice deity Slash unquestionably possessed far greater celestial might compared to the 5th level. Even without using the spirit explosion technique at this moment, the power of this move was no less formidable. However, in the face of Jet's terrifying sword intent, the puppet showed no hesitation or retreat. It roared angrily, its mouth opening to unleash a highly terrifying beam of red spiritual energy that instantly charged toward Jet's sword intent. Rumble. In the next moment, the extremely terrifying spiritual energy beam collided with Jet's sword intent. Instantly, accompanied by thunderous roars, countless terrifying celestial spiritual energies crazily spread outward. When their attacks collided, Jet felt as if his sword intent wasn't colliding with a spiritual energy beam, but with an immensely terrifying mountain. The oppressive sensation was horrifying to the extreme. Jet gritted his teeth, unwilling to retreat. Although the puppet's unleashed might was terrifying, he did not falter. With a low roar, he channeled countless terrifying celestial spiritual energies into the ice deity's sword in his hand and then slashed fiercely from the front. 7th level ice deity burst. 7th level flame sword formation. Boom. At this moment, it must be said that the attack Jet unleashed was truly terrifying. He first performed a 7th level ice deity burst, followed by the 7th level flame sword formation. In this situation, the attacks he could unleash were terrifying to the extreme. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Numerous terrifying blue spiritual energy arrows continuously appeared around Jet, making him look like a war god. The sword intent from the 7th level ice deity burst erupted towards the puppet with a horrifying posture, seemingly trying to engulf it. The puppet seemed to clearly sense the terror of Jet's current attack, as terrifying red spiritual energy circles ignited into flames around its body. Chapter 200. One move to decisive victory. The puppet clearly showed that Jet was extremely powerful. In an instant, countless terrifying spiritual energies converged and swept over it, transforming the puppet into one engulfed in spiritual energy flames. At this point, the puppet could be called a war god puppet without exaggeration. Its entire body emitted terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations. Without reservation, at its peak transformation immortal realm, if another transformation immortal cultivator were here, they would likely only end up being instantly killed. Boom. At this moment, the 7-layer ice deity explosion Jet unleashed carried an extremely terrifying power and had reached before the puppet. The puppet did not hesitate. Its fiery hand shot out directly towards Jet's sword and tint, both colliding in an explosion of fearsome might. Instantly, with a thunderous boom, as if two massive meteors collided, endless terrifying world spirit energy wildly radiated from the impact point in all directions. Nearby, Alicia watched in shock, unable to speak. Although she knew Jet's power was terrifying, she never expected him to reach this level. Despite the puppet's invincibility in the transformation immortal realm, Jet's attack remained evenly matched against it. The puppet probably did not expect Jet to unleash such terror either. Since it directly collided using physical strength, it was forced to retreat several steps due to the shock. Even the 7-layer ice deity explosion, capable of emitting horrifying power after Jet's breakthrough to the peak 5th-level transformation immortal, now made him reach a level where ordinary cultivators could only look up to him. However, Jet did not hesitate or pause. Countless blue spiritual energy arrows emerged around him, rapidly converging into flaming divine arrows under his spiritual energy's command. In no time, these blue spiritual energy arrows transformed into blazing divine arrows. When they gathered and formed, Jet's presence seemed to change. He was no longer a war god but rather a fire deity. Go! With a wave of his hand, the countless terrible flaming divine arrows sped forward one by one towards the puppet, creating a very peculiar scene. Facing Jet's frightening flaming arrows, the fire puppet chose to directly resist with its physical strength. Rumble! As Jet commanded, the countless flaming arrows struck the fire puppet. However, though the arrows' power was immense, they were ineffective against the puppet. Whenever the flaming arrows struck, the puppet emitted circles of devouring spiritual energy. Jet realized the fire puppet completely devoured his flaming arrows, leading him to disperse the flaming arrows with a wave of his hand. Continuing the futile flaming arrow attack was unwise, so he decided to change tactics. One move to decide victory. Impatient with the ongoing battle, Jet immediately employed the spirit burst technique. Boom! A terrifying blue spiritual energy pillar immediately erupted from Jet, rushing skyward. The power of the spirit burst technique was well known to Jet, allowing him to visibly enhance his capabilities. Next, Jet stomped the ground and charged toward the fire puppet. This time, high in the air, Jet used his most confident finishing move, Ice Seal 10,000 miles. With a chant of, Ice Seal 10,000 miles, instantly, an overwhelming cold aura emerged, spreading outwards as if the entire world had suddenly plunged into the depths of winter. Under this effect, the entire 30th floor of the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion began to freeze solid. However, what amazed Jet was that even though his Ice Seal 10,000 miles was terrifying enough to freeze the fire puppet, the cabinets protecting the treasures around them remained unscathed. Taking a deep breath, Jet wasted no time. Since he had already frozen the fire puppet, it was almost time to end this confrontation. Spirit Burst Slash. Without hesitation, Jet channeled an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy into the Ice Spirit Sword in his hand. As this energy surged in, the Ice Spirit Sword emitted an intense spiritual light. From a distance, the sword appeared like a divine artifact glowing with blue spiritual energy. In the next moment, Jet unleashed the formidable power contained within the Ice Spirit Sword. With a roar, the entire might of the Ice Spirit Sword erupted at once. Immediately, the Spirit Burst Slash unleashed a terrifying wave of sword and tint, swallowing everything in its path as it surged directly towards the fire puppet. No matter how one looked at it, the intensity of Jet's attack had reached an overwhelmingly terrifying level. The Spirit Burst Slash was, in fact, the most powerful attack Jet could muster. Jet had used the Spirit Burst Slash before, but each time he did, he was deeply struck by its power. The strength of this move was simply astonishing. Just now, when the Spirit Burst Slash erupted, its power was like a force that could engulf everything. Terrifying waves of spiritual energy spread out one after another, and Jet's sword and tint seemed capable of shattering the heavens and the earth. With a deafening boom, the terrifying sword and tint struck the ice-encased fire puppet directly. Despite the fire puppet having formidable defenses, being first frozen by Jet's Ice Seal 10,000 miles and then hit by the ensuing Spirit Burst Slash sealed its fate, it was shattered into pieces. Ice Seal 10,000 miles. Crack, crack. Immediately, an intense cold spread out wildly, enveloping everything as if the whole world entered winter. Instantly, the 30th floor of the Mechanism Pavilion was frozen. However, Jet noticed even while his Ice Seal 10,000 miles froze everything, including the fire puppet, the cabinets protecting treasures remained unharmed. He wondered about their material, suspecting they were beyond the destruction capabilities of transformation immortal realm cultivators. After taking a deep breath, Jet proceeded without hesitation since the puppet was already frozen. Spirit Burst Slash. Without pause, Jet injected immense spiritual energy into his ice deity sword, causing it to glow intensely with blue light like a divine weapon. Next, Jet activated the tremendous power within the ice deity sword. Huh. Following his cry, the full might of the ice deity sword exploded, unleashing a wave of sword and tint sweeping everything in front. Regardless of any perspective, Jet's burst attack was immensely powerful. This Spirit Burst Slash was Jet's most terrifying offensive move. Though he wasn't new to using Spirit Burst Slash, each usage still left him deeply impressed by its overwhelming power. Just then, the Spirit Burst Slash's roar sounded as if swallowing everything, spreading layer upon layer of spiritual energy. Jet's sword and tint seemed capable of shattering heaven and earth. Rumble. Next, the terrifying sword and tint struck the ice-frozen fire puppet. Although the puppet's defenses were formidable, being first frozen by Ice Seal 10,000 miles and then hit by Spirit Burst Slash, it faced nothing but destruction despite its incredible strength. Boom. Finally, the terrifying sword and tint landed on the frozen fire puppet, sealing its fate, crumbling under the force of Jet's decisive strike. Not much time had passed, just the blink of an eye, and this puppet dissipated into nothingness, breaking apart into fragments of spiritual energy. Having defeated this puppet, Jet couldn't help but let out a long breath. This battle was actually more perilous than he had anticipated. One slip-up on his part could have allowed the red puppet to find an opening and defeat him. Moreover, the reason Jet was so eager to defeat the puppet quickly was to protect Alicia. After all, Alicia's strength was inadequate. If the battle with the puppet were to continue for a long time, Jet feared she might get hurt. Therefore, unleashing his full power with the Spirit Burst technique and Spirit Burst / to cleanly and decisively end the fight was undoubtedly the best choice. After defeating the puppet, Jet began selecting treasures. It must be said that while the puppet on the 30th floor was incredibly powerful, the quality of the treasures here was astonishing. Every single item was a third-grade immortal artifact. These artifacts, if taken out individually, would likely become the objects of countless cultivators' frenzied pursuit. Jet knew that throughout the entire Thousand Cloud sect, there were probably only a few cultivators capable of reaching the 30th floor, so it was normal for such an accumulation of treasures over countless years. However, what intrigued Jet was that if even the 30th floor contained such precious treasures, wouldn't the quality of treasures higher up be even more astounding? Just thinking about it made Jet feel a profound sense of awe. Are you alright? After ending the battle and before choosing the treasures, Jet turned his attention to Alicia. His perception swept over Alicia, and finding her unharmed, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Alicia could see that Jet was concerned about her, and she also understood that his swift resolution of the battle was likely because of protecting her. Though Jet hadn't explicitly said so, just thinking about it filled Alicia with sweetness in her heart. Chapter 201, Level 31. I'm fine. I was actually worried about you. The way you suddenly engaged that puppet in combat, I was really afraid you would be at a disadvantage, Alicia said gently. In truth, Alicia's thoughts were fairly straightforward. Since she and Jet had already started dating, caring for each other was only natural. Alicia's concern, of course, made Jet feel very warm inside. He hadn't felt this way for many years. The feelings he experienced now with Alicia were something he had never felt before. Jet reached out to touch Alicia's hair, running his fingers through it. He could feel tenderness as if this gentle stroking of her hair allowed him to directly sense all of Alicia's love. Alicia's face flushed slightly, and both remained silent. From the 30th floor of the Qianji Pavilion, through the window ledge, one could clearly see most of the gay sect. The view was truly magnificent. And it was just evening, adding an indescribable tranquility and beauty to the gay sect. Unable to resist, Jet pulled Alicia into his embrace. A jade-like warmth enveloped him, and Jet leaned down to kiss her forehead. Alicia closed her eyes, both quietly savoring this rare moment of beauty. After some time, Jet decided it was enough and said, let's choose some treasures. The quality of these treasures here is remarkable, all reaching third-tier immortal artifacts or higher. Any one of them taken out would likely cause a stir. Jet's words were true, given the high quality of the treasures here. He could feel the value of many precious items even from a brief glance. Alicia understood this well. After all, they were on the 30th floor of Qianji Pavilion. If the quality of treasures here weren't high, what kind of treasures would deserve such high praise? Together, Alicia and Jet began selecting treasures. After circling around, Jet chose a third-tier immortal level wrist guard. With this added boost, Jet was sure his offensive power would be even more terrifying. After fitting the wrist guard on his right wrist, Jet continued to explore the 30th floor with Alicia. Alicia searched for a long time but couldn't find a suitable treasure. Suddenly, she stopped and looked at Jet with a smile. Choose one for me. Jet was taken aback. Alicia seemed like a little child at that moment, which gave him a peculiar feeling. He stroked Alicia's head tenderly and agreed. All right. Finding a new treasure for Alicia, Jet believed it should match her temperament and fighting style, something with formidable explosive power. After all, he knew her better than anyone. Despite her current, gentle demeanor, Alicia's devastating punch had left a deep impression during their first encounter. Turning around once more, his gaze landed on a pink necklace. This pink necklace emitted dazzling pink spiritual light, making anyone who saw it feel at ease. Covering the necklace with spiritual energy and sensing it, Jet confirmed that this necklace provided a significant boost in explosive power. Simply put, without this necklace, Alicia's strength would be second stage Ascended Immortal. With it, her attack intensity could escalate to fourth, or even fifth stage Ascended Immortal. Such an enhancement was quite remarkable, not inferior to Jet's Spirit Burst technique. Let me put it on you. Jet carefully placed the pink necklace around Alicia's neck. Under the glow of the pink spiritual light, Alicia appeared incredibly beautiful. As he gazed at her, she seemed like a celestial maiden descended to earth, evoking a profound sense of care in Jet. Alicia, meanwhile, felt overwhelming happiness. She thought herself perhaps the happiest person in the world. Alicia found herself embracing Jet uncontrollably. Jet looked at Alicia, then at himself, feeling a momentary daze. He held her close and resolved to protect this woman, no matter what happened. Time slowly passed, uncertain how much had gone by, perhaps just a blink or maybe many years. Holding Alicia tightly, Jet wished time would pause in this perfect moment, willing time to stop, forever remaining still. Let's go up and take a look? Alicia's voice brought Jet back to reality. Recalling the incomplete system mission, Jet didn't hesitate. He patted Alicia's head and led her toward the 31st floor of Qianji Pavilion. Regardless, reaching the 31st floor was the objective. With the passage appearing before them, Jet carried Alicia into the next level without delay. Upon entering the passageway to the 31st floor, accompanied by a dizziness, they quickly arrived at Qianji Pavilion's 31st floor. Surveying the surroundings, Jet was instantly struck by awe. The layout and decoration of the 31st floor differed entirely from the previous 30 floors. The number of treasures also decreased significantly, totaling only 8 items. Jet saw no puppets. Walking a few steps forward to the center of the 31st floor, he noticed a scroll with a single line clearly written on it. To proceed further in Qianji Pavilion, one must attain the Immortal Sovereign Realm to qualify for treasure acquisition. Reading this simple line, Jet felt a mix of emotions. This place indeed harbored countless treasures. It was inconceivable that less than an immortal sovereign rank wouldn't have the qualifications to obtain any. This made sense. After all, the treasures here were extremely valuable. Even at the 30th floor, he had seen numerous third-tier immortal level artifacts. How much more valuable were those on this floor? At this moment, Jet heard the system prompt in his ear. Congratulations, host has successfully reached the 31st floor of Qianji Pavilion. Mission completed. Strength has increased to 6th stage Ascended Immortal. Congratulations, host has triggered a new mission. The Gay Holy Pilgrimage mission is officially activated. 1 month later, the host will proceed to the designated location for the pilgrimage event, where the new mission will be updated. The system prompts caused Jet to feel a wave of daze. His strength had broken through to 6th stage Ascended Immortal. Compared to 5th stage Ascended Immortal, although it was merely an advancement in cultivation realm, it was a tremendous leap for Jet. He clearly felt that with his strength breaking through to 6th stage Ascended Immortal, he had reached a new level. That transformation in strength was vividly clear. Jet felt confident that with his current strength, he could probably fight against peak Ascended Immortal cultivators without needing the Spirit Burst technique. Have you advanced again? Next to Jet, Alicia could clearly sense the change in his spiritual energy. Observing the alteration in Jet's aura, she was genuinely astounded. She couldn't have imagined that Jet would advance so quickly. It had only been such a short time, and he had already broken through to the 6th stage of Ascended Immortal. Jet nodded lightly, about to say something when he suddenly noticed that Alicia's spiritual energy had also reached the peak of the 2nd stage Ascended Immortal, seemingly on the verge of breaking through at any moment. At this point, he smiled gently and whispered, "Let me give you a little gift." Alicia was puzzled, not expecting him to say this, and instinctively asked, "What kind of small gift?" In the next moment, Alicia saw Jet place his hand on her head. His hand glowed with a faint white spiritual light, making it look as if it had entered an extremely mysterious state. Immediately after, Alicia felt a subtle energy flow from Jet's hand into her body. With this mysterious energy entering her, she instantly felt as if she were receiving a heavenly elixir, and the barrier she previously felt in her cultivation vanished. Realizing that Jet was helping her break through, Alicia didn't hesitate for a second. She immediately sat cross-legged, and a surge of terrifying spiritual energy began circulating within her, following the flow of Jet's mysterious energy. Boom! Before long, accompanied by a wave of terrifying spiritual energy emanating from Alicia, Jet saw that she had successfully advanced to the 3rd stage Ascended Immortal. Seeing Alicia break through, Jet genuinely felt happy for her from the bottom of his heart. Alicia, now very excited after breaking through to the 3rd stage Ascended Immortal, leaped into Jet's arms as soon as she came out of her meditative state. "I broke through." Alicia looked like a delighted little girl, fully expressing her joy after advancing in cultivation. Actually, if she had broken through on her own, Alicia wouldn't have been this overjoyed. But now, breaking through with Jet's help made the experience completely different. Chapter 202. The Strongest Aiden, Grand Finale. Thus, with Jet's assistance at this moment, Alicia felt her strength break through to the 3rd level of transcendence, and she was extremely delighted. She truly hadn't expected to break through her cultivation at this time. Initially, she had merely thought that helping Jet visit the 1000 Mechanisms Pavilion would just involve aiding him in inspecting treasures. However, unexpectedly, after arriving at the 1000 Mechanisms Pavilion, Jet gave her almost all the treasures along the way. In such a situation, Alicia distinctly felt an immense sense of happiness. Often, happiness comes from the dedication of the object of one's affection. Without mentioning anything else, what Alicia now felt from Jet satisfied her greatly. Jet, seeing Alicia's delighted expression, sincerely felt glad and happy for her. But at this moment, he was even more eager to know what it would be like if his strength improved to a higher state in the future. Currently, his strength was only at the 6th level of transcendence. Yet the combat power he could unleash was already terrifyingly strong. With Jet's current strength, beneath the realm of a mortal sovereign, it was almost impossible for him to find an opponent. Considering this, he was quite looking forward to what it would be like if he broke through to the 7th or 8th levels of transcendence, or even to the peak of transcendence. From any perspective, Jet wished his strength could increase. Taking a deep breath, Jet sensed many spiritual energies flowing within his body, giving rise to a feeling of ambition and grandeur in his heart. No matter what had happened in the past, for the future, Jet harbored great ambitions. Time gradually passed, and before they knew it, much time had slipped away. Boom! While Jet and Alicia were still inside the 1000 Mechanisms Pavilion, a thunderous boom suddenly came from outside. They saw a terrifying beam of light falling in the distance, which looked extremely formidable. Witnessing this beam of light, Jet felt incredibly shocked. The sensation coming from this beam was something he had never experienced before, akin to a kind of energy he had never encountered. What is that? The appearance of this beam instantly captured the attention of both Jet and Alicia. It was their first time seeing such a terrifying light column. Seeing this immensely terrifying beam, Alicia wanted to go out and check, but Jet stopped her and slowly said, "There's no need to rush out now. This beam appears very formidable, clearly not ordinary. I suspect something significant is about to happen." Breathing deeply, Jet slightly narrowed his eyes and focused on the terrifying spiritual energy light beam in the distance. At this moment, countless formidable spiritual energies swirled within him as Jet maximized his senses. Regardless of any angle, the strength Jet could exert now was frightening. As his senses approached the beam, after a thorough inspection, his eyes widened in disbelief. He realized his consciousness couldn't penetrate the interior of this beam. The beam was surrounded by a barrier that repelled spiritual senses. More frightening events followed. As Jet's focus remained on the beam, it abruptly unleashed numerous formidable fluctuations of natural energy. Then, Jet saw horrifying beasts surge forth from the beam and spread around them. These beasts were terrifying, instilling an indescribable sense of horror even in the brief moment of their appearance. What's going on? Feeling the formidable spiritual energy waves emanating from these beasts, Jet squinted his eyes. He never expected these beasts to have such powerful abilities. However, events unfolded even more frighteningly than he anticipated. Just as he witnessed these beasts appear, he saw these terrifying beasts charge toward him in a frenzied manner. Boom! The speed of these beasts was incredibly fast, striking continuously with astonishing speed. Watching the beasts get closer, Jet felt increasing pressure but wasn't panicked. Roaring angrily, he unleashed countless terrifying natural spiritual energies within his body. Countless energies crazily poured into the ice deity sword in his hand, causing it to emit a dazzling glow, making it seem like the world's most formidable divine weapon. Following this, Jet pushed the power of the ice deity sword to its limits, gathering infinite spiritual energies into one strike aimed at the leading beast. 7-layered ice deity slash. Boom! Instantly, as Jet unleashed his attack, countless formidable spiritual energies surged forth, transforming into terrifying sword intent that engulfed the leading beast. The beast's strength was not high enough to withstand Jet's attack and was directly slain. At this moment, Jet noticed a white divine light emitting from the dead beast's body, entering him and elevating his strength directly to the peak of transcendence. The development took Jet completely by surprise. Slaying a beast resulted in such a significant boost in his strength? Let's fight together. Killing these beasts seems to increase our strength. Realizing this, Jet immediately began attacking the beasts alongside Alicia without hesitation. It's worth noting, the strength displayed by Jet was terrifying, while Alicia's was also formidable. Alicia's fist kept swinging, unleashing waves of terrifying punch intents towards the beasts. Although her strength couldn't match Jet's, when Alicia killed a beast, Jet observed the same white light entering her body, rapidly enhancing her strength. Jet, though unsure of what was happening, wouldn't miss this opportunity to continually improve. Moreover, the beast seemed possessed, charging solely towards him, which suited Jet perfectly. He feared these beasts might cause greater commotion elsewhere. Thus, he decided to slay all the beasts. With this thought, boundless spiritual energies surged within him, and Jet and Alicia began hunting down the beasts. As time passed, their strength grew rapidly. Soon, when all the beasts were killed, Jet found his strength had reached the divine realm. Boom! A terrifying spiritual energy beam centered on Jet's sword towards the sky, seemingly trying to break through it. Jet's current strength was immeasurably terrifying. Alicia's strength also reached the divine realm. At this moment, Jet and Alicia exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Upon reaching the divine realm, their perspectives and thoughts had changed. They no longer harbored any desires for the mortal world. Let's go to the divine realm. Jet and Alicia simultaneously activated their spiritual energies, directly soaring into the divine realm. The mortal realm and the divine realm were entirely different. Once in the divine realm, Jet and Alicia chose an excellent location to establish their divine abode, where they enjoyed their time. Of course, while still in the mortal realm, Jet and Alicia used their magic to bless those they wished to help. Consequently, the people they favored gained great fortune and prospered instantly. For example, Tyson, who was originally just a minor cultivator in the Thousand Cloud sect, suddenly saw her cultivation speed up dramatically one day, becoming the top genius of Thousand Cloud Kingdom, reaching the Immortal Lord realm. There were many small countries where various geniuses emerged. If observed closely, it would be evident that all these geniuses were connected to Jet. While others might not know, these geniuses were well aware that their current achievements were entirely due to that man, Jet. Soon after Jet and Alicia mysteriously disappeared from the Thousand Cloud sect, news about them spread rapidly. Legend had it that they had obtained supreme blessings within the Thousand Cloud sect, breaking through to the divine realm, ascending to become sovereign deities reigning over worlds. Some also said they were summoned to the divine realm by the gods themselves, having been favored within the Thousand Cloud sect. Regardless of the versions, Jet and Alicia's story spread across the continent. In all 3,000 empires, there wasn't a single place where people didn't know about Jet and Alicia, especially for those descendants of the sects founded by Jet. Learning that their ancestors had ascended to the divine realm made them revere him as a deity. Encouraged by Jet's blessings, they trained harder, leading to the prosperity and flourishing of these sects, which became the strongest sects in their respective empires. The thriving sects elevated Jet's status in countless hearts, making him revered as a divine figure. All sects on the continent referred to Jet as the strongest Aiden. Grand finale.